Reborn with the memories of his previous life, Harry steps into a magical realm that diverges starkly from the predetermined path. The Dark Lord's power grows increasingly enigmatic and formidable, with unseen dangers lurking in the shadows, every step fraught with peril. His relationship with Draco subtly shifts amidst the entangled past and present uncertainties. The regrets of his former life, hidden conspiracies, and the gradual distortion of his identity weave together into an invisible web. This opportunity to traverse time anew presents itself as a chance for redemption, or perhaps another snare of fate. The answer lies concealed within the intricate interplay of magic and human hearts. Chapter 1, Malfoy. Outside the window, the moonlight is faint, and the night is shrouded in mist. Harry hugs his knees and gazes outward, peering through the dark corners of the castle at the layer of pale, golden membrane surrounding the dense growth of plants. That is an ancient magical array, the final safeguard bequeathed to future generations by the four founders of Hogwarts, designed to protect the institution from harm to the utmost extent. He strains to look beyond the magical barrier, catching sight of the shivering forest and the boundless wasteland beyond. Through the dense trees, flickering lights reveal a scattering of tents and rudimentary encampments that cluster together like mushrooms. So close, the enemy seems to be encamped just beyond that protective barrier. Harry contemplates that they could easily gamble everything to breach this ancient defense and bring an end to this wretched state of war. Yet they refrain from doing so. The Dark Lord has chosen to lie in wait. Voldemort's past informs him that his life outweighs all else, and his once prized Horcruxes are nearly depleted. The notion of transcending life and death has become increasingly tenuous. This is a reality he fears and cannot endure. And until the formal declaration of war today, his clashes with that boy have revealed to him that his life faces a genuine threat. The outcome of this war will no longer be within his control. Thus he opts for restraint. Harry's head aches as though it might split open, but it is not the pain of his scar that has long ceased to hurt. The fragment of his soul residing within him has been crushed today by Voldemort's own hand. Harry understands that Voldemort has likely suffered significant backlash. At that moment, victory hangs in the balance, with only a weakened Voldemort and a snake embedded with a piece of soul remaining, while the other Horcruxes have been destroyed. However, the furious Voldemort does not choose to gamble recklessly. Instead, he retreats with his Death Eaters, refraining from a rash attack. While this grants everyone a moment to breathe, it also instills a profound sense of crisis. It is akin to a venomous snake poised to strike. It will grind away at their sorrow and fear, sapping their fervor and courage. The situation can turn at any moment. This war will become increasingly hopeless with Voldemort's recovery and Hogwarts' despair. Voldemort is far too cunning. His impulses and madness have been honed through countless struggles, allowing him to masterfully control his actions. He grants his enemies no opportunity to approach him, even with the Elder Wand in his possession. What he desires is an unambiguous victory, the complete annihilation of the traps and intricate schemes that Dumbledore set during his lifetime. Today feels unbearably long, as if an entire lifetime has passed. The castle is strewn with bodies, Aurors, professors, old members of the Order of the Phoenix, and students. Some are weary, slipping into dreams, while others weep as they touch their loved ones. They are all valiant warriors unwilling to bow before the forces of darkness. Yet today, they seem on the verge of being crushed. None had truly contemplated the brutal reality of a direct confrontation. No one can endure the painful truths that cannot be altered without a change in expression. The bloody wounds, the loss of loved ones, the faint flicker of hope for victory, the terrified eyes of children. Harry! A voice calls from behind, and Harry turns to look, the simple motion sending a jarring pain through his head. He squints his grandmother's green eyes. Oh, this cursed after effect. Hermione? You haven't slept. The brown-haired witch approaches and sits beside him, tilting her head to offer him a comforting smile, to which Harry responds with an effortful grin. I cannot sleep. There's been too much happening. You know, it's hard for everyone to find rest. Hermione sighs and continues, Harry, tell me. She gazes at him with concern. Are you all right? I mean, after everything you've experienced today regarding the peace of soul within you. Of course I'm fine. You see, it has completely vanished. We have defeated him once more. Harry blinks, gesturing toward his scar, feigning nonchalance. I suspect the backlash to Voldemort must have seemed quite severe. You see, we were so outnumbered, yet he was too weak to even grasp any of us. We must also thank Ron for that Patronus. I imagine that was his finest moment. Hermione crosses her legs, a smile breaking through. However, you were reckless today, seeking out Voldemort alone. What if I and Ron hadn't quietly followed you? What would have happened? Dear Hermione, look at me. I'm perfectly fine. No need to worry. I won't do something so foolish again, nor will I keep anything from you. I promise. I hope so. You always have so many decisions of your own. Harry feels a bit at a loss as he notices her reddened eyes. They share a moment of silence, the cool breeze outside stirring the red drapes, gently swaying in the air. Is Ron all right? Harry discreetly rubs his head, the pain still unabated. He's with Mrs. Weasley. She is struggling to accept Fred's departure. Hermione lowers her head, sadness etched in her eyes. I'm sorry. Harry grips her hand, speaking with anguish. I apologize to the Weasley family. He cannot forget the sight of Fred lying there, a smile that would never again grace his face. It is not your fault, Harry. Ron does not blame you either. This war is far too brutal, and no one can shoulder all the blame. But I have endangered them. George's injuries and Fred's death, Professor Snape, Lupin. They all strive to protect me. Yet, I am nothing. I am not the savior, merely a weight upon their lives. The one who has burdened them and betrayed them is me. I have accomplished nothing, Harry lamented, scarcely aware of the words spilling from his lips, his head pounding as if it might split, the weight of sorrow constraining his breath. Voldemort still exists in this world, breathing the same air as us. You must not think this way. Harry. Hermione grasped his hand tightly, her expression a blend of anguish and disbelief. Harry, a familiar voice called out. Aren't you all asleep? Ron hesitantly pushed the door open, looking utterly disheveled, his hair a tangled mess rivaling Harry's own state. No. Harry rose, guilt-ridden as he gazed at him. I'm truly sorry, Ron. No one can avoid this, can they? Ron's voice was hoarse and feeble, his eyes devoid of light and brimming with fatigue. Mum finally managed to fall asleep. I wanted to check on you. You look terrible, Harry. Ron, Hermione exclaimed in small surprise. Thank you for coming. She then embraced him tightly, burying her face in his shoulder as she wept. Harry silently observed them. Between them, words were often unnecessary. Friends who had weathered so many life and death situations always possessed an abundance of forgiveness and camaraderie. Harry, Ron offered a relieved smile, his eyes red as he extended a hand toward Harry, who watched them, warmth flooding his heart, a pang of emotion stinging at his nose. Soon, he too joined the embrace, feeling the comforting warmth and heartbeat of his friends. The moonlight bathed them in its gentle glow, providing solace to one another. Well, look at what I have stumbled upon. An insidious voice of mockery echoed from the windowsill. The three of them jolted, instinctively drawing their wands, directing them toward the source of the voice. As Harry discerned the intruder, his pupils dilated in shock. Draco Malfoy. No one else possessed that distinctive light golden hair. Malfoy lounged nonchalantly against the windowsill, even devoid of a wand, as if he intended to confront them barehanded. Malfoy, Ron growled, fury contorting his features as a binding curse shot from his wand toward Malfoy. Wait, Hermione exclaimed almost simultaneously. But it was too late. Harry only saw Malfoy deftly evade, the binding spell striking true against the windowsill. Utterly inept, Weasley, that accursed Death Eater continued to taunt. Scoundrel, Malfoy. Ron raised his hand again, but Hermione swiftly lunged to restrain him. Hold on, Ron. Don't act impulsively. What are you doing? Let me go. Hermione. Ron resisted. Is this the extent of your foolish trio's prowess? Malfoy sneered, his eyes brimming with disdain. Potter, you cannot enter, Harry stated with calm resolve, his wand unwavering. He cast a sidelong glance at the protective enchantments outside, still intact, the night exuding a serene atmosphere. Just beyond the door lay members of the Order of the Phoenix, ensuring their safety. It was the intruder who ought to feel fear. Regardless of your intentions, surrender your wand to me, Harry commanded. Of course, I have my reasons for being here, and I shall not relinquish my wand to you, Malfoy replied, tilting his head with self-importance. You should be the ones to lay down your wands. You foolish Gryffindors. In response, Malfoy drew his wand. Simultaneously, Ron's unexpected binding spell struck him. Under Hermione's reproachful gaze, Ron shrugged, glancing at Malfoy, now restrained on the floor. Only in this manner can we have a proper conversation, cannot we? Harry picked up Malfoy's wand under the latter's furious gaze. Thus far, he had acquired 2 of Malfoy's wands. How amusing. One day, perhaps, he could open a Malfoy-themed boutique. Harry exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione, who immediately understood. She rose to inspect the room and the surroundings, ensuring no one else was present, then cast several concealment and silencing charms at the entrance. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron hoisted Malfoy onto a chair. Ouch, Malfoy muttered. Damn Potter, you've touched my wand. Harry quickly withdrew his hand, fingers sticky with blood. I apologize, Harry said, though the sentiment rang hollow. What could you possibly hope to gain by barging in here? He asked with a sardonic edge. Draco Malfoy merely lowered his gaze, his demeanor weary, a sardonic smile crossing his lips. As if I could expect you to grant me anything I desire. Now, how about sharing what the headmaster left behind? Who do you think you are to demand anything from us? Ron snarled, drawing his wand with a fierce expression, the tip aimed threateningly at Malfoy's face. Ron, Hermione scolded him. Let's not escalate things before we understand the situation. Ron shot her a frustrated look, reluctantly lowering his wand. Huh, you are no better than a muggle, truly the disgrace of purebloods. Malfoy, Harry interjected, casting an intense glare at his two friends. Are you here to provoke a quarrel? Malfoy regarded him with a disdainful look before speaking in a mockingly aristocratic tone. I am a servant of Dumbledore, St. Potter. Chapter 2. Consolation. That is undoubtedly the most hilarious joke I have ever heard. Ron scoffed, yet his eyes bore no trace of mirth. Prove it, Malfoy challenged, while Harry scrutinized Malfoy's gaunt visage intently. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Malfoy casting curses alongside the Death Eaters directed at Hogwarts. Damn the old lunatic. Draco shot a sidelong glance at Harry, muttering to himself, You deserve to perish early, leaving behind such a mess. In my pocket, I have what I brought. Draco gestured before his wand emitted a shower of sparks. Perhaps it could serve as proof, if you choose to believe. You'd best not play any tricks. Harry regarded him warily, cautiously probing his robes until his fingers grazed a shrunken travel box, continuing his search. Are you fondling me, Potter? Just take out that box. Draco mocked. Harry's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Hermione seized the box, reverting it to its original size. It was a black wooden container adorned with intricate and elaborate carvings, unfastened and easily opened. To her astonishment, the box was neatly filled with healing potions, precisely what they desperately needed. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. I shall stay up all night administering these to them, Hermione exclaimed. The toll of war had been devastating. Merlin knew the school nurse had scant medical supplies left, while countless wounded souls suffered in the darkness. The potential of these potions was beyond imagination. There is also a key inside, which unlocks the secret chamber in Professor Snape's office, containing numerous potions he had prepared. The chamber cannot be accessed without a key. He paused before continuing. If you doubt me, I possess a handwritten letter from my godfather, which mentions Dumbledore's trust in me and my godfather's insistence on bringing me to him. If you remain unconvinced, I can consume Veritasrum. Malfoy's voice was somewhat feeble as he lowered his gaze, watching Hermione retrieve several neatly folded letters from the box. Observing Ron reaching for the key, a sneer crossed Malfoy's face as he opened his mouth to speak, only to close it again. Perhaps due to his wounds, he deemed it unwise to provoke Ron further. Hermione spent a considerable time reading the letter and examining the potions, then looked up at Draco with a hint of regret. I don't need to verify the memories. These potions and the letter are sufficient proof. I never anticipated that you would ultimately forsake the darkness. Draco let out a sardonic laugh, his gaze meeting hers without a word. Ron, you go unlock the chamber and claim you stumbled upon the key. I must distribute the potions. They cannot wait any longer. Hermione said with urgency. I can say it was us. It doesn't matter now, she added, swiftly pulling the still confused Ron towards the exit. She turned back, offering an apologetic glance. Harry, you manage the rest. We shall return shortly. Ron also glanced at him, a sympathetic expression on his face, as if to say, Brother, you've had a tough time. He opened the door and stepped outside, while Hermione carefully closed it behind them. Humph. Malfoy scoffed again, rolling his dull gray eyes. So, you're implying Snape believes you? That Dumbledore trusts you as well? Harry inquired, glancing at the letter in his hand. The paper was soft to the touch, imbued with a floral fragrance, inscribed in Malfoy's elegant script. It resembled a love letter meant for a cherished young lady, Harry mused, feeling somewhat relieved as his headache lessened. Clearly, Snape trusts me more than you, Malfoy retorted in a tone that Harry found particularly irksome. There's no debate on that matter, Harry replied, grinding his teeth in irritation. Every smirk and frown from you seems capable of igniting my temper. What puzzles me is why you choose to side with us. He questioned skeptically. I too ponder why I stand with you. Perhaps my mind was muddled with foolishness when I decided to assist you Gryffindor brutes, Malfoy replied. Very well, Harry. I believe I can refrain from delivering a punch to your face. Can you explain why, in this precarious situation, when defeat looms, you have returned? Defeat? Potter, is this how you dismiss the efforts of others? Draco suddenly shouted, his gray-blue eyes flashing with fury. Harry was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. The shift in demeanor was startling. Moreover, that was not his intended implication. I do feel a twinge of regret, Draco admitted, exhaustion evident in his gaze as he tilted his head back, his slender neck exposed. I did not wish to fail. Harry sat down, attempting to align his gaze with Draco's, who deliberately averted his eyes. But you must understand, Voldemort seeks to ensnare us. So you wonder why I am here? I am here to assist in extricating you from this predicament, Draco said, leaning closer to Harry, his eyes unexpectedly earnest. Despite the habitual smirk at the corner of his mouth, Harry felt a sudden clarity wash over him, his heart racing as his eyes grew misty. In this enveloping darkness, amidst chaos that shrouded the world, someone was striving harder than himself, struggling in a more profound despair to offer assistance. Harry couldn't help but think that, given the current circumstances, a defector could indeed provide considerable solace. Merlin, Potter, are you about to be moved to tears by me? A dissonant voice interrupted, causing Harry to chuckle in irritation. Damn it, Malfoy, whatever your reasons for standing aboard this ship, I must express my gratitude. Harry felt his cheeks warm. I accept that, he replied nonchalantly. Now, for the love of Merlin, release my spell, you impulsive weasel. You cannot say that. Harry quickly undid his spell. Malfoy stretched his limbs. Now, can you tell me how you managed to get in here? Harry inquired. And you? What about your reasons, if you're willing to share? Everyone is eager to understand. Draco stared at him in silence, not uttering a word. This rendered Harry somewhat awkward, his gaze avoiding Draco's. After a brief moment, he let out a self-deprecating sigh. In my 6th year, I sought out Dumbledore and vowed to always stand by your side. He ensured that Hogwarts would always be open to me. He looked up at Harry, his silvery gray eyes devoid of life. Of course, I swore an oath of unwavering loyalty. As for my reasons, not all Slytherins yearn to grovel at the feet of a madman. Yet sometimes, for the sake of family, sacrificing oneself becomes necessary. I found Dumbledore, and he alleviated my confusion. Thus, I have quietly complied with him, doing what he asked of me, as well as what the Dark Lord commanded. That is how it is. I don't quite understand, Harry admitted honestly. But you still spent a term contemplating how to kill Dumbledore, all while hiding in the girl's bathroom like a cowardly girl, crying. Though I apologize for that. Go to hell, Potter, Draco interrupted. I will divulge nothing to you. I have no desire to make you comprehend me. You might as well bang your head against the wall. Perhaps it would make you a bit wiser, and you could also rub off that ghastly scar. Draco frowned, his expression one of disdain. Who would care about your reasons? You're merely a coward hiding behind the Dark Lord's cloak of protection, Harry retorted. I truly do not understand why Dumbledore chose you, considering you are but a weak, incompetent fool with a simple mind and underdeveloped limbs. Harry stood up abruptly, rage surging within him. Were it not for the fact that you can still provide potions, I would undoubtedly lay you out. Do you wish to fight, Potter? Malfoy stood as well. The door swung open, and Hermione and Ron stepped inside. Hermione, her face a mask of disbelief, exclaimed, My spell nearly failed to silence your bickering, mates. I knew you would end up fighting. Ron seemed to be in slightly better spirits. Can't you be a little more mature? Hermione said, her frustration evident as she tugged at her hair, further amplifying her distress. Harry, you could have talked to him civilly. I'm sorry. Hermione, I should have tolerated him. Harry replied, rubbing his forehead, cursing his impulsiveness. Now is not the time to fall out with allies, even if the last moment he had been an adversary. Hermione silently cast him a reproachful glance. Potter? A feeble voice emerged from behind, and Harry almost failed to recognize it as Malfoy's. What now? He turned, surprised to see the very person he had been prepared to confront swaying in the air before collapsing weakly into his arms. Harry's heart skipped a beat. The room remained dark, and the moonlight did little to illuminate Malfoy's pallor or the bloodstains adorning his clothes. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the frail figure. Feeling Malfoy's almost weightless form, his complexion a sickly shade of pale, lips colorless and cracked, his body marred with dried and fresh blood. Damn it, I forgot his wounds were still open. Merlin, did this guy come to deliver potions without even healing his own injuries? Ron remarked incredulously. In his memory, Malfoy was hardly a selfless person. Perhaps Voldemort had seen through his duplicitous nature and sent him back. Hermione shot Ron a glance. He nonchalantly pressed his lips together. Harry felt a pang of guilt. He had just berated Malfoy, even threatening to hit him, and here he was merely a wounded patient. Harry, how long are you going to hold him? Put him on the bed, Hermione said, turning back with a pillow in her arms. I didn't mean to hold him. He covered in blood. Harry felt his face heat up. With a flick of his wand, Ron expertly cast a cleaning spell, and Harry half-dragged Malfoy onto the bed. Hermione tore open his robe, revealing that the wounds were still bleeding. Sectum Sempra, what a vile spell, she murmured. Harry's gaze flickered. Let me handle it. I can heal this. Harry, I thought you only knew offensive spells. I studied it specifically, Harry replied, eager to avoid a discussion that reminded him of their earlier quarrel. Shoving Ron aside, he pointed his wand at Malfoy's intersecting wounds and began to chant the incantation. A melodic whisper flowed from his lips, and the wounds began to slowly close. "All right, give him potions. He has lost too much blood," Harry said, slightly leaning against Ron, the spell having drained him, leaving his head spinning. "Okay, Harry, you stay here with him. I need to speak with Professor McGonagall about the potions. Ron, you should head home. Your family needs you." Hermione kissed Ron on the cheek. "You've been very brave." Harry also patted Ron's shoulder, and they embraced before sending him off. "Hermione, can I join you in distributing the potions?" Harry asked. "You must stay. We can't let anyone discover him, nor can we allow him to escape. Later, when I return, you can tell me everything about him. All right, Harry?" Hermione said, her face etched with concern. "Fine," Harry replied with a resigned shrug. "You go. I'll keep watch over him. I must say, you look much better, Harry," Hermione remarked before waving goodbye as she departed. Harry touched his face, realizing the throbbing in his head had lessened. He moved to the bedside, watching Malfoy, who lay there breathing evenly. He had never witnessed his rival in slumber before. He looked as fragile as a glass doll, though his complexion was alarmingly poor. Harry adjusted the blanket over him before sinking onto the edge of the bed. This night had been exceedingly strange. They had suddenly acquired a spy. And it was none other than Malfoy, a possibility as unlikely as if Professor Snape had returned from the dead. "Cough, cough," Malfoy rasped, furrowing his brow as he turned his head to the side. Harry reached out and poked his forehead with a fair amount of force, causing Malfoy to frown even deeper. Amusingly, Harry poked him again, and Malfoy's face instinctively turned away. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Malfoy possessed an oddly unhealthy allure. "Merlin, am I actually finding Malfoy attractive? I must be losing my mind," he thought. Yet the pain in his head seemed to have subsided significantly. The night was profoundly quiet, so much so that Harry could hear Malfoy's steady breathing, calm and rhythmic. He listened, each breath a soothing reminder that he was alive, deeply asleep, appearing less like a wounded patient and more like a glass figurine that might shatter at the slightest touch. Reflecting on the events of the night, Harry found it hard to accept that Malfoy was now on his side. He wrestled with feelings of lingering hatred, while simultaneously feeling an unexpected gratitude for the way Malfoy had emerged to help him shoulder some of the burden when he could no longer bear the weight of his own pressures. How peculiar, he thought. He truly felt a sense of relief. What had Malfoy endured? Harry began to ponder, constantly tensing himself, forever masked. The mental fortitude, the relentless practice. The fear, the fury. What drove him to persevere? Was his confusion merely a refusal to submit? The bravery of a Slytherin? How strange. It felt as if he barely recognized him anymore. Suddenly, Harry realized that he could no longer harbor hatred for Malfoy. Perhaps it was due to his unequivocal defection today. Or perhaps, in the face of war, such animosity felt exceedingly trivial. Chapter 3, Hope. When Hermione returned, Harry was dozing at the bedside. His inky black hair tousled messily across the white sheets. She quietly approached and gently shook him awake. Harry rubbed his eyes and adjusted his glasses, which had slipped to the bridge of his nose. "Sorry, Hermione. I accidentally fell asleep," he murmured, his voice heavy with sleep. "It's all right, Harry," Hermione said wearily. "But we need to talk. It's already 3 a.m. You should get some rest." "You've done so much," Harry said, concern etched on his face. "No, we must discuss this tonight," Hermione replied, glancing at the figure on the bed. "Malfoy cannot remain until morning." "All right, but what about Ron?" Harry stood up and moved closer to Hermione by the window. She raised her hand and cast a silencing charm. "It's too inconvenient to call him now. Let us sort this out first. Tomorrow, I'll have a proper talk with him." Hermione perched herself on the windowsill. Harry sat beside her and recounted the dialogue he had had with Malfoy. "It's evident that Malfoy is not held in high regard over there. Look at his injuries." "No one cares about him," Hermione stated, shaking her head. "That doesn't make sense. His parents are among Voldemort's most loyal Death Eaters," Harry replied in confusion. "Don't forget, Lucius Malfoy is still in Azkaban, and as for his mother, she even saved you by falsely reporting your death. For that, Voldemort faced backlash and failed to kill you. Can you imagine what punishment she must have received?" "I hadn't thought of that," Harry admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt. But Malfoy didn't seem particularly upset. Was there a reason Voldemort had forgiven them? "The chances are slim, Harry. We don't even know if Malfoy is here to join us or merely to deliver potions and communicate. Don't be so shocked. Consider his injuries. If he were a spy from the beginning, he wouldn't have come close to us during the battle, let alone attack us. The injuries he bears could only be inflicted by very precise spells. Do you think it's possible that his wounds were inflicted by—" Hermione paused. looking at Harry with concern. Voldemort? Harry shook his head. Surely not. Why would he punish him? I can't be certain, Harry. These are merely my speculations. We need to wait for him to awaken for the specifics. However, the current situation is rather bleak, and we cannot allow ourselves to be entirely swayed by Malfoy. This occurrence was abrupt, yet not entirely inexplicable. If Malfoy is indeed a potential pawn planted by Dumbledore for us to consider or utilize, then we may still have alternative means to alter this predicament. What shall we do? We cannot even approach him. And there's that serpent. The final Horcrux remains unvanquished. What more can we do? Harry ran his fingers through his hair, feeling somewhat agitated. I am uncertain, Hermione responded, but you mustn't be this way, Harry. Frustration serves no purpose. We are already striving hard. This war should not rest solely upon our shoulders, Harry. The members of the Order of the Phoenix have already sought assistance from the Ministry of Magic. They are attempting to create a port key to transport the younger children away. Hermione grasped Harry's hand. This crisis will surely be resolved. Look, at least we have Malfoy, even if Ron feels nauseous at the mere sight of him. I believe you can tolerate it. Oh, Hermione, Harry chuckled softly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. At least we have Malfoy. What a splendid gift from above. Hey, you can't say that. I thought you would be a bit more mature, Hermione replied with a smile. Of course, I bear him no ill will. After all, the surprises he has brought us outweigh my contributions to the group. Please do not frown, Hermione. Truly, I am grateful to him. This marks the beginning of my newfound respect for him. I am glad you feel that way, Harry, Hermione said, her smile gentle. I truly hope we all remain safe. We will, Harry nodded earnestly. The moonlight faded into gentle ripples, softly spilling over the lake's surface, transforming into silver shadows, deepening and fortifying the golden magical barrier surrounding the castle. At night, Hogwarts resembled a fortress encased within a crystal ball, steadfast in safeguarding those lives worthy of cherishing. The sun continued to rise from the east, the air imbued with the scent of earth and the faint warmth of sunlight. Each crevice becoming clearer and brighter as a new day dawned, a tranquility suppressing the undercurrents of restlessness. Harry could not fall back asleep. He gazed at the sunrise, observing the golden-hued magical barrier, the lingering resentment within him refusing to dissipate. Each individual here harbored a profound hatred for Voldemort, save for a few confined Slytherins. Such futile hatred yielded no benefit, bringing only suffering without any substantial aid to the war. He pondered when and how the war would conclude. No one wished to concede, nor were they willing to surrender this castle, protected by the sacrifices of many great individuals, to an enemy they loathed. A soft groan emanated from the bed. Malfoy was slowly stirring awake. Hermione, too, quickly opened her eyes from her shallow slumber. Oh dear, you are finally awake. Harry moved swiftly to the bedside. I spent the entire night wondering when you would awaken. Potter? Malfoy appeared to be still in a state of slumber, gazing at him with a look of confusion, devoid of any hostility or malice. Gradually, Harry noticed his eyes focusing on his face. A flicker of panic crossing his features before that familiar disdain returned to fill his gray irises. Oh, Potter, he repeated, his tone exceedingly unkind. I never imagined the first person I would see upon waking would be you. Sorry to disappoint you, Malfoy, Harry replied calmly, aware that there was no need for them to quarrel. However, we need to have a serious discussion. Observing Malfoy's unwilling expression, Harry felt somewhat exasperated. Yet he had to continue the conversation, as many matters remained unresolved. Of course, Malfoy sat up, reluctantly stretching his legs. You wish to chat while I am still in disarray. Very well, you may certainly dress first. Although I apologize for the lack of clean robes, Hermione interjected. Pulling Harry aside, Malfoy remained silent, but earnestly donned the old robe from the previous night, fastening each button. Compared to his earlier frailty, he appeared much more alert today. Once he was ready, he returned to the edge of the bed, directing his gaze toward them. Let us discuss your plans, Hermione said, carefully selecting her words. I am about to leave, to return to the Dark Lord, Malfoy stated. Unexpectedly, you will face attacks daily. As far as I know, they will not be particularly intense, merely aimed at exhausting your manpower and wearing down your spirits. Why? Does he have any other designs? A full-scale assault would be far more convenient. An excellent question, Granger. Reclaim that idiotic expression from your face, Potter. The Dark Lord has other purposes, but I'm not entirely certain what they are. Perhaps tonight, we shall learn the answer. Malfoy toyed with a deep red teacup on the bedside table. Draco, Hermione said, her tone earnest. Malfoy raised an eyebrow, regarding her. You may call me that, but I must ask, how is Mrs. Malfoy? Malfoy's expression hardened, momentarily silenced. I'm sorry, Harry said. Mrs. Malfoy saved me, and thanks to the savior of the wizarding world, the Malfoy family's standing in the Dark Lord's eyes has plummeted. My mother is still being hunted. Oh dear, is that the true nature of your injuries? Hermione spoke quickly. But you say you still intend to return? That is none of your concern. My mother is concealed in the depths of Malfoy Manor, and for the time being, she is not in any danger. As for me, as a role model for the new generation, I merely face a slight reprimand. He glanced at his own injuries, dismissing them. It is nothing significant. After all, I pose no threat in the eyes of the Dark Lord, do I? Moreover, I am the leading figure among those who betrayed Hogwarts. This counts for something. Malfoy remarked with a hint of sarcasm. You need not return. Harry bit his lip. You truly are dim-witted. I do not see how explaining my innocence to everyone here would be of any use in this war. Malfoy observed Harry's irritated expression with amusement. I mentioned earlier that I wish to know what the headmaster left for you. What exactly do you seek? The method to kill the Dark Lord, Potter. It is common knowledge that Voldemort cannot die. Yet, no one understands why. Except for the deceased Dumbledore. I believe you must know, Malfoy asserted. Unless you are telling me that you have achieved nothing over the past year. Knowing does not help, and it would only endanger you, Hermione said with a serious countenance. There are no more options left. Tell me, Malfoy insisted, growing agitated. I have the right to know. Give up, Draco, Harry said. We cannot disclose this information to you. Malfoy narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Harry, his calculating gaze sweeping over him. Finally, he ceased his pressing inquiries. Very well, St. Potter. He stood up. I suspect I shall be visiting daily. You must be careful, Hermione urged. Protect yourself. Of course, I can always bring you potions, can I? Malfoy feigned a smile. You know that is not what we meant, Harry retorted angrily. Goodbye, he said, and with that he vanished in a puff of smoke. He can simply apparate away. Hermione shook her head. After all, he is a double agent. They will not suspect his arrival, Harry remarked. You should rest, Harry. I will go find Ron. Soon. There will be a meeting. Hermione glanced anxiously out the window. Filled with vitality, it will be brimming with hope. I hope this magical barrier will never be activated again. Harry followed her gaze outside, where a dove fluttered its wings beneath the sun, effortlessly passing through the golden barrier and soaring into the distance. Harry clenched his fist. Good luck, Malfoy. Chapter 4. A Brief Respite. Harry awoke once more to the sound of knocking at the door. He blinked his emerald eyes and sat up, attempting to tame his unruly hair, though to no avail. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, glancing back to cover the bloodstained Draco had left on the sheets with his blanket. As he sluggishly opened the door, he caught a fleeting look of impatience on the visitor's face. Harry, everyone is waiting for you. Angelina's demeanor was grave, her hair tightly bound at the back of her head. Harry pressed his lips together, casting a glance at Angelina's pale visage as he murmured an apology. No one in the throes of war escapes the weight of pressure. Here, there were no smiles, no jest, only a forced maturity and stoic calm. Harry followed her as they navigated the winding staircases, the portraits along their path silently observing them, as if in collective mourning. The sky over Hogwarts was shrouded in a dull gray, the descending candles weeping tears in the wake of the bat's flight. The meeting convened in the Great Hall, where nearly all members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Aurors previously dispatched were gathered, including the collective faculty. Only the 6th and 7th year students were mixed together, devoid of any Slytherins who had been confined to the dungeons. Harry soon spotted Hermione and Ron among the members of Dumbledore's army. He quickly took a seat, and his friends looked up at him with concern. I'm fine. I just overslept, Harry whispered in explanation. Harry, you missed so much, Hermione responded swiftly, detailing the casualty list they had managed to compile, as well as the grievously injured who could no longer fight. And we have already offered our eulogies for the fallen heroes. Sorry, I was in such a deep sleep that I didn't hear you, Harry admitted, feeling a twinge of shame. It was Professor McGonagall's idea. She knew you were exhausted. I told her that those potions were brewed by us in secret, utilizing the supplies Snape left for you before his demise. Hermione winked mischievously, as she had always assumed you had inherited some clandestine legacy from Professor Snape. Merlin, what a flimsy excuse, Harry exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. But they couldn't think of any other reason. After all, we were the only ones who witnessed the professor's death. Harry fell silent, rubbing the polished surface of the mahogany table. The memories in his mind were vivid and bright. He would never forget the look in the professor's eyes before he passed, full of life and emotion, as if he were reliving his happiest moments. Harry understood that he had not seen himself in that gaze, but rather the woman with the sunlit eyes, his mother, whom he yearned to see but could not. He looked toward Professor McGonagall, who was presiding over the meeting at the head of the long table. Upon catching his eye, she offered him an encouraging smile. Harry managed a weak smile in return. That was Draco's contribution, feeling as though he were a thief, bearing someone else's well-deserved accolades while being unable to contribute anything himself. The meeting focused on future strategies, primarily to fortify the enchantments and defenses while ensuring their safety to launch counterattacks, safeguarding the castle, and repelling any foes that dared to approach Hogwarts. They also discussed various tactical deployments. Toward the end of the meeting, they broached the subject of a gradual evacuation. Of course, Voldemort had surrounded the area, and with the enchantments in place, apparition could not occur too far beyond the magical barrier, a significant flaw of the enchantment. Professor McGonagall pondered the absence of the two individuals they had sent to breach the enchantment, who had not returned with any news. It is indeed peculiar. They could have reached the Ministry directly, and by now, the Ministry should have realized something was amiss, yet no reinforcements have arrived, Mr. Weasley remarked, furrowing his brow. Could the Ministry have allied with the dark side? As soon as the words left his mouth, tension gripped the hall, punctuated by the sound of a few stifled gasps. Impossible. A dark-haired Auror whom Harry did not recognize exclaimed, rising abruptly. Though our team was sent ahead to protect Hogwarts, we may not fully comprehend the situation there. However, as Aurors, we could never commit such a disgraceful act. I trust the Ministry. Agreed, echoed several other Aurors, affirming their faith in the Ministry and Kingsley. Otherwise, Voldemort would not be delaying his attack. Fleur grasped Bill's hand tightly, their fingers entwined. It is possible that the Ministry faces a crisis akin to ours. Or even in other locations, anywhere that poses a threat to Voldemort, Bill suggested, glancing around at those lost in thought due to his words. This topic did not linger for long, as no one could ascertain the happenings outside. Soon, they turned their attention to the topic of the portkeys for relocating the students to safety. Naturally, the first group would be the first years. But a debate arose regarding whether to send them abroad and the creation of the portkeys. Suddenly, the meeting was interrupted as Filch stumbled in, breathless. "They're here," he gasped, his unkempt hair falling over his face, trembling as he leaned on his cane. About 50 of them, no concealment, coming straight towards us, in the direction of the Black Lake. With that, he collapsed onto the floor. A hush fell over the crowd. "It seems Voldemort holds us in high regard," Harry murmured, his green eyes cold and resolute. Hermione and Ron rose, gazing outside in silence. Faster than anticipated, everyone sprang into action as planned. Remember, caution is paramount. The students took their positions as rear guards, and Harry and Ron quickly resumed their roles. Sunlight glinted off the Black Lake, creating golden ripples, while the shadows of the trees fragmented into countless pieces scattered across the water surface. "I can hardly believe I once napped beneath this tree," Ron said bitterly, reflecting on how they now had to use it as a base to cast spells at the Death Eaters. Harry pushed aside the fan-like leaves, peering out beyond the magical barrier. The Death Eaters stood 10 meters from the enchantment, in a standoff with the frontline fighters. As they struggled to breach the barrier, the spells from the Order would penetrate their bodies. The war ignited the moment the dark marks soared into the sky. The Death Eaters immediately dispersed with precision, spells cascading like fireflies into the magical barrier. Harry and Ron worked seamlessly together, ensuring not a single Death Eater slipped through from the front lines. They even assisted Hagrid in incapacitating those shameless scoundrels who attempted to ambush him. The dark mark blotted out much of the sunlight, a faint leaden gray hue enveloping the battlefield. The acrid scent of rust, the stench of burning, and a hint of blood filled the air. Red and green lights flickered, cloaks billowed, figures darted, accompanied by grunts, explosions, and moans. Every nerve was taut, the injured retreating to the rear, replaced by substitutes. The war concluded as the dark mark dissipated. The Death Eaters seemed to receive a signal, scattering in disarray. Throughout the battle, Harry focused on the incoming Death Eaters, relieved not to see any familiar pale blonde hair, yet inevitably worrying about Draco's whereabouts. Harry, Hermione, and Ginny rushed toward them. Her eyes were red, and her lips were bitten blue. "Are you all right?" "We're holding up fine on our end," Harry said, putting an arm around Ron's shoulders. "Your boyfriend performed excellently." Hermione couldn't help but laugh, tears spilling from her eyes as her smile blossomed. "You lot are such fools," she exclaimed, pulling them into a tight embrace. "Oh, I'm going to be smothered by my girlfriend," Ron feigned, rolling his eyes. "Have you seen Draco?" Hermione whispered, leaning in closely. Harry shook his head. "All right then." Hermione released them. "The heroes are homeward bound." Ginny planted a kiss on her brother's cheek, then turned to Harry, offering him a sweet smile before retreating into silence. Harry adjusted his glasses, feeling grateful that things had not progressed further with Ginny. Otherwise, they might not even be able to remain friends. In this battle, it was comforting that there were no deaths, only a few severely injured. As everyone relaxed, an unsettling anxiety about the future loomed. The secrets hidden in the darkness grew more numerous, leaving everyone increasingly perplexed. They felt like lambs led to slaughter, enjoying a brief respite before the tempest arrived. Harry thought, if Merlin would allow, he would willingly sacrifice his life for the safety of all. Feeling the persistent ache in his heart as he observed the unmasked worry and forced indifference in everyone's eyes. In war, each day felt extravagant, dramatically altering a person, even accelerating the metabolism of one's very cells. The growth of magic is relentless, each spell becoming increasingly potent, while the war relentlessly extracts the latent potential from every individual, draining away their remaining warmth and sense of belonging to the world. If given the chance, Harry yearns to return to the burrow with Hermione and Ron, to engage in a spirited game of Quidditch on the lush fields, to chase after the mischievous gnomes in the garden. Perhaps there might also be an opportunity to befriend that golden-haired young man. These are the few wishes Harry clings to. Chapter 5, I Do Not Hate You. Though the duration of the war has been brief, the toll on everyone is palpable. There are no idle conversations. Everyone is preoccupied with tending to the wounded, the hospital brimming with the injured. Madame Pomfrey's bright blue eyes are bloodshot as she, along with several professors, tirelessly assists Madame Pomfrey in treating the patients. The air is thick with the scent of potions, a place Harry has never favored, as it is perpetually steeped in despair, a sentiment that has only intensified since the onset of war. Each bed is occupied, the patients' chests rising and falling, yet their eyes are veiled with a thin film of either fear or frailty, a delicate gaze that pierces the hearts of those standing by, inflicting unbearable anguish. Make way, Madame Pomfrey calls out, holding an array of potion bottles, and Harry instantly recognizes a portion as those brought by Malfoy the previous night. Children, there is nothing to see here, she admonishes, as she brusquely pushes Harry and the others aside, her hair appearing unkempt, the brown strands tangled like a broken spider's web. She glances back at them, her voice quivering with sorrow. War is a terrible thing. I cannot fathom its purpose. The children are so pitiable. We will endure. Hermione turns back to embrace her. Madame Pomfrey, you have done remarkably well. We are grateful to you. Thank you. You are a kind girl, Madame Pomfrey replies gently, pushing Hermione away. I must continue, even if it causes me pain. With that, she hastens to the next patient without a backward glance. Ron wraps his arms around the pale Hermione and looks at Harry. Let us get out of here. Harry nods, his hands clenching in a fist at his sides before relaxing. Upon returning to their room, weariness washes over them. Ron collapses onto the bed. This room is small, but it's quite nice, he observes, gazing blankly at the dark red, checkered ceiling, appreciating its simplicity and the privacy it affords. What a luxurious semblance of privacy. Can I sleep on the floor? Of course. Hermione should join as well, Harry replies, settling onto the windowsill, which is spacious enough for a person to lie down. We'll look after each other. Hermione smiles and nods. I should get some sleep. Aren't you going to eat something? Harry gestures towards the small table laden with fresh pastries or a glass of milk. Exhausted, he watches as Hermione burrows under the blanket, revealing only her fluffy head. Hermione, sleep on the bed, Ron gently insists, rising to scoop her up into his arms. Hermione leans her head against his chest. Let us hope this is the only time today, Hermione murmurs in her half-awake state. Harry gazes at his old friends, who have drifted off on his bed, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Didn't we agree to sleep on the floor? He glances outside. Dusk has already settled in. The overcast sky is tinged with pale yellow as the sun sinks below the horizon. Though the war has raged for only a few days, it feels as if years have passed. The oak trees surrounding the castle droop listlessly, and even the whomping willow seems to have shrunk by half. The Black Lake no longer reflects the white swans with their vivid red beaks. The only constant remains the forbidden forest, still shrouded in mystery, occasionally revealing a thestral perched atop a tree, snatching an unwary blackbird from the sky. Harry recalls Luna's words. Only those who have witnessed death can see it. He muses that the thestral is no longer solitary. Almost everyone here can see it, acknowledging its existence. A gentle breeze brushes against his eyes, and Harry feels an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his eyelids growing heavy as he succumbs to a profound slumber against the windowsill. Harry finds himself languidly reclining in a verdant meadow, squinting in delight at the rarity of a sweet dream. Suddenly, he feels a prickling sensation on his cheek. He prods at it with his tongue, the itch dissipating, only for the opposite side to start itching as well. Too lazy to raise his hand to rub it, he gives his cheek another gentle poke with his tongue. He hopes the mischievous little bug will leave him be, for there are always many creatures in the grass. Then, he realizes with dismay that it is an insufferable gnome who has taken hold of his nose with its claws, rendering him breathless. Harry swipes at it, but misses entirely. "Stop grabbing," he exclaims. The gnome, incensed, suddenly swells to several times its size and lunges at Harry, viciously shaking his face from side to side. Harry, groggy and irritable, opens his eyes to find the gnome has sprouted a head of light golden hair and a distinctly human face. "If you don't wake up, Potter, I'll slice off your nose." The familiar languid, elongated drawl, coupled with the tangible sensation on his face, jolts Harry awake. "Malfoy?" He gasps, inhaling sharply. His eyes widen as he takes in his surroundings. The familiar room and the windowsill, now enveloped in the deep of night, the moon hanging high outside. "When did you arrive?" Harry dodges his hand, feeling a pang of pain in his cheek. Draco leans back against the wall, a forced smile gracing his delicately crafted features. His robes are somewhat soiled, and his complexion appears less than stellar. Yet he looks markedly improved compared to the previous day. "I've been here for a while," Draco replies, amusement glimmering in his eyes as he recounts the entire spectacle of the great savior licking his pillow in slumber. Harry's expression shifts to one of embarrassment. Crafting a complex visage, Draco can't help but chuckle, the silver moonlight dancing in his gray eyes, shimmering and twinkling as strands of soft golden hair brush across his pale forehead, exuding a gentle, tender quality, with a hint of youthful innocence displayed in the slight reveal of his canine teeth. Thump thump, his heart races. Harry feels as though he has yet to fully awaken, as if his soul and body have not yet aligned. Otherwise, how could he be witnessing Draco's unguarded, amiable smile? How long has it been since he last saw such a smile? A warm wave of emotion surges through Harry, awakening every part of him, saturating his limbs, and ultimately returning to his heart, merging with his blood and every cell within his body, reminiscent of willow branches basking in the spring sun, or the sweet chiming of wind chimes in a greenhouse. Harry can't help but break into a foolish grin. "You can't be serious, Potter," the voice, so perfectly inappropriate, interrupts. "Of course not," Harry retorts, scrambling off the windowsill, too shy to meet his gaze. "I should wake Ron." His heart feels as though it might leap from his chest, a mild nausea accompanying his anxiety. When exactly had Draco arrived? Hermione, roused quickly, exclaims, "I was so careless to have slept so soundly. It frightens me." Ron, however, seems oblivious to the shift. Harry gives him a playful slap. This fellow, even when sitting up, still has his eyes closed. "Good heavens, I'm still dreaming." Ron groans as he finally opens his eyes. Harry tosses his robe at him, and he sluggishly puts it on. "My apologies, Draco," Hermione says, casting an apologetic glance at the young man leaning against the windowsill. "It's quite all right. It's rare to witness the various sleeping postures of Gryffindor," he replies, casting a disdainful look at Harry. Ron glares at him, his mouth opening as if to speak. But then he remembers Hermione's admonition and holds his tongue. "Draco, in any case, welcome back," Harry says awkwardly, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "There are some pastries and milk here. If you wish to partake." Draco, surprisingly compliant, takes a piece of filled biscuit, savoring it with milk, his movements slow yet imbued with elegance. Harry glances at the astonished Ron, an involuntary lightness washing over him. "Let us all sit down and eat something. I'm famished," Hermione suggests, taking a seat across from Draco. Ron hastily settled down beside Hermione, leaving the vacant space next to Draco for Harry. After everyone had silently navigated through a belated dinner enveloped in an eerie atmosphere, Draco finally broke the silence. "The Dark Lord is attacking the Ministry of Magic," he stated, his usual mocking demeanor replaced by a grave seriousness. Indeed, Harry, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concern that the intention was merely to trap them. The group found their appetites waning, lost in contemplative silence. "Hermione, I wish to inform Professor McGonagall about your situation," she said, glancing at Draco and biting her lip. Harry exchanged surprised glances with Ron. "You deserve the respect that is due to you. Everyone here harbors resentment against you. Their initial disappointment has morphed into the hatred imposed upon you through the trials of war." Draco remained silent, a myriad of emotions swirling in his eyes. After a long pause, he raised his head and offered a self-deprecating smile, yet his gray gaze was fixated on Harry. "Do you hate me too, Potter?" Harry was taken aback by the question. He averted his gaze, pondering whether he still harbored hatred for Malfoy. He missed the disappointment and despondency that flickered in Draco's eyes. "I don't care what they think, nor do I wish to be overly entangled. So please keep this a secret," Draco said, his pale face adorned with his customary false smile. "I do not hate you, Draco, if I may address you as such," Harry replied, his gaze unwavering. "We are friends. And even if we are not yet, we are comrades, are we not? After all, you have sacrificed so much. You deserve respect." Draco was momentarily taken aback. A myriad of unnameable emotions reflected in his eyes. After a long contemplation, he murmured, "How noble of you, St. Potter, even though you give me goosebumps." A forced smile returned to his face. "By Merlin, I cannot accept addressing you by your first name." Ron grimaced at the thought. Draco scoffed, offering no reply. "The Dark Lord is still amassing forces. It appears that the Ministry is his primary target," he continued, producing a small case and placing it on the table. "I have been assigned there." Hermione opened the case, revealing it was filled with potions and even some protective gear. "Thank you, Draco. They actually sent you to fight alongside a bunch of adults?" Harry exclaimed in disbelief. "Do not look at me with such pity, Potter," Draco frowned. "At least I am freer than you. How did you manage to acquire these items?" Ron picked up a potion, sniffing it curiously. "I brought them from home," Draco replied dismissively. Hermione then inquired about the situation outside, only to find that most news was disheartening. "I assume you have a plan for victory?" Draco asked. Hermione, Harry, and Ron exchanged glances. "Do not tell me you are merely passively enduring blows." Draco's disbelief was palpable. "There is no other option, is there?" Harry chuckled bitterly. "Harry, Malfoy is one of us. If he were a spy, he could be of great help," Ron exclaimed, excitement in his voice. "What are you doing, Hermione?" Hermione retracted her grip on Ron's arm, glaring at him. "Do you want to get him killed?" Harry was equally furious at Ron's suggestion that Malfoy should undertake their unfinished task, setting aside the immense difficulty if he were to act. It would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Draco's expression darkened as he glanced between them. "How magnificent. I find myself aiding a bunch of self-righteous griff-finders." He lamented, "I thought you trusted me." "No, it is not that way, Draco. You cannot intervene in this matter. We are sorry, but we cannot endanger you." "How noble." Draco stood, his displeasure evident. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." He cast a glance back at Harry before lowering his gaze and disappearing by the window. "Look, we've chased him away. Now we have no source of potions," Ron remarked sarcastically. Chapter 6, Malfoy Manor. The shadows of trees danced across his pale face, the interplay of light and shade making him seem as though he melded with the world around him. He glanced back at the castle, adorned in gold, before decisively turning away. After walking approximately 50 meters, unsettling sounds began to reach his ears, sending chills down his spine. He extended his left hand and rolled up his sleeve, revealing an unsightly mark on his pale, thin arm. The unsettling noises grew clearer. He scrutinized the dark mark, loathing welling up within him. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound emerged as an ugly, palm-sized creature crawled from the underbrush. Its black fur was matted, and though it lacked eyes, a grotesque large snout twitched as it sniffed the air, sensing its surroundings through scent and faint psychic awareness. It bared its teeth at Draco, its sharp, white fangs eliciting a sense of dread. 1, 2, 3. More and more grotesque creatures emerged, squeaking in excitement. The sounds from further away grew clearer, approaching steadily. Draco regarded these hideous beings that seemed intent on tearing him apart with a detached grunt. His wand slowly extended from his right hand, and as he pressed it against the dark mark on his left arm, the intricate lines began to glow ominously. A chilling aura permeated the air until the symbol crystallized into a skull and serpent. The effect was immediate. The nearest creatures froze, as if they sensed something familiar, yet perilous. Their bodies trembled, emitting shrill, discordant cries as though lamenting their fate. The panic rippled outward, causing all the repulsive creatures that had been advancing toward him to flee in terror, as if avoiding a plague. The surrounding air fell silent once more. Yet he did not lower his wand, continuing forward with the glowing dark mark until the surroundings gradually opened up, revealing the Dark Lord's encampment. He lowered his wand, and the glowing mark dimmed. "Who goes there?" A voice called from the shadows, light spilling from an opposing wand, illuminating both the speaker and himself. A man with a terrifying scar on his face scrutinized him closely. "Little Malfoy?" The man sighed in relief, followed by a derisive laugh. "You're still alive?" Draco regarded the man in the purple robes with disdain. "Put away your wand and spare us the sight of your hideous face, Pot," he retorted, shrugging off his robe and turning to leave. He had no desire to remain in that place for even a moment longer. "Still putting on airs?" The scarred man spat onto the ground, glaring after him. "One day, you will learn that you are nothing." Frustrated, he continued his patrol, seeking a feeble target on which to unleash his pent-up rage. He traversed through rows of tents and pressed onward until he arrived at a dilapidated house resembling a British villa, black and white yet worn, serving as the Dark Lord's temporary residence. He pressed forward, attempting to get closer. "Mr. Malfoy, this is no longer a place for you." A middle-aged man clad in black robes and a Death Eater mask obstructed his path. Draco recognized him as a loyal sentinel of the Dark Lord. "You should know that the Dark Lord no longer values you. It is best you leave and attend to your own affairs." "Such as?" Draco regarded him dismissively, viewing the man as a mere dog unworthy of his attention. "Such as being a pet to those important figures, pleasing them. Perhaps one day you may find favor with someone," the man sneered. "And your mother, with her commendable pedigree. What a pity about her stature." TSK, Avada Kedavra, Draco seethed, casting the curse at him. The individual collapsed onto the ground, shrieking as wounds manifestly appeared upon his body, his hair entwined with dust, while blood swiftly oozed from the lacerations. Draco retracted his wand and seized him by the collar. "Do not dare insult my mother," he articulated syllable by syllable. The perspiration on his palm dampened the wand, as fear and fury surged through his mind. "You shall face the Dark Lord's wrath," the man weakly uttered. "That suits me just fine." Draco tossed him aside, casting a cold glance at the Death Eaters who had gathered to witness the spectacle. None dared to reproach him. Only the gloating spectators observed with a sense of morbid curiosity. At dawn the following day, Draco received a message from the Dark Lord, the searing pain of the dark marks serving as a reminder. He had scarcely slept for a few hours. Upon apparating to the designated location, he discovered it was Malfoy Manor. A bitter smile crossed his lips. He had nearly forgotten that his father had long since surrendered the manor's hall to the Dark Lord as a venue for convocations. It was common knowledge that Mrs. Malfoy had betrayed Voldemort, and her whereabouts remained unknown. Meanwhile, the loyal Mr. Malfoy languished in Azkaban. As for young Malfoy, his position was precarious. Some speculated he would be disregarded, while others believed his status would be restored upon his father's return. Yet, here he was summoned once more after only a few days. Whispers of speculation filled the air, and although Draco harbored a suspicion, he dared not contemplate it further. He glanced around, pondering how long it had been since he last returned home, aside from the furtive visits to pilfer potions. Indeed, it seemed he had rendered himself homeless. His entrance was sanctioned only by the Dark Lord's decree. He recalled the words Harry had spoken upon his return to Hogwarts the previous night. "Welcome back, Draco." Lowering his gaze to conceal his emotions, Draco surveyed the grand hall of Malfoy Manor, adorned in silver and various dark hues, exuding opulence and magnificence. The wallpaper and portraits were exquisitely crafted. A long table dominated the hall, flanked by chairs, each awaiting its rightful occupant. The hall swiftly filled with familiar and unfamiliar faces, all scrutinizing the surroundings. Upon noticing Draco, they halted in surprise. "Isn't this dear Draco?" Bellatrix exclaimed, eagerly sidling up to him, her hand resting upon his shoulder. Draco felt her chin settle against him, the sharp contour digging into his neck, sending a jolt of numbness and pain coursing through him. Bellatrix's breath wafted evenly in his ear. "I've heard that Narcissa has betrayed the Dark Lord. I can scarcely believe it. I long to confront her directly. But where have you concealed her, my dear Draco?" Her long nails grazed his cheek, her warm breath fanning against his neck, evoking a wave of revulsion and resistance within him. When had he begun to harbor such defiance towards the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters? Was it when he realized he had not attained his desires? Or was there a moment of awakening somewhere along the way? Had someone taken the time to patiently guide him from the outset, perhaps he could have endured less suffering and experienced less guilt and regret. "I do not know," Draco murmured. "You lie to me," Bellatrix insisted, her eyes widening. Draco felt a piercing pain in his shoulder. Before he could ponder further, a chilling presence enveloped the space. Everyone tensed, and Draco sensed the weight upon him lighten momentarily, only to be replaced by an even greater pressure. The Dark Lord had arrived. Chapter 7, War. The dank, cold scent pervaded the entire space as the black mist at the end of the long table gradually dissipated. A 12-foot serpent slithered from the far end, its dark green patterns adorning its body. It flicked its glossy, black tongue, moving in an S shape towards the table. "Come to me, Nagini," the Dark Lord commanded, extending his left hand as a hissing, chilling sound escaped his lips. Not a soul uttered a sound. They held their breath, silently observing the serpent as it ascended his pale, gaunt arm, peering from his right shoulder. "It is a pleasure to see you all once again." A smile unfurled across the Dark Lord's pallid visage as his profound, cold eyes swept over the assembly, causing an involuntary shiver to traverse the spines of all present. Draco fixed his gaze upon the fingers resting on the table, noting the stark contrast against the dark surface. Many shared his posture, heads bowed, attempting to gauge the Dark Lord's expression through tone and voice. Today, many have gathered, yet the damp, sigh-like voice echoing in the quiet hall belongs to my most loyal followers. You all understand how deeply I trust you. The Dark Lord paused. With your unwavering loyalty, capability, and piety, I find solace. However, amidst this unquestionable war, there are always those who presume they possess the ability to overthrow me, to vanquish me. Voldemort began to move. With their inexplicable sense of justice, they propagate their so-called light. Laughter erupted softly, accompanied by Bellatrix's sharp cackle, prompting all to join in the mirth. Hee, do you know who I speak of? The Dark Lord queried as he walked down the table. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Avery said, his voice dripping with flattery as he gazed at the Dark Lord through strands of dark hair, his eyes reflecting a dog-like eagerness. Indeed, Kingsley, the Dark Lord acknowledged with a serpent-like glance toward Avery, who appeared elated as though he had received a great boon, eagerly rubbing his hands together. A lackey of the Order of the Phoenix, who, as Minister of Magic, shows no concern for the lives of his subordinates. And who else? The Dark Lord inquired, scanning those who had bowed their heads. Dumbledore. A voice murmured from the crowd. Silence enveloped the hall, the Dark Lord's hand upon Nagini pausing mid-motion. Dumbledore. He savored the name as though it were venom, a pitiable failure. Laughter erupted once more throughout the hall. The Dark Lord raised his hand, silencing the cacophony. There is one more, he continued, advancing down the table step by step, devoid of sound. A figure regarded as light and faith. Think, who could it be? The Death Eaters exchanged glances. Harry Potter, the Dark Lord proclaimed loudly, halting abruptly as his skeletal hands gripped the back of Draco's chair. Laughter surged like a tidal wave, crashing over them. Harry Potter? The assembly seemed to compete in escalating their laughter, a chorus of mirth with some collapsing against the table in hysterics. Draco bowed his head, his complexion ashen. The Dark Lord raised his hand again, and the laughter began to dissipate. Draco? His icy, firm hand settled on Draco's shoulder, and Draco's body stiffened at the touch. I have heard you harbor grievances against me. Do not heed the slander of the vile, Draco replied softly. Then why did you attack one of your own? Nagini, peering forth as the Dark Lord bent low, flicked its tongue against Draco's gaunt face. Draco subtly averted his gaze. He insulted Malfoy, and Malfoy is the most loyal of my followers. Draco's countenance hardened as all eyes turned to him, a palpable sense of schadenfreude emanating from the crowd. Mrs. Malfoy's loyalty, is it? A bald man across the table chimed in with a chuckle. Draco glared at him, filled with animosity, his molars clenched tightly. The recipient of Malfoy's frosty gaze awkwardly chuckled twice, realizing no one would support him, and fell silent, his expression darkening. My mother indeed committed a foolish act. Draco endeavored to maintain an even tone, acutely aware that her misjudgment had caused distress to her master, and thus she withdrew. The Dark Lord regarded him for a considerable time before finally speaking. I believe you are a good boy, Draco, alas. You are burdened by a mother who brings shame upon the Malfoy name. I dare say, if Lucius were to hear this news, he might very well perish in Azkaban, without even awaiting his master's rescue. A small ripple of laughter echoed from the long table. Gradually, the Dark Lord released him and strode back toward the far end of the table. Draco's body began to relax, a cold sweat instantly enveloping him. He gently placed his hands beneath the table, attempting to conceal their slight tremors. Surely, everyone was aware of the Ministry's recent vigorous resistance. The Dark Lord clicked his tongue and sighed. If only we had the fudge of yesteryears, matters would be far simpler. Yet, alas, the buffoon always brings excessive trouble. Thus, your loyalty to me becomes paramount at this juncture. The Dark Lord cast a smile toward the assembly. I shall exert every effort. I will strive with all my might to fulfill the tasks entrusted to me by my master. Now, as you are all aware, the plan is in motion. The Dark Lord took a seat, a hint of satisfaction gracing his expression. I firmly believe our meeting will soon convene in the Ministry's courtroom. Master, what of Azkaban? A voice interjected. I refer to the many loyal servants of old imprisoned within. Their rescue would be a tremendous boon. Draco also lifted his gaze, searching for a flicker of emotion upon that pale, terrifying visage. Well, the Dark Lord turned his attention to the speaker. That shall be a task within the framework of our plan. Should all proceed smoothly, our dear old friends in Azkaban shall undoubtedly be liberated. Draco averted his eyes, his heart heavy with trepidation. The Dark Lord would indeed assault Azkaban. It was only a matter of time. This implied that his father might also have a chance at freedom. A fleeting joy flickered in Draco's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a wave of concern. He would inevitably stand against his father, though such matters were not of immediate worry. If the Dark Lord were to weaken, his father would ultimately commend his choices. Regrettably, Potter remained unwilling to divulge the true secret. How could he approach the Dark Lord? What power did he possess to inflict harm upon him? Clearly none. He had too many considerations. First and foremost, he lacked the capability. Secondly, his father required the Dark Lord's assistance. Draco raised his head to observe the numerous followers surrounding him. Each one listened intently to every word uttered by the Dark Lord. He pondered. This war might prove far more arduous than Dumbledore had anticipated. The rain arrived most opportune, cascading down amidst the heavy, stagnant dust that hung in the air. The droplets, filtering through the magical barrier, shimmered with a faint golden hue. The castle appeared even more imposing after its cleansing. The professors released the students confined within the castle, granting them an hour to roam within designated areas. This was a prudent decision. Watching the children breathe in the fresh air, frolicking in the rain, was far more relaxing than remaining indoors anxiously awaiting the arrival of misfortune. A first-year girl stumbled over, her clumsiness catching Professor McGonagall's attention. "Be careful, Miss Tanisha." She steadied the girl. "What seems to be the matter?" The girl, her cheeks flushed, extended a muddy, damp hand revealing an injured white bird. "Professor, no one believes me." Her blue eyes glimmered with tears. "This is a heron, but they all insist it is merely a foolish swan. Swans do not resemble this, even if they too are graceful and beautiful." Professor McGonagall scrutinized the drenched bird, its creamy feathers and elongated legs evident. At present, it lay in the girl's arms, half-closed eyes emitting mournful cries, clearly in considerable pain. "Certainly not a swan, Miss Tanisha," Professor McGonagall gently affirmed. "You are correct. This is a splendid heron. Where did you find it? When did you first encounter it?" Suddenly, without warning, Tanisha burst into tears upon hearing this. "It visits here every day. When the sun rises, it circles the castle repeatedly. Only it is unique. It may have come from a marsh or perhaps the sea," she sobbed. "But it is injured and cannot fly anymore. I shall never again see it by my window. When it heals, you will be able to see it once more." Professor McGonagall wiped away her tears. "Be strong, Tanisha." "No," Tanisha sniffled, her blue eyes gazing up at the golden veil above. A raindrop fell into her eye, and as she blinked, it transformed into a crystalline tear. "It will not return. It loves Hogwarts so dearly." The girl repeated, "so dearly. But it has been hurt here. It will not return." Chapter 8. Habit. The war had persisted for over half a month. They had faced 10 assaults in total, indicating that skirmishes occurred almost daily. Each attack was relatively mild, with no more than 50 individuals at most, and as few as 20. They shared a singular objective: to instill panic and deplete the morale of the Order of the Phoenix. They executed the Dark Lord's orders with remarkable efficiency, plotting daily on how to inflict further harm. During these weeks, nearly everyone had ceased to fear the unforgivable curses. Even Neville had learned to resist the Cruciatus curse and could face the enemy with an unflinching demeanor. What could one accomplish in half a month? One could master the transfiguration of a goblet into a white feathered dove or successfully brew a newly learned potion. If it were Hermione, she might have managed to read and comprehend a brick-thick tome on the origins of magic within that time. Yet, no one had anticipated that they would learn to confront death in that span. The golden magical barrier had grown increasingly tenuous, and it was unlikely to hold much longer. However, no one seemed to worry about it anymore. Indistinctly, everyone was driven mad by this absurd combat style, even eagerly anticipating the final confrontation. The only consolation was that the first and second-year students had been successfully evacuated without drawing the attention of the Death Eaters. Their destination was the relatively safe haven of France, led away by a professor, divided into groups by a modified portkey. The departure of the children, Hogwarts' vulnerable point, inadvertently provided the warriors with a sense of relief and kindled a courage that could set ablaze their resolve. Yet, Harry mused, he might never forget those cerulean blue eyes, nor the fragile little girl who had crumbled amidst the war. Tanisha clutched the white sea-bird tightly before her departure, the bird appearing as though it were lifeless, its body motionless, its long neck drooping helplessly, with only its chest gently rising and falling. It resembled a plush toy. "I shall never return here," she murmured, her expression a blend of unspeakable fear and indifference. Never again. At that moment, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He could not bear to look into her eyes, those beautiful eyes filled with despair and devoid of life. Tanisha's parents were Aurors, who had bravely perished in the First War. Hogwarts was her living nightmare. Professor Hodge wiped his eyes and explained to them, "Farewell, Harry. I must take the children away." One could never truly grasp the impact of war without experiencing it firsthand. At that moment, Harry understood profoundly. And today, the third and fourth year students would also depart. As children grow older, their concerns multiply. Many are reluctant to depart, some hesitant to venture far afield, while others harbor a fervent desire to take up arms, longing to defend the very places of their upbringing. Today, it is fortunate that no attacks have occurred, and even the patrolling Death Eaters have not been seen wandering with alarming frequency. Thus, there is ample time to settle and address the matters concerning the students. However, Harry is acutely aware of the reason behind this unusual calm. Draco informed them last night that Voldemort's plans had gone awry, resulting in an ambush by the Aurors, leaving both sides battered and bruised. This is perhaps the most uplifting news they have received in quite some time. Consequently, today, Voldemort has opted to assault the currently weakest defended fortress of Azkaban, even going so far as to mobilize the defenses surrounding Hogwarts. Harry recalls the glimmer of anticipation in Draco's eyes as he relayed this information, bright and expectant. With his father imprisoned in Azkaban, Draco would undoubtedly exert every effort to rescue him. Unfortunately, Harry and his friends cannot share in his joy, for the prospect of a significant number of Death Eaters being liberated brings no delight to anyone. Over the past fortnight, Draco has visited them each night, sometimes delivering the potions they require, other times merely seeking refuge while sharing intelligence from the outside world. Yet, he appears increasingly fatigued, bearing various injuries. Albeit thanks to Harry's loan of the invisibility cloak, he has managed to survive thus far. At times, Harry feels as though he is confined within a gilded glass sphere, or akin to a doll hidden away in a castle, eagerly awaiting Draco's return each night to recount the tales of the day. He envies Draco's freedom, yearns for his presence, yet fears that one day Draco may grow weary of him. Unbeknownst to him, he has grown accustomed to this waiting, returning to his chamber after dinner to take turns keeping vigil with Hermione. As night falls, a slender figure draped in silver moonlight inevitably appears at the windowsill, and he hears that familiar voice, "Hi, Potter." In that moment, a flame ignites within his chest, warming the fresh blood coursing through his veins, melting away the ice that has encased his body throughout the day. That indescribable joy is perhaps the only remnant he clings to amidst the turmoil of war. Undeniably, he has begun to rely on Draco. "Harry, are you in there?" Hermione knocks at the door. "Come in, Hermione," Harry replies, cradling a cup of hot coffee as he sips it slowly. "I knew you'd be here," she says as she steps through the door. The lingering hues of dusk fill the room. Harry sits cross-legged on a carpet mingled with the color of Persian daisies. She turns back to close the door and informs him, "Ron has gone to the come-and-go room to find you." "Why have you returned to your room so early? Surely, there is nothing pressing to attend to?" Harry gulps down the last sip of coffee before muttering, "I figured it would take a long time again, just like last time. If Draco comes, we won't be able to see him. Do you wish to miss the outcome?" Hermione presses, "We've never missed it before. You're merely avoiding it." Hermione, a hint of annoyance in her voice, adds, "Professor McGonagall specifically requested to see the three of us." Harry looks up at her, his eyes brimming with resignation. "Fine, I'll go down. I hope it's nothing dreadful." However, Harry's foreboding proves prophetic. Professor McGonagall sits in her high-backed chair, hands clasped. Her hair has grown grayer, yet remains neatly tied back. She appears somewhat older, though her brown eyes still shine with clarity. After inquiring if they would like refreshments and receiving a negative response, she delves into the matter at hand. "It is time you tell me. Whom do you receive each day?" Professor McGonagall fixes her sharp gaze on the pale trio, sighing, "Do you take me for a fool? Though I am advanced in age, it does not mean I lack the capacity for thought. Every day, you bring us what we require and indirectly inform me of the happenings outside. Even the safest routes for the door keys have been personally unearthed by Miss Granger." McGonagall glances at Hermione, who blushes and averts her gaze. "I hope you understand that many matters require the guidance of someone with greater life experience to share the burden. While you may no longer be children, in my eyes, you remain insufficiently mature." The trio exchanges glances, rendered speechless. "Of course, I believe your intentions are good, including those of the individual you are concealing." McGonagall's keen eyes scrutinize their subtle expressions, as if the answer were inscribed upon their faces. "Professor McGonagall, we are truly sorry, but we cannot disclose his identity, as it is a matter of respecting his own decision." Hermione finally speaks after much deliberation. Ron glances at her, biting his lip, wearing an expression of conflict. "He forbids us from revealing it," Ron mutters. McGonagall studies them thoughtfully. "I hope you don't mind me taking a guess." First, your reference to he indicates it is a male. Let me ponder who could navigate between Hogwarts and the Death Eaters. He must either possess immense capabilities, or McGonagall lifts her gaze to meet Harry's eyes. He is a Death Eater, isn't he? He isn't. Harry interjects hastily, watching as the professor's sharp gaze fixes upon him, his defiance slowly fading. Well, not exactly. Silence envelopes them, becoming increasingly unbearable, until Harry nearly resorts to taking a deep breath to settle his racing heart. At last, McGonagall speaks again. I believe I know who it is, though I am astonished it would be him. You may leave now, to attend to your duties, such as seeing those students who are departing. They would wish to see you, so do not let them down. Very well, Professor, Harry replies glumly, and then he and Ron shuffle out. Merlin. I dare say Professor McGonagall must have guessed who it is. Ron rolls his eyes, as the only one who has betrayed the school to become a Death Eater is him. I cannot even begin to imagine how George would mock me if he knew I meet with Malfoy every night. Ron takes a deep breath, as if struck by the weight of the revelation. He might think dear little Ron has lost his charm. Harry chuckles. If we're to put it that way, not only are you meeting him in secret, but you've even shared a room with him. Hermione cannot help but laugh. You really hope George remains oblivious, don't you? You've changed, Hermione, Ron says incredulously. Besides, Harry has even slept in the same bed with him. Ahem, Harry exclaims, blushing as he retorts. That was only because there was nowhere else to sleep, and we barely touched each other. Things have certainly lightened up, haven't they? Hermione takes Ron's hand, a smile gracing his face. Perhaps it is the relief of no longer having to concoct elaborate excuses to explain the source of potions and information, Harry muses, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Just imagine telling Draco about this news tonight. Ron theatrically adopts a shocked and disgusted expression, imitating Draco's haughty demeanor, tilting his head back. And drawing, see what I told you? How could I expect you lot of brainless Gryffindors to keep a secret? Professor McGonagall is simply too astute for our own good, and we find ourselves unable to counter Harry's feigned indignation. Silence, St. Potter. You shall never acknowledge your missteps, Ron exclaimed with a forceful explosion of sound. Hermione was nearly doubled over with laughter. For goodness sake, please stop. Chapter 9. The Fragmentation of the Soul. The sky was thickly layered with clouds, one atop another. The dark, greenish-black mark of the dark mark seemed to meld seamlessly into the heavens, its ominous glow tinting the sky a slate gray, which the clouds then diffused, gradually fading to a pristine white at the edges of the firmament. A black serpent slithered from the gaping maw of a skull high above, trailing a wisp of green smoke. The smoke swirled, dispersing the clouds, and the descending rays of sunlight seized the opportunity to break through, leaving behind streaks of orange-red. Pawn had just emerged from a brutal conflict, right here. Fortunately, he had survived unscathed. The shattered edifices loomed before him, with broken spires, scattered debris, and countless lifeless bodies concealed within the ruins. A few solitary dementors drifted through the sky, circling the famed structure before soaring off into the distance. Once a formidable fortress, it now bore the marks of devastation, an unsightly gash marring its beauty. The wind, tinged with the scent of blood, provocatively wove through the remnants. A wild fervor ignited within Pont's eyes. Indeed, the Dark Lord was formidable, and Azkaban was but a shadow of its former self. While the Ministry of Magic had been reduced to a mere jester, having overtaken Azkaban, their ranks would swell anew, and the Ministry would find itself at its wit's end. Once he dealt with these trifles, he could report all efforts against the Order of the Phoenix over the past fortnight. When the Dark Lord's attention shifted, he would be astonished to discover that the Order had lost its former luster, no longer brimming with foolish zeal, rendered weak and vulnerable, making conquest a trivial matter. What could possibly impede my ascension? Pont mused, limping closer to the gathering. The dark mark had yet to dissipate, and most of the Death Eaters lingered, relishing the cursed and sanguine battlefield. This place had fallen under the Dark Lord's dominion. The once dreaded Azkaban had lost all semblance of intimidation. Welcome back, my loyal servants. A chilling voice resonated powerfully, the Dark Lord's prolonged sigh echoing in the air. He descended into the midst of the crowd, his black robes carving a graceful arc through the air. As he landed, the liberated Death Eaters eagerly approached, each bowing in submission to kiss the hem of his cloak. A middle-aged man with light golden hair approached slowly, supported by a young man. He released the young man's hand and bent to kiss the hem of Voldemort's robes. I thank you, my master, Lucius said, a hint of surprise in his voice. The Dark Lord extended his pale, slender hands to reassuringly pat his shoulder. Pont regarded this scene with a tumult of emotions, jealousy and disgust for these duplicitous nobles. His gaze fell upon the young man, standing beside Lucius. The one basking in the Malfoy aura, Draco Malfoy. Anger surged through his mind. This wretch had done nothing. The moment the battle commenced, he had vanished from sight. How dare this coward stand there, side by side with the Dark Lord? Malfoy had betrayed the Dark Lord. Why then, why was he still favored? That damned Lucius. His return would herald a resurgence for Malfoy, creating an insurmountable chasm between them, a distance that no effort could bridge. Pont's scarred face twisted into a grimace as he edged closer to the center of attention, yearning to usurp the place of some hypocritical fool. Draco steadied his ailing father, eager to extricate him from this place. They were utterly fatigued. "Father, please hold on a little longer," Draco whispered in Lucius's ear, his eyes alight with a flicker of joy. He longed to bring his father home. As far as he knew, the Dark Lord had lifted the blockade on Malfoy Manor. This was splendid news, symbolizing the restoration of the Malfoy legacy, allowing him to return home with his father as openly as one does at the end of a school term. "You have grown, little dragon. I am proud of you," Lucius said, gazing at his son, now capable of standing on his own, with a hint of affection. The Dark Lord waved his hand, and a dark serpent emerged from an unseen corner, elegantly coiling around the Dark Lord's nearly translucent ankle, wrapping around his waist, obediently resting its head against his chest. Draco silently observed this spectacle. The serpent named Nagini was no ordinary creature, yet the Dark Lord treated it as a pet, inseparable from him. Yet before battle, he would conceal it away from prying eyes. Why? What significance did it hold? Was it a contracted familiar? Unlikely. They had seldom fought alongside one another. Moreover, the Dark Lord would not wager his life on a mere pet. The dark mark began to fade, the orange-red glow breaking through the clouds, tinting the ruined Azkaban with a crimson hue. "What a splendid sight," the Dark Lord remarked. "What an enchanting aroma of death." Pont stood against the light, his body turning icy. He felt a clash of coldness, fear, and a tinge of astonishment and ecstasy coursing within him. For the Dark Lord had noticed him, casting a profound gaze directly at him. Not anyone else, but at him, Pont. In that fleeting moment, the look felt like death itself parting the veil of heaven. In that instant, Pont sensed that every thought he harbored had been laid bare. His vile musings became starkly exposed under that penetrating gaze. The fragmentation of the soul. A serpentine hiss echoed in his mind. He was taken aback. A spell he had never heard before, akin to the soul-sucking curse, yet distinctly different. For Pont's consciousness remained clear, but in terror, he realized that a rift had formed between his soul and body, a fathomless chasm, severing his essence from his corporeal form. His sensations persisted. He was aware, yet he felt as though he were becoming something other than himself. That familiar voice belonged to the Dark Lord, the great Dark Lord casting a spell upon him. He found himself lifting his wand, devoid of resistance, firmly grasping it as he pointed it forward, aimed at the defenseless back of Draco Malfoy. "Kill him, kill Draco Malfoy." The Dark Lord's voice reverberated once more in his mind, imbued with an alluring, almost hypnotic power. This voice was uniquely his, a summons from the Dark Lord directed solely at him. Excitement and joy flooded his mind, and he felt his face contorting into a malevolent grin reminiscent of serpent. "Kill Malfoy, kill Malfoy. Indeed, the Dark Lord no longer trusts you, young Malfoy." Pont's magic began to coalesce slowly at a critical juncture, releasing itself with the incantation. "Avada Kedavra, Draco!" Lucius simultaneously roared, lunging forward to push Draco to the ground. The events transpired in an instant, catching everyone unawares. Draco had not yet fully descended when the green light of death penetrated Lucius's body. "No! No! No!" The air stilled at that moment. The Dark Lord's gaze, frigid and piercing, fell upon Lucius, who lay lifeless upon Draco. The latter's gray eyes widened in shock, as if he too had succumbed to death. No! In an instant, Pont was jolted awake, terror etched across his face, the jagged scar that bisected it accentuating his trembling form. He had just slain Malfoy, before the eyes of all. The overwhelming dread seized his mind, his legs quaking uncontrollably, as each individual regarded him as one would a corpse. "No, it was not I who committed the act. The Dark Lord commanded me to do so. He will not punish me." Anxiously, he cast a glance at the Dark Lord, whose eyes exhibited not a flicker of emotion, cold and detached, as if he had not partaken in the preceding events. He began to feel the blood within him freeze inch by inch. "My lord, you know I did not. Avada Kedavra." The lethal incantation erupted from the tip of the Dark Lord's wand, extinguishing Pont's frail existence before his anxious words could fully escape his lips. Everyone involuntarily tensed, their bodies rigid once again. As they beheld the grotesque, scarred man collapse in terror upon the unforgiving ground, an aura of despair enveloping him. This was no simple ambush. Lucius Malfoy had fallen victim to a tragic turn of events. "You have angered me." The Dark Lord feigned anger as he addressed the scarred man, who now lay on the cold earth, beyond hearing. Silence reigned. No one uttered a word or made a move. Some gazed upon the Malfoy father and son with pity. Others struggled to suppress their glee, yet all looked down upon the Malfoys. "I lament Lucius's demise, dear Draco," intoned the Dark Lord, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet all understood that the curtain was drawing close on this grim performance, and the Malfoy household was nearing its twilight. "Why?" Draco inquired, his expression rigid. Voldemort cast a silent glance at him, yet spoke not a word. Magic surged, and the air filled with a tearing sound as his form callously vanished from sight. With his departure, the dark mark also dissipated from the sky, now overshadowed by a pale, grayish light. The sounds of apparition echoed, as Death Eaters gradually departed the battlefield bathed in dusk. However, not everyone left quietly. Bellatrix crouched, observing them with keen interest for a prolonged moment. "I'm truly sorry, Draco." Her voice betrayed no hint of regret. She reached out as if to touch something, then withdrew her hand. "You ought to rise, Draco. Lying there makes you appear diminutive." She rose, speaking in a peculiar manner. Receiving no response, she grinned mockingly. With a surge of magic, she vanished from sight. The grotesque laughter that surrounded them seemed to never cease, echoing like the sound of savage beast tearing open its prey, raspy yet filled with delight, dark and malevolent. Fortunately, no one approached them again. Time passed, though how long it was, Draco could not tell. The cacophonous sounds eventually ceased, leaving only them in the vast desolation. Dusk had fallen, and darkness began to envelop all. "Is this the enduring benefit you have clung to all along?" A sorrowful, hushed voice echoed through the air. "Father?" Draco's dry eyes gazed vacantly at the newly arisen pale crescent moon in the sky. The night at Malfoy Manor flickered to life with a myriad of lights, as the recently silenced estate welcomed back its master. Yet this time, it felt different. The exquisite wallpaper on the walls appeared dull. The portraits of wizards bowed their heads in unison, and an overwhelming silence pervaded the entire house. At the entrance, Draco carried his father inside step by step. His gait was steady, yet agonizingly slow. "We are home, father." He lifted his gaze, surveying the familiar surroundings, but his expression was cold, devoid of warmth. He treaded softly upon the plush carpet, caressing the intricately carved mahogany banister as he ascended the stairs. "I apologize for entering your room without your consent," he murmured, pushing open the door to Lucius's favored chamber, the familiar environment unfolding before him. The items within his father's bedroom had always held more intrigue than his own, a notion cultivated since childhood, for Lucius never allowed Draco to touch any of his belongings. Yet Draco often indulged in secretive exploration. He recalled once manipulating a small sculpted figure on the desk, which bore a peculiar black object. Upon contact, it struck his nose with a resounding thud. How painful it was, his nose swollen for an entire week. Never forgetting his father's reproach, Lucius had scolded him relentlessly for sneaking into his bedroom, declaring he deserved it. He remembered crying out that his father was the most heartless man in the world, swearing never to forgive him. Subsequently, Lucius displayed his astonishing character traits, leaving even Narcissa exasperated. In a fit of petulance, he bought dozens of similar sculpted figures, each rumored to be precious, collecting the entire set and arranging them on the desk like an army. It nearly drove Draco mad, and they exchanged not a single word for an entire week. That collection of figurines now resided in each compartment of the bookshelf. He halted his memories of the pitch-black room, quietly laying Lucius upon the bed, adjusting his robes, and tenderly smoothing his soft, golden hair with his fingers. "Is it cold?" he inquired, but receiving no answer, he took the liberty of covering him with the velvet blanket. "I have never been an obedient child," he confessed. "What should I do now?" His mind was a tempest of confusion, so lost that he did not know what actions to take. "Then, if you do not mind, I shall retire for the night," he declared, attempting to project his voice loudly, hoping his father could hear him. The words reverberated in the room, crashing against the icy walls and shattering into fragments. "Yet you are well aware that I despise remaining in darkness, yet you do not even light a candle in this room." A voice of grievance emerged. "Then extinguish them all," Draco retorted petulantly, then sprang to his feet and dashed out. He snuffed out all the lights, racing through the hall, traversing the familiar rooms as if completing a special task. Finally, in the utter darkness, he fumbled his way back into Lucius's chamber. Breathing heavily, he began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Draco strained to piece together his fragmented voice. You truly are ignoring me. Draco stared blankly at the indistinct outline on the bed in the darkness. You will forever ignore me. Chapter 10. Thank you. The clock at Hogwarts continued its relentless ticking. The intricate gears meshing closely behind the immense dial, spinning in endless circles. Neither the icy winds of winter nor the sunlit heat of summer could disrupt the flow of time. The boy, adorned with the mantle of the Chosen One, sat upon the darkened wooden windowsill, tinged with crimson. As the clock chimed 6, a faint glimmer emerged in a corner of the sky. The warm-hued curtains fluttered in the morning breeze, gently brushing his face and carrying a hint of earthy fragrance. He had sat there the entire night. Yet the person he longed for had not appeared. Perhaps, as Ron had suggested, those without a home sought refuge in perilous places, Hogwarts being one such treacherous realm. Harry hoped this was not the case. Draco should be blissfully ensconced in the warmth of Malfoy Manor with his family. Instead of being crammed into a tiny crimson chamber with them, I never envisioned that the first person I would see upon awakening would be you. The irony of that tone lingered in my ears. Perhaps it was indeed the case. To claim I was not disappointed would be a falsehood. Yet, at least in this trajectory, Draco remained safe. What truly unsettled him was the alternative course of events, and Harry thought, I hope nothing had befallen you. Perhaps he would never grow accustomed to living in a state of uncertainty, a condition that both tormented him and incited impulsiveness. More than once, he had contemplated breaking through the magical barrier to seek out hope. Your hope, Harry. You have matured. Do not entertain such childish notions. Do not succumb to impulse. Are you jesting with the sacrifices of others? Clearly, Harry was burdened with too many constraints, nearly to the point of losing himself. He gazed out the window, his green eyes resembling a tranquil lake, upon which a white dove fluttered gracefully towards a distant lighthouse. Hermione stirred from her light slumber, lifting her face to glance worriedly outside, her eyes betraying an unmistakable disappointment. Clearly, Harry was not the only one harboring pessimistic thoughts. Hermione? Harry whispered, lowering his gaze to the witch who was curled up in her chair like a cat. If the end of the war necessitated the loss of some individuals dear to you, how would you choose? This hypothetical does not hold. Harry, we have no choice. I mean, if we did have a choice. There are no ifs. Hermione, with a hint of remorse, stated that no one relishes war, nor does anyone wish for loss. An extended silence enveloped them, accompanied by a sigh from the boy, as the scent of earth and grass shattered the stillness. I feel unwell, Hermione. Harry turned to look at her, his eyes bloodshot. I fear I will lose more people. I want to escape this place. If my life could ensure your safety, I would not hesitate. We are equally afraid of losing you. Such thoughts are selfish, Hermione said, her tone tinged with annoyance, although her nose began to redden. If it were possible, what harm would there be in being selfish just this once? Harry buried his face in his knees, unwilling to endure the loss of anyone else. There had been no attacks for several days, yet the Death Eaters surrounding Hogwarts had not diminished. The Order of the Phoenix had become divided, led by Aurors. They claimed the need to take proactive measures, collaborating with the Ministry of Magic. If we miss this opportunity, we are all doomed once Voldemort extinguishes the Ministry. We would have no means of resistance, one Auror asserted. There are still so many students in the school. Who has considered their safety in this offensive? Professor McGonagall advocated for sending off the 5th and 6th year students before making further plans. They could be consumed by the war at any moment. Are we to simply watch? There is no more time. We have held our ground long enough. We cannot bury the future of the wizarding world within Hogwarts. It seemed that a resolution was perpetually elusive, akin to the whomping willow never bearing sweet, luscious fruit, Harry mused. A piercing pain reverberated through Draco's head, and he opened his heavy eyelids in astonishment to find his face damp. He had cried in his sleep. The room was illuminated by a hazy light filtering through the pale blue curtains, the scent of oak mingling with the crisp aroma of parchment, alongside a faint, stale odor of decay. He stood up, bewildered at how he had drifted into slumber, only to be met by an impenetrable darkness. His limbs felt stiff and numb, devoid of any strength, as dizziness enveloped his entire vision, rendering him incapable of moving as he leaned against the bookshelf. Like a dying man, he thought. With a rustle, the silk-like curtains parted, and blinding light instantaneously engulfed the room. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, almost merging with the radiant white glow. The late autumn sunlight was no longer warm. The ginkgo leaves outside began to flutter down, rustling, the golden fan-shaped leaves dancing alongside the graceful silhouette of a white swallow. He knew he ought to take action. When Draco's figure reappeared at the window, Harry nearly believed he was hallucinating. Ron had gone to assist Mrs. Weasley with the protective measures at the entrance, while the professors busied themselves crafting the door keys to expedite the students' departure. Hagrid and several Aurors pondered under the golden magical barrier how to slow its consumption. Ginny and Neville pleaded with Hermione and Harry to accompany them in practicing spells in the room of requirement. During the day, everyone was bustling with activity. The last time Harry entered the room with a glimmer of hope, he was astonished to see a clear figure gracefully alight at the window. Merlin above. I hope I'm not imagining this. By the time he realized he was displaying a foolish grin of delight, it was too late to retract it. This was Draco's first daytime visit here. He stood there, his jet-black robes impeccably tailored to accentuate his tall frame, the emerald tie adorned with silver patterns, and his soft, blonde hair lying neatly against his head. Compared to a fortnight ago, he resembled the Draco who exuded the aura of the Slytherin prince, standing against the light, strikingly handsome. Harry found it difficult to discern his expression. In fact, he completely overlooked it. "Hey, Harry, they're urging us." Hermione pushed the door open, prompting Harry. And her expression transformed rapidly from confusion to surprise upon seeing the figure by the window. If only she could respond as quickly. Perhaps she would not have displayed such a monstrous grin. Harry felt a twinge of annoyance. "Oh, Draco, I'm genuinely delighted to see you," she exclaimed, equally astonished. "You're really all right. Harry worried about you all night." "Oh, be quiet, Hermione," Harry silently wished. Draco smiled silently, his eyes betraying no emotion. "I apologize for causing you concern." Hermione regarded him with a strange look, feeling somewhat uneasy. Draco seemed off. Before she could voice her thoughts, footsteps echoed from outside. "Oh dear, I must leave to stabilize them," Hermione said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "You stay here, Harry. Remember to cast a few ignoring charms at the door." "This is not nighttime." "All right, Harry began, but Hermione had already closed the door behind her. Through the door, Harry could still hear Hermione's voice. "Harry is not in the room. He may have already gone to wait for us in the room of requirement," she lied, and Ginny and Neville unconditionally believed her. Hermione led them away, their footsteps gradually fading. Harry turned back to Draco, intending to inquire about Azkaban to divert attention, lest Draco mock him for worrying about him all night. Draco cast a few ignoring charms and a silencing charm towards the door, all silent spells. Harry was reluctant to admit that Draco was indeed quite skilled in magic. He then drew the warm-colored curtains, plunging the room into darkness. "You needn't close the curtains. No one is outside the window." Harry felt somewhat perplexed. Draco seemed devoid of any intent to mock him. He thought morosely. He shrugged and continued. "It's rather stifling. Somewhat suffocating." "Potter." Draco stood rigidly, turning to meet his gaze, his eyes filled with coldness. "What is it?" Harry finally recognized something was amiss. He blinked in confusion as Draco hadn't looked at him this way in a long time. This unfamiliar gaze reminded him of the years they had mutually loathed each other, and he felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. "The Dark Lord no longer trusts me." Draco's tone was slow, his complexion as pale as ever, his gray-blue eyes cautiously observing Harry's expression. "Huh." Harry let out an unexpected laugh, watching Draco's eyebrows raise in surprise, a wave of relief washing over him. "I thought it was something serious. Welcome to the Hogwarts Defense Association." Draco had not anticipated such a response. He had assumed that at the very least, Harry would inquire why Voldemort no longer trusted him, what secrets had been revealed, or perhaps what had transpired the previous day. He half expected Harry to regard him with a saintly expression, filled with pity, rather than warmly welcoming him into the Hogwarts Defense Association. This reply made Draco feel as though Harry had always hoped for such an outcome. At last, you need not act as a spy any longer. "Welcome back." Then, Harry would wear a relieved smile, as if he were a wayward soul returning to the fold. This notion was warming, yet Draco found himself resenting it. Such warmth could obliterate everything he held dear, and thus, he felt a surge of anger. "Do you have any comprehension of this war, St. Potter?" He couldn't help but retort, the sarcasm spilling forth. "I've had enough of everything, including you." Harry's smile froze on the face of the savior, clearly perplexed by Draco's anger. The mirth in his green eyes began to wane. Something was amiss, very amiss. Draco's demeanor had transformed, bearing an unexpected maturity and coldness that flickered across his features. He was serious. What had transpired the night before? Or rather, what had Draco endured? However, Harry had no opportunity to seek clarity, for that damned fellow had drawn forth his wand. "What do you intend to do?" Harry said coldly, his gaze fixated on Draco's outstretched wand, its tip mere inches from his chest. Instinctively, he reached for his own wand, but it was too late. Bind him. Draco's binding spell struck Harry mercilessly. He fell to the ground with a muffled groan, his limbs ensnared, the phoenix feather wand he had just drawn tumbling aside. Malfoy! Harry shouted in fury. What is wrong with you? Delighted to inform you, dear savior, I am perfectly intact. We have always been adversaries, have we not? Draco replied with a cruel semblance of a smile. He leaned down, his long fingers gripping Harry's chin forcefully, compelling those green eyes to meet his. I am utterly weary of you insufferably loud and foolish Gryffindors. Allow me one final act of generosity, otherwise I shall deliver you to the Dark Lord and watch as he compels the Order of the Phoenix to surrender. Our noble beliefs, Potter? His expression was harsh, his tone dripping with derision. Observing the disappointment and rage in Harry's eyes, Draco continued with a twisted sense of intrigue. Tell me, how does one vanquish Voldemort? Why don't you go die instead? Harry retorted, his face etched with scorn. Do you wish to be the savior too? You're truly willing to risk everything to usurp my position, aren't you? Draco narrowed his eyes dangerously, his blue-gray gaze parched and tinged with red. A familiar calculating look beginning to sweep over him. Harry tightened his senses and body, striving to capture every fleeting expression on his face. After a prolonged silence, Draco suddenly seemed to deflate, collapsing to the ground as his fierce aura dissipated. A thick shroud of sorrow enveloped him, choking the air within the room. Harry stared in astonishment. The 17-year-old boy he had once considered a friend appeared to have resurfaced, the earlier display of coldness seeming but a fleeting illusion, shattering amidst the turmoil of despair and vulnerability. Voldemort killed my father, Potter, he stated, his voice trembling. He was fragile, weary, and feigning calmness, just a child mourning the loss of father. Harry's heart constricted, the tension and sudden shock dissipating under the weight of that piercing sorrow. His anger seemed to peel away, leaving him feeling as though he might be engulfed by grief. Draco, Harry's voice quivered in response. He had called him Draco again. The compassionate savior thought, ironically. Do not be saddened, Harry urged. Unexpectedly, Draco's body stiffened for a moment, and a single tear silently traced down his cheek, staining the carpet with a deep crimson mark. You are the first person to comfort me, Draco murmured, his head bowed, voice laced with nasality. I am grateful to you. Harry. The second sentence remained unvoiced. He lifted his gaze, meeting Harry's unguarded, bewildered eyes. I am sorry, Potter, he silently apologized within. The spell of the Dementor's kiss struck unexpectedly, a red light plunging into Harry's forehead. Fragments of light melted in his terrified, anger-laden eyes. Chapter 11. Farewell. Images flashed before him. The dark, mysterious ministry of magic. A being born with the power to conquer the Dark Lord. One must perish at the hands of the other. For two cannot coexist. The blue prophecy orb shattered in his grasp, its shards dissolving into tendrils of smoke. In the forbidden forest, Avada Kedavra. A chilling green light pierced Harry's chest, and amidst the pain, something wicked shattered in the darkness, accompanied by infant-like screams. Harry's body seemed to sink. So, the Dark Lord killed a part of himself? A distant female voice echoed from afar. The curtains fluttered with the first rays of dawn. Hermione, if the end of the war demands the sacrifice of someone dear to you, how would you choose? Harry turned to look, the sunlight fleeting in his sorrowful gaze. In the winter forest, snow blanketed everything. Ron, hurry up, the red-haired boy cried, raising a golden-red sword to strike forward. In an instant, a wisp of nothingness shattered alongside a silver pendant box. Heavy breaths echoed in the air. At Hogwarts during the first battle, Hermione, with the basilisk's fang. Ron seized the diadem. Harry embraced his two friends, expressing gratitude. It's almost over. In the twilight of Dumbledore's office, Voldemort had split his soul into 7 Horcruxes. Dumbledore's murky blue gaze peered through his spectacles. The youthful Harry stood on the wooden floor of the office, staring at him in silence for an extended time. Gringotts, the cup is ours, Harry exclaimed with joy. The scene shifted. A dragon, bound in metal chains, lifted them, struggling to break free from Gringotts, spreading its wings to soar into the sky. Salty, fearful. That snake, Harry. Hermione's voice seemed to drift from afar, filled with trepidation. The trio huddled in a cluttered corner, gasping for breath. In the adjacent room, separated by a thin door, that dark serpent swiftly sank its fangs into Snape's neck again and again. The sounds of flesh tearing, muffled gasps, and the rhythmic beating of a heart filled the air. That's another Horcrux, someone murmured from the shadows. The scene began to distort from there. Get out. Malfoy. Harry struggled fiercely, resisting with his mind. At night, The moonlight shone like jade, stars scattered across the sky. I witnessed the entire process of the Savior's tooth growing. The golden-haired boy laughed, starlight dancing in his clear eyes. Thump, thump, the sound of an unknown heartbeat echoed. This was the last image Draco beheld. Get out. The scene twisted entirely, and Draco felt a sharp pain in his mind as he was forcibly ejected from Harry's memories. Harry glared at him in indignation. Despicable. Draco did not retort, still in shock, sifting through the images he had witnessed, a chill rising within him. Is this the power of the Dark Lord? Is this what Harry Potter has done? The shocking revelation struck him as he anxiously awaited the Dark Lord's command within Malfoy Manor. Harry Potter had already begun his battle against Voldemort outside. Truly, he thought with a self-deprecating smirk, the illustrious Harry Potter, along with his dear companions, seemed to radiate light in every facet of existence. Horcruxes? Draco inquired, his demeanor darkening. Is this the Dark Lord's secret to immortality? There is no such thing as an immortal being, Malfoy, Harry retorted coldly. It is merely your own fear. Quite well. He has reverted to being a Malfoy again. How do you intend to confront him? Draco asked, his tone flat and indifferent. This is none of your concern. Harry impatiently replied. Please, release my binding curse. Draco remained still, merely gazing at him, his gray-blue eyes flickering. Why are you unwilling to divulge anything to me? What purpose would it serve? Harry countered with a scoff. Indeed, what purpose would it serve? Why would I have any right to the secrets of the Savior? I am a Slytherin, your sworn enemy for years. How could you possibly confide in me? You ought to know, the Dark Lord will not spare you. He will surely kill you. Draco stood there resolutely, his wand dangling at his side. I am aware, Harry replied with a chilling laugh. Then why do you not rise to defy fate? Draco snapped in fury. You will die. You have no right to accuse me. Harry felt rage igniting within him, a flame that had never truly extinguished. I indeed have no right to accuse you. Draco did not retaliate. He turned, rummaging through the room, and soon drew forth a long sword, sheathed beside a broom. The sword was exquisite, adorned with intricate rubies and golden filigree tracing the hilt. What a clever concealment. It took me a minute to find it, Draco mocked with a feigned smile. He admired the sword before continuing his search, uncovering 2 basilisk fangs wrapped in a handkerchief beside the broom. Does the Savior have a penchant for hoarding crucial items together? A flicker of fear crossed Harry's green eyes. Listen to me, Malfoy, no matter what you plan to do, this is between Voldemort and me. Your interference is unnecessary. Waiting to retrieve your corpse, perhaps? Draco sheathed the sword and fangs, turning back to fix a penetrating stare upon him. Do not flatter yourself, Potter. Malfoys do not live for anyone. A hint of a cold smile graced his lips. You would do well not to meddle, Saint Potter. He caressed the blade, stating this is a matter between me and the Dark Lord. He returned the sentiment to Harry. No, Harry widened his eyes and shook his head. You are a damned Malfoy. You claim that Malfoy interests supersede all else, hence your unwavering loyalty to Voldemort. Tell me, is that not so? Harry gazed at him in terror, as Draco seemed an entirely different person. But do not forget, I have also inherited the other half of the Black family bloodline. He stood there, looking down at Harry, his gray eyes gleaming with an unfamiliar blue light. By any means necessary to achieve my goal, he articulated each word with precision. No, you cannot. You will die. Harry continued to struggle, eyeing the wand not far away, attempting to inch closer. There is no time. Draco cast a spell, ensnaring Harry further. He was rendered utterly immobile. Each joint ached with a dull pain. I hate you, Malfoy. Harry spat through gritted teeth. His glasses fell aside, revealing his large eyes, unmasked with unbridled hatred. Draco seemed unfazed. He tossed 2 disillusionment charms toward the doorway. Clearly, Draco had not lost his sanity. Potter, do you know? The Dark Lord seeks to kill me, not my father. It is my father who shielded me from a curse. Draco's voice was laden with sorrow. He no longer trusts me, yet he requires the influence of the Malfoy family. If the opportunity arises, please ensure my father, who has yet to rot with the manor, receives a proper burial in the garden, where he can rest among the larks he so adored. I do not wish to hear this. You are insane. Harry shook his head vehemently, yearning for someone to intervene, even if not Ron or Hermione, just anyone to discover them. He regretted having chosen to face this alone. And my mother, Narcissa, Draco continued. Enough. I do not want to hear you, you irrational fool, Harry growled, his heart twisted between anguish and rage. Realizing he did not truly know this person, this individual who selfishly aspired to be an unnamed hero, who sought to confront Voldemort alone, utterly and completely deranged. Draco ceased his words, crouching down to observe him quietly. I do not wish to be interrupted, Potter. He breathed shallowly, raising his wand to cast a silencing charm at Harry's furious face. "This is much better," Draco remarked. "I wouldn't mind if you hated me a little more." Harry attempted to harm him with a glare. "My mother, Narcissa, is not at the manor. Do you wish to know where she is?" Draco paused, as if awaiting his response. "She is at Hogwarts," he continued, observing Harry's astonished gaze. "In my 6th year, I approached Dumbledore, who promised me a sanctuary. In return, he merely asked me to remain true to myself. The oath I took was simply to do no harm to you, and to keep my heart directed towards the light. Ridiculous, is it not? You, and here the same. You will never trust me. You do not believe I am capable of anything. Hence you do not truly understand me." Draco chuckled bitterly. "When I traversed the magical barrier with Narcissa, I was not impeded. I believe Dumbledore must have prepared for this. His machinations are profoundly intricate, are they not? And the sanctuary he offered was within the headmaster's office. I deceived my mother into hiding there, and ultimately, as I desired, she fell into slumber, and the chamber was sealed. It was on the very day I first came to seek you. So much transpired that day, did it not, Potter? Now, I have lost my father, and my mother is in a state of uncertainty regarding her awakening." Draco sat beside Harry, their arms brushing against one another. "Thus, I have no more reservations. I merely wish to achieve my objective." Draco leaned closer to Harry's right cheek, as if whispering, almost feeling the warmth of the other's breath. Without leaving a trace, Harry turned his head away. Draco's expression darkened. "I hate Voldemort, Potter," he said, gazing into Harry's unfocused green eyes. "Yet I am self-aware. My sole aim is to inflict irreparable damage upon him and pave the way for his demise. I possess a means to slay that serpent, a way to compel him to reveal himself. Therefore, can you assist me in delivering the final blow, Savior? This is the only method to defeat him." Draco smiled beside his profile, tears cascading down to Harry's neck, cold and seeping into his shirt, spreading warmth. "Remember me, if you wish." A glimmer of light flashed in Harry's green eyes, pain and sorrow draining the color from his face. "No." He shook his head, shaking it incessantly. "Please, do not leave." Draco retrieved the fallen glasses, forcibly placing them upon Harry's face. "You look utterly ridiculous in glasses, Harry." A feigned smile crossed his face. Yet Harry could still see the redness in his eyes and the traces of tears undried. "Farewell." Draco rose, glancing back at him. Harry continued to shake his head, eyes glistening like a forsaken puppy. Draco thought, but I must depart, to undertake something foolish yet necessary. Thus he needed to leave this place, to prevent the courage from depleting within those emerald eyes. As Harry's vision blurred, Draco had already vanished from sight. Chapter 12. A storm approaches. "I have heard that you wish to see me, Draco." The dark cloak unfurled gently, revealing the Dark Lord seated high upon a chair carved from you, while a serpent coiled quietly around the base, resting its head motionless against his waist. This was a small fortress constructed by Voldemort, serving as one of his strongholds. Nestled in the heart of Hogsmeade, a village long since conquered following the First War. The quaint village, once adorned with candles hanging from trees during the holidays, was now but a memory, replaced by the ominous black banners emblazoned with a grotesque dark mark. Honeydukes could no longer offer new mint-flavored sweets, and even the butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks had run dry. In truth, no one seemed to care about such trivialities. Each individual was preoccupied with thoughts of survival and the choices they must make in the face of war, rather than lamenting the loss of warm, fragrant autumn brews. Encountering the Dark Lord proved to be far more challenging than Draco had anticipated. As he traversed the narrow paths of Hogsmeade, the sky grew darker with each hurried step. Death Eaters clad in black robes were scattered along the roadside, standing or crouching as if waiting for the storm clouds to roll in from the northwest. Draco halted at the closest point to Voldemort's lair, surrounded by an increasingly dense circle of Death Eaters, who formed a disordered ring around him. Gradually, the ambient noises grew chaotic, intermittently carried away by the wind. Some laughed mockingly, others whispered in hushed tones, while a few sighed with a longing confusion. Draco coldly evaded all, absorbing the cacophony like a marionette, offering no reaction. "I wish to meet the Dark Lord." He ignited the dark mark on his left arm with his wand. A faint bluish light beginning to spread, a chilling essence surging through his veins, bringing a wave of cold. The dark mark had burrowed into his flesh like a maggot, an indelible, loathsome mark for the entirety of his life. Lifting his gaze to the small castle with its black tiles and white walls, he noted the patrolling Death Eaters everywhere. As Draco approached, the ominous metallic doors creaked open, and the scattered Death Eaters recoiled in fear, parting to create a path into the fortress. Not all who bore the dark mark could ignite it. much like not all positions were equal. He bitterly smiled as he pointed his wand at the mark. Walking forward under the envious and fearful gazes, he passed familiar sights: the circular attic, the winding staircase, and the ornate wallpaper, each step taken with purpose born from prior visits for meetings, granting him a degree of familiarity with the surroundings. With each floor ascended, the lanterns grew denser, their green flames dancing wildly upon the white bases. Draco knew he had arrived. He observed as the Death Eaters parted into two groups, each standing beneath a lantern. Before him stood an ajar black door, silver branch patterns extending from the crevice. Peering inside, he saw the empty hall, dominated by a long table stretching almost the entirety of the room. At the far end, the Dark Lord sat upon a high chair carved from you. "I hear you have been searching for me, Draco." The familiar, dying voice echoed from the room's end, carrying an undercurrent of chill. Draco sensed the presence of those around him fading away. He stepped into the room, halting at the opposite end of the long table. The door slowly closed behind him, the drapes billowing, silver tree patterns gradually adorned with golden blossoms. "I have come to confess, Master." Draco bowed his head, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Oh." Voldemort's gaze flickered, his head lifting as he toyed with a slender wand made of elder. "Confess what?" "I can enter Hogwarts," Draco replied, his voice quavering with trepidation, his eyes darting nervously. The Dark Lord's blood-red eyes bore into him. "It was wrong of me not to report this to you, for I yearn for my place within Hogwarts." Draco continued, "Yet I realize that my greed constituted a betrayal to you. Thus, I have come to atone." "I am quite astonished," Voldemort sighed, petting Nagini, though his tone betrayed no genuine surprise. "However, I comprehend that Malfoy has always favored securing an escape route for himself. To demonstrate my loyalty, I infiltrated Hogwarts once more today." Draco raised his eyes to meet his gaze, seemingly searching for an expression. He did not elaborate, but rather produced a sword from within his robes, its embedded ruby reflecting fragmented light. The Dark Lord's eyes brightened, a hint of surprise as he approached Godric Gryffindor's sword. "Is it?" "Indeed, Master." Draco lowered his gaze, his eyes flickering over the sword he tightly gripped. "It is in Harry Potter's possession." Voldemort did not advance closer. He leaned against the table, seemingly awaiting something, as Nagini slithered up to his shoulder. As he looked at the sword with narrowed eyes, memories of how Harry Potter had wounded him with it surfaced, an unpleasant recollection. "Why?" Voldemort inquired, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he captured Draco's gaze. "Why did you choose to bring this sword?" Draco appeared taken aback by the Dark Lord's question, casting a pale and fearful glance at him, clutching the sword with even greater intensity. In a hushed, trembling voice, he replied, "I overheard Potter and his friends discussing it. He said this sword could kill you, and I feared they would harm you, Master." Voldemort's pupils dilated suddenly, and in an instant, he lunged at Draco like a serpent. Draco, in panic, raised the sword but with a sharp clang. It was struck from his hands by Voldemort's wandless magic, clattering to the ground. A pale hand seized his throat, and the Dark Lord pressed him firmly against the wall, Nagini excitedly flicking its tongue beside him. Draco trembled, his eyes wide with terror. "Master, Master," he gasped, struggling slightly, his hand reaching for the wand at his waist. Before he could grasp it, Nagini had already bitten it in two. "I am quite disappointed in you, Draco," Voldemort whispered. "You have betrayed me." I have not, Master," he protested, his voice quivering with a hint of tears. "Then why did you not present me with the Gryffindor sword?" Voldemort sneered, clearly having noted Draco's subtle movements. "Do not lie to me, Draco. I saw the thoughts flickering in your eyes. You wish to kill me." "No, I did not," Draco gasped, as Voldemort's grip tightened. "In truth, I have known since the first war that you were at Hogwarts." The Dark Lord leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, relishing the terror reflected in Draco's eyes. His other pale hand pressed down on the dark mark on Draco's left arm, a sharp pain surging through him, causing him to cry out. "From the moment you ignited it, I have known your whereabouts," Voldemort declared with pleasure. The dominion over Hogwarts was not solely held by the Death Eaters. Voldemort had unleashed other malignant creatures, hunting in packs, preying upon those whose life forces they sensed. Few could escape their grasp, unless they detected Voldemort's presence, the only thing they feared. By igniting the potent dark mark, one could unleash a power that sent them into a panic. Thus, I'm aware of everything. For instance, every night, you venture to Hogwarts, endeavoring to draw near to your teachers and classmates, willingly assuming the role of a humble owl to deliver pitiful tidings to your alma mater, or perhaps even to bring forth meager doses of healing potions. Voldemort lamented, "I had no intention of ending your life. However, it is common knowledge that the Dark Lord harbors the deepest disdain for betrayal. I initially extended a gesture of mercy, granting you an opportunity, yet you foolishly succumbed to the manipulations of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort cast a glance at the sword lying desolately on the ground, a derisive smirk forming on his lips as he inquired, "How does it feel to be wielded as a weapon by them, my dear Draco?" Draco displayed an expression of begrudging realization, and then, as if resolute, fury ignited from the depths of his eyes. "But you killed my father. It was you." Draco's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Voldemort gradually released him, observing as Draco slumped to the ground in exhaustion. "You are truly pitiable." The Dark Lord feigned seriousness, truly deluding yourself into seeking vengeance for your father's death. Lucius would undoubtedly be mortified from beyond the grave. Subsequently, Voldemort withdrew his wand, aiming it at Draco's brow. "You are no longer capable of serving me, Draco." A wicked voice, light and laced with amusement, oozed from his lips. "No." Draco's tears streamed down his face, tracing the trembling corners of his mouth. "I beg you, grant me one more chance. I implore you to spare me." He reached out, attempting to grasp the hem of the Dark Lord's robe. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The Dark Lord laughed, delight evident in his demeanor. "I truly relish witnessing your cowardice. I appreciate those who struggle desperately in the face of death, fear, trepidation, trembling, and pleas for mercy," he reiterated, his crimson eyes curving into a crescent, the dark pupils narrowing to a slit. Draco understood that, under ordinary circumstances, the Dark Lord would not easily expend his magical energy. Voldemort stepped back, retracting his wand amidst Draco's ragged breaths, a hissing, raspy sound emerging from his mouth, much like an evil serpent flicking its tongue. "Your dinner has been served early, my dear Nagini." Voldemort continued to retreat, while Nagini lifted her head and Draco eyed it warily. "Remember to avoid splattering blood everywhere," Voldemort said indulgently. The great serpent slithered down the Dark Lord's ankle, observing the prey that huddled in the corner. As Voldemort turned away coldly, his black robe traced a graceful arc behind him as he approached the high chair at the end of the long table, poised to oversee all. He advanced step by step, eagerly anticipating the sweet sound of agonizing screams. Sizzle, a jarring sound, akin to flesh being pierced, suddenly resonated through the hall. A look of pain and shock incongruously crept across the Dark Lord's pallid, flat face. His pupils dilated, the vivid crimson nearly spilling from the corners of his eyes. His bloodless lips parted slightly as he turned his head stiffly. The object in Draco's hand had pierced through the lower jaw of Nagini, emerging from her upper jaw. The serpent had not even the time to close its mouth. It remained agape, its lifeless black tongue lying inert within its maw. Accompanied by the serpent's trembling form and a hoarse, piercing scream, its body transformed into a vast plume of smoke, dissipating into the air. The object clutched tightly in Draco's hand fell as his master exhaled a sigh of relief. It was a tooth stained with serpent blood. His objective achieved, Draco slowly raised his face, emotionless, locking eyes with Voldemort. In that moment, he felt an unexpected tranquility. The once fearsome Dark Lord was merely a madman terrified of death, relying on malevolent dark magic to torment his own soul, crafting a petty, narrow kingdom. The cold wind howled outside. The ominous cloud from the northwest finally arrived, darkening the sky and obscuring nearly all sunlight. "Draco Malfoy!" Voldemort's furious roar echoed, growing closer as he swiftly tightened his grip around Draco's neck, causing his face to flush crimson. The Dark Lord's eyes blazed with fury and madness, his robe billowing chaotically behind him as his magic surged. Draco, however, closed his eyes, bracing himself for the anticipated demise. "I underestimated you," Voldemort intoned, each word deliberate, his wand pressing against Draco's gaunt face, where remnants of tears still lingered. "You truly put on an impressive performance. It was Harry Potter who sent you, wasn't it?" Voldemort's scarlet gaze shot forth with a menacing intensity, as if he meant to tear flesh from bone. "Huh," Draco scoffed, weariness evident in his gray eyes. "What are you? Do you really think Harry Potter needs to intervene?" Observing the madness and rage igniting on Voldemort's face, he felt he had successfully accomplished his goal. "Kill me," he stated. Voldemort's incantation hung on the brink of escape from his lips, yet he halted, struggling to prevent his magic from concentrating at the tip of his wand. The air was rife with the chaotic sounds of clashing magic. No, I want you to live for a few more hours," he continued, devoid of reason, teeth gritted. "I shall extract the last vestiges of your worth. I want the rabble at Hogwarts to understand the fate that awaits those who defy the Dark Lord." Accompanied by Draco's widened eyes, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, the blue-violet glow tearing it asunder. Chapter 13. exquisite agony. The war erupted before the impending storm. At that moment, the air had begun to grow damp. Layers of dark clouds amassed in the sky, thickening with each passing moment. The branches of the willow tree began to tremble anxiously, scattered leaves falling to the ground, swept away by the moisture-laden wind. From Hogwarts, a golden magical barrier appeared to dust the sky with a faint golden sheen, with occasional flickers of electricity piercing through the shield and vanishing into the clouds, as if tadpoles were diving under lily pads on a sunlit surface. If only the magical barrier could shield us from the rain, Ron thought irritably. He did not wish to face the greatest, perhaps final battle amidst torrential downpours. Few spoke, and no one was assigned to command. Each person silently prepared themselves, bidding farewell to those dear to them, before assuming their customary positions for the final mental preparations. This war came too abruptly. The tranquility of recent days felt merely like the calm before the storm. Indeed, it was a prelude to the tempest. Ron stuffed the last piece of bacon into his mouth, tightened his red tie, and exited the castle. A shroud of dark clouds enveloped him, the weight of nature's fury suppressing his inner turmoil. He gazed up at the row of trees growing wildly, soon spotting the figures he longed to see. He hurriedly made his way to his two friends, taking his usual position for battle. "Apologies for my tardiness. My mother wished to share a few more words with me," he said, an apologetic tone lacing his voice. Hermione cast a worried glance at him, then slowly approached, wrapping her arms around his waist. Ron embraced the girl with brown hair tightly for a moment before gently releasing her. "They're increasing in number," Harry spoke calmly, his gaze, like many others around them, fixed upon the golden barrier not far away. There, the Death Eaters were gathering, resembling a cloud of darkness descending upon the ground. "The entire army is mobilizing." Hermione's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Voldemort would not act so hastily. He would not dare to attack the trapped Order of the Phoenix, while the Ministry still retained the capacity to retaliate, as such an endeavor could easily provoke a collusion between the Ministry and the Order. Unless Draco accomplished everything he set out to do. He vanquished the serpent and thoroughly enraged Voldemort. Ron exchanged a glance of concern with her, clearly sharing the same apprehensions. Ron not only recalled the scene he witnessed earlier that afternoon when he and Hermione had breached the door. At that moment, dark clouds had enveloped much of the sky, and the light filtering through the curtains had taken on a thin, damp quality. Even so, it was distinctly clear that a familiar figure lay motionless on the dark red carpet interspersed with Persian flowers. The individual on the ground lay there without stirring, their face ashen and green pupils frozen in their sockets, resembling a dust-covered emerald. At that instant, the long-numbed anguish and shock surged back, crashing into Ron's stomach like a mass of shattered ice. He genuinely believed Harry had perished. "Can we triumph?" Neville's voice suddenly pierced the air behind Ron, interrupting the recollection and startling him. A flicker of unease and fear shimmered in Neville's eyes as he continued. "I'm so scared that we might not endure this." "Neville, you must have faith in yourself and in everyone." Hermione stepped forward, offering him a comforting gaze. "You need to understand that this war could alter everything." "Really?" He appeared unconvinced. Hermione shrugged helplessly, offering no definitive answer, much like she had no control over an impending storm. "I might die here," Neville muttered softly. "You should know that there are those far braver than you, than any of us." "He may have already sacrificed his life for this war," Harry suddenly snapped, lifting his head in agitation and shouting at Neville, though his gaze betrayed a profound fragility. "If you're afraid of dying, then go back to the castle." "Harry," Hermione admonished, "you're overreacting." Neville seemed taken aback, blinking and breathing heavily, attempting to process the recent exchange. "I'm sorry, Neville." Harry realized his outburst and lowered his gaze to apologize. "That wasn't my intention. I just—" "No, you were right, Harry." Neville suddenly smiled, raising Hermione's eyebrows in surprise. "I've been holding on, but sometimes I feel so alone, like I'm facing everything by myself. I need the emotions of others, as if—" He spread his hands, struggling to articulate the feeling. "As if I'm not the only one who has feelings about this war. You see, everyone exchanges hollow reassurances, baseless promises, while their true thoughts remain hidden away. I no longer need more of that. Therefore, I'm grateful for your anger towards me. It makes me feel that you are real." He embraced the bewildered Harry tightly, then awkwardly hugged Ron, and finally gave Hermione a gentle squeeze. "Goodbye." If there's another chance, he waved to them, turning away towards his designated stronghold, leaving behind a tall figure that had matured in stature. Harry, after watching Neville depart, Hermione cautiously grasped his arm. He turned to face her. "I apologize for today. I should have left you alone in that room. I know you're still angry, and I understand your worries. You needn't suppress them." I hope you can express them. It's not your fault. Hermione, he shook his head, his countenance still pale. Even if you hadn't tea left, he would have found another way. I think I understand why Draco was so resolute in doing this. She began, her brow knitted with concern. Everyone, the final moment is upon us. Professor McGonagall stood at the forefront, her gaze unwavering as it settled on the adversaries of Hogwarts. The Death Eaters had nearly gathered, a dark mass looming before them. Everyone instinctively took their places, their expressions grave as they focused on the same point. I hope you're all prepared. A resounding nod of determination echoed among the crowd. Children, the professor continued, addressing the students engaged in battle as Harry and his friends looked towards her. She cast a warm, reassuring glance around. I am proud of you. Harry and his companions returned a reassuring smile to McGonagall. After a brief pause, her eyes ignited with fury and her tone shifted. I believe everyone is aware that Draco Dormion's Nunquam Titilandus has always been the motto of Hogwarts. Today, we shall demonstrate to them what a powerful, slumbering dragon will do when awakened. In those few words, the morale of Hogwarts soared. Everyone felt a steady influx of resolve and courage coursing through their veins, the pain of lost loved ones and the scars left by war morphing into a singular, desperate bravery. He is coming. It was unclear who uttered the words, but every person understood the implication. Voldemort had arrived. He appeared as a wisp of black smoke, suddenly materializing from the air, gracefully settling before the Death Eaters, his billowing robe swirling like smoke. A collective tightening of breath swept through the crowd, a flicker of fear creeping into their hearts. The psychological trauma Voldemort inflicted had haunted them for much of their lives, an entrenched shadow that was nearly impossible to shake off. The Death Eaters erupted with delight, their eyes gleaming with predatory anticipation as they gazed at Hogwarts, as though victory were already theirs. At that moment, Voldemort extended a pale hand before the crowd, tossing something to his left. Harry, Hermione couldn't help but exclaim. Without needing Hermione's reminder, Harry clearly saw what Voldemort had thrown down. A person, a figure so familiar that it was almost surreal. No one else had such pale blonde hair. Initially, an overwhelming wave of joy washed over him, nearly engulfing him. Draco was alive. He felt his body tremble with excitement. Yet, swiftly overshadowing the joy was a chilling fear, accompanied by a bone-deep coldness. Worry roiled in his stomach, nausea creeping in. Draco was now out there, sprawled on the ground before all, ensnared by Death Eaters and the snake-faced man standing in the front, wands trained upon him. Who is that? Someone clearly did not comprehend the situation. Draco Malfoy? Why is he there? Malfoy? Isn't he a Death Eater? What happened? Why are they doing this? Whispers grew louder. Hermione clutched Ron's arm tightly. Harry Potter, Voldemort began, his voice amplified to a harsh edge. I find myself envious of you. Yet, there was no hint of envy in his tone, only ridicule as his scarlet gaze fixed upon the warriors of Hogwarts. A whispering hiss wafted through the magical barrier, echoing in everyone's ears like a persistent thorn. Some could not help but cover their ears, attempting to block it out. Look at all these people surrounding you. Do you feel proud? They have lost family for you, lost happiness, lost their sanity. Harry, don't let him affect you. Ron firmly gripped his stiff shoulder. Harry, pale-faced, gazed at the disheveled blonde boy, turned away from them, a sharp pain lancing through his heart. You're a selfish jerk, Malfoy, he silently repeated, hoping to lessen the guilt and anguish within him. To my surprise, even my loyal followers have betrayed me for you. A note of mockery colored Voldemort's voice as it spread through the air. He pressed his wand against Draco's pale forehead. Hermione could not restrain herself and covered her mouth, calling out to Professor McGonagall in a voice tinged with despair. Professor, we must save him. Harry, equally frantic, shouted. We can't just stand by and watch him die. It seemed that everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment and apprehension as they murmured amongst themselves, clearly aware that there was something they did not understand. Professor McGonagall turned to face them. Her skin aged and parched, yet her eyes brimmed with sorrowful tears that tugged at the heart. She uttered a phrase that resonated with hopelessness. We can no longer save him. No. Harry shook his head, his eyes filled with an unwillingness to accept the truth. We can save him. The insufferable voice of Voldemort echoed once more. Harry Potter, do you understand the concept of soul severance? A wave of despondency washed over Harry, stirring a deep-seated unease within him. This is a curse of my own invention, modified from the soul-sucking spell. I typically employ it to amplify the grotesque emotions of individuals, thereby manipulating their actions. Yet, its true potential lies beyond that. Otherwise, why would I resort to the soul-sucking curse? Voldemort chuckled, a sinister sound that mingled with the rumble of thunder in the turbulent sky. The chilling, piercing voice resembled a mournful melody played by the most malevolent of spirits from the depths below. Severing the soul can detach it, inducing a profound sense of disconnection. Yet it does not alter the essence of what is. However, he paused, continuing, I have discovered that when the soul is severed, the resultant anguish often multiplies twofold, tenfold, 100-fold, transcending the very agony that pierces the soul. If I were to apply both soul severance and excruciating torment upon a single individual, what do you suppose would transpire? Chapter 15. In the depths of ultimate suffering. A tumult of disbelief erupted among the crowd. No one could fathom that a being so devoid of morality could conduct such inhumane experiments, subjecting others to unspeakable suffering. Should Voldemort proceed with his vile experimentation here, it would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of wizarding history as one of its most heinous events. The professors at Hogwarts were engulfed in anguish. While they loathed Draco for his ultimate betrayal, they were also perplexed by the actions that had provoked Voldemort's wrath. Yet deep down, they understood that Draco had been their student for a full 6 years. He had acquired knowledge and magic under their tutelage, and they had watched him grow from a stumbling child to a proud young man. Ultimately, he remained a child in their eyes. Now, they were forced to witness his peril without the power to intervene. They were powerless to rescue him, for behind them stood countless other students, equally in need of their guidance. The lineup at Hogwarts was, in truth, not a fortified wall, but rather a true inverted pyramid, with frontline warriors leading the rear guard. It was shaped by the personal interests of every responsible adult. The frontline fighters were their mainstay, comprising seasoned professors, veteran members of the Order of the Phoenix, and experienced aurors. Each of them harbored a resolve to face death. Come, let us taste the counterattack of the hidden dragon. If you wish to harm our students behind us, then let it be a death sentence for us. No retreat, no surrender. There is no second thought. Draco? Voldemort shook his head, revealing a serpentine smile, and softly asked, Are you afraid? Draco raised his gaze, expressionless, staring at the wand in Voldemort's hand. Yet, in his steely blue eyes, the reflection of the Dark Lord's crimson orbs flickered ominously. He parted his lips, as if to speak, but no words emerged. Only Voldemort witnessed as Draco contorted his mouth into a Malfoy-esque sneer, a smile that appeared painfully conspicuous against his pallid, weakened visage. The sky roiled with thunder. Flashes of violet light flickering intermittently, yet the rain remained elusive. No, silence. Harry's eyes brimmed with barely contained fury as he fixed his gaze on Voldemort. A mere distance away, struggling to break free, he found himself tightly restrained by Ron's grip. Don't act impulsively, Harry, Ron urged urgently from behind, almost pinning his entire weight upon Harry, his arms locked around his neck. Do you expect me to watch him suffer and die? Harry shot back vehemently, struggling against Ron while gritting his teeth. And here I am, hiding beneath this tree like a coward. Hagrid's voice rang out from the front, thick with urgency. You mustn't act rashly. You cannot change anything now. All you will do is walk into your own demise. Indeed, Ginny, peering anxiously from a distance alongside George, chimed in. It is evident that Voldemort is deliberately provoking you, Harry. Yet Harry's resolve did not waver. His anguish and despair were palpable. Why does no one let me save him? Why must I always hide? Why can I never change anything? Why can I not protect those I wish to save? Why must I always watch you die? Tears streamed from his eyes, blurring the world around him, and in that moment, the images in his mind crystallized with stark clarity. Those dark, gray scenes began to replay vividly before him. In those visions, every fleeting image was shrouded in a dim, oppressive sky, revealing pale gray walls, beneath which a black boy curled up, sometimes bowing his head, at other times tugging at his disheveled hair or breaking down in tears. These memories intertwined, dancing in the darkness of his recollections. It seemed as though every significant person faded from his sight, and he was left powerless, tormented, forced to watch. He beheld their radiant, crystalline souls shatter before him, breaking apart, chaotic, ultimately dissolving into a silent, ashen tableau. As he painted the back of the canvas with a void of desolation. Poor Draco, he thought, look, no one cares for you. You are merely a pitiful dreamer, yearning for the hollow promises of those false heroes to grant you a perfect life. Yet Voldemort, with a sense of satisfaction, remarked, gently caressing his wand as if admiring a work of art, you stand alone, not a soul to support you, not one willing to stand up for you. As his words hung in the air, the Death Eaters erupted into raucous laughter, their sharp, mocking jeers echoing like a tumultuous storm cloud in the earth below. Within Hogwarts, every individual felt a surge of emotion, not fear nor pity, but a profound sense of collective anger. It was like a seed that began to grow unrestrained in the hearts of all, sprouting branches and fresh green leaves. They silently observed the dark mass ahead, feeling a genuine rage and an involuntary heartache. However, none would pay the price for their silence, just as the Dark Lord would not cease his cruelty. Sever the soul, Voldemort intoned, pointing his wand at Draco's head. Draco's expression hardened, the discomfort between his soul and body intensifying. It was only when the fissure appeared that he truly felt the spell's effect. All his emotions seemed laid bare, and while the sensation of being scrutinized was overwhelming, it paled in comparison to the agony he was about to endure. Draco's head fell once more, his pale, golden hair fluttering in the wind before drooping again. Like a broken doll, since he had killed Nagini, he had already sentenced himself to death in his heart. However, what he had not contemplated was that the Dark Lord was far more merciless and cruel than he could ever imagine. Perhaps only his parents were aware that he had harbored a deep-seated fear of pain since childhood. Yet, he was on the brink of confronting an unimaginable ordeal, one that could prove to be more direct than mere mockery and humiliation. He feared that he might soon be compelled to unveil his most vulnerable self, a notion that filled him with dread. He thought of this, yet his body remained motionless. He could not express his emotions, for foolish displays would only serve to please those before him, a lesson learned from over a year of observation. Just before the punishment was to commence, a voice, akin to a sigh of delight, yet deeply unsettling, echoed, "I shall ask you one last time, Draco. Tell me, reveal to all, who is the person you despise the most?" Voldemort uttered with anticipation. This was an opportunity, it seemed, as everyone silently prayed that this moment was a gift from Voldemort to the boy. Please him, speak words that will bring him joy, they silently urged, as if such utterances could absolve them of the guilt of inaction, of witnessing a death unfold. You. He did not even lift his gaze. Yet a final smile blossomed on his gaunt face. It has always been you. Draco was acutely aware that pleasing a corrupted heart could never suffice. Thus, why concoct lies for a consequence that was inevitable? Malfoy had always refrained from unnecessary actions. Excruciate, Voldemort roared, extending his hand in fury. It was then that he noticed that everyone, including his loyal Death Eaters, had instinctively stepped back. A searing crimson light penetrated his chest. A scream erupted in response. The sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of Draco's soul, mingling with the howling dark gray winds carried into the air. No words could adequately describe the sound they heard. Was it the wailing of damned souls from hell, or a lamentation sung by specters for the deceased? Neither, for the latter had never been heard, while the former was a reality they were experiencing. The sound abruptly ceased, as his vocal cords could bear no more and shattered instantaneously. The torment was far from over. His body continued to writhe in a silent struggle that was heart-wrenching until it collapsed, leaving only his chest heaving violently. Coincidentally, Voldemort stowed away his wand at the precise moment Draco's heart ceased to beat. "No!" Hermione cried, collapsing against Ron, her voice a brief, frantic wail as her hands crumpled her drenched robe. No one could recall when the rain began to fall. Perhaps it poured forth with a thunderous clap, or perhaps it fell stealthily as Voldemort raised his wand, or even as the boy lay dying mourning. Ron only noticed when the soaked Hermione threw herself against him. It was as if he had only just recognized that the fragile figure huddled beneath the tree, vulnerable in the rain like an infant, was his closest brother. Those nearby instinctively sought solace in one another, embracing tightly, attempting to conceal their pain and tears within their bodies, hidden within the late-arriving rain. This would be the punishment endured by all, an evil that could not be washed away by the rain, an unavoidable shadow that would accompany them for a lifetime. When Voldemort's first curse was cast, Draco felt his soul being forcibly severed, a sensation both tingling and disorienting, yet accompanied by a peculiar sense of satisfaction. He was acutely aware of his existence. Never before had he felt such a remarkable moment. Despite the turmoil in his thoughts, Draco managed to suppress his emotional fluctuations to near insignificance, rendering his gray-blue eyes almost devoid of light. However, when Voldemort raised his wand once more before the assembled crowd, he began to sense everything around him. Anticipation, fear, anger, and tears. No one remained unaffected, save for himself. How wondrous! Excruciate! The crimson light, imbued with wrath, coursed through his body. The first to scream was his very soul. A tearing pain akin to being flayed, swiftly spreading throughout him, until the agony multiplied. Almost instantaneously, he was plunged into a state of torment that robbed him of reason. Draco could scarcely hear the wails escaping his own lips, feeling himself convulsing on the ground, pulling leaves and mud onto himself. The cry seemed to resonate from the depths of his being, piercingly akin to the wails of souls in purgatory. Soon, the sound ceased, yet he continued to scream. He understood this until his consciousness slipped away, for nothing could surpass this agony. It was his final thought. Draco lay rigid on the ground, awaiting the moment his body would begin to decay in the rain. As the dark mark ascended into the sky unaffected, everyone realized that the war had only just begun, while in their hearts, the battle had long since commenced. No one had witnessed a death so profound, so starkly different from the silent, unnoticed passing of life. It resembled a sacrificial rite, a ceremony under divine retribution. There were no adornments of white roses or white lilies, only an executioner and a crowd too fearful to resist. It was a curse, a symbol of helplessness. An Auror, prepared to lead the charge, roared amidst the countless spells mingling with the raindrops before the magical incantations took flight. His final word broke the chaos, shattering the dust that lay dormant in everyone's hearts. There, the seeds of courage and rage, long hidden within each person's being, had grown into a mighty tree, breaking free from their confines, unleashing their force with reckless abandon. Tensing their bodies, gripping their wands tightly, they awaited the rift to tear open in the magical circle before them. Countless spells intertwined, striking down upon the magic circle below, under a canopy of starlight. In no time, it became so faint that it was nearly brittle, while golden light from elsewhere rushed in too late to reinforce it. Thus was opened the largest breach in the Hogwarts magic circle in history. War was imminent. In a forgotten corner, beneath the desolate shadows of rain-beaten trees, Harry, "Where are you going?" Hermione clutched her wand, turning to glance at the silently departing figure. It appeared so monotonous and alien in the rain, frail yet resolute. To fulfill that person's last wish, a detached voice echoed dispassionately in the rain, like that of an automaton. "No." Hermione reached out, desperate to grasp him, her hand trembling in panic, only to be repelled by a current swirling around him, stinging, numbing, an insurmountable distance. "Your magic," she gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Your magic is in turmoil, Harry." She wept anew, her tears mingling with the rain. She raised her sleeve, wiping her face fiercely, yet she could not dry it. Harry turned slightly, the cold glint of his peripheral gaze striking them. "Had I known I could not protect you, I would never have approached you, even in death." The warmth of his voice evaporated in the air. "Fire, come forth," he commanded. Swiftly, a golden-red broomstick sliced through the burdensome rain, hurtling toward him. He gripped the intricately carved handle, coldly regarding the familiar broom. With a leap, he mounted it, the broom vibrating eagerly in response to its master. The irate voices of Ron and Harry echoed in the distance, their eyes ablaze with fury. Harry hesitated. "Listen to me. I don't care whether you can kill him or whether you live or die." The voice resonated unfettered in the air. "But you're my best brother, and that cannot change. I will not allow you to alter that." The final statement was resolute. As Harry cast a final glance back at his friends, he uttered not a word. In the profound bond forged through countless brushes with death, there existed an unspoken understanding that transcended words. He soared into the sky on his broomstick, akin to a majestic eagle taking flight, cleaving through the somber clouds. Chapter 16, Rebirth. The torrential rain rendered the battlefield a dismal tableau, relentlessly washing the earth and cleansing the blood that flowed from myriad wounds, harvesting the souls of the unfortunate who had fallen. Amidst the swirling clouds, purple and blue lightning danced, while the flickering gold of the magical sigils remained the only hues in an otherwise muted world. If a deity were to part the heavens and gaze down, this war would appear trivial and chaotic. The deluge would soon wash everything away, including the brutal upheaval. Harry navigated through the rain, the sky having always been his domain, a realm where he moved with unparalleled grace. He deftly evaded the myriad spells that whirled around him, much like dodging a rogue quaffle. He possessed a sky that belonged solely to him, yet the elusive golden snitch remained out of reach. Swiftly, he maneuvered through the breach in the magical sigil, hidden beneath the cover of rain, with few noticing him or casting spells in his direction. Hardly anyone could lift their heads under the relentless downpour. They were compelled to confront the daunting foes ahead, rife with stubborn enemies and the acrid scent of blood, accompanied by cursed magic. The flames danced with a harmonious agility, akin to wings that had sprouted from his very being, a gift from his godfather, Sirius. A sudden realization struck Harry. Every significant person who had departed from his life had bequeathed him a legacy. The love and inheritance from his parents. The fire and remnants from his godfather, Dumbledore's phoenix, and the sword of Gryffindor. Only Draco had left him nothing. Or perhaps he had. If one were to consider the rotting remains of Lucius that might already be festering at Malfoy Manor, Harry lamented. Before long, he burst forth from the heart of the battlefield, spotting the snake-faced man cloaked in darkness from a distance. Hatred surged within him, entwined with anger, as his magic began to tremble, yearning to erupt from every corner of his being. Voldemort, our duel has never truly ended. He locked onto his target and surged forth without hesitation. Voldemort loomed high, coldly observing the chaos of war, as still as a watchtower. A formidable shield of magic enveloped him, isolating him from the torrential rain. He waved his wand, driving the faltering and fearful Death Eaters forward, while he stood back, cowardly biding his time for an opportunity to ensnare the Order of the Phoenix. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of hostility emanating from the sky, narrowing his crimson eyes in curiosity. A fierce wind accompanied a cold, red spell. He leaped just in time to evade it. His robe billowed unaffected within a magical barrier. Harry Potter. Voldemort's icy gaze fell upon the boy in the sky, whose anger was palpable, his drenched robe clinging to his form. The eyes beneath his furrowed brow glinted with a cold hue, rain cascading repeatedly down his forehead. Voldemort. He offered no chance for a retort, soaring through the air while unleashing a barrage of threatening spells. Upon detecting Harry's presence, Voldemort's demeanor shifted to one of twisted glee, casually countering spells as they collided in midair, creating dazzling bursts of color, reveling in the disparity of their magical prowess. Fool, is this truly your capacity? A so-called savior relying on a broomstick to narrowly escape my spells? His voice dripped with derision. Harry retaliated with fury, yet his spells grew increasingly errant, his emotions hindering his precision as he darted through the air, until a crimson curse struck, shattering his broom into splinters. In that moment of crisis, he cast a weight reduction charm upon himself, unwilling to meet his demise in such a manner. His form plummeted swiftly to the ground, crashing down with a jarring impact. Excruciating pain surged through him, yet he remained conscious. He had no time to dwell on his injuries. The desire to vanquish Voldemort consumed him, yearning to witness his demise, to see his body reduced to remnants, regardless of the cost. With a stiffened resolve, he rolled a few times before seizing his fallen wand. The swift motion slicing his arm, blood staining the rough earth, only to be washed away by the rain. Voldemort, nonchalantly casting spells, watched the beleaguered boy struggling on the ground, dirty and humiliated. Look at you, Harry Potter, he taunted, his voice trembling with excitement. I am about to kill you. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort's incantation was still incomplete when Harry, in his desperate struggle, unleashed a silent spell that struck a massive rock beside Voldemort's feet, shattering it and inadvertently disrupting the protective barrier surrounding him. The torrential rain fell heavily, almost instantly drenching the once composed Voldemort, an abrupt chill seeping into his being, drowning the spell he intended to cast. Seizing the moment of Voldemort's distraction, Harry, gritting through the pain, rose and raised his wand. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! The two uttered their curses nearly in unison. The chilling green light pierced through the mist, hurtling toward one another. Harry watched helplessly as the green beam entered Voldemort's snake-like eyes, melting into the slits of his black pupils. In an instant, a tremendous force swept through Harry, sending him hurtling backward, plunging into an abyss of darkness before he landed. Sinking, darkness enveloped him as if his body were mere dust drifting through the void. There was no pain, no sensation, only a chaotic expanse of blackness, should he still possess any perception. The tumultuous war, the torrential thunder, the cacophony of screams, incantations, and the clash of magic in the air, along with cries and wails, seemed to drift away, receding into the distance. He finally comprehended why some proclaimed that death is a form of liberation. In his selfishness, he too sought his own release, just as those who had departed selfishly had inflicted pain upon him. Do all souls return to the source of existence with a flicker of consciousness after death? He could not inquire, nor would anyone respond. Suddenly, a radiant river of light, akin to a magnificent galaxy, surged forth from the depths of darkness. An unending cascade that churned through the void. Beautiful and grand, it birthed countless shimmering strands that sparkled like crystalline beams, intertwining like the celestial paths of stars. Resplendent and dazzling. This is time, a voice whispered in his ear. Who? It felt like a hallucination as he glimpsed this ineffable concept known as time, while a voice echoed in his mind, affirming its identity. The essence of time flowed steadily and uniformly, impervious to anything that might impede its passage, much like the departed souls lingering in a chaotic realm beyond time, unable to catch up to its relentless march. The anticipated voice fell silent once more, until a warm current surged into his consciousness. That vibrant warmth beckoned his awareness to another realm of darkness. It was then that the voice resounded once more. The Elder Wand never easily slays its true master. A true master, indeed. Harry's consciousness faded into the abyss. In that darkness, an icy chill enveloped him, as if a shard of frost had lodged itself within his belly. The air he exhaled felt frigid, a sharp pain coursing through his throat, tingling as if electrified, radiating throughout his entire being. Gasping for breath, Harry sensed he was forcibly merging with something, the sensation of his skin flickering in and out of existence, as if something within his body was repelling him, pushing him away. Yet that force was waning, and he was on the cusp of obtaining everything he desired. An inexplicable joy surged within him. It's all mine, it's mine. With a tearing agony, he felt himself no longer adrift in the void, but rather, he had truly come into his own sensations, enveloped by warmth and vitality. Yet the cold persisted. The sound of rushing water echoed in his ears, growing ever more tumultuous. And amidst the cacophony, he discerned screams, familiar, terrifying voices. He longed to reach out, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. Harry, Harry, a voice called, faintly echoing from afar. What's wrong? Someone was slapping his face. As his consciousness gradually sharpened, Harry opened his eyes. The first thing to greet him was the familiar warm yellow light of the Hogwarts Express, and he felt his body warming gradually against the vibrating floor. It was as if frozen phosphorescence began to shimmer, warmth radiating from his fingertips to the tips of his toes, with the aid of a pair of hands. He hazily settled into a seat on the train. The lights on the train flickered intermittently, shadows darting past the window, while raindrops struck the glass at an angle, producing a crisp sound. Harry gasped as a deluge of memories nearly overwhelmed him. First came the screams, not the cries of mere mortals, but those of torment, grotesque and laden with a briny, dark essence. Then came the resounding deluge, a torrential rain accompanied by thunder, the sense of blood, dampness, and the thick air of death. No, Harry murmured, pressing his hands firmly against his throbbing head. The images continued to play on. The green light of the killing curse penetrated his body. He felt himself falling backward, consciousness slipping into the maddening solitude of darkness. His nostrils were filled with the metallic scent of blood, earth, and gunpowder. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, disorder and death, the cruel crimson eyes piercing through the gray expanse. No, he repeatedly shook his head, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Everyone seemed startled. Ron had locked the onlookers outside, while they peered through the glass, stealing glances. A familiar voice, filled with urgency, broke through. Professor Lupin. What was wrong with him? Harry? A pair of warm hands gripped his shoulders, shaking him vigorously. The images began to slow down, as his body continued to oscillate. He gradually opened his green eyes, surveying his surroundings. The red-haired figure was Ron. The tousled brown hair belonged to Hermione, and there stood Ginny and Neville, along with the long-deceased Professor Lupin. Had they triumphed? Had they won? No, that was wrong. He was already dead, and so was Lupin, long perished in a war that had yet to conclude. Were they all dead? Where was this place? Soon, he realized they were aboard the Hogwarts Express. Yes, on the train, but wait. He looked in horror at his inexplicably shrunken friends, all gazing at him with bewilderment. No, this was all wrong. What on earth was happening? Chapter 17, Warmth. The train continued its journey, gradually slowing, and in the distance, the outline of the castle emerged behind the rolling hills, devoid of the pale, golden magical barrier from his memories, appearing welcoming and secure. Harry obediently consumed the chocolate from Professor Lupin, feeling his spirits lift slightly, enough strength to ponder the current predicament. If the sensations experienced in the time after death were genuine, it was entirely possible he had been reborn. The Elder Wand had proclaimed it would not kill its true master. Harry had come to understand this matter well. Dumbledore had orchestrated everything from the outset, placing the Elder Wand in his hands. He was uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. He had returned to his third year. Unfortunately, he would have to confront Voldemort once more. Fortunately, he now possessed the power to change everything. The throbbing in his head persisted, which Harry attributed to the aftereffects of soul merging. Ron and Hermione were still embroiled in a dispute over Crookshanks, occasionally stealing glances at Harry, who appeared distinctly unwell. His face pallid, his large green eyes fixed intently on their argument, as if an elder watching over his children, occasionally revealing a flicker of tenderness within. It was truly alarming. Harry must have had his soul siphoned away by a Dementor. The thought of Harry's tear-streaked face tightened Ron's heart. He must have witnessed something horrifying or endured a traumatic experience to elicit such a mixture of survival and anguish. Perhaps he had seen his parents, Ron mused, for he often dreamed of them, though he claimed he merely heard screams. The train came to a gentle halt, and Harry spent a full minute contemplating what belongings he had. When Hermione reminded him that he had forgotten Hedwig, he couldn't suppress his joyous expression. The snowy owl turned its back to him in its cage, clearly miffed at being forgotten. Yet Harry was oblivious to her displeasure, embracing the cage tightly, exclaiming, "Oh, my dearest girl, how wonderful it is to see you again." Throughout the journey, Harry took in his surroundings, marveling at the familiar faces of his classmates returning to their youthful innocence, unable to suppress a silly grin, which elicited a curious look from the sensitive Hermione. Emotions seemed to be expressed through their faces. Neville stood aside, furrowing his brow, counting to see if he had forgotten anything, while Ginny and a group of girls engaged in an animated discussion about beauty. Hagrid stood nearby, shaking a jingling brass bell, calling out, first years, over here." Harry's world was a cacophony, yet it felt so warm and delightful. He followed the others into a carriage, the great black thestral stretching its neck and stepping forward to pull them along. Harry gazed in fascination at the creature, admiring its exposed muscles and bones, the streamlined neck and limbs, and the skeletal wings pressed against its body. During the war, he had seen them circling the Forbidden Forest, their mournful cries directed at the castle. He could still vividly envision them, a testament to his identity as a time-traveling wanderer, or perhaps a resentful reborn spirit. Harry chuckled at his own self-mockery. So what? At least this would help him remember his past and the burdens that Merlin had imposed upon him. Along the way, Hermione and Ron discreetly observed him, as if he might shatter into tears once more. Soon, the towers and turrets drew closer, passing beneath the watchful gaze of two Dementors. Hermione clutched Harry's arm tightly, though he felt nothing amiss. The grand, ornate doors loomed before them. The carriage came to a leisurely stop, and, as Harry stepped down, he felt a mixture of disorientation and exhilaration. A familiar, irritatingly slow tone resonated behind him. "Hi, Potter," it dripped with sarcasm. Once again, that phrase echoed in his ears. Someone seemed perpetually inclined to address him with such disdain, a refrain that surfaced on every lonely, frigid night and during each moment of fatigue and despair, perfectly timed, illuminated by the soft, pale glow of the moon. Instantly, Harry felt a sharp chill creeping up his spine, an itch beginning at the outline of his ears, sending a tingling sensation through his eardrum and deep into his being. His heart began to race with a fervent warmth, accompanied by waves of anguish and the sudden onset of bitterness rising in his throat. God knows he had been contemplating how to confront that insufferable jerk, that selfish, inconsiderate, utterly detestable fool. The impulse surged back into his body, as if it had never truly departed. "I heard you fainted?" The fiend maliciously pushed past Hermione, who stood in front of him, lowering his head to speak, his gray eyes shimmering with blue under the light, his pale face appearing less hardened, youthful, and handsome. "I also heard you cry, dear Potter. Tell me, did you truly shed tears?" The exaggerated mockery rang out. "Get lost, Malfoy." Ron seethed, instinctively reaching out to shove him away, cursing his luck for encountering him on the very first day of term. Yet, before he could act, a gust of wind swept past him, followed by an exaggerated, Malfoy-style scream, leaving him agape in shock, just like everyone else. At that moment, Harry had already engaged Malfoy in a tussle on the ground. The situation unfolded as follows. Professor Hermione's expression was decidedly grim, anger nearly saturating her eyes. She gathered her thoughts and passionately articulated, "We had just disembarked. Harry was the last to step down. Due to the Dementors, he was feeling somewhat downcast, which delayed us." Abruptly, Malfoy dashed over, beginning to taunt and provoke Harry. "Actually, I merely intended to extend a greeting," Draco interjected, his shirt wrinkled, hair slightly disheveled. "You see, I heard Potter was sobbing on the train. How utterly tragic, wouldn't you agree?" He maliciously glanced back at his friends, Goyle and Crabbe, who nodded vacantly at Draco's cue. "Do not interrupt Hermione. What she says is the truth. You are merely seeking trouble." "Malfoy," Ron shouted at him, shaking his fist angrily. His fiery red hair tousled across his forehead. Draco raised his chin, attempting to glare down at Ron from a slanted perspective, muttering a disdainful remark. Enough of your bickering. Professor McGonagall frowned, her serious gaze sweeping over the group of students. The notoriously strict professor effectively quelled their discord. Hermione continued, albeit hesitantly, stealing a glance at Harry, who shrugged helplessly. In truth, no one could discern how they had tumbled to the ground. Nothing happened, Professor, Draco interjected again, pointing to his elongated neck. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, I need to get treatment. Look at my wound, it's bleeding. A clearly visible bite mark marred his pale skin at the juncture of his neck and shoulder, the surface already broken, revealing raw, blood-tinged flesh beneath. Indeed, a gruesome sight. If Potter does not receive appropriate punishment, I shall inform my father to handle this matter. Draco's eyes burned with rage as he turned to Harry. Harry, are you injured? Ron whispered anxiously, leaning closer to Harry. Show us. It's best if it's bleeding. How could he be hurt? Draco retorted angrily. He bit me like a rabid dog. Look at my wound. In fact, I discovered you were sitting atop him, fiercely gripping his neck, Mr. Malfoy, Professor McGonagall stated, arms crossed, visibly irritated. It was evident that Harry's neck bore a bright red mark. Mr. Potter has nothing to say? She directed her attention to Harry, who stood silently. To her astonishment, she found Harry gazing at her with profound respect, an inexplicable trust and reverence reflected in his eyes, his posture straight and earnest. Shouldn't a child at his age be fearful or in awe of her? In contrast, that gaze seemed overly mature, a realization born from her extensive experience. Thus, she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. No words to offer. What they say is indeed the truth, Professor. Harry did not grant her the opportunity to respond, lowering his eyelids, his long lashes brushing against his glasses, leaving a faint mark. Splendid on the very first day of school, engaging in a brawl at the gates, causing significant repercussions. 10 points will be deducted from both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Given that the new term has just commenced, detention will last for only 1 day, after dinner today. Does Slytherin lose points as well? Draco asked incredulously. Indeed, Professor McGonagall replied firmly. Detention applies to you as well, Mr. Malfoy. Disregarding Draco's alarmed expression, she turned to Hermione. Miss Granger, come with me. I need to discuss your schedule. The rest may proceed to the Great Hall. If I'm not mistaken, mealtime approaches. If Mr. Malfoy wishes to receive treatment, let your friends escort you to Madame Pomfrey. She will tend to your injuries well. Very well, Professor. Hermione cast a worried glance at her friends, whispering, wait for me at the long table. Harry and Ron nodded and parted ways with her. Neither paid attention to the remaining group, yet they still caught Draco complaining behind them that he would undoubtedly bear a scar. Descending to the Great Hall, the view presented itself as a sea of pointed black hats, with students filling the 4 long tables. Thousands of candles floated above, their warm yellow glow illuminating the faces of each student, their eyes sparkling with mirth. The staff table, with the exception of Professor McGonagall, was filled with familiar yet not so aged professors, bringing warmth to Harry's heart, alongside the strangely distant figure of Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore appeared as he always had in Harry's memories, his long white hair illuminated by the candlelight, exuding warmth with his kind smile. Hands clasped in a towered position beneath his chin, Harry and Ron found an empty seat just as Dumbledore finished introducing the 2 newly appointed professors. Professor Lupin for Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Hagrid, who replaced the former care of magical creatures professor. They applauded vigorously. Look at Snape's expression. Ron chuckled at Harry. He has been coveting this class for ages. It's clear he is furious. Harry replied nonchalantly. He has been greedily eyeing everyone, including Professor Snape, throughout his tenure. He has been the hero of Hogwarts. Fred and George approached, grinning broadly, their eyes twinkling. We heard you bit Malfoy. When did you finally come to your senses? That must have been quite the scene. The twins chimed in unison. Harry gazed at them helplessly. He couldn't muster anger in response to their cheerful faces. In truth, he himself was mystified. Upon seeing that wretched individual, an impulse surged within him, propelling his body forward. At that moment, he felt an urge not only to bite him, but also to deliver a punch to his face, ultimately succumbing to the instinct and biting down hard. Harry could not help but sigh inwardly at this damned impulse. However, the sensation was indeed quite pleasant, as he felt an unprecedented joy. Chapter 18, Aftermath. After dinner, Harry bid farewell to his 2 friends and proceeded to Professor McGonagall's office to receive his punishment, simultaneously hoping that the detention would conclude swiftly so he could find some time to rest. To his relief, he was not tasked with polishing every trophy in the award chamber alongside Filch. but rather to venture into the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid to gather the white mugwort needed for concocting a stabilizing potion for Pomfrey. Thank Merlin. Despite having endured the ravages of war, his opinion of Filch remained unchanged. As the oily-haired, limping Filch led him towards Hagrid's hut, clutching a creaky little lantern. He would occasionally reach out to tug him along, as though Harry were incapable of walking unaided. Hurry up, you. Don't even think about escaping, he mumbled irritably, asserting that disobedient students deserved proper punishment. In the distance, he spotted Hagrid standing outside his hut, waving at him, and then striding towards him with Fong at his side. Hey, Harry! Hagrid clapped a hand on his shoulder, his long black beard brushing against Harry's cheek. I heard you weren't feeling well on the train. Are you all right? What are you still doing here? Hagrid turned back, frowning at the lantern-bearing Filch. Filch scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Harry as he muttered some unkind words and shuffled away towards the castle with his lantern. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Harry replied, smiling as he walked alongside Hagrid towards the warmly lit hut. I haven't congratulated you on becoming a professor yet. Hagrid's face flushed with joy, and he bashfully ran a hand through his hair. How do the students feel about it? Well, I didn't hear all of it, but it seemed like everyone was quite pleased. Harry chuckled. They certainly are. Hagrid's dark, shiny eyes glimmered with delight as he beamed at Harry, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Dumbledore is truly a wonderful person. Oh, really wonderful. Harry's gaze then fell upon the blond boy standing at the door, clearly exuding impatience, arms crossed and brow furrowed as he looked up at Harry. Suddenly, Harry remembered that Draco was to serve detention alongside him, and his spirits lifted considerably. All right, boys, this is our second collaboration. I recall the last time you were still little tykes, barely reaching my waist. Hagrid retrieved several rusted sickles and 3 small bamboo baskets from the hut. He turned back, looking at Harry with a hint of nostalgia. Time flies, doesn't it? Harry heard Draco scoff derisively. This task isn't dangerous at all. We merely need to cut some mugwort, if we can find it. He distributed the tools and strapped the largest basket, containing several knives and a bundle of rope, to his back. Harry also hoisted the smaller basket, its musty odor wafting up. No, I can't carry that. Draco distanced himself from the yellowed bamboo basket, his expression one of disgust. I'll hold the lantern. You. Hagrid pointed at him, unable to contain his exasperation. Let it go. Harry interjected, glancing at Draco. He wouldn't be able to gather much anyway. Draco regarded him, a feigned smile gracing his lips. As night enveloped them, Harry instinctively looked up. The moon shone brightly, as it did every night, its light filtering through the branches and casting a delicate glow on the ground. Compared to the night sky adorned with a golden veil, this felt undeniably more authentic and gentle. He recalled Draco's comment about preferring the skies over Hogwarts. That night, Draco had arrived late, the moon already high in the sky, while Harry waited alone. Hermione and Ron were nowhere to be found. He vividly remembered Draco reclining against the windowsill, resting his arms, lost in thought, his pale eyes reflecting the golden night beyond. This sky is beautiful, far more so than outside. He had mused, his eyes shimmering with wonder. It was as if that golden film shielded them from the horrors of war, preserving his heart's only sanctuary. Ironically, those trapped within felt fear, while those free outside developed a sense of dependence. Unable to resist, Harry glanced at the boy beside him, lantern in hand. The warm yellow light cast a soft glow upon his familiar, yet foreign profile. What are you looking at, Scarhead? The familiar, irritating voice rang out perfectly timed. Let us see if your wound leaves a scar, Malfoy, Harry replied, feigning indifference, a hint of amusement dancing in his green eyes. His neck wound had healed, evidently treated by Madame Pomfrey, with only a faint red mark lingering. The elegant arch of his white neck incited a fleeting urge to press closer. Draco shot him a curious glance at the smile, tugging at Harry's lips. Disappointed? The scars certainly one tear remain, but thank you for not contracting rabies, Potter, he retorted, only to freeze suddenly, as if fearing Harry would lunge at him. Humph, Harry scoffed, dismissing him, and quickened his pace to catch up with Hagrid, who was a short distance ahead. Look, this is mugwort. Hagrid raised the lantern, illuminating a massive stone covered in soil and wild grass, where green plants emerged from the grayish cracks, nearly as long as half an arm. The tips of the grass were pale green, a pure and translucent hue reminiscent of moonstone. Though it appears fragile, it's quite difficult to uproot. I've brought sickles to avoid damaging the roots, so we only need to cut the exposed parts. Hagrid gestured for them to take out their sickles. Harry reached behind for the basket and inadvertently touched something cool. instinctively withdrawing his hand as if shocked. It was Draco's hand. "What are you doing?" "Naturally, I'm retrieving a knife, Potter." "When did you place your knife behind me?" Harry watched as Draco smugly toyed with the knife in his hand. "I assumed you knew," he drawled lazily, producing another knife from behind Harry, comparing them with a critical eye before cheerfully handing the older one to Harry. "Childish antics." Harry shook his head in exasperation, extending his left hand to grasp the hilt, closing his fingers around it. When Draco released his grip, gravity took over, and the knife clattered to the ground. Draco shot him an odd look, then donned a false smile. "The fragile savior." Harry brushed off his words, picking it up with the other hand. It wasn't too heavy, but the ache in his fingers lingered. "Woof!" Fong excitedly bit into the mugwort, tugging with all his might, yet it budged not an inch, as solid as metal. "Allow me to demonstrate." Hagrid shooed Fong away and grasped the mugwort, now glistening with the dog as saliva. "Oh, look at the mess you've made." He wiped it with a filthy towel from his pocket, and then held the slightly wilted mugwort. "Can't we find another one?" Draco grimaced in disgust. "Finding another isn't so easy," Hagrid replied, raising the sickle and beginning to saw at the plant against the stone. After about a minute, it remained unyielding, save for its color fading slightly. "See, just like that," Hagrid said awkwardly as he regarded them. "It's quite sturdy. Cut it like this." "And when will I ever get to return and sleep?" Draco remarked, tilting his head back with a hint of sarcasm. "I suppose I'll be here all night." "If you do nothing at all," Hagrid shot him a fleeting glance, slightly out of breath. To save time, Hagrid entrusted them with the white mugwort and set off to find another. "I hope when I return, you will have harvested this white mugwort," rather than getting into a scuffle. Before leaving, Hagrid cast a worried glance back at them, to which Harry responded with a reassuring smile. "Remember, don't wander off." Harry stood there, watching Hagrid's towering figure gradually fade into the darkness, contemplating whether using a knife to cut the spell would be quicker. At that moment, a wave of fatigue suddenly washed over him, an overwhelming sensation that made him feel dizzy, as if his soul were being tugged, provoking a nauseating response. He pressed his hand against his chest, grasping onto a nearby branch for support, as his vision flickered with what seemed like flashes of lightning. It was unbearable. So very unbearable. When he lifted his head again, he was horrified to find the space around him beginning to warp, the surrounding branches and darkness intertwining, pulsating and twisting, infused with a disquieting shade of dark red that instilled fear within him. A brackish odor surged into his mouth. Thunderous rumbles echoed in his ears, accompanied by the nightmarish sound of rain from afar. "Potter?" A familiar voice penetrated the chaos. Draco observed Harry, who was dazedly leaning against a tree, staring blankly into the distance, and asked curiously, "What are you staring at? Is it raining?" A feeble voice trembled back, floating aimlessly. Draco's heart sank as he surveyed the pitch-black surroundings, the chilling moonlight, and the eerie silence. There was no rain. He picked up a nearby lantern and cautiously approached him. "Stop playing tricks, Scarhead." Harry shook his head vigorously, attempting to regain his clarity, and opened his eyes once more. The same warped space greeted him, unfamiliar and terrifying, mingled with the scent of blood, emanating an aura of danger and malice. His eyes widened, the instinctive wariness and tension enveloping every cell in his body almost instantaneously. Drip, drop. The sound of rain faded away, replaced by the gentle patter of dew falling. Gradually, the sounds around him sharpened, the rustle of leaves, the scuttling of beetles, and the sound of fabric brushing against him as someone drew near. The sounds became alarmingly clear. A voice echoed in his mind, as if someone were speaking, muddled and accompanied by a heart-wrenching pain. "Potter!" Draco raised the lantern, bringing it closer to Harry's face, its light illuminating his expression, terror and agony. His eyes were unfocused, yet wide with fear, his lips trembling as if trying to utter something. A chill ran down Draco's spine, startling him. He gasped and tossed the lantern aside. Hesitating briefly, he grasped Harry's shoulders and gently shook him. "Potter, Potter." The space in front of him began to gradually normalize, and his body slowly regained sensation. In a haze, Harry felt a pair of warm hands, instinctively leaning into them, collapsing into a warm embrace amidst the encroaching darkness. The last thought before his consciousness faded was that something was wrong with his body. Chapter 19, Strawberry Milk. Thud. Harry jolted awake, rubbing his bleary eyes as he sat up, gazing at the elongated figure by the window. Draco leaned against the windowsill, a smile graced with silvery moonlight curling at the corners of his lips. "You're back," Harry exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice as he stepped forward to take stock of him. "You returned quite late today. Nothing went awry, did it?" He raised an eyebrow. breaking into a grin that revealed his white teeth, the starlight dancing upon his mischievous canine. "Miss me?" Noting that Draco seemed unscathed, Harry chose to ignore the remark. Habitually reaching for the biscuits and milk he had prepared earlier, extending them toward him. "The milk is warm, and the licorice-flavored milk sticks you had earlier are gone. All that's left are strawberry-flavored biscuits." Harry blinked, his eyes reflecting a minty green hue under the moonlight, expressing his exasperation. "Oh, bad news." Draco grimaced, placing the platter of treats and milk upon the windowsill before seating himself upon it. "What about Miss Know-It-All and her boyfriend?" Hermione went to care for the younger students. While Ron is accompanying her, Harry replied, his gaze lowered, his long lashes casting shadows over his pale pupils. "The children are not faring well." "No one fares well in times of war," Draco remarked, biting into a biscuit, his words slightly muffled. "But optimists always find various ways to amuse themselves, Potter." "Do I look like an optimist?" Harry rolled his eyes, attempting to grab a biscuit, its strawberry red patterns undulating across the surface. "At least sometimes I find it quite amusing." Draco lowered his gaze, observing Harry as he sifted through the plate, searching for a shape he preferred. "Like when?" Harry replied absently, pinching a crescent-shaped pink biscuit. Draco snatched it from his hand, taking a bite before Harry could react, the rich flavor of strawberry milk instantly eliciting a chorus of delight from his taste buds. "Just like this. Sweet, a perfect blend of strawberry milk and honey." "Oh, you rogue." When Harry awoke, it was already morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled light around his eyes. Green vines adorned the railing outside, and the call of a cuckoo echoed from the grass. Instinctively, Harry reached for his wand, feeling a wave of relief wash over him when he touched the familiar phoenix feather wand. He then searched for his glasses, but found nothing. Blurred figures surrounded him in the familiar room, and it took him a moment to realize he was in the infirmary. It was a stark contrast to the wartime chaos, where the place had been overcrowded with scattered potions and filled with the sounds of pained breaths. Now, it resembled a tranquil lounge. As Harry felt the white curtains gently brush against his cheek, infused with the earthy scent of soil and leaves, a pleasant sweetness lingered in his mouth. "Dear, you're awake?" Madame Pomfrey, clad in a crisp white coat, approached with a small vial of potion. "Good morning, Madame Pomfrey." Harry greeted her with a broad smile. "Well, it seems you're recovering quite well," she exclaimed cheerfully, taking a seat beside his bed and offering him the vial. "Drink this, and you'll be able to see clearly. However, its effects will only last a week, so you must find your glasses soon." As Harry accepted the potion, a wave of unease washed over him as he began to recall the events of the previous night, the terrifying, soul-chilling, distorted space, and the profound weakness that had emanated from deep within his body. If he were to hazard a guess, he surmised it was likely due to his body's limited capacity to accommodate his soul, for his magic had been honed and refined during the war. While his body was still struggling to keep up, he hoped that with ample rest and gradual adjustment, he would feel much better. At least for now, he felt invigorated, in good spirits, and devoid of any discomfort. "Where are my glasses?" Harry couldn't help but inquire. "What about the person who brought me here?" "The newly appointed care of magical creatures professor, Hagrid, brought you, accompanied by that young Malfoy heir." Madame Pomfrey gestured for him to drink. Watching Harry furrow his brow as he downed the potion, she finally spoke with relief. "Since Hagrid kept fussing about your condition, I had to send them away." Madame Pomfrey blinked and continued. "Later, I inquired at the door about the whereabouts of your glasses. Hagrid, it seems, was entirely oblivious to your missing spectacles, while Malfoy claimed that Hagrid had rudely carried you all the way, and no one knows when they fell off." Harry nodded, a benevolent smile spreading across his face, indicating that he understood. The effects of the potion were gradually taking hold. A wave of acidity surged into his eyes. "Oh, this potion." He raised his hand to wipe away the physiological tears streaming down his cheeks. His emerald green pupils began to sparkle with renewed brightness, focusing on various objects, and he gradually regained clarity of vision. "Wonderful." Harry couldn't help but sigh. It was truly a travesty that such beautiful eyes were concealed behind lenses. Madame Pomfrey, observing Harry's sunny smile, felt her mood lift. Her life had always revolved around caring for those perpetually injured children, watching them gradually recover under her care, becoming lively once more, filling her heart with warmth. Yet that did not mean she wished to see them confined to a hospital bed. "You may be discharged now, dear," Madame Pomfrey gently said, taking the empty potion vial. "Your friends are quite concerned about you." The grand clock of Hogwarts chimed 8 times, the sound resonating softly in the air, lingering long after. Outside, large white birds occasionally fluttered by, gracefully flapping their pristine feathers as they circled Hogwarts in endless loops. Harry strolled leisurely down the deserted staircase, not inclined to attend the first divination class, which held no allure for him, especially since Ron had likely already secured him an excuse. He lightly skipped down the stairs, his tousled hair dancing in the gentle breeze, occasionally brushing against his bright emerald eyes, every cell in his being radiating joy. After passing the fat lady, he joyfully leaped onto the grand redwood armchair in the Gryffindor common room. The extinguished fireplace emitted a faint warmth, mingling with the fresh scent of parchment and the lingering sweetness of coffee. Harry gazed up at the crystalline chandelier, its myriad of facets entwined, and realized he hadn't visited the Gryffindor common room in quite some time. It had been somewhat overlooked as nearly everyone had clustered together. But now he was back. At that moment, a furry creature climbed onto his stomach, its ginger fur tousled and unruly, letting out a mewl as it nudged Harry's chest with its round head. "Oh, Crookshanks!" Harry exclaimed, roughly ruffling its fur, deliberately tousling it the wrong way. The feline huffed in indignation, leaping off the chair and scampering away. Harry pondered for a moment before formulating a mischievous idea, rising to scoop up the ginger cat and head towards the boys' dormitory. The familiar room, tidy with its four-poster beds and dark red curtains, greeted him. Beside Ron's bed, he instinctively retrieved the cage containing the mouse. The plump, filthy rodent lay, sleeping soundly within, and Harry tapped on the cage. Scabbers stirred slightly, blinking its tiny, beady eyes open. At first glance, it spotted Harry's kind smile and immediately began to wriggle towards him, its tiny paws gripping the edge of the cage, its pink, dirty nose twitching inquisitively. Harry secured the cage, locked the door, and closed the window before placing it on the floor. Crookshanks instantly perked up, its fur standing on end as it circled the mouse repeatedly, its body brushing against the cage, sharp claws digging in. Harry crouched down, peering at the frightened rodent, his eyes glimmering with predatory menace. Peter Pettigrew. If the time were right, he would truly wish to end him. Yet, exercising patience often proves beneficial for the unfolding of events. "Scabbers, it's time for you to stretch your legs," Harry remarked, feigning concern as he opened the cage amidst the mouse's terrified squeaks. Lunch was bountiful, plates brimming with an array of delectable dishes, and Harry thoroughly relished the dessert afterward. "Harry, you've just recovered. You shouldn't indulge in too many sweets," Hermione cautioned, observing him as he took the last strawberry-flavored milk biscuit from the plate, savoring every bite. "Hermione," Harry replied, a look of mock despair on his face. "I haven't eaten that much." Hermione cast a silent glance at the empty white porcelain plate, remnants of a few broken strawberry pieces lingering. "You look quite different without your glasses, Harry," Neville remarked, leaning in to examine his face. It seems you've become somewhat more endearing." Uffed. Ron burst forth, spraying orange juice everywhere. Harry's face flushed slightly. It was the first time in his life someone had called him cute. Yet it felt oddly peculiar coming from Neville. "Ha ha, little Potter, the adorable," Ron cackled, his golden lashes fluttering, orange juice dripping down his chin. "You should be the one to laugh at yourself, little Ronnie," Harry retorted, shoving a chicken leg into Ron's gaping mouth. Hermione chuckled helplessly as well. Laughter erupted around them. The afternoon sky was brilliantly bright, a large white bird fluttering gracefully through the air. Chapter 20. In the Interstice of Souls. The sky shimmered with a pale blue hue. Wispy clouds laid across it, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting delicate golden specks. Draco and his friends descended the slope towards the oafish professor's cottage for their afternoon lesson on care of magical creatures. The light-haired boy played gleefully with a broken trinket in his hands, which sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight. "So, the Savior-esque glasses were stolen by you?" Pansy tilted her head, eyeing the shattered spectacles in Draco's grasp. Their warped frames and shattered lenses looked as if they had been trampled by a giant. "I found them," Draco replied, stashing them into an empty pocket, glancing at his friends. "How could that be called stealing?" "So, you keep a memento of a failed date to remember it by?" Pansy laughed melodiously, tucking her hair behind her ears, ignoring his explanation. "I was merely indirectly saving Potter's aesthetic sensibility," Draco scoffed, lifting his chin dismissively as he strode ahead, Goyle and Crabbe closely following. Not far ahead, three familiar silhouettes strolled in the sunlight. The Gryffindor trio, an inseparable triangle. Blaise leaned towards Pansy, winking at her, whispering behind Draco's back. "How about a bet? I wager Draco will seek out trouble with the Savior." Pansy shot him a disapproving glance before turning her gaze towards the lean figure in the distance, his disheveled black hair shimmering in the air. "I never bet on a sure loss," Harry, in high spirits, listened to Ron recounting the events of the divination class. You don't understand, Harry. You missed out, Ron asserted fervently. She's truly terrifying. She even predicted Neville's death. Look at Neville. He isn't recovered yet. But Dean says Professor Trelawney is nothing but an old fraud. I think we shouldn't jump to conclusions until we have all the facts, don't you? It's a pity you missed that class, Harry. I feel the same, Harry replied, a smile curving his lips, his emerald eyes glinting mischievously in the sunlight. What a shame, he repeated. I don't think so, Harry. You ought to be grateful you didn't attend that class. It was utterly nonsensical, Hermione remarked. Her brow furrowed, clearly irked at having wasted the entire morning on it. Oh, she insisted again, as if she believed her ugly cat wouldn't bully poor Scabbers. Ron chimed in with a mocking tone, glancing sideways at Hermione. Why do you think that, Ron? Hermione retorted, her brown eyes smoldering with indignation. The atmosphere was rather somber, and Harry forced a resigned smile. Hi, Potter, came a long, languorous drawl from behind, warmed by the sun's gentle rays. Harry turned in response, his green eyes brightening with a smile at the sight of the newcomer, the shadows of his lashes fluttering, further accentuating the glimmers in his pupils. Despite the lack of expression on his face, almost instinctively, Harry nearly exclaimed, You're back, Draco. Fortunately, he held himself back, avoiding the folly of sounding too eager. Didn't your relatives come to fetch you, Potter? Draco scoffed, arms crossed, his silvery blue eyes shimmering as he glanced back at Goyle and Crabbe, who loomed behind him like a wall, causing him to lift his chin higher. Are you sure you don't need to return home to recuperate your fragile little self? I still remember you fainting twice out of fright yesterday. Oh, shut it, Malfoy, Harry retorted, feigning annoyance, though the corners of his mouth betrayed him with a smile. Draco flashed a playful grin, revealing his canines, and sauntered closer to Harry, his smile broadening. As Draco approached, Harry could almost make out each lash glistening in the sunlight. Look, there's a Demina behind you, Potter. Draco suddenly pointed dramatically behind Harry, taking a few hasty steps back. Instinctively, Harry and the others turned around. There was nothing there. Just then, a sharp thump struck the back of Harry's head. Ouch, he exclaimed, realizing he had fallen for Draco's trick. He glared at Draco, who was clutching Goyle's shoulder and grinning like a Cheshire cat. Fine, I want to hold it against you since you seem so pleased with yourself. Harry restrained Ron, who was about to give Draco the finger, glanced back at the self-satisfied Draco, and turned to continue walking forward. Blaze, with a resigned gesture, pointed at the cheerful blonde and then made a face at Pansy. After this minor incident, the mood between Ron and Hermione improved, as they united in their complaints about Draco. Whether this was a good or bad turn of events, Harry mused vaguely. When he spotted Hagrid leading a few hippogriffs to class, a wave of unease surged within Harry's mind. Hagrid remained as enamored as ever with these perilous creatures. After introducing various prohibitions regarding hippogriffs, Hagrid hesitated and asked if anyone wished to step forward and try. No one was willing to take the risk, and Harry glanced at Hagrid with a resigned look, who was watching him with eager anticipation. All right, I'll give it another go. He stepped forward, appearing much more composed than before. The others behind him began to murmur nervously. Hagrid excitedly brought forth a hippogriff, and if memory served him correctly, it was Buckbeak. A familiar friend, Harry thought as he bent down under Hagrid's guidance, exposing the back of his neck to the creature. Even having done this before, he couldn't help but worry that Buckbeak might decide to nip him if it was in a foul mood. As it turned out, he and Buckbeak were indeed well suited. The creature bent its scaly front knee and regarded him kindly. A wave of joy washed over Harry. Being acknowledged felt wonderful. At Hermione's gasp, he reached out to stroke Buckbeak's crimson beak, and the hippogriff contentedly narrowed its large yellow eyes. Just like before, he couldn't help but murmur, If only Draco could be as obedient as you. Faintly, he seemed to hear Draco's derisive laughter echoing from afar. Brilliant, Harry, Hagrid exclaimed with delight, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. You're a natural. I believe it would let you ride it. I think so too, Harry replied, a newfound confidence swelling within him. He was eager. The sensation of flying with Buckbeak was always exhilarating. In a bold move, he swung himself onto the hippogriff's back, his legs naturally straddling its wing joints, much like he would with his firebolt. Wow, he couldn't help but gasp, his fingers gliding over the smooth feathers as he beamed a radiant smile. Just as every warrior relishes riding into battle on their steed, this flying boy reveled in the thrill of viewing the world from above. Buckbeak let out a triumphant cry, taking a few steps on the ground before flapping its gray-white wings and leaping into the sky. Well done, Harry. Hagrid clapped excitedly, as if he himself were the one riding. The rush of wind that surged around him chased away the summer's warmth, and Harry clung tightly to Buckbeak's brown-feathered neck. Basking in the sunlight, feeling all his worries and displeasures evaporate into the ether. It seemed as if everything was brimming with hope. Flying was indeed a spellbinding experience. How long had it been since he had flown so freely? It felt like an eternity. He emptied his mind and greedily admired the panoramic view of Hogwarts, the rows of yew trees, the shimmering lake, the exquisite and majestic castle towers. "Let us go, Buckbeak!" Harry shouted with exhilaration, the wind carrying his voice far and wide. He pointed towards a distant lighthouse, standing tall at the highest point of Hogwarts. "Let us head to that lighthouse, the highest spot." His voice echoed in the wind, melding with the air itself. That structure resembled an old observatory, and as Harry rode Buckbeak in circles around it, he felt as though he stood at the pinnacle of the world, everything shrinking beneath his gaze. The sky seeming closer than ever. "Wow!" Harry shrieked as Buckbeak dove downward. What did it feel like to plunge from such heights? Perhaps it was akin to having one's soul tumble from heaven to earth. Harry tightened his grip around its neck, experiencing the fleeting sensation of weightlessness as the wind roared around him, crashing like waves in his ears. Gradually, as the speed lessened, the surface temperature began to rise, and he savored the warm caress of sunlight upon his body. A salty, oceanic breeze filled his nostrils, the distinct tang of brine clear as day. He opened his eyes to behold the emerald waters of the lake, vast and tranquil, instantly relaxing him. Buckbeak let out a refreshing cry as it glided across the black lake, sending up a cascade of golden water droplets. As Harry contentedly rode the hippogriff back, he noticed that most of the onlookers gazed at him in admiration. Ron's jaw nearly unhinged with astonishment. "My dear little darling," Hagrid murmured joyfully as he attached a metal chain to Buckbeak. Harry nimbly dismounted and returned to his friends. "That was amazing, mate," Ron exclaimed unabashedly. "Everyone's wondering if you were thrown into the lake by that creature." Harry lifted his head, a brilliant smile lighting up his face, his green eyes sparkling. "I held on tight, so nothing happened." No sooner had he spoken than his right eye twitched violently. He swiftly turned around, sensing a disturbance. Draco was striding toward a hippogriff, his stark white shirt glaring in the sunlight. Jealousy, Harry thought briefly. "Come back, Malfoy," he called out, hurrying in that direction. Hardly anyone noticed the foolhardy individual daring to provoke a hippogriff. Even Hagrid, upon realizing, saw that the beast had already raised its sharp claws. In an instant, when Draco thought he might be gravely injured, someone forcefully shoved him to the ground. The pain of his body hitting the ground hadn't even registered when he heard the hippogriff shriek and the sound of fabric being violently torn. Then, someone tumbled not far away. The ache in his waist felt as though he had been struck by a willow, and Draco's head spun slightly. "Harry?" A voice called out in alarm. Was it calling for Harry? Was it that Harry Potter? Draco instinctively glanced over, and there lay Harry Potter, thrashing on the ground like a wild beast. Hagrid desperately clutched the frenzied hippogriff, pulling it back with all his might. Hermione and Ron rushed forward, attempting to reach Harry, only to be repelled by a sharp, stinging force. "What is happening, Harry?" Ron exclaimed, rubbing his hand in terror. Harry screamed in agony, his body convulsing on the ground. The pain. It was excruciating, a visceral torment that even those seasoned by war seldom succumb to. Yet this time, Harry felt an inexplicable dread. The pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced, as if the very world around him was trembling. It felt as though his soul was the first to suffer, followed by his body. At that moment, the pain multiplied, intensifying in waves, each layer compounding rather than diminishing. Gradually, Harry realized he could no longer concentrate on controlling the magic within him. It erupted chaotically into the air, intertwining and colliding. The hippogriff's claws raked across his back, leaving a long, deep gash, blood seeping from the wound, staining his shirt and the rough ground beneath him, rendering him a pitiful and terrifying sight. Harry became acutely aware that his body was genuinely failing him, not merely a consequence of fatigue. Why was this happening? This agonizing sensation of soul and body being torn asunder, this inexplicable phenomenon, bore a striking resemblance to that loathsome curse. Amidst the overwhelming pain, Harry's mind began to blur, and he thought he heard a chilling voice, akin to the hissing of a serpent, echoing in his ears, rising and falling, a distant memory resurfacing. "Have you heard of soul separation, Harry Potter?" Chapter 21, The Abyss Between Souls. At the moment, the hippogriff's claws tore into Harry's back. Hermione felt the blood in her veins freeze. She couldn't help but cry out, rushing forward, with Ron even sprinting ahead of her. It seemed everyone had reacted, pushing closer to him, whispering in concern, while some girls trembled in fright. Hagrid strained to tie the bloodied, frenzied creature to a sturdy tree, allowing it to roar and thrash while he stumbled toward Harry. "We can't approach him, Professor." Hermione's voice quivered in fear. "His magic is in turmoil. He will die." Ron's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Harry, who writhed on the ground, bloodied and seemingly poisoned, shaking uncontrollably, screaming in pain as if on the brink of death. Hagrid's lips turned pale. He appeared dazed, enduring the stinging backlash of magic as he attempted to get closer. "No, disrupting his magic will cause it to go haywire," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes glistening. "Go find Dumbledore. Luna has already gone. The professors will be here soon," Neville panted, glancing at Harry, a chill running down his spine. No one could have imagined that a once mighty, radiant boy could be reduced to such a pitiful state. Every student present watched in horror. None had ever witnessed anything so dreadful, powerless to do anything but wait anxiously. "Malfoy, what have you done to him?" Almost no one noticed as Draco sat there, pale and motionless, like a malfunctioning puppet. Ron lunged at him, landing a punch squarely on his face. Draco crumpled, his cheek instantly swelling, his light eyes betraying a flicker of pain. Goyle and Crabbe seized Ron, kicking him away. He found himself pinned to the ground, helplessly watching as Draco covered his face. Aided by Blaze, it dawned on everyone that Harry had transformed into this state merely to push someone away, and that someone was none other than his nemesis, Draco Malfoy. Dumbledore arrived swiftly, responding to the crowd's anxious anticipation, his gaze hardening as he surveyed the child sprawled on the ground. The throng of people parted rapidly. Harry continued to whimper weakly, his voice hoarse. "Oh, Merlin." Professors McGonagall and Pomfrey, who rushed in, were visibly distressed, the latter covering her mouth in shock. Just that morning, he had been perfectly fine, and now he was in this state. Dumbledore drew his wand, a golden light spilling forth as he chanted softly. Almost immediately, a gentle golden aura enveloped Harry, who began to regain his composure, the chaotic magic within him gradually flowing back into his body. The crackling sounds of magic colliding faded, and his hoarse screams subsided into heavy breaths. Madame Pomfrey hurried to his side, kneeling beside him to examine his injuries with her wand. Professor McGonagall exerted considerable effort to disperse most of the students, gleaning the details of the incident from few. When Hagrid carried the weakened Harry back to the infirmary, having dealt with the hippogriff, he secured it in a pen, bringing a semblance of closure to the ordeal. When Harry awoke again, a refreshing breeze wafted through the window. The sun rose slowly from the east, hidden behind a thick cloud. It was the following morning, and he had not dreamt all night, perhaps due to the dreamless sleep potion. Ironically, in his rebirth, he had spent 2 consecutive days in the infirmary, leading him to a somewhat pessimistic conclusion that his resurrection was merely a chance to relive tragedy. Upon waking this time, he did not feel as invigorated as the day before. The injuries had taken their toll, leaving him fatigued. Harry lay on the white hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling adorned with cherubic carvings, faintly hearing someone nearby clattering about, the delicate sound of glass vials clinking together. His pessimism had a reason. He believed he understood the cause of his plight. The discordance between his soul and body post-rebirth had created a rift. Oh, the absurd and wretched truth. It resembled that nauseating sensation of soul separation. But at least there would be no one casting spells to manipulate his emotions, as no spell had been cast upon him. What a relief, he thought bitterly. Thus, killing him would become rather simple, wouldn't it? A mere slicing curse or a standard offensive spell would suffice to torment him thoroughly. Even simpler, a heart-piercing curse would be perfect. Harry's head began to throb again, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing inside, a wave of pain washing over him. He clenched his fists and slammed them against the bed, rage and despair churning within him. What else could he do? He felt utterly powerless, like a fragile porcelain doll. He could no longer protect every person who mattered to him, as he had once envisioned. There was no way out. "Are you awake, dear?" Madame Pomfrey's gentle voice broke through, evidently having heard the commotion. Harry quickly concealed his emotions, slowly sitting up, the wound on his back still stinging. "Poor child," Madame Pomfrey said, her eyes filled with compassion, her expression troubled. "Those dangerous creatures should not be allowed to harm students. It is utterly unacceptable." Harry awkwardly watched her as she tenderly brushed her hand across his forehead, then handed him a bottle of pale gray potion. "Drink this. It will help you feel much better, at least giving you some strength." Under her watchful gaze, Harry downed the potion in one gulp, the bitter taste spreading through his mouth and into his stomach. "Do you feel any better?" she inquired. Harry nodded silently, revealing a strained smile. Dumbledore was outside. He had arrived before 7 o'clock, and seeing that Harry had not yet awakened, he refrained from admitting them. Madame Pomfrey appeared somewhat irate as she kindly sought Harry's opinion before rising to open the door, allowing the innocently expressioned, white-bearded headmaster to usher in the students. Harry's pallid complexion was rigid, devoid of any emotion in his emerald eyes. He offered a faint greeting to Dumbledore, only to notice Hermione and Ron, along with a visibly unwilling blonde youth, entering alongside them. Draco's countenance was grim, dark circles shadowing his eyes, and he kept his gaze lowered, refusing to meet anyone's eyes. "I have something rather unfortunate to discuss with you," Harry, Dumbledore said, regarding him with his familiar, benevolent gaze. "I fear this news may be a heavy blow, which is why I took the liberty of bringing them along. I hope that having friends to share this burden with you will lighten your heart." "What could possibly be worse?" Harry mused self-deprecatingly, wishing to retreat into solitude, not wanting to sit on his bed while a group of healthy, normal individuals gazed at him with pity. He was thoroughly exhausted from feeling belittled by his own weakness. "Professor, you must be mistaken," Ron exclaimed incredulously, his lips curling in a way that suggested he found the situation amusing. "This is Malfoy? I thought you brought him here to apologize, not to invade Harry's privacy. How entertaining." Ron's laughter was tinged with frustration. Hermione looked on with a pained expression, her eyes reddened with evident concern. Dumbledore turned his gaze back to Harry, seemingly seeking his approval, though the inquisitive light emanating from beneath his crescent-shaped spectacles was unmistakable. "Let him stay," Harry said, tugging at the corners of his mouth with a hint of impatience and cold indifference. He understood Dumbledore's intention to gauge his feelings towards Draco, yet he lacked the inclination to show kindness to anyone at that moment, much less to weave falsehoods about matters that hardly warranted scheming. Ron stared blankly at Harry for a moment, anger flushing his neck. He pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek, feeling a slight sting. Ultimately, his gaze flickered, but he held his tongue. Draco couldn't help but glance up at Harry, his green eyes resembling a piece of jade encased in ice, evoking a sense of fear within him. "Speak, Professor Dumbledore," Harry urged, his distant demeanor causing Dumbledore to squint in suspicion. However, his expression softened almost immediately. "I regret to inform you, Harry," he said with a sorrowful tone, placing his hands behind his back as if to announce something significant. "Your soul has been wounded, and it seems your body is rejecting it." Everyone's eyes widened, except for Harry's. Hermione covered her mouth in disbelief as she stared at Dumbledore. What did that even mean? Each person possesses a soul perfectly aligned with their being. Perception, spirit, and soul are intrinsically linked. The occurrence of them being at odds is exceedingly rare, typically seen in those whose minds have suffered profound trauma. The distinction between wizards and muggles lies in whether their souls bear magical power, which requires a vessel to manifest. A disconnect between the soul and body is improbable unless one has endured severe psychological trauma. Yet no one could fathom that within Harry lay a soul that had been reborn. "That is impossible, Professor," Hermione shook her head, convinced Dumbledore had lost his wits. "His mind is entirely sound." Ron echoed her disbelief. Draco merely stared in horror as a mocking expression, one that ought not to grace Harry's face, manifested there. It was as though he had known all along. "So when my soul and body are misaligned," Harry suddenly spoke, his tone rigid and trembling with barely contained anger, capturing the attention of all. "The pain I endure multiplies, and the agony of my body mirrors the torment of my soul. Does it not? From your physical state, it appears that is indeed the case," Dumbledore affirmed, his eyes flickering with certainty. "However, the repercussions in other aspects are minimal, Harry." Slowly, Harry rose from the bed. An icy, cruel smile etched across his face, the morning sunlight cascading into his eyes, shattering into shards of ice. He crawled a few steps forward on the bed, drawing closer to Dumbledore's disheveled beard, the sheets behind him resembling a damp ground traversed by countless worms. "So I am of no use to you, Professor Dumbledore?" His voice quivered, as if he were suppressing a tremendous rage. Harry donned a mask of unfamiliar ferocity, desperately trying to conceal the weakness festering within him. Chapter 22. "Who are you?" Harry called out in terror, reaching for his trembling shoulder, astonished by his blatant disrespect towards the headmaster. "Are you mad?" "Yes, I am on the brink of madness," Harry shouted, forcefully shaking off her hand. "So can you all just leave me alone? Let a madman have his peace." Hermione staggered back, shaking her head, tears brimming in her eyes as she fled the room. The sound of footsteps echoed in the air. Thud, 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 fading as they disappeared beyond the door. "You are utterly unreasonable, Harry Potter. We worried about you all night, hardly sleeping." Ron inhaled deeply, his golden lashes fluttering against his eyelids as he glared at Harry. then glanced at Dumbledore before turning to pursue Hermione. Another set of footsteps faded away. Harry hung his head in defeat. "Do you wish to drive everyone away from you, Harry?" A gentle, steady voice seemed to possess a soothing magic. It was infuriating. Dumbledore always remained so calm and peaceful, evoking an instinctive desire to draw near. Draco felt as if his feet were glued to the ground as he looked up at the boy with dark hair, kneeling with his head bowed, acutely aware of the vast chasm separating them, as if he were a mere specter in Harry's life. Why save him? He thought, but did not voice the question, fearful of the despairing answer. St. Potter always exuded an abundance of benevolence, enveloping all in a divine aura, perhaps even extending to his long-ignored adversary, Draco Malfoy. He dreaded that he would forever be condemned to observe Harry Potter's back, standing in the elongated shadow cast by the sun, mingling with countless others who looked up to him. Then the sunlight dimmed, the shadow faded, and ultimately he became an unnoticed passerby. He did not even know what he existed for. An empty halo, a facade of reputation and status, and the protection molded by his lineage, the Malfoys. Yet without these, he would lose all pride, becoming nothing. Draco's pale eyes glimmered with a muted light, the morning sun casting a soft glow upon his face. He stood hidden behind Dumbledore, silently observing the boy surrounded by a halo of light, now frail and vulnerable, his slender shoulders shaking violently. Drip, drip. Draco heard the sound of tears falling, his heart constricting upon that realization. His gray eyes widened in helpless astonishment as he beheld transparent droplets sliding down the black-haired boy's chin, pooling into a dark stain upon the bedding, one drop after another, the stain expanding. Tears of the Savior? Does even the Savior shed tears for himself? Harry trembled silently, tears cascading from his wide-open eyes, as if to release every tear he had missed in his previous life. He had wished to protect everyone, yet now he could not even safeguard himself. Everything lay in an eerie silence, a stillness that belied the brightness of a clear morning. The white gauze curtains fluttered gently at the head of the bed, casting shadows both deep and faint. "Who are you?" Dumbledore suddenly inquired. Harry, taken aback, raised his tear-streaked face, his green eyes glistening with moisture. "Who am I? You are not the Harry Potter I know. You have forged deep bonds and vulnerabilities. You are afraid of the future, fearful of what is yet to come." Dumbledore squinted, scrutinizing him, his bright and profound gaze seemingly penetrating into the very essence of his being. "Tell me, Harry, whatever has transpired, I can assist you." Harry stared blankly at him. This man who had once bestowed warmth, attention, and hope upon him, yet had also deceived, manipulated, and orchestrated his life. Yet, he could not help but yearn for that support once more. He longed to divulge everything. From a moment, he plummeted from the tower to all that had transpired. So much loss, so many deaths, countless battles, and overwhelming despair. In Harry's heart, this war felt like a failure, even if Voldemort had been vanquished. He had lost too much, far beyond the limits of his endurance, surpassing his unwavering faith, the courage he had amassed, and the scant trust he held in life. Thus, it was a complete and utter defeat. Even in rebirth, he bore the indelible shadows of his past, too terrified to resolve to alter anything, fearing that it was all a dream woven from his memories, a dream that allowed him to relive it as if he could escape the war. Consequently, he began to crumble. Any blow was sufficient to shatter him, rendering him hesitant to make decisions, afraid of ultimately losing everything, and allowing cowardice to flourish unchecked. Should he withdraw? A voice within seemed to whisper, "Look, you cannot bear this alone. Share it with others. You need not shoulder this burden by yourself. Why impose such pressure upon yourself? Just like before. Especially now that you possess history, your chances would be greatly increased." No, absolutely not. How would this differ from his previous life? He would forever remain hidden behind others, watching misfortune befall them. In an instant, Harry's mind cleared. He could no longer gamble his life on anyone else. To tell others was in itself to alter history, and he wished not to relive it again. He yearned to rise, even if broken. Harry Potter. It seemed an eternity passed before Harry finally lifted his sleeve to wipe away the traces of tears on his face. Simply Harry Potter. Dumbledore stood there, observing him for a considerable time, his eyes narrowing once more. Yet Harry maintained a serious gaze, unaware of how long it had been. Long enough for him to feel that Dumbledore could see through everything. Ultimately, Dumbledore's mouth curled into a gentle smile, his white beard shimmering as if aglow. "So remember, you are Harry Potter," he said with profound significance, "not someone else." Harry retained his expressionless demeanor, his eyes still filled with lingering traces of bloodshot despair. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore," he uttered, his voice hoarse and weary, then continued, "I am sorry, Professor Dumbledore. Rest well. Today as classes have been cancelled for you." Dumbledore winked playfully, hands perched on his hips. "School has only been in session for 2 days, and you've already missed 2 days of classes. Madame Pomfrey has also discreetly informed me that she does not wish to see you here any longer, Harry. Best of luck." Dumbledore turned to leave, only to glance back with surprise at Draco. "Oh, you startled me. I thought you had already departed, Mr. Malfoy." "Apologies, Professor. I was just about to head to class," Draco replied awkwardly, trailing behind Dumbledore as they prepared to exit, finally free to leave. "Wait, Draco." Harry's voice called softly from behind, uttering his given name. Draco froze in place, and Dumbledore quickly vanished. "What is it, Potter?" Draco turned around, anxiety evident in his demeanor. His pupils widened as he felt the soft, furry head bury into his neck, accompanied by a faint scent of soap and a hint of potion. "It's just a hug," Draco thought. But why in the world was the damned savior embracing him so intimately? He felt his body stiffen, arms hanging at his sides, pressed tightly against his thighs. He could not push away someone who had just been crying inconsolably, even if he was the savior. Draco reassured himself, especially since he had saved him. But why save him? This was awkward. Why embrace him? This was also exceedingly awkward. Potter's hair was so soft. Why on earth did he even care about that? Draco could feel his ears, neck, and every place Harry had touched burning with embarrassment. He struggled to lift his head, fearful that his chin might inadvertently sink into that soft mane. "I'm sorry." Harry's voice brushed against his ear, damp and ticklish, like a small insect crawling in circles, attempting to find a way in. What?" Draco stammered, bewildered. "Are you filled with reeds in your head? Why apologize? Shouldn't it be him who apologizes? He was the one who had harmed him, right? Potter couldn't truly be this daft." "I'm sorry," he repeated, his tone laden with despondency, as if it took immense effort to utter the latter half of his sentence. "I did not save you." Draco was utterly bewildered. He blinked his gray-blue eyes, beginning to suspect that Harry Potter's soul and body might have separated again. This time it was not a gap, it was a chasm. "So, if you remain silent, I shall assume you have forgiven me." Harry tightened his embrace, his arms constricting around Draco's neck. "What the?" Draco felt as though he were suffocating. Waves of heat surged over his body, his heart racing as if it were about to burst from his chest. "I will protect you from now on," Harry asserted with determination, his voice muffled against Draco's form. Finally regaining his composure, Draco grasped Harry's shoulders and forcibly pulled him away. He felt he could finally breathe again. This was nothing short of an assault, utterly devoid of tact. Regardless of your current insanity, Scarhead, Draco dared not meet his gaze. Hastily straightening his wrinkled robes to conceal the confusion and anxiety he would never admit to, he adopted a tone of habitual arrogance, declaring, "Malfoy never requires anyone's protection. So you best take care of yourself, St. Potter." He shot Harry a quick glare before awkwardly departing. Chapter 23, Daily Life. The dissonance between soul and body, akin to Voldemort's soul being severed, involves indirectly absorbing another's essence through one's own magic, thereby isolating a portion of the soul from the body and controlling one's emotions. This can be combined with other spells to maximize damage, yet it remains a simple incantation that requires minimal magical expenditure. Had Voldemort applied his talents to academic pursuits, he might have secured a place in the annals of those awarded the Order of Merlin. Thus, the principles of his own body were likely similar. That gap resembled an open wound, continuously rubbing against itself, unable to heal. Wounds require care, and healing necessitates the right remedy. If the correct treatment were to fill that void, the wound would no longer suffer pain from friction. However, clearly, his condition differed from a wound. Nothing could fill that gap. If only there were a way to moderately suppress it, he could accomplish so much. He thought it was time to seek an opportunity to consult Professor Snape, even if hope was but a faint glimmer. In the storeroom of the Room of Requirement, a myriad of antiquated items lay haphazardly piled, the dim air thick with minuscule particles. Gray marionettes, a time-worn black wardrobe, and an assortment of glass vessels, all cloaked in a layer of dust, were draped beneath a dark red curtain, its fabric festooned with cobwebs. The sound of footsteps echoed abruptly within, click, clack, click, reminiscent of a malfunctioning clock. The light from the tip of a wand shimmered through the air, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the crevices. A small, wing-broken fairy burst forth from a high mahogany box, seeking refuge within an old lampshade. A diadem, adorned with diamonds and amethyst, floated into the air from the box, while the falling platinum glimmered faintly in the dusky atmosphere. before vanishing as suddenly as the intrusive footsteps. Morning classes concluded swiftly, and the castle erupted with life. Heads of all sizes poured out from classrooms like a flowing stream, their voices, footsteps, and the rustle of robes mingling in a cacophony. Only the heavy black door of Snape S. Potion's classroom remained steadfastly shut. Leaning languidly against the corridor railing, Harry attempted to sense the rhythm of magic coursing through him. It flowed methodically between his soul and body, occasionally pausing at their intersection. Harry had come to terms with certain truths regarding his purpose and existence. Perhaps some matters are simply this way. Once one's conviction is solidified, it seems all obstacles can be overcome. Harry's goal had always been unwavering, to vanquish Voldemort. Yet now, he found himself living not solely for that purpose. He bore the weight of Voldemort's shadow throughout his life, and it was inconceivable to tread the same path again. Voldemort was merely a task to be completed on his journey, one he intended to fulfill with minimal cost. If the separation of soul and body was the price of his rebirth, then he had indeed gained something valuable, hadn't he? At least he possessed the opportunity for change. The door creaked open only after Harry had nearly scraped away a flake of red paint from the railing. A group of third-year students emerged, looking rather dejected, yet their expressions brightened upon spotting the golden boy of Gryffindor smiling at them. "Harry, are you all right?" Lavender exclaimed, her large brown eyes wide with wonder. "I was truly frightened by you yesterday." Harry felt a surge of relief upon seeing that she was unharmed. "It's so good to see you well," Seamus chimed in, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Everyone crowded around, and in an instant, the doorway was a throng of excited faces. Harry offered a gentle smile, touched by their concern, even feeling akin to a snake behind glass in a zoo, as nearly everyone seemed eager to verify his reality. After Neville detailed the extensive homework assigned by Snape, most students gradually departed for lunch, while Draco, in a fit of anger, pushed through the crowd and descended the spiral staircase, entirely disregarding Harry. His closest friends awaited him at the entrance, watching him without hostility. Familiar hair color, familiar faces. Hermione blinked at Harry's increasingly warm smile, her nose turning pink. Everyone, Harry sighed, stepping forward to embrace Ron and Hermione. A cascade of books tumbling from Hermione's arms to the floor, yet no one paid it any mind. Sorry, Harry. We meant to help you shoulder the burden. Hermione's voice trembled slightly. But we left you there alone. It was my words that were hurtful. I am genuinely sorry. Harry murmured, feeling as though he might drown in Hermione's voluminous brown hair. There's no challenge we cannot overcome, is there? Ron grinned, his golden eyes squinting into crescent shapes. We'll certainly find a way to mend your troubles. Indeed, there was nothing insurmountable. Harry patted their backs firmly, a wave of comfort washing over him, just like our enduring friendship. The potions classroom resembled a disaster zone, remnants of potion ingredients strewn everywhere. The tables and chairs splattered with an array of noxious concoctions. The potion professor, garbed in black robes, was still tidying up at the podium. Only after he packed the last vial of experimental potion into a box did he finally lift his sullen gaze to regard the boy with green eyes who had lingered for so long. "I presume you wish for me to tutor you, Harry Potter?" Snape's voice dripped with disdain, his frosty gaze piercing into the boy before him. "Professor, I have a favor to ask of you." Harry endeavored to sound earnest, despite his heart brimming with the utmost respect. "I can't have misheard, can I? Is there anything in this world you cannot accomplish?" Snape mocked, the corners of his mouth curling in derision, his gaze as cold as ever. "If you possessed even a modicum of intelligence, you wouldn't be seeking me out after your foolish friends blew up the cauldron." A pang of realization struck Harry as he finally understood the origin of the yellow stain on Ron's cheek. The potion's master scoffed, sweeping past him with his robes trailing, leaving behind a remark that would haunt Harry for the rest of the day. "Do not forget, even if you fail to attend class, the assigned essay must be completed in full." When Harry returned to the Great Hall, most of the meal had been consumed. Nearly half the school turned to gaze at him, for almost everyone had heard of his injury. He nonchalantly took a seat beside Ron, picking up his fork, deliberately ignoring the buzzing discussions surrounding him. "So, are you going to work on the potions assignment with us?" Ron's face broke into an unabashedly gleeful smirk. Harry shot him an exasperated glance. "If you hadn't blown up the cauldron, perhaps I would have had the chance to finish my sentence." "I didn't Hermione quickly interjected, glancing at Ron before adding, "though the shrinking solution is indeed quite challenging." Ron glared at her indignantly. "It was just me who blew it up." "Neville?" Harry asked, easily recalling the forgetful boy. "Hey, Harry," Neville replied from the side, looking somewhat disgruntled. "I didn't Malfoy blew up his cauldron too, Seamus chimed in. Just like clockwork, there was a bang from one side, and before anyone could react, another bang echoed from the other. Seamus mimicked the scene dramatically. You can't imagine Snape's expression. It was as if he de-swallowed Neville-S Toad. An image sprang to Harry's mind. Snape with his upper lip curled, his face a terrifying shade of anger. Yet he deducted 10 points from Gryffindor and only 2 from Malfoy, claiming that Malfoy was merely startled by the commotion I caused and thus added 2 extra drops of leech slime. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief, glaring furiously at the Slytherin table. I suppose I could use that excuse next time to drop a couple of my own saliva into his potion. Harry chuckled, raising his gaze to follow Ron's line of sight. Through the throng of bobbing heads, he easily spotted Draco's distinctive pale, golden hair. Draco sipped a glass of overly sweet pumpkin juice, the vibrant orange swirling within, reflecting flecks of light. He exuded an aura that seemed to warn others to keep their distance. The Savior is watching you, Draco. Pansy's voice floated in from the side, while Blaise also lifted his gaze with interest. Draco instinctively sought out that pair of green eyes, yet an inexplicable sense of humiliation suppressed his desire. Let him look. I want to feel remorse for his scrutiny. Draco raised his chin higher, grasping the glass that bore his fingerprints. No one is inquiring about your feelings of guilt, Draco. Pansy and Blaise exchanged glances, sharing a subtle smile. Let's make a wager, Pansy said, narrowing her eyes with a grin. Shall we bet on whether the Savior will seek trouble with Draco after the meal? Blaise's eyes flickered momentarily as he began to contemplate the proposition in his mind. No, Potter won't come. I'm certain of it. Pansy, he declared confidently. Let us wager on who can influence the other. Pansy's gaze was laced with calculation. Blaise nodded, feeling an inexplicable unease at the sight of Pansy's triumphant smile. Pansy picked up a berry-colored confection, and through the throng of figures, she distinctly observed the Savior lifting a glass of the identical clear juice, cautiously taking a sip before spitting it out under Granger's disapproving gaze, then casting a mournful glance in the direction of Slytherin. The afternoon sky was perpetually bright, showcasing the cerulean hue that Blaise cherished most, a color both clear and exquisite. He unhesitatingly believed this would herald a stroke of luck for his wager, a precursor to a day filled with good cheer. However, if only Draco hadn't insisted on finishing an entire glass of the unwanted orange juice. If only Pansy hadn't insisted on leading Draco through the hall back to the Slytherin common room. And if Draco hadn't chosen to glare at the Savior when they were scarcely 20 feet apart at the same moment of departure from the table, perhaps he could console himself that all would unfold as he wished. I heard your cauldron exploded, Malfoy. The taunting, playful voice permeated the air around them. Wipe that smirk off your face, Savior. You've ruined my favorite color. Chapter 24, Sculpture. Tonight marked the full moon, which ascended high, piercing the night's veil to illuminate the tallest lighthouse of Hogwarts. The lighthouse appeared loftier and older than one could imagine, its solitary spire rising from the castle like a precarious needle, as if it might collapse at any moment, scattering its shingles upon the castle's summit. No path led to this lighthouse. Every seemingly accessible route had been deliberately sealed off. It stood there, an inconspicuous ornament adorning the castle. The wind carried the howls of werewolves, weaving through the air and ushering in a briny scent from the lake. This breeze originated from the depths of the Black Lake, ascending from the lowest point to the highest, astonishingly traversing the lighthouse before dissipating into the atmosphere. In this wind, someone had landed, and with a deft movement of an invisible hand, a broom of exquisite golden hue emerged from an invisibility cloak, hovering back to its familiar position as footsteps echoed, a haphazard rhythm akin to a broken clock. Harry Potter dispelled his disillusionment charm, leaping gracefully onto the lowest wall of the lighthouse, curling one leg beneath him as he savored the unusually large moon. October had already passed, and Quidditch practice was becoming increasingly urgent, with 3 sessions a week that felt devoid of skill, at least to him. The pace of his classes had also quickened. As Harry's grades steadily improved, the image of the once struggling student began to fade from the professors' minds. As the presence of new endeavors grew stronger, people often forgot the old memories that lingered within. For instance, Harry was undoubtedly an exemplary student, a boy of subtle thoughts, the source of girls' delighted screams, and a perennial instigator of trouble for Draco. He was, after all, Hogwarts' quintessential golden boy. He recalled his impetuous nature, the haphazard essays he crafted for professors, the stuttering exchanges with unfamiliar beautiful girls, and the few remaining individuals who would still provoke him. Perhaps it would not be long before the new Harry permanently supplanted the old Harry in everyone's hearts. This was what he desired, a persona worthy of admiration, rather than mere fame. In the waning days of the war, everyone had looked to him as a beacon of hope, forcibly erecting him as a luminous standard within Hogwarts Castle. Yet, few truly considered the significance of his voice. He was merely an indispensable talisman of war. If he was to be a talisman, he might as well become a guardian spirit. Harry relished his nightly visits to the Room of Requirement to practice magic. Over the past month, he had predominantly focused on defensive and healing spells, which were undoubtedly the best for his well-being. Less injury, less suffering. At least until Dumbledore procured that elusive ingredient, he could not afford to relax. Thank Merlin, Snape, after enduring Harry's relentless entreaties, had finally relented to assist him with the issue of soul fragment separation, even though Harry was aware that Snape had approached Dumbledore earlier regarding his situation. If all went well, he would receive his first potion to mitigate the side effects of soul detachment by Halloween. Halloween was fast approaching. Harry organized the clutter around him, most of which he had brought himself. Clippings from the Daily Prophet regarding layoffs at the Ministry, news of aristocrats entering politics, and various articles related to dark magic, all haphazardly piled nearby. Beneath a box lay several vials, remnants of the potions he had experimented with during this time. To his left, there was even a sleeping bag for when he felt chilly. This was his sanctuary, a place undiscovered by anyone, where even his friends remained oblivious to the existence of a space that belonged entirely to Harry Potter. He had grown accustomed to seeking solace here. The height was just right for him. Rising to his feet, Harry precariously balanced on the eaves, standing straight like a javelin. He inhaled deeply, gazing dreamily at the pale yellow moon. If all went according to plan, tonight he would discover his animagus form. The thought thrilled him. Ever since his discharge from the hospital, he had intended to practice becoming an animagus. It had been over a month, and just last week, he had successfully sensed changes brought about by certain traits. If he wasn't mistaken, he would transform into something avian, and the anticipation was exhilarating. He could hardly wait for the feeling of spreading his wings. Standing at the highest point of Hogwarts, he looked up at the dark clouds meandering through the overcast sky, obscuring the starlit expanse, melding into the soft, rich glow of the moonlight. His heart gradually calmed, the rustling wind filling his ears, his spirit weaving through the airy lighthouse, chasing the scattered pages of newspapers that the wind had dislodged. His body felt as if it had begun to merge with the wind, light and weightless in the air. It was time. Harry opened his eyes, the flow of magic within him quickening, his unruly black hair shimmering with circles of light. He began to chant an obscure incantation, his gaze resolute and confident. The blood and rhythmic magic fused anew, his bones relaxing as fine, white down began to sprout upon his skin. Gradually, feathers of pristine white enveloped him, his form twisting until he transformed into a magnificent white bird with a sharp crimson beak. To be precise, a white-tailed eagle. A distant, resonant cry escaped the beak of the white bird, its voice carried away by the wind. It trembled with excitement, its mint-green eyes shimmering under the moonlight, reflecting the starlit surface of a lake. Slowly, its wings unfurled, cautiously spreading soft feathers that glistened with a gentle luminescence beneath the night sky. With a sigh, it fully unfurled its wings, expansive enough to nearly fill the small tower. Its claws forcefully struck the eaves, and its body burst into the open air. The reality was far from what he had envisioned. Harry, in a state of panic, flapped his wings erratically, generating powerful currents of air that sent him tumbling in all directions, his body clumsily plummeting downwards. Oof! Harry couldn't suppress a cry as he narrowly glided past a turret, landing on a roof cluttered with tiles. He attempted to spread his wings and take off once more, cautiously sensing the wind brushing against the tips of his feathers. Eventually, he succeeded in flying a short distance before descending atop a massive window ledge. Narrowing his eyes, Harry peered inside through the window, catching sight of the dimly lit hall. He could vaguely discern the still portraits on the walls, now at rest and no longer swaying. Fortunately, no one had noticed him. Coo! The white owl let out an exuberant call, flapping its wings and soaring into the night sky. The wind rushed through its chest feathers, filling its lungs as it inhaled deeply through its crimson beak, then released a contented cry that echoed into the night. The creatures of the forbidden forest stirred restlessly. The night stallions whinnied hoarsely while werewolves lamented in their cottages, the sounds of flapping wings mingling with the rustling of leaves. The night air in Hogwarts was cool and vibrant, yet far from tranquil. Another invigorating morning dawned, sunlight pouring into every corner of the castle. The great hall was already filled with students, and the tables were laden with an array of breakfast delights. Harry, feeling sore all over, slumped down beside Ron with a weary sigh. The previous night had been wild, and his first transformation had been rather unrestrained, leaving him utterly exhausted today. Yet, the thought of his dashing white owl form made him grin foolishly. "You're not in trouble again, are you, Harry?" Hermione asked, eyeing him with concern as she noticed his haggard appearance. "Did you sneak off to practice last night?" "Yeah." Harry blinked behind his glasses, offering a casual smile. "I made significant progress." He longed to share the good news with his friends, but the mere thought of Hermione doubting a third-year student mastering a Nimigus transformation made him feel guilty. "You're overdoing it, mate," Ron remarked, looking up with a sardonic smile. "You're not the same person I used to know." "Harry, you must take care of yourself," Hermione admonished, casting a disparaging glance at Ron. "Certainly more sensible than some aimless individuals." "What do you mean?" Ron frowned, his brows knitting together. "Everyone has their own pressures and aspirations." Hermione shot him a look before turning her worried gaze back to Harry, embodying the essence of Mrs. Weasley. "You need to regulate your practice. Look at you. No one has a worse complexion. Just today, I promise," Harry capitulated with a sigh. Hermione huffed and chose not to respond, reaching for a chicken sandwich. "Sirius has been spotted in Hogsmeade," Seamus exclaimed, brandishing the freshly delivered Daily Prophet. "Someone saw him there. He wouldn't dare cause any harm there, would he? The security is quite tight, isn't it?" Someone interjected. Ron swallowed the last bite of his bread, golden eyelashes catching the light as one brushed against his eyelid. "That wouldn't interfere with our visit to Hogsmeade, would it?" he asked anxiously. "Right," Harry thought, unable to suppress a thrill. Perhaps a trip to Hogsmeade might allow him to see Sirius early. "But you can't go, can you?" Hermione quickly interrupted Harry's train of thought. "You haven't received permission." Harry feigned difficulty as he glanced at Hermione, suddenly recalling that he couldn't visit Hogsmeade in his third year and hadn't even received the Marauders map. "True. Don't worry. We'll bring you back loads of treats," Ron said, noticing Harry's downcast expression and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Thanks." Harry speared a fried egg on his fork, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, which sparkled with fervent anticipation. "I've been waiting for you, Sirius." Chapter 25, Shadows. On the eve of Halloween, a blanket of white enveloped the world from distant mountains to nearby towers. Hogwarts lay entirely covered in snow, the vast white expanse piling in soft mounds atop rooftops, resembling a staircase. A warm, pale breath melted the snow in his hands as a dark-haired boy hugged his snowy owl tightly, rubbing his reddened nose against the soft tuft atop its head. "Goodbye." He waved to his friends. "I'll bring you back plenty of sweets." The boy, with his conspicuous chestnut hair, waved back. "Goodbye, Harry," a girl called, her voice muffled behind a red and gold scarf that concealed half her face. After one last wave, the boy turned and walked down the steps, casually kicking aside the crushed snow at the entrance. The little creature in his arms cooed softly, beginning to squirm. Harry released his grip, allowing Hedwig to perch on his arm. She flapped her wings, pecking playfully at the boy's pale cheek before meticulously preening her feathers. The scene was serene and tranquil, resembling a painting. The pristine white served as a backdrop, depicting the majestic castle, with the poised boy standing beneath it, his robe billowing, while the snowy owl gazed at the scattered footprints in the snow. Color, light, and shadow intertwined among the distant mountains, towers, and the boy, a composition just shy of perfection. "Is someone staying behind? Potter?" A silver-haired boy entered the scene, leaving a neat trail of footprints in the untouched snow, his robe billowing behind him. "Afraid of Dementors?" The voice, perpetually well-timed, carried a youthful rebelliousness, resonating in the crisp winter air. Golden red and green-silver accents danced as light flickered, colors swirling in circles of luminescence. The wind carried an unsettling tone, teasing the boy's soft hair, brushing against his pool-like eyes, melting into the intensity of their shared gaze. The image gradually came together. Hedwig let out a melodious hoot, soaring upward into the brilliant sky, marking the final flourish of this picturesque tableau. Harry returned to the castle alone, feeling neither lonely nor isolated. For him, the decision to visit Hogsmeade was merely a matter of desire. His foremost objective remained acquiring the Marauders map, that intriguing and practical tool. He delightfully wrapped his robe tighter, dashing up the spiral staircase, contemplating how to slip into Filch's storage room. Unfortunately, just as he pondered how to navigate past the Dementor's watchful eyes in his transformed state, he was called to halt. "Harry?" Professor Lupin peeked out of his office, a smile gracing his lips. "Hello, Professor." Harry paused at the sound of his voice. "Are you alone? Where are Ron and Hermione?" "They went to Hogsmeade, sir," Harry replied, smiling warmly at him. "Oh, right." Lupin paused before continuing. "Would you like to come in and see what you'll be facing your next class?" What is it? Harry inquired, following his movements into the room. A Grindylow, a water creature. On the office's shelves sat a large tank, housing a sickly, unattractive green creature. Harry raised an eyebrow. It had caused him no small amount of trouble during the second task of the Triwizard Tournament in 4th year. The little creature pressed against the glass, making faces at him. It looks quite challenging, Lupin explained, but it's actually rather simple. You one need, cough cough. A series of knocks emanated from beneath the tank, causing the water's surface to ripple. Oh, Lupin muttered to himself. I thought this boggart had been expelled. Boggart? Harry reflected on his memories, which stirred like ancient pages, as a chilling figure clad in a black cloak leapt from the recesses of his mind towards him. Was it a boggart? A wondrous creature capable of piercing one's deepest fears. Lupin cast a thoughtful glance at Harry. Ah, you missed this lesson, didn't you? I recall you were summoned back by Madame Pomfrey for recuperation. It seems so. Care to give a try, Harry? Professor Lupin raised his wand to unlock the cabinet door. Well, a voice laced with weariness emanated from the doorway. It appears our savior, Harry Potter, is utterly unconcerned about his physical ailments. Harry's body involuntarily stiffened for a moment as he lifted his green eyes to the man who had chilled the air several degrees. Professor Snape stood at the entrance, his dark hair cascading over his shoulders, his expression foreboding, and his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. Harry recalled that he would receive his potion today, having initially believed it would be after the Halloween feast. This potion could be deemed the sole solution. He had explored numerous suppressive methods with the professor, knowing full well that a complete cure was unrealistic. No one could truly fathom the state of their own insides. Thus, the treatment shifted from filling the gaps in his soul to enhancing his formidable soul power, no longer forcing them to merge, but rather donning them in armor to mitigate side effects. This was primarily a therapeutic and supplementary approach, focusing on soul protection and physical fortification. My apologies, Professor. I overlooked the notification. Harry lowered his head submissively, aware that the notice contained no precise timing. Of course, compared to politely visiting a professor's office for matters of reputation, there were always far more pressing issues at hand. Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm as he remarked, Indeed, you have many more significant matters to attend to, such as how to deal with a boggart. It was who permitted him entry, Professor Snape, Lupin interjected, raising an eyebrow at the unexpected visitor. I believe he was just about to seek you out. Snape regarded him with a menacing look, and the atmosphere grew taut. Perhaps. Potter. It was evident that Snape wished to avoid escalating the situation. He swiftly shifted his tone, addressing Harry in a harsh manner. I trust you won't mind spending some of your precious time accompanying me to my office. Very well, Professor. Harry nodded, raising his gaze to cast an apologetic glance at Lupin. No worries, Harry. Your health is paramount. Almost every professor was aware of his condition. Suddenly, the cabinet door burst open, scattering a flurry of wood shavings. Blast, Lupin muttered, having forgotten he had just undone the lock. Snape scoffed at the doorway. Time seemed to freeze as a black, smoke-like substance began to drift slowly from the cabinet's crevice. Harry stared, perplexed, at the thickening mist. What is this? He inquired. Lupin appeared puzzled as well. A boggart transforms into one's most fearsome nightmare. Was this Harry's deepest fear? What was this? Darkness? The black, misty entity swirled like a vortex, accumulating before Harry, resembling a dense cloud. He gazed at it in bewilderment, wondering if the boggart was unable to shift due to his resurrection. No, that was not right. Something lurked within the shadows. Harry's green pupils dilated suddenly. He saw it. There was indeed something writhing within the black fog. Yet, it was impossible to discern what it was, and it involuntarily prompted memories of terrifying events. His heart raced uncontrollably as Harry nervously raised his wand, attempting to force the unsettling boggart back into the cabinet. Suddenly, a familiar scent flooded his nostrils, the damp aroma of earth, resurrecting memories that buried him in dread. A foolish, mindless boggart, Snape remarked, curling his upper lip and squinting at the swirling black mist before Harry. Truly like a trax-like. Lupin swiftly maneuvered around Harry, approaching him with a glint of anger in his eyes. My domain requires no external judgments. No one is compelled to be here. Naturally, I ought to take my leave. Snape replied, meeting his gaze. Shouldn't I? A timid, cautious voice floated behind them. Is it raining? Lupin quickly turned back, finding Harry still standing there. The black mist continuing to swirl vacantly, intermittently illuminated by flashes of bluish-purple and grayish light. Lupin suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Harry's appearance began to change, his complexion visibly worsening at an alarming rate, as terror crept up his face like a creeping vine. The green eyes behind his glasses lost all their luster. resembling a well of fear filled with darkened depths, crimson veins emerging from beneath. Potter. Snape reacted swiftly, raising his wand to cast a spell on the boggart, which promptly dissipated and retreated back into the cabinet. However, the ordeal was far from over. The boggart was merely the catalyst, and Harry understood. He stared blankly ahead, the horrifying sense of isolation nearly consuming him. The space around him twisted grotesquely, the beams of the ceiling bending in his vision, the liquid in the water tank flickering and writhing. He could even sense Professor Lupin, lunging towards him, becoming distorted, his features alien. Crimson hues floated through the atmosphere, and a wave of danger, anger, and vigilance swept over Harry, his body taut as he felt everything around him. Someone was shaking him. Voices filled with urgency echoed. Yet everything felt distant, as if he were not in the same world. The space did not restore itself. It was irrevocably warped, leaving behind only unsightly patches of color and those crimson liquid-like substances swirling together, culminating in a profound sense of loneliness akin to bidding farewell to the world. Huff, huff. Harry heard the sound of his own breath and heartbeat, but he could no longer feel anything. The stinging sensation came at that moment, when the world seemed to consist of him alone. Struggling to open his eyes once more, he was greeted by the familiar rustling of leaves in the wind, the air thick with the scent of damp earth. He lifted his gaze. Dark, oppressive clouds loomed ominously close to a familiar golden magical circle, bluish-purple light darting through like fish. Familiar battle positions, the well-known frontline warriors, and the dark mass of Death Eaters before him. Hermione was collapsed in Ron's embrace, weeping softly, her words fragmented. Familiar friends. Disarray, resentment, fear, anger, an involuntary return to his body, as if he had never left. Hermione. Harry reached out hesitantly, only to let his hand fall limply. He was still entrenched in war. It seemed all tranquility was but a dream. Soul separation, a hoarse, chilling voice echoed from nearby. Harry's eyes widened in terror as he lifted his gaze through the layers of leaves, catching a clear glimpse of the unforgettable scene once more. A pale, snake-like man stood before him. The familiar, loathsome visage of Voldemort reappeared in his sight. Beneath his wand, a golden-haired boy knelt weakly, like a broken marionette. Chapter 26. I long to see you. His heart seemed to halt instantaneously. No, it cannot be. I have perished here. Voldemort is dead. Draco has also died. A chill coursed through his veins, mixing with his blood to form ice. No, Harry screamed, as if to expel his panic through his trembling voice. Do not act rashly. Harry. Ron lunged forward, pressing Harry's body down with his arms, pain coursing throughout him. You can change nothing now. Harry's eyes, wide with fury, focused on the figures not far away, their silhouettes clear and distinct within his green pupils. Before punishment descends, I shall ask you one last question, Draco. An unsettlingly pleasant voice rang in his ears. Harry struggled with all his might, but the grip of the person behind him only tightened. Everything felt so real, so hauntingly vivid in sound, touch, and sight, each sensation more terrifyingly authentic than the last. Who do you despise the most? Those who have endured such experiences yearn never to relive them, for the feeling of helplessness is a cruelty too harsh to bear. It is you. Draco's voice, both strange and familiar, echoed from afar. It has always been you. With a thunderous crash, a nightmarish deluge of rain poured down. The rain, it seemed, had chosen this moment to descend. Leaves were stripped away, and the earth was churned to mud, filling Harry's nostrils with the damp, earthy scent that sent shivers down his spine. The piercing red light still plunged into Draco's chest. A heart-wrenching scream followed, resonating painfully. As the agonizing echoes of memory surged forth, Harry pressed his hands tightly over his ears, but the shrieks would not be silenced. They pierced through the rain, through skin, shattering any mental defenses, coalescing with those fragmented memories from the past, as if they emerged from all directions, invading his body, his lungs, his heart. Harry crouched down, curling into himself. It was futile. He could still see and hear it all. It was inescapable. This was a nightmare from which he could never awaken. A constant reminder of his fragility, his impotence, and all the betrayals he could not bear. No, please, let me go. The torment of those screams felt interminable, as though a century had passed. Tears mingled with rainwater, soaking into the mud, splattering onto his tattered robes. He did not know to whom he was pleading. He only knew he wished to escape, to flee from this unexpected nightmare, this punishment. The screams abruptly ceased, yet Harry could still hear Draco's struggles. Witnessing his final attempts to resist, the choking agony of defiance, and the tremors of life slipping away. It was painfully clear this was the second time. Why had he returned? Why force him to recall it all once more? Why? He murmured, burying his hollow gaze between his legs. Let me go. He thrust his hands into the earth, dizziness flooding his brain. I know this isn't real, he continued to mutter, his frailty dissolving into the sound of the rain. So let me go back. He suddenly threw his head back and cried out, the rain flooding his eyes but failing to wash away the crimson streaks hidden beneath. The space before him began to warp. The surrounding trees bent as the rain twisted away from its predetermined path, undulating like waves. The cacophony of rain, heartbeat, and sobs gradually receded, until the world transformed into a vast, unfamiliar canvas of colors. A familiar voice began to resonate softly in his ear, drawing closer, like a fleeting tinnitus. Come, stand up, I'll take you to the infirmary. He struggled to open his eyes, realizing with no surprise that his face was wet. His vision blurred. What just happened, Professor? Harry quickly regained his composure, then raised his hand to wipe away his tears, accepting the glasses from Lupin and putting them on, his sight gradually sharpening. The familiar office, the glass cabinet, and the ghost submerged in the pile of water plants greeted him. Are you all right? Lupin exclaimed, surveying Harry's entire being with concern. Professor Snape determined that your soul was in distress. He has gone to fetch a potion. He paused. Curiosity and worry etched on his face, crying incessantly, unresponsive to any sounds, as if in a stupor. Harry offered no reply. His green eyes were still bloodshot, lashes matted together, glistening. Is that all? He pondered, believing something more profound would have transpired. It could not simply end like this. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Lupin asked with genuine concern. What did you see? I'm fine, Professor. I believe I was just startled by a nightmare. I think we should still visit the infirmary, Lupin insisted, placing a hand on his shoulder to guide him away. Really, it's not necessary. Professor, I feel quite well. It was merely a dream. I was just frightened. Harry offered a gentle smile, his green eyes shimmering with a soft light as he gently pushed Lupin's hand away. All right, if you insist, Lupin replied, regarding him with skepticism. Don't push yourself, Harry. Harry shrugged, raising his hand in a gesture of resignation, indicating he was not being stubborn. It wasn't until Professor Snape, frowning, watched him down an entire cup of light blue potion that everyone truly exhaled in relief. The potion began to take effect almost instantly. A marked improvement. The blood flowed freely within him, as if his body had become weightless. Harry could distinctly feel the fusion of magic and blood, their blend growing more harmonious and pure. Truly, it was a rare potion made from rare ingredients. This kindness he did not know how to repay. After a considerable while, once the potion had been fully absorbed, Snape declared, "It's not over yet." He cast a disdainful glance at the relieved, smiling Lupin, and without further ado, seized Harry's hand, producing a sharp dagger from his robes to make a small incision on his index finger, blood streaming forth almost immediately. How does that feel? It was Harry's first time witnessing Professor Snape's earnest demeanor, leaving him unsure whether to feel relieved. Fortunately, the soul remained unaffected, the pain not amplified. It was merely a simple sting. Normal. Harry couldn't help but smile, his eyes glistening as he observed Snape's expression finally easing. However, the relaxed demeanor did not last long. He soon furrowed his brow again, the familiar disdain returning. Don't celebrate too soon, Potter. He smirked. The effects of the potion will likely begin to fluctuate after a year, and gathering these ingredients before then will prove exceedingly difficult. If you wish to rely on this potion for the rest of your life, it is patently unrealistic. These ingredients are not easily obtained. Therefore, if the source and true solution cannot be found, it would be better to live in a greenhouse than to seek a lifetime of potions, Potter. It feels like an anesthetic, Harry remarked, raising his hand, mesmerized by the sight of his finger, now bandaged by Professor Lupin. It's truly fascinating. Clearly, Harry did not take Snape's sardonic threat to heart. Thank you, Professor Snape. His sincerity remained unwavering. The wind stirred by Snape's cloak brushed against his face, carrying with it a faint scent of rosewood, delicate enough to almost dissipate in the air. Snape responded with a cold huff, his figure vanishing at the door. Goodbye, Professor Lupin. Harry feigned a bright demeanor. I must return to the common room. I have a lengthy essay to complete. Of course, Harry, Lupin waved him off, concern evident in his voice. If you feel any discomfort, remember to seek Madame Pomfrey. After bidding farewell to Professor Lupin, Harry stepped out of the office. In an instant, his complexion paled as he quickened his pace, his disheveled black hair still falling over his forehead, failing to conceal the dim gleam in his green eyes, nor the heavy, melancholic aura that enveloped him. Stumbling, Harry darted into a cluttered broom closet at the corridor's bend, hidden in an inconspicuous corner. The old window on the north side barred the blinding white snow from entering, leaving only a chill seeping through the cracks. Harry's once upright figure suddenly shrank. As he covered his eyes, sinking to the ground in anguish, his lips trembling as he fought back the pain. He was truly terrified that he might never return, fearing that he had merely succumbed to a dream. It was not a horrifying nightmare. Rather, it was his memories, ensnaring him within their grasp, indelible recollections that he could not forget. He wished to erase them, yet certain memories, like parasitic insects, had embedded themselves within his very being, etched into his bones, leaving him powerless to escape. Once again, the memories surged forth, sweeping away the superficial dust and returning with a clarity more profound than before. Tears seeped through his fingers, soaking into the cold air. Harry sat on the ground, utterly drained, his gaze fixed vacantly on the closed glass window. At this moment, he yearned to undertake something of great significance. For instance, he desperately wished to see Draco, to lay eyes upon him. Chapter 27, The Ride. The village of Hogsmeade appeared resplendent beneath a blanket of snow, with rows of pine trees adorned with golden red lanterns. Silvery snowflakes fluttered down, landing upon the rooftops before being scattered by the wind. The snow along the pathway had been compacted into a solid, thick layer of ice. Yet faint footprints still marked its surface. Look, from this vantage point, the spire rooftops of the village resemble a horde of famished specters surrounding you, a girl exclaimed, blinking her eyes with fervor as if she had uncovered something extraordinary. Only you would think that, Pansy, Blaise remarked lazily, casting a sidelong glance at her, rubbing his slightly reddened hands before looking up with a sigh. Ah, it's snowing again. Let's find a shop to warm up in. A boy with light golden hair turned back, frowning at his friends. I want to visit Honeyduke's, but it's always so crowded. Draco stood there impatiently, pulling a woolen hat over his head, strands of his golden hair falling haphazardly over his forehead. Pansy hopped a few steps to catch up with him, snowflakes tracing delicate arcs as they melted against her fair neck. Honeyduke's was perpetually bustling with patrons, who stood before the windows selecting the latest confections, sampling vanilla chocolates in the aisles, while others merely gathered to chat, enchanted by the intoxicating blend of sweets and snow. Goyle jangled the newly purchased silver bell in his hand, its crisp sound producing a medley of melodies as he tossed it skyward, tilting his head back to catch it. The bell fell with a sharp clang, emitting a piercing cry. "What are you doing?" the blond boy beside him asked, covering his ears and frowning. "Pick it up." Goyle remained transfixed, staring at the rooftops where clusters of snowflakes cast dark shadows from above. Crabbe picked up the bell, and the silver trinket instantly ceased its clamor, beginning to softly hum a Christmas tune. "What are you gaping at?" Blaise raised a hand to shield his forehead, looking up at the sky, which revealed nothing but endless flurries of crystalline snow and the sharp edges of rooftops. "I think I just saw something," a bird swooped by, Goyle stammered, his eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. "Shut your mouth, Goyle," Draco mocked, carefully placing a pair of dark green gem cufflinks back into their box. "It was just a bird, but it was rather large," Goyle murmured, blinking in bewilderment. He then accepted the bell that Crabbe returned to him under Draco's watchful gaze. Draco opened the door, and a delightful sweetness enveloped him, the colorful bells chiming melodiously. No one could resist the allure of Honeyduke's. "Look, that redhead," Blaise pointed, tilting his chin towards the chocolate display. Ron Weasley, along with his brown-haired companion Hermione Granger, selecting chocolates for Harry. Puffed. Draco shot them a glance, and made his way towards the lollipop stand, showing no inclination to engage. Blaise shrugged at Pansy, who was examining the new mint candies, successfully earning herself an eye roll from her friend. "Are you planning to buy every flavor of lollipop here?" "Just the new ones, Blaise," Draco replied without looking up, his hands still busy. Blaise observed in exasperation as Draco meticulously selected attractive mint green spheres, one after another. In an instant, calamity struck. Blaise didn't even blink before Draco was suddenly on the ground. The basket rolled away, and the round candies scattered, glinting like glass marbles in shades of pale green. "Oh no!" Draco cried out, appearing startled as he struggled to rise. "Someone ambushed me." He continued to writhe on the floor, while Blaise finally reacted, bending down to help him. Draco's antics resembled a comical struggle against an invisible foe. Curious onlookers gathered, gradually blocking the final lollipop stand. "What's going on?" "Troublemakers. Step outside." Honeyduke's voice drowned in the clamor as he eagerly peered over the crowd. "Don't damage the display, boys. Is Malfoy having a fit?" Ron laughed excitedly, spotting Draco tumbling on the floor, his brown hat rolling aside, his golden hair in disarray as his friends scrambled to catch him. It was a pity Harry wasn't there to witness this spectacle. The tussle continued for a while before it abruptly ceased. The moment Draco felt the strength leave his body, he hurriedly stood up, retreating beside Crab. "Let us go," he urged, shoving through the crowd, pulling his hat down tightly. Flustered as he made his way outside, his pale face flushed with embarrassment, mortified to be the center of attention. "Damn it," he muttered as he pushed open the door, the frigid air engulfing him, unable to suppress a curse. What was that just now? The people inside the shop continued to gaze at them through the glass. Draco shot a fierce glare at the snickering Weasley, who appeared startled, his jaw dropping in astonishment. No, the individuals beside him were equally taken aback. Everyone peered at him in horror, as if he were transforming. Draco, Blaise stammered, his face pale, pulling a similarly frightened pansy back a step, while Goyle Bell fell to the ground once more, producing a hoarse wail, though no one paid it any mind. "Something is behind you." Draco felt a wave of unease wash over him, the sensation stemming from a rustling sound at his back, a chill creeping up from his heels to the nape of his neck. He stood frozen, unable to move, and through the Belladorn glass, he clearly saw a towering, snow-white creature looming behind him, its wings fluttering with excitement, its sharp red beak dangerously approaching. "Ah!" Draco gasped, dodging to the side, feeling something tug at his collar, flipping him over and landing heavily on a soft, furry surface. His heart raced with panic as he realized he had fallen onto the back of the enormous bird, struggling to slide off, only to be jolted back as the creature shook itself like a skipping rope. "I'll get help," Blaise exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. "I'll find a professor." "It's too late," Draco thought, as the bird stood up, joyfully calling out while spreading its snowy wings. The crowd screamed and recoiled. With Draco clinging tightly to its neck, the great bird flapped its wings and bounded into the sky. "We're doomed," Draco thought, gripping the feathers beneath him in sheer terror. The wind swept through, brushing against his cheeks with the snowflakes, as Draco clutched fiercely at the great bird's neck, burying his head within its feathers. Hogsmeade Village gradually receded into the distance, the figures on the streets a blur, amidst which he could still hear Pansy's piercing screams. The wind howled in his ears, the bird's wings extended straight, forming a cross in the sky, slicing through the air with a sound akin to a crack. Draco had no notion of the speed at which they soared, but it was certainly far swifter than his model 2000 broomstick. Accompanying this was the sound of his heartbeat, a clear and resonant pulse emanating from within, intertwined with the wind's rush, conjuring a sensation of exhilaration and dread. Ultimately, warmth enveloped him. The soft fur of the creature beneath him, the rhythmic motion of its muscles, and the heat radiating from its body all imparted a sense of comfort and tension. "Kid!" A voice shouted through the wind, causing Draco to instinctively lift his head, his heart racing. Through the gaps in the wings, he glimpsed several adults on broomsticks pursuing him. Were they the protective forces of Hogsmeade? Had they come to rescue him? "Jump down!" they yelled, their wands emitting beams of various colors. The great white eagle screeched angrily, its almost translucent light green pupils flecked with dark green patterns. It deftly evaded the spells and ascended higher, confronting the whirling snowflakes above. Soon, it had outpaced those pursuing figures, leaving behind only a flurry of thickening snow, through which the indistinct mountains and the strip-like outline of Hogsmeade flickered in the blue-gray depths of its eyes. "No," Draco thought, feeling like a deflated rubber duck, his grip tightening on the soft feathers of the bird's neck, cold sweat soaking his palms only to be absorbed by the down. Before long, the great bird began its descent, landing atop a small, rounded rooftop. It folded its wings, and Draco, utterly exhausted, slid off its back, collapsing onto the ground. The bird remained still, sitting vacantly beside him, its white feathers scattered across the snow. To Draco's astonishment, he realized they were atop the highest tower of Hogwarts. Had the bird circled the skies and returned him to the school? Gazing down from that height, he could see the various spires of the castle, white almost enveloping every corner, with web-like branches swaying in the snowstorm. Icicles of varying sizes hung from every eave, reflecting a silvery glow. It was indeed a breathtaking sight. From such heights, Hogwarts appeared majestic, the distant pale, silver ridges mirrored in the frozen depths of the Black Lake, while white seabirds danced through the snow, akin to fish swimming in a sea of white. The world was a boundless expanse of white, snowflakes fluttering down like pear blossoms. Draco sat up, his eyes wide with wonder. This was the highest point of Hogwarts. He was atop the tallest tower. He turned his head. His light golden hair tousled against his smooth forehead, delicate eyelashes casting faint reflections in his clear blue-gray eyes. Chapter 28. This chapter is blank. Apologies. I inadvertently submitted a blank chapter and am left feeling foolish. Chapter 29. Thoughts. Harry's heart skipped a beat. An inexplicable sensation surged within him, tingling and creeping up his neck in spirals, as if he were struggling to breathe. Guh. Harry shook his wings, shaking off the snow that clung to him, while Draco trembled, lifting his head to stare at him motionlessly. The great bird bared its beak maliciously, then watched with delight as Draco cautiously moved away, regarding him with eyes devoid of hostility, yet filled with trepidation. Such a gaze made Harry's heart race once more. It was unfamiliar. Harry lowered his head, crossing his wings and concealing his red beak, having just succumbed to an impulsive desire to express his emotions by seeking Draco out. But now, he hesitated. What should he do? An embrace? To tell him he had dreamt of his death and feared losing him? How absurd. They weren't even friends at this point. The feeling was peculiar. Draco was entirely strange, whether in memory or reality, evoking sensations unlike those brought forth by Hermione or Ron or anyone else. He was significant to Harry. He understood this deeply. A harbinger of both hope and despair, someone who could not be classified as a close friend, yet remained irreplaceably important. Harry stepped back, discomfort swelling within him as he perceived Draco's wary, unfamiliar gaze. He did not recognize himself, just as Draco would not recall their brief, yet cherished friendship. Guh. Harry called softly, blinking his tired eyes, unease washing over him. The strange feeling lingered, as if Draco exuded an aura of inaccessibility. He wanted to draw near, yet was terrified of doing so. This sensation differed from their encounters at school. He could no longer see Draco as that flippant little rogue. Here, he reverted to the selfish scoundrel of his memories, forever alone, understanding what reason and composure truly meant. Well, in truth, they were still one and the same, sharing identical faces and mischief. So, instead of muddling through towards a friendly embrace, he ought to kick him for having pulled the feathers from his own neck. Did the reasoning seem unreasonable? Harry tilted his head in contemplation. Yet their myriad grievances never seemed to require rational justification. What a splendid opportunity for a counterattack. He should seize it, shouldn't he? Harry took 2 bold steps forward, leaving deep paw prints in the snow. Draco, breathless with terror, cautiously reached into his robes, gripping his familiar wand, his eyes fixed intently on Harry's every movement. This gesture did not escape Harry's notice. Guh. The white eagle called once more, its voice reminiscent of an injured kitten. It retreated a few steps, nearly backing to the edge of the crumbling tower. Ugh! With a screech, the great bird spread its wings and took off hastily, gradually vanishing into the swirling snow. Harry fled, still too afraid to approach. Draco gasped heavily, his face turning pale with cold, and he drew his wand, standing tall, glancing up as if fearful that the errant bird might return. Flee, he thought, staggering backward, a singular thought consuming him. But how on earth was he to descend? Just as Draco grappled with the tiles, attempting to step onto a lower rooftop, a nightmarish sound approached, growing nearer. The white figure loomed larger in Draco's desperate gaze. With a startled cry, the white eagle swooped down, clutching the boy with light golden hair in its powerful talons, descending through the wind and snow. The snowfall intensified. Hogsmeade transformed into an even more beautiful and mysterious sight amidst the heavy snow. Everyone huddled within their warm robes, tightening variously hued scarves. On weekends, Hogsmeade thrived with life, bustling with Hogwarts students and wizards from far and wide, some engaged in important matters, others simply seeking leisure. Today, the snow fell particularly heavily, the streets alive with excitement. Yet beneath that vibrant atmosphere lay a thread of anxiety. No one knew how the eagle had arrived here. There were no sprawling wild forests, nor sufficient herbivorous prey. Yet it had come, taking a Hogwarts student with it, causing quite a stir. The boy had not been rescued, and the matter seemed unresolved, but the crowd gradually dispersed. Professor McGonagall. Students rushed from the snow, disbelief etched across their faces. What about Draco? He was taken away. Dumbledore has sent word. Draco has returned to school. McGonagall, with a comforting gaze, extended her hand and gently patted his shoulder. Have faith, Mr. Blaise. You shall see him upon your return. Returned? Pansy exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion. Indeed, he has returned to the castle, McGonagall reiterated. It is quite cold outside. Make haste back to school once you've had your fill of play. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she smiled before turning and vanishing into the snowstorm. Goyle sneezed, exchanging a silent glance with Crabbe. A white owl had arrived from Hogsmeade, carrying away a student. The Three Broomsticks was bustling with patrons, the air thick with a warm aroma of liquor and swirling smoke. A man clad in a black robe raised his tilted glass and took a small sip. The scorching liquid slid down his throat and settled in his stomach. He lifted his gaze to the person across from him, a woman. Her platinum hair secured with a black ribbon and carefully tucked beneath her robe, her face wrapped in white gauze. Propped her head as she peered through the dim yellow window, seemingly observing the young figures in the snow. The youthful students were rife with uncontainable emotions. Standing amidst the snow, engaged in anxious conversation. Boys often possess a wealth of innocence and fervor. The woman spoke, her eyes slightly raised at the corners. Yet her pupils remained stiff and unyielding in their sockets. Hence, their animagi are invariably infused with a sense of heroism. Is that an animagus? The man could not suppress a chuckle, lowering his gaze and gently swirling his glass, the liquid tracing a graceful arc along the pale blue rim. Are you not still a youth yourself? Do you not find it amusing to utter such words? You are ridiculing me. The woman's tone was as flat as her expression. I would not dare, Mississippi. The man quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he spoke. She turned her head, her face aligning with his, yet her gaze remained fixed ahead, lingering on the man's bobbing Adam's apple. I wish to remain. The woman withdrew her propped hand, her voice, rich and smooth like aged wine, emerged slowly from behind the gauze, devoid of emotion. The swirling of the drink came to a halt, the rhythm interrupted, as the liquid continued to spin, the vortex shrinking ever smaller. You mentioned that the atmosphere here is ill-fated. The man lifted his eyes. Yet I can sense an intriguing scent. The woman lowered her gaze, her silvery lashes obscuring her pupils, akin to closed butterfly wings. Is that the animagus in question? The man's brow furrowed, his azure eyes revealing no trace of emotion. You speak too much, Selt. My apologies, Mississippi. He resumed his previous posture, lifting the glass once more. The woman again propped her head, turning her face toward the window, where the snow fell in a flurry. The youthful figures resembling students had dispersed, leaving behind a chaotic trail of unsightly footprints. Chapter 30, The Pet Rumble. The Halloween feast was always splendid, and after their day of revelry in Hogsmeade, it became even more delightful, akin to a festive indulgence. Today marked Draco's most dismal Halloween. Without contest, I merely sat while a foolish bird flew a few laps. Draco felt no appetite whatsoever. He slumped in his chair, forced to relive the calamities of the day. It didn't want to eat me, so stop asking such ridiculous questions, Goyle. Yes, it dropped me right at the school entrance. Just the entrance. I've said I don't know why that bird did such a thing. Be quiet, pansy. It couldn't he possibly like me. Spare me and that bird. What had begun as an impeccably harmonious day, following the mockery of the scarred head. He had nevertheless started with a semblance of joy. Oh, damn it, he thought, feeling a wave of embarrassment and shame wash over him as he recalled the events of the day. He could not bear to ponder further. Draco took a sip of juice and slammed the glass back down. He hoped his friends would refrain from interrogating him further. Clearly, his demeanor was unmistakably evident. Those with sense would not broach the subject of today as happenings. Is the savior not attending the feast? Blaze blinked, shifting the topic. Draco raised his head in surprise, peering through the throng of heads until he soon spotted a head of Weasley red hair. He was intently gnawing on a chicken leg, sauce trickling down his chin. Beside him sat bushy-haired Granger, while the dim-witted Longbottom occupied what should have been Potter's seat, fiddling with a figure. Draco downed his juice forcefully, growing increasingly irritable. Today had been utterly abysmal. The snow persisted, layering the castle beneath the night's embrace. The wind whipped around the snowflakes, rattling the wooden windows, as shards of ice encased the polished glass, rendering the interior light indistinct. Fallen snow nearly filled the locked crevices. Breathless, he ascended the empty staircase, each exhalation a plume of warm mist dissipating in the air. The witches in the portraits had no time to register expressions of fear before the sound of their gasps faded away. Tulp, tulp, tulp. Footsteps echoed on the carpet at the top of the stairs, leaving a series of impressions. He ran, heedless of all, propelled forward by urgency and uncontainable rage, burning within him, almost consuming the last vestige of his sanity. Almost there, he was inside. He had him, he would kill him. Are you not going in? The fat lady frowned at the young boy at the door. You've been standing there for quite some time. Apologies, the boy replied politely. I am waiting for someone of great importance. Harry, clutching his wand, anxiously observed the familiar name on the parchment, drawing ever closer, swirling rapidly. Almost there. Harry's heart fluttered. The prank is over. He tapped his wand, the ink gradually fading from the pale yellow parchment, leaving only a faint halo. Oh, good heavens. What is this? The mirror in the fat lady's grasp shattered on the floor. Heaving breaths emanated from behind, thick with hostility and danger. Harry's heart raced, his eyes stinging as he turned to see a filthy, large black dog glaring at him. As their gazes locked, the dog tensed, its throat emitting a growl of frustration and threat. Do you wish to harm me? The boy's hair was tousled, his slender frame standing firm, unwavering. Sirius. The large dog froze. How could it not recognize this child? A perfect amalgamation of his parents' features, with James' visage and Lily's beautiful green eyes. Harry Potter was now smiling gently, if he was not mistaken. Ugh! A threatening sound escaped the dog's mouth, its front paws scratching the ground, eager to reveal its teeth. Step aside, Harry. I do not wish to hurt you. Good fortune. Harry glanced at the fat lady. Good fortune, he echoed. Since you say so, the fat lady stared at him, then slowly began to spin, as if wound up. Come in, Lady Loris is coming. Harry stepped halfway into the common room, turning back to wave at the large dog, a broad smile gracing his lips. Sirius's mouth twitched violently, his mind momentarily blank. He took a second to ponder whether it was a trick, then, in the next instant, he took long strides and squeezed into the common room. Almost immediately, Sirius dashed toward the boys' dormitory, knocking over several chairs along the way. If I were you, I would explain myself first. Harry's voice called out in exasperation from behind him. Sirius completely ignored him, barreling into the dormitory and beginning to wreak havoc. From a distance, Harry could hear the sound of fabric being torn, poor Ron's grievances echoing. Crookshanks, the ginger cat, twirled around Harry's ankles, rubbing its soft, disheveled fur against his pant leg as if seeking praise. Harry knelt to stroke its fur, and the cat contentedly closed its eyes. As the dinner drew to a close, a brief delay would suffice. The search proved futile. He was nowhere to be found. Impossible. The large dog, disheartened, collided with the bed, questioning its own failure. Had it escaped? Sirius Black. The fur on the large dog bristled as it tensed, eyeing the boy who appeared at the doorway. The boy raised his wand, aiming it at the creature. You're overly agitated. This matter could easily be resolved, the large dog thought, feeling its heart plummet into an abyss. It fixated on the threatening tip of the wand, and gradually, its form began to shift. Soon, before Harry's astonished gaze, a ragged and emaciated man materialized. It's a pleasure to see you again, Godfather, Harry remarked, though it was evident that the man did not share this sentiment. Harry, try to remain calm. The man rasped, raising his hands. I mean you no harm. Can you please settle down? Harry arched an eyebrow. I can explain, the man urged hurriedly. Your father wouldn't want to witness this. Oh, Harry chuckled, his eyes warm with kindness. Please take a seat. Sirius began to realize the vast chasm in their understanding. I have no time, Sirius exclaimed, exasperation evident in his voice, as if he were on the brink of madness. You indeed have little time, Harry replied, maintaining an air of calm. Transform back, he demanded, hearing voices from outside the portrait. If he wasn't mistaken, dinner had concluded, and he hoped Ron had brought him something to eat. What? Sirius detected a change in Harry's expression, scrutinizing him with suspicion. Yet he gradually transformed back, feeling more secure in his animagus form than in his human guise. Forgive me, Harry raised his hand and, to Sirius's astonishment and fear, cast a binding spell. Good fortune. Ron pushed past Neville. I thought you would at least remember once. The Gryffindor students, fatigued yet elated, crowded in. Has there been a burglary? Hermione surveyed the disarray, unable to suppress a frown. Perhaps it was Peeves, Ron replied casually. I'm heading back to the dormitory to deliver dinner to Harry, and let him know that if he continues to practice spells during meal times, no one will bring him food again. Hermione crossed her arms, pouting slightly, and retrieved a bag of sweets from her robes. Don't forget the chocolates we brought for him. Of course, Ron replied with a mischievous grin. I want to forget to tell him about Malfoy being carried off by a giant bird. Ah, Seamus exclaimed, involuntarily taking a step back. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances before sprinting to the dormitory. The crowd surged closer, drawn by the commotion. The dormitory was in utter disarray. Beds and belongings were strewn about. Deep crimson drapes lay in tatters around the beds. Harry stood beside Seamus, still clutching a wand. A large black dog lounged on a bed, its round eyes fixed on them, while Crookshanks sat atop the dog, diligently grooming its paws. Lastly, a stiff mouse dangled from the bedpost, its tail swaying in the air. Wow, George marveled. A game among animals, Fred concurred. A clandestine and mysterious war. Ron's face paled. Scabbers. Ron lunged forward, attempting to rescue his mouse. Harry's fingers twitched in a secluded corner, and the binding spell on the mouse instantly released. Squeak. Scabbers slipped from Ron's fingers, and the large dog anxiously bared its teeth. It tumbled to the floor and swiftly dashed for the door, which was blocked by a throng of onlookers and students still trying to squeeze in, leaving it no escape. "Catch it!" Ron shouted, lunging again. The mouse cast a furtive glance at Harry with its beady eyes and squeaked. Then, amidst the gasps of the crowd, it rose into the air, transforming into a squat, grotesque figure resembling a rat, battered and filthy, standing there with an unsettling presence. Ron halted mid-lunge, his blood seemingly freezing, a chill spreading through him as his face drained of color. "Merlin!" In an instant, everyone froze, shock and fear swirling like a tempest. Almost unprepared, Peter shoved Neville aside and snatched the wand from him. With the wand in hand, Peter seemed emboldened. He raised it, trembling, directing it at Harry, standing in the doorway, and shrieked, "Who are you?" Chapter 31, Mystery. "Why should I tell you?" Harry frowned at him. "Who are you? Why did you transform into Ron's rat?" Peter appeared immensely frightened, darting his gaze around at the students. The older students had already drawn their wands. It was clear that someone had gone to summon a professor. "You're lying. You've known who I'm all along," he roared, his voice thick with a sobbing rasp. "You're not Harry Potter. You're not him." The students slowly began to retreat, the older ones shielding the younger ones behind them. "Yes, a madman." "Harry," Hermione whispered urgently. "Keep him calm until the professors arrive." Every student shared this sentiment. Sirius, realizing his predicament, directed his wand at the large dog on the bed. "Sirius Black is here," Peter continued, attempting to advance, only to be met with the wands of the students. His eyes widened, teetering on the edge of madness. The large dog on the bed roared in fury, its pupils tinged with a dangerous glint beneath its dark fur. At the mention of Sirius's name, the students recoiled in terror. He was a genuine murderer, not merely a foolish madman. Unintentionally, they murmured and hastily scattered. "Is Sirius really here? Merlin, I need to get out of here. Step back. Are they talking about Sirius?" At that moment, Peter seized the chaos to dash toward the door, colliding with several students along the way. He running. Amidst the tumult and screams, a red light surged from behind, slicing through the chaos with precision, narrowly missing Peter as it coursed past him. He was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling clumsily. The crowd gasped collectively. No one truly dared to cast an aggressive spell at a living person, even if they had witnessed it only during professors' demonstrations in defense against the dark arts, especially considering how flawlessly powerful it appeared. As they lifted their heads to gaze at the stairs, a boy with black hair stood there, calm and unruffled, his wand tip glowing ominously red. Peter frantically turned, shooting a beam of light from his wand aimlessly. The chilling light hurtled towards Seamus, who was standing to Harry's left. Seamus' terror had yet to manifest when the spell was upon him. With a flick of his hand, Harry seemed to block the spell, which exploded in the air. Simultaneously, a powerful binding spell surged like a meteor into Peter's body. He was sent flying once more, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The entire sequence unfolded so swiftly that the onlookers could scarcely react. A collective intake of breath filled the air, followed by a cascade of astonished exclamations. Harry lowered his wand, his gaze flickering. The snow outside had ceased, leaving only the wind, which continued to wail in the desolate sky, swirling and battering against the glass, producing a dissonant cello-like sound. In the headmaster's office, the atmosphere was warm and lively. The carbon stove emitted gentle plumes of white heat, while Fawkes, perched on a branch, casually fluffed his exquisite tail feathers. "It seems everything has been clarified." Dumbledore waved his wand, and the coffee in everyone's hands began to warm once more. "I still cannot accept this, Harry. How dare you?" McGonagall's expression was grave, her eyes heavily drooping at the corners. "You're not the impulsive student I thought you were." "Professor, Harry was merely trying to protect us," Ron interjected, his lips pressed together as he struggled to articulate that Pettigrew had attacked Seamus. McGonagall raised an eyebrow in surprise. A commendable spell, the modified binding charm indeed left Scabbers reeling. "Potter." Snape narrowed his eyes, casting a skeptical glance at the dark-haired boy. "Who taught you that?" "Harry, due to his physical condition, had been striving diligently, Professor." Hermione lifted her head. "You always relish the spotlight." "Miss Granger," Snape remarked in a low tone. "No one taught me," Harry asserted earnestly. "I was blanking out at the time, only wishing to save my classmates." "A feeble lie," Snape scoffed, falling silent at Dumbledore's gesture. Hermione cast a discreet glance at Harry, who returned her a reassuring look. "Professor Dumbledore, when shall I see Sirius?" A rare urgency flickered in Harry's eyes as he clumsily added, "I've heard he is my godfather." Not for long, Harry. Dumbledore's probing gaze emanated from behind his spectacles. You must understand that this case, spanning 11 years and even tied to the Order of Merlin, will not resolve swiftly. Harry lowered his head in disappointment. However, rest assured, justice will ultimately prevail. Dumbledore smiled. Harry nodded, choosing silence. Dumbledore then elaborated on the proceedings regarding Sirius's trial and the officials dispatched by the Ministry of Magic. Essentially, they would escort the prisoner back for reaffirmation until everything was thoroughly resolved. The only unfortunate piece of news was that Dementors would remain on duty until the case concluded, to prevent any unforeseen events. Everything has concluded splendidly. Why not return and rest? Dumbledore gestured. Everyone rose and gradually departed, with McGonagall eagerly rushing to join the other professors to tend to the frightened Gryffindor students. No one could sleep after such upheaval. Harry, please stay. We need to discuss your health. Dumbledore's fingers formed a steeple as he rested his chin upon them. I knew he wouldn't let me off easily. Harry licked his dry lips. He offered his friends a reassuring smile, while Ron cautiously mouthed, I'll wait for you in the dormitory. Come back and tell me. The office grew eerily quiet as Harry feigned calm before the two esteemed heads of Hogwarts, Dumbledore and Snape, the latter regarding him with a gaze filled with disdain and contempt. I hear you encountered some trouble in Professor Lupin's office today, Dumbledore said gently, his expression slightly serious. Harry glanced at Snape, blinking. Yes, it might be some after effects. I felt much better after taking the potion. Let's hope so. Dumbledore observed him with concern. If you experience any changes in your health, you must speak up immediately. Yes, I understand. I am truly grateful to you and Professor Snape for the potion. Harry inclined his head slightly. Dumbledore shot him a reproachful glance, blinking without saying a word. After a lengthy pause, he took a gentle sip of his warm coffee. Then, casting a glance at the sullen Snape, he remarked, so many events have unfolded today. Harry felt a heaviness in his heart. Indeed, the occurrences were frightfully numerous. He still recalled returning Draco to the entrance earlier that afternoon and turning around to see the white-bearded headmaster standing atop the clock tower, offering him a disturbingly gentle smile. A feeling he dared not articulate, and even now, it lingered uneasily within him. Harry smiled and said yes. I also gained a godfather. Don't feign ignorance, Potter. Snape drawled slowly, concealing his hands within his robes, his dark eyes glinting with sharpness. Not everyone can be deceived by you. Harry withdrew his smile and met his gaze, then shrugged helplessly, remaining silent. Why did you bind Sirius? You knew he was serious all along, did you not? Snape pressed further. I thought it was a mad dog. Sir, do not attempt to deceive me with such a flimsy lie. I was involved in Sirius's trial. Snape advanced towards him. He told you? He also informed the ministry? Harry could not suppress his concern as he raised an eyebrow. No, Harry, he knew that informing the ministry would complicate matters for you. Dumbledore took a sip of coffee. Speaking leisurely, provide me with a reasonable explanation, Potter. Snape continued to close the distance. Knowing full well he was serious, why did you not resolve the matter simply, instead of deliberately staging such a spectacle before everyone? Harry looked at him wryly, self-deprecatingly admitting, I suppose I can be rather vain, enjoying the limelight. He was not lying. He was deliberately seizing this opportunity to elevate his standing among his peers. Merely excelling would not genuinely establish trust and status in the minds of students. After this incident, surely his abilities would be recognized by a greater number. Establishing influence before everyone has matured often alters one's self-perception. Harry's green eyes shimmered incessantly. Potter, Snape's expression suddenly twisted with rage. You are utterly ungrateful. Apologies, Professor. Harry managed to muster a weak expression. Though he could concoct numerous excuses, he had no desire to do so. I respect you both. Hence I do not wish to deceive you. Yet I simply cannot divulge my reasons. A splendid excuse, Potter. Snape's lips turned pale as he crossed his arms, tilting his head upward, his eyes imbued with a cold weariness. Harry met his gaze with a cool detachment, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. The atmosphere grew quiet and unbearable. Time seemed to crawl, the flames crackling in the fireplace. Fawkes had closed his eyes, asleep beside the hearth. The portraits on the walls continued to whisper and point at him, just as Harry felt he could no longer endure and was preparing to find an opportunity to leave. Dumbledore spoke, Let your mystery remain, Harry. His demeanor remained as gentle as ever. If you have made your decision. Chapter 32, Golden Light. Apologies. There is no need for further words. Snape fell silent, merely looking at him with a mocking expression, the corners of his mouth turned down, his hands retreating into his robes once more. At Dumbledore's suggestion, Harry left the office with trepidation. The stone gargoyle at the door slowly closed behind him. And as the last glimmer of light faded, Harry's shoulders slowly slumped, fatigue creeping into his eyes as he pressed his palm against his temple. Today had dragged on interminably. Snape was the last to exit, the corridor now enveloped in darkness. Only the silvery moonlight, tinged with snow, softly illuminated the air, faintly revealing a boy ascending the spiral staircase, clutching the railing like a toddler learning to walk. The night cast a dense shadow behind him. The potion's master drew his wand, and a white light slowly emanated from its tip before cascading down, shimmering in the air, then swiftly descending through the center of the staircase, casting a beam of light that immediately illuminated the entire hall. The boy tensed and abruptly turned around, and apart from the star-like floating points of light, nothing else was there. The events unfolded as Harry had anticipated. By the following morning, nearly all the students were aware of what had transpired last night. Harry Potter had subdued an escaped murderer. The Savior's reputation was once again enveloped in a golden glow of heroism. In a bid to rescue his classmates, he faced his adversaries with remarkable calmness and unparalleled magical prowess, leaving an indelible mark on the school. Thus, when he made his entrance into the auditorium that morning, nearly all the students regarded him with fervent admiration. By then, rumors had begun to proliferate, suggesting that Harry had engaged in a dazzling duel with nefarious foes, emerging victorious with minor injuries, and that he had discerned the enemy's tactics, rescuing his classmates from peril, all while intimidating his opponents into submission with a mere glance. In the blink of an eye, the number of admirers swelled alongside his burgeoning fame. Familiar friends bombarded him with a plethora of inquiries and expressions of concern. Harry deftly navigated their questions. When overwhelmed, he resorted to an air of mystery, employing his trademark evasive tactics that had proven effective time and again. "You were astonishingly impressive yesterday," Ron exclaimed at the dining table, his eyebrows dancing playfully, tinged with a hint of jealousy. He then furrowed his brow, as if recalling something significant. "What time did you return to the dorm yesterday afternoon? I distinctly saw you at the entrance. Just a moment before you all came back." Harry raised an eyebrow, lying through his teeth with a steady heart and unflushed face. Hermione pondered for a moment, scrutinizing him intently. Ron seemed poised to say more, but Harry quickly interjected, "How about we practice spells together in the room of requirement every afternoon after class?" A look of sheer panic washed over Ron's face. "I can't possibly manage that. My brain is utterly drained after classes." "Oh, so that's why you devour half a plate of chicken legs every night, to replenish your energy." Fred chuckled as he patted Ron's shoulder. "I never eat that many chicken legs." Ron protested, his chewing halting mid-bite. "Yes, typically, I compliment them with chicken breast." George and Fred exchanged knowing glances and shared a laugh. Harry joined in their mirth. Time flew by, and Harry remained steadfast in his training, never allowing himself a moment's respite. He also kept himself informed about the happenings at the Ministry of Magic, hoping for a flawless resolution to the situation involving his godfather, wishing to hear no whispers of Peter's escape. If Peter had not fled to locate Voldemort, then Voldemort must still be languishing somewhere. Thus, he had to guard against every potential opportunity for Voldemort's resurgence. At present, he lacked the means to locate him or to prevent his return. All he could do was silently strengthen himself, biding his time within the school, prepared for whatever might transpire. Before long, the seemingly mundane days passed, and they faced the eagerly anticipated first Quidditch match of the year. Prior to entering the field, Harry was summoned to the changing room to review tactics. "The weather is dreadful, pouring rain," Angelina lamented, unable to contain her concern. Harry gazed through the rain-soaked window, witnessing a brilliant white sky where clouds seamlessly blended with the heavens. The Quidditch pitch, shrouded in a mist of rain, was already filled with spectators, the banners of Slytherin and Gryffindor fluttering vibrantly in the downpour. Madam Hooch awaited at the referee's stand. "We must ensure everything is foolproof," Wood declared sternly, casting a disapproving glance at George, who feigned fainting nearby. Even with Harry Potter on our side, Flint had approached Professor McGonagall earlier, seeking to cancel the match due to the inclement weather, fearing a loss to them in such conditions. "We negotiated for ages to secure today's match," Wood expressed his frustration. "So let us review our strategy against Slytherin." After a barrage of interruptions from Fred, Wood finally concluded his lengthy discourse. Meanwhile, Harry had drifted into his thoughts, captivated by the scene outside, his blood racing with excitement. Despite countless practices and flights, nothing could compare to the thrill of an official match. "You're not nervous, are you, Harry?" Wood inquired, his eyes blazing with intensity. "Of course not," Harry replied, nodding, confidence brimming in his green eyes. He was eager to soar. With broomsticks in hand, they stepped outside, and Harry discreetly conjured a series of waterproof charms for himself, tucking his wand securely within his robes. Generally, wands are not permitted during matches, but his long-standing habit made him feel utterly exposed without it. A vibrant sea of green filled his vision as Slytherin approached from the opposite end. Their 2001 model brooms aligned in a haughty display. Potter, Draco paused as he passed, gripping the broom handle adorned with a sleek silver-green wristguard, a smirk revealing half of his canine tooth. You might be disappointed. There are no lunatics or fools here. No escapees to shoot your sharp spells at. He punctuated his taunt with an exaggerated gesture of poking eyes with his other hand. Laughter erupted among the players behind him, a cacophony of derisive gasps. Oh, is that the version you're going with? Harry raised an eyebrow, exasperated. He could sense the tension radiating from his teammates behind him. Don't stir trouble, George would admonished, gripping Harry's shoulder as he turned to address the others. We'll deal with them on the field. The rain fell heavily. Harry met Draco's gaze, mimicking his forced smile, his green eyes glinting with mischief. So no one can keep an eye on you all the time. He continued walking with his teammates, momentarily halting to whisper into the blonde's ear, so be cautious not to be snatched away by some bird-like creature. Fred then made a silly face behind him, laughing as he joined the group. Draco shot a frustrated glance at the slender, upright figure, disappointment flickering in his blue-gray eyes. The match was about to commence, and the stands were packed with spectators, their cheers echoing wildly, creating an electric atmosphere. Harry vaguely spotted Ron and Hermione waving from the stands, prompting him to smile uncontrollably. Everyone mount your brooms. Harry swiftly vaulted onto his familiar broom, caressing its golden 2000 inscription. Hey, old friend, I won't let you get damaged this time. With a whoosh, he soared into the rain, the downpour quickly soaking him to the skin. He was grateful for having heeded Angelina's advice about staying warm, as each raindrop felt frigid against his skin. As Professor Hooch's whistle pierced the air, Harry shot forth amidst the jubilant cheers. Twirling, spinning. He exclaimed joyfully, his body as agile as a bird. The rain seemed to intensify, the patter nearly drowning out the sounds of the quaffle and commentary. The sky darkening ominously as dusk approached. Harry darted across the field, weaving through the blurred red and green figures. He had yet to spot the golden snitch. Not even a hint of its glimmer, save for Draco's hair. The match raged on with fervor. Harry was unaware of the score. The rain fell relentlessly, the light dwindling rapidly, leaving him feeling numb and cold. His protective charms were beginning to fade. A flash of gold caught his eye, causing his heart to leap. He looked up, quickly spotting a glimmering shape flitting through the storm clouds, gliding effortlessly through the rain. Adjusting his stance, Harry propelled himself forward like an arrow. Watch out for George. A voice called from afar. A black bludger hurtled towards him, and Harry narrowly dodged, his broom still too slow. If only he could transform, he thought, unable to resist the desire for greater speed. At that moment, Draco also spotted the snitch, racing towards it. Soon, he was nearly neck and neck with Harry. The 2001 model, just a fraction faster, and Harry could see the victorious grin spreading across Draco's lips through the rain. As Draco extended his hand, the golden snitch flickered and vanished into the air. A strange sensation began to creep up his spine, not the feeling of rain seeping through, but an instinct and awareness honed through the crucible of war. Harry spun around abruptly. Unease surged within him. Someone was watching. It was not Draco's furious glare, nor the students and professors in the stands, who could barely see what was happening here. Who could it be? Harry soared back onto his broom, scanning the rain for any sign. A flash of gold caught his eye again, high in the northern sky, appearing oddly out of place, almost removed from the pitch. He did not rush towards it. It seemed no one had noticed, and Draco appeared oblivious to any anomalies. That flickering gold remained motionless, as if beckoning him closer. Chapter 33, The Stag. Caution returned to Harry's body as he narrowed his eyes, gazing dangerously at the glimmering light, which resembled the golden snitch. Small and flickering against the gray sky. Yet, it was certainly not the snitch. It was far more akin to the light emitted by a wand. Undoubtedly man-made. Harry feigned ignorance as he spiraled below. The golden light began to undulate towards him, rising and falling, captivating his attention. Indeed, it was aimed at him. Perhaps it did not intend to harm him, Harry thought swiftly. Perhaps his paranoia was merely overactive, for he was in no immediate danger or threat. The light receded slightly, and Harry cautiously pretended to follow. He stealthily drew his wand from his robe, gripping it tightly, steering his broom closer to the light. Surely no Death Eater would dare attack him at this moment. With all the students and professors of Hogwarts present, such a reckless approach left no escape route. Harry mused. To his knowledge, Voldemort's followers had not scattered so faithfully, especially with their master's fate uncertain. The light danced through the rain, and Harry remained fixated on it, noting that no one else seemed to perceive this peculiar occurrence. The match continued fervently. Draco had ascended to the southern heights, and the quaffle continued its chaotic journey through the rain, with the stands erupting in enthusiastic cheers. The light suddenly halted, and Harry too came to a stop not far away, his green eyes brimming with vigilance. Gradually, the light merged with the raindrops, as if dissolving into them. In the aftermath of the rain, a massive, indistinct shadow began to emerge, strange and black, slowly becoming clearer. As it approached, Harry discerned its true nature. A bird, a large blackbird, came to a standstill not far from him. His first instinct was to assume it was an animagus like himself, but it appeared otherwise, squinting. He noticed a figure atop the bird's back. Harry cautiously drew nearer. It was only upon confronting it directly that he truly saw what was before him. A large black bird, its cerulean eyes glinting with a fierce light. Its beak a deep crimson, and its wings long and broad, ink-like in hue. "Who are you?" A gentle voice seemed to emanate from afar, muffled by the downpour. Harry looked at the girl upon the great bird. She was soaked, her silver hair disheveled and clinging to her bony shoulders. How amusing, he thought. Everyone loved to ask him who he was, familiar faces, loved ones, and foes alike. Now, a stranger with an air of mystery was employing the same greeting. Was this the new trend in introductions? Or had he changed so drastically that he was unrecognizable? A wave of self-mockery washed over Harry. "And who might you be?" Harry retorted, locking eyes with the girl, only to be taken aback by the lifelessness in her dark pupils, hollow as if chiseled into a wall. So familiar. The girl's eyes widened, yet she offered no reply. Raindrops fell into her eyes and slid away, her eyelids remaining utterly still, her entire being rigid and unresponsive. Her voice came forth muffled behind the veil, laced with an eerie, haunting comfort. A similar feeling washed over Harry. A chill ran down his spine as he felt he was conversing with a corpse. She truly resembled one. Stiff, pale. His green eyes flickered. He had no desire to encounter more individuals in this convoluted history, especially not such enigmatic figures who blurred the lines of friend and foe. Moreover, this person exuded an unsettling aura, as if he would become transparent before her, devoid of any secrets. A terrifying individual. As Harry pondered whether to depart, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the pitch, piercing the air, accompanied by Professor Hooch's shrill whistle. The match was halted. Harry turned in surprise, discovering hundreds of Dementors surging into the arena from the south like spilled ink, their chilling presence quickly enveloping the atmosphere. This was disastrous. He could not suppress the frown that creased his brow. Even with the utmost application of his mental shields, he felt discomfort and unease. In wartime, everyone had been forged to no longer fear such loathsome creatures, and Harry was no exception. Dementors no longer shook him in the slightest. But that did not mean he welcomed their presence. He glanced back at the girl, who remained as she was, rigid upon the bird's back, her gaze fixed ahead. "People are afraid," she uttered. "Ah!" A gasp drifted from the heights, scattering like fragments in the air. This was not good. Harry spun around. A pale gold flickered through the black mist. Draco was flying the highest, the most vulnerable to attack. A bone-chilling cold seeped in, as if the very air had turned to ice. Draco tensed up, feeling an inescapable heaviness in his heart, as those dreadful memories and sensations multiplied within him. All around swirled the flowing blackness of the Dementors. Draco trembled, clutching the broomstick, fear propelling him upward through the rain. "Don't fly higher," Harry shouted urgently. Did he not realize he should fly toward the crowd? Draco shivered, narrowly evading one after another, yet the Dementors grew ever denser, closing in on him. The sky was their domain. Fear, helplessness, and cold intertwined, shattering all reason and courage, filling his nostrils with the chilling scent of death. Draco's eyes widened in despair as he brushed past the Dementor. The breath of death enveloped him, and the last remnants of his clarity dissipated like smoke, his body succumbing to complete exhaustion as he tumbled from his broom, surrendering to the abyss. Expecto Patronum. A massive silver light illuminated half the sky. A vividly lifelike silver stag bounding through the air, casting darkness into retreat. The powerful hooves of the stag crushed the nearby Dementors into oblivion, blackness splattering across the sky, cascading down with the rain. Harry's gaze turned blank as the silver sheen flowed through the vibrant green around him. Too slow, far too slow. It was truly too late. Harry stowed his wand, bracing against the chaotic rain as he stood upon his broom, propelling himself into the fray, transforming amidst the tumult. With a swoosh, a white figure pierced the darkness, vanishing in a flash. The downpour continued relentlessly, the sky darkening further. The match had been suspended due to the Dementor invasion. Complaints erupted among the crowd, with the stands buzzing in agitation. Almost every player appeared disheveled, perched upon their soaked broomsticks below, while Professor Hooch persistently blew her whistle, the shrill sound echoing as if from a distance. Damn it! Flint, astonishingly, managed to score a goal just as the Dementors arrived. Wood grinned widely in excitement. We're still in the lead, aren't we? Elia tugged at her damp hair. Why are the Dementors still here? They should have left by now, Wood exclaimed angrily, questioning why they had invaded the pitch. The encroaching Dementors soared higher, gradually drifting away like ominous clouds. The Seeker is not here, George shouted towards the professor's box, his voice drowned by the tumult and the rain. Hermione quickly realized that Harry had not descended. Her eyes widened in shock. Harry is still up there, Merlin. The sky is filled with Dementors. Ron stood up, gazing upward, where dark cloaked figures obscured the view, mingling with the rain and creating a disorienting scene. A cold sensation gripped his heart. There was no sign of Harry, not even a hint of red. Where's Draco? He hasn't come down either. The Slytherin players grew anxious, hastily approaching Madame Hooch to report the situation. Is something wrong? Students and professors in the stands began to notice the commotion, realizing that someone was still missing. The murmur of concern escalated as students craned their necks to peer at the chaotic sky, where a swarm of Dementors floated ominously against a gray backdrop, resembling dark seaweed drifting beneath water, with rain cascading down. In an instant, a brilliant silver light erupted from the north, splintering the sky like lightning amidst gasps of astonishment. Almost half the sky illuminated, scattering the black Dementors, making the gray clouds starkly visible beneath the silvery glow. What is that? Gasps of awe rippled through the crowd. Incredible. Is it a spell from the headmaster? How beautiful. From the teacher's box, Dumbledore stood, his expression slightly grave as he raised his wand, pointing it towards the heavens. A golden radiance flickering around it. Potter, the potion's master, also lifted his gaze, eyes sparkling as he watched the silver stag descend, its shimmering antlers scattering light that danced upon the falling raindrops. What on earth has happened to you? He murmured, his voice lost to the rain. The stag gracefully moved its long limbs, swirling in the arena, its intense silver glow lingering in the air. Finally, amid the spectators' awe, it leaped upwards, transforming into a series of luminous trails, a perfect curtain call. A figure slowly descended from the sky. Draco recognized the boy on the broom, and Slytherin players rushed forward. The boy lay weakly on the broom, his pale, golden hair dulled against his forehead. The commotion around him intensified. He needs healing. Someone call for Madame Pomfrey. Hurry. Take him to the infirmary. Madame Hooch pushed through the crowd, her concern palpable as she reached out, brushing her hand against his forehead for a preliminary examination. Where is Harry? The Gryffindor players gathered around, Wood attempting to turn Draco's face towards him, as if expecting Harry to be there instead. Don't touch him, Flint shouted, glaring fiercely at Wood as he carried Draco and his teammates toward the nearest tower. Ron and Hermione hurried down the stands, braving the rain as they collided with Slytherin. Step aside. Flint shoved Draco's broom against Ron. Ron was about to retaliate when he caught sight of something that left him paralyzed, as if struck by lightning. That is Harry's broom. Ron bellowed, a collision halting their advance. The Gryffindor players rushed over at the sound. What's going on? Fred appeared frantic. Where is Harry? Why is his broom here? Get away, Wood. Stop pulling at it. Ron insisted, forcefully clutching the broom to reveal its engraved golden side. This despicable fiend has stolen Harry's broom. What are you all shouting about? Professors McGonagall and Hooch arrived, parting the chaotic crowd. Professors. Hermione, drenched in rain, choked out. Harry hasn't returned. He missing. The Gryffindor players resumed their outcry. Malfoy stole Harry's broom. It's Harry's broom. Look at these shameless wretches. Enough. McGonagall's temper flared as she raised her eyebrows, her expression fearsome. This is no reason to delay treatment for an injured student by leaving him in the rain. Her voice trembled with fury. Flint, take Mr. Malfoy to the infirmary. He appears quite unwell. The blond boy lay motionless against Flint's back, his hands limply resting on the other's shoulders. As she watched Slytherin and Madame Pomfrey move away, McGonagall turned back, the enchantment around her ensuring that not a single raindrop touched her hair. Don't look at me like that, Mr. Weasley. Why don't you turn around and see? Harry is waiting for you in the stands. A collective realization struck them as they turned to face her stern gaze. Their minds raced as they turned their waterlogged heads. Their long-concerned savior, Harry Potter, lay draped over the railing of the stands, waving at them with a bewildered expression. Chapter 34. You said so, I promise. The rain continued to fall incessantly, drenching everything. A soaked girl stood motionless like a statue, ignored. She raised her hand, a slender wrist adorned with a red crystal that swayed in the rain, emanating a translucent glow. As the silver stag spiraled down, the sky had darkened completely, clouds taking on a bluish hue, and the rain fell like fine threads. She bent down to embrace a large blackbird that almost blended into the night. The great bird let out a soft cry, carrying her gently as it flew steadily in a confined space. Golden light rose slowly from below, resembling a solitary star. As it circled around her, a gentle voice resonated in her ear, sounding kind yet bearing an undeniable authority. Since you're here, might I interest you in a cup of honeyed orange juice at Hogwarts? The golden light dissipated with the release of energy. Strange fellow, the girl muttered, a hint of disappointment in her tone. We've been discovered, Celt. The great black bird screeched, its deep blue eyes glancing below. Let us go. The girl straightened, once again resembling a statue. With another cry, the black bird vanished into the night sky, as if it had never existed. At Hogwarts, on the Quidditch pitch, the professor's box, Dumbledore lowered his wand but continued to gaze skyward, his eyes glimmering with a different light. Hey, Ron asked eagerly, how did you do that? The match was called off due to the Dementors, and the Slytherin captain ended the game, citing Draco's injury. They were now on their way back to the castle. Do what? What is going on? Ron pressed, anxious to know what had transpired above. The Dementors came, and I was just hiding, Harry replied, choosing his words carefully. Was it Dumbledore? What? Did he save you? Did you see that incredible spell? Ron seemed on the verge of breaking down, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Oh, right. I mean, don't say any more, Hermione interrupted forcefully, halting in her tracks. Harry also stopped, turning back to her. Hermione's eyes were red-rimmed. Her damp hair, no longer wild, filled with a mix of determination and disappointment. That familiar gaze. How long had it been since he had seen this side of Hermione? The intelligent, resilient girl, forever a pillar of trust? How had he inadvertently overlooked her growth? The smart girl had always been wise beyond her years. We need to talk. Harry, she said, her voice quivering with emotion. In the room of requirements, Hermione made her choice. The air was suffused with the aroma of incense, while the long white curtains swayed gently with the breeze. It was an elegantly appointed lounge, a place you had informed us about. Hermione sat in a high-backed chair, with Harry and Ron nestled on a nearby sofa. Yet this was our second visit. I had considered entering to seek you out. I had even attempted it. There was a profound sorrow in Hermione's tone as she lifted her gaze to meet theirs. However, I was never successful, for you had taken measures to prevent it. You presented us with a facade of transparency, while effectively sealing us out of your life. Is that not the truth? Harry, we are your closest companions at school. It is impossible for us not to discern the slightest hints. The changes you've undergone this semester are indeed significant. Perhaps I could attribute them to some anomaly with your health, yet even your physical condition is shrouded in mystery. Hermione's eyelashes began to glisten with tears. Her voice quivered as it echoed in the air. You have become remarkably proficient, self-taught, your magic exquisitely pure. I have perused numerous texts and engaged in countless discussions with Ron regarding your condition and your transformations. Yet each time, the answers have emerged solely from your lips. Hermione's mouth turned downwards, and she wiped her eyes with her fingers, momentarily rendered speechless. Harry, Ron began, lowering his gaze, his golden lashes shimmering. You're always in such a rush, and many people, like admirers, they're concerned about your every move and often poses questions that defy explanation. Heaven knows how many lies I have concocted to cover for you. He lifted his head and laughed self-deprecatingly, a smile that faded at an alarming rate. Some of the excuses I crafted, I even began to believe myself. Harry hung his head, a dull ache settling in his heart. Have you truly done so much for me? You always make decisions for yourself. Hermione's voice was laced with a heart-wrenching sob. Again, this refrain, you always have your own choices. Even amidst the war, Hermione would helplessly invoke this phrase as a justification for herself. Like a chain reaction, the bittersweet memories surged forth. Even if you would remember nothing, you still retain the essence of those memories. We wish to respect your decisions, she said, lowering her head to cover her face. But we can no longer do so, Harry. I thought today you might not return. Harry felt the moisture begin to well up in his eyes. So please, do not bear this alone, all right? I wish I could. But I fear for you being drawn into this vortex of peril. The more you know, the greater the responsibility. And I have no chance to safeguard your lives any longer. I also fear that feeling of destiny encroaching upon us. I dread becoming vulnerable once my armor is stripped away. So, I'm sorry. He embraced Hermione's shoulders, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Hermione looked up at him, her youthful face marred by unmistakable disappointment. The air stilled, save for the sound of glass shattering and reforming in the portrait, a ceaseless cycle. Why? Ron seethed, clenching his teeth as he grasped Harry's collar tightly. Are we not friends? How many secrets have you kept from us? What do you take me for? A lackey? Or a brute? No, Ron. Hermione gasped. Ron released Harry and fumbled for his wand at his waist. Do not act impulsively. Are you strong now? Come on. Let us duel. I am nothing compared to you. You wish to rid yourself of me, do you not? Let us duel. If I lose, we sever ties. As you desire, he exclaimed bitterly, his damp hair clinging to his eyelids, consumed entirely by rage. Bang! With Hermione's startled cry, Ron was sent sprawling backward, landing heavily on a woolen rug. He lay there, breathless, his heart racing, miraculously spared from a more severe impact. No one perceived Harry's movement. An instant. He swiftly drew his wand, the spell striking Ron's body before he could react. Truly, the savior possessed formidable power, leaving no room for such a commoner to resist. Ron remained on the ground, his wand flung far away, requiring considerable effort to reach it. He raised his arm to shield his eyes, laughing breathlessly, yet saying nothing. Harry kept his head bowed, hands at his sides, as though nothing had transpired. A heavy aura of sorrow enveloped him, recalling the myriad familiar faces lost to the ravages of war. Relatives, classmates, all transformed from warmth to coldness. Even Fred's passing had not severed their bond. They could still lean on one another, even under the shadow of death. He could maintain his composure, control his emotions, but he could not tolerate the thought of losing anything precious. You promised we would always be brothers. You said I must not change anything on my own. Harry suddenly shouted, causing Hermione to cry out in fear. Is it so easy for you to sever all ties? Are you truly that cowardly? If you wish to excel, if you do not want to hide behind me, then stand up. Stand up and duel with me. Ron pushed himself up and lunged at Harry. The two immediately grappling on the ground, neither sparing the other. Enough! Hermione screamed, raising her wand and casting protective shields around both of them. Stop fighting. Her hair was disheveled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Both boys panted heavily, struggling to quell their anger. Harry's left cheek was swollen, his abdomen and thigh aflame with pain. He looked up at Ron, who sported a black eye, one hand clutching his arm, grimacing as he raised his head. Their gazes met, lingering in silence, the only sounds being their ragged breaths and the gentle flutter of the curtains. Suddenly, they both burst into laughter. Hermione looked up in astonishment, tears still clinging to her face. You two are such strange creatures. You two fools, she said, wiping her face with her sleeve. I'm sorry, I have my reasons. Once calm, Harry leaned against the windowsill, speaking heavily. He lowered his head to gaze at his bony fingers. You are my most important friends. I cannot afford to lose you, but I cannot reveal everything to you. This world is not as tranquil as it seems. I have learned things I should not know, and my responsibilities are greater than I imagined. Of course, the cost of such knowledge is equally steep. I hope for everyone's safety, he added. Is there some calamity? Hermione bit her lip, her anxiety palpable. Is it about Voldemort? Harry's gaze flickered. Nothing has happened yet. Everything is still salvageable. I have been waiting and preparing in secret, but my abilities are limited. I hope you can understand me. He raised his eyes, pleadingly regarding them. One day, I will tell you everything. His friends exchanged long, silent glances, and after a moment, they lowered their heads and began to laugh. Hermione smiled gently at him and enveloped him in an embrace. We will not abandon you. We are friends, and we can help you bear the burden when it becomes too much. Harry returned Hermione's embrace, then lifted his gaze to Ron. Since you promised you would eventually tell me everything, Ron, still rubbing his arm, added awkwardly under Harry's eager stare. You hit hard. Unable to help themselves, they all laughed. They frolicked for a while, Ron coaxing Harry into swearing to reveal his true abilities, pressing him for details about the broom in Malfoy's possession, to which Harry offered only vague explanations. Harry, Hermione remarked, appearing noticeably more relaxed. Will it be serious? I mean regarding those matters. I'm sorry, I cannot guarantee that. Harry replied, frustration evident in his tone. That's all right. There's nothing we cannot overcome, Ron said, nonchalantly dismissing the weight of the situation. Harry is quite formidable, isn't he? Hermione rolled her eyes at him, while Ron stifled a silly grin. Time changes everything, Harry said slowly, his voice imbued with an air of mystery. But as long as we stand united, we can alter our destiny. Indeed, They chorused in unison, their youthful smiles brimming with the vitality of youth, akin to sunflowers blooming along the roadside, effortlessly radiating warmth. The white, gauzy curtain cast fluttering shadows upon the portrait behind them, as the glass goblet in the painting shattered once more, scattering shards across the floor. Chapter 35, Rainbow Candy. Today marked the weekend, a day suitable for visiting Hogsmeade. The rare post-rain sunshine dispelled the last remnants of cloud, and a faint rainbow arched across the pale blue sky. The previous day's Quidditch match, marred by an unexpected turn of events, had failed to dampen spirits. Most remained captivated by the allure of the stunning Patronus, allowing them to stroll side by side under the rainbow, joyfully reminiscing about the previous night as they made their way down the path to the village. Draco ambled listlessly along the corridor, having just been discharged from the hospital wing. Pomfrey had assured him there was nothing seriously amiss. He had merely been startled, but he was still deemed too physically weak to partake in this Hogsmeade excursion. Even though Blaise promised to bring back the new Honeyduke's treats, and Pansy winked, assuring him she would retrieve the mint chocolate frogs he had missed last time, he remained rather discontented. Crabbe and Goyle would wait for him in the common room, yet he had no desire to return there. Pausing at the crossroads, he hesitated between the path leading to Slytherin and that to the astronomy tower. Eventually, he decided to ascend to the stargazing tower, his robes billowing as he walked. He had no particular intentions. He merely sought solace in the heights. The events of yesterday had been dreadful, and he felt as though he had acquired yet another loathsome creature, a Dementor, alongside the Hippogriff. Unbidden, memories began to surface, an irritating sense of dread, the suffocating darkness reeking of death, and a stag shimmering with silvery light. He could not quite discern the type of stag. He had been on the verge of fainting at the time. Yet, in truth, it had saved him, much like an angelic presence. As he descended into darkness, believing himself utterly lost, no one could replicate the emotions he had felt then. Were one to illustrate his feelings, the canvas would be suffused with inky blackness, like ink dispersing in water, layer upon layer, leaving behind a thorny winding path, at the end of which bloomed white roses, with death standing there, axe in hand, awaiting him. It was in that moment the stag appeared, a radiant beam of light that rent the darkness asunder, stirring his very soul. Warmth enveloped him thereafter, akin to the feeling of an embrace so tight he could no longer muster the strength to open his eyelids. Everyone claimed it was Dumbledore's magic, yet he alone understood that the stag belonged to Potter. It had come running from the north, like a warhorse carving through the inky blackness. Upon awakening and hearing from friends that he had descended on Potter's broom, he felt reassured. The powerful, enigmatic savior had a penchant for bestowing upon him a perplexing sense of justice, which suddenly filled Draco with ire, quickening his pace, his robes flowing behind him like waves. The Hippogriff, too, and the Dementors. The distance between him and them was ever widening. It felt as though he could never bridge that gap. The secrets and peculiarities surrounding Potter were akin to a creeping vine, filling every last corner where one might glimpse him. As he ascended the final steps, the chill of winter enveloped him almost instantly. The sharp, cool sunlight brushed against his neck, sending a shiver coursing through him, and his complex emotions seemed to evaporate. Draco withdrew his head slightly, regretting not having worn a scarf. He exhaled a puff of white mist into his palm, watching as it spiraled into the sunlight. He had not expected to see a rainbow. He muttered softly to himself as he made his way toward the tower. The black tiles and white walls were adorned with dark patterns, and the astronomical instruments hung their heads, languidly basking in the warmth concealed within the sunlight. The rainbow seemed tantalizingly close, as if it were within reach. Draco squinted his pale eyes, pondering that no one would be foolish enough to attempt to touch it. Leaning against the railing, he felt the gentle winter breeze, which possessed its own tenderness, reminiscent of that icy texture, yet soft and chaotic. He gazed at the arc of colors, unable to resist counting them, red, orange, yellow, green, until Potter's grandmother green eyes emerged before him. In everyday life, they were a deeper shade of green, but under the sunlight, they lightened, their pupils glistening before fading to a minty hue in the moonlight. Was it due to the silvery moonlight blending in? He recalled entering the forbidden forest with him. Oh, damn it, why think of that oaf now? Draco bit down on his molars in frustration, diverting his gaze from the rainbow. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed behind him, reminiscent of something scraping, familiar yet terrifying. Draco tensed, swiftly turning around. Gulp! Draco's eyes widened in horror. The terrifying large bird from his nightmares now stood in the astronomy tower. The creature joyfully rustled its wings, producing a series of unsettling sounds, reveling in the terror reflected in Draco's eyes. Could it be? Hogwarts, couldn't he possibly continue operating with such a creature? Wasn't he classified as a dangerous beast? Could it roam the campus freely? Had Dumbledore lost his wits? Was it one of that oaf's new pets? Gulp. The bird took a step closer, its eyes glinting a pale green in the sunlight. Draco quickly composed himself, feigning calm as he locked gazes with it. But his body remained tense. His mind raced. Without his wand, he was utterly defenseless. And it seemed no one else would be foolish enough to endure punishment in the astronomy tower on such a cold day. Thus, unless he leapt from this spot, there was no way to escape the predicament with the creature before him. The majestic bird gently nudged its crimson beak against his pale cheek, causing Draco's heart to thunder. Surely, it couldn't possibly like him? Unbidden, Pansy's words echoed in his mind. How could that be? Draco lifted his gaze to meet its snow-white feathers enveloped it entirely, and its mint-green eyes sparkled like crystal-clear springs. It regarded him with such delight that, were it not for the challenge and predatory thrill in its gaze, he might have almost believed it. Harry was in high spirits today, perhaps due to a deepening bond with his friends, or perhaps because Sirius's trial was nearing a perfect conclusion. Dumbledore had expelled all the Dementors from the school, and Ron had proposed that they practice together after class. Everything appeared to be heading in a positive direction, granting him immense encouragement and confidence. With a buoyant heart, he eagerly trailed Draco. Their opportunities for private encounters were exceedingly rare, yet the prospect of a confrontation ignited sparks of rivalry within him. So, he silently morphed into a more inconspicuous form. Raising a paw, he eagerly observed the terror flicker across Draco's face, then feigned an intention to swipe at him. "No!" Draco exclaimed, his voice trembling as he weakly pointed a finger at him, his complexion growing even paler. "You can't do this. Put it down. Damn bird." If he had the chance to leave this place alive, he would certainly write to his father, suggesting they capture this bird and stew it for dinner, Draco thought. Unexpectedly, the white bird obediently tucked its claws back beneath its feathers. "You understand?" Draco asked again, unable to suppress his astonishment. "Goo," Harry called out, affectionately rubbing his forehead against Draco's. Oh. Draco's voice was muffled amidst the feathers. It was utterly dreadful. He had been pecked by a bird, and his robe instantly became a wrinkled mess, with several white tufts stuck to his dark green tie. Subsequently, the majestic eagle lowered its head before Draco's astonished gaze, bending its legs and claws, with its crimson beak nearly touching the floor, displaying its pristine white neck and back before him. The intention was unmistakable. No. Draco vehemently refused. "I have no desire to fly with you whatsoever." Hiss. Harry grimaced, producing a sound. Draco observed the sudden shift in the bird's demeanor, its eyes growing fierce, sending a shiver down his spine. Although he sensed that the creature would not harm him, he was reluctant to endure the abysmal flying skills of the white eagle once more, which fluctuated between erratic heights and speeds. Had he not clung on tightly, he would have met his demise 100 times over. No, he still refused. Why not choose someone more suitable? "I'm not the one for you. I can recommend someone who enjoys riding creatures like you. He has previously ridden a griffin. You must be aware of that. A rather hideous avian creature. You see, I have no inclination to ride you, if you are capable of understanding." The great bird suddenly grew irate, lifting its head and hissing menacingly, the patterns in its green eyes shifting. Draco cautiously ventured, raising his hand defensively before his chest. The bird's red beak pressed against his nose, forcing him back against the railing, terrified as he locked eyes with its large green orbs. "You shall ride, with a jubilant cry from the white eagle. Its wings unfurled in the sky, soaring steadily into the rainbow. The boy gripped the bird's neck tightly, his expression one of reckless determination. As the cool breeze swept across his back in an orderly fashion, the anticipated turbulence failed to materialize. He slowly opened his blue-gray eyes, astonished to find himself traversing through that pale rainbow, steady and uniform in speed. "Oh!" he could not help but exclaim softly, as Draco cautiously sat up, his hand still firmly clutching the feathers around the eagle's neck. Sensing the relaxation of its rider, the white bird emitted another joyful call, leisurely circling the rainbow. "This is truly magnificent." Draco attempted to release one hand to touch the rainbow, its delicate hues stretching from one end to the distant other. His fingertips merely brushed against it, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. The warmth beneath him was overwhelming, as if dispelling the long-accumulated chill within his body. Chapter 36. Napkin. Flames roared. The room of requirement. Light poured forth from the tip of the wand, transforming into a roaring fire dragon. as its shape grew increasingly defined. Every whisker left behind a trail of shimmering sparks. It soared and danced, its massive form spinning freely in the spacious chamber, raising the temperature as the surrounding walls blazed. The boy stood at the center, his arms waving, black hair billowing, beads of sweat dotting his smooth forehead. His entire being suffused with a soft orange glow as the flames swirled around him, perpetually replenishing the dragon's form. With a low growl, the dragon seemed to shudder, suddenly crashing against the hard walls, roaring in fury through the air. His eyelids fluttered, yet he ultimately refrained from lifting them. Who? Harry put away his wand, weary as he leaned on his knees, feeling utterly drained, as if his very essence had been extracted, each movement inciting unrest among his cells. The dragon, deprived of the wand's magic, circled around him with a sigh, dissipating into a shower of sparks as the boy raised his gaze. He had made significant progress. Harry reassured himself. He had been diligently refining the magic within him, merging the powers of his past life with his innate abilities and with the application of spells. He would become stronger than ever. Due to prior reservations, he had hesitated to employ aggressive spells for self-improvement, but having briefly controlled the side effects, he seized the opportunity to enhance his internal magic, defenses, and recovery, striving for perfection to solidify his foundation. The air was filled with twinkling sparks, drifting like fireflies, extinguishing in the flowing currents. Harry sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, fatigued after completing his task for the day. Surely, he must be nearing the end? Perhaps in just a few days, the dragon would open its eyes, free from the wand's influence, possessing independent, offensive capabilities. He eagerly anticipated witnessing the moment it gazed down upon the world, signifying the true amalgamation of his magic. Salty sweat trickled down his chin, flowing into the nape of his neck, a sharp pain radiating from that area. Harry touched it. If he was not mistaken, it was from when he had pinched Draco earlier that morning. He could not help but recall that fellow's provocative demeanor towards the griffin, equally audacious. Ah, that wretched scoundrel. Lowering his gaze, a gentle green light cascaded through his lashes, and the corners of his mouth instinctively curled upwards into a charming smile. The following morning, the snow began to fall once more, each leaf on the branches adorned with a light coating of frost. It would not be long before they were cloaked in silver. Winter was forever intertwined with white, just as a new day always dawned amidst the final moments of breakfast, heralded by the arrival of Outpost. With a rustle, every student raised their heads, skillfully spotting familiar feathers amidst the flurry of wings. Hedwig flapped her wings alongside two speckled owls, carrying a large, elongated, peculiar object towards them. Oh, Minnie involuntarily turned to look. What could it be? Harry caught a glimpse, and a smile ignited in the corners of his eyes. Serious? What? Ron's cheeks puffed out. The object landed on the dining table, crushing Neville's unfinished bread beneath it. What is this? Harry. Neville leaned in closer. The packaging resembled a broomstick. Why not open it and see? Harry and several curious companions quickly tore open the wrapping. Upon revealing the distinctive gold-embossed emblem of the firebolt, gasps of astonishment erupted from the Gryffindor table. Handing the broomstick to Ron and the others for their admiration, Harry joyfully opened a pale green envelope, the familiar deep blue ink of his godfather appearing as he touched the paper. Dear Harry, if you are reading this letter, it signifies that it has indeed reached you. After an exhaustive investigation and futile inquiries by the Ministry of Magic, I have finally regained my freedom. Along with a statement and apology from the Daily Prophet, perhaps you will see me in tomorrow's paper. There may be a series of compensations and procedures to address concerning the inheritance of the Black family, but you need not concern yourself with these tedious matters. I sincerely apologize for our awkward and hurried meeting that day, and I hope the trouble I caused did not disrupt your life at school. Lastly, Dumbledore and I have had a conversation, and I can understand your choices. Perhaps I am an unfit godfather, and thus, I cannot truly comprehend you. However, as long as you are Harry Potter, my godson, regardless of your plans or thoughts, whether noble or nefarious, though I trust you will not engage in anything dreadful, I will do everything in my power to protect you, as long as you voice your difficulties. Chapter 37. The Prophet. The clock struck 12, the outside world cloaked in darkness, with only the faintest hints of snow outlining the contours and layers. The wind easily lifted the loose snowflakes from the surface, crashing against the glass, shattering into delicate cries. Harry wrapped a thick, golden red scarf around himself and deftly cast a disillusionment charm. Before departing, he reconsidered and retrieved a finely smooth, silk-like object from beneath his pillow. It was his invisibility cloak. Prepared and ready, he cast a final glance at the slumbering Ron, who had turned over, burying his face into the pillow. A twinge of anxiety crept in. What if Draco truly discovered the truth? How could he possibly explain himself? What if the other party became enraged? Harry gently roused the fat lady, then slipped out of the common room, hesitating once more at the crossroads leading to the astronomy tower. The hall was shrouded in darkness, the only sound being the soft breathing of the portraits surrounding him, so quiet that he could hear the rustle of his robes and limbs. Tick, tick, tick. The grand clock continued its relentless ticking, its glass face, coated in a layer of frost, glimmering with a hint of silvery snow. The gears behind it meshed and interlocked, pulling and pushing in a continuous dance. The boy sprinted ahead, his invisibility cloak billowing behind him like a rolling banner. What if Draco was merely deceiving him? A sudden thought flickered in Harry's mind. He was no stranger to such trickery. Harry's pace involuntarily slowed. Perhaps this was for the best. At least it would afford him a moment's respite. He raised his head, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in his green eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. When did he become so indecisive? Pushing open the final door, a frigid wind surged in, invading every breath of air. Harry instinctively shivered, the white mist of his breath lingering in the air, resembling a slowly dissipating mushroom cloud. The silence was profound and expansive, the wind howling as it wove through the stargazing tower, carrying with it an icy chill. The sky was a deep, impenetrable black, devoid of any starlight. Where were the people? There wasn't even a shadow of himself present. A sudden wave of disappointment washed over him, causing the corners of Harry's eyes to droop. It seemed he had been deceived. A small, nail-like object fell from the tower's apex, producing a crisp sound as it rolled a few times before coming to a stop at his feet. With a whoosh, something plummeted from above. Harry instinctively gripped the wand at his waist, eyeing the dark figure that emerged in the distance. Draco? Harry questioned coldly, though internally he had already dismissed the notion. He felt foolish, perhaps too complacent, or maybe his vigilance had waned to the point where he couldn't fathom such a simple matter. How could Draco possibly write to him on a napkin? Such a meticulous individual would never engage in the sort of behavior Ron would. Moreover, the scrawled letters resembled something even Ron could not produce. He berated himself for his lack of clarity. Sometimes it was truly frightening. When one dwells on a concern for too long, that very concern begins to shape one's thought processes. He had grown too close to Draco recently, and the fear of losing everything if the truth came to light was gnawing at him. The boy stood rigidly, his wand clutched tightly in his hand. The wind howled past him, scattering snowflakes all around. "You're late." The voice seemed muffled, as if trapped within something. Harry's gaze narrowed. It appeared this was indeed the person seeking him. A faint silver glow emanated from the other's wand, flowing gently like a thick spring of water. It ascended gradually, settling in the center of the tower, shimmering and flickering like a star dislodged from its orbit. "It's you again." The pale light cast a hazy shadow over the figure. A tall, handsome man in a black cloak stood before him, cradling a mysterious girl clad in white silk. The girl slightly lifted her head, her face turning toward Harry as if responding to his presence. "You are here. Why not reveal yourself?" she inquired. "This is quite satisfactory. There is no need for a formal introduction," Harry replied coolly, remaining steadfast in his position. If he had found this situation peculiar, he would not have ventured out at such an hour to meet a stranger. "Who is Draco?" the girl inquired again, her tone remaining flat and devoid of emotion. Harry began to realize that there was an insurmountable barrier in their communication. He remained silent, a sense of discomfort and unease creeping over him. The individual before him was strange, emanating an aura that compelled one to distance themselves. "Put me down, Selt." The man subtly furrowed his brow, bending to lower the girl to the ground. She stumbled slightly in the wind, her frail shoulders turning a shade of blue from the cold, her neck and shoulders exposed, her pallid skin blending almost seamlessly with her flowing hair. "I can smell your essence," she remarked, tilting her head as if to reach for Harry, her pupils rigid and unyielding. Harry coldly stepped back, evading her grasp. "Speak. What is it you seek from me?" he asked, ever wary of the man behind the girl, who, in his eyes, constituted a far greater threat. "Are you not even the slightest bit curious?" The girl withdrew her hand, strands of her silver-hued hair cascading down her chest, lending her an almost sickly appearance. "About me, about you." Harry remained mute. "We are kindred spirits," she asserted, raising her head with a hint of pride. "Powerful, chosen by fate." Behind her, the man's azure eyes flickered momentarily. With a scoff, Harry felt a surge of anger ignite within him. Kindred spirits? Chosen by fate? What nonsense! How could they possibly be the same? "I do not comprehend what you are saying." "Your body and soul are in a state of mutual repulsion. The girl's voice took on an ethereal quality, her pupils swirling like a vortex, inducing dizziness. Harry felt that sense of discomfort intensify sharply. Something had unwittingly infiltrated his mind. If mental defenses were akin to a fine net, how could it possibly contain water? Who are you? Harry raised his wand, aiming it at the girl's forehead, his green eyes ablaze with fury and disdain. Cease your probing. He sensed the man's wand aimed at him as well. The atmosphere became taut and charged. I apologize, the girl stated, turning her head away. Harry's discomfort instantly dissipated. I merely caught a whiff unintentionally. That is sufficient. Who knows what these two lunatics are scheming? Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He wished only to escape this place. Slowly, he began to retreat, cautiously lowering his wand as he backed toward the staircase. Let us leave, he finally declared. I do not require any kindred spirit. The wind howled fiercely, laden with the sharpness of winter's icy shards, employing its own means to inflict pain upon those inadequately clad. What an unpleasant child, the girl remarked, shaking her head slightly, her expression marred by profound bitterness. The man behind her raised an eyebrow, retracting his wand. In a flash, the silver light vanished, plunging the astronomy tower into darkness once more. Harry stumbled down the staircase, his footsteps echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. He loathed this sensation, the feeling of being scrutinized. No one had the right to invade his privacy. The boy's frustration grew as he rushed down the stairs, the cacophony of his footsteps reverberating harshly in the quiet night. He despised this feeling of being watched, of encountering those insufferably powerful individuals, those he could not contend with. The more he encountered them, the more acutely aware he became of his own weakness, a realization that filled him with loathing for his own helplessness. Who is it? The portraits, roused from their light slumber, muttered angrily amongst themselves. Thud! Harry stumbled into the darkness, one foot caught in the crevice of the stairs. Damn it! Making such elementary mistakes repeatedly. Harry, exasperated, pounded his fist against the ground. A soft glow flickered before him, captivating his attention. Startled, he slowly raised his eyelids, the pale yellow light melding into his slightly alarmed gaze. Would you like something to drink? Dumbledore sat in his armchair, hands folded, peering at him over the rim of his half-moon spectacles. Once again, he found himself in the familiar office, the fire crackling in the hearth, Fawkes perched upon a branch, his eyelids folding over one another in layers, bathing the room in a warm, golden hue. Anything will do, Harry replied, his gaze lowered as he shrugged. A few unruly tufts of hair limply curling atop his head. Look at the painting behind you, Dumbledore suggested, sipping his sweetened coffee with an audible smack of his lips. Harry inexplicably turned around, and above him hung a painting framed in rich mahogany. The colors were muted, with sweeping strokes of ink that captured a corner of an ancient Roman church, elegantly delineating its grandeur and mystique. Surrounding the church were white doves, with a sparse scattering of devotees in the vicinity. In the 12th century, the Romans constructed a fortress in the southern region of Melrose, from which this church was built using pink sandstone. Dumbledore gazed intently at the painting, now a mere ruin, yet its historical significance remained immeasurable. Russian wizards had used it as inspiration to recreate it in their homeland, dedicating it to their most loyal seers. Dumbledore smiled, gesturing for Harry to sip the honeyed milk, and Harry took a small, tentative sip. Look, the seers are emerging, he said, pointing to the painting with evident delight. They seldom made appearances. Curious. Harry glanced at the highest, ornately carved door of the church as two maidens slowly pulled it open. The white doves fluttered across the surface of the painting. 3 elegantly dressed young men accompanied 2 stately elders as they stepped out, reminiscent of a noble English family. Was there something special about them? Russian aristocrats, perhaps? A figure emerged from within the door, causing Harry's heart to leap, nearly spilling his milk. A slender girl, surrounded by a throng, emerged, her platinum hair cascading like silk down her back, her face meticulously wrapped in layers of gauze. Clearly, the artist had captured her with great precision. Everyone maintained a respectful distance from her. The girl held her head high, her gaze vacant and unblinking. Chapter 38, Christmas Gifts. The Seers. Dumbledore observed the painting with a penetrating gaze, revealing an inscrutable emotion in his eyes. They never prophesied lightly. Harry's eyes fixated on the bare-shouldered girl. She was the focal point of the painting, exquisitely carved yet the least animated of them all, her essence seemingly at odds with the vibrant energy surrounding her. Indeed, the painting mirrored its subject. Harry found himself locked in a distant stare with those hollow, dark eyes. What is a seer? Harry inquired, his fingers tracing the now warm milk. Quite literally, it means one who sees, Dumbledore feigned surprise, his expression playful. I would have thought you hadn't taken that class this year, Harry. It's different. I mean, that Professor Trelawney's divination class, which is rather distinct, Harry replied, a hint of urgency in his tone. Professor, do you know anything about these individuals? Oh, Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. Why not sip your milk while I regale you with a tale? Sybil's grandfather had connections with these Russian aristocrats. She too hails from a lineage of seers, and these, Dumbledore smiled, are the new nobility of Russia. You see, this painting deserves its place alongside the esteemed headmasters of Hogwarts for a reason. It has the power to evolve history. Each noble descendant of the seers, each worshipper, will transform with the passage of time. Initially, I acquired it from Italy. So, the figures in this painting are the current generation of seers? Harry interjected gravely, interrupting Dumbledore. I apologis, Professor. Dumbledore offered a gentle smile, unfazed. Who is it you seek? Harry hesitated slightly, then turned to the white-robed girl in the painting, who was fixated on her own fingers. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Cecilia, he stated. What? Harry felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he turned to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's pupils glimmered slightly. Every saintly child is referred to as Cecilia. She is the current saintly child, a unique force among seers. They are individuals chosen by fate. Harry's heart raced. He felt he had heard that phrase before. But why seek me? I am merely an ordinary English wizard, he said, a sense of unease creeping in. Separation of soul and body. Harry, Dumbledore looked at him earnestly, his expression unusually grave. The saintly child's soul is extraordinarily powerful, overwhelming the body, forcing the separation. Harry's pupils dilated sharply as he recalled the girl named Cecilia, who had claimed to be akin to him. Was that what she meant by soul separation? Approach her before she loses interest in you, Dumbledore advised. And Harry stared at the old man, taken aback. The elder's aged visage appeared weary in the soft yellow light. She possesses what you need, Harry. His words dissipated in a sigh. What he needed was simply a means to mitigate the aftereffects of soul separation. Would this Russian seer, Cecilia, possess such knowledge? Indeed, each generation of saintly children exhibited traits of soul separation. Thus they must have methods and rare ingredients to suppress it. Yet, to expect him to approach them, to venture close to these enigmatic seers in the guise of a pilgrim. I'm sorry, Professor. Harry raised his gaze, resolute. I cannot. He could not place his hopes in others, nor could he feign closeness to anyone. Dumbledore fell silent, his blue eyes fixed on Harry in contemplation. I have a year. Professor, grant me time, and I will resolve my physical issues. Harry lowered his head, intensely staring at the gradually cooling liquid in his hand. No matter what, he did not wish to draw near to them. Unbidden, he recalled the sensation of Cecilia's gaze upon him, that feeling of something he cherished being stolen away so easily. Very well, Dumbledore set down his cup and winked at him. This is for the best. After all, seers are not meant to be approached casually. Harry cast a grateful glance at him, releasing a sigh of relief. After assuring himself that he would refrain from midnight escapades, he lit his wand and departed Dumbledore's office. His thoughts were a tumult of the evening's revelations. Seers Cecilia, the saintly child, the gauze-clad girl, terms that had intruded upon his world without invitation. Luckily, he still had the chance to halt it all. Harry remained silent, hoping those individuals would not pursue him relentlessly. Life must continue. News of Voldemort remained elusive. The diadem had been destroyed by him in the Chamber of Secrets, and Slytherin's locket still lay in the Black ancestral home. The other Horcruxes posed considerable challenges, not something that could be resolved swiftly. What truly terrified him was Voldemort himself. He was the genuine powerhouse. Regarding his resurrection, Harry thought, Peter had been imprisoned in Azkaban. Who could seek Voldemort when fleeing in terror? While one cannot whimsically alter history, he had begun to influence it indirectly. Thus, Harry's gaze turned cold. Everything would depend on time, on how time would reshape history. Remaining still was the greatest respect one could pay to the unfolding trajectory of history. Christmas arrived in a flurry of snow, and as Harry opened his eyes, joy surged within him like a bursting spring. Outside, thick layers of white blanketed the ground, and the snow brightened the interior of the house. With a joyful roll, Harry dove into his pile of gifts, akin to a mischievous cat. This year's offerings were abundant, mostly sent by inexplicable admirers, forming small mountains in the corner of his bed. As he leaned down, a sparkling pendant leapt from his ample white nightgown, a white bead, of indeterminate magical material. He knew that when that blonde rascal blew his whistle, he would instantly know the other's location. Malfoy always had the means to procure such extravagant trinkets, but one could not deny the convenience it brought. For the past several weeks, Harry had spent nearly every night in Draco's company, choosing to meet predominantly in the astronomy tower, occasionally at the Quidditch pitch. Certainly, Draco yearned to meet the majestic white owl he had affectionately named Dylan, rather than his perennial rival, Harry Potter. Little did he anticipate that he would genuinely fall in love with the exhilarating experience of flying alongside Harry. They soared through the skies of Hogwarts almost every night, and on several occasions, Draco even took him to far-off destinations. By day, they were adversaries, locked in a fierce rivalry, yet by night, they embraced like the closest of friends, seeking warmth in each other's presence. Though unbeknownst to Draco, Harry mused that if he were aware of the fact that each evening he found solace in the embrace of that green-eyed boy with a lightning-shaped scar, he would be utterly bewildered. Harry found this arrangement quite satisfactory. Before long, he discovered what he had been seeking, concealing a small object in his clothing. A broad smile crept onto Harry's lips as his green eyes sparkled at the sight of an exquisitely crafted gift box in his hands. Rectangular in shape, adorned with a dark green patterned bow that elegantly twisted atop a silver box, it beckoned him eagerly, yet cautiously, to open it. Inside lay a pair of three-dimensional cufflinks, embellished with emeralds, resting quietly. "Wow, how extravagant!" Ron exclaimed, his hair resembling a bird's nest as he leaned in closer. He glanced at the mountain of gifts surrounding Harry, and then at his modest pile, his expression one of profound disappointment. "Who sent you that?" Harry merely smiled in silence, fully aware of the sender's identity. Just a few days prior, Draco had joined him atop the lighthouse, which Harry had meticulously cleaned. On that day, snow had yet to fall, and the sun hung high in the pale blue sky. From their vantage point, the green foliage swayed like ocean waves in the breeze, while flocks of white birds darted below like swimming fish, and the bright sunlight was infused with a gentle, delicate wind. The golden-haired boy reclined comfortably upon the great bird, nestled among its pristine feathers. From within his robe, he produced a pair of exquisite cufflinks, their green surfaces reflecting a soft, fragmented glow in the sunlight. "Want a taste?" he teased, holding the cufflinks close to the bird's red beak. Harry rolled his eyes inwardly, silently urging Dylan to step on it. Draco gingerly placed the cufflinks on the ground before attempting to swat at Harry's head. Harry lazily turned his head away. Noting that the majestic bird ignored his intentions, Draco, undeterred, stepped squarely upon it, causing the cufflinks to roll and gather a layer of dust. He stood still, a flicker of sadness passing through his blue-gray eyes. Hidden from Harry's gaze, Harry observed Draco's antics in silence. Then, irritated, watched as Draco carefully plucked a feather from his own plumage, brushing away the dust before delicately picking it up with a handkerchief. Such a peculiar fellow. The boy stowed the cufflinks away and retrieved a feather quill and some beautifully scented stationery. With utmost seriousness, he opened the paper, pondered for a moment, and began to write fervently. A secret." Harry pretended to casually lean closer, his mint-green eyes darting with curiosity. If Draco were to glance up at that moment, he might be alarmed to find a great owl peering at him askew. A chilling thought indeed. Draco composed a letter brimming with haughty gratitude, signing it with Harry's name in wide-eyed astonishment. After a while, he switched to another envelope, carefully inscribing, "For Harry Potter." Harry's heart raced at once. A gift for him? A token of thanks? The sensation felt surreal, and he could feel his pulse quickening. Suddenly, he turned his head sharply, and the red beak accidentally bumped against the boy's head. "Oh!" Draco rubbed his head, having been forced to interrupt his thoughts, and gave Harry a light swat. "I hope you're not truly hungry." The great white owl, undeterred, began to energetically nuzzle against Draco in response to his startled expression. The stationery rustled in the wind, and the boy's voice was muffled in the soft, fluffy feathers. Chapter 39, On Love. Although that letter of thanks, inscribed with his name, ultimately remained undelivered, perhaps due to shyness, Harry mused, "I don't even know who sent it." After sending Ron on his way, Harry stood up with renewed vigor, donning the clean robe set aside by the fireplace. Standing before the mirror, he attempted to fasten the sparkling cufflinks to his shirt's cuffs. A little to the left? Yes. Now button it down. The mirror incessantly offered guidance. The collar is crooked, dear. Outside, people had begun to stir. Hagrid was trudging through the snow with a Christmas tree that matched his height, leaving deep tracks in the snow. The remnants of snow on the glass showed no signs of melting. Harry exhaled, then wiped the glass with his sleeve, revealing a clear patch. He gazed through it, captivated by the expanse of ice lakes and snow-capped mountains in the distance, feeling his existence in this world, a place still peaceful and vibrant. Unconsciously, the hard cufflinks scratched delicate lines on the glass. It felt as though a long time had passed since he could celebrate such a warm Christmas. During the war years, amidst the chaos and turmoil, Christmas was merely a term, not a part of life. What life was there anyway? Harry smiled wanly. There wasn't even time to place candles in the red lanterns. Every living person forced smiles to wish each other a Merry Christmas, only to turn and commemorate those lost through yet another sleepless night. Harry heard Ron's voice calling from the door. He and Hermione had remained at school to keep him company during Christmas. "Come on, I want to try your new broom." In an instant, Harry emerged from his reverie, pondering what else he might have been thinking. The house was bright, and the aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from downstairs. This was his present reality. Snatching his coat and a golden red scarf, he playfully bounded down the stairs. Life continued, did it not? At lunchtime, they followed their usual routine to the Great Hall, where the 4 long house tables had been moved to the walls and lanterns adorned with balloons illuminated only the central square table. Dumbledore beamed at them under the soft yellow light, while McGonagall, Snape, and Professor Sprout sat together. The remaining students were few. Apart from a handful of shy first-years seated awkwardly, only a few older girls were present. To Harry's surprise, Hufflepuff's beater, Cho Chang, was seated there, engaged in quiet conversation with a brown-haired girl. As Harry settled next to Ron and beside Hermione, she looked up and smiled sweetly at him. Cho's eyes were large and dark, especially accentuated by a delicate touch of makeup, enhancing their beauty. When she smiled, her eyes curved into crescents, radiating warmth that invited closeness. It seemed she had deliberately dressed up today, a silver star twinkling amidst her flowing, satin-like black hair, shimmering under the soft candlelight. Ron nudged Harry's shoulder, signaling him with a glance, and Hermione lowered her head, beaming with delight. Harry awkwardly returned her smile, then lowered his gaze, his lashes concealing his sparkling eyes. He certainly remembered Cho. She had been his first crush. It wasn't an overwhelming affection, rather a fleeting moment in time, perhaps during a sun-dappled afternoon when a single smile had tenderly rippled through the air, enveloping every inch of the room. Such feelings arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, akin to the elusive, sweet scent of freshly baked bread, easily overshadowed by the chill of winter's icy breath. In times of war, Cho Chang stands as a steadfast warrior and a companion to Dumbledore's army. Like all her diligent peers, she exerts every effort to contribute meaningfully. Harry holds her in high regard and shares an equal admiration for her. He senses her intense gaze upon him, deducing it from the hushed murmurs of Ron and Hermione, alongside their veiled laughter. In an attempt to escape the scrutiny, Harry focuses intently on savoring the turkey on his plate, feigning distraction. Thankfully, Dumbledore begins to speak, igniting fireworks that burst into a magnificent witch's hat adorned with a mounted eagle. This spectacle captures everyone's attention, prompting Ron to shift the conversation and privately recount the defense against the dark arts class Harry had missed, even though he had regaled the tale of Snape and drag countless times before. In the cheerful atmosphere, aside from Snape's constant grimaces at Dumbledore's hat, Harry finds satisfaction in finishing a lunch replete with colorful ribbons and glitter. After bidding farewell to the professors, Harry, Ron, and Hermione plan to visit Hagrid before heading to the Quidditch pitch for a broom ride. As they pass a Christmas tree bedecked with ribbons and bells, they abruptly halt their lively discussion about Quidditch and the library. Standing behind the tree is a slender figure, Cho, who beams at them, her eyes sparkling with interest in Harry's lean silhouette. "Oh." Ron rolls his eyes, releasing his grip on Harry. "I just remembered I need to check on some information about the draft of Living Death in the library." Hermione huffs, a smile tugging at her lips as she crosses her arms and looks up at Ron. "Looks like you'll have to wait a bit longer to venture into the snow with someone who is always busy." Their friend, the oblivious teammate, easily pushes him into the fire and gives him an encouraging wink. Soon, only the two of them remain by the tree, standing alone in the hall. Harry muses, then is met with a chilly draft. "If you don't mind," Cho's gentle voice cuts through the memories, carrying a hint of shyness as she flutters her lashes. "I just discovered a charming broom closet behind this tree. If you'd like to hear me speak." "A charming broom closet?" Harry raises an eyebrow, smiling in curiosity. "Indeed." She lowers her gaze, and to Harry's surprise, takes his hand, gracefully turning away. "It's quite lovely." Behind the tree, they uncover a door that is not easily noticeable, nestled between Gryffindor Tower and the Great Hall, tall yet cleverly concealed. Harry's eyes widen in astonishment. No one knows this door better than he does. His heart races with familiarity, a warm feeling enveloping him as Cho pushes the door open, releasing a cloud of dust with a creak. A small room, predominantly red, comes into view, dusty and cluttered with a few old brooms that resemble twisted branches. White light streams in from the large windowsill, illuminating every speck of dust in the empty room. There is no small single bed, nor a mismatched Persian daisy-colored rug. The familiar windowsill is thick with dust, and the pale curtains are tied aside with a slender string. So, this room is a broom closet? When the house elf tidied it up, it became a neat space. Harry's gaze flickers, the bittersweet sensation echoing in his nostrils. This room holds nearly all his emotions regarding the war, like a lock without a key that encloses his fears of avoidance and cowardice, safeguarding his true thoughts when he is terrified of being discovered. It cradles every sleepless, rainy night shared with his loyal friends, filled with tears, embraces, and comfort. Unable to resist, Harry reaches out to untie the pale curtain. Ron had remarked that it was the only aesthetically pleasing item in the room, light enough to sway and dance in every gentle breeze, casting fragmented shadows in the sunlight and fluttering on the windowsill under the moonlight, blurring the distant, starry enemy encampments. With a gentle tug, the loose single loop knot unfurls. The familiar, dusty touch brushes against his cheek, only to fall back against the cold glass. No one will remember this place. Ron 1T, Hermione 1T, nor will Draco. In the end, it is left to just one person, with a lock containing only his secrets. Harry? Cho's voice slices through the tangled memories, clear and distinct. Harry suppresses the sudden wave of loneliness and turns to face the girl whose warm breath dances in his palm, nearly forgetting he is not alone here. Merry Christmas. She produces a pink gift box from her robes, cradling it in her hands as she extends it towards him. Thank you, Harry replies politely, accepting it and opening it at her urging. Inside lies a string of rainbow-colored glass bells, which Harry lifts with his fingertip, the tiny objects clinking melodically against one another. He can't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, puzzled as to why Cho would gift him something typically favored by girls. Does he appear to enjoy such tinkling trinkets? He glances at Cho, internally hoping these bells possess some additional charm beyond their visual appeal. They sing different melodies based on their surroundings and atmosphere. Cho giggles, playfully glancing at Harry as she retrieves the bells from his hands. They dance upon her fingertips, glinting in the light. Watching her hang them in the corner of the windowsill, Harry can't help but grimace slightly. Surely, he doesn't quite understand girls. Almost immediately, the little bells begin to rhythmically chime on their own. Soft, gentle Christmas tunes emerge from each note. The sound is quite pleasant. Harry muses, perhaps Hermione would appreciate this. Harry? Cho's demeanor shifts, her vivacity dimming as she approaches him, her enchanting dark eyes gazing deeply into his. Have you ever had feelings for someone? The atmosphere suddenly thickens, charged with an unspoken tension, causing Harry's heart to skip a beat. The first thought that springs to mind is Ginny, the only girlfriend he has ever had, with whom he ended things when the war began, thus concluding their brief romance. Whether it was love, he remains uncertain, much like he has never truly understood his feelings for Cho. Love seems forever shrouded in a fog for him, always perceived through the clear descriptions and expressions of others. His life has been a series of arrangements, passively liking someone, passively forcing himself to feel affection. He gazes down at the girl whose eyes brim with emotion, so reminiscent of his younger self. Perhaps Cho is the only girl he has genuinely liked? Even if fleeting, there was indeed a spark. This sentiment is peculiar. As he begins to excel and grow stronger, those who respect and admire him multiply, including remarkable girls like Cho. Yet none have ever made him feel unsteady. Harry locks his gaze with hers, unable to avert his attention. Perhaps the regrets of a past life render him indecisive and more sentimental. Perhaps, he replies with a smile, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Her delicate fingers twirling a few strands of her soft black hair, biting her colored lower lip. She might have only exhibited such behavior towards the tall, handsome Cedric, and Harry finds himself relishing this delightful sense of satisfaction. Who is it? She asked with a sweet smile, countering. Who knows? Harry instinctively leans against the windowsill, sitting down, overwhelmed by this familiar sense of belonging. It is both intimidating and nostalgic. Cho leans closer, gazing dreamily at Gryffindor's golden boy in his relaxed demeanor. Shall I teach you? She extends a hand, cautiously reaching towards his green eyes, which glisten like glass under the snowlight. Harry's form momentarily stiffened as he casually closed his eyes, allowing his delicate fingers to intertwine with those of another. When one harbors affection for someone, they unconsciously seek their silhouette amidst the throngs of people. The sound of autumn blended harmoniously with the crisp Christmas carols echoing in his ears. He yearned for a glance, to behold his own reflection in the depths of those eyes, to see him, to smile at him, to engage in conversation, so many desires intertwined within him. Was this an indirect confession? The longing surged, her voice becoming suddenly ethereal and perplexing. Imagine, the one you cherish. Envision her donning a black evening gown for you. Harry found it nearly impossible to suppress his thoughts, as if he were genuinely entranced by the allure of a young girl. Yet, with his vision obscured, darkness enveloped him, and memories from a distant past ignited with fervor. "Hello, Potter." Whose voice was it, and from where did it emanate? A soft thud echoed within him, a sensation that ignited a blaze in his heart, warming his skin. Before him, a scene began to materialize. The dusky hues of late autumn replaced the frigid white of winter, with moonlight radiating from behind the figure. "You're back?" He merely smiled, his tousled, pale gold hair framing his forehead, while a hint of a canine tooth peeked from the corner of his mouth, reflecting the glimmer of joy in his eyes. The tableau abruptly shifted, revealing a youth with light golden hair seated nearby, close enough to almost reach out and touch. The wind danced across his youthful visage, his light-hued eyes gazing dreamily at the distant reflections of the lake and mountains. The moment seemed suspended in time. Thump, thump. Whose heartbeat was that? Wait. It felt as if some peculiar memory had intruded upon his mind. Autumn compelled him to think of the one he liked, and, unexpectedly, that little rascal burst forth from the shadows. It appeared that his romantic endeavors had been woefully unsuccessful, for there was not a single girl worthy of remembrance. Thump, thump. Harry felt his cheeks flush, his heart seemingly gripped in a relentless struggle. He swallowed, nervously, his heart tightening involuntarily. Was this a residual effect? Since consuming Snape's potion, he had not experienced any aftereffects. Just as Harry's thoughts began to swirl, a warm breath brushed against him. Almost instinctively, he turned his head, and a moist kiss grazed his jawline. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the astonished, glistening gaze of the other. "Sorry." Harry lowered his eyes, his long lashes casting a blurry shadow on his eyelids. Perhaps the awkward Christmas carols dampened the mood, or the air felt stifling. Or maybe that sudden obscurity had drowned the fleeting thrill and enjoyment. He found himself abruptly losing any interest in autumn. Chapter 40. Into the Dream. Christmas always passed swiftly. Before the snow had a chance to melt, the students returned to school. To Harry, the academic routine seemed unchanged. Yet rumors flew like wildfire regarding the wager between Gryffindor's Golden Boy and Hufflepuff's Cedric over a girl. The story unfolded on a sunlit afternoon, as Wood and the players engaged in rigorous training for the impending match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. It was truly grueling, as they spent almost all their time on the pitch, rain or shine, aside from class and mealtimes. It was during this time that Cedric made his entrance, the scene of a rumored confrontation. In truth, nothing significant occurred. Cedric merely exchanged a few words with him about autumn, about wanting to meet Harry on the field, about the competition between rivals. Throughout, they maintained a polite demeanor, yet unbeknownst to them, it had morphed into a wager that swept through the school. All for the sake of a girl. Even though he had clearly rejected autumn, the air was calm. Another afternoon, Harry glanced helplessly at Draco across from him, who appeared to have grown taller, his fair face now bearing a more hardened expression. Tomorrow marked the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match, and they had been alternating practice on the Quidditch pitch with their rivals. Today was Gryffindor's turn, a fact universally acknowledged. However, the arrogant Slytherins, clad in green uniforms, claimed they had received the headmaster's approval to use half of the pitch for their training. Only half the pitch, which seemed on the brink of madness. Incredulous at their audacity, "You don't even need to compete," he exclaimed, broom in hand, pointing at their captain. "Look, we need to practice too, don't we?" Draco spoke in place of his captain, his chin held high, one hand lazily resting on his new broom. "After all, we still have to contend for the House Cup against Hufflepuff. Are you implying our team is destined to lose?" Angelina squinted, clearly unimpressed. "Obviously not," Draco retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Just observe your seeker, and the outcome will be evident." His icy blue eyes instinctively flicked toward Harry, tinged with a hint of disdain. "Look at your slight frame. Can you even control that broom?" "Shut it, Malfoy." Ron tugged at the arm Harry had grasped. "You're not even as strong as Harry's little finger. Fearsome as it is, the powerful little finger of the Golden Boy." Draco lowered his eyes, mockingly observing Ron's grip on his broom, as laughter erupted from the Slytherin ranks. "Perhaps you should spend more time practicing how not to fall off your broom," Harry interjected, meeting Draco's gaze with a challenging glare, his words striking a nerve just before tensions escalated. Draco's ears flushed a deep crimson, momentarily rendering him speechless. "Let us go." Harry gestured to his teammates, pulling George back from the brink of confrontation. casting a complex glance at the blond boy. Half a pitch was still usable. With a simple isolation charm, they could prevent any disruptions. Harry found it perplexing. It seemed Draco harbored even more animosity toward him. Everything appeared to unfold in accordance with the patterns of a previous life, their relationship remaining stagnant, yet increasingly antagonistic. A sense of helplessness and weariness began to take root within him. He started to learn how to win hearts, manage friendships, understand forbearance, perseverance, and control, how to be strong, but he remained at a loss on how to alter his dynamic with Draco. Clumsy attempts at closeness only exacerbated matters, creating a vicious cycle, seemingly forever out of reach. Thus, he cherished his transformed self and the simplicity of their friendship, their natural encounters devoid of the burdens of painful memories and barriers. Casting his gaze toward the slender figure in the distance, Harry felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He drew an invisible line on the pitch, employing a simple charm to maximize the obstruction of minor disruptions without resorting to magic. Unsurprisingly, this earned him the admiration of his fellow players. The Slytherins appeared genuinely intent on training. They quickly fell into rhythm, though Flint persistently attempted to send the bludgers their way. Each time the dark ball hurtled towards them, it seemed to encounter an unseen barrier, spinning back in defiance. The weather was splendid. The air was no longer biting, and the clouds above resembled torn cotton candy. Clinging to the pale blue sky, Harry effortlessly navigated the pitch, evading the bludgers while silently calculating the success rates of his teammates' throws. The stands were bustling with spectators. Hermione sat with a hefty tome resting on her lap, engrossed in her reading, while Ron engaged in idle chatter with a boy beside him, awaiting the end of Harry's practice so he could ride that firebolt. Not far off, Draco was in hot pursuit of the golden snitch, moving with astonishing speed. He leaned forward, the wind whipping past his top back, his head held high, the elegant curve of his neck exposed. As Harry watched, he felt a sudden itch in his throat, gripping his broom tightly. He was overcome by an impulsive desire to soar through the air. The sensation of yearning to chase and collide, the compelling desire to draw closer. Harry, the voice of Wood echoed from below. Snap back to reality. Harry barely had time to reflect before he saw the captain release the golden snitch from the redwood box. The tiny, golden object darted through the air like a bolt of lightning, instantly soaring away from Harry and into the sky. A surge of adrenaline ignited within him, his mind replaying the image of the blond boy pursuing the elusive snitch. He gripped his broom tightly and raced into the wind, reaching out a hand in an attempt to seize it. The firebolt, undoubtedly the fastest broom in the world, propelled Harry forward, the icy wind sweeping his hair back, striking his forehead with a stinging pain. Within less than a minute, he was mere inches from that shimmering golden sphere which flickered at his fingertips, desperately trying to escape his grasp. Thud! What? Thud! An ominous sound resonated in his ears, crystal clear. Before joy could take root, a chilling sense of dread enveloped his entire being. The emotions in Harry's eyes began to fade, and the smile on his lips grew rigid. Rain poured down in torrents, and in an instant, his black robe became drenched, clinging to him. The world dimmed, with the pale green of the dark mark flickering in the gray sky. The damp air, mingling with the scent of blood, rushed into his nostrils on the smoke-choked battlefield. He remained on his broom, surrounded by the familiar downpour, the familiar flames, the familiar body, and the familiar, icy hatred echoing in his chest. He circled high above, beneath a canopy of ominous thunderclouds, with a war ready to erupt below. As Harry's pallid complexion deepened, a golden magical sigil tore open a rift, akin to a swan gliding across a placid lake, sending ripples across the surface. Darkness seeped through the wound. Countless curses were hurled from the breach, mingling with the downpour to ignite the war. Harry floated immobile in the air, rain obscuring his vision. It was the third time now, he thought desperately, clenching his back teeth. This was not a residual effect. Absolutely not. His figure was soon detected, as numerous curses pierced through the damp air, glinting with a chilling light. Draco was the first to sense the anomaly, flying higher and clearly witnessing the change in Harry's expression. Almost suddenly, Harry's face went starkly pale, his fingers weakly releasing their grip on the broom as he slumped down. He hunched over, like a startled creature, his green eyes wide with fear beneath the sunlight. Familiar visage, his heart twisted painfully. If he was not mistaken, Dumbledore must have suppressed the residual effects of his soul's separation. Was Potter now experiencing a relapse? He turned around, the golden snitch flickering and vanishing behind him. The Gryffindor team soon realized. They shouted as they rushed towards him, attempting to catch him below. Harry dangerously flipped in midair. Reminiscent of his first year when his broom had gone haywire, perhaps even more perilous. Clutching his broom, he swayed in the sky, occasionally threatening to tumble. "Good heavens!" Ron exclaimed in terror, standing up to gaze at the struggling, rolling figure high above. "Is the broom malfunctioning? I'll fetch Professor Hooch." Hermione stammered, dropping her book in a panic and rising to her feet. An adult wizard was needed here. Harry struggled against the rain. Even as he faintly understood that everything was an illusion, the reality he faced was terrifyingly tangible. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within him, amidst the barrage of attacks. He could only flail in the air like a lamb awaiting slaughter. How could this end? Harry strained to recall his present self, memories fluttering, his eyes widening in astonishment. Raindrops cascading down his cheeks. His eyelids fluttered. He should charge towards Voldemort with reckless abandon and a heart set on certain death. A shiver coursed through Harry. It was too late. He had lingered here far too long. A green light, trailing a faint azure streak, shattered the droplets in its path. The attacks had grown concentrated. There was no dodging now. Those green eyes watched in horror as the curse shot directly into his chest, like an arrow piercing the air. The despair of death began to consume him, gnawing at his very core. Harry's eyes brimmed with bloodshot determination as he cast a defiant glance at the snake-faced man, cloaked in black, not far away. Voldemort lifted his head, his scarlet pupils glimmering with delight, as he smirked, mocking Harry's arrogance and folly. Suddenly, vision plunged into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, the sun shone brightly. The sky a pristine blue. Pain coursed through his body, as if he had struggled to escape from one realm into another. If only he had not recklessly pursued vengeance with blind impulsiveness. If he hadn't exploited the momentary pause in the war to slip through the Death Eaters and Voldemort's defenses. If Voldemort had not underestimated him. If that cleansing downpour had not fallen. If the explosive curse he had unintentionally cast hadn't shattered the stones at Voldemort's feet. Then his death would have been rendered utterly meaningless. Each of these points served to mock his insignificance. Weak and breathless, Harry clutched his broom tightly, gasping for air, only to succumb to a fit of violent coughing, akin to a terminally ill patient. His half-open eyes, devoid of life, were supported by teammates who rushed to stabilize him as he began to fall. In a moment of self-deprecation, Harry thought of the flat world, as if returning to memories could alter everything. This was not a residual effect. The first instance occurred in the Forbidden Forest, subtle at first. The second in Professor Lupin's office, where he had successfully returned to his memories. The third was a direct plunge into the illusion, lacking any transitional phase. Initially, fatigue could explain it. The second time could be dismissed as residual effects in the presence of a Patronus, but now, the residual effects have been sealed by potions, leaving no room for self-deception. Something terrifying had begun to emerge, quietly growing in the corners of his vision. Harry's eyes blurred, feeling his feet gradually settle on his solid ground. He despised the unknown and being passive. But more than that, he loathed surrendering, abdicating. How utterly vexing. "Harry?" Fred steadied him as he dismounted from the broom, while someone cautiously retrieved it. "I think I'm just too fatigued." In the face of their concerned expressions, Harry feigned strength, evading their supportive hands, and offered a gentle, natural smile. "I just suddenly blacked out. I lost control of the broom." Harry had been training excessively for days, compounded by sleepless nights spent writing essays. Ron shouted, then glanced at him inquisitively, leaning close to whisper, "Let us hope it's not a relapse. I always knew Snape wasn't trustworthy. He never truly meant to help you." Harry gazed at him with a resigned smile, his pale cheeks adorned with a rigid grin. He remained silent, not from a lack of words, but from a profound weariness. An overwhelming fatigue surged within him, like a ravenous beast poised to engulf him. Sorry, Harry. Wood reached out his hand to pat Harry's shoulder before retracting it to ruffle his slightly disheveled curls. "I should have considered your well-being more thoroughly. That was far too perilous. In the future, if you're feeling unwell, do speak up. Never be too proud to admit it." After all, the individual before him was the youngest on the team, yet his skills and cunning often obscured his tender age. Harry nodded, then in succinct terms, expressed his need to return and rest. Just at that moment, without a hint of warning from those around them, a forceful punch struck Harry squarely on the left cheek. A faint, muffled groan escaped into the air. Dazed and disoriented, a fiery sensation ignited on his left cheek. Harry swayed in the air, momentarily, before being yanked up by his collar with an irate fervor. As his vision gradually cleared from the haze, he found himself face to face with the boy possessing pale golden locks, his countenance ashen, lips drawn downwards, and his eyes ablaze with fury. Harry could almost discern his own disheveled reflection within those nearly translucent irises. Draco, is this truly how far you're willing to go for a girl? He spat, his voice laced with a multitude of concealed emotions. I. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind racing to articulate some form of explanation. Yet a sharp, acrid sensation surged from within him, enveloping him in an unfathomable darkness, and suddenly, everything faded to black as he collapsed into a chaotic embrace. Chapter 41, Metamorphosis. The clock reset to its starting point, the echoes of its chimes reverberating through the frost-laden night, dissipating into silence. At the stroke of midnight, Draco finally emerged from his confinement. As he stepped out from the trophy room, he found himself lingering at the crossroads leading to Slytherin and the Astronomy Tower. A series of unfortunate events had unfolded that afternoon, culminating in a confrontation with a haughty Weasley just as Madame Hooch arrived. The outcome was his confinement, though he felt fortunate to be merely organizing documents in the trophy room rather than assisting Filch in dusting off the countless trophies, a task that would likely consume an entire evening. He withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket, deftly twisted it between his slender fingers before tucking it back into his robes. With his palm open, he gazed thoughtfully at his fingertips, now cloaked in the night's embrace. The dark-haired boy was as light as a feather, his body temperature unnaturally low. How ironic it was. He appeared perpetually resilient and unyielding, radiating brilliance as if nothing were beyond his reach. As though no shadow could escape the warmth of his sunlight. He would eternally stand in the blinding rays of the sun, dazzling yet unseen. For no one could witness the golden light piercing through his being, illuminating the myriad of decayed wounds he bore. Draco ascended step by step, his movements measured and silent, the only sound being the rhythmic breathing of the portraits surrounding him. His fingers suddenly clenched at his side. He would never forget that feeling, the moment he recklessly soared on his broom, yearning to draw closer to him, only to be thwarted by an insurmountable barrier. That damned isolation spell. It had forcibly separated them. Their distance had grown far beyond what he could bridge with mere desire. He was Draco Malfoy, a perennial troublemaker. A foe he loathed, or perhaps not quite a foe. The path to heroism was invariably strewn with thorns and obstacles, and perhaps he was one of them, sprouting and clawing in the shadows unseen by the hero, only to tumble back into the thick darkness beneath in different gazes. Now, he found himself traversing the darkness alone, treading upon the frigid steps, contemplating the distance to the infirmary, pondering how far he was from the boy ensconced in white sheets. A chilling breeze swept past, stirring a frost-like chill. Familiar with the route, he maneuvered his way to the astronomy tower once more. Draco buried his face in his scarf, yet the cold still seeped through the gaps. So cold. The moonlight poured gently into every corner of the tower, melting into the wind with a silvery sheen. Where could DYRN be now? At this late hour, would it return to its nest? Draco pulled a small, finely crafted whistle from his chest, reminiscing about its warmth, though he had never truly unraveled its origins. Perhaps it hailed from the Forbidden Forest, or maybe a snowless meadow somewhere. But he had no desire to fully grasp its essence. Some mysteries were best left untouched, lest they lose their allure. DYRN was a beautiful white falcon, possessing strikingly pale green eyes, intelligent and agile, a friend and a pet. Draco had long wished to mark it with the Malfoy insignia, an endeavor that would bring him great satisfaction. Yet, that sly creature would only appear when summoned at Hogwarts. Otherwise, it remained elusive. Even during Christmas at Malfoy Manor, his attempts to lure it with the whistle had yielded no results, leading him to despairingly believe it had vanished forever. An astute creature, yet a foolishly endearing bird. As Draco lost himself in these thoughts, a flicker of joy ignited within him, silently savoring the exhilarating sensation of flight. That was a moment that belonged solely to him. The whistle's sound emanated softly from his lips, cascading through the darkness like a gentle stream, serene and tranquil. The cool moonlight cascaded down through the gaps in the sheer white curtains, bathing the white sheets and illuminating every intertwining crevice within the room. A warm yellow glow flickered upon the sharply defined collarbones, accentuating the depth of the shoulder hollows beneath the straight lines. The boy's steady breathing faltered slightly, and he frowned, lifting his chin in discomfort as a heated sensation coursed over his skin, urgent and passionate. Draco, disheartened, set the whistle aside. The night sky remained as serene and profound as ever, and the warmth he longed for had yet to arrive. He was uncertain how many times he had sighed this evening. Disappointment and anguish, jealousy, anxiety, frustration, and worry coalesced within him. There had never been anything that warranted such negativity from Malfoy. The onset of these adverse emotions had been so sudden, their impact equally overwhelming, leaving him unprepared. And yet everything had its roots. The Malfoys deserved the best. Draco lowered his gaze, deserving yet unattainable. How was he to choose? And what would his father think? Draco habitually attempted to think as Lucius would. His father would always opt for the most advantageous course of action, the one most favorable to the Malfoys. Would I? He pondered, questioning whether he too would choose the most beneficial path. Then, as his father had advised, he should have endeavored to win over the savior from the outset, rather than positioning himself as an adversary. No, that was incorrect. He could no longer do so. The moment that boy had rebuffed him, he had become incapable. Just as he had not divulged the matter of DYRN to his father, he was already in rebellion. In a moment of panic, Draco buried his chin deep into his scarf, his heart racing with a thrill of defiance. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind, a tangle of negative emotions and disordered memories intertwining, and he shook his aching head, reminding himself that it was time to rest. Otherwise, he would surely lose his sanity or freeze to death right there. A sharp, peculiar sound pierced the stillness of the astronomy tower, echoing ominously. Startled, Draco recoiled slightly, instinctively reaching into his cloak to grasp the familiar silver-handled wand. DYRN? He called softly, his voice dissipating into the darkness. Had he been overly anxious? He gripped his wand tightly, the sudden surge of danger lingering within him, hoping it was not Filch who had come searching. He retreated slowly, a chill creeping down his spine. A gasp caught in his throat as Draco's eyes widened. A powerful arm tightened around his neck from the darkness behind him. The blood within him seemed to congeal. He felt the sharp edge of something elongated pressing against his jaw, emanating a foreboding chill. It was a wand. Instinctively, Draco clasped his arms tightly to his chest while drawing forth his own wand. Crack! The wand was instantly knocked aside, rolling on the ground before coming to rest at the entrance to the staircase. Who are you? He asked tremulously, his right hand feebly pressing against the arm that constricted his neck, a powerful grip belonging to a robust adult man. The assailant's other hand held an invisible wand pressed firmly against his chin. Helpless, he faced an unknown, terrifying wizard. Are you Draco? A haunting voice drifted from nearby, not from behind him. Her tone was flat, akin to the murmurs of a dream. With wide, astonished gray eyes, he beheld a girl before him, her delicate white robes simply draped over her frail frame, her platinum hair tied back, shimmering like a galaxy reflecting the cold moonlight in the night. Silently, Draco ceased his struggles, his Adam's apple cautiously rolling under pressure. The identity of the person before him was undeniably significant. Though her attire was simple, it did not diminish the golden family crest intricately embroidered upon her robes, a design that seemed vaguely familiar, as if seen somewhere before. Clearly, she belonged to a family of high status, evidenced by her demeanor and abilities, regardless of how her face was shrouded in layers of white gauze. Who could she be? What was her purpose? An enemy of Malfoy? It was evident she recognized him. Are you afraid? The girl leaned closer, her unfocused black eyes staring blankly at the side of his ear. Afraid of what I might do to you. Draco shuddered. She was blind, unmistakably so. Her pupils barely moved, the moonlight illuminating her lashes but failing to brighten the depths of her shadowy gaze. Who are you? Draco hissed, his heart racing, fear morphing into fleeting rationality. I am the sole heir of the Malfoy family, you know. Are you waiting for him? The girl interrupted, as if musing aloud. Draco attempted to struggle once more, only to find himself constricted even tighter by the enigmatic figure behind him. As if fearing he might flee, his chest heaved heavily, thoughts swirling. It was evident the individual before him was either unhinged or feigning ignorance. Their dialogue was utterly incoherent, preventing him from discerning the enemy's intentions. Draco sought to buy time, wishing fervently to see someone, anyone, even Filch. Yet, the memory of countless clandestine meetings with Dylan in this accursed place, unnoticed by anyone, sent a chill through him. The girl fell silent, the cold wind sweeping through the tower, mingling with moonlight to crystallize the moisture on the dark wooden railing. Chapter 42, Harry Potter. He has arrived. The voice was muffled beneath the thick layers of white gauze. Draco startled, lifting his head. An unfamiliar screech sliced through the darkness, a white figure streaking like a meteor. Imanatin afiesoha. The night was tranquil, the moonlight filtering through the translucent gauze curtains, illuminating the room. Harry woke abruptly, the heat radiating from his neck, rousing him from slumber. As he groggily came to realize Draco was calling for him, fatigue was swiftly eclipsed by a surge of exhilaration. Almost immediately, He propped his weary body up and swung his legs over the side of the bed, careful not to make a sound that might disturb Mrs. Pomfrey, who had worried over him far too much already. Outside, the night was eerily silent. The moon had risen high, casting a pale glow over the slumbering Hogwarts. He climbed over the railing draped in white gauze, gingerly opening the frost-covered window and peering out. The cold pierced through his thin, loose hospital gown like a dagger. Ugh! Harry shivered violently, but deep down, he could only hope that Draco had not yet departed. As his bare feet touched the ground, the biting cold seeped into his skin, revealing his utter vulnerability to the winter chill. With a soft sigh, magic surged within him, and he effortlessly transformed. A few delicate black leaves danced in the air, only to be disrupted by white wings scattering them across the ground. When the great white bird burst forth, Draco's eyes widened in delight. Its sharp talons knocked over several telescopes perched atop the astronomy tower, sending them crashing to the ground in a cacophony of shattering glass that echoed through the still night. The bird crouched low, its body taut like a general ready to engage in battle. "Save me, Dylan." A moment of joy surged through Draco. As if clutching at a lifeline, he could not help but cry out. Hiss! The bird emitted a threatening hiss, revealing a fierce countenance, its green eyes deepening in the shadows of the night, reminiscent of the famous Emerald of the Savior. Damn it! Harry felt utterly wretched. He had thought these individuals had lost interest and departed, but clearly, they were as tenacious as slime worms, impossible to shake off. The enigmatic Russian prophetic family, an ancient noble lineage, had set their sights on something he possessed. Long time no see, the girl turned to face him, as if greeting an old friend after years apart. Harry leaned forward menacingly, uncertain of how much they knew about him. Yet it was evident she was aware of his identity. Did she have him thoroughly investigated? He struggled to articulate the feelings that surged through him upon witnessing Draco being held captive. The overwhelming tension felt as though it had hollowed him out, his blood stagnating in his chest, causing waves of pain laced with guilt-ridden fear. He did not wish to experience that bone-chilling dread again. The great bird took several purposeful steps towards the man restraining Draco, its claws leaving damp prints upon the ground. The man tightened his grip, the black wand subtly glimmering. Harry was left pacing in frustrated fury. "It seems we have found the right hostage, Kelt." The girl stood before Harry, her eyes alight with mischief, as if amused. "He is important, isn't he?" Yet her next query was directed at the furious white bird. "Is he your lover?" Harry shot a venomous glance at the platinum-haired girl, his throat hissing with indignation. Did the prophets possess some sort of delusion, or were they merely pretending to be foolish? He did not find it amusing to debate the relationship between Draco and himself at such a moment. Draco felt utterly bewildered, as though he were being toyed with by two lunatics. Who was the girl speaking to? Dylan? He stared wide-eyed at the remarkably anthropomorphic bird, its feathers and form achingly familiar. Could it truly be a legendary spirit beast? The pressure around his neck tightened further, nearly choking him, and he rolled his gray eyes, feeling a surge of pain within. How could he escape the clutches of two powerful, mysterious wizards? Dylan would undoubtedly come to his aid, but it was merely a beast. Facing two wizards with pure magical prowess could lead to mutual destruction. Worry began to creep in. Perhaps these individuals sought Dylan for themselves? Their aim did not appear to be him, but rather to bind Dylan to their will. His heart raced, for he had learned that some wizards delight in forcibly binding rare spirit beasts to unequal contracts. Damn it! What should I do? What can I do? Do you wish to save him? The girl's voice rang cheerfully as she stepped closer to Harry. Hiss! Harry took a step back, seemingly acquiescing as he rubbed his wings. In a flash, his pupils narrowed, and he lunged toward the girl. A red light shot toward him from another direction, emanating from the cloaked man. The great bird halted, the spell whizzing past its side, and it swiftly turned to dive toward Draco. From the outset, Harry had no intention of attacking the so-called Cecilia, the prophetess. His sole aim was to rescue Draco. He despised being coerced. He abhorred being passive. As the wand of the man behind him slipped from his ear, Draco's entire body stiffened abruptly. He forcefully shrugged off the slightly loosened hand and staggered, collapsing to the side. With a thud, the great bird collided with the unprepared man. The man let out a muffled groan, swiftly extracting his wand from beneath Dylan's white feathers. Draco turned back, fumbling to grasp his fallen wand, and without hesitation, aimed it at the corridor's entrance, unleashing a burst of golden sparks in a desperate call for help. The golden light, filled with hope, vanished into the darkness, akin to a droplet dissolving in an abyss of ink. His gray eyes widened in disbelief. The commotion atop the tower went unnoticed. Was it due to the magical barrier? These individuals had prepared a magical array. They came fully equipped. There was no time for despair. Draco's complexion turned pale, and he couldn't even afford the luxury of turning back. A pair of frigid hands had already settled upon his shoulders, sending a tremor coursing through him. "Do not be afraid." The voice, familiar to the point of being etched into his very soul, resonated in his ears, bringing with it a faint warmth and an indescribable sense of reassurance. His blue-gray eyes widened in disbelief. He felt his heartbeat momentarily freeze, only to then race erratically. "Is this a trick?" He spun around abruptly, meeting a pair of dark green eyes, emotions akin to pain fleeting across them, casting a thin veil of mist over those jade-like irises. "Harry Potter," he couldn't help but utter. Instantly, he felt the hand on his shoulder prickling his skin like thorns. Unbearably torturous. "Harry Potter, Harry Potter." Draco's gaze shifted to the distant figures of the man in black and the girl in white. The events transpired in the blink of an eye, so swift that they might not have had time to disperse a delicate snowflake. The girl remained there, unmoving. Since their confrontation began, like a wind-up doll, though he was reluctant to admit it, it was apparent that Harry Potter stood there, atop the astronomy tower. He might be that white eagle, the one he called Dylan. Yes, perhaps that eagle. Harry Potter was that white eagle, and the white eagle was him. A damned animagus. Harry Potter. An animagus. An animagus. An animagus. A foolish animagus. The images in his mind began to swirl, each scene, each detail. Strange encounters. Effortless companionship. Everything was riddled with inconsistencies, yet appeared to be flawless. In a daze, the dim emerald before him began to lighten and fade, ultimately merging with the clear, exquisite mint green. The storm of fury within him surged, yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Draco was always thus. When an emotion reached its zenith, it would without warning transmute into a calmness and rationality that even he feared, coldly brushing off the other's hand. He took a step back and glared fiercely at the panic-stricken face before him. So, this was merely a jest at his expense? It had been so in Hogsmeade. So atop the astronomy tower, in every quiet night, every sunlit afternoon, it was always the same? He asked nothing, just as the other offered no explanations. The cold air surged between them, whipping up a hollow, pale night wind. Harry stood rigid, like a drawn sword, his arms raised high, wand gripped tightly in his fingertips, confronting the man in the black robe from a distance. He dared not glance back at the figure behind him, nor did he allow himself to ponder it, for such thoughts would leave him feeling vulnerable and unable to concentrate. As long as he remained steadfast, Harry bit down on his back teeth, attempting to reassure himself. Their relationship had already deteriorated to the lowest point. What harm could a little more cause? It should be inconsequential, right? Hiss, he couldn't suppress the ache in his teeth. Chapter 43, Cecilia. The brief silence was soon shattered as the girl lifted her face. "You need not repulse me so," she said, "when you know nothing at all." "No, I know," Harry replied, his gaze wary as he scrutinized her. "I know who you are, and so, I am unaware of your intentions. Nor do I require anything worth pursuing at all costs." Harry raised his head, answering coldly. "Everything is superfluous to me, including encountering you." "No." The girl's tone took on an infuriatingly undeniable quality. "You are merely masking your cowardice with a veneer of unfamiliar arrogance." She continued proudly, observing Harry's frown deepen. "Nothing escapes Cecilia's notice. You are simply afraid of the future, sir," she stated politely, though her tone was steeped in untold coldness. "You are afraid of the future. Afraid of the future." The repetition stoked Harry's ire, causing him to clench his other fist, yet he could not restrain his trembling body. "So, upon learning my identity, your demeanor shifted. Pure rejection mingled with fear and resistance." The black pupils widened, hollow and void of substance. "You fear me. Fear the revelation of secrets. Fear that events may not unfold as you envision. Fear everything repeating itself." Harry felt his arms weaken, gradually ensnared by a creeping sense of dread from within. "I am but a passerby." The girl's eyes sparkled with an inscrutable mirth. "You need not unleash your fears upon me. What do you want?" Harry began to feel the stirrings of fear, which Draco beside him acutely sensed. His breath grew erratic, and his tone took on an exhausted edge. "What is it? Those nonsensical words?" The loathsome, impervious bastard before him seemed to be unraveling inch by inch, all instigated by a few words from a mysterious stranger. "Time, I need time." She extended her hand, the red pendant on her wrist pulsing, casting an eerie crimson glow in the moonlight, as if performing a theatrical recitation. "The chosen one knows the affairs of mortals, yet shall surely meet an early demise. I must know, how did you deceive time to arrive here?" Harry remained silent for a moment, She understood her present, but was ignorant of her past. Yet it was evident that she was aware of the soul residing within her that did not belong here. After a lengthy pause, he reluctantly spoke. Death, he said, smirking with a hint of malice. If what you seek is that, then it is death. Only death can transcend time, halting in its realm. Almost simultaneously, the man's face drained of color upon hearing this, his azure eyes betraying a profound disappointment and disbelief. You lie, the man refuted. You know I do not. Harry furrowed his brow. No one can surpass death. You are deceiving yourself. How is that possible? He murmured. This world has no concept of controlling time, does it? Harry stated. Who can deceive time? Matters of time are far less reliable than alchemy if you desire immortality. No. He cast a conflicted glance at the seemingly indifferent girl beside him, exclaiming in frustration. Nothing can alter fate. I should have believed that. Harry looked at the girl, who appeared unconcerned, merely shaking her hand to feel the sensation of the bracelet dancing upon her skin. He was still uncertain how much this oracle truly knew, enigmatic yet seemingly indifferent to everything. Fortunately, she seemed disinterested in his affairs. So, what she desired, he did not possess. Perhaps some matters were meant to reach their conclusion. Yet, the man's raised hand did not lower. He narrowed his blue eyes, regarding him with an ominous glare, sending a chill through Harry. At the very least. Harry Potter. The girl froze once more, abruptly interrupting the tense exchange. Harry's figure trembled. The familiar sight momentarily sent a shiver down his spine. Her pupils fixed intently on Harry, and the atmosphere around them abruptly shifted, the wind that swept through the tower seeming to thicken. The last time he felt this way was during a chilling moment of being spied upon. But this time, Harry's anger was stifled by astonishment before it could even rise. There was no sensation of being scrutinized. Was it his mental blocking charm? No, that couldn't he be. The charm held no sway over her. To this day, he was still haunted by the overwhelming invasion of the last encounter. This being, transcending the capabilities of an ordinary wizard, was profoundly unsettling. It was as if she had not invaded his mind at all. Harry Potter, a faint voice emerged from the thick veil, barely audible. Suddenly, the girl trembled as if she had witnessed something horrifying, her hollow, dry eyes widening in terror. Stop, the man urged, his rare panic evident. Stop, Cecilia. It seemed the situation was veering into another peculiar direction. Draco inhaled deeply, his mind clouded with confusion, yet his body refrained from relaxing. The stranger. The secrets of Harry Potter, time, each term dragged behind it immense enigmas and mysteries he did not comprehend. Everything was unrelated to him, yet everything seemed worthy of exploration. Unintentionally, cold sweat had already dampened his palms. His lips quivered as he gazed at the slender but upright figure ahead, a bitter taste swelling within him. Something in his heart seemed to be changing, unbeknownst to him, as he faced an unprecedented danger, gradually accepting his own impotence and frailty, reassessing his place in the world and himself, and nurturing an impulse to pursue something. A stubborn seed began to take root in a deep, hidden corner, growing quietly. What is wrong with her? Harry had yet to lower his wand, attempting to step forward. The girl displayed a dying expression, her eyes fluttering shut, a wave of profound sorrow crashing over them, nearly engulfing them entirely. Cecilia, the man exclaimed, hastily bending to embrace her as one would cradle a delicate, precious vase. Whispering urgently, be good, just like before the girl painfully opened her eyes, damp lashes clinging together, tears cascading down her cheeks. Remember who you are. Cecilia's voice emerged, unexpectedly fragile, as she looked at the bewildered Harry and struggled to articulate. Remember who you are. If you decide to change your fate, to change everything. Moonlight filtered through her tears, diffusing across the surface of her pupils. For the first time, Harry perceived a glimmer of light within her eyes. I must leave, she stated once more, as if she had committed a grave error, burying her head in the man's embrace, her platinum hair losing its luster. But we will meet again when you wish to find me, or her body shuddered slightly. When you are beyond redemption, the man in the black cloak turned, casting a fleeting glance at Harry with his deep blue eyes, almost in a hurry, before leaping lightly from the tower. With a long, mournful cry, the black feathers trailed through the air, gradually vanishing from sight. What? Is she leaving so decisively? Harry thought, bewildered, feeling they had gained nothing. He sensed that she had no intention of ending the conversation. Everything had transpired swiftly, the odd behavior, Cecilia's sudden peculiarity, and the strange words she spoke. This interlude had altered the course of events and left him in a perplexity he could not unravel. What indeed had she seen or felt? What could compel her to abandon everything and leave in haste? Harry found himself at a loss, perhaps destined to remain in ignorance. Secrets would forever remain secrets, and whether this was a blessing or a curse, he could not ascertain. The tower returned to silence, with scarcely any evidence of the struggle that had taken place, save for the overturned astrolabe in the corner and the scattered shards of glass. Harry stiffly lowered his painfully sore arms. Each breath he took felt like a knife slicing him within. Draco bit his lip and cast a warming charm upon the frostbitten individual, unwilling to bear the blame of having harmed the savior. Draco? Harry hesitated to turn back, only to find the latter's face half buried in a thick silver-green scarf, leaving only his inscrutable eyes visible. So much has happened today, Harry mumbled awkwardly, scratching his head. Don't be foolish, Scarhead, Draco frowned, his voice tinged with residual tension. I will not forgive you. Chapter 44, Budding. As Harry exited Dumbledore's office, the clock chimed 12, signaling lunchtime. Without hesitation, he recounted the events of the previous night to Dumbledore, omitting certain details, including Draco, as he had no desire to discuss the seer alongside Dylan and the boy's rainbow escapades. The rationale behind his decision to inform the headmaster was straightforward. This was Hogwarts, and Professor Dumbledore was entitled to know, while Harry could only rely on him to untangle the threads of confusion. Unfortunately, the headmaster appeared to grasp certain elements that Harry himself did not fully understand, as evidenced by his serious expression. Fortunately, Dumbledore stated that the other party likely would not return, which aligned with Harry's wishes. Despite the multitude of mysteries and the enigmatic nature of the situation, he could no longer summon the youthful fervor and impulsiveness he once possessed. His burdens were already too heavy to bear alone. Upon entering the Great Hall, he was greeted by a bright atmosphere, the air filled with the aromas of sandwiches and roasted goose, accompanied by the clinking of porcelain. The violet carpet meandered out from the corridor, and as Harry walked past the Slytherin table, he instinctively searched for that familiar glimmer of gold. But there was none. Disappointment washed over him as he confirmed once more. In the unified hues of silver and green, he had always been clear in his intentions. Absence was absence, and no amount of searching would change that. Draco had not come for lunch. Where could he be? Still sulking, perhaps? Harry couldn't help but recall the inexplicable quarrel from the previous night. Don't be foolish, Potter, the wind tousled his hair. I will not forgive you. Harry felt a pang of embarrassment, the familiar bitterness rising within him, as childish thoughts clawed their way to the surface, desperately concocting illogical justifications. Look, you've never truly deceived him, have you? You have not betrayed him. Dylan was a name he gave you. So, in essence, there was nothing wrong, and no need to seek forgiveness. You see, he enjoys being with you. He just can't accept it for now. So, there is no reason to be angry, right? You wouldn't mind, would you? Harry hesitantly voiced. Was he not clear enough? Draco's gaze flickered. Did the savior believe everyone shared his colossal brain? Did he think everyone could be as saintly as he? Without waiting for a response, a sudden thought struck Harry, causing his heart to lurch. Will you tell others? What? Oh, you will definitely tell your father about everything that happened tonight. 1TU, Draco? Harry's expression darkened as the realization sank in. Lucius was a loyal servant of Voldemort, and the Malfoy family wielded considerable power and influence. If Lucius took an interest, it was inevitable he would investigate Harry or consult those Russian seers for information. What do you mean, Potter? Draco felt offended, hissing. Clearly, you'll tell your father everything. Harry was lost in his own world, muttering gloomily. From her childhood manners, Draco's eyes widened again, having nearly exhausted all his expressions for the day. Have you stuffed your head with gillyweed, Potter? He gritted his teeth and seized Harry's tattered hospital gown, his fingertips tingling with the warmth of the warming charm. So this is the insufferable bastard who melts at the slightest warmth? An image flashed in his mind of that iron-faced fellow, taut with tension, his gaze as cold and sharp as a seasoned warrior. Ah, the feeling of being humiliated. Harry slumped, his body languid, and as his temperature rose, his complexion began to take on a rosy hue. He gazed intently at Draco with those irresistible green eyes. Get lost. Draco hastily pushed him away, clearly forgetting that it was he who had approached first. Whether it was his sudden force or Harry's lack of resistance, Harry stumbled back several steps. Shaking his head in confusion, Harry inexplicably spoke again. Actually, you could consider me as... Harry felt his cheeks flush. Dylan's, I suppose. How dare he bring that up? Draco raised an eyebrow, a tempest of anger and humiliation churning within him, layer upon layer, nearly overwhelming his reason once more. I will not forgive you, Potter, he repeated vehemently. You will pay for your deceit and offense. Like a startled ferret, Harry thought, feeling warm all over, the warming charm almost suffocating him. Harry showed no signs of guilt. Instead, he appeared unfazed, gazing at Draco with a calmness that resembled that of a little ferret, his round green eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He was infuriatingly just like that little white owl he adored, the one who always squinted and clicked its beak. Damn it, damn it, damn it is Dylan. And that shameless scarhead. Draco straightened his posture, having already issued his threats. Now he must see them through. He lifted his chin defiantly, then cast a familiar, disdainful look reminiscent of Potter. I know your secret, Potter. He feigned a mysterious smile, as if he truly possessed some secret knowledge. So your little provocations, just now, hold no sway over me. This will be my leverage. He spoke dangerously, his tone drawn out languidly. So be cautious. You might just find yourself expelled from school. Harry blinked, a smile creeping uncontrollably onto his lips. How amusing was young Draco back then? Why hadn't he noticed it before? This little rascal was brimming with juvenile schemes that jingled with naivety. Draco cast him one last, meaningful glance before disappearing into the dark corridor, his robes trailing behind him in a perfect arc, undulating like waves as they melded into the night. Ah, had he truly become angry? No longer dwelling on the long yesterdays, Harry turned his attention to the Gryffindor table, where a red-haired boy was excitedly waving a golden goose leg in his direction. White swans glided across the Black Lake, creating two long ripples. A new day dawned, and the rare sunlight danced in the air. As Harry took his seat, he found the food tasteless. You missed an intriguing survey, Harry, Neville chimed in, leaning over. What? A ridiculous question, Ron replied, tapping his spoon against the nearly empty bowl of porridge. About first loves. That's because you haven't had one, a brown-haired witch retorted, raising her chin. She looked at Harry and continued. Selena was just here, the girl who ties her robes with a belt. I can guarantee she'll become a love consultant in the future. An odd profession. You seem quite enthusiastic about it. Hermione, Ron remarked. Going to be her assistant? First love? Harry felt a spark of interest. What did you answer? Ron. Well, let me go first. Dean cleared his throat, wearing a hesitant expression that made him look somewhat defeated. I like someone with a good figure, preferably charming. If they have curly eyelashes, even better. Dean's expression became dreamy. That's my ideal first love. Ha 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 ha. Harry laughed, watching Ron's face turn crimson. I bet she isn't doing this for the survey. Don't bring it up, Harry. Ginny brushed aside her falling red hair, clutching a golden notebook. Her cheeks still round with baby fat, appearing innocent and adorable. But Harry knew how enchanting she would grow up to be. You missed the survey. Harry looked up, waiting for more. Selena asked me to fill out. You know I agreed to help her. Ginny's face and hair matched in color. Ahem. Ron chuckled awkwardly from the side, earning a scowl from his sister. Come on, let us hear it. George sauntered over. Don't put our little sister in a bind. Tell us about your sweet first love and your first night of closeness. Hey, Hermione couldn't help but laugh. Harry hasn't even had a girlfriend. Then she looked at him, her gaze uncertain. I'm not mistaken, am I, Harry? Of course, Harry felt a twinge of anxiety under everyone as scrutiny for the first time. I mean, we're together every day, right? Just like you know. The brown-haired witch regarded him seriously, an ominous feeling rising within her. In fact, she frowned. We haven't spent that much time together lately. We only eat, sleep, and do homework together, Harry. Sensing the shift in focus, Ron hastily joined in, a mischievous grin on his face. And attending classes. I added, Harry interjected. I'm not certain if you left after we went to sleep. Well, that's just life. No, Harry, in fact, you probably devote all your free time to some mysterious girl. Gazing into Hermione's sharp eyes, Harry raised his hands in surrender. You weren't like this before, Hermione. The brown-haired girl proudly huffed. You must know that girls are often much more delicate and gossipy in certain aspects. Is that why you're interested in the topic of first love? Ron lifted a glass of lemonade. That's not the point, Ron. Fred chuckled, resting a hand on Harry's shoulder. Let us not make a fuss. Ginny glared at the group of older boys. She opened her notebook and picked up a black feather quill, as if she were genuinely intent on taking notes. Discuss your feelings about your first love. She shyly met Harry's gaze. Anyone you like, really. Are we talking about ideal types? Harry replied, and everyone burst into laughter, Ron choking on his drink. Harry laughed heartily, though his heart raced wildly. The sound of delicate, ringing bells seemed to echo in his ears, and the Christmas music played softly in the background. The long window drapes fluttered, carrying a faint scent of sandalwood and parchment. Harry, a voice seemed to come from afar. Have you ever liked someone? Unable to resist, he thought of Autumn. But it was not because of Autumn. It was as if he had always known. The clumsy, eager person he longed to be near, the one who made his heart race, was never Autumn, nor anyone else. It seemed that all along, it had always been that elusive presence. A spasm coursed through his heart. In a daze, golden hair floated, and gray-blue eyes sparkled with mockery. Chapter 45, Winter Night's Warmth. Midnight, the dungeon, Slytherin's dormitory. The cold wind, gusting from the depths of the dungeon, rattled against the glass windows, pushing open the damp, frigid door, revealing an empty dormitory. Silver satin cascaded from the bed's edge, delicate tassels lightly brushing against the dark green decorative tiles, with gilded patterns barely visible. Soft light, speckled like the starry sky, adorned the mural-covered ceiling, swaying gently as if tethered by chains. Like fireflies, the moment Harry stepped inside, those dim little sparks seemed to come alive, spreading through the dark teal air. In a swift motion, Harry's gaze fell upon the golden head resting upon the bed, and with practiced ease, he cast a few silencing charms to create a small, secluded space. The boy in slumber was remarkably tranquil, his head nestled in a velvet pillow, which bore the imprint of uneven creases. Soft strands of hair fell delicately across his face, and his eyelashes were strikingly distinct. Harry knelt beside him, lost in thought as he observed the sleeping youth. It had taken him an entire month to come to terms with his feelings for Draco. Well, to be precise, he had confirmed it in the first week. The rest of the time had been spent in self-deception. Recognizing one's affection for another should be straightforward. Yet the absurdity of the truth had prevented him from contemplating it. Who would believe that they had genuinely fallen for a boy? A helpless smile crept onto his face as he sighed softly, shifting into a more comfortable position. This was peculiar, and such peculiarity would not diminish with changing thoughts or compromises. It was as if he had envisioned a future with a girl, or imagined himself becoming exceedingly guarded, or thought he would never fall for anyone again. Flickers of light danced in the air, momentarily glimmering in Draco's deep, emerald-like eyes, only to vanish and reappear. With so many anomalies at play, he was at a loss for when this boy had gradually breached his impenetrable defenses. The emotion was subtle, cautious, and enigmatic. It appeared so delicate, sensitive, fragile, yet its impact was more profound than the most intricate of enchantments. Remarkable indeed. His unfamiliarity with the world and the anxiety surrounding former acquaintances seemed to begin to soften and meld within this tender, instinctive affection, ultimately dissolving like the last remnants of snow under the winter sun, leaving behind a cascade of warmth and light. He had evaded the truth for a month, wandering in confusion, disrupting his usual routines. Each missed breakfast, every incantation gone awry, and every moment of aimless distraction served as a stark reminder. Your life is incomplete, Harry Potter. They had refrained from communicating for an entire month, including their usual bickering. To his horror, he discovered that within the vastness of Hogwarts, unless by design, the chances of two individuals from different houses crossing paths were dismally rare, let alone engaging in disputes. In contrast, their prior interactions had been an unexplainable closeness, an inexplicable connection, an unreasoned intimacy. The dark-haired boy tightened his robes around him. The dungeons were chillingly cold, and he struggled to suppress the impulse to burrow under the covers and embrace that warm body. They had maintained a mutual indifference for a month, an entire month. Ultimately, Harry capitulated. He could not force himself to deny his feelings. Yes, indeed, he had developed an affection for a boy. His orientation was perfectly normal. Yet he found himself enamored. Wasn't that inconsequential? He was still a Malfoy. That too could be deemed insignificant, couldn't he? So what was he truly afraid of? In this new chapter of his life, he felt there was nothing to fear, so he had come. To do what? To confess? Heat began to rise within him. No. If he were to do that, he would become the laughingstock of the entire school tomorrow, and if Draco chose, he might even make the front page of the Daily Prophet the day after. The boy who lived makes a midnight confession. He couldn't bear to think of it, and in frustration, Harry pressed his hands against his head. The motes of light in the air began to swirl chaotically, with a few faint glimmers drifting into the silver canopy, twinkling upon Draco's lashes, leaping across his cocoon form. Harry hastily reached out to disperse those mischievous little orbs, and with a gentle flick, they fluttered away. Sighing in relief, Harry carefully returned to the bedside, gazing at the exquisitely featured boy with a sense of bewilderment. His breathing was even and serene, reminiscent of an angel. Harry gazed, captivated, his heart racing uncontrollably. When had he fallen for him? This realization sent shivers down his spine. No, this was terrifying. He had never been so infatuated with anyone before. Upon clarifying his feelings, he was alarmed to find that all the previous moments, all the uncertainties he had dismissed, all the tension, the stirring emotions, the helplessness and despair, as well as those secret affections cloaked in the guise of camaraderie, surged forth. coalescing into a radiant river akin to the Milky Way. He found himself ensnared within it, unable to trace its source or find an escape. Harry lowered his head, locking away the intoxicating smile hidden beneath his lashes. In the unseen corner of the room, the boy on the bed's eyelashes fluttered slightly. After an indeterminate amount of time, the dark-haired boy began to feel fatigued. He rested his head on the bed, tilting it as he pondered his thoughts, attempting to untangle the myriad of emotions that cluttered his heart. To his astonishment, he noticed Draco's left hand resting outside the covers, its slender fingers naturally curled. Unable to resist, he inched closer, cautiously placing his chin in the cool palm, tilting his head to press it gently against his face. Then, rather boldly, he nuzzled against it. The light-colored lashes quivered once more before settling back into stillness. "I think I might like you," Harry murmured softly, his voice as gentle as a warm spring. "So, I wish to have you." He lifted his head, speaking softly yet resolutely, his eyes glimmering. He knew Draco could not hear him, but he felt compelled to express it. Throughout this month, he had been despondent, contemplating extensively, and taking numerous actions. Yet he still could not let go. He could not envision Draco holding the delicate hand of a girl with waist-length curls, leading her to the altar. He resented all the futures he dared to imagine, just as he loathed disappointment and regret. He would no longer allow himself to live in a realm of unfulfilled desires. In someone else's world, even knowing he might not deserve it, he would still leap into the flame, and even if incomplete, he would seize every opportunity for happiness. Life is fleeting, why not take a chance? Even if it seemed eternally out of reach, Harry wore a confident smile. Then let him change it, let him attain it. If he dared to alter his destiny, why not dare to love someone? Rising to his feet, he awaited the numbness and ache to recede from his body like a tide, before retracting his fervent gaze and turning away. The atmosphere remained undisturbed. The room filled with dancing motes of light that coalesced anew, the silver drapery gently swaying, allowing fireflies to flit about. A pale left hand cautiously stirred, then clenched tightly, furtively hiding beneath the covers. Draco slowly opened his wide-awake eyes, his gray irises reflecting the restless glimmers on the ceiling. As the motes began to stir again, the boy on the bed's breathing became erratic. He raised an arm to shield his eyes, his chest heaving violently. A gust of wind swept through the corridor, mingling with the remnants of icy breath in the air. Winter had come to an end, the last vestiges of snow having melted away in the early spring. Chapter 46. Blaise was awakened by the low murmurs from the adjacent bed, just as dawn was breaking, not far from the time to rise. He groggily opened his eyes, the radiant motes illuminating the room clearly, brightening the dungeon to match the daylight outside. Thus, he could distinctly see the familiar figure of Draco, drenched in sweat, sitting upright on his bed, looking rather shaken as he stared down at his own lap. Then, a vivid shade of peach began to spread from his neck. This was dreadful. He shook his head, his tousled, light golden hair rivaling that of the savior. Had he been dreaming of spring? Draco? Blaise concealed his languid smile beneath the covers. Ignoring him, Draco, somewhat dazed, rolled out of bed and hurriedly made his way to the washroom. Blaise, with a weary squint, mumbled a few unintelligible words before turning over and drifting back into slumber. After a refreshing shower and changing into a new set of clothes, Draco blushed and gazed at his well-dressed reflection in the mirror. Was that Harry Potter? The answer was unequivocally clear. He felt it with an intensity that could not be mistaken. His left hand trembled involuntarily, the lingering, unforgettable sensation upon it hauntingly vivid, as if he were caught in a dream. It truly felt like a dream, as if a seed that refused to grow had been sown, only to awaken and discover it had sprouted, blossomed, and borne fruit. How wondrous! Harry Potter, Harry Potter, Harry Potter. Flickering shadows danced before his eyes, rendering his vision hazy. It seemed that I am fond of you. His heart wrestled violently within him, and Draco felt as though he might shatter. Thus, Harry's voice began to blur. I must possess you. You appear to be the savior, a foolishly arrogant bird. Draco scoffed at this thought, yet could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. He cast his gaze downward, studying the intricately patterned dark green of the vanity, avoiding the reflection of the foolish boy smiling back at him. Unbidden, he recalled that true dream, and his body began to heat up. The sensation of fingers tangled in soft black hair, the intense satisfaction of passionate friction and biting, the fervent whispers and intoxicating gasps that filled the air with a moist, lingering essence, and those eyes, clear and captivating like emerald pools brimming with desire. A warm rush flowed through his lower abdomen, and Draco buried his face in the towel. Today, Draco felt different. though how exactly was difficult to articulate. Pansy blew gently on her freshly painted cherry-colored nails, squinting as she observed the tall figure approaching from afar. His impeccably pressed white shirt, soft mink vest, and exquisite silver-green tie, along with the 2 cufflinks adorned with the Malfoy family crest, remained unchanged. However, Pansy's gaze flickered towards the black robe that swayed rhythmically behind him with each step he took, revealing a slightly flamboyant demeanor. Compared to the sullen boy of the previous month, the one striding towards her now appeared to be blooming with confidence. Were it not for her knowledge of Draco Malfoy's obstinate and proud character, she might have thought he had successfully confessed his feelings. "Good morning, Pansy," Draco said lightly as he sat down. "I hope this morning brings my beloved cream puffs instead of greasy sausages." "Humph, cream puffs," Pansy scoffed with a self-deprecating laugh. "Good morning, Draco." She then turned to Signal Blaze, who was staring blankly at a plate of bacon sandwiches that had just appeared before him. "I thought you would at least be aware of what was happening," Pansy remarked, her sharp gaze fixed on him. "Perhaps he has unwittingly opened his eyes?" Blaze, still caught in the haze of sleep, shrugged, indicating his complete ignorance. Discovering the savior may not be as delightful as milk puffs. "You're hopeless, Blaze." Draco stirred his bowl of corn porridge with one hand while propping his chin up with the other. His hand suddenly paused, as if responding to an unseen cue, and he lifted his gaze, his slate-blue eyes skillfully navigating through the obstructive heads to meet a pair of vibrant green irises, as if pricked by an invisible thorn. The other's eyes flinched, only to be immediately filled with a surge of provocation. Foolish bird Potter, believing that his mysterious, formidable powers could conquer a pure-blood wizard. Draco did not cast him the usual cold glare before looking away. Instead, he raised his chin and offered a scornful smile. Unsurprisingly, he received a mockingly indignant stare in return. "Hypocritical savior." Draco shot back a glare, the metal spoon slipping from his fingers and clattering into the plate with a sharp, resonant sound. "Harry, what classes do you have this morning?" "Harry? Harry?" Hermione asked, somewhat surprised, as she noticed the dark-haired boy lost in thought early in the morning, his head held high and his green eyes sparkling. A flicker of warmth filled her heart. It had been a while since she had seen him so full of vitality. Yet this comfort was accompanied by a growing sense of unease. Following his focused gaze, Hermione's body tensed, and sure enough, it was the unmistakable figure of Draco Malfoy, his distinctly light blonde hair gleaming in the morning light. Unable to help herself, she pressed her left hand to her forehead. How were they managing to be so oblivious? Her instinctive glance towards Draco's 2 close friends revealed Blaze leisurely sipping juice while Pansy, seemingly unaware, pushed a plate of sweet, sticky cream puffs towards Draco. Was she the only one sensing something amiss? Hermione scrunched her nose, feeling increasingly superfluous. Over the past month, Harry had been spending an unexpectedly increased amount of time with them, which could not help but raise suspicions. His troublingly negative state further fueled her unease. All these points of contention could be traced back to one inescapable conclusion. Everything made sense if placed in that context. Turning her head to observe the red-haired boy devouring his sandwich, she noticed him slow his eating upon catching her unusual gaze. It seemed that sometimes being too perceptive was not an advantage. A cacophony erupted as a myriad of owls, laden with various packages, flew in through the windows and doors. Resembling a hailstorm, and the packages landed on the dining table. Their meal was abruptly interrupted, and the hall became instantly chaotic, with Harry also withdrawing his gaze as a beautiful snowy owl appeared. The lovely girl gracefully soared towards him, her white wings glimmering in the sunlight. Harry extended his right arm for her to perch upon, and Hedwig appeared to appreciate it, more refined than those clumsy gray owls that crashed into the plates. Harry picked up a letter, recognizing the familiar light green envelope. Since the incident at the Quidditch pitch that had led him to the infirmary, his dear godfather had come to realize that his precious protege was not merely a mysterious boy with hidden intentions, but rather a lonely, vulnerable child unprotected by anyone. When Sirius had insisted on him taking leave to St. Mungo's for long-term observation and recovery, he had at least fought against this invisible war for a week. Fortunately, after he had unwaveringly assured that he would take leave immediately if any signs of fatigue appeared, he had not been forcibly taken away. Since then, their correspondence had become frequent, and their bond had deepened in the minutiae of daily life, reminiscent of their previous life. Harry smiled warmly as he opened the envelope and began to read. Ron attempted to reach for Harry's arm across Hermione, provoking an annoyed shove from her. Dean seemed to have received a love letter. Harry's heart stirred, and he looked up to see a commotion at the far end of the table. Pink stationery fluttered about, transforming into countless hearts before descending into a plate filled with toast, turning into foam. The surrounding crowd erupted in chatter, and Dean's face turned crimson. Harry recalled the incident vaguely. It seemed to involve a bold and spirited Hufflepuff girl who would soon become Dean's first girlfriend. "Oh, look at him," Ron exclaimed, blinking his light, golden lashes in astonishment. "He must be overjoyed. That's splendid." Hermione nodded vigorously from the side. "What? You think this is wonderful?" Ron gazed at Hermione in disbelief. "I had no idea you would enjoy this, Hermione. I thought you detested such things." Faced with Hermione's incredulous expression, Ron continued without hesitation. "I thought you would despise anything unrelated to studying." "Hey," Hermione snapped, clutching her book tightly under her arm, glaring at Ron. "Why should I dislike other people's affairs? Besides, I don't hate everything that isn't related to studying." Ron shrank his neck, casting a desperate glance towards Harry, only to be met with the disheartening sight of his best friend staring vacantly at the remnants of pink froth in Dean's plate. Love letters, it seemed, had inspired a splendid idea for a confession. Chapter 47. I Like You. The moment Draco opened his eyes, he recognized he was dreaming. The night enveloped him in a gentle, enchanting haze, the silvery moonlight shimmering amidst the stars, and even the breeze carried a hint of sweetness. Everything felt warm and beautiful, yet somehow unreal. Unreal. Yes, as Draco gazed at the delicate, fragmented shadows of the trees on the ground, the moonlight softened their edges. Such lush foliage was hardly characteristic of early spring. Standing beneath the tree, the grand Quidditch pitch loomed in the distance, while Hogwarts lay sprawled on the other side like a slumbering beast. In his dreams, nights like this always appeared, tranquil as a fairy tale. The leaves danced, and a figure stood beneath the tree, as if awaiting someone. "Here they come." He lifted his gaze towards the figure that had suddenly materialized nearby, the translucent moonlight casting a faint shadow behind them. Draco. It was a boy with tousled black hair, awkwardly waving at him. "You look utterly unsurprised." Naturally not surprised. This was not the first time he had appeared in Draco's dreams. Draco scrutinized him, the familiar disheveled black hair, the emerald eyes concealed behind glasses, the ever-upturned corners of his mouth. Every time he manifested in a dream, he bore this image, with his shirt collar perpetually askew and his black robes eternally wrinkled. "Well, it seems you truly detest darkness." The boy looked up at the bright moon with his green eyes, the silver halo illuminating his face. A curious scene, a peculiar dream. Nothing strange about it, merely a dream. Draco frowned. "Do you wish to hear me speak?" The savior settled onto the grass, his robes piled beside him like a tattered cloth, continuing to muse aloud. "Of course, you will listen." The air here was warm. He blinked rapidly, nervously fidgeting with his fingers. Like a fool, Draco observed him intently. The moonlight was crystal clear. Suddenly, he laughed, his green eyes transforming into two shimmering pools. "I like you. What exactly are you doing?" Draco blinked, remaining still, as if awaiting the commencement of something. "So, do you like it here?" The boy looked up at him, almost anxiously seeking his reaction. Draco remained silent, simply continuing to watch him quietly. "Well, I suppose I'm not cut out for this." He appeared to concede, his shoulders drooping. "So, please continue to listen to me. What else do you wish to say, Harry? Perhaps, I don't know how to express it, but I know." He stubbornly lifted his face to meet Draco's gaze, his expression conflicted, like a child afraid of making a mistake. "A significant breakthrough in my life has been to fearlessly love someone, to recklessly come here. It's quite remarkable," Draco murmured, "to dream of you saying this to me." "Indeed, quite remarkable," he continued, his eyes fixated on his fingers as they wove through the blades of grass. "I understand that it is difficult, but time waits for no one, does it? It is always indifferent, effortlessly whisking away a lifetime." The wind stirred, casting fleeting glimmers over the ends of his hair, while a distant chorus of insects buzzed like falling rain. "So, I selfishly came here, Draco. I intruded into your world, regardless of whether you despise me. I wish for you to remember me." A declaration that felt devoid of sincerity. Draco's gaze flickered, yet no one could deny the overwhelming tenderness that surged within, nearly drowning him. "But you're insincere." Draco shook his head, as ambiguous as that half-hearted confession. He had never dared to gamble on Harry Potter. As Pansy had once said, he could admit his fondness for sugary treats, acknowledge that he possessed no genuine aspirations of his own, admit to his coldness and selfishness, concede to many things, including his attraction to the boy. Yet he would never confess that he liked Harry Potter. A steadfast refusal, passive. He would forever remain bereft of that which he desired most. But even if he were to lose it all, he would not lower himself to reveal his most hollow and vulnerable side. For aside from being Malfoy, he felt he had nothing to offer. Thus he never granted himself the opportunity. Draco. After a prolonged silence, Harry spoke again. Sometimes I admire you. You always have your own thoughts and goals. Unyielding to anyone or anything. You always find a way to leave no regrets, ruthlessly accomplishing all that you wish. Clear in your affections, intelligent and audacious. You're always quite selfish. Sorrow began to swell in the air. Yet you always excel in what you do. Who are you speaking of? His heart raced uncontrollably, as if a barrier he was reluctant to touch had been brutally torn apart, leaving behind pain, despair, and darkness that struggled to bring waves of fatigue and anguish. What terrified him was that he could almost see the emptiness beneath his own shell, the chilling wind colliding within, shattering in the darkness. You are the one who is fearless, mysterious, and powerful, adored by many, radiating brilliance. Why, then, confide one's vulnerabilities to a hypocrite? What was it that fostered this mutual inferiority? Therefore, whatever outcome you present me, I shall accept. Having endured so much, what more is there to fear? Yet my acceptance does not equate to surrender, nor does it signify humility. So listen well, Draco. Again, that tone of declaration, one that incited both love and hate. As long as my life endures, I shall relentlessly pursue that which I seek, including you. What, pray tell, do you persist in? Draco sighed softly to himself, and finally moved, almost wearied as he leaned closer to the boy on the grass. What? Harry felt an inexplicable panic at Draco's sudden proximity. Draco crouched before him, gazing greedily into those star-like eyes, relishing the clear reflection of himself shimmering in the green depths. Oh, he sighed. It appears so real. This is the first time it has been so vivid. If I could remember it this clearly upon waking, he murmured, almost instinctively. He brushed aside the boy's black hair with one hand, biting off the bothersome glasses with his teeth, and then gently pressed his lips against those captivating eyes, which held his heart captive. Softly, tenderly, he kissed, as if cradling a nut like a cautious squirrel. Even within Draco's dream, Harry could distinctly feel the warmth of his moist lips against the skin, but most prominently, he sensed the frantic thudding of his heart and the rush of heat coursing through his body. Merlin's lace garters, Draco was kissing him, realizing the truth. It felt as if something had exploded within him. The dormant joy and impulse instantaneously overtook all rational thought. Harry almost laughed with excitement as he wrapped his arms around Draco's neck, naturally cradling the back of his head. With a forceful push, he lunged into Draco's embrace, struggling to kiss his lips. You're sizzling, Scarhead, Draco replied with a smile, returning the kiss. Urgently, nearly fiercely, they bit and kissed, neither relenting in their desires. Clumsy, breathless, like two clumsy beasts driven by hunger. Their robes became thoroughly disheveled, but no one cared. Draco's hands roamed over Harry's slender back, seeking a gap to slip through. As their lips reluctantly parted, both gasped for air, as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle, which, in truth, it resembled quite closely. Harry's hand remained tightly clenched around the transformed collar of his companion, his body now perched atop Draco's. Meanwhile, Draco's bold hand ventured unabashedly beneath Harry's robe. It was undeniably embarrassing. Harry gazed somewhat hazily into those gray eyes, which brimmed with mirth and an unsettling sense of unfulfilled desire. Draco maliciously caressed his spine, feeling the tremors coursing through Harry's body. With dawn approaching, Harry could not help but remind him, gently pushing back Draco's encroaching head. I must take my leave. Casting a frustrated glance at him, Draco lingered on the fleeting sweetness they had just shared, disappointment etched on his features. Don't go, he implored, hastily rising to grasp Harry's hand. Harry turned to regard the hand that hesitated in midair. Are you certain? Do you wish to join me? A peculiar smile graced Harry's lips. I thought you needed time to reconcile your emotions. What? Draco frowned, unable to suppress his confusion. The warmth of Harry's hand enveloped him, and he tightened his grip. A warm current surged through him, flooding every crevice of his being, as the fragile seed buried in darkness rejoiced, heralding a grand sacrifice of life. It felt remarkably good, this sensation of being held. He had dreamt countless times of Draco gripping his hand, yet never had it felt so tangible, so real, that he believed he would never be released. But dreams, after all, are merely dreams. No. Draco panicked as he noticed Harry's form beginning to blur, much like everything around him. Grass, trees, wind, and the vast night sky where stars and moon began to merge. The sensation of reality gradually dulled, and in the deepening shadows of his pupils, the world began to spin and dissolve, until all sensations were forcibly stripped from his body. And another, more defined and familiar reality, the one he most resisted, was embracing him with a relentless fervor. The room's flickering lights intensified, swirling in familiar chains, weaving through silken threads of silver. The cellar remained tranquil and gentle, awaiting the sun to rise above the horizon of the outside world. Chapter 48, Spring. Exhausted and weary. As though his body had succumbed to paralysis, Draco gradually regained consciousness. As his physical sensations sharpened, his awareness melded with his surroundings. The familiar environment, the soft bed. Draco cautiously continued to breathe steadily, deceiving himself into believing he had not yet awakened, cherishing the clarity of his dream while it still felt real. A pure and beautiful dream indeed. They had barely managed to share a kiss. He knew that words should be limited. Recalling how he had allowed the other to speak a torrent of nonsensical phrases, he considered that even if there were implications of confession, such allusions were less substantial than a passionate embrace. Growing increasingly irritated, he extended his hand, unexpectedly brushing against something fluffy. He cautiously probed it with his fingers. Soft, reminiscent of the white fur beneath Dylan's neck, the texture was undeniably pleasant. Oh, Dylan, he recalled that wretched prank. Draco forced his eyelids open. The room was still dimly lit, casting a pale azure hue. The hazy lights pulsated rhythmically like musical notes, and he was certain the sun had yet to rise. Merlin knew how he had awakened. His hand lay upon something black. What was that? The object in his grasp stirred. Draco froze for a moment, then his body stiffened in fright. He could not help but scream, retreating to the furthest corner of the bed, away from that thing. The ambient lights in the air instantly became agitated, coalescing in clusters between the lengthy silver and emerald green drapes. Blaze had been experiencing poor sleep quality for the past couple of days, leaving him lethargic during the day. Though reluctant to admit it, he could not help but grumble about his roommate. Yet, in terms of decorum and upbringing, he believed his roommate would not engage in such deplorable behavior. Surely, he must have some valid reason for disturbing his roommate's slumber. Almost impatiently, he leaned forward to investigate the source of the scream. Once his eyes adjusted to the dim light, they widened in shock, his mind buzzing with alertness. In his line of sight, something peculiar was writhing by Draco's bedside. Before tumbling over, Merlin, what was that? It looked human. Indeed, the shape of the black object gradually became clearer, as if it had just risen from the floor. Swaying in the air. Harry Potter? Draco's voice trembled, as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't have misheard, could he? Upon recognizing the glaring gold and crimson tie adorning the Savior's chest, Blaze could not help but marvel at the wonders of the magical world. Was it truly Harry Potter? How'd he end up here? Had Draco brought him in to warm his bed? In fact, Draco appeared equally startled. What was that expression on your face? Harry mumbled as he sat up, feeling sore and weak all over. The method to enter Draco's dreams had been derived from a girl named Selena, who seemed to possess all the skills related to love. In truth, when he humbly sought her advice, she suggested this approach for dealing with a partner who was exceedingly irritable and shy. Regardless, at least it had succeeded, hadn't it? Compared to the painstaking effort of casting anti-peeping spells on love letters. He could almost envision Draco mocking him as he stuck the letter to the award wall in the Great Hall. St. Potter's peculiar humor? Draco grimaced, baring his teeth as he fumbled for his wand, which he had placed on the bedside, dressing up as a filthy vampire to scare every sleeping student. How astonishing! Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He irritably propped himself up, attempting to stand, only to collapse back onto the bed due to the soreness in his muscles. State your purpose, Potter, Draco hissed, casting a nervous glance at Blaze. In truth, he felt guilty. Just moments ago, the fellow had been tangled with him in a dream, and now he found himself right before him. Merlin, Blaze could not help but exclaim, sitting cross-legged on the bed, clearly intrigued. "Ah, you damn scoundrel." Harry glared at the wand tightly clasped in Draco's hand, unable to suppress a growl. "You cannot possibly believe that was just a dream." "What dream? How'd he know about that dream?" Draco felt his mind go blank, a chill creeping into his heart. The dream, even after all this time, remained vividly and terrifyingly clear, and as he connected it to everything before him, he could not help but recall those slightly peculiar phrases from the dream. Damn it! Who told him that it wasn't real? Stop pretending to be mysterious here, Scarhead. You know I don't. Harry smiled maliciously. You should know better than I. After all, it was you who initiated it. With a swift motion, a curse shot from Draco's wand, abruptly interrupting Harry's words. Harry gasped, narrowly evading the spell by twisting his foot. The red light of the curse collided with the wardrobe, shattering into a cascade of sparks, causing the ambient lights to swirl frantically. Unbeknownst to them, the room had brightened considerably, allowing Harry to see the exquisite green buttons on Draco's white pajamas. In an instant, Harry lunged forward like an enraged leopard, leaping onto the dark bed's edge, tackling the unsuspecting blonde onto the bed. In a bewildering moment, the two found themselves grappling with one another. "You actually attacked me," Harry snarled, gripping Draco's throat. "Let me go, Scarhead." Draco seized Harry's hair, rolling over to straddle his waist, attempting to pry away the layers of fingers wrapped around his neck. "You coward." Harry curled his legs to strike at Draco's abdomen. "You deceived me first." Draco strained to secure his legs, his elbow twisting free from the grip of his arm. For a fleeting moment, the struggle reached an impasse. Harry found himself ensnared, begrudgingly gazing at Draco, who sat triumphantly atop him, a victorious smile gracing his features. Inwardly, Harry lamented, "Alas, hand-to-hand combat is indeed not my forte." The bed had descended into chaos, resembling a scene trampled by a sphinx. The velvet pillow had been dislodged by an unknown force, precariously hanging from the sharp embellishments of the candlestick. Soft tufts of down were strewn haphazardly about, settling on the serpentine carpet and the ridged bed linens, some even swirling into the air, entangled with the fleeting light. Blaze silently brushed away the fluff from his lips, slipping quietly back into the sanctuary of his own bed. Both of their chests heaved, their gazes locked in a fiery exchange. "What did you mean by that? It is evident that I have intruded upon your dreams." Harry continued to struggle subtly, oblivious to Draco's bashful and vexed expression. "Do you truly harbor no doubts? Wait, do you consider it commonplace to kiss your arch-nemesis in dreams?" Harry's eyes widened. The room was now sufficiently illuminated, allowing him to discern the crimson hue that had overtaken Draco's ears, the blush threatening to spill over onto his neck. By Merlin's corset, had he struck a nerve? Certainly not. Draco hissed in retort, the indignation in his voice lacking conviction. "Of course not. But it is not merely a kiss." Harry tilted his head to meet Draco's gaze. The atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly into something charged with ambiguity, the air thickening as if weighed down, while those lively motes of light danced like star trails along a lengthy chain, weaving through the silver-green room. "What am I to do with you?" Draco muttered evasively, his voice laden with frustration, unable to bear the weight of those skeptical emerald eyes any longer. He slowly relaxed his grip, feeling a sense of disorientation. Harry extricated himself from the bindings, slightly breathless as he sat up and adjusted his glasses. His attire was disheveled, yet his heart raced with exhilaration. Nothing could bring him greater joy than this moment. It was as if the weariness and aches of his body, the early spring's chill and dampness, the uncertainty and worries for the future, even the torment of his soul feeling detached, could not affect him in the slightest. "Whatever may come," Harry languidly spoke, carefully reaching out to encircle Draco's neck. Under the gaze that held no resistance, he leaned in to kiss the softly contoured jawline. "Potter." Draco trembled, grasping his head in a flurry of anxiety. It felt like a fleeting dream, yet he was acutely aware that this was no illusion. What right had he to experience such bliss? With an overwhelming surge of joy, accompanied by everything he had ever desired, it felt as though something within him sprouted and blossomed, transforming that fervor into warm blood, coursing from his heart to fill every parched crevice. It was akin to a sacred baptism. Draco wrapped his arms around Harry's waist, cautiously inching closer, seeking the wayward lips. The morning light of spring is always tenderly chaotic, capable of evenly moisturizing each dry leaf with its humidity, accompanied by the clear, melodious calls of larks. Swans glided gracefully over the lake, leaving behind delicate ripples like twin tails. In the Slytherin dormitory, the light had aligned with the floor, though this space was tranquil and serene, lacking in vitality, yet imbued with mystery. Blaze lay in bed, feigning sleep, the soft quilt pulled snugly beneath his nose. Silently, he calculated how long until rising time, for the first time feeling the length of time stretch unnaturally. Do not laugh while kissing, Scarhead. The sounds of rustling, murmurs, hurried breaths, and the palpable scent of romance filled the air. Blaze stifled the tightening in his chest, cautiously rolling over to bury his head into the quilt. This cursed spring. Chapter 49. The pursuit continues. Time flows like an unceasing river, grandly traversing the unfathomable darkness, dazzling and vast, invisible and intangible, yet it exists alongside you. Professor Trelawney emerged from her thick brown scarf, her large silver hoops clinking against each other, gazing at the crystal ball in your hands, envisioning its form. She feigned an air of mystery. "Do you wish to alter the future? By altering time, one can change the future." "Cheap time," Ron muttered, fiddling with the crystal ball in his hands. attempting to make it stand upright on the table without a stand. Yet I can only ever see my own reflection. Everyone busied themselves with their respective items, pretending to comprehend Professor Trelawney's meaning. "Shall we visit Hagrid this afternoon?" Ron whispered conspiratorially to the dark-haired boy. "Harry?" "Sorry, Ron." The boy focused intently on adjusting the intricate cufflinks on his sleeves, not bothering to look up. "I have a date today." "Merlin." "Mate." Ron could no longer contain himself, slamming the crystal ball onto the table, producing a dull thud. The semester was nearing its end. "Could you not divulge the identity of your secret admirer?" The sound startled half the classroom, drawing amused glances in their direction. "Merlin's knickers." Ron gulped, his expression akin to one who had swallowed a mouthful of bogwort, as he noticed Professor Trelawney, clad in her peculiar maroon robe, glancing their way. Thankfully, Miss Lavender seemed to have many questions to pose, halting the professor's steps there. "Continue, Ron." He leaned in, attempting to lock eyes with her. "Some things must be discovered on one's own, Ron. It would lose its charm if I simply told you." Harry raised his head with a resigned smile, fiddling with the glass ball in his hands. "You see, Hermione has never pried into my affairs. I suspect she has known all along." Ron frowned, expressing his frustration. "She knows everything. Then why not ask her?" Harry inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. "I have asked." Ron's face flushed with indignation. "Every time she replies with that cryptic remark, far away, yet close at hand, and gives me that look as if I were a troll." Harry feigned nonchalance, lifting his gaze. "Oh, spare me your knowing glances, Harry," Ron exclaimed in exasperation, shoving him playfully. "You're clearly doing this on purpose." Harry chuckled, his gaze drifting past Ron's fading red hair in the sunlight and out the window. The cerulean sky was devoid of clouds, the distant gray-green mountains shimmering under the sun, and the branches adorned with vibrant new leaves. Everything was as splendid as ever, brimming with life. A familiar white bird soared past. Buzz! It was as if the chimes of a bell had sounded, the lingering tones reverberating in his mind. A ripple of warmth surged within him, only to gradually cool. The colors before him began to fade, the patterns twisting until the world appeared as a blurred tangle. Tension enveloped him. Harry bit his tongue sharply, the pain radiating from afar to near, escalating from small to large. As his vision began to clear, his consciousness gradually returned. It felt akin to awakening from a vivid dream, though his body ached and tingled as if reassembling. "Mr. Weasley?" Professor Trelawney had somehow appeared before Ron, her eyes sparkling with fervor, awaiting a perfect answer from him. "I see. The galaxy, yes, with stars, fireflies, and dewdrops." Ron's uncertain murmurs echoed in the air. Harry inhaled cautiously, his heart racing fiercely. Ignoring the faint metallic taste in his mouth, he kept his head bowed, concealing the horrified expression that might emerge on his face. Just a moment ago, a cold sweat had swept over him, leaving him hollow, as if he had just traversed 100 Dementors. As Mr. Potter cast a familiar, expectant glance, Harry hastily seized the crystal ball, rummaging through his mind for suitable adjectives to articulate his thoughts. He cast a casual glance at the glass sphere, revealing a chilling crimson hue that caused his heart to momentarily halt. Inside the crystal ball, a sudden crash echoed as Harry, as if jolted by electricity, hurled it to the ground, where it shattered upon the lantern stand. A girl screamed in fright, and the classroom fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into chaos once more. Apologetically, Harry struggled to quell his inner panic, crouching down to examine the remnants with utmost caution. The shards of the crystal ball, varying in size, sparkled under the sunlight streaming through the window. Peering into them, he found only countless reflections of himself, devoid of any other substance. Had he misjudged, or was he merely overly anxious? "Harry?" Ron grasped his arm, his expression one of concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Harry replied, turning to offer a wry smile. "I suppose I was just startled." "Sorry, Professor." It was evident that Professor Trelawney seemed to possess some profound insight, her hands rigidly gesticulating in the air, her eyes, magnified by thick lenses, fixed on his face like two glaring bulbs. "Time," she began theatrically, her earrings clattering. "You have altered it." "Death," she intoned, her gaze trembling as it lingered on the scattered, glistening fragments. "Unpropitious." Lavender and the surrounding girls gasped, turning their eyes toward Harry, who stood backlit. "Here we go again." Ron's complexion mirrored Harry's unease as he pulled him back to their seats, whispering in his ear, "Ignore that old lunatic. I should have joined Hermione in dropping this class." Harry, however, did not take his words to heart, instead sinking into contemplation. The sensation of suddenly falling into memories had become increasingly frequent, occurring at unpredictable moments, indifferent to his emotions. Fortunately, he maintained a dominant position in this battle. When he could stabilize his feelings and resist, he wouldn't plunge too deeply, mitigating the impact considerably. Nevertheless, the urgency to destroy the Horcruxes weighed heavily on him. Harry clenched his jaw, unwilling to allow any unforeseen events to transpire. Casting a solemn glance at the myriad glass shards, Harry's mind abruptly conjured the vast, silvery river. Seemingly resplendent yet ethereal, its allure both captivating and unattainable. Time? A white bird flitted through the sunlight by the window, soaring into the distance. As if it had never lingered. Time, too, never paused. The afternoon sun bathed the entire meadow in radiance, casting a golden hue over the castle when viewed from the tall tower. Draco languidly sifted through the feathers of a large bird beside him, his hand poised with a quill, hesitating momentarily before gliding smoothly across the parchment on his lap. The white bird emitted a low, throaty gurgle. Just hang on a bit longer, Scarhead. The boy with the pale golden hair lazily adjusted his position before reclining once more in his chair. I'm almost done. As soon as he spoke, the white bird growled in annoyance, transforming into a lean, dark-haired boy standing with agility. TSK. Draco frowned, displeased, mourning the loss of his comfortable seat. When did you become so studious? Harry stretched his stiff limbs, observing the boy leisurely tucking the parchment into his robes. As a fine-blooded wizard, one cannot afford to tolerate. Draco's words trailed off, unwilling to endure someone persistently outshining him. Noticing Harry's curious gaze, his tone shifted to one of mockery. One cannot accept any flaws. A perfectionist. Harry huffed through his nose, crossing his arms as he regarded him, then hesitantly settled beside him, his mind wandering. Just as his hand was about to surreptitiously inch over, Draco triumphantly splayed his fingers. What are you looking at? Harry squinted, the pale fingers glinting in the sunlight. Suddenly, the light intensified, and his eyes brightened as the magical energy in his hand coalesced, transforming into a sharp beam with a flick of his wrist. Wow, Harry exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as the beam struck the corner, sending a spray of debris flying. Truly, the innate magical prowess of purebloods was distinct and formidable, allowing for effortless wandless spells. Even with his own layered magical strength, he felt impotent without a wand on the battlefield. Draco's ability to perform such an offensive spell at his age was indeed remarkable. The boy beside him seemed thoroughly delighted by the surprised exclamation, his eyes brimming with pride. This was a new technique he had mastered, and the results were as anticipated. Nothing extraordinary, merely a simple wandless spell. It dawned on Harry that inadvertently, he had elevated the proud little peacock beside him. That's rather splendid. Everyone is making an effort, Harry remarked, turning away from Draco's displeased expression, resting the back of his head against Draco's shoulder, comfortably crossing his legs as he relished the sunlight warming his face. Comfort, tranquility. Enjoying the fleeting happiness snatched from time. Chapter 50, Bittersweet Farewell. The semester swiftly passed, filled with bustling studies and a bountiful, joyful existence. Culminating in the brightest embrace of summer sun, Harry found it difficult to articulate what he had accomplished throughout the spring. Each day seemed to unfold effortlessly, serene and composed. He diligently attended every class, skillfully completing the professor's assignments and the various training tasks he set for himself. Even though the side effects he experienced had been temporarily managed by potions, he was acutely aware that, despite assuring Dumbledore he would find a solution, he was utterly incapable of doing so, for he understood his own circumstances better than anyone. The most effective strategy was simply to avoid injury, a relentless compulsion to protect himself. Yet, ironically, the reality was that he could only practice a plethora of defensive and healing spells to compensate for his deficiencies. He was grateful for Dumbledore's trust and understanding, cognizant that should the latter's faith wane, his efforts would merely be self-deception. He could sense that Dumbledore had gleaned some understanding of his situation, much like Hermione, who had long speculated that he had gained some form of foresight regarding the future, which rendered him at a loss for words. Perhaps she now held new conjectures, and it was heartening to realize that regardless of the hypothesis, it was rooted in absolute trust, which in turn fostered further understanding. Dumbledore embodied this, as did Hermione. Intelligent individuals invariably possess their own perspectives, and he refrained from interference, choosing instead to focus on self-improvement and mutual comprehension. Harry and Ron stowed their luggage in the carriage, lifting Hedwig from her cage and placing her atop the pile. The cacophony of animals flailing and shrieking within their cages, coupled with the rumble of luggage being dragged along the ground, filled the air. Sunlight cascaded upon everyone, gilding each strand of hair and casting long, varying shadows behind them. Harry gazed into the sunlight, The only source of his headache not being Ron's clumsiness, Hermione's cleverness, or Snape and Sirius's suspicions, but rather the excessively meticulous Draco. He neither inquired nor mentioned anything, as though nothing had transpired, as if that fateful evening had merely been a harrowing dream, forgotten upon waking. Neither questioned the other, and while their apparent understanding seemed seamless, the lingering sense of guilt resembled an irksome blemish on a white wall, perpetually present, even if one chose not to acknowledge it. Yet he found himself utterly helpless, merely biding his time to witness the unfolding of fate, to see how much the insignificance of his being could possibly alter, to await the tumultuous trials of the 4th grade, and to ponder whether that ashen-hued graveyard would once again be graced by a transformative rebirth. All he could do now was prepare, to engage in relentless preparation, akin to a nation's defense forces that never grow weak. He too must continually fortify himself and deepen his understanding of both himself and his adversaries. At the very least, he still had a tranquil summer, did he not? Even though the first month of vacation would be spent at the Dursleys, the joy of winning the House Cup was more than enough to ameliorate those shortcomings. Even if Draco had ignored him for a full 2 days, the mere thought of Draco sent a thrill coursing through Harry. He wondered if all those in love experienced this sensation, as if the mundanity of life suddenly transformed into a complex tapestry, where the monotonous sunlight burst forth with vibrant hues. Even though they typically refrained from displaying their affections in public, the atmosphere between them had evolved beyond mere rivalry. To echo Hermione's words, it felt as if they were like two magnets, and upon locking eyes, everything around them transformed into mere obstacles. It was as if they could disregard everything and simply meld together. Harry cast a wistful glance at the light-haired youth who had taken a seat in a distant compartment, the sound of Hedwig's soft hoots in his ears urging him to hurry aboard. As the steam from the crimson train gradually ascended into the sky, the scenery outside began to blur past the window in a swift succession, the wind snatching away the heat of the sun and creating a cacophony against the glass. Perhaps Sirius would offer his greetings to the Dursleys before Harry returned. Ron, lazily slumped against the window, appeared to be on the verge of dozing off. Just hold on for a month. We can go see the Quidditch World Cup together. Ron suddenly perked up, straightening his posture to regale Harry with the latest rumors he had heard. But Sirius will definitely take Harry along, Hermione interjected, glancing at Harry, who seemed lost in thought. You'll go with your godfather, won't you? With us? Well, perhaps, Harry replied absently. By then, we can all sit together to watch the match. You don't seem interested at all, Harry, Ron remarked, crinkling his nose as he lifted his gaze. This is the Quidditch World Cup. Harry blinked his emerald eyes. He certainly didn't harbor high expectations, having seen it all before. Of course I'm interested, he skillfully lied, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table's red surface. The small object hidden near his heart began to radiate warmth, a familiar tug pulling his focus back, causing his heart to beat fervently. Hey! Harry suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling Ron, who gasped as the table shook, stirring up a fine layer of dust. Merlin! Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape. You've been a bit on edge lately. No, Hermione observed with understanding in her gaze, her eyes sparkling. Yes, just determined to make a fool of himself. I think I have other matters at hand, Harry declared, both excited and breathless. Wait for me. As soon as the words left his lips, he tugged at his unremoved golden red tie and slipped out of the compartment. Oh, Ron's eyes flickered. That guy. He quickly stood up, following Harry. I'll go see Hermione. However, the brown-haired witch timely seized his arm. You should stay and tell me about the Quidditch World Cup instead. Harry navigated through the familiar, tugging sensation, briskly moving past one compartment after another, appearing vibrant and purposeful. But why on earth was it so far? Harry! Fred caught the nearly colliding boy. I just stepped out, and I'm already under attack. Oh, sorry. Harry chuckled awkwardly, trying not to appear overly eager to escape. But the Weasley twins clearly saw through his intentions and had no intention of letting him go. Want to see this fire-breathing spider? George leaned out, blocking Harry's path. This little beauty was smuggled back by our dear brother Lee Jordan at great risk to his life. No, I think I'll pass, Harry replied helplessly, raising his hands in surrender, the small object against his chest nearly burning his skin. Seeing Harry's desperate expression, Fred exchanged a mischievous glance with George. I think I know what our golden boy is up to, he said. Me too. It's a perilous journey, Harry. George began to feign a mournful tone. You might encounter your arch-nemesis, Fred chimed in. Please, Fred. Harry felt the heat creeping from his chest to his face. I just want to get past. Maybe just to another compartment. Malfoy. George suddenly growled at Fred in a mock-serious tone. What? Harry was momentarily taken aback. Potter. Fred mirrored the same feigned anger, fixing his gaze on George. Malfoy. George replied, his breath noticeably weakening. Potter. Fred's tone softened as well. Oh, fine. They were clearly having fun at his expense. And Harry couldn't help but feel a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Malfoy. Potter. Stop it, you two, Harry interjected. Malfoy. George suddenly regarded Harry with a mischievous expression, causing Harry to want to flee. Potter. Oh dear. Harry felt himself blushing furiously, pushing past the giggling brothers as he muttered, I've had enough of this. And besides, Draco wouldn't use such a sarcastic tone, he thought. Chapter 51. The Sweetness of Sunshine. Rows of white poplar trees glided past the window, their uneven shadows dancing along the corridor of the train. The dark-haired youth lowered his head and slipped into the restroom at the end of the carriage. The space was modest, featuring an open window, a bright mirror, and a simple sink. The air was imbued with a faint scent of disinfectant. Draco stood with his back to the mirror, observing the intruder as he deftly cast a soundproofing spell on the closed door. Harry turned back, eagerly wrapping his arms around Draco's neck. Potter. The brief utterance quickly dissolved into a fervent kiss. In response to the warmth of Harry's lips, Draco instinctively traced his fingers along Harry's slender spine. It felt as though they were experiencing love for the first time, as if they had never shared such passion in a past life. Draco's other hand wove through Harry's dark, soft hair, pressing down on his head, reveling in the overwhelming enthusiasm Harry always displayed towards him. Yet, this sensation was delightful. While outwardly presenting himself as an aloof savior, he felt like a child lost in passion beside him. Draco's other hand slipped beneath Harry's shirt, fingers gliding over heated skin, eliciting shivers throughout Harry's body. The effect was always profound, and he could sense Harry's fervor beginning to wane. Draco bit down hard on Harry's lower lip, seizing the moment to flip him around. A muffled thud echoed as he pressed Harry against the mirror. For an instant, Harry stood dazed, breathless as he looked up into Draco's striking gray eyes and gentle features. The bright green of Harry's eyes soon crinkled into laughter. He could not help but chuckle, realizing he was in a romantic relationship with the Draco of his childhood. The absurdity of it all made him laugh, for it felt so genuine, yet it had once seemed utterly unattainable. Draco's kiss trailed down to Harry's chin, and Harry felt his warm breath flowing between their lips, eventually melting into every drop of his blood. Don't laugh while kissing, Scarhead, came the soft reprimand, teasingly tickling Harry's ear, causing a discomforting swell in his abdomen. Soon, they were tightly intertwined once more, their breaths coming in hurried, disheveled gasps, accompanied by the soft friction of a white shirt under their fingertips, the rumbling of the train rolling over the tracks, and the rustling of leaves in the wind. It was uncertain whose hand had unfastened whose belt, but their bodies, separated only by fabric, rubbed against each other with an unbearable urgency. Help me, Harry rasped, trapping the other's leg, his hazy eyes wide open. He withdrew the hand that had tousled the other's light golden hair, attempting to grasp the foreign hand that rested on his waist. The golden-haired boy's hair fell messily over his forehead, his eyes still half closed, his body persistently grinding against Harry. No, he completely disregarded Harry's pleading gaze, mumbling, "You go first." Then he deftly seized Harry's wrist, guiding it down along his abdomen, as they sank deeper into mutual exploration. The sun's enchanting rays cascaded throughout the space, illuminating the intricate patterns on the clear mirror. Only after the boys had expended their excess energy did they languidly begin to savor the refreshing scent of earth and greenery wafting in with the summer breeze, along with the faint tang of rust. Harry sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling languid, the discomfort he had felt earlier vanishing with a cleaning charm, leaving only elation and satisfaction in its wake. He observed intently as the other used his wand to smooth every crease he had created on the white shirt, then meticulously combed through each strand of his golden hair. Draco fussed for quite some time, not stopping until he was satisfied. He did not wish for his father to notice anything amiss upon their arrival. He then turned to see Harry sitting nearby, grinning at him, a familiar provocation lacing his smile, though this teasing seemed nearly negligible within the context of his languid demeanor. "You've split your lip," Draco remarked, crouching down to press his finger against the small, bloodied cut at the corner of Harry's mouth. Harry extended his tongue to taste the blood from the wound, relishing the way the other's breath momentarily halted. "Canines." "What?" Draco looked at Harry's smile with confusion. Harry raised his hand to poke Draco's face. "Right here. TSK." Draco glared at him with mock annoyance, baring his teeth to reveal the very cause of Harry's injury. You never know how to hold back, Scarhead, he retorted, pushing his tongue against the sore spot on his cheek where he had been poked. The train continued its relentless journey forward, the sun growing increasingly fervent with the passage of time, the wind battering against the windows, creating a cacophony of sound. After a prolonged silence, as time slipped away, the atmosphere began to thicken with an unbearable heaviness. A summer vacation, Draco finally said lazily, his voice tinged with familiar sarcasm. It's truly a long, frightful stretch. Harry pursed his lips, curling one leg beneath him, resting his chin on his knee and appearing rather listless. Neither wished to part ways. The thought of not seeing each other for an entire summer was almost inconceivable, especially for adolescents in the throes of young love. We'll see each other soon. Time will fly, Harry reassured him. So there is nothing to fear, Draco. He added silently in his heart. No. Draco glanced at Harry, his eyes beginning to glimmer with that familiar, calculating glint. I fear that when we meet again, you'll be shorter. Oh. Harry shot him an indignant glare. Why don't you just drop dead? Strangely, the other did not rebut. He simply gazed at himself blankly, the faint reflection of his gray-blue eyes shimmering with emotion. Not quite real, Draco murmured, reaching out to remove Harry's glasses, which bore the faintest fingerprints, and stared, entranced, into the clear, green depths of Harry's eyes. They reflected his own image so distinctly, so vividly. The green eyes blinked, and suddenly a wave of emotion washed over him, filling his heart with a flutter. The boy beside him seized Draco's silver-green tie, nipping at the exposed Adam's apple. Real, isn't it? As real as it gets, Draco thought silently, pushing his head away in disdain, adjusting his tie, feeling a warm itch in his throat. You'll write to me, won't you? Perhaps. Draco rolled his eyes, observing Harry's reaction with a side glance. Contrary to what Draco anticipated, Harry did not display disappointment. Instead, his gaze remained steadfast and fervent, akin to a child eagerly seeking sweets on Halloween. I will write to you, Harry declared, lifting his chin in assurance. No, 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 Draco feigned determination, ignoring the ripples of emotion within. Better not. I don't want to receive a stupid letter inscribed with my name like a tortoise crawling across the page. Not just one. Harry smiled indulgently, deliberately disregarding his words. You'll receive many. Draco's lips curved into a smile, turning his head away to hide it from Harry. A flock of white birds soared through the sky, crossing over golden fields, and were soon left behind by the train alongside the scattered cottages in the distance. Time always seemed to fly, and as the train neared its destination, Harry truly realized he was returning to the Dursleys. Just a month, he thought. It shouldn't be too dreadful. After all, nothing could dampen his good spirits at the moment. As the train came to a halt, he spotted the Malfoy couple waiting in the distance, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of propriety. Draco was surrounded by friends as he disembarked, politely embracing Mrs. Malfoy and accepting her gentle kiss. He exchanged farewells with his companions, casting an indifferent glance in Harry's direction before turning away to leave with his parents. Harry raised an eyebrow, retracting his gaze to focus on the familiar figures of his godfather and the Weasley family, a warm sense of familiarity flooding his chest. He waved while engaging in playful banter with Ron as they moved their luggage. The sun shone golden and warm, the gentle breeze carrying sweet scents through the bustling crowd. Chapter 52. Causality. The night was hazy, a blanket of silence enveloping the air, rich with the damp scent of asphalt and a hint of rust. This was an abandoned little square, nestled not far from a residential area. To the east of the square lay some scattered exercise equipment, rusted and mottled like autumn ivy. To the west, rows of artificially planted trees stood, wild grasses and green vines burgeoning alongside them. The street, illuminated by street lamps from the residential area, cast a dim, yellowish glow, occasionally disrupted by passing stray cats. Suddenly, a crack echoed through the air, reverberating from an unknown source. Accompanied by heavy breaths, several figures abruptly descended into the empty square. From men clad in peculiar long robes, their expressions tense, surveyed their surroundings as if fearing that some terrorists might leap out from the shadows of the underbrush. A short, stout man near the exercise equipment had disheveled black hair and a face smeared with dirt, as though he had just tumbled into a nearby trash bin. He gripped a small stick tightly, waving it about while muttering incantations. They want to find us here, another middle-aged man murmured. This is a muggle area. They want to infiltrate easily. The others remained silent, huddling closely as they waved their wands, casting defensive spells around themselves. Get away, Pont. A burly man with a bushy beard pushed the nearby figure away with distaste. The man stumbled, his face flushing with anger, and he turned to glare back. the scar on his face making him appear even more menacing. "Are you glaring at me, loser?" The bearded man approached him threateningly, towering over him by half a head. "If it weren't for your blunder, we wouldn't have been discovered by the Aurors. After working in there for so long, you should know what kind of terrifying presence they are better than any of us." "I certainly do." The scarred-faced Pont raised his voice in defiance. "Let us consider the consequences of your actions. How dare you drag us into this mess?" He brandished his wand menacingly at his opponent's nose, shouting, "You shall not lay claim to any of the goods you traded for. Not a single seed. Scoundrel, do not point your wand at me." The scarred face retorted, lifting his own wand, though his resolve seemed lacking. "We are all on the same side." A stout man intervened, his eyes filled with impatience. "Consider the situation at hand, and put away your petty grievances, Luke." His gaze was fierce, lips trembling with fury as he turned to the tall, bearded man, rasping, "Still preoccupied with your precious weapons? Aurors never relinquish anything connected to dark magic. Worry for your own life instead. And you, Pont." He glanced back at the furious scarred face, his expression chillingly indifferent. "If we manage to escape this time, I shall not spare you." For a moment, silence enveloped them as they exchanged labored breaths and piercing glares. The sky was devoid of stars and moonlight, shrouded in a yellowish haze cast by the streetlights, while a distant swing swayed gently, untouched by the wind. "Let us remain here." The previously silent middle-aged man withdrew his wand, having been focused on casting various area spells. Muggle areas are typically equipped with magical arrays to monitor fluctuations in magic. The moment he finished speaking, the other three wore expressions of terror. None recalled this detail. Had they not just unleashed numerous spells, which clearly indicated their location? Yet here, evidently, there was none. The middle-aged man shot them a sarcastic glance and fell silent. They collectively exhaled, feeling as though they had just experienced the sensation of leaping naked into an ice cellar. But how could this be? I mean, this place is not under the array's cover. The bearded man shrugged, attempting to project nonchalance. "How could that be?" The stout man retorted sarcastically. "Perhaps these muggles on this street are actually Aurors in disguise. We've already fallen into their trap." "No," the middle-aged man denied, contemplating the indistinct sign in the distance. Illuminated under the dim light, which faintly read Privet Drive, as uneven shadows of trees danced beneath. This was indeed within the realm of the magical array. Yet it seemed isolated from the outside world. "Is there a short circuit?" Pont cracked a false smile, the scar on his face writhing grotesquely. "The Ministry always has various loopholes. It harbors a multitude of fools and bloodsuckers with cruel faces. Just like you, Pont," the bearded man maliciously mocked, flailing his arms like an underdeveloped chimpanzee. "You are their traitor, drawing a meager salary at the Ministry while secretly masquerading as a terrorist, trafficking in dark magical weapons. You are a traitor more detestable than the foolish bloodsuckers. They're a bunch of damned, snobbish little men." The scarred face hissed in a curse. "I have long since grown weary of living under the noses of others. Indeed, you have now done it. Your identity has been discovered. You can never return." He continued, his voice laced with frenzied laughter. "You are nothing now. You have betrayed us." He suddenly burst into laughter. "You are nothing. Pont, you have ruined everything. Wipe it all clean. Everything is lost. The hideout has been compromised, and my brothers have been captured. They are beyond salvation. We still have hope." Pont stubbornly insisted. "Survive today, and tomorrow we can escape to a place far away, where they cannot find us. There is no place that Aurors cannot reach." Came the despairing voice from the bearded man, who began to tug at his hair in a frenzy. "I wager the Aurors have firmly controlled the perimeter. We cannot survive this day." With a sharp clap, the stout man struck him on the head, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. "What a pitiful wretch. Where was your courage when we were trafficking weapons?" "They have all been captured, boss." Tears brimmed in his eyes as he collapsed, burying his face in his hands, thick hair spilling from his grasp. "They will be sent to Azkaban. It's all that Sirius Black's fault," he continued venomously. "If it weren't for his return, stirring up the long-abandoned operations, they would not have exposed themselves on that line. No one suspected him, the primitive who escaped from Azkaban." "What did you say?" Pont exclaimed in sudden alarm. The first breach occurred there. Who would have known that Black had dealings with Scrimgeour? He continued mockingly. "So, my identity was discovered, and the hideout was attacked. It was all part of the Aurors' premeditated plan? Therefore, Scrimgeour had already begun investigating this line. And all of this was merely the result of your fools brazenly trading in someone else's long-abandoned enterprise?" Pont's laughter turned furious, like a foolish lobster, step by step, walking into a net. "No, you fool." The man on the ground raised his head in anger. "It was your greed and despicableness that they exploited. You led them here, after you knew you had been discovered. And so what? You would have been caught eventually anyway, wouldn't you? Pont licked his lips, speaking viciously. Shut your mouth, Pont. The stout man finally spoke. I should have seen your true nature sooner. If it weren't for your shamelessness, I could have led the Corps to perfectly evade these charges. Very well, Pont chuckled, clapping his hands. Clearly, some have forgotten who risked everything to pull them from the oar's grasp. So what must we do now? Kill me? I will not kill you, at least not now. The stout man glared at Pont with a scornful laugh, his fists clenched tightly. To survive, you must cast aside your hatred. The night is still long, and no one can guarantee their escape from this calamity. A cat's meow echoed from somewhere, its sound resonating clearly in the air, and none of them glanced at one another, warily surveying their surroundings, hoping their spells would sufficiently protect them. A clever tactic, the middle-aged man remarked nonchalantly, though his brow furrowed deeply. A part of the magical array system has been compromised, preventing communication with external magical arrays. It has not been destroyed, allowing for a stealthy approach. What trickery is this? The stout man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. He was a familiar client from a previous transaction, a mysterious figure. This is deliberate. The middle-aged man did not answer, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. It is undoubtedly intentional. What do you mean? There must be a wizard present, one powerful and seasoned. Are you suggesting here? Pont queried, unable to suppress the tightening grip on his wand. Do not jest. There are only these foolish muggles here. Let us leave. The middle-aged man took a few cautious steps back, anxiously glancing at the stout man nearest him. Our significant magical fluctuations will definitely affect the array, and this array belongs to that wizard. But, we cannot ascertain if he is foe or friend, can we? Perhaps he lacks the courage to expose us. The bearded man began to panic. Pont was the first to react. He cautiously scanned their surroundings, ultimately pressing closely beside the middle-aged man. Regardless of whether he is friend or foe, rather than speculating on his intentions, we should find another place. It is too late. The middle-aged man's breath hitched. The other three began to feel a chill creeping through their bodies. Not far from them, a rusted swing began to sway without wind, creaking eerily like a malfunctioning chainsaw. Chapter 53. The Mysterious Figure. Who? The stout man raised his wand towards the swing, and they instinctively huddled together. Who is there? The voice faded into the darkness, lingering in an echoing silence. Their breaths intermingled in a rhythmic cadence. The bearded man raised his hand, his gaze chillingly cold as he contemplated casting a spell. So, you're fugitives then? The youthful voice, tinged with the innocence of youth, drifted from the swing, its tone as steady as a query about the weather. As if to affirm that they were not hallucinating, the swing creaked as it swayed back and forth, the iron chains tethered to the railing emitting a sharp, grating sound. A gust of wind swept through, yet the place remained desolate. Damn arrogance. Does he think that the arms dealers are merely a bunch of ice cream vendors? A squat, stout man shot a glance at the bearded figure, who had yet to graduate from Hogwarts. Are you following us? The middle-aged man asked, his eyes flickering toward that direction. That figure had been there from the very start, and what was truly alarming was that when they cast their protective spells, he had somehow been included without anyone noticing. Reveal yourself. The man known as Rook swung his powerful arm, hurling a spell toward that direction. The aggressive revealing charm struck the swing's iron chain with a resounding crack, causing the swing to jolt and clash against the iron pillars on either side, creating a high-pitched screech akin to a dying chicken's last gasp. The middle-aged man cast a gloomy glance at the burly, bearded figure, whose eyes gleamed with a sense of vengeful delight. Fool, this is not the time for violence. The stout man delivered a punch to his chest. The bearded man merely scoffed dismissively. Why not see for yourself who is playing tricks over there? Pont cautiously approached the swing, his wand still tightly gripped in hand. Look at you, so cowardly. The bearded man strutted about with a manic gait, mocking him as he went. I assure you, that spell would make him wet himself in terror. There's nothing here. Pont abruptly turned, retracting his probing wand and spinning around in fear to look at his companions. It didn't hit. A chill ran through everyone. Rook had struck swiftly and from close range, and an untrained individual wouldn't have had a chance to evade it. At that moment, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Even their breath seemed trapped within their chests as the sky darkened ominously, amplifying the oppressive dryness. We must leave this place. The middle-aged man resolved. It's too late. Rook's wand flew from his grasp with a snap, vanishing into the air. His panicked body had no time to react before a cold object jabbed into his jawline. No, do not make a move. He stood frozen, acutely aware of the wand's tip searing against his skin, the effect of concentrated magical energy. Tell your friends to place their wands on the ground. A chilling voice devoid of warmth echoed beside him. He glanced desperately at the other three, who clutched their wands firmly directed at him. "Put them down," he screamed, his voice laced with despair, yet he knew they wouldn't comply. "We should go, boss," Pont hissed in the stout man's ear. "This place is no longer safe." No, no. Rook began to feel anger bubbling up. "You losers have 3 of you." Before he could finish his sentence, his body stiffened, collapsing to the ground like a limp worm, losing consciousness. Too swift, decisive, and ruthless. This is certainly not an ability one would expect from a mere child. Perhaps they have truly encountered a formidable opponent. The spell aimed at them with intent, and, as they could not see the assailant, evasion was nearly impossible. After a chaotic exchange, Rook lay unconscious, Pont's wand was disarmed, and their chances dwindled with each passing moment. "Let us go." The stout man seized the middle-aged man, ready to disapparate, but Pont's hand intervened, pushing him, causing the middle-aged man to stumble and fall. Suddenly, a disarming spell shot from the shadows, striking down the stout man's raised wand with a resounding thud. "Damn it," he cursed inwardly as he watched Pont disapparate with the middle-aged man's wand. That little pest with a muffled thud, the air seemed to still, as the middle-aged man panted heavily, exchanging glances with the stout man, both reflecting confusion and unease in their eyes. "That mysterious figure is pursuing Pont, leaving us here," the middle-aged man remarked, as if they had been carelessly discarded. "He could be a hunter," he attempted to rise. "An elite or no," the stout man shook his head. "Aurors don't operate this way. It's akin to safeguarding one's territory," the middle-aged man continued, speculating. "Lions do not allow dangerous beasts near their den. Put away your theories of admiration." The stout man gazed at him, his eyes filled with anxiety and fatigue. "He is neither an Auror nor the lion you speak of. I fear we have merely been abandoned." Facing the momentary confusion from the other, he continued. "He went after Pont. It is clear he found his target." "Is he an enemy of Pont? If so, that would be fortunate, but he attacked Rook while merely disarming Pont's wand. He left us here because we pose no threat without our wands, and he likely thought us of no use. I am familiar with Rook's wand. It always leaks magic, something I often mock him for. The mysterious figure has been using Rook's wand throughout. Does he wish to be an unsung hero?" The middle-aged man questioned. "No, it is evident he harbors no such ambition." The stout man finally helped the middle-aged man to his feet, his gaze intense as a chilling thought crossed his mind. There is no reason for him not to use his own wand, unless he lacks one. "Which is impossible. Let us take Rook and leave this place." The middle-aged man glanced at the unconscious figure on the ground with a complex expression. "If what you say is true, we may have stepped into a temporary trap." "Indeed, a temporary trap, boss. That explains everything. Why the Aurors did not pursue us. Why the magical monitoring array here is experiencing a magical backlash, and why he observed us quietly rather than attacking or signaling for help. He has 100 ways to lure the Aurors here, yet he did nothing." The middle-aged man coughed violently before continuing hoarsely. "He clearly possesses none of that righteousness or those so-called wizardly beliefs, so perhaps he never intended to deliver us to the Aurors. It seems he was hastily testing something, making a reluctant decision while weighing our value, ultimately opting for Pont. Like stepping from a dragon's den into a tiger's lair. Fortunately, this beast shows no interest in our lives," the stout man interjected. "Stop overthinking. Let us leave here quickly while he is still occupied with Pont. Indeed, it's impossible to guess. Perhaps he is merely a powerful lunatic. Though the uncertainties abound, survival remains paramount." The middle-aged man hoisted Rook's unconscious form, and the stout man retrieved his wand, casting a wary glance at the seemingly tranquil square before they melted into the night. The sky loomed heavily dark, yet the edges near the residential area glowed faintly in the yellow hue of streetlights, resembling a plastic bag filled to the brim with rich ink, the darkness threatening to spill forth from some hidden crevice at any moment. Chapter 54. Homecoming in an uncharacteristic display of childlike exuberance. Harry could not help but skip up the stairs, flinging open his door, and began to sort through his belongings. This month had passed more swiftly than he had anticipated. Perhaps due to the Dursleys treating him as if he were invisible, or perhaps because his godfather had arrived a week early to fetch him. Though he was astonished that his godfather had managed to persuade the headmaster, he could not suppress his genuine delight at the prospect of leaving this place sooner than expected. For the past half-month, it has been a veritable exercise in isolation. The Dursleys have scarcely exchanged a word with him, treating him with an indifference akin to that reserved for a newly acquired, thorny plant that requires no watering. Hedwig cast a reproachful glance at him, remaining obstinately perched in her cage. After Harry had stuffed the last textbook, wrapped in a pair of socks, into his trunk, he turned to gaze directly at her, attempting to establish a silent communication. Yet, she shut her eyes defiantly. "Oh, come on, dear," he murmured, clearing his throat awkwardly. "You know I cannot take you along when I apparate, especially not with my godfather." Hedwig turned her back, her wings fluttering momentarily before folding against her sides. "Turn around, my little wolf," he implored, striving to keep his tone from sounding too desperate, though it had already dripped with flattery. Their relationship had deteriorated over the past weeks, primarily due to the incessant influx of letters, most notably from Ron, detailing the raucous return of his brothers, the bustling atmosphere at home, and the endlessly discussed Quidditch World Cup. Then there were Hermione's letters, filled with greetings and a myriad of new theories and inquiries regarding Harry's health. And of course, Sirius's letters, which seemed to express an almost obsessive enthusiasm for bringing him back to number 12, Grimmauld Place prematurely, alongside an inexplicable eagerness to throw him a birthday party. Lastly, there was Draco, whose correspondence Hedwig seemed particularly fond of. Letters addressed to him required no coaxing, as she would gracefully extend her slender legs to retrieve them. One could only wonder what spell that boy had cast upon her. After enduring this isolation for over 2 weeks, Harry gazed apologetically at the white ball of feathers that had shrunk into a tight bundle. She appeared to have lost considerable weight. Having borne the burden of delivering letters for her idle master day after day, without any reward, her pent-up grievances finally erupted yesterday. Hedwig had staged a protest, and Harry would never forget the sight of that snowy owl flinging a letter into his face before sulking back into her cage, resembling a petulant princess. That same princess had spent the entire night presenting her rear into him in a show of defiance. Harry felt helpless just moments before. He had assured her that she would not have to undertake any long journeys until next month, yet the next moment his godfather had appeared at the Dursleys, disregarding Dudley's pig-like shrieks and urging him to pack his belongings with a jovial smile. "You know I have no choice," he said, attempting to scratch the soft feathers along her back. "If it comes down to it, I will have to transform and carry you." Hedwig hooted in frustration, turning to nip at Harry indignantly before flapping her wings and soaring out the open window, effortlessly merging into the sunlight. Rubbing his forehead, Harry smiled faintly, aware that Hedwig was apprehensive about his transformed appearance. As he watched her white figure gradually fade from view, he found his gaze drawn to the towering buildings that rose beyond the residential houses, glimmering like diamonds in the sunlight, layer upon layer, beautifully majestic. It was easy to imagine the streets bustling with vehicles and throngs of people, each engrossed in their own lives, busy and purposeful. This was the existence of Muggles, one that neither belonged to him nor suited him. Thus, he could always observe it from a distance, like an art connoisseur admiring a masterpiece. The ebb and flow of life, the shifting clouds day after day, he would sit and absorb it all. The absence of belonging fostered a sense of detachment, and this distance afforded him a certain aloofness. Consequently, he never felt pressure in confronting this world. Yet, correspondingly, he also received no warmth or emotional response from it. He realized that what he held dear was not extensive. He pondered, if one day he would lose everything precious, he would be utterly cast aside by the world, his fate ultimately relegated to decay in some forgotten corner. But how could that be? He had already lost once, and thus would not lose again, no matter the cost or the form he had to assume. He would fight with all his might. Was he not destined to resist? Goodbye, Harry whispered softly to this distant city, to the street that seemed almost to melt in the sunlight, to the bewildered version of himself in the past. Strangers' gazes met familiar streets, eventually settling upon the iconic sign for Privet Drive. He drew out his wand, carefully channeling a sliver of magic from within, purposefully merging it into the air, causing the invisible magical barrier to quiver momentarily before stabilizing. When he returned to this nearly secluded room, he could scarcely fathom the sensation of being unable to perform magic for an entire month. It filled him with unease. Thus, through the experience of regulating his inner magic, he endeavored to observe the workings of the magical monitoring array, ultimately leading to a comprehensive understanding that enabled him to seal the leaks with finesse, successfully creating a small area wherein he could wield magic, as long as he did not stray too far. From that moment onward, his daily routine shifted from idle contemplation and letter writing to a triad of days, correspondence, and spell practice. It was a rather unremarkable, albeit somewhat melancholic existence. Casting a final glance at the hostile and fearful Dursley family, he attempted a polite nod of farewell before grasping his godfather's arm. Amidst Dudley's gasps, Harry felt the familiar dizziness wash over him as his feet once again met solid ground. The dazzling sunlight streamed down, revealing a familiar house. its colorful garments and sheets hanging haphazardly outside, resembling a canvas splattered with vibrant hues as someone emerged occasionally to water the wilting begonia. Harry raised his hand to shield his eyes, feigning surprise as he echoed his godfather's exclamations. Wow, the buildings parted, yet it seemed no one noticed the shift. This was the ancestral home left to him. Sirius looked fresh and handsome, markedly improved from his appearance upon release from prison, or even in his previous life. He appeared far more vibrant, dressed neatly, with clean, tidy hair, still slender, but radiating the spirit of a normal person. Harry could hardly imagine the impact of living openly and honorably on a person's transformation. "This will be our home from now on," Sirius declared, winking as he ushered Harry further inside. The words struck Harry with a sudden pang, a bittersweet sensation flooding his senses. Memories surged forth from the depths of his mind. He recalled the halo of light emanating from the resurrection stone, cold and disorienting, reminiscent of the pale spirits of the deceased that materialized before him. He remembered the eerily tranquil atmosphere of that night in the forbidden forest, moonlight floating amidst darkness, shattered by countless struggling branches. At that moment, he had thought everything would conclude, believing he had sacrificed all, only to realize that it was merely the beginning, and he could be relentlessly tormented time and again. Thus, he had naively asked Sirius, through the gentle clarity of his soul, persistently inquiring, "Does it hurt? Does it hurt? Are you in pain, Godfather? You struggled for half a lifetime, only to vanish so casually from this world. Are you content?" Yet, Sirius continued to smile, serene and gentle, his gaze imbued with a tenderness akin to flowing water. "Death? It does not hurt at all. It is swifter and easier than drifting into slumber." The casualness with which he spoke felt surreal. Harry ceased to dwell on that cold, spectral presence, feeling the warmth of Sirius's hand come to an abrupt halt. Sirius turned back, his blue eyes vibrant and real, the shadows of his eyelashes casting a delicate shade within their azure depths. Suddenly, Harry enveloped him in a tight embrace, pouring all his strength into it. "Does it hurt?" he whispered, trembling. The green eyes shimmered with a faint light. "Does it hurt?" Sirius exclaimed in a startled manner. "It hurts, Harry." He chuckled through his struggles, his face flushed as he reached behind to pry Harry's tightening grip off him like a vice. "You're going to suffocate me." Despite his resistance, a wave of joy bubbled within him. Harry's reaction was a testament to their bond, filling him with an inexplicable warmth and affection. As Harry gradually released him, a broad smile broke across his face. "It's supposed to hurt." Chapter 55, Bottleneck. After traversing a lengthy corridor adorned with aged wallpaper, Harry found solace in the absence of cobwebs in the corners and the pristine plush carpet beneath his feet. A warm yellow chandelier hung from the ceiling, its crystals glistening in the sunlight streaming through the windows. The portrait of Black at the staircase landing was draped in thick crimson curtains, and had he not known better, he might have believed a false window lay concealed behind them. "What do you think, Harry?" Sirius asked, accepting the shrunk box from Harry's hands. "I can escort you to your room." "That sounds wonderful," Harry exclaimed sincerely, marveling at the splendidly restored Black ancestral home, its long-buried opulence gradually revealing itself. He noted the serpentine motifs scattered throughout the house, a clear reflection of pure Slytherin style, undoubtedly appealing to Draco. "Welcome, Harry." To Harry's surprise, Professor Lupin descended the stairs, his gentle smile accompanied by a brief embrace. "Professor?" "Not anymore," Lupin replied, winking as Harry looked at him in confusion. "I have resigned from my position at Hogwarts." "He is not suited to be a professor," Sirius interjected, moving beside his dear friend and placing a hand on his shoulder. "His health requires more attentive care than waiting for that old bat to dispense charity each month." "You need me here," Lupin said with a hint of resignation. "Don't make excuses for others." "Well, at least I can have a friend and assistant to help me manage the estate," Sirius replied with a roguish grin, feigning exasperation as he spread his hands. "You know Black is down to just me." "Estate?" Harry had never heard of any remaining assets of the Black family. "Actually, there is not much left besides this house and a substantial sum of gold in the vault. The rest are merely rusting remnants of a bygone era," Sirius shrugged, appearing unconcerned. "I recently extracted the tumor." Seeing Harry's puzzled expression, Lupin elaborated, some dubious enterprises had languished for too long, inevitably succumbing to shady dealings. "Fortunately, Scrimgeour." "Do you know Scrimgeour, Harry?" Sirius interrupted Lupin. "The head of the Auror department," Harry nodded, well aware of him, having closely followed Auror and Ministry affairs, even having fought alongside him in his previous life. "Indeed," Sirius raised an eyebrow. "You seem well informed. At least I'm unaware of the events that transpired this month." Harry replied with a narrowed smile. Scrimgeour has been investigating a case of black weapon trafficking involving the smuggling of contraband abroad, linked to dark wizards and the situation in Syria, which is said to significantly impact the Muggle World War, Lupin explained briefly. Of course, these are merely speculations. But you know how the Aurors are particularly vigilant against dark wizards, especially potential Death Eaters. Yet, that organization has always been meticulous. Who knows? They even infiltrated Black's enterprises, revealing themselves. Scrimgeour, on my behest, came to investigate, and who would have thought it would lead to uncovering a massive case? Moody was present at the time. There's no need to explain everything to the child. He needn't worry, Harry. After all, it's all been resolved, hasn't it? Sirius jovially urged as he ushered Harry upstairs. It doesn't concern me. Let us focus on your new room. By all accounts, you've done a good deed, Godfather. They owe you some recognition, Harry teased, his tone lighthearted. Though he feigned indifference, a weight lingered in his heart. Thus, events were indeed shifting. Had he not rescued his godfather, the dark traffickers would not have been apprehended. However, on the bright side, change was at least progressing in a positive direction. And for that, he felt grateful. Yet, the sequence of history remained unaltered. The departure of Professor Lupin. The vacancy in the defense against the dark arts position. Who would fill it next? Barty Crouch, the name sprang to Harry's mind, transforming into Moody, marking the genesis of all conspiracies. Yet, what troubled him was Peter imprisoned in Azkaban, who would locate and rescue Voldemort's wandering soul. Who could? There seemed to be no viable options. If Voldemort were to linger in some corner of the world and quietly perish, that might be for the best. Then, all his worries would vanish, leading to a harmonious conclusion. However, deep down, Harry sensed it would not be so simple. Thus, he resolved to remain vigilant, realizing that he must act discreetly for now. Chapter 56, Letter. Dear Draco, firstly, thank you for your exquisite birthday gift. It appears both refined and elegant, although quite practical. Wearing it would make me resemble a comical merchant. Draco, upon reading this, couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, recalling the beautiful pocket watch, its crystal face adorned with golden hands. If that fool knew how to open it, he would discover a stunning emerald hidden within. I arrived at the Black ancestral home a week early with my godfather. It's lovely here, and life is quite comfortable. You'd never guess that my godfather managed to procure Dobby from Dumbledore. He is now our house elf, Draco. He works with great professionalism and diligence, caring for the elderly creature, who does little but still manages quite well. Today's weather is splendid. The sun is thick like honey, casting a golden hue across the carpet. Draco received the letter in the evening, lounging in his pajamas against the headboard, while Hedwig meticulously preened her feathers beside him, surrounded by a bounty of amber nuts and sweet honey water. The candlelight cast a soft yellow glow, the curtains billowed gently, and shadows danced across the letter. Yet, a warm image filled his mind. The boy with black hair, sitting alone on the carpet, sunlight filtering through the mottled window, lightening his hair and brightening his lips, casting a long, slender shadow behind him. Of course, I mean to say, the weather is splendid for a birthday. Isn't it? My godfather insisted on throwing me a grand birthday party, but I firmly declined. Draco raised an eyebrow, a sense of unease washing over him. However, the weather was simply too lovely, so Sirius still invited my friends to celebrate with me, akin to a small gathering. Oh, he held a birthday gathering? Draco felt a wave of irritation rising within him. Apologies for not inviting you. This was not a matter that could be resolved with mere apologies. He ground his teeth in frustration. This was a failure to show even the bare minimum of respect. He could no longer picture the boy sitting alone on the carpet, writing a letter to himself. Instead, he envisioned the brat hastily scribbling in his room while shouting with the Gryffindors downstairs. Look at this handwriting. It's atrocious enough to sink to the depths of the Black Lake in Hogwarts. Even if I had invited you, would you have come? There's Lupin, Sirius, the Weasley family. They all came, bringing Mrs. Weasley's homemade fruitcake, Hermione, Neville, and Dean. You can't imagine what George and Fred brought. Firecrackers. So many. They created delightful explosions, along with milk biscuits, colorful paper hats, and even snowflakes. Isn't that a bit childish? However, this has indeed been the best birthday I have ever experienced. You would be happy for me, wouldn't you? Draco bit his lip, his hand instinctively clenching the soft sheets beneath him, a sense of discomfort gnawing at his heart. Hedwig, perceptive to the unsettling atmosphere, took a final bite of her nut before flapping her wings and settling in a corner a little farther from the boy. No reply. He addressed the white owl in a tone laced with hostility. Hoot! Hedwig tilted her head, flapping her wings before soaring out of the window. Draco's face darkened as he raised his hand to continue reading. Well, I suppose you won't. Based on my understanding of you and your minuscule, bean-shaped heart, I doubt you'll respond to me this month. Merlin, how could there be such a detestable person in the world? The tall boy with golden hair was momentarily taken aback, finding a hint of amusement in the nearly flailing handwriting on the paper. It seemed that after not seeing that scoundrel for over 20 days, he had become rather brazen. Therefore, to please you, I have retrieved the love letter I originally intended for you from the bottom of the box. Merlin, I must remember to slip it into the envelope before I change my mind. Chapter 57, Another Person. Everything unfolded just as it had in the previous life. Ireland emerged victorious, and Crumb caught the golden snitch. The Quidditch World Cup concluded amidst the celebrations in Ireland. Don't tell your mother about your gambling, Mr. Weasley implored his twin children as they slowly made their way toward the staircase adorned with a violet carpet. Rest assured, Dad, we have grand plans for this money. Fred responded cheerfully. We certainly won tea, let Mum know. Mr. Weasley sighed in resignation and opened his mouth, seemingly about to inquire about those plans. Where's Harry? At that moment, his younger son Ron spoke up, his face adorned with a green shamrock design revealing a look of confusion. Mr. Weasley instinctively began to scan the area, while George glanced at Fred, and Fred returned the look as if Harry had been hidden away by the other. However, the crowd pouring out of the stadium surged like a tide, making it impossible for them to remain still amidst the throng. He might have gotten lost, George said nonchalantly, pushing forward while playfully placing 2 fingers on his forehead, mimicking a dance move, seemingly unconcerned. Or maybe he asked with serious. Perhaps, Ron replied, casting a glance at Hermione, who returned his gaze with an equally perplexed expression. He ought to spend more time with his family. The sky gradually darkened, filled with the din of the crowd and the raucous songs emanating from unknown sources. Small goblins scuttled about, carrying lanterns flickering with green flames among the tents. Harry? Upon returning to the tent, he was astonished to find the boy who had mysteriously disappeared seated in a chair, lost in thought. A teapot in front of him emitted clouds of steam, alongside the shamrock brooches and a panoramic telescope he had previously purchased, suggesting he had just returned. I thought you were serious. Oh, yes, Harry replied, snapping back to reality and stealthily withdrawing the teapot from the coal stove. He might be looking for his old classmates, like Ludo or someone. I mean, my godfather. It appeared that our golden boy was a bit muddled. George chuckled. Charlie was worried you might be abducted by goblins. Why would goblins want to kidnap a wizard? Harry couldn't help but laugh. Can they sell him? Charlie mentioned that even the Bulgarian chimera has attempted to deal with wizards, Fred muttered, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. That's utterly revolting. Ron grimaced, pretending to gag. Charlie was merely discussing some peculiar oddities, and, besides, he hardly knew Harry. While wiping his face with a warm towel, he continued the conversation. If Harry could be captured by a goblin, ha ha ha, I'd rather believe Malfoy has a thing for him. Cough, 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 cough. Hermione, who had just taken a sip of water from the cup Harry handed her, was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. Cough, 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 cough. Fred and George exchanged malicious glances with Harry, mockingly imitating Hermione's cough, which sounded like a goose being strangled. What poison are you all on? Ginny and Percy entered the tent, and upon seeing Harry, Ginny awkwardly handed a handkerchief to the now red-faced Hermione. George and Fred nearly collapsed in laughter, while Ron, looking utterly bewildered, continued wiping his face, the green marks on the towel now quite pronounced. What did I say? Ron turned his gaze to Harry, who merely shrugged, feigning innocence with not a hint of embarrassment. Soon, Mr. Weasley and Charlie returned, almost immediately launching into a discussion about the Quidditch match, while Ron and Percy argued over Crumb's brilliant feint. Are you tired, Harry? Sirius inquired, noticing the boy's lack of energy as he paused from brewing coffee to ask. What are you thinking about? A bit, Harry replied, resting his head on the table, appearing somewhat listless. He was still mulling over the nightmare from last night. Hermione cast a worried glance his way, but chose not to ask, aware that Harry had been unwell since the morning, likely due to that troubling dream. Harry had promised to share his thoughts with her and Ron once he was certain of something. What could it be? She began to ponder the details Harry had shared regarding Voldemort, his preparations from the very beginning, and the magical artifacts associated with him. Everything seemed to carry an underlying danger, though Harry had downplayed its severity. Instinctively, Hermione suspected that the secrets Harry was withholding were far more terrifying than she could imagine. Damn it, she wished she could help in some way. Had it not been for her promise to Harry, she would have confided in Dumbledore. Surely he shouldn't bear this burden alone? A true man wouldn't be defeated by nightmares. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair and handed him a warm cup of coffee. Thank you. Harry accepted it, suddenly remembering something. Has anyone seen a house elf named Winky today? Winky? Hermione frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the name. A house elf? Yes, female, sitting alone somewhere, perhaps with an empty seat beside her, Harry pondered aloud. That's impossible, Harry, George said, fiddling with a plastic figurine that danced across his palm. No owner would buy a ticket to the Quidditch World Cup for a house elf. Why not? Hermione retorted, her tone sharp. Isn't that prejudiced against house elves? This is the Wizarding World, Hermione, Ron remarked with a puzzled expression. Are we supposed to treat house elves like dolls? Before long, they were embroiled in a heated argument about the matter until Mr. Weasley shouted for them to go to bed. And Ginny had already dozed off on the couch. Harry changed into his pajamas and climbed into bed, while Ron continued to grumble about Hermione's faults. What went wrong? He had, after all, inevitably experienced that dream again last night, even if it had been considerably delayed compared to the previous life. Yet, it still haunted him. The familiar Riddle House, the murdered gardener, the dark Nagini, and the two men. Who were they? Discussing how to deal with him? Harry pressed his hand against his scar, straining to recall the details. Barty Crouch Jr., yes, one of them. That damned Death Eater, whose mother had even imprisoned herself for him. Yes, he would come sooner or later. But who had found Voldemort? The other man. Damn it, who was this person? As he closed his eyes, the images in his mind became clearer, yet still remained elusive. He could not discern the identity of that unfamiliar man. I can't remember, Harry gritted his teeth silently, but that figure had been firmly etched in his memory. He would bet that if he were to see him again, he would recognize him instantly. Today, Mr. Crouch surprisingly did not arrive. Seizing the opportunity upon his return, Harry inquired around and soon learned that Mr. Crouch had fallen gravely ill and taken sick leave. In his previous life, he had been in high spirits. But what of young Crouch? He was nowhere to be found. Had the plans changed? Was Voldemort no longer intending to incite chaos on the night of victory in Ireland? No, that could not be right. Nothing had altered the course of history. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner, adhering to the historical trajectory. With only the elements he had forcefully interfered with being subject to change. The broader currents still surged forth like tumultuous waves in a storm, impervious to the cries of any solitary seagull. He had no choice but to continue waiting, despite his aversion to such inactivity. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Harry sprang to his feet almost immediately. He had not slept, his mind clear and composed. When Sirius and Mr. Weasley burst into the tent, they paused for a moment, taken aback by the sight of Harry, already dressed. Hurry, Harry, Mr. Weasley urged, shoving him towards Sirius and then waking Ron with a firm slap. Get up, Ron. There's trouble outside. You all go ahead. Before he could finish, the cacophony of shouts and screams outside interrupted him, shadows flitting past the tent entrance. I need to assist the Ministry with this matter. They have already gone ahead, and I must help. Quickly now, children. Ginny, put on your coat. Following orders, Harry dashed out of the tent with the others, while Ron hastily donned a jacket over his pajamas, stumbling after Harry in a daze. The night was tinged with a faint red glow from several bright bonfires. Not far off, a few tents were ablaze, and girls screamed as they fled into the dark forest. Come on, Harry. Sirius pulled him along. A swarm of fleeing house elves scurried past, separating them. Harry deliberately slowed his pace, nudging Ron forward to keep him close to his brothers. The crowd swiftly swept them apart, and Harry cast a complex glance at his friends, who were frantically searching for him. Hermione spotted him, extending her hand in urgency. Come on. Harry shook his head, meeting her gaze, his eyes clear yet frightening, the red glow flickering in his emerald irises. The expression on the brown-haired girl's face shifted instantly. Harry gritted his teeth, turned, and pushed through the crowd, drawing his wand as he sprinted in the opposite direction, not daring to look back. Chapter 58. A mantis stalks the cicada, while a yellow oriole watches from behind. Harry raced toward the source of the disturbance. Moving against the tide was no easy feat, and he stumbled several times, nearly tripping over protruding tree roots. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, and soon he could discern a group of wizards clad in dark robes, tightly wrapped and huddled together, casting spells at various tents amidst the chaos. He made a concerted effort to avoid the approaching ministry personnel, ducking into the adjacent woods, scanning the area before swiftly assessing the situation. This group had instigated the riot from the east, commencing their destruction by attacking a muggle who was guarding the site. According to the events of his previous life, the individual who would unleash the Dark Mark would appear at this moment to incite terror. Narrowing his eyes, Harry scrutinized the followers, realizing they did not engage in combat with the incoming ministry members. Whenever friction arose, they would disapparate. Yet, they successfully drew every wizard who posed a threat to them away. Had they bought time for the one who released the dark mark to recover and escape? A cunning diversion indeed. Harry moved away from them, his green eyes flickering as he brushed aside the drooping gray branches and ran eastward, where there were scarcely any people. He sought out the less conspicuous areas, his path littered with charred roots and remnants of destroyed tents. He meticulously observed every frightened individual, hoping to identify a familiar figure. If memory served, young Crouch would be using a stolen wand to summon the dark mark at this very moment. But how would he locate him? Just then, a green light shot up from a clearing adorned with sparse trees, piercing the sky like an arrow. Harry's eyes widened. No one knew that sensation better than he. Almost instantaneously, he disapparated, vanishing from the spot with a crack. "Potter!" The voice came urgently from behind him, echoing amidst the rising dust. The tall boy with light blonde hair looked despondently at the now empty scene, where the tents nearby fluttered wildly in the firelight like frantic flags. After summer apart, he still could not catch him. There was no time to dwell on disappointment. Draco looked up, alarmed at the sky. A dense cloud of green smoke surged into the pitch-black sky, forcibly dispelling the darkness, the crimson embers swirling rapidly into shape. Undulating like a convulsing serpent. It was indeed a serpent. It slithered forth from the skull, weaving through the air with reckless abandon. A pale blue mist began to seep from the woods, imbued with a menacing force. Screams and gasps erupted around him, and Draco's heart raced. A thrill of inexplicable excitement mingling with the fear and shock in his gaze. No, this was wrong. He abruptly turned his attention to the direction where Harry had vanished, then glanced back at the dark mark in the sky. Was that fool activating his savior mode again? Anxiety surged within Draco as he hastily ran toward that direction. Harry landed behind a tree entangled with roots, gripping his wand tightly. Before him stood a tattered brown tent, its rusted poles leaning precariously, casting a shadow where a criminal lurked. "Who are you?" Harry aimed his wand firmly at the figure shrouded in darkness, who stood beneath the dilapidated tent, cloaked in a long black robe, making it impossible to discern his identity. Crouch. The dark mark overhead began to expand unchecked. It would not be long before everyone would see it. "Put down your wand," Harry commanded sharply. "The ministry will be here any moment. You cannot escape. Are you Harry Potter, or—" The figure finally spoke, his voice hoarse and grating, laced with disbelief as if he couldn't fathom someone daring to point a wand at him. Harry trembled slightly. This was not young Crouch. It was another man, the one from his dreams, the one who had found Voldemort. Everything fell into place. This was why the Crouch family had not arrived, because it was not young Crouch who was on the mission. "I know you," Harry gritted through clenched teeth. "I know who you are. Do you?" The man stepped out from the shadows, his face twisted with a grotesque scar, and he seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, his gaze provocatively lingering on Harry's face. "So, you are Harry Potter?" "It appears so. You are no match for the Dark Lord, Harry Potter." With a tremor, Harry's wand flicked, and a red beam shot forth, piercing through the man's startled expression, hurtling toward his chest like an arrow. It was too swift for any counter. The scarred man's wand flew from his hand, and he was sent tumbling, his body rolling in the debris. "At least you cannot compare to me," Harry growled, reveling in the sight of the man struggling to rise, a sense of immense satisfaction surging within him. "Huh," the scarred man sneered, a mysterious mocking smile gracing his features. "What does it matter that you wield great power? Ultimately, you are merely a fool being toyed with." Harry's gaze sharpened, his magic intensifying at the tip of his wand. The man suddenly peered into the pale blue mist behind Harry, a wild glimmer of joy and madness igniting in his eyes. Harry's heart seized, a chill creeping down his spine, not from the menacing face before him but from behind. Someone was there. Damn it. He had not anticipated that the man would have accomplices. "Look who we've caught." A voice boomed. "Potter." The figure of young Crouch gradually emerged from the mist, moving slowly until he approached Harry, pressing his raised wand against the back of Harry's neck. "Harry Potter, truly, this is a stroke of serendipity." Young Crouch was enveloped in a strong scent of tar, licking his lips as he placed a hand upon Harry's shoulder, excitedly rising onto his toes. "This is all my doing, Pont." His voice brimmed with elation. "And I saved you. Had I not released this ghastly isolation fog to come find you, you'd be languishing in Azkaban, awaiting your demise. Do not forget who discovered the Dark Lord known as Pont." He sneered, retrieving his wand with malice. "At that time, you were but an infant in your father's cradle, living alongside a filthy house elf." Harry felt the grip on his shoulder tighten. The breath beside him quickened with fury. "You are merely a desperate fugitive, a foolish and contemptible wretch. Just wait and see. The Dark Lord will inevitably forsake you, His voice was hoarse and low, clearly cautious not to draw too much attention. "We must leave. Those scoundrels can't hold out much longer." The man called Pont grinned, commanding, "Take this boy away." A figure behind him shoved Harry roughly, causing him to stumble as he carefully concealed his wand within his sleeve. "Be cautious, crouch," Pont warned. "This boy is not as simple as he appears." No sooner had he spoken than a crimson beam of light shot forth from the mist behind them. With a thud, the spell struck Crouch, enveloping him in a haze of azure smoke that seeped into the back of his neck. Pont's voice caught in his throat. He glanced at the fallen Crouch and, without hesitation, disapparated away. Harry was astonished by the other's ruthless decisiveness, turning to meet a panicked gaze from the mist. And without time to utter a word, he lunged forward, tackling the figure behind a tree. Almost simultaneously, personnel from the Ministry of Magic began to arrive. This is the site of the release. Amos Diggory and 20 or so wizarding officials descended upon the scene. "We have arrived too late," remarked another which clad in a woolen sweater. "We had to shake off those dark-clad figures, and this accursed isolation fog obscures my vision." A commotion erupted in the crowd, with someone shouting, "Can anyone clear the debris above?" The dark mark still loomed in the sky, staining the heavens with its ashen glow, the dark clouds swirling ominously. "There is someone here," Mr. Weasley exclaimed, having spotted the unconscious young Crouch rolling on the grass. A comatose fellow. Soon, the officials gathered around, one picking up Crouch's wand for examination. "Check if there are any others in the vicinity." The dry leaves crunched beneath hurried footsteps as the crowd began to systematically search the area. "Disillusionment charm," someone whispered in passing, and a refreshing sensation cascaded from head to toe, enveloping Draco. He was astonished to find himself rendered invisible, the pain in his back easing. He could feel the rhythmic beating of his heart and that of another pressing against him, warm and alive. "Stow your wand, Draco," Harry's voice whispered again, soft as the most intimate of confidences. The warmth of Harry's breath seemed to seep into every cell of his being, igniting a fervent heat within. Draco lifted his gaze to the green eyes hidden beneath unruly black hair, familiar and reassuring. "Stay hidden, remain silent, and seek an opportunity to escape." There was no time for a response. The weight on him suddenly lifted. In an instant, someone spotted Harry, and Draco sprang to his feet, hastily drawing his wand, only to realize he could no longer see his arms. They had blended seamlessly with the surroundings. He rolled behind a tree, heart racing. The dark-haired boy raised his hand towards the wizards who were pointing their wands at him. "Harry?" Mr. Weasley recognized him, calling out in surprise as he rushed to his side. "What are you doing here?" "I got separated from them, Mr. Weasley," Harry replied innocently, casting anxious glances at the wizards brandishing their wands. "Harry?" A male wizard questioned, puzzled. "Is that really Harry Potter?" "Stay vigilant, Jack," the witch in the woolen sweater frowned, still not lowering her wand. "We must inspect your wand, Mr. Potter." "Well, if you must," Harry reluctantly extended his wand. A wizard accepted it and, at the prompting of others, cast a revealing charm. A fragrant smoke billowed from the wand, prompting the witch to signal for him to continue. The wizard cast another revealing charm, causing a nearby branch to fall. "Disarming charm, disillusionment charm," the witch murmured, turning to him with a stern expression. "Can you explain this, Mr. Potter? I would like to know why you are infringing upon my privacy and suspecting me as a perpetrator," Harry replied, his face ablaze with indignation. "Is it illegal for me to practice magic with my friends?" "Let it go," Mr. Weasley said tenderly, embracing Harry's shoulders, his expression a mix of anger and concern. "He is here with us, just a child in need of protection, incapable of conjuring the dark mark or using any stunning spells." The wizard named Jack sheepishly returned Harry's wand. "My apologies, Mr. Potter. If even the boy who lived cannot be trusted, then this world is doomed." Someone jested. "Quite impressive. A student of your age can learn the disillusionment charm." The witch arched an eyebrow, locking eyes with Harry, her demeanor softening. "I can also perform apparition, madam," Harry replied with a childlike grin. "You shall undoubtedly make an excellent auror one day." Someone clapped him on the shoulder. Harry smiled, but said nothing. As all attention shifted to young Crouch, Harry cautiously feigned nonchalance, glancing back at the receding mist. There, the branches were entangled, and the distant ruins of tents flickered into view, the murky moonlight cascading with dust, revealing not a single soul. Chapter 59. Everything seems all right. September. The cusp of summer and autumn, the air mild and crisp. The sky was a deep, inky black, as gray mist accompanied by drizzling rain enveloped the castle like a giant's embrace. Within, the castle was ablaze with light, the great hall bustling with the sorting ceremony. Just as in years past, the hall was a sea of heads, the 4 long tables crowded with students, the older students murmuring below, grumbling about when it would conclude. This moment was the most excruciating, sitting there, hungry, thirsty, wet and cold, enduring the Sorting Hat song after a year of contemplation. Harry was nearly giddy as he discussed the events of the Quidditch match that evening with Hermione. The reason for his elation stemmed from a recent string of successful endeavors. First, retrieving the Slytherin locket from Kreacher, then thwarting Voldemort's plans. The Ministry had arrested the Crouch family, imprisoning young Crouch in Azkaban and appropriately demoting his father. This event had stirred considerable uproar. First, the panic instigated by the Dark Mark, followed by allegations against high-ranking Ministry officials for abuse of power and gross negligence. The recent happenings had provided ample fodder for the Daily Prophet, even overshadowing the attention the Quidditch World Cup had once commanded. The Ministry was sufficiently overwhelmed. Harry hoped they could manage to send some officials to oversee the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts amidst the flood of complaint letters. Of course, Harry did not inform Ron and the others in advance. It was Draco who, with a mixture of sarcasm and ambiguity, disclosed it to him on the train. In the empty compartment, with his soft lips, he conveyed the news. At the thought of this, Hermione, along with her incessant queries and doubts, was as effectively kept at bay as the misty rain outside, trapped by the warm, humid air. If possible, I hope you refrain from causing any more trouble in the future. Hermione attempted to lower her voice, her damp brown hair playfully cascading at the corners of her eyes. Yet, her serious expression and furrowed brow betrayed no hint of ease. If it weren't for Draco discovering you this time. Oh, so now you're calling him Draco. Ron's red head leaned in, his golden blue eyes brimming with familiar disdain and seriousness. Because he saved Harry? I can't possibly believe he is that altruistic. Who knows what devious schemes he harbors? Ron rolled his eyes and pouted, making a grimace. I don't care what you mean, Hermione retorted angrily, clearly uninterested in being interrupted by trivial matters. But I think that is utterly irrelevant. How you feel is your concern. Indeed, how I feel is certainly no one else's business. Ron patted Harry's shoulder, appearing quite assertive. But at least don't call him that affectionately in front of me and Harry, please. How does she call him? Harry seemed to finally snap back to reality, retracting his slightly dazed gaze to utter a few words slowly. Draco or Dre? No sooner had he spoken, Ron's body exaggeratedly shuddered, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Harry, as if he were a monstrous spider. Merlin, save me from these goosebumps. Harry shrugged indifferently, turning his head just in time to stifle a smile at Hermione. No longer focusing on their awkward squabble, he lifted his gaze to the classroom seats, where the newly arrived defense against the dark arts professor, Mad-Eye Moody, was seated. It was truly Moody and not some hapless impostor. This information could not have been more accurate, gleaned from that wondrous parchment. This was also the reason for his buoyant mood. He confidently mused that it would not be long before the balance of power shifted, and once he had sufficient assurance and credibility, he could vanquish Voldemort entirely without having to expose his painful past. How thrilling it was! The Triwizard Tournament was established over 7 centuries ago as a friendly competition among the 3 largest magical schools in Europe: Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Each school selected a champion, and then the 3 champions would compete in 3 tasks. Before Dumbledore could finish his speech, chaos erupted around them, with all the students buzzing excitedly. Fred and George, in particular, were gleaming with enthusiasm, cheering about their desire to participate, despite the headmaster's explicit reminder that anyone under 17 could not be a champion. Harry, however, was not particularly invested. He fiddled with the exquisite emerald cuffs of his sleeve while eagerly observing everyone. The feeling of knowing everything himself was somewhat tedious yet undeniably satisfying. Thus, he began to wear a mysterious, satisfied smile as he watched the excitement and fervor in everyone's eyes. Harry, Dean eagerly approached. You're going to participate, right? No. Hermione promptly interjected, her voice laced with concern. It's impossible. Harry hasn't turned 17, and besides, people have died in this competition. No one asked you if you were going, Hermione. George squeezed in, his eyes sparkling. Come on, Harry, you must want to join such an incredible competition. You can't refuse. We have 100 ways to enter, even without knowing the specific evaluation methods, Fred added with a smug grin. Ron also appeared a bit overly thrilled, babbling to Neville about all the impressive spells he and Harry had practiced recently, uncertain if they would be disqualified if they entered. I don't think so. I reckon Dumbledore has plenty of ways to weed out the unqualified, Harry said, squeezed into a tight space. You could apply, Harry. Luna chimed in dreamily. I believe you're more capable than many older students. At least I'm sure they wouldn't dare confront a fugitive. Exactly. For the glory of Hogwarts. Indeed, Ron said, a hint of envy in his voice. 1,000 galleons. The crowd began to disperse, drifting back to their respective dormitories. And Harry finally extricated himself from the mob. Are you really not going? Ron asked hesitantly. In fact, I'm certain I won't pass the headmaster's scrutiny, Harry replied, pursing his lips as he stood up. As he rose, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the shards of a glass cup that had been shattered in the chaos. The sharp, candlelit glass cutting into his fingertip. Pain began to spread, and Harry's body abruptly halted, feeling as if he had been petrified on the spot. While the hall had nearly emptied. Harry? Hermione paused and turned back to look at him. Harry's face suddenly turned pale as he glanced at his finger. A small wound oozing blood. Almost immediately, his hand trembled, and he withdrew his wand from his robe. Harry? Hermione and Ron sensed something was amiss and approached the boy who had lagged behind. He appeared to be profoundly shaken. The incantation slipped from his lips, and a golden light flickered as the wound on his hand healed. Almost immediately, he seized the remaining shard of glass from the table and pressed it against his palm. Ah! Hermione gasped, unable to intervene in time, as she witnessed Harry slice open his palm, a half-inch long gash revealing crimson blood flowing forth, stark against his pale skin. Are you insane? Ron exclaimed, swatting the nearly bloodless shard from Harry's grasp, where it shattered into sparkling fragments upon hitting the ground. Harry's complexion seemed to soften as he gazed at the blood flowing from his hand, a sigh of relief escaping him. He picked up his wand again and recited the healing spell, watching in fascination as the wand vanished at a visibly rapid pace. However, due to its depth, a faint scar remained on his palm. I'm telling you, Harry, you'd better give us an explanation. Hermione looked as if she were about to lose her mind. Her lips pressed tight, her eyes swirling with anger and helplessness. Watching Harry's bloodied hands, her voice trembled. Do you even know what you're doing? The potion has begun to destabilize, Harry said, looking up with utmost seriousness. What? The brown-haired girl regarded him with disbelief, almost unable to process his words. Harry gazed at his fingers, where new lines had begun to merge with the other extending fingerprints. Just now, I felt something, a sharp pang from deep within my body. So you experimented on yourself again? Yes, Harry nodded. Don't give me that look, Hermione. He glanced at her, then silently cast a cleansing charm into his palm, continuing helplessly. At least just now it felt normal. Then what now? Ron couldn't help but worry. The haunting image of Harry being injured by the Sphinx still vivid in his mind. You need to tell Dumbledore. No. Harry concealed his hands within his sleeves. I don't want to trouble them anymore. The last time was enough for the professors. This is not a trivial matter, and over time, it's bound to be discovered, and I could very well end up at St. Mungo's. Indeed, I do not endorse Harry continuing to rely on that potion. Not only is it rare, but sourcing its ingredients is another matter entirely, and the anesthetic components have significant effects on the body. Hermione pursued them quietly, her voice lowered. It poses certain risks to the soul. Harry, perhaps Dumbledore is right. The prophet could assist you. Those dangerous individuals? Ron furrowed his brow, shaking his head as he regarded Harry. I do not endorse Harry associating with them. My father advises to minimize contact with such peculiar individuals, as they bear no advantages. Harry listened silently to their conversation, for he had no intention of troubling the headmaster or seeking out those enigmatic figures. The instability of this potion had escalated far more rapidly than Snape had anticipated. It was originally expected to manifest a year later. Just when he believed that all was progressing favorably, he became acutely aware of this lingering complication, with the comfort of his surroundings nearly causing him to forget everything. Harry cast a complex glance out the window through the gap in the long, beige curtains. The cold raindrops gathered on the gray glass before plummeting into the unfathomable darkness behind the greenish-gray stones. Could he truly master everything? Chapter 60. Harm. On a pleasantly cheerful afternoon, students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were set to arrive. That day, no one had the mind for lessons. Everyone eagerly lined up at the school gates, excitement palpable, until the pastel blue flying carriage of Beauxbatons touched down and the grand vessel of Durmstrang docked. At which point the cheers crescendoed. Amidst the jubilant uproar, Dumbledore welcomed Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, and their students into the castle. My goodness, Harry, Ron exclaimed, gripping Harry's arm with fervent excitement. It's Krum. Victor Krum? He is actually coming. One of the Triwizard champions. Harry blinked, turning his gaze toward the bushy-browed, dark-eyed student draped in a fur cloak, striding unperturbed beside Karkaroff. As the crowd returned to the Great Hall, the air buzzed with animated chatter. Several girls were discussing how to obtain Krum's autograph, while others speculated why the girls from Beauxbatons had tightly wrapped their heads in silk scarves. Hurry up, Harry urged, pulling Hermione down beside him, then sitting up eagerly and hoarsely calling out, Make some room, you lot. What? Oh, it's too late. Ron lamented, plopping down in disappointment. Resembling a deflated balloon. Not far away, Crumb and his classmates had already settled at the Slytherin table, adjacent to Draco and Blaze. Harry recognized Draco by his distinctive hair color, as Goyle and Crabbe sat squarely in his line of sight, blocking their faces. Look, Malfoy is talking to him, Ron said with a hint of jealousy, twisting to get a better view. Yes, definitely trying to curry favor. Harry, too, glanced up, unexpectedly locking eyes with a pair of sly gray ones peering from behind Goyle. The warm candlelight danced within them, sparkling with a beguiling smile. Honestly, he is quite striking. Harry mused, a smile gracing his lips. Adolescence grows swiftly. Draco had transformed into a young man, his once soft chin now taking on a firm edge, his features deepening and becoming more defined, his stature rapidly increasing, just as that damn prophecy had foretold before the summer. Did you see Crumb? Ron leaned closer. I did, Harry replied nonchalantly. Those two oafs are blocking the view, but I'd wager Crumb could see through Malfoy's facade in an instant. Ron continued chattering. What do you think they LL sleep? I could offer him a spot in our dormitory. Hermione shot him a disdainful glance, remaining silent. A paper crane fluttered from the far end of the hall, weaving through the crowd before landing atop Harry's metallic teacup. Harry's eyes sparkled as he reached for it, unfolding it to reveal Draco-style doodles, an image of a grinning, dark-haired boy accompanied by a line of elegant text. What are you looking at, Scarhead? What's that? Harry chuckled, nudging Ron to inquire if he had brought a quill. A quill? Ron mumbled through a mouthful of cake. Which magical person would think to carry a quill while heading down for a meal? Even Hermione wouldn't. Right, Hermione? Actually, I did, Hermione replied, casting him a sidelong glance, a smile gracing her lips as she produced a light brown quill from her belongings. Ron glanced at her, suddenly a bit flushed. Thanks, Harry said cheerfully, taking it and scribbling a few words on the paper, raising an eyebrow in satisfaction. With a flick of his wrist, the note transformed back into a little bird, flapping its wings as it awkwardly navigated through the crowd. Meanwhile, Draco's fiery gaze was fixed directly across from him. The small crane failed to traverse the barriers and was instead knocked down by a bat fluttering between the candles, landing amidst the Beauxbatons girls. Draco wore a forced smile, clearly unwilling to rise and weave through the long table to retrieve a filthy little note from among the women. Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation, surreptitiously casting a summoning charm beneath the table. Due to the considerable distance and various obstructions, the paper suddenly soared into the air, fluttering momentarily before crashing down onto the girls' long table. Oh no! Harry watched in horror as one of the girls retrieved it from an empty plate. Blast it! If they see it, no worries, there's no signature, right? It only bears your likeness, which isn't significant. No one has such distinct features. Glasses, dark hair, green eyes, and that conspicuous lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. So, what had he actually written in response? What are you looking at? Scarhead, look at my boyfriend. So who is the boy who lives boyfriend? Harry rose quietly, determined to navigate around the three long tables to avert an impending scandal. Rarely did anyone notice a boy slipping away, which suited him perfectly. As he approached the cluster of Beauxbatons girls, he was startled to see Fleur among them. It was difficult not to notice her, with her cascading silver hair and striking blue eyes. The married Fleur appeared even more enchanting than in her youth, though she had lost a touch of her youthful innocence. However, Harry quickly regained his composure. This was not a moment for nostalgia. He soon noticed the little girl beside Fleur holding the paper crane, and his heart raced as he realized the note had already been opened. Excuse me, Harry awkwardly addressed the girl from behind. She appeared around 10 years old, likely a relative of a student. A few girls glanced over curiously, faintly hearing snickers from a Slytherin table. I apologize, but I believe this is my property. The little girl turned, her golden locks cascading over her chest, her bright blue eyes sparkling with clarity. Harry's heart skipped a beat. She looked strikingly familiar. An overwhelming sense of unsettling recognition nearly engulfed him. Memories long etched in his mind surged forth. I will never return here, never again, echoed a heart-wrenching voice amidst the howling wind outside, swirling a chill of gray dust. Tansy, a first-year girl, also a victim shattered by war. Hogwarts was everything to Harry, while Tansy denied it. Thus this girl felt like a dagger, heated in the fire, piercing repeatedly into his chest until blood could no longer flow, leaving behind a profound and undeniable mark. Unlike the Death Eater's disdain and hatred for Hogwarts, the pain emanating from those blue eyes was what truly terrified him. It was a reality he desperately wished to escape. And now, this girl was right before him, seated at the Hogwarts table, Clutching the note, he had returned to Draco. Tansy? Harry's voice emerged hoarsely, his gaze clouded and bewildered. How could you be here? The girl appeared to be paralyzed by fear as she slid down from the long table in terror. Sister, she cried out, drawing close to Furong. What's wrong, Gabri? Furong turned. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded her little sister. Harry stared intently at her, and as his vision sharpened, he was taken aback by the ominous shadow that loomed behind Tanisha, a vast, intricate darkness that seemed to devour any light that dared to penetrate it. From that shadow, a slender hand emerged from the ethereal, billowing sleeves, so pale it was nearly translucent, resembling the hand of a corpse. In its grasp was a wand, firmly aimed at the terrified Tanisha. No, no! Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt an insidious power coalescing, as if a mere thought could send a deathly curse coursing through the girl's body. How can this be? Her parents have already sacrificed for Hogwarts. She has lost everything. Why must they take her too? No, no! Harry's face turned ashen, yet a voice within him incessantly whispered that all of this was an illusion. A mere mirage. Surely, no one would dare to kill at Hogwarts. But was Hogwarts truly so safe? Harry hesitated. Could he still dare to believe against all odds? Indeed, the wand pressed firmly against her back, a chilling aura enveloping him. Help me! Tanisha wept, her voice laced with despair. Tears cascaded from her glistening eyes, falling onto her form, her golden hair, and into the unfathomable darkness. A heavy sense of guilt loomed over him like purgatorial flames, searing with a destructive force that even the divine could not resist. Kill him. In the tormentor's life. It is he who has brought you this pain. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Harry withdrew his wand. Someone behind him seized him, and he struggled as a curse struck the chandelier. The circular fixture, laden with candles, shattered into fragments, sparks flying in every direction. The Hufflepuff students shrieked and scattered to avoid being struck. What is happening? Ron and other students stood to observe, while the teachers at the staff table were startled by the commotion. What's going on? Hermione anxiously urged Ron. Ron braced himself against the table, his brow furrowed deeply. It appeared that Harry had engaged in a confrontation with Malfoy. What? Harry felt as though he were being tightly constricted, unable to respond accurately. Damn it! He struggled fiercely. Tanisha was still there, her life hanging by a thread. Why was no one coming to her aid? Everyone seemed to mock him, coldly observing the chaos with detachment. Harry shoved the person behind him away, faintly hearing a muffled grunt. He raised his wand once more, only to be ensnared again. It felt as though an endless stream of people was closing in on him, their whispers deliberately distracting him. Let me go! Harry furiously fought back, rage and anxiety swelling within him, an overwhelming urge to inflict harm consuming him. He grasped the arm that clutched his throat, a buzzing in his ears. Seizing the moment of his opponent's brief relaxation, he flipped over, forcefully pinning the individual against the table, which groaned under the impact, accompanied by a chorus of screams. He turned his wand, its tip pressing against the opponent's jaw. Draco was thoroughly terrified, for the wand at his throat paled in comparison to the chilling gaze that bore into him, emotionless eyes shimmering with an eerie stillness. Like a famished wolf, once locked onto by those frigid eyes, death was inevitable. Remember who you are, Harry. A voice resonated in his mind, piercing through the chaos like a beam of light, clear and distinct. Who? The malevolent incantation he was about to utter was interrupted, a look of confusion flashing across his eyes. It was Dumbledore's voice, familiar yet commanding, imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. No, he had perished long ago, on a damp night. Suddenly, Harry's eyes widened in realization. Dumbledore? Yes, Dumbledore was here. How could he allow anyone to be harmed? A wave of pain surged through his mind, and he grimaced, clutching his head with one hand. What was happening to him? What was wrong? The lights before him flickered, his dim vision once again bathed in warm light. Harry wearily lifted his gaze, confronted by the chaos surrounding him. At that moment, his heartbeat was painfully clear, his breath coming in ragged gasps, nausea roiling within him. Potter? A voice, laced with skepticism, emanated from beneath him. He glanced down to meet a pair of gray eyes filled with fear and pain. Harry, terrified, dropped his wand and took a few steps back. Draco's body instantly relaxed. His robes disheveled, cold sweat beading in his palms as he leaned against the Hufflepuff table, wincing in discomfort while casting an irritated glance at the frightened dark-haired boy. What on earth happened? Madame Maxim appeared distinctly impatient, rising to observe the disturbance at the end of the Hufflepuff table with annoyance. Where are Hogwarts rules? Are the students so devoid of decorum? Clearly, Mr. Potter needed to be disciplined. Professor Snape cast a complex look at Dumbledore, who remained focused on the unfolding situation. His expression grave. He had witnessed Harry's wand being drawn several times, each moment crystal clear to him, while others may not have paid attention. He had noted it from the moment Harry had left his position. Harry had intended to harm that Beauxbatons girl. Thus, this was no mere childish duel. Chapter 61. Fear. I can't believe I have to spend this time with you, Draco said, his face taut, voice lowered. 3 weeks of detention. A cool breeze swept across the Quidditch pitch, the surrounding leaves rustling, as the night became slightly hazy beneath the gentle lantern light. Shadows danced along the path leading to Hogwarts, and the golden-haired boy rubbed his palms together, frowning. They had just completed their first day of detention with Filch, tidying up the Quidditch lounge. What a menial task for a house elf. Draco wrinkled his nose in disdain. In fact, you did nothing. Harry patted his shoulder and leaned in close, whispering, "You could view detention as a date." Draco cast a sidelong glance at him before lifting his gaze to the limping Hogwarts caretaker ahead, who was huffing yet seemed quite pleased to lead them back to the castle. "How lovely," Draco said with a feigned smile. "The filthy squib and his repulsive snails, along with the dust galore. How romantic, Potter." Harry shrugged, remaining silent. "I can't believe I didn't turn you in," the blond boy continued, lowering his voice, looking decidedly unwell. "I've done nothing wrong. I'm the victim. If my father finds out, he won't mind," Harry replied dismissively, rubbing his aching wrist. "As long as he doesn't know his precious son is dating Harry Potter." Draco eyed him suspiciously, drawing out his tone. "Why do I always feel like you're plotting against me, Scarhead? Are you referring to what happened today, or your romantic escapades?" Harry chuckled. Draco halted, staring at him in surprise, taking in his smirking face. "Are you certain you haven't been sorted into the wrong house?" "Absolutely and unequivocally. I am a bona fide Gryffindor," Harry retorted, mimicking Draco's false grin, his triumphant expression making the other boy uneasy. Suddenly, taking advantage of his opponent's momentary lapse, Harry forcefully shoved him, attempting to push him into the nearby thicket. The dry leaves crackled underfoot, crushed by erratic steps, as something tumbled to the ground amidst a flurry of vigorous struggles. A lantern swayed and fell, extinguishing the candle within as wax dripped, plunging the world into an overwhelming silence. Not far away, another lantern paused momentarily. Filch's mutterings mingled with the chaotic footsteps, becoming indistinct until the dim yellow light floated away, leaving rhythmic breaths echoing in their wake. Merlin's pants, Draco, in a fit of exasperation, landed a punch on Harry's abdomen. "You reckless, thoughtless Gryffindor." He appeared quite disheveled, his robes littered with broken, dark yellow leaves and damp earth, his head spinning from a collision with a tree. "I merely sought a private space," Harry exclaimed, hastily clutching his stomach as he rose from the ground, shooting a glare at the blond boy. "But you're not cooperating at all." "Cooperate?" Draco attempted to lower his voice, feeling a dull ache at the back of his head, his face adopting a familiar, sardonic expression. "As if you had given me any warning. Who knows if you've begun to have another episode like this afternoon." The air suddenly fell silent, the forest's insect chorus buzzing like a gentle rainfall. Harry sat quietly, his dark hair falling over his forehead, obscuring the scar. The green of his eyes flickered behind his glasses. "Do you not have anything to ask me?" "Ask." Draco's smile faded, and he used his wand to freshen up, his black robes instantly becoming sleek and smooth. He lowered his gaze to the seated Harry as he put away his wand. "As if you would willingly share anything with me." Harry lifted his head, astonished, his lips moving yet no words escaping them. The embers crackled in the fireplace, the warmth and faint reddish glow gradually merging with the flickering candlelight. Dumbledore gently stroked Fox's tail feathers and began to speak. "So, what do you propose we do, Severus?" Dumbledore's hand hesitated. "Shall we give Harry a vial of Veritaserum, or send him to St. Mungo's psychiatric ward?" Snape regarded the aging figure of the headmaster with a complex expression. He had just enumerated a series of suspicious facts regarding Potter's sudden soul separation issue and various complications, thinking that his insights might provoke some reflection from the elder. Yet, Dumbledore seemed to already possess knowledge of everything, displaying no emotional shift. "You know that is not what I meant," Snape replied sternly. "However, Moody appears to have noticed something amiss with Potter. He attempted to interrogate the girls from Beauxbatons today. He is an exceptional elite orator, and I trust you understand this better than I do." Of course, Dumbledore replied with a smile, his once vibrant white beard now somewhat dim and lifeless. He lowered his head, his blue eyes gazing through the lenses. "As you said, Harry harbors secrets that no one knows. Just as he resolutely rejected us that day. He is a child who can be quite obstinate in certain respects. What child doesn't have their little secrets?" "I too." concealed things from my parents and professors in my youth. Cough, cough, let us not dwell on the past. But as elders, we ought to understand, should we not? We must await his growth, much like watching a cactus ensconced in a pod of honeysuckle. There is no need to fear every thorn it produces. Thus, what we must do is seek out the secrets ourselves and grasp them. You know this is different. Snape rose, fixing a determined gaze upon the old man, his black robes trailing down to his ankles. I can never discern how much you truly know. Dumbledore fell silent, shaking the tea in his cup, golden liquid swirling rhythmically along the rim. Patience, Severus, he sighed, raising his head. Only patience. There is nothing to be feared in the face of something that has been forcibly altered, perhaps for the better, perhaps for the worse. Snape's eyes widened in astonishment. I cannot comprehend your meaning, but it pertains to Potter, does it not? We must save him, mustn't we? Dumbledore blinked, the gravity of the moment fleeting. He is merely a poor child. Soul separation is not something a child can endure. Potions cannot heal him. Snape hastily interjected. It is akin to anesthesia. One cannot sedate a person's entire life. Thus, we must seek alternative methods, the elderly wizard mused. Relying on his godfather will yield no results, will it? Therefore, you must assist him, Severus. I would rather see him sent to a psychiatric ward, Snape retorted, a forced smile creeping onto his lips. I shall be away for a time. Snape raised his gaze, probing Dumbledore curiously. Russia, Dumbledore replied, sipping from his cup, a look of enjoyment crossing his face. Visit the seers. They are quite fascinating. Is this your method for unearthing a child's secrets? A hands-on treasure hunt? Snape replied with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, I shall return in time for the selection of champions for the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore continued, ignoring Snape's words. Soon, very soon, thus I must set off swiftly. Please inform Minerva that she must take great care of our guests in my absence, particularly Madame Maxime, as she is quite vexed by today's events. He turned back to regard Snape kindly, pausing before continuing, You will look after Harry. One to you? Well, if you have your own grasp on the situation. Snape struggled to articulate, finding it difficult to feel any anxiety in light of the headmaster's ever-calm demeanor. He raised an eyebrow, at the very least. You must ensure the protection of the children. Would you care for a cup of my homemade honey candy tea? Dumbledore suggested with a smile, the minty aroma wafting through the air. The phoenix, lulled by his touch, had fallen asleep on the branch, its crimson feathers reflecting the glow of the embers, casting a gentle shadow across the white beard. Outside, the moonlight was pale and cool, the distant mountains barely visible above the black lake. So, the awkward silence lingered, and Harry bit his lip, unable to resist speaking, though his gaze wandered elsewhere. Is this why you feign nonchalance? The wind carried the moonlight through the gaps in the leaves, leaving a carpet of fallen foliage. It is becoming increasingly apparent, Harry resumed after a moment of silence, gazing up in fascination at the tall, dark figure and the dim, golden hair in the shadows. You are becoming more and more like the Draco of my memories. But in truth, Harry felt a twinge of fear that Draco might become like the person he once was, the one who lived in tragedy, solitary and timid, yet too afraid to escape, the one who trusted no one and was trusted by no one, the one forever ensnared in a world of others' expectations, unable to find his own path, the one whose very thought filled Harry with unbearable guilt and remorse. Yet, was he truly frightened of Draco and not himself? Anxiety began to bubble within Harry. I simply do not wish to receive an answer that I already know, Draco muttered, flexing his fingers into a tight fist. Nor do I desire a lie. His words were swept away by the wind. I will tell you everything, even if not now. But I promise I will not deceive you, Harry implored, lifting his face to capture Draco's gaze. So believe me, please. I harbor no intent to harm anyone. Neither you nor that girl. What? Draco furrowed his brow. You seem a bit too agitated, Potter. But at least not now, Harry insisted, rising from the ground with a sudden, inexplicable fervor. I will never betray you. I will always believe in you. Draco took a step back, shaking his head. You look like a troll that just crawled out of a hole. I do not know how to resolve the issue at hand. As you are aware, the soul separation, Draco, Harry continued, rambling incoherently. However, I can face these challenges without fear. Everything can be surmounted. Trust me. I indeed harbor many secrets. Yet I am aware that I lack the ability to conceal them. Nevertheless, I assure you that I have never guarded myself against you. Are you not afraid of losing me, Draco? So trust me. I shall not abandon you. I can be your unwavering support. You seem to understand me well. Draco shook his head, his gray-blue eyes casting a wary glance at him before taking a step back. It is truly unimaginable. I have said nothing, yet you appear somewhat deranged. In the next moment, Harry lunged at Draco, catching him in a firm embrace, his slender frame trembling slightly. Draco's eyes widened as his hand instinctively pressed against Harry's head, yet he could not quell the shivering of the person in his arms. Harry was afraid. Fear was evident as he stumbled over his words, gradually spilling forth. But what was he afraid of? Losing me? Nonsense. He does not believe that a mere hint of my defenses would warrant such a reaction from a savior. So what is it that you fear, Harry? It seemed as though time had frozen. Draco held him tightly, unable to utter a word. The wind swirled the leaves above them, cascading down like a shower. I'm not a monster, Draco. Harry's voice whispered in his ear, sounding utterly frail, as if he had expended all his strength. It felt as if something sharp from the wind had pierced his body, hastening the flow of blood, causing his veins to throb with an overwhelming panic. Draco felt as if his body was no longer his own, his heart constricted by an invisible hand, aching painfully. He had never considered the extent of harm that soul separation could inflict. At least Harry had never shown it before, bearing everything in silence until today. Draco recalled the events of the afternoon, realizing he had nearly harmed someone. No one sees you as a monster, Draco whispered in his ear, his warm breath brushing against Harry's neck. Leaves floated down like rain, and the chirping of insects echoed from deep within the woods. Chapter 62. Fearless. Once again, it was Halloween, and the feast was prepared a bit later than usual. Thus, as the faint deep blue began to inch over the horizon, covering the patches of soft orange, they followed the crowd into the candlelit hall. Harry squeezed in among the throng, taking his seat with great interest, his gaze fixated on the array of exquisite dishes on his plate. Hogwarts house elves were always adept at preparing for various festivities. The air buzzed with enthusiastic discussions. Ron was fervently debating the news of the Goblet of Fire with the Weasley twins, while Hermione began her usual passionate discourse on the rights and freedoms of house elves. I hope it's Angelina, Ron repeated. So do I, Hermione agreed, a rarity for her. Today was the moment the goblet would choose the champions and the students. Lost in their thoughts, craned their necks to gaze in the direction of the goblet. Harry felt rather jovial, primarily because his 3-week confinement had finally come to an end. To call it confinement would be more accurate than to label it as torture for the very next day. Professor Snape had officially declared that he and Draco would be confined under his supervision. This was an immense deviation from what he had initially envisioned. In the shadow of Snape's stern presence, Harry recalled that his hands still trembled at the thought of how he had endured those 3 weeks. Potter, has a troll gnawed off a piece of your brain, or has your soul's detachment impaired your intellect? I instructed you to separate the bubotuber pus and dried nettles into different glass vials, not to pile them all under my nose. The potion's master relished in mocking him. Mind your movements. Potter, should you continue to daydream, you may find yourself sleeping on the potion classroom's carpet tonight. At this moment, Draco, who was effortlessly assisting in brewing potions, would poke his head over to tease him. I wouldn't mind sleeping next to you. Harry raised an eyebrow, completely disregarding Professor Snape's now ashen face. Subsequently, Draco's confinement was arbitrarily lifted by the potion's master. It seems you will be sleeping alone, my dear Potter. He would never forget that bastard's mocking laughter as he gathered his belongings and departed. What followed was 3 weeks of relentless bullying and suppression, during which he had not even had a chance to hold his boyfriend's hand. At least it was finally over. Harry lifted his head to glance at his excited friends. The candlelight painted their faces in hues of red, joy and anxiety flickering in their eyes. Unable to restrain his smile, Harry took a sip of warm milk, the sweet liquid flowing down his throat and spreading warmth throughout his body. Recently, his physical ailments had eased considerably, undoubtedly thanks to Snape, who had indirectly administered some soul-replenishing potion to him. Although it differed in dosage and effect from before, it had stabilized his condition to a certain extent. At least the previous stinging sensation had not reoccurred. He estimated he could endure until the end of the semester, at which point he would reassess whether to continue the potion. Finally, the golden plates returned to their immaculate state, and the volume in the hall abruptly rose as everyone engaged in lively discussions. Harry turned to observe the students. Unsurprisingly, even the typically stoic Slytherins seemed somewhat restless, murmuring quietly, their eyes drawn to every movement of Professor Dumbledore. At least Harry knew Draco was still very much concerned. Judging by the way, he was desperately trying to mask his emotions. Harry couldn't help but smirk at the sight of that pale face, his eyes glued to the goblet. All right, the goblet is about to make its decision. Dumbledore descended, standing behind the goblet, its flames casting a blue hue over his beard. In his past life, he had been one of the champions. Harry observed the professors at the staff table with a complex gaze. Moody, ever vigilant, Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, both anxious. Even the jovial bagman and every professor on the stage were scrutinized their identities beyond question, with no suspicion of impersonation. Thus, Harry speculated that unless an enemy operated in the shadows, which bore a low risk of success, this plan would proceed smoothly. Dumbledore continued with a smile. I estimate it will take another minute. Listen, once the champions' names are announced, I hope they will walk to the top of the hall. Then proceed along the staff table into the adjacent room. He pointed to the door behind the staff table, where they will receive initial guidance. He withdrew his wand and waved it dramatically. Aside from the candles and the jack-o'-lanterns, the rest of the candles extinguished, plunging the hall into a dim twilight. The goblet now emitted a dazzling light, brighter than anything else in the hall, its blue-white flames sparkling almost blindingly. Everyone watched, waiting, several glancing at their watches. It's almost time, Lee Jordan whispered to Fred, sitting 2 seats away from Harry. Suddenly, the flames in the goblet turned red, crackling with sparks. Then, a tongue of flame shot into the air, ejecting a singed piece of parchment. The hall's occupants nearly held their breath. Dumbledore caught the parchment, holding it aloft, smiling as he spoke. The champion from Durmstrang, Victor Krum. Not the slightest bit surprised, the crowd erupted into cheers as Krum stood and crossed the hall, entering the door. After a moment, the goblet began to glow once more, and just like in his previous life, Fleur and Cedric were chosen amidst gasps and screams as they made their way into that room. The atmosphere reached a crescendo, everyone chattering excitedly, and Dumbledore prepared to deliver his closing remarks. Harry had been harboring a sense of unease, knowing deep down that it was unlikely, yet still feeling somewhat apprehensive. As he gazed upon the flickering goblet of fire, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. His heart sank when the blue flames of the goblet surged and danced energetically, precisely as they had in the previous life. Harry sprang to his feet, his expression darkening as he watched the flames swirling at the exquisite rim of the goblet, becoming increasingly radiant. Dumbledore quickly noticed the anomaly, his smile fading into an expression of surprise as he approached the goblet, and the students gradually became aware of the disturbance. The chaotic scene abruptly quieting as they were all captivated by the goblet's erratic behavior. The flames within the chalice instantaneously transformed into a vivid red, crackling and leaping wildly along the rim. Then, a fiery tongue shot into the air amidst gasps of astonishment, and as before, a spark-laden parchment tumbled into Dumbledore's hands. It was infuriating. Harry instinctively tightened his grip on the glass cup in his hand. Dumbledore surveyed the room, furrowing his brow as he unfolded the note. A flash of complex emotion flickering across his gaze the moment he touched it. Time seemed to come to a standstill, leaving only the crackling sound of the flames in the goblet. All eyes were fixed on him and the note. Dumbledore turned, his gaze landing on the Gryffindor table, his blue eyes intense and profound. Almost simultaneously, Draco seemed to sense something, turning around in surprise to find Harry standing there, locking eyes with Dumbledore, solemn and resolute. Harry Potter, the old man with a white beard, spoke. With a loud crack, Harry crushed the glass cup in his hand. Draco, like most others, widened his eyes in shock. How could this be possible? Harry. Hermione looked at him in disbelief, her brown eyes wide and round. It was unclear when Harry had risen, but he stood out distinctly, as if waiting to make his entrance, ready to wave at the flashing cameras. Yet Harry did not smile. He merely held Dumbledore's gaze. His hand filled with shards of glass. A slow burn of anger ignited within him. The pain of the glass, piercing his palm, causing him to bite down on his molar in frustration. Some malevolent force felt like an ever-present shadow, persistently loathsome. As he scanned the room, the eyes of every individual were fixed upon him, seemingly eager to glean some understanding from his reaction. Harry fought to suppress the rage bubbling within him, striving to ignore the murmurs surrounding him. As if he were expected to explain everything, he thought with a bitter chuckle. Harry, sensing the need to withdraw his gaze from the podium, redirected it to the Slytherin table, where he locked eyes with the pale-haired boy, a sense of trepidation coursing through him. The soft candlelight blurred together in his vision, and Harry's heartbeat momentarily stilled as he observed Draco's eyes, which were filled with a greedy concern. Was he worried for him? Did he trust him? How could he be mistaken? Harry murmured within himself. He had never been wrong. Suddenly, a wave of disorientation washed over him. In his previous life, no one had believed him, his friends included, because everything had unfolded so abruptly, leaving no time for contemplation of the myriad factors involved. That lonely, helpless feeling, that bitter chill in his heart, he had thought he would never have to endure again. Harry, Hermione exclaimed, pulling him back to reality. You need to go up there. As he stepped away from his seat, he walked toward the podium with an almost nonchalant demeanor, his footsteps echoing clearly in the hushed hall. Did he want to play? Did he ever? with each step forward. His chest swelled with an overwhelming surge of courage and confidence. Did they think he could change nothing? Very well. Let them see. Harry strode toward the podium, indifferent to the professors' and guests' scrutinizing gazes, as if this were the most ordinary occurrence, as if he were merely fetching a platter of fruit. Harry! Dumbledore regarded him intently, and Harry shook his head, pausing briefly before turning to enter the door. Inside, there awaited other champions, along with their doubts and hostility. Yet regardless of the challenges, inquiries, or potential harm, he felt an unwavering resolve. Chapter 63, Solitude. Emerging from the various checks and interviews, Harry felt a parched dryness in his throat. By the time he returned to the hall, most of the students had already departed. It was no surprise. A new round of disputes and unending interviews had indeed consumed a considerable amount of time. Outside, darkness enveloped the landscape, while at the far end of the hall, a few Beauxbatons students huddled together, their scarves wrapped tightly around their necks to shield against the cold of Hogwarts winter. They surrounded Fleur, who had just emerged, her joy radiating brightly on the young girls' faces. Holding her little sister's hand, Fleur smiled, but cast a cold glance back at Harry when she noticed him watching, her expression brimming with animosity. Harry shrugged. It was understandable, given that she had always perceived him as a violent nuisance. And now it seemed he had escalated to an unruly brute. Opting to bypass them, Harry made his way to the Gryffindor common room, anticipating that there would be plenty of people waiting for yet another round of his unconvincing explanations. The goblet of fire sat forlornly on the table, its blue flames pulsating gently like a serene jellyfish, the flickering candles extinguished, and the light from the pumpkin lanterns casting an intermittent glow throughout the hall. "Excuse me, may I interrupt?" A crisp voice chimed from beside him. Harry glanced down to see Gabrielle, Fleur's sister, timidly standing nearby, her large blue eyes fixated on him, as if he were some kind of werewolf bearing a pumpkin lantern. "Well," Harry endeavored to appear gentle, tucking his hands into his sleeves and crouching slightly to meet her gaze with a smile. He was puzzled as to why she was afraid of him, yet had approached him, seemingly having sneaked over. Just moments ago, he had nearly harmed her, a thought that filled him with profound guilt. He had mistaken her for another girl who should not have been there. Whether it was a case of mistaken identity or some other cause of malicious visual distortion, Harry still felt fear and concern. For it was his own body in question, and he had already formed suspicions in his mind. That dreadful speculation was also the source of his panic and retreat. "I have something to tell you, Mr. Potter," the girl stammered, appearing to struggle for a while, her gaze dropping anxiously to her toes, her hands intertwined. "Do not be afraid, Gabrielle," Harry reassured her. "Have you heard the stories of vampires?" She lifted her head, her blue eyes wide with fear. "They are terrifying. My grandmother said they survive by drinking human blood." Harry nodded quietly, encouraging her to continue. "When the night of the full moon arrives," Gabrielle paused. "They come out to hunt, and it is all very frightening. I know you're a good person, sir," Gabrielle continued earnestly. "You can walk around during the day, you have many friends, and you laugh by the fireplace in the corridors, so you cannot possibly be terrifying." "What have you seen, Gabrielle?" Harry realized her intentions, carefully placing a reassuring hand on her small shoulder. "Here." Gabrielle choked slightly, her finger cautiously poking at Harry's glasses, leaving a tiny smudge on the smooth lens. "On the day you shattered the chandelier and mistook my identity. When you pointed your wand at me, I felt a pang of sorrow as Harry lowered his gaze. The little girl, Gabrielle, seemed eager to speak, but an angry shout from Fleur echoed in the distance. Soon after, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. "How dare you!" Fleur exclaimed as she swept Gabrielle into her arms, the long tassels cascading down, entwined with her golden braids that rested upon her chest, her face a mask of fury. "What have you done to her?" "I merely asked if she wanted some candy," Harry replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Nobody will believe you." Fleur shot him a cold glance, her exquisite features marred by an unmistakable disgust as she took a step back from the flicker of uncertainty in Harry's eyes. "Do not think that Hogwarts will shield you. I am aware of your sinister intentions. It will be wise to keep your distance from us." Casting a wary glance back at Harry, Fleur wrapped a scarf around Gabrielle and hurried away with the throng of approaching girls, exiting the hall into the engulfing darkness outside the castle. The Beauxbaton students resided in carriages outside the castle, waking each morning to dew-kissed glass panes, the majestic silhouette of Hogwarts looming vaguely in the distance, surrounded by crystalline springs and rows of golden ginkgo trees. Canaries chirped as they flitted to the branches, and occasionally, a few nifflers would poke their heads out of the earth. Harry found this life rather charming, believing that the girls emerging from such an environment must be innocent. What was there to fear about vampires, after all, but merely a perilous magical creature? He felt no trepidation towards them. Removing his glasses, Harry slowly navigated into a corner where the corridor met the stairwell, a broom shed hidden within. Indeed, it was missing a broom. He sat down, covering his eyes as if to shield himself from a harsh reality, enveloping himself in darkness. Where could he possibly hide? Everything felt like a cruel joke. The final words of that blue-eyed girl echoed incessantly in his mind. I saw your eyes, right here, when you raised your wand towards me. Fleur's furious cries reverberated in the hall like a haunting melody. Red, like a vampire, cold and dreadful. The child's voice tinged with hoarseness and curiosity. Red? Red? Surely. It was a misperception. Harry internally dismissed her. How could it be? Did she believe he was enchanted? Yet, he could not escape the truth. Her words slipped through his left ear, mingled with the sound of crushed ice, cascading into his mind and shattering the web of lies he had spun for himself. He was compelled to believe, to trust the foolish words of a frightened 9-year-old girl terrified of a vampire. He had no choice but to accept it, for it aligned too perfectly with everything he had surmised and dreaded. He just knew. He just knew. Harry's mind incessantly replayed the events, questioning how such illusions could arise from soul fragmentation. These anomalies were inherently inexplicable. Thus, nearly all doubts converged upon a singular point, the fragment of his soul, the filthy thing within him, which he wished to disregard but could not ignore. It was influencing him, strangely, for there had been no such occurrence in his previous life. Yet this was the reality and the only truth. The fragment was at work within him, and its effects were undeniable. Should he confide in Dumbledore, Professor Snape, or perhaps his godfather? They might devise a solution, mightn't they? No, he had already made a decision, had he not? He had told the child, with a rigid smile, "Do not tell anyone, Gabrielle. You are a good girl, and this is our little secret." So he had subconsciously made a choice, had he not? Who would believe him when he had become a part of Voldemort in the eyes of others? Once this matter was exposed, he would be doomed, foolish boy. Harry clenched his teeth and struck his fist against the wall, a jolt of pain shooting through him, sharpening his mind. Breathing heavily, he rose from the ground, the numbness creeping up his ankles like an insidious parasite. He looked up at the stairs, where a cascade of candlelight illuminated each step, the dark golden carpet spiraling upward. Slowly, Harry ascended, clutching the handrail, his head bowed as he stared at his toes. So, it appeared he had to bear this burden alone? He could not allow the fragment to continue its influence over him, yet he had no means to eradicate it. Was he to let Voldemort kill him once more? No. No, that was not right. The Elder Wand. Let the Elder Wand take his life. But could he ensure he would survive the Elder Wand's grasp a second time? The answer was a resounding no. Was there no other way? He felt like a sacrificial lamb, Harry Potter, unable to suppress a self-deprecating laugh. He noticed the portraits nearby, whispering among themselves, pointing at him. When had he begun to doubt? Harry pondered, recalling the third time he had succumbed to an illusion while on his broom, and then the moment he had lashed out at Gabrielle. That was evidently serious. As he had lost control of his consciousness, the impulse to kill still haunting him long after the fact. From that point onward, he had begun to suspect, to doubt that soul fragment, that wicked and dangerously potent object, questioning everything related to dark magic and his arch-nemesis. Thus, he found himself trembling like a lost child, anxious and paranoid, fragile and unpredictable. He had become someone unrecognizable, overcome by suspicion, and the evasion of reality offered him no solace. Harry raised his head once more, his green eyes clear and bright behind the lenses. He realized it was simply a matter of confronting everything or succumbing to despair. Life and death presented only two choices, and he would undoubtedly choose the former, as he was destined to fight relentlessly, battling until the end. At least this way, there would be no regrets, for he despised regret above all else. He would accept these circumstances, for at least it would lighten his burden. Turning back, Harry foolishly directed his face toward the portrait, attempting to mimic Draco's awkward smile, gazing at his reflection through the glass's refracted light. The wizards in the portrait exchanged glances, then laughed and waved at the foolish boy. Chapter 64. Infinite Tranquility. On a late autumn night, the chilled breeze swept the withering leaves from west to east, while the cool, gentle moonlight broke through a heavy cloud that had just passed. Gradually, the entire world was bathed in a hazy, silver glow. Night always held such mystery. When the candles within the castle extinguished and the dragon closed its golden eyes, the world surrendered to the wind. The wind mocked the windows, rustling the banners of varying hues and stirring the dark yellow ginkgo leaves, enticing the red-billed swans hidden among the reeds. The white shadows merged with the darkness, swirling upwards, then plummeting into the wind, unfurling their wings in a graceful dance, forming a cross in the air. The black lake shimmered under the moonlight, clear as a vast meditation basin, reflecting the twinkling stars above, resembling a mirror of an inverted world. The wind howled, carrying the white shadow across the surface. The silver gleam akin to a rift in the valley, submerging another realm into darkness. The shimmering curtain of water unfurled. A flock of blackbirds flapped their wings in startled flight, soaring over the treetops. A white shadow jostled and shattered the entangled branches, vanishing as it hit the ground. A cry shattered the tranquility. The boy with golden locks slid down from the tree, landing with a thud that crushed a pile of decayed leaves. Damn it, Draco muttered, feeling as though his spine might fracture. Why don't you just go die, Malfoy? The dark-haired boy, adorned with leaves atop his head, emerged from behind the tree, rubbing his neck as he leaned forward. I told you I wasn't prepared to land here. Even if I flew lower, why on earth did you let go? Did you say that? Draco's eyes widened, as if he had heard something utterly preposterous. Like this, he began to mockingly imitate. Coo, 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 coo. Don't joke around. Potter. Oh, shut up. You reckless fool. Harry groaned, leaning against a nearby tree, massaging his sore neck. And please, just grab the feathers next time. Don't pinch them. Your little fluff on your neck can't even be called feathers. Draco's demeanor softened slightly as he struggled to rise, moving closer to Harry. I suggest you wear a collar, preferably one with a chain, fitting for your flying skills. Are you criticizing my technique, Draco? Harry shot him a glare. I noticed you seemed quite engrossed while playing. Draco cast him a peculiar glance, stepping closer, then lowering his head to meet Harry's gaze. His tousled golden hair framed his face, accentuating its sharpness. Must you phrase it so suggestively? Harry seized a handful of dirty leaves and tossed them into Draco's robes. Much to his horror, fireflies flickered and flitted through the gaps between the leaves, their yellow glow delicately illuminating every fragile vein of the foliage they passed. The air was rich with the refreshing sense of damp earth and crisp leaves, enveloped in a silence that was both haunting and alluring. It was a rare moment of relaxation. The night always suited him best, free from lurking foes and dangers, devoid of throngs of people and their hostile scrutiny, and a myriad of things he loathed. How delightful it was, with not a worry in sight. Harry sighed, extending his arm and spreading his fingers, gazing at the silver moon through the gaps. No one would fix their gaze upon him, nor would there be whispers behind his back. Draco's eyes flickered. From the looks of you, are you confident in finding that guy who forced you into the Triwizard Tournament? No, Harry shook his head, a smile tugging at one corner of his mouth. He'll find 100 ways to hide, but those in the shadows only live in torment. I must empathize with his struggle, Draco. How noble, the savior. I bet he'd weep if he heard that, Draco replied with a practiced smirk. But that little character still made a mess of you, didn't he? No one believed in you, just like how almost everyone thought you were the heir of Slytherin. Didn't you believe it? Harry grinned. You've always known me quite well, haven't you? This time was different from the last. In the previous life, even some closer friends had doubted whether he would toss the note into the goblet of fire. But now it was all over, nearly complete. I knew it, Harry. You would participate. Not doing so would be a regret. Dean was the first to see you when he entered the common room. I didn't. Tell us how you did it. Fred and the others surged forward. I didn't. This is truly a momentous occasion. Gryffindor is participating. Gryffindor is participating. You will win. One to you? Harry. This situation persisted for almost a week. He was even more popular than Cedric, as if everyone selectively ignored his age, even Snape, who should have been the least suspicious. I hope you're not contemplating breaking school rules after one of these detentions, Potter. I'm under your watchful eye every day. Professor. Harry mused bitterly, unsure whether it was a good or bad thing. Draco did not respond. He focused intently on straightening his robes, which he had recently cleaned with a charm, although it was unclear what needed tidying. Damn it, Potter. You started to pass on your filthy habit of sitting on the ground to me. It was truly alarming, being involved with a beast. Aren't you afraid? Harry turned to look at him. This is the Forbidden Forest. There are werewolves, giant spiders, centaurs. Echoes reverberated from the depths of the woods, as if some beast was sounding an alarm. I'm sitting next to a raptor-like, humanoid weapon of savior. Why would I be afraid? Draco smirked, his canine teeth glimmering in the moonlight. So shut your bird mouth, Scarlet. Don't treat me like a Gryffindor troll. Indeed, it's because of me that you worry about nothing. It's because I can protect you. Harry felt a surge of delight, a strange sense of responsibility swelling his confidence. Yes, you're a hero, Potter, unmatched by any. Draco revealed that inscrutable, mocking expression once more, tilting his head back. His long, pale neck bare, shadows of lashes falling upon his eyelids, filled with tenderness in his slate-blue eyes. The smile that danced upon his lips was imbued with the enchanting glow of the moonlight. "You're truly captivating, Draco," as if struck by Cupid's arrow. Harry's gaze became unfocused, his throat constricting as his body involuntarily leaned closer. Well, I certainly know that," Draco said, grasping the back of his neck, winking conspiratorially. Compliments and smiles were the perfect accompaniment when seducing a foolish Gryffindor savior. Harry's lips trailed along Draco's neck, his hands wrapping around Draco's shoulders like an octopus. "I want to have you," Harry whispered confidently in his ear, then bit down firmly on his jaw. Draco jolted, wrapping his arms around Harry's back, pressing him against the tree, and with a dull thud, Harry's head thumped against the trunk. "Damn!" Harry attempted to knee him in the abdomen, but Draco had already wedged a leg between his own. "Not to call you out, but—" Draco swiftly removed Harry's glasses, brushing his fingers up his nose and sweeping his black hair back, leaning down to meet Harry's gaze with his gray eyes. "You really don't know anything. I just don't have your tricks." Harry's brows knitted together. "This is a symbol of purity. Don't make excuses for your stupidity." "Scarhead," Draco chuckled, pressing his forehead against Harry's, revealing a playful canine tooth on either side. "No, I don't want to argue with you right now." Harry felt an overwhelming heat, his blood flowing like molten lava, and he clung tightly to Draco's neck, fiercely kissing those lips he both adored and despised. Draco's hands joyfully slipped beneath Harry's robes, roaming every corner he desired to touch. The night was always shrouded in mystery and allure. Fireflies cautiously immersing themselves in the cool yet gentle moonlight, traversing the leaves, illuminating the dewy veins as droplets fell from the intertwined trees, splattering onto a freshly woven spider's web. A night stallion passed not far away, shedding a cascade of yellow leaves, accompanied by a tender, serene night, and a few occurrences of, minor incidents. "Rain in that grin that S about to stretch to your ears, you silly child," a resigned voice murmured, accompanied by the rustle of robes. "I will strip you of your last pair of trousers." Chapter 65, the last one. "I have something to say to you, Harry." Harry lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the blinding sunlight to rest upon the ivory marble steps, clad in the familiar Gryffindor robes. Ron Weasley's crimson and gold tie was slightly askew, his face flushed to match his hair. This marked the first instance of conversation between them since their Cold War began. Verdant, yellow-green vines clung to the walls behind him as he stood at one of the domed entrances of the corridor, inadvertently crushing several clumps of clover beneath his feet. A flicker of joy ignited within Harry, prompting him to halt and feign indifference, deliberately raising an eyebrow. Ron appeared somewhat anxious, pretending to be nonchalant as he propped one leg against the wall. Two girls in Hufflepuff robes passed by, causing Ron to awkwardly sidestep. "Hey, listen," he began, recognizing that standing there was not conducive to a proper conversation. He hopped down from the steps, landing on the grass beside Harry, as a few gray pigeons took flight in the distance. "I think I know what your first task is." The anticipated surprise did not materialize. Harry maintained a stony expression. "All right, I admit it was my mistake not to believe you at first," Ron said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, his face red. "But you must trust me. I truly know your first task. You see, it's not just me who doubted you, is it?" Ron continued. Hermione had her doubts initially as well. No one could simply believe an impossible claim based on mere words. "So you're still skeptical of me then?" Harry inquired. "No, not anymore." Ron's gaze drifted skyward before returning to Harry's face. "I just thought, you really don't need to resort to deception to bolster your sense of superiority, for you are already quite remarkable." After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Harry's eyes fell upon the shirt that Ron had fished out from his trousers. Surprised to hear such words from him. "It's not too late now." Ron's face brightened with a renewed smile as he leaned closer to Harry, appearing mysteriously conspiratorial. "But I have to tell you some rather alarming news." "A fire dragon?" Harry interjected. "I already know." Ron blinked in astonishment. "Could you repeat that?" "Yesterday. Hagrid took me to see it. Your brother Charlie was there too." "Oh, splendid," Ron replied dryly, beginning to poke several weeds into the soil with the tips of his shoes. "Perhaps we could go visit Hagrid," Harry suggested, breaking the momentary awkwardness as he tilted his head and smiled at the somewhat vexed Ron. "You can tell me all the details about the fire dragon on the way." Like the sun emerging from behind clouds, Ron raised his head once more, his expression brightening, though it soon morphed into a frown as he elongated his tone. "That could be quite terrifying, Harry." "Hey, Potter." The voice sliced through the air from behind a row of camphor trees, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Draco, flanked by his entourage, sauntered towards them, the sunlight gleaming upon their figures. "What are you doing here?" Draco feigned surprise upon spotting Ron. crossing his arms and scrutinizing him with disdainful eyes that lingered on Ron's hand resting on Harry's shoulder. Has the ferret returned to fawn over you again, Potter? Yes, my friend, Harry retorted, stepping closer and lowering his voice. I warned you about those nicknames. Are you referring to the pungent ferret or the poverty-stricken Weasley? Draco scoffed, tilting his head dismissively. Do you want to lose a tooth? Ron stormed forward, brimming with indignation. Draco remained stationary, with Goyle and Crabbe acting as immovable sentinels behind him. Do you think you're still in your mother's womb, Malfoy? Ron shouted at the boys behind Draco. You cowardly little brat. Can we not escalate this? Harry interjected, pulling Ron aside and casting a stern glare at Draco, who appeared poised to speak. Potter. Draco's gaze dropped to meet his tone frigid, his pale blue eyes nearly translucent in the sunlight. Once again, you ought to be aware of the company you keep. Harry's expression hardened. He was acutely aware that Draco was defending himself and that he had always harbored disdain for Ron, particularly after Ron's jealousy had driven a wedge between them. Yet what of it? Ron was his brother in arms, and his significance in Harry's life was undeniable. Go to hell, Ron exclaimed, brandishing his wand, sparks flying from its tip. With a swift motion, Harry acted faster, knocking Ron's wand from his hand. Don't instigate trouble. Casting a final, complex glance at Draco, Harry pondered how he would explain this later, before tugging Ron away to leave the scene. What do you mean, Potter? Draco seethed, glaring at their retreating figures as he drew his wand, aiming it at Ron's back. Boom! A surge of vibrant red light enveloped Draco, and with a rapid transformation, he shrank dramatically. Harry felt a chill crawl down his spine, his heartbeat quickening as he whipped around, accompanied by Goyle's startled gasp. Draco had vanished, replaced by a quivering white ferret crouched upon the grass. The source of this chaos was none other than Professor Moody, who emerged from the nearby classroom, his expression stormy, as adrenaline surged through Harry, igniting a blaze of fury within him that coursed through every inch of his being. He felt as though his airways had been filled with shards of ice, waves of panic and breathlessness crashing over him. Behind you, you shameless cur, Moody roared, raising his wand menacingly towards the trembling ferret on the ground. Whoosh! A bolt of crimson light shot forth, nearly grazing Moody's arm as he instinctively dodged, yet not swiftly enough. The light grazed his arm, splattering blood against the tree trunk. A deep gash marred the bark, and Moody's robe tore, blood seeping from the wound beneath. You, Moody gasped, his eyes widening in shock as his magical eye whirled about in its socket. The one who just attacked me was Harry Potter. In quick succession, another flash of light erupted, and before Moody could react, he found himself ensnared. Harry Potter approached, clutching the creature he had transformed into a ferret in his arms, his expression chilling as the sunlight fell upon his face. He approached Moody, squatting down to meet his gaze. You revealed your own hand. Harry's wand pressed against Moody's chin, the tip delivering a sharp sting, his voice and demeanor devoid of warmth. Little cockroach. Ron Weasley felt a maelstrom of conflicting emotions after much deliberation with Hermione. He had resolved to apologize to his best mate. Though this task was easier said than done, the relief that followed their reconciliation felt liberating, akin to basking in the sunlight as they set out to visit their old friend Hagrid, anticipating a shared dinner to discuss how to assist Harry with his first task. However, the reality was far from his expectations. His recently reconciled brother stood there, clutching their mutual enemy, with his wand aimed at their dark arts professor. Do you know what you're doing? Moody sensed not a tremor in the wand, as Harry's eyes, appearing almost deep green against the light, remained devoid of emotion. I certainly do, Harry replied, one hand firmly clutching the soft creature, while the other gripped his wand tightly. Go fetch the professor, Ron. Harry growled, his gaze locked onto Draco. Tell them there's an imposter here. What? Ron stumbled, turning back in bewilderment. Curious onlookers among the passing students turned their heads towards the commotion, while Goyle and Crabbe stood as statues, frozen in place. Hurry, Harry urged again, his eyes fiercely fixed on Ron. You. Moody's expression twisted with fury as he regarded Harry, his fingers stealthily moving within his robes. I am your professor. I know. That was true when you first arrived at the school, but it's certainly ISNT anymore. Harry couldn't help but tug at his hair as he meticulously observed Professor Moody, an authentic dark arts instructor. He had almost completely dismissed the notion of a Death Eater impersonating him, thus shifting his focus to Karkaroff and that group of Durmstrang students. He had never imagined that such a thing could occur at Hogwarts, a place that should be exceedingly safe, where a professor could be unwittingly replaced. Heaven knows what tricks this fellow employed to ensnare Moody. Do you take me for a fool? Harry mused as he shoved Draco into his robes, which elicited a hard bite from the latter. He then swiftly drew the wand concealed in his sleeve, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Your time is up. Impossible. The impostor Moody spluttered, forced to tilt his head back against the tree trunk, grimacing as he exclaimed, How could you possibly discover this? I merely dealt with a Slytherin. You were mistaken to act against him, Harry replied with a feigned nonchalance. You shouldn't have laid a hand on him, for your aggression would provoke my retaliation. And once we clashed, your vulnerabilities would become evident. He had fought alongside Moody, who was a fierce and valiant orator. Moody never shied away from a frontal assault, confronting spells head-on rather than foolishly colliding with trees in fear of student attacks. Moreover, a certain stench of scum emanated from him, making it nearly impossible not to notice. Potter? Professor McGonagall's voice broke through from behind, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Do not revel in your triumph, Harry Potter. Your demise will be most grievous. A fierce individual glared at him. Worry about yourself, fool. Harry watched with delight as the impostor Moody's visage began to distort, the beard that did not belong to him sprouting chaotically from his chin. The polyjuice potion was slowly losing its potency. It was gratifying, as this marked the last malignant presence within the school. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dark shadows in unseen corners. Chapter 66, Interconnected. The ease with which he navigated the situation was almost excessive, yet such victories invariably imbued him with boundless confidence. Harry had never been particularly anxious about the individual lurking in the shadows, for the more perilous a facade appeared, the more pronounced its weaknesses became. Additionally, his understanding of history assured him that capturing this individual was merely a matter of time. However, he never anticipated that the adversary would audaciously continue to masquerade as Moody. Nor did he foresee how swiftly he would unearth the ruse. Imagine how utterly vexed Voldemort must be at this moment, with nearly no one left by his side. A shadow flickered in Harry's mind, the Death Eater who had unleashed the Dark Mark on that fateful Quidditch night. Oh, and the scarred face. His identity had been revealed. Professor McGonagall stormed into the headmaster's office, her expression grave, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes twisting together like poorly braided twine. She placed several pieces of news and materials on the mahogany table laden with teacups and raised her gaze to meet Dumbledore's. Harry sat in a corner, cradling a cup of honeyed coffee. Madame Pomfrey was attending to the recently liberated Professor Moody. In my new office, traps, foolish traps, and those vile dark potions. Moody glowered at the tall man bound to the high chair. He had prepared numerous polyjuice potions, evidently believing he could maintain the charade for an extended period. I shall report this disgraceful incident to the Ministry. Do not rush, Moody. Dumbledore perused the documents, and beneath the glaring headlines, several panicked men huddled together. Vanishing into darkness through a small port key, he gazed out at the sunlight, contemplating. This is a fugitive, Rookshire. Do you recognize the name? Indeed, Moody replied, his emotions surging as he waved his prosthetic leg, the metallic heel aimed at the dazed, bearded man who had consumed the Veritaserum. That operation was successful. Yet 4 managed to escape, including this individual. I recall their names. That clarifies matters. Yes, indeed, he was involved in trafficking, assisting their employer. Harry regarded the man with confusion. He was securely bound to the chair, a robust figure whose clothing was tattered from his inflated form. His beard a tangled mess reminiscent of the damp weeds by the Black Lake. Shouldn't he be a Death Eater? Yet Dumbledore inspected his arm and found no dark mark. Therefore, according to Moody's insinuation, this was yet another entanglement involving Aurors and dark arts. No, that was not right. He had usurped Moody's identity to enter his name into the Goblet of Fire, thus complicating matters beyond mere fugitive status. The creature in Harry's arms squirmed restlessly, prompting him to reach into his robes in an attempt to soothe it. The potion was beginning to take effect. Snape stepped back, clutching the glass vial. All eyes were fixed on the criminal's face. Why did you disguise yourself to infiltrate the school? Dumbledore's hands were clasped together, tilting his head to regard him. Ponte found me and instructed me to do so. He promised me a new identity and a considerable sum of galleons. His tone was devoid of inflection. Who is Ponte? Harry interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. The name was familiar, one he had heard on the night of the Quidditch World Cup, associated with the cunning, scar-faced Death Eater. Another fugitive, Moody's expression hardened. Tell us what you know about Ponte. Rook sniffed, beginning to recount his tale. Through his narrative, Harry gleaned that these 4 fugitives were entangled in the dark arts case brought up by his godfather during the summer, a case that had unraveled due to a flaw in the chain of operations linked to Black. The cunning Ponte was a lowly ministry employee, clandestinely engaging in nefarious dealings. The unfolding events filled him with dread, revealing a web of interconnectedness. Ponte's identity had been exposed. Selfishly betraying his employer and trading posts, leading to the capture of these hidden dark elements within the magical world. Yet four managed to escape, becoming embroiled in Hogwarts and the war between him and Voldemort. How did Ponte come into contact with Voldemort? He is a Death Eater, Harry remarked, furrowing his brow, drawing curious and complex gazes from everyone present. There are few remaining Death Eaters in the magical world, Harry, Moody cautioned, his magical eye swiveling in its socket. Do not make assumptions. Very well, Harry shrugged helplessly. All these matters were interconnected, silently evolving in the shadows. Harry found himself ruminating on his actions. Time seemed to forcibly correct history, and far more conventionally than he had anticipated, the world was preserving its own order. Yet, evidently, he was altering events more swiftly than time could mend them. If every timeline intertwined like the veins of a leaf, then when a single timeline diverged, the butterfly effect would cause the entire continuum to shift. Time and history would deconstruct and reconstruct in their own manner, propelling the vast wheels of time and history forward until they reached their destined conclusion. Yet, in truth, he had transcended time. He was changing things faster, so swiftly that history had no opportunity for remedy. And when he grew into his significance, when his influence was sufficient to escape a humble fate, he would have succeeded. That would be the moment he triumphed over time. What task did Ponte assign you? Dumbledore glanced at Harry and continued his inquiry. Rook sniffed again, shaking his head, and resumed in his raspy voice. Infiltrate Hogwarts, ensure Harry Potter participates in the tournament, and assist him in winning the Triwizard Cup, ultimately exchanging the trophy for a portkey. What? The air fell into an immediate stillness as Madame Pomfrey drew a sharp breath. To where was Harry being sent? Why Harry? McGonagall exchanged a disbelieving glance with Madame Pomfrey before both turned in unison to the boy seated nearby. The boy, bewildered and at a loss, raised his face, his hands fidgeting nervously within his robes. I don't know, Luke murmured, his gaze drifting vacantly towards the portrait of former headmasters, all of whom wore solemn expressions as they regarded the room. Harry noted that the grand painting of the Russian castle that had once occupied the space above was now replaced by a landscape oil painting. In this artwork, vast swathes of blue-gray dominated the canvas, while below lay a series of quaint homesteads stretching across a verdant expanse. The sky was layered with distinct clouds, while the mountains loomed in the distance, the vast prairie teeming with sheep and buttercups. A shiver coursed through him as he found himself captivated by the painting's impact. A breeze, fragrant with the scent of grass, seemed to waft past, and he imagined the endless prairie rolling before him. This was no mere coincidence. Dumbledore finally broke the silence. What did you encounter after your escape? Moody, gradually realizing that the situation had spiraled beyond control, secured the final bandage around his prosthetic leg. The Muggle neighborhood, Luke appeared lost in thought. The mysterious figure attacked us. Do you remember where it happened? Who it was? He began to ramble about abandoned squares and half-damaged swings, recounting their encounter with the mysterious figure and the subsequent pursuit of Pont. Everything was shrouded in mystery. Harry squinted, pondering how the place described by the clumsy giant bore some resemblance to Privet Drive. When Luke mentioned that the magical detection array in that location exhibited a magical backlash, Harry's heart raced. If his suspicions proved accurate, that incident likely occurred during his summer break, possibly even in his vicinity, with his actions inadvertently catalyzing the unfolding events. And that mysterious figure, who could it be? Was it Voldemort? Yet, based on his description, it seemed improbable. Who was that enigmatic figure? It appeared everyone was contemplating this question, for undoubtedly, no one knew the connection between the mysterious figure and Pont's later actions. Even the bearded man had failed to catch a glimpse of the other's visage. Thus began the unfolding of a series of events. Mysterious figure, Pont, Death Eaters, Voldemort. Harry desperately attempted to untangle the relationships in his mind. Clearly, Pont had not been a Death Eater prior to his encounter with the mysterious figure, and in his dreams, as well as on that fateful night of the Irish World Cup, Pont was the one who had located Voldemort's scarred visage. How could a fugitive drug dealer, devoid of the dark mark, be so resolute in seeking out a dark wizard long presumed vanished? That mysterious figure, another temporal juncture? The origin of a series of events seemed to converge upon him. Harry couldn't help but glance at the captured individual who had inadvertently extinguished this chain of conspiracies. Peter, Barty Crouch Jr., and that foolish Luke. How then would time guide the course of history? Harry raised his gaze, his attention inadvertently drawn to the painting that soothed his restless spirit, where the white clouds had drifted towards sunlit realms, and the shepherd had herded the sheep elsewhere. Chapter 67. Are you willing? Upon exiting the office, Harry realized it was already time for dinner. Almost everyone had gathered in the Great Hall. leaving the corridors desolate as he walked quietly through the ground floor. The stairwell felt somewhat empty, yet this emptiness did not diminish its opulence and grandeur. Absently, Harry tapped his fingers against the banister as he descended. For fugitives, strangers, the dark mark, Harry Potter, his professors had yet to reach a conclusion. A resolution that seemed eternally elusive, as they even hesitated to link the matter with the dark mark. Dumbledore had entrusted the captured criminal to Moody for transfer to the Ministry of Magic, and it appeared that this chapter had reached a close. Professor McGonagall insisted that Harry withdraw from the tournament, while Moody contended that until the matter was thoroughly investigated, it should not be disclosed to the public, lest it incite panic. Once Voldemort was implicated, the nature of the situation would shift entirely. Thus, Harry would still have to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. But with the threat posed by those who sought to harm him now apprehended by Aurors, the competition no longer seemed as perilous. Lost in thought, a warm bundle emerged from his robes, a fluffy white ferret scuttling up to his shoulder and promptly biting his earlobe. Oh! Harry yelped, tilting his head in distress. Let go, you little rascal. He grasped its tail, tugging downward, while the ferret's front paws clung desperately to his robe. Calm down, Harry soothed. I merely wish to take you somewhere. He could feel the creature trembling against him, not from fear. Of course, he cast a guilty glance at the snarling little animal, stroking its top back gently with his fingertip. Upon pushing open the small wooden door in the corner, it creaked and stirred up a cloud of dust, and Draco cautiously buried his head in Harry's soft hair. What does Scarlet intend to do? Draco surveyed the peculiar broom cupboard, which was no bigger than a single bedroom, its pale red wallpaper dingy and frayed in every corner. The massive wooden windowsill indeed, deserving the label of huge. Draco mused that Potter could easily wrap himself in a blanket and sleep there. It was stark and barren, with only a few broken brooms scattered in the corner. Heaven knows how Hogwarts could harbor such an unsightly broom cupboard. It was truly a dreadful environment. What did he mean by bringing him here? A room suffused with red? All right, I understand you're a Gryffindor. I can appreciate your sense of aesthetics, but please, let us find a cleaner place. No, I don't wish to set foot anywhere in this place. Put me down, Potter. Feeling himself unceremoniously hoisted by a warm hand, Draco flailed his limbs, unable to suppress a desperate cry, slowly inching toward the oversized windowsill that clashed with his taste. Harry deposited the ferret onto the sill, then gazed mournfully at the scratches on his hand, while Draco felt a wave of unpleasant dust invade his nostrils. Opening the grimy window, the fresh breeze, imbued with the scent of fading sunlight, filled every corner of the tiny room, and the colorful bells hanging in one corner of the window began to chime melodiously in the wind. Harry, weary and languid, crossed his legs and sat beside Draco, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek. Outside, the crimson clouds spread from the west to the east in layers, a breathtaking spectacle of color, casting a faint glow that created gentle shadows on Harry's face. Draco lifted his gaze to him, witnessing Harry's eyes crinkle in a smile, the soft light illuminating his emerald green irises, rendering them tender. Tenderness washed over Draco, stirring ripples in his heart. Even the passing wind seemed to linger. Don't blame me, Draco, Harry teased with a mischievous grin. I didn't mean to not turn you back. It's just that this version of you is quite rare. So, I wanted to seize this opportunity to say some things I seldom get to express. The ferret raised its neck, sitting upright with its front paws planted on its chest, blinking its blue-gray eyes seriously at Harry, feeling an unsettling premonition. Have you seen the portrait that hangs above the door, Draco? Harry asked, locking eyes with him intently. I bet you didn't really pay attention. Draco's lips twitched slightly. The atmosphere in the painting is delightful, so liberating. Harry seemed lost in recollection, his head tilting, shadows deepening unconsciously. I envy it. Why use the word envy? It is said that when an individual realizes they can choose to refrain from doing what they do not wish to, they attain the very essence of freedom they have long desired. Harry paused momentarily, while Draco regarded him with a complex expression, observing the corners of his mouth curl into a smile. Above them, the delicately painted translucent bells gently chimed, producing an indescribably melodious tune, reminiscent of a beautiful love story infused with the fragrance of roses, soft and enchanting. Draco found himself irresistibly pondering the sensation of the wind caressing his cheek, carrying the rosy hues of the sky, the image of dewdrops gliding over the camphor tree leaves before merging into the earth, and the warmth of a kiss from someone beloved, enveloping him like a gentle embrace. I do not wish to be Harry Potter, he declared, not in the slightest. It felt as though a fissure had formed in the eyes, with the cold, damp air rising from the depths of the frigid lake. Draco tensed, discomfort coursing through him. At first, I truly contemplated escaping everything. Harry sighed, his smile suddenly twisting into something more sardonic. Yet I am greedy. I neither wish to shoulder all burdens nor relinquish my desires. Thus, I have endured until now. But it is nearing its conclusion, Draco. I have accomplished much, and no one can impede me now. I shall not allow any tragedy to unfold. Trust me, I will prevail. His tone grew increasingly urgent. Once I unravel everything and resolve it all, I shall cast aside all burdens and indulge in life, reveling in the pursuits I have long yearned for. I shall engage in endeavors that none can obstruct. Harry clutched a leg tightly, his eyes sparkling with fervor. No one can hinder me. You will forever be like a flame, Draco mused, entranced by the fading rosy glow upon Harry's forehead. For within you resides an eternal lion. Regardless of your falls or injuries, your brilliance has never waned. Just before graduation, Harry, in a moment of unrestrained passion, lifted Draco onto his lap, their gazes locking with vibrant intensity. I can achieve everything and take you away from here. To any place your heart desires, the glaciers of Lake Baikal or the seas of the Maldives, to every corner of this world. Whether it be the dew-kissed buttercups of the meadows or the silvery snow atop the peaks. Whether it be the shimmering lights amidst the night or the reeds that conceal swans and fireflies, I long to show you all. The wind faded alongside the gentle rosy clouds, the distant black lake shimmering. Will you join me, Draco? The voice of the savior had never carried such softness. A cool breeze drifted in from the now pale air, silently stirring the long gauzy curtains behind them, while the colorful bells twirled, scattering patches of light. Within Draco's heart, something rapidly blossomed, sprouting forth with fervent warmth, flooding him with an overwhelming surge of emotion. He gazed up at Harry, yearning to protect him for the first time. A longing so profound it shattered all defenses and armor, utterly and completely, from the inside out. I will stand by your side. Always. Draco nodded solemnly. I promise. The shimmering moonlight ascended from the pale curtain, carrying with it youthful vows. Chapter 68. Understanding is enough. The day before the Christmas ball, Ron Weasley wrapped a golden-red scarf around his neck and glanced out the window. A thick blanket of snow covered the entire world, yet the flakes continued to fall. Settling upon the pale lake water, the snow-dusted steps, the tips of pine cones, and the glass panes filled to the brim. All the plants had curled into themselves. Bare branches intertwined, leaving a touch of desolation and melancholy in this winter. Ron buried his chin into his scarf, deciding to take a stroll. He had no classes this afternoon and did not wish to stew in the dormitory. Passing through the Gryffindor common room, the warmth of the crackling hearth enveloped him, while several older students leaned against the windows, diligently writing their essays. The snowlight illuminated the crumpled parchment, and a few cats tiptoed across the armchairs, leaving inky paw prints that sullied several newspapers. Ron tucked his head down, as winter always bore an alluring air of tranquility, perhaps tinged with a sense of purity and distance, prompting him to think of the girls from Beauxbatons, who always donned light garments and veils, their ice-blue eyes blinking with an air of aloofness. In comparison, he preferred other seasons, at least they were not as cold, and there were vibrant red roses and fields of white daisies blooming, suited for the laughter of young maidens. Dean Thomas entered, lowering his voice intentionally, broomstick in hand, bringing with him a gust of wintry air. Shall we go play Quidditch? The snow isn't falling heavily at all. No, not in the slightest, Ron replied, lifting one eyelid to glance at the snow around Dean's neck. You should go find Neville. Oh, all right. Dean appeared somewhat disappointed, fiddling with his broomstick, snow cascading from the crevices. He approached and patted Ron's shoulder. I understand how you feel, but I still think you should move past the idea of inviting Fleur and seek out a new partner. Otherwise, you'll be the only fourth year without one. No need to fret about it, Ron muttered, irritation creeping in at the mere mention of it. At least Harry isn't worried about it. Dean shot him a quizzical glance. I thought you knew Harry already has a boyfriend. Of course I know, Ron replied tersely, a fire igniting within him. Even a fool can see that, can't they? Observing Dean's expression of hesitation, Ron turned towards the fat lady's portrait, smirking as he recalled Harry, saying neither of them wished to dance with the girls. So that's why Harry also has no partner? Dean mused, picking up his broom and shaking his head in resignation. Exiting the portrait hole, Ron dashed quickly, the draft from the staircase lifting his robes and scarf behind him. Regarding his relationship with Malfoy, Ron had only truly realized it during the time Harry caught the faux professor. Admittedly, he was late to the game. However, he had just reconciled with Harry, and with Harry's candid and forthright explanations, He could not harbor any resentment or anger. Indeed, it was impossible for him to truly fall out with him. He was Harry Potter, after all, and only a fool would sever ties with him. Harry Potter, Harry Potter. Harry Potter, the object of the world's admiration. Hence, everything he did made sense, and every challenge he faced had someone to shoulder the burden. Ron couldn't help but recall the argument with Hermione that morning, and the excitement radiating from the brown-haired girl as she discussed a certain matter with him. "You know about the time turner?" Hermione exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she tugged at her sleeve. "It's technically a forbidden item, but I used it throughout my 3rd year. I suspect Harry isn't the real Harry. He may be Harry from another timeline. Do you understand? It's highly plausible that Harry, coming from another time, seeks to alter something using a time turner or something similar." Ron had been staring blankly at the falling snow outside, when the vivid brown of Hermione's enthusiasm abruptly filled his vision. He snapped back to reality, gazing at Hermione's animated features, momentarily lost in thought. "We need to investigate this matter. It could potentially be the key to saving Harry's health." "No," Ron furrowed his brow, his mind buzzing with irritation as he listened to Hermione's incessant chatter. Why did it always have to be about Harry Potter? Couldn't she change the subject? "It's impossible. Isn't it? He's the same age as us unless he's hiding the real Harry Potter away." "You're being irrational, Hermione. Let's drop this topic, shall we? What can you even do about it?" Hermione looked at him in astonishment. "You can't do anything," he continued, feeling a tumult of negative emotions churning within him, his words spilling forth at an accelerated pace. "Take the time to delve into self-discovery. Perhaps you might even find a dance partner." The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds as Hermione tightened her lips, the fervor in her eyes dissipating at a visibly rapid pace. "You truly disappoint me." With her gaze cast downwards, she hastily gathered her belongings, deliberately avoiding eye contact with him. The ruler and ink bottle clinked together, creating a pinging noise. "You've accomplished nothing, so indulge in your selfish thoughts." With that, Hermione slung her bag over her shoulder and took 2 steps forward, then turned back, her eyes lowered. "Someone has already asked me out, so you should worry about yourself." The sound of her footsteps faded away. Ron pursed his lips, irritably sketching a few lines on the paper. The cold air seeping through the window wove its way between his robes and legs, leaving him alone once again with this damn winter. He stepped onto the crushed ice as he exited the corridor, observing the delicate, white snowflakes lazily drifting from the sky. Hesitating for a moment, he sidestepped the well-trodden path and stamped his foot onto the adjacent flat layer of snow. The snow yielded beneath his foot, accompanied by the faint sound of fabric being torn, as a few clumps of snow tumbled from the distant branches, sinking into the festive ribbons prepared for Christmas. Wandering aimlessly towards the Black Lake, he noticed several younger Hufflepuffs engaged in a snowball fight, their shouts echoing through the air, white mist rising from their mouths as they quickened their pace. Suddenly, a snowball struck his leg, and Ron glared at the small boy responsible before trudging through the snow to find a quieter spot. What reason did he have to be angry? Ron blinked as he gazed outward. The expansive Black Lake was lightly dusted with snow, and the leaden mountains loomed in the distance, floating above the water. Harry truly had the ability to accomplish such feats, didn't he? He could face a dragon without flinching, and Ron couldn't help but recall the terrifying, fierce dragons from the first task, their mere sight sending shivers down his spine. Yet Harry managed to conquer them, soaring on his broomstick like a true dragon fighter. Did he not feel fear? Fear. Harry had said he would feel nervous, even afraid of the dragon biting off the tail of his broom. Did he not worry about becoming detached from his own soul? Worry. Harry had never voiced that concern, but each morning upon waking, the first thing he did was test his fingers to gauge the stability of his potion's effects. He worried about failing his potion exam, played pranks on Crookshanks when Hermione was distracted, and often experienced sudden, unanticipated headaches and body aches. He had so many worries, and it seemed he was aware of them all. Suddenly, Ron was astonished to realize that he seemed to know everything. He understood Harry more than he had ever imagined. So what was there to be jealous or complain about? Ron exhaled a puff of white breath, watching it rise into the sky, dissipating amidst the falling snowflakes. Was he not suffering? Therefore, everyone should pay him proper attention, since he could not achieve what Harry did. He could at least stay by his side to serve as a contrast. Nearby, he could hear a few girls discussing something, and he turned to see younger Gryffindors huddled around several sycamore trees adorned with snowflakes, not far from a lonely snowman topped with a branch. "Look at that owl." A little girl, her scarf wrapped snugly around her head, remarked. "Such a beautiful snow owl." Ron squinted to see. A pure white owl was perched lazily atop the sycamore tree. Harry as Hedwig, out for a breath of fresh air. A child was attempting to poke it with a branch, and Ron raised an eyebrow and whistled. The whistle startled the sleeping snow owl, which opened its bright, reddish-brown eyes to glance at Ron, then unfurled its white wings and took flight, landing gracefully on Ron's outstretched forearm amidst the disappointed clicks of the children. Hedwig nestled against the warmth of Ron's robe, letting out a comfortable hoot before closing her eyes once more. With his other hand, Ron smoothed the white feathers on her tail. "Wow, who is that?" a slightly older girl exclaimed. "That's Ron Weasley. He is a good friend of Harry Potter's. That must be Harry Potter's owl," she explained. "How impressive." Someone sighed in admiration. Ron gazed down at Hedwig on his arm, lost in thought. "See, you're just as famous as your master. You trust me so implicitly, just like he does." It was a strange feeling. While envying that person's aura and reputation, even knowing the immense and heavy price behind it, one continued to narrow their focus and envy, pushing oneself into a humble and mediocre existence. Yet unseen by him, others envied him. "Look, he is trusted by Harry Potter. How remarkable. Why do you trust me so much, Harry Potter? I have done nothing for you. What merit do I have to deserve your regard?" It was as if he had shifted to an entirely different extreme of thought, instantly belittling himself. So, why was he contemplating so much? Isn't mutual understanding and trust between friends more valuable than anything? Thus, Ron scratched his head vigorously, guilt-ridden as he tugged at his hair. Just as Hermione had said, he did indeed seem very selfish. The wind swept in with snowflakes from the direction of the Black Lake. A boy in a black robe stood out sharply against the white world. Girls on the shore gasped in surprise, flailing about as they sought to flee. The biting chill rushed toward his face as Harry Potter abruptly halted his broom, narrowly avoiding a collision with a nearby sycamore. "What are you doing here?" Harry panted, stopping before Ron, as the startled Hedwig flapped her wings and flew over Harry's head, landing on his broom. "Dean said you didn't want to come out. Aren't you with that foul ferret?" Ron frowned, though he felt inexplicably pleased. Students around them were pointing and whispering. The Beauxbatons students were whinnying nearby, and the distant strains of a Christmas carol floated through the air. "Ahem," Harry said, dodging the topic. "You want to find Snape to learn potions." Well, Ron frowned, sensing a slight tension in the atmosphere. Naturally, that was to be expected, Harry thought. Ron not severing ties with him over this matter was a testament to their friendship. Whereas Hermione, Harry shifted the subject, dismounting from his broom as Hedwig flapped her wings indignantly. "She is starting to think you're a time traveler. She is having a meltdown in the library," Ron recalled, unable to suppress a grimace. "She even told me she got someone asking her out." "That's impossible." "Yeah, how could I? Unless I'm transformed into Peeves," Harry agreed nervously. That little, which was too clever. Harry felt that it wouldn't be long before she truly grasped his secret. "Stop thinking about Hermione. Shall we go play Quidditch? We're short a flexible keeper." Ron reluctantly looked up into those probing green eyes. "Unless you let me ride your Firebolt 2000? Of course." Harry laughed. Chapter 69. Entirely unfamiliar. Harry gazed through the red wine glass in his hand. The chandelier, adorned with snowflake patterns, shimmered with a soft, creamy light. With a flick of his wrist, the berry-red liquid swirled, distorting the light, creating dots of luminescence that transformed into flowing circles of light within the crimson depths, reminiscent of rivers meandering across red earth. Spinning, spinning, it then transformed back into the sparkling chandelier. Countless snowflakes cascaded from the starry ceiling, melting above the heads of those dancing in the ballroom. Seated in this hall, embellished like a crystal palace, Harry sipped the velvety drink, feeling somewhat dazed and disinterested. They certainly appeared to be enjoying themselves, didn't they? Ron rolled his eyes at the girl in a pale lavender gown twirling in the dance floor, her joyful smile reflecting the sparkling sequins at the corners of her eyes, rendering her exceptionally beautiful and enchanting. Harry nudged Ron's mound of deep purple gown piled on the table and set his wine glass atop it. Noticing that everyone was putting in their utmost effort, he could certainly see that. Turning around, I beheld the tall boy in the dance hall, his movements impeccably graceful. Today, he was clad in a sumptuous black velvet suit, adorned with exquisite emerald buttons and intricate silver patterns that elevated the outfit's silhouette and elegance to a remarkable degree. His meticulously styled light golden hair was swept back with precision, resembling a genteel merchant. Draco was smiling, a genuine smile that emanated from the depths of his heart, reveling in the joy of dancing as he strode confidently, his long legs effortlessly encircling the delicate waist of his lace-clad partner. Music reverberated throughout the hall, carrying a dreamy resonance and the rich aroma of wine that meandered through every corner. Was he holding her a tad too tightly? Harry couldn't help but furrow his brow. Indeed, he was quite tight. Ron raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixated on Crumb's robust physique as he ground his teeth. Draco seemed to sense something amiss. Turning his head to lock eyes with Harry through the crowd, a spark igniting in that fleeting moment. In the depths of Harry's brooding gaze, Draco's eyes gleamed with a mischievous glint as he raised an eyebrow, deliberately tightening his grip around his partner's waist, stretching his neck provocatively and teasingly licking his lips. That scoundrel! Harry silently retrieved his wand from his pocket and exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Ron. "Oh, brother, you're quite the strategist," Ron remarked, palms raised in feigned innocence. "What are you planning?" Harry replied with a malicious grin. A cascade of cool, crystal-clear water plummeted from above, accompanied by the shrieks of startled girls. As Draco's body jolted violently, left momentarily dazed. "What the?" Draco turned, drenched and pale, only to find the dark-haired boy who had been in his previous position had vanished, leaving behind the laughter of the foolish Weasley, clutching his stomach. "You are a shameless rogue, Potter." Harry dashed out of the hall, only to return to assist the toppled little Christmas tree, hurriedly rearranging the ribbons at its base before retreating into a nearby corner. Before long, he spotted the wet Draco striding out, finally pausing to survey the area, his hair matted against his forehead, glistening droplets cascading down his pale neck, exuding a hint of allure. "Come out, Potter. When you do, I shall take good care of you." His voice sounded rather amiable. Had it not been for the terrifying expression on his face, Harry might have considered it. Unable to bear the curious stares of passing students, Draco drew his wand, deciding to find a secluded spot to regain his composure before confronting that scoundrel. Harry, feeling a mix of guilt and exhilaration, watched as Draco returned empty-handed, his heart swelling with the delight of a victor. The colorful lights flickered between the Christmas trees, and exquisite gift boxes filled every nook and cranny, while Christmas carols resonated from the chandeliers, collectively creating a rich, festive atmosphere. Abruptly, Harry found himself somewhat dazed by the spectacle before him, unsure whether it was due to the alcohol or the rapid beating of his heart, as his vision seemed slightly blurred. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, clarity returned. Yet an unexpected wave of fatigue washed over him. Perhaps a brief stroll outside would rejuvenate him. He pressed his hand to his head and headed toward the entrance. Upon reaching the door, a sudden gust of cold air enveloped him. Its freezing, Harry shivered as the wintry breeze, infused with icy snow, pierced his exposed skin, sending a sharp sting through him. Yet in truth, his mind had indeed cleared considerably. The white snow outside shimmered with the castle's radiant lights. As Harry stepped down the snow-laden steps, his head beginning to throb once more. Only a fool would linger outside, he mused. The castle resembled a colossal furnace, radiating warmth and liveliness. Harry resolved to breathe in the fresh air before swiftly returning, even if it meant being caught by Draco. Suddenly raising his gaze, the darkness surged like a tidal wave, sweeping forth from the distant mountains as if a legion of shadows rushed towards him, enveloping his mouth and nose, obscuring his vision, threatening to cloak the entire world. In the darkness, the wind and snow swayed violently, the biting cold juxtaposed against the warmth and sporadic strains of Christmas carols spilling from the castle, shattering into fragments. In the distance, a row of poplar branches intertwined, as the wind swirled the snowflakes through the gaps, leaving behind a trail of erratic footprints leading from the castle to the roots of the trees. The scene seemed to freeze, suspended in a palette of gray and white. A slender figure swayed in the air before standing firmly in the snow, light as a feather, akin to a shadow cast by a tree. He stared vacantly at the distant, tumultuous black lake and a vast, dark gray expanse, enveloped in solitude. A clumsy black bat screeched, shattering the stillness, soaring from the forbidden forest, frantically flapping up and down before landing, its form elongating into a crumpled human figure. "My master." The figure lying on the ground trembled and wept, scattering the snow into disarray. At long last, I have seen you again." The voice echoed in the still air. "The moment I sensed your presence, I rushed here, extending an arm, the dark mark upon it glowing with a pale turquoise hue. You have finally awakened." The emaciated figure standing nearby turned to gaze through the dense shadows of the trees toward the brilliantly lit castle, seemingly indifferent to the one on the ground. The biting cold wind contrasted sharply with the castle's warm glow, prompting a sneer from the figure. "Is it Christmas, then? Hogwarts?" The young voice spoke again, devoid of warmth. "They are holding a Christmas ball, my master." The figure on the ground rose, lifting his face, a horrifying scar dividing it into two halves. Pont gazed at the figure before him with delight. This was their second meeting, in a safe, dim corner beneath the rows of poplars. He recalled their first encounter, when he was a destitute fugitive, relentlessly pursued by aurors, trapped with 3 fools, devoid of hope. The mysterious figure he had encountered then, the very one before him now, exuded an aura of enigma and strength, leaving Pont with lingering awe. He had managed to escape. Yet the other had pursued him without hesitation. Perhaps he owed his gratitude to his master's recognition. Otherwise, he would still be a penniless fugitive or a stray dog in some alley. But things were different now. He had a grander ambition, one that would elevate him to greatness. Pont's gaze burned with intensity as he regarded the other, as if success was within his grasp. "Have you accomplished what I instructed you to do?" The young voice inquired once more. "Certainly. I have indeed, my master. Bon repli Goli. I have found him. The Dark Lord. My master. He is not well at all." The young man fell silent for a moment, turning to squint at him. "Why are you at Hogwarts?" The piercing gaze sent a chill through Pont's heart, causing him to falter as he spoke. "The Dark Lord commanded me to do this." He recounted the events that had transpired since the end of summer, mentioning how Harry Potter had discovered Rook, that lumbering fool, and how he had anticipated his ineptitude, lurking in wait for the right opportunity. "He wants you to use the portkey to take Harry Potter away? Harry Potter can bring him back to life?" The young man appeared lost in thought. "Yes, my master." Pont stepped forward eagerly. "Come with me to the Dark Lord. Everything can be resolved." "Did you mention me to him?" "Naturally. The Dark Lord is very interested in you," Pont replied. "Come away with me, my master," he reiterated, "to the Dark Lord, to aid in his resurrection." "No." The young man rejected him, lifting his gaze toward the castle as he continued. "There is no way to apparate here, and I do not have sufficient time left." Like a flickering flame snuffed out, Pont collapsed onto the ground, resembling a mouse frozen in the snow. Despair mingled with the wind, saturating the air. Approaching footsteps could be heard. The young man abruptly lifted his head, grasping the white stone that lay against his chest. It radiated an intense heat. Strangely, the location of the other party was vividly reflected in his mind through the stone. Evidently, this was a precious magical artifact. After a brief contemplation, the young man donned a feigned smile. Fortune had always favored him. A patient hunter would surely find salvation. Almost instantly, Pont transformed into a bat, flapping his wings and alighting on the young man's shoulder. Draco felt his freshly dried robes, which he had just enchanted, grow damp and cold once more. It was no surprise, really. He was foolish to abandon the warmth of the Great Hall to venture outside and commune with nature. Yet, a more foolish Gryffindor had taken a lead. Frowning, Draco raised the collar of his robe, tightly clutching the silver whistle around his neck, which was burning hot in his grip, and the location of the other party was crystal clear in his mind. The wind whipped chill across his face as Draco gazed toward the hazy expanse of the Black Lake, where the shadows of trees danced, and darkness surged like a tide. A distinct trail of footprints stretched from the steps to a nearby row of poplars. Gritting his teeth, Draco resolved that no matter what tricks you were playing, Scarhead, "I shall not let you escape." "Potter?" Illuminating his wand, he passed through several tall poplars, his gaze locking onto a familiar, slender figure. The snow-covered ground was a chaotic mess, as though someone had rolled through it. An unsettling feeling crept over Draco as he approached the figure, the howling wind filling his ears. "Potter?" he called out again, certain it was him. Even reduced to ashes, he would recognize that exquisite dark green robe and that familiar, slender back, along with the pale neck that peeked out, unmistakably familiar. "What are you doing?" Draco raised his wand to see more clearly. The surrounding tree trunks glowed pale under his light, appearing as if soaked in water, imbued with a haunting aura. Yet nothing could compare to the moment the figure turned to face him. Draco inhaled sharply, stumbling back a few steps, nearly dropping his wand. "Who are you?" A tremor laced Draco's voice. He couldn't quite grasp the sensation of standing before someone he knew so intimately, yet knowing with certainty that the person before him was not who he thought. A bone-chilling shiver coursed through him. Harry turned around, his disheveled black hair tousled by the wind, revealing a pale forehead. His glasses hung askew from his collar, and a seemingly menacing black bat rested on his shoulder. The cold air poured from every shattered crevice, swiftly merging with the darkness. In Draco's terrified gaze, Harry revealed a smile that was entirely foreign, his crimson eyes glinting with a chilling mockery. "Tom Riddle." He began to speak slowly, his voice as soft as the whisper of falling snow. "Chapter 70, just as you wish. I should be gathering over there by the Black Lake to watch the second task of the Triwizard Tournament." "Oh no." The Triwizard Tournament with 4 champions. Pansy brushed her dark hair away from her face and tucked it behind her ear. "I heard the champions are supposed to dive into the water to retrieve their most precious belongings from the merfolk." Of course, Pansy continued, "I don't particularly care whether I see it or not. Pansy lifted her head to look at the boy before her. Early spring still bore a heavy chill. And with just the slightest tilt of her head, she felt the biting cold seep into her collar. It's quite windy outside. I understand why you wouldn't want to go out. Pansy shrugged. But you're a champion. Don't change the subject, Pansy. Harry continued to block the exit of the corridor, which led to the infirmary where Draco lay. I've seen how poorly he has been lately. So what exactly happened? As you know, he fell into the Black Lake yesterday and nearly drowned, Pansy said. You know that's not what I'm asking. Harry bit his lip and extended an arm to block the escaping girl. Since after Christmas, he has been acting strangely, always pale and unwell. Sometimes I even feel like he is avoiding me, and now, this falling incident, it's not normal. In fact, Pansy frowned, taking a step back and crossing her arms. You know, that behavior of yours is rather unchivalrous, Potter. You certainly know something. Harry stubbornly blocked the door. I don't care about the match. Huh, Pansy replied coldly. I don't care either. After a moment of silence, Harry released a sigh. I just want to find out the reason. He lowered his head like a child caught in mischief. It's been so long. I feel like the distance between us has grown, and I don't know where things went wrong. I just want to clarify. It's quite vexing. I don't find that strange at all. Pansy smirked, leaning in. Draco was never a good person. It would be out of character for him to develop feelings elsewhere. What did you say? Harry looked up. A romantic burnout phase. Pansy replied, knowingly with a shrug. Perhaps he has begun to find you less appealing. Oh no. Harry suppressed the urge to bury his head in his hands. I don't have time to joke around with you. You finally realize there is no time? Pansy raised her hand to check an imaginary watch. Then feigned an exaggerated expression. Oh dear, you're already 3 minutes late for your match. If you truly refuse to tell me anything. Harry finally relented and stepped aside. Pansy smirked, taking a few steps forward, then licked her lips and turned back. No one will know the reason. Potter. She tilted her head. He hasn't told me. Nor has he confided in Blaze or Goyle or Crabbe. His relationship with us isn't as close as yours with Granger and the others. If he doesn't speak, we want pry. So, trying to find answers from us would be better spent earning his trust. Pansy laughed sarcastically. In fact, I initially thought he trusted you quite a bit, but it turns out he hasn't told you anything either. Harry scratched his head in silence, then shook his head and said, he hasn't said a word. Well, Pansy wrapped the silver-green scarf draped over her arm around her neck. I suppose I must go watch the Triwizard Tournament now. Goodbye. Aren't you friends? Harry pressed on stubbornly. Is this how you treat your friends? With such indifference? Pansy halted her steps, turning back with an expressionless face. Listen, Harry Potter. I have no right to interfere in every aspect of his life. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, her voice pausing before she continued, word by word. And you have no right to interfere in mine. Draco stood on the grass. A gentle breeze carrying a hint of sweet bread, the moonlight hazily outlining the castle's silhouette. A figure stood beneath the interwoven branches of a tree, shadows dancing as if waiting for someone. A boy approached from a distance, clad in black robes with black hair. Draco? The other greeted him awkwardly. You don't seem surprised at all, Harry? Draco attempted to take a step forward, but was horrified to find himself utterly immobile. Well, it seems you truly despise the darkness. The boy lifted his gaze to the bright moon, the silver halo casting a glow upon his face. Such a peculiar scene. Such a strange dream. A dream? Draco opened his mouth, unable to articulate a word. Indeed, this was a familiar dream, a tender, suffocating dream. Do you wish to hear me speak? The savior sat down on the grass, his robe piled beside him like a tattered cloth, continuing to murmur to himself. Of course, you will listen. The wind here is quite warm. He blinked rapidly, fidgeting with his fingers. Draco scrutinized him intently, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. The moonlight was crystal clear. He suddenly laughed, his emerald eyes transforming into two serene pools. I was captivated. Harry stood and approached him, step by step, drawing ever closer. Yet the wind grew increasingly frigid, the leaves vanishing at an alarming rate, icy gusts swirling the snow into a tempest. 3 steps. Draco trembled as Harry advanced, traversing from summer to winter in mere moments. Fear seeped into his bones like a gnawing worm, all emotions and affections buried beneath a thick layer of ice and snow. Harry continued to close the distance, step by step, his robes gradually morphing into a deep green ensemble, a familiar face adorned with an unfamiliar smile. No, he wanted to escape, but he found himself rooted in place, as if he had become a tree laden with icicles, futilely resisting in the moonlit night, swallowed by cold. The figure took a few more steps, then looked up, those strange crimson eyes fixating upon him, as if gazing at a dying man. Do you want him dead? No. Draco jolted awake, drenched in sweat. He gasped for breath as the surroundings slowly came into focus. White curtains, a white sheet, and the icy breath of winter permeating the room. This was the Hogwarts infirmary. No, Draco cradled his head in discomfort, grimacing, sliding down to bury himself in the sheets. Another wretched nightmare. Listening to the rapid breaths gradually steady beside him, Draco slowly pulled back the covers, exposing his face before silently sitting up. What was he to do? He was powerless. Draco gazed out at the nearly melted snow, his thoughts inevitably drifting back to a few days prior, when he received a letter from his parents after revealing everything. The letter contained but a single, stark sentence. Do as he says, Draco. He sensed, however dimly, that this world had become far more complex. The Dark Lord was not dead, and his parents would soon choose their side. Something in the darkness began to stir. Do you want him dead? The nightmarish voice echoed in his ears, laced with a chilling cold, lingering without respite. No, of course not. Draco thought of that confident, dark-haired boy. How could he die? But what could he do? Trust that fellow. If he followed his instructions, would Harry be safe? He dared not gamble. Yet everyone was pressing him. What was he to do? Why had he been targeted? Why him? Draco rolled over, his body trembling in the cold of early spring. Draco, a voice came from beside him. You're awake? Harry pulled aside the curtain and stepped in, a damp, fishy odor following him. Draco peered out with one eye, his gaze lingering on Harry's half-dry robes. I just went for a swim. Harry spread his hands, revealing the yellow-green algae clinging to his robes. You know it's a competition, but I had my wand, so I didn't almost drown in the lake like you did. So, I'm really curious about how it feels to almost drown in the lake as a pure-blood wizard. I believe I explained myself. Draco's voice was muffled beneath the sheets. Your explanation is invalid, Draco, Harry replied. A slip? Were you strolling on ice? Perhaps. Get lost, Malfoy. The Black Lake doesn't freeze. Draco impatiently buried his head deeper into the sheets. You're looking for something, aren't you, on the eve of the competition? Harry bit his lip. The champion's most precious treasures. What do you mean, Potter? Draco's voice sharpened, as he remained motionless beneath the covers, his heartbeat quickening. Well, I'm just guessing, Harry said, pulling a goofy face before muttering softly. After all, you're quite skilled now, not telling me anything. You know, I thought I'd see you tied to a white stone pillar with algae-covered ropes, ugly mermaids swimming around you with tridents. After all, treasures are usually related to loved ones, aren't they? Crum's treasure is Hermione, Cedric's is Cho, Fleur's is her sister Gabrielle. Harry began to laugh heartily. But since you had an incident the day before, my treasure became Ron. Isn't a championess treasure a person rather than an object? Draco regarded the boy who was absent-mindedly poking at the sheets with his wand, a complex expression crossing his face. Is it? Draco hissed. Thank goodness I had an incident. I can't even imagine surfacing with you, your hair all greasy and covered in algae, in front of the entire school. That image must be quite charming, Harry remarked. To Draco's surprise, he did not retort further. He revealed his face from the sheets, his pale, gaunt visage framed by faintly golden hair and gray eyes. A subtle strangeness now etched upon his features. It was this slight unfamiliarity that caused Harry unease, as if something vital had been lost between them. Something important that needed to be reclaimed before it was too late. Will you in? Draco's voice was somewhat hoarse. What? Harry perked up. The champion. The Triwizard Tournament champion. Do you want to win? Harry replied unexpectedly, his tone as gentle as the soft rustle of white curtains, sending a shiver through Draco's heart. Draco nodded slightly, his hand hidden beneath the sheets, trembling violently. Then I'll win for you. Chapter 71. He comes from the future. Draco wearily lifted his head and, upon recognizing the girl in Gryffindor robes before him, let out an annoyed click of his tongue. Great, just when I thought Potter had finally been shooed away. Here comes Miss Know-It-All. He turned over, feigning sleep, internally lamenting how Madame Pomfrey might care for her ailing patient. Hermione clutched a thick, russet notebook, her expression earnest as she regarded the boy on the bed. He looked dreadful, his lips devoid of color, his complexion pale to an alarming degree. I'm sorry to disturb you at this time, Malfoy, Hermione said cautiously, but the boy remained silent. I've been investigating something. I'm not interested. Draco's voice emerged from the pillow. I don't wish to be disturbed. Hermione paused, well aware that this was the most challenging task of all. Don't you want to know about Harry? She pressed on, his strange actions and peculiar words. No, I have no interest whatsoever, Draco hissed, cutting her off. Please leave. Hermione gazed at him in silence. Her thoughts had become entirely coherent since third year. Harry's maturity and caution, along with his immense magical power, had not gone unnoticed. Unlike Ron, she could not choose to overlook the peculiarities. It was when he saved you from the hippogriff that he began to change. She began. He became strange from that moment on. Don't you find it odd being so close to him? Hermione moved closer to the bed, lowering her head to look at him, her brown hair spilling over her chest. Oh, of course it's strange. He harbors the most powerful Dark Lord in the world. How could it not be strange? Draco replied darkly. You're not welcome here, Granger. If you stay any longer, I'll have someone throw you out. You don't need to reject me so vehemently. Hermione was clearly becoming angry, placing her notebook on the bedside. While you know nothing. Draco's tense face broke into a mock smile as he reached out, preparing to call for Madame Pomfrey or anyone else. Hermione swiftly drew her wand, casting a silencing charm before Draco could react. Oh, Draco chuckled. Gryffindor. And what do you intend to do now? Murder or survey? He finally sat up, casting a glance at the wand resting quietly at the far side of the bedside, lying serenely beside his green tie. Listen, Malfoy. Hermione set down her wand, hesitating momentarily before drawing the curtains, the white drapes enveloping the small space. I must earnestly convey something to you. Draco gazed at her, a significant expression crossing his face. I do have a boyfriend. Hermione took a deep breath, brushing her hair aside, opting to dismiss the trivialities. He is not Harry. She lowered her voice deliberately. What do you mean? Harry Potter, Hermione reiterated. Harry is not Harry Potter. Draco's heart momentarily halted, his expression reflecting a fleeting shock as the young witch squinted suspiciously. When did he change his name? Oh, right. He indeed is not Harry Malfoy. Draco quickly masked his surprise, although it sounded rather distasteful. Does she know? Draco's mind raced. Did she uncover the truth about Harry and the Dark Lord? It couldn't possibly be true, could it? I'm not joking. Hermione scrunched her nose and looked up at the ceiling. Merlin, you are as insufferable as Ron. Do not lump me with that pauper Weasley. Draco forced a grin back onto his face, adding, my dear Miss Know-It-All, held captive. I am not holding you captive. You are simply, oh, for heaven's sake. Hermione waved her wand. Do not change the subject, Malfoy. I am not changing the subject, but technically, holding someone against their will without consent is a crime. First, I did not detain you. Second, I genuinely wish to have a candid conversation, setting aside all those biases. Hermione asserted, and Draco opened his mouth again, only for her to promptly aim her wand at him. Draco shrugged. Say what you will, you have already captured me. Well, Hermione restrained herself from delivering a punch to that acerbic face. Now listen to me. Draco feigned seriousness. Harry is from the future. She cut straight to the point, her gaze piercing into his, as if expecting him to display profound shock. Draco could not help but exhale in relief. It seemed she was still in the dark. Potter confided in me, Draco revealed, adopting a look of pity as though observing a simpleton. He told you that you were mad for investigating time turners, even suspecting him of being a time traveler. To be honest, what I mean is, Draco continued, if this is true, that he traversed time to love me. It is indeed rather romantic. I believe I could come to accept the name Harry Malfoy. Damn it. Hermione fell silent for a moment, rummaging through her notebook before pinching out a few sheets of paper with her fingers. You can take a look at these. Is this a diary? Draco glanced at the sheets, recognizing the scrawled notes as Harry's. You actually snooped through his diary. No, that's not it. I didn't. Hermione clarified. Potter actually writes a diary. That's surprising. Draco did not take the papers. Speaking of which, I'm quite tired. When are you leaving? Those are just some draft papers, Hermione continued. They were inadvertently written by Harry in History of Magic class. Draco finally accepted the papers, noticing a hodgepodge of times, events, and names scribbled on them. The Triwizard Tournament, Draco nodded. I don't see the significance. Look here, Fleur, Cedric. Oh, Cedric's name is crossed out. He probably dislikes him. And Karkaroff, along with some peculiar marks. Draco tossed the papers aside, leaning against the headboard, his complexion paling. Do not test my patience, Granger. Hermione's expression darkened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He wrote this in his third year. Draco's expression finally shifted, his eyes widened. This joke is rather amusing, he finally spoke. At that time, I did not suspect him much. I merely knew he had some secrets he was reluctant to share, Hermione muttered, lowering her head, ignoring his comment. I gathered many of his belongings, anything peculiar. Don't look at me like that, Malfoy. I am just curious and rather self-absorbed. I wish to understand everything. Any mystery is tantalizing to me. Each of them proved prophetic. Hermione shook her head. Everything he predicted, all that was written on the paper. Matters grew increasingly strange. His health deteriorated, his burdens invisibly amplified. The Dark Mark, the Dark Lord Voldemort, even the false professor, and the prophet. Was he trying to face alone? Hermione raised her gaze to him. Alone. This is impossible. Draco finally spoke, astonished by Hermione's conjecture. You have no basis for this. He is from the future. I cannot explain why I am so certain. I have pondered it for ages, and this is the only explanation that makes sense, albeit the least likely. But sometimes, isn't it true that the most improbable answers are indeed the facts? What is he trying to change? Hermione's speech slowed as she gazed intently at him. We must help him. The white sheer curtains fluttered gently, the outside world a muted greenish hue. Draco blinked his gray-blue eyes, donning a feigned smile. Have you finally finished? Draco spoke, meeting Hermione's glare. You cannot disregard all of this. So, what exactly do you wish to ask me? He tilted his head, looking at her. What did you discuss with Harry that night at the Prophet? Hermione asked, her lips trembling. Harry would tell them much, as long as they inquired. That night, Draco was held captive by the Prophet, with Harry and the assailant having a brief standoff, after which the Prophet vanished from their lives. Hermione felt that everything was far more complicated. Even though she knew Harry was reluctant to mention those mysterious and bizarre individuals, she still needed to unravel many truths. Harry could sometimes be rather careless. He always simplified matters, filled with his escapism from reality. Draco remained silent for a long time before slowly recounting the vivid memories of that night. Listen, Granger. I do not care how much investigation you have done or how much you think you know, Draco said stiffly. Though everything you say seems plausible. But is it useful? Knowing does not equate to being able to change anything. You cannot aid him. Draco thought sorrowfully. He could not even save himself, whether he came from the future or wherever. At least for now, the only one who could save him was me, the only one he could rely on. In any case, thank you for your cooperation, Malfoy. Hermione finally stepped back, exhaling in relief, her eyes reddening. Harry has it tough. I hope you treat him well. She added. Huh. Draco responded with a sardonic laugh. Hermione silently gathered her notebook, pulling aside the curtain, lowering her head to leave. Draco listened as her footsteps gradually faded away, licking his dry lips, his eyelashes fluttering like fans, concealing the flickering gray-blue of his eyes. I do not care where you belong. I only want you to live. He extended his slender fingers to cover his pale face. I only want you to belong to me. Chapter 72. A storm approaches. Time always flies swiftly during tranquil days. The Whomping Willow had unfurled its previously restrained branches, revealing hints of fresh green. The chill of early spring had long dissipated in the clear, radiant golden sunlight. Harry spread his hands, observing the faint scars that adorned his fingertips, sunlight filtering through the tree branches and melting upon his hands. Squinting, Harry rose from the grass, casually crossing his legs as he gazed at his fingers, which flexed rhythmically. Then, he retrieved a small dagger from his pocket. The silver hilt was somewhat chipped, yet the blade gleamed as brightly as a mirror. The hand gripping the dagger hesitated momentarily before decisively gliding the blade across the index finger of the other hand. As the dagger was concealed back within his robe, droplets of blood began to coalesce at the fingertip, glistening like rubies in the sunlight. Harry felt a sharp sting in his finger, a small flicker of joy igniting within him. For aside from the pain, there was no other sensation, an affirmation that Merlin still favored him. At least before the final match, he could be assured of not suffering any sudden ailments. He slipped the wounded fingertip into his mouth, the metallic taste of blood swiftly permeating his senses. Lazily reclining back, he focused on regulating the flow of magic within him until it sealed the tiny wound, leaving behind a faint scar that would soon vanish. Is no one accompanying you, Harry? Luna inquired, crouching beside him with a bouquet of blue and white baby's breath, her silver hair cascading into the flowers. Luna. Harry momentarily lost his train of thought, but propped himself up and replied, They all have their own matters to attend to, so I ventured out alone for a stroll. Ron's family had come to witness his final match. In fact, he had just extricated himself from Mrs. Weasley's embrace. Ron lingered in some corner of the castle, reminiscing with his brothers Bill and Charlie. Hermione, just thinking about her gave him a headache. He was certain she had either deduced or investigated something, or perhaps her house elf protection plan had undergone new developments. In any case, she had not contacted him in ages, spending her days either buried in the library or scribbling away in a daze. As for Draco, the mere thought of him sent Harry into a state of frustration as he scratched at the grass. Were it not for their mutual understanding, he might have genuinely believed they were doomed, just as Pansy had suggested. Draco was as busy as Hermione, frequently appearing tense and secretive, perpetually wearing a mask of solemnity. Harry even pondered whether his father had issued some command that required his obedience, yet nothing peculiar transpired. Life remained unremarkably tranquil. A little relaxation wouldn't hurt, Luna mused dreamily. adjusting her bouquet, the soft white petals swaying gently in her grip. I was about to venture beyond the forbidden forest to see if I could find any lovely bellflowers, or perhaps to check if there were any roses transplanted by girls near the Beauxbatons carriage. "Oh, I truly desire some blush pink daisies," she said, winking mysteriously. "I think there might be some adorable creatures that favor them, hiding within the bouquet, masquerading as flower sprites. Would you like to join me, Harry?" "No. I prefer to stay here and sleep until the match begins." Harry shook his head apologetically. "But I am certain that displaying them in the common room would garner much admiration." "Go for it, Harry," Luna encouraged, rising to her feet, petals scattering at her feet. "You can win the championship." "Thank you." Harry smiled. Not far away, the Quidditch pitch's labyrinth was nearly set, yet throngs of visitors, students, and faculty buzzed around, animatedly discussing the event. Several officials and ministry representatives employed magic to cast protective charms around its perimeter. Draco withdrew his gaze from the imposing clock at Hogwarts, lowering his head as the wind, imbued with sunlight, brushed quietly past him. He raised his head again, fixated on the grassy expanse by the Black Lake, where a diminutive figure, nearly blending into the sun's glow, lay motionless, almost as if fused to the pale green grass, reminiscent of a mushroom growing on a stone. White doves fluttered in circles across the sky, the relentless ticking of the second hand echoing in his ears. As the sunlight gradually waned and the sun sank beneath the horizon, casting fiery hues across the clouds, Draco clenched his jaw and tightened his body. The match was about to commence, and he turned away without looking back. He hoped he had not wagered incorrectly. He hoped he would be able to stand by his choices. A few doves flitted through the complex gears of the clock, momentarily alighting on the railing behind him before soaring into the crimson-tinged air of the evening. He hoped that his loved ones would return safely. After dinner, Harry was swept into the throng and arrived at the competition grounds, quickly reuniting with Ron's family. Naturally, Hermione came running towards him, and the enduring trio was reassembled. "Oh, apologies, Harry," Hermione panted. "I trust you have adequately prepared for the match during my absence." "Your absence? It sounds like you cared for Harry." Ron interjected with a hint of jealousy. "Busy all day discussing tactics with Harry's opponents in the library. Were you?" "I can hardly believe you're still hung up on that, Ron." Hermione took a deep breath. "But I don't wish to argue with you right now." "So you're admitting it then? You fool." Hermione frowned. Harry couldn't help but laugh as the two blushing figures turned to him in disbelief. "Feel free to continue your playful banter. You don't need to concern yourselves with me." "Oh, Merlin S. Ribbon Socks." Ron's face turned crimson. Hermione paused for a moment, then quickly regained her composure, gazing at Harry with an amused smile. "You've turned bad with Draco, Harry." Harry winked mysteriously, letting his gaze linger between them playfully, elongating his response. "Perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, we shall proceed to the Quidditch pitch for the finals. Now, champions, please follow Mr. Bagman into the arena." Harry rose at Hermione's reproachful glance. The Gryffindor students cheered and applauded him, while George and Fred enthusiastically patted his shoulder, discreetly letting him know they had placed significant bets on him. Harry stepped out of the hall alongside Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb. "Feeling all right, Harry?" Cedric asked with a smile as they descended the steps to the ground. "Nervous?" "A bit," Harry replied with a grin. "But I'm not afraid at all. Good luck. Fight for Hogwarts." Cedric clapped him on the shoulder, his smile warm and comforting as he dashed to his position. Amidst the cheers, Harry lifted his gaze and adeptly caught Draco's eyes in the crowd. Their gazes intertwined for a fleeting moment before he confidently lifted his chin, revealing a smile radiant as the sun. Winning shouldn't be difficult. His opponents were merely a group of inexperienced youngsters. They should be the ones feeling anxious when faced with a competitor of his caliber. Once Bagman finished relaying the essential information, the sharp whistle pierced the air. Harry and Cedric were the first to bolt into the maze at the referee's signal. The setting was almost identical to the previous iteration, and Harry felt the towering walls of the maze and the chilling mist swirling overhead as he pressed forward resolutely. Along the way, he encountered numerous formidable creatures and obstacles. Having repelled a Dementor once more, the Silver Stag continued to prance forward energetically. During this time, he encountered Crumb, entangled in vines, and Fleur, battling a shaggy lion. In truth, the moment he entered the maze, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He advanced with purpose, astonished at his own memory and sense of direction. It felt peculiar, yet it was undeniably true. With each obstacle he overcame, he sensed himself inching closer to the trophy. After navigating through a frenzied tempest, Harry finally glimpsed a sliver of azure light at the end of the path. His heartbeat quickened, tension coursing through his body. compared to his previous life. He was taking significantly longer this time, fatigued and slightly drained from overcoming the entangling obstacles. Harry hastened forward, the trophy tantalizingly within reach, victory almost his. Suddenly, a surge from the treeline erupted, a multitude of vines unexpectedly ensnaring him, causing him to tumble to the ground. Cursing under his breath, Harry unleashed several fiery blasts, tearing away the incessantly growing tendrils, and resumed his sprint, the pain in his knees searing. It was so close now. An overwhelming desire surged within him, like crashing waves. And he was almost there. The trophy gleamed brightly before him, a flash of silver. In an instant, Harry froze, a lump of dread lodged painfully in his throat. Surely this was a jest? His eyes widened in disbelief at the trophy, the fervor within him abruptly chilled as if doused in ice. Attached to the trophy's handle was a small silver whistle, glinting as beautifully as the trophy itself. Yet, Harry was all too familiar with it. The small orb in his chest began to burn with intensity. He wished it were merely an illusion. The heat suffusing his core was agonizing, and he hoped that was also a figment of his imagination. Perhaps it was merely decorative. Yes, that must be it. The mist above him began to stir, magical lightning crackling with a chilling humidity weaving through the fog. Harry's feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, envisioning himself as part of this labyrinth. Whether it be the entangled grass on the towering walls or the spiders that spun webs in the corners, he would endure it all, as long as he was not here. Then, from the opposite path emerged a disheveled figure, Cedric. His appearance abruptly snapped Harry out of his reverie. Cedric's robes were in far worse condition than his own, yet like Harry, he dashed towards the trophy with reckless abandon. "No," Harry shouted, taking a few steps forward. "Don't come any closer. It's not a trophy. It's not a trophy. Trust me. What's going on?" Cedric hesitated, stumbling slightly, his intellect kicking in as he jogged towards Harry. Just as Harry's eyes relaxed, the trophy suddenly shifted, and the orb around Harry's neck broke free from his collar. In a shocking rush, the trophy shot towards him like an arrow. Cedric, with a furious expression, leaped forward, grasping the trophy's handle the moment their bodies collided. It felt as though his stomach had been yanked, and then the world spun violently around him. Chapter 73. Tom Riddle. Violently thrown to the ground, Harry, after a bout of dizziness, propped himself up to behold an empty graveyard. The wind swept through, carrying the night's dampness. As the mountains surrounding the castle faded into the obscurity of darkness, they now stood before a vast graveyard under the night sky. The silhouette of a large yew tree and a distant chapel barely discernible. This was a place too familiar for Harry. He pressed his hand to his scar, his lips twitching involuntarily as pain coursed through him. "Where's this?" Cedric limped towards Harry, glancing around with an air of excitement. "That trophy is a portkey, Harry. This is fascinating." "Get out of here," Harry said sharply, pinching his arm to regain his clarity, pushing Cedric away. "We need to get to the portkey." "Harry?" Cedric frowned, wiping the dirt from his face. "You look really tense." Avada Kedavra. A green light shot from the darkness, hurtling towards them. "Dodge." Harry's gaze sharpened, and he lunged, tackling Cedric behind the nearest stone statue just as the green light struck a poplar tree, splintering it into glowing fragments. The tree began to rot before Cedric's astonished eyes, layers of bark crumbling into ashes. "This can't be real," Cedric murmured, glancing at the spot where he should have stood. No sooner had he spoken than several red beams of light shot from different corners, and Harry cast a shield charm, deflecting the curses that smashed into the statue, causing the angelic figure to grimace from the damage. Gripping his wand tightly, Harry pivoted and hurled several offensive spells through the gaps in the statue's wings, unleashing a barrage of red light from various angles. Bang! The falling debris was knocked away by Cedric's protective charm. "Is this for real, Harry?" Cedric gasped. 3 of them. Harry added another layer of protection. They've hidden themselves. "Listen, Cedric." Harry gripped Cedric's shoulder, his gaze intense. "They're after me. Voldemort wants me." Cedric's eyes widened. "I'll charge out to draw them away. You get ready to grab the portkey with the summoning charm." "No, what about you?" Cedric protested, his demeanor resolute. "I know you're powerful, Harry, but you're still just a kid. I can't leave you here." Harry hesitated, and just then, the statue behind them exploded. They both fell to the ground, choking on dust, as Harry felt a sharp pain shoot down his back, debris and ash burying them. "It's too late, Cedric." Harry coughed, calling out softly, "Go back and bring Dumbledore to save me." "No, I have a way for us to escape together." Cedric insisted firmly. "When the time comes, give me your hand." Harry gazed deeply into his eyes and nodded. "I'll count to 3. 1, The sound of voices and footsteps approached from behind. Did they get hit? Go check Ponce. 2. The footsteps grew closer, seemingly quiet. 3. Harry sprang from the rubble, while Cedric dashed in the opposite direction. Flames erupted. High-level spells always drew attention. Harry conjured a fire dragon, its roar disrupting the enemy's focus. As Harry wearily withdrew his wand, the dragon's eyes flared open, charging towards the 3 Death Eaters, momentarily immobilized. This is pure magic. Someone screamed. Various spells intertwined, gradually dispersing the dragon, its final cry erupting into a scatter of flames, illuminating the graveyard as Ponce and his companions scrambled to swat away the flickering embers. Another spell shot through the fire, striking a stout Death Eater, sending him crashing down. Damn it! Ponce shouted, aiming spells at Harry. Clever little brat. Harry! Cedric's anxious voice rang out as he hurled himself towards Harry, the trophy flying alongside his wand. Give me your hand. Hearing the call, Harry turned, Cedric's hand reaching out towards him, his eyes filled with determination and urgency. Harry extended his hand. Soul separation. A hoarse voice like a snake's hiss echoed from behind, a cold light piercing Harry's back, much to Cedric's astonishment. Harry's body froze, his eyes wide with shock. Harry! The portkey tumbled into Cedric's arms as he screamed, but his form dissipated into thin air with the twisting of the atmosphere. The wind surged again across the graveyard, sweeping through every crevice of the statues. Branches twisted and swayed, the fragile new leaves trembling atop them. You fools! Ponce kicked the unconscious crab on the ground. Get up and cast protective spells around. We let a little brat escape. Do you know what this means? If someone comes looking for you, they can send you to Azkaban for life. After dismissing the 2, Ponce approached a rickety chair, his demeanor suddenly obsequious. Thank you, Master, for intervening. Had it not been for you, Harry Potter would have escaped all these cunning little brats. Seated upon the chair was an unsightly creature, resembling an infant yet possessing a visage akin to that of serpent. The wretched monster gasped feebly, appearing on the brink of asphyxiation. Voldemort gazed silently at Harry Potter, ensnared within the stone sculpture of the Grim Reaper, his head bowed in a lifeless manner. The separation of souls was a spell of his own invention. Its effects far less dramatic than one might assume, its duration woefully inadequate to inflict true harm upon an individual. Yet, it wielded an extraordinary influence over Harry Potter. Voldemort mused with satisfaction, for within him lay a demon, one of his own creation. Thus, he concluded, the so-called adversary, the boy prophesied to vanquish him, was merely a puppet, a vessel for a fragment of his own soul. Harry Potter was but a jest. He lifted his gaze to his loyal servant, who promptly lowered his head, the grotesque scar upon his face twisting into a hook-like shape. A mercilessly cunning and treacherous figure, he had indeed rendered considerable assistance, Voldemort thought to himself. The fragment of soul residing within Harry Potter was indeed a repository of his essence, enabling it to adapt and respond astutely in moments of crisis, thereby selecting a truly capable servant. My master, Ponce cautiously cradled him. We must hasten to commence. Harry had initially believed that the separation of souls constituted merely the sensations he experienced. However, the moment the incantation penetrated his being, he discerned that the forceful severance felt distinct from the sensation of mere existence. He sensed that thread of magic akin to a frigid cord, coursing through his skin and sliding into his warm veins, binding his body with an unyielding grip. In that moment, he could vividly perceive or observe every corner of his corporeal form, as well as the external world, the clamorous winds, the dark-hued hills, and the flickering flames. Alongside Voldemort's elation and Cedric's despair. Nearby, a villa illuminated with light, while in the distance, a flock of sparrows took flight. The world seemed to transform into the unfamiliar, and he found himself a mere spectator. There lay a chasm, abyssal and forcibly divided, for the first time. Harry scrutinized it with clarity. Absent the spell, the division of his soul would have merely resulted in a fissure. Yet this incantation had forcibly widened it into the form before him. The separation of souls. Had Draco endured a similar fate? Had he suffered a tormenting death at the hands of his curse? And all the while, others looked on, helplessly observing, as if compelled to partake in a ritual, with that boy of pale golden hair as the sacrificial offering. Hatred and sorrow surged forth from his recollections, akin to the pale, azure waves rising from the distant horizon, drawn by the icy cord from another realm, relentless in its approach. As he beheld Cedric vanish from sight, Harry turned in fury, raising his hand, the unforgivable curse glowing ominously at the tip of his wand. Voldemort nearly exploded with rage at the sight, yet it was too late. He felt distinctly aware of something struggling within the abyss, the pain and fatigue multiplying exponentially. Harry's hand faltered, and the wand slipped from his grasp. In an instant, Pon's incantation ensnared him. Harry, filled with dread, sensed that entity within him, the fragment of soul. It was indeed the fragment. From the very beginning, he had known it to be the piece of soul. The fragment from his previous life had been eradicated, yet this one remained. Thus, the initial discord between their souls stemmed primarily from this fragment, which had forcibly obstructed the merging of the two souls, creating a fissure. As various hallucinations and bodily phenomena began to manifest, he realized that the fragment might be growing, thriving within the chasm between their souls, absorbing what it needed from the intertwining magic to strengthen itself. Yet he had not anticipated this. Harry gazed at the increasingly vivid crimson hue emerging from the deep, forcibly widened chasm, emanating a chilling cold reminiscent of winter snow. Tom Riddle in his matured form stood before him, clad in black robes, existing solely within a realm visible to Harry, his eyes, a shade of red that he loathed, fixated upon him. Yet he had not foreseen that it could evolve to this extent. Awakened forcefully, Tom grinned, his mouth splitting in a smile as if addressing a third party. Do you intend to use me to control Harry Potter? In truth, there would be no third party. From the moment he manifested, Harry's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, stripped of control. No body could accommodate two conscious souls. How long has it been? Harry inquired bitterly. Tom narrowed his eyes with intrigue. Since I murdered your parents, I have dwelled within you. Harry clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I know. Years have flown by, Tom remarked nostalgically. I have become two individuals, one enduring countless trials outside, a wraith of sorts, and another merely slumbering until now. Oh no, Tom chuckled maliciously. Until you arrived in this world. Harry remained taut-lipped, saying nothing, merely observing him as he concealed his hatred behind his lashes. Isn't the world truly marvelous? Tom began to draw nearer, each step inducing unbearable pain throughout Harry's being, as if you could leap through time to return to the past. As if I discovered a nurturing environment within the crevice of your soul to be reborn. In truth, he spoke, his red eyes brimming with barely contained sarcasm, casting a sideways glance at Harry. I am genuinely curious. What have you experienced? Would you like to know? Harry laughed, seizing Tom by the collar. Allow me to enlighten you. In my world, you are utterly dead, completely obliterated. Every Horcrux, every cell, every drop of blood, all gone. Harry reveled in the sight of Tom's smile, faltering. He continued, this time employing parcel tongue. And here I stand, determined to protect the souls that fell victim to your hands from harm, and then, to kill you once more, completely. He hissed, his smile vanishing. The power of the incantation began to wane, and as the chasm narrowed, Tom Riddle's form began to fade. I'm already out of strength, he lamented. I eagerly await our next encounter, Harry Potter. Oh, and do extend my regards to Draco. Tom's smile dripped with irony. He is a clever and considerate boy. Harry's gaze locked onto Tom's sardonic grin. So you did emerge, didn't you? He spat through gritted teeth. On Christmas night. In fact, I have triumphed over you twice, unbeknownst to you, Tom replied. Harry recalled that summer spent at the Dursleys, when he sensed magical fluctuations around him. He had stealthily slipped from his room, only to awaken the following morning, convinced that he had merely dreamt of an outing. Suddenly, memories of Moody and his godfather discussing that incident flooded back, along with the enigma surrounding the fugitive and the mysterious entity. It felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, chills coursing through him. Was it truly himself? The Dark Lord he once was. That imagined foe, the mysterious figure, was merely a manifestation of himself, the source of those chain reactions, all instigated by his own actions. And that Christmas incident as well. The inexplicable fainting spell, the stolen moments of time. Harry was aghast. Time and history seemed far more challenging to alter than he had ever imagined, and far more terrifying. So, Tom's voice faded slowly as his form dissolved into crimson light, merging with the chasm. Are you sure you could defeat me once more? Are you certain you understand who you truly are? The echoes of voices reverberated in his mind, crashing against his eardrums and shattering in a cacophony of mocking laughter. Chapter 74, Awaiting Your Return. Cedric plunged headlong into the grass, clutching the cold trophy tightly in his hand, his body trembling on the ground. Adorned with numerous bruises and wounds, the remnants of being battered by stones. He gasped for breath, feeling his body light, yet his head heavy and muddled. The air was thick with screams and enthusiastic cheers, applause surging like a tidal wave. It appeared the champion of the Triwizard Tournament had been declared. A faction of judges and ministry officials, led by Ludo, rushed to the competition grounds. "It's Hogwarts!" Someone screamed. "It seems to be Cedric." "Cedric!" Another round of cheers erupted. Suddenly, Crumb emerged from the maze, his face impassive, and Karkaroff's expression fell into utter despair. This can't be, Karkaroff murmured. "Harry hasn't come out?" Hermione asked anxiously, making her way slowly from the stands through the crowd. Fleur had exited midway. Crumb had appeared. But Harry seemed oblivious to the fact that the contest had concluded. "I bet Cedric only relied on luck," Ron expressed with a disheartened expression, glancing up at his brothers. "I feel as though my body has been hollowed out." Fred, and George appeared to struggle with accepting the harsh reality. Cedric rose from the ground, rubbing his eyes fiercely, his vision blurring before gradually sharpening again. As he beheld the approaching familiar faces, a wave of emotion surged within him. But soon, he knew what he had to do. Harry hasn't come back." He shouted at the crowd, his voice hoarse and trembling. Harry hasn't returned. He is in danger." The clamor around him drowned out his cries like a relentless tide. A flurry of flashes erupted as someone began taking his photograph. Ludo was already preparing to deliver his closing remarks. No one paid him any heed, mistaking him for merely exuberant. In a sudden fit of fury, Cedric shoved Ludo aside, seizing the wand that had been enchanted against him, and jabbed it forcefully into his own jaw. "Harry!" His voice echoed, amplified by rage, turning sharp. "Harry is in danger." The sound reverberated throughout the Quidditch pitch. "You must go save him. Professor Dumbledore." The crowd fell silent in an instant, every pair of eyes fixated on the disheveled, nearly shattered young man. "It's a portkey. It brought us to a terrifying place. Harry is injured." He was unsure of the spell that had struck Harry, but he vividly recalled that look, that shockingly dull gaze, as if all vitality had been drained, reminiscent of a rotting tree. "He will die." Exhausted from his outburst, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. A loud clatter resonated as Draco's metallic pocket watch fell to the steps, producing an ear-piercing sound. "Is he mad?" Ron stared incredulously at the young man sprawled on the grass. Dumbledore and the other professors surged through the crowd, rushing to Cedric's side, causing chaos to erupt as some began to restore order, while Hermione and Ron fought to descend. "Calm down, Cedric," Dumbledore steadied him. "Clarify what transpired inside." Snape immediately crouched down to examine the trophy. "I don't know where we were." Cedric trembled as he spoke. "It was a portkey, Harry, and I grabbed hold of it. It took us to a place. And then, Cedric." Professor McGonagall's face had turned pale, her wand gripped tightly in her hand, seemingly ready to leap into action to rescue her student. "What kind of place was it?" Ron and Hermione poked their heads through the crowd, Hermione stifling a sob as she clutched Ron's arm tightly. "I can't be sure." Cedric shook his head frantically. "We were attacked with the unforgivable curses." "Merlin!" Someone gasped in shock. "Harry saved me. They continued to attack us, and we hid. I couldn't see anything clearly. There were stone statues. I don't know. "Calm down, Cedric." Professor Snape began to examine the portkey, assuring him he would soon ascertain the location. "You need to settle down. Speak slowly." "No," Cedric shouted. "Harry has been cursed. He didn't make it back in time. He has been cursed. There is no time." He lamented, covering his face in despair. "He saved me, yet I left him there." "Severus?" Dumbledore turned sharply, his fingers trembling. "It will take time. I cannot." Snape stepped aside, revealing the trophy lying on the ground. The exquisite trophy shimmered in shades of blue and purple, staining the surrounding grass white. "Oh!" Hermione's scream shattered the tense silence. Everyone looked up at her. The girl's face was ashen, her finger trembling as she pointed at the trophy. "That thing," she began, "that whistle." No one had noticed it so clearly. The silver ornament nearly blended into the trophy itself. "That belongs to Draco Malfoy." Her voice caught in her throat. The professors and ministry officials turned simultaneously to Dumbledore. "A Hogwarts student? Draco Malfoy?" Everyone began to search through the crowd. Teachers and students gradually parted, forming a circle around the blonde boy, all stepping back. "Draco?" Blaise stared incredulously at the person beside him, shaking his head. "To be honest, I'm quite shocked." Pansy cast a complicated glance at Draco, tugging at Blaise, who fell silent. The blonde boy's face had turned an alarming shade of pale, his gaze evasive, standing there helplessly, subjected to the relentless scrutiny of the crowd. "Draco?" Dumbledore appeared considerably aged, his grip on Cedric's sleeve unwavering, as though terrified of losing his student once more. "No." Draco took a step back, fear bubbling to the surface, struggling to catch his breath. "I didn't do anything. Why didn't he do anything? It's not my fault. You coward. You're a gutless bastard. Ron erupted with fury. Harry is in trouble. You aren't he going to help him? Moody seized his shoulder, preventing Ron from lunging forward to throw a punch. You're a damn Death Eater. Ron continued to hurl insults. No. Draco shook his head defiantly. He won't be in trouble. He won't be in trouble. He pointed at Cedric. This fool is lying. The Dark Lord promised him. He said nothing would happen. Are you afraid he will die? The Dark Lord said, as long as you do as I say, he will return safely. I promise you, Draco. The Dark Lord never lies to his loyal followers. The Dark Lord said nothing would happen. He hides within Harry. He only seeks an opportunity to escape Harry's body. He won't harm him. He won't. Absolutely not. It seems I must resort to measures with the students. Malfoy. Moody approached him with a limp, his face contorted in rage. Moody, Snape called out sharply. Moody nonetheless grabbed Draco by the collar, menacingly prodding his wand against Draco's cheek. This is your last chance, kid, he said, his magical eye spinning wildly in its socket. Reveal the location. Draco clenched his eyes shut, feeling the malice radiating from everyone, both in their glares and their words, as though he were about to be engulfed by guilt. This sensation of being vilified by the masses was one he had never before encountered. He truly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. How could it have come to this? Do you wish to languish in Azkaban for the rest of your days? Moody threatened, his gaze sharp enough to rend him asunder. I. Draco faltered, his trepidation overpowering his courage, tears brimming at his lashes as he reluctantly spoke. That whistle, just blowing that whistle would reveal everything. Dumbledore carefully took the whistle from Snape and blew into it, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. Moody, he exclaimed, finally releasing Cedric's tattered sleeve and addressing Professor Moody with a seriousness that belied his anxiety. We must go together. Harry reopened his eyes, the pain in his head escalating in tandem with the aching of his body. He felt as though he were firmly bound to a stone effigy, the wound on his arm continuing to bleed profusely. A sigh escaped Harry's lips as he thought it was too late. Before him stood Voldemort, resurrected, unchanged from his former self. Like a serpent, his pallid complexion tinged with a greenish hue, his crimson eyes glaring, bald, noseless, draped in a long black robe that enveloped him entirely. Harry Potter? A voice filled with both surprise and malice rang out. The tone remained as unpleasant as ever. Voldemort stood before him, wand in hand, his piercing gaze sweeping over him from head to toe. Is it not you? He inquired. Harry understood whom he meant. Voldemort sought the essence that resided within him. Are you not pleased to see me? Harry grinned, baring his teeth in a mocking smile. A hideous creature. Truth be told, if Voldemort and Tom were to meet simultaneously, it would resemble a comedic spectacle, each staring at the other in disbelief, perhaps driving each other to madness. Are you aware of your current predicament? Voldemort asked as he brushed aside Harry's hair from his forehead, pressing his hand against it. An intense pain surged through Harry's body, prompting him to cry out in agony. Damn it! Voldemort chuckled, releasing his grip, while Harry gasped for breath, glaring at him with fierce intensity. Fortunately, the potion within him was still effectively controlling the rifts in his soul. Otherwise, he would have been utterly powerless to resist. Master, a masked Death Eater approached, bowing slightly. Numerous enchantments have been cast here. No one can apparate, and it is not easily discovered. It is time to summon my old friends, Voldemort declared, a smile splitting his face. You have done well, Goyle. Harry scrutinized the 3 Death Eaters before him, Pansy, Crabbe, and Goyle. He was familiar with Pansy, but how had Goyle and Crabbe come to be here? Goyle, Crabbe. A sudden realization struck him. Lucius Malfoy. Yes, of course. How had he not thought of it sooner? Draco would undoubtedly inform his father, who would not act recklessly, but would instead seek a strategic retreat, likely sending Goyle and Crabbe to probe the situation. If the Dark Lord truly had returned, he would not hesitate to take a stand. Harry bit his lip, struggling to suppress the tumultuous pain rising within him. Draco, why? Why are you unwilling to say anything? Chapter 75, Concern. Master, Pansy said, her face pale. We cannot release the dark mark here. If a boy escapes, the Aurors might trace it back to us. Voldemort remained silent, continuing to lock eyes with Harry, who began to laugh derisively, a reaction that was entirely inappropriate for a boy in such dire circumstances. You surprise me, Harry Potter, he said, as a dark serpent slithered from the shadows, coiling itself around Harry's ankle and creeping upward, its cold, damp touch spreading alongside its sinuous body. The serpent constricted him tighter than any binding curse, causing Harry's throat to constrict as he instinctively stretched his neck, the serpent's forked tongue flicking dangerously against his skin. You are superior to your pitiful father, which gives me the illusion of reluctance to kill you. How could you ever kill me? Harry retorted. We are, after all, one and the same. You certainly know how to seize opportunities, Voldemort said, his hand caressing Harry's face, this time lightly, yet the pain remained unabated as Harry struggled to breathe. So come with me, Harry Potter. I shall offer you glory. Harry fell silent, the flames flickering in the wind, leaving only scattered embers and a blanket of ash. The stars twinkled in the sky, illuminating every inch of the cold, biting wind. Harry Potter, you stand upon the remains of my deceased father, he continued softly. A complete fool, much like your dear mother. Yet they each serve a purpose, did they not? Your mother died to protect you, while I killed my father, witnessing him prove his worth in death. Voldemort laughed once more, pacing as he looked around, the serpent still coiled tightly around him. Potter, do you see the house on the hill? My father once resided there. He continued his stroll, his red eyes roaming among the graves. Listen to me. Let me reminisce about family history, he said quietly. You see, I am quite sentimental, yet my home has become a thing of the past, and you shall become my new family. The words echoed in the air, mingling with a thick, smoky atmosphere. Voldemort returned to Harry's side, a broad smile on his face. Ha! Harry sneered maliciously. Do not tarnish my name. Instantly, the serpent that had been coiling around Harry's body slipped away. Cruciatus! The curse erupted from Voldemort's wand. Harry could not suppress a low roar as he collapsed to the ground, the magic within him surging forth, attempting to alleviate his suffering. Yet it was insufficient, far from enough. He was too exhausted, his magical reserves dwindling like a well running dry, unable to replenish his strength. The agony of the Cruciatus curse was unbearable as Harry writhed on the ground, fresh blood seeping from the wounds on his back. Voldemort retracted his wand, and Harry lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood trickling from his forehead down to his cheek. His eyes catching sight of his wand lying not far away, the Phoenix Feather Wand. Look at you, Voldemort taunted, as the Death Eaters behind him began to mock. Disheveled, ugly, weak, insignificant. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Harry managed to prop himself up. How had the Dark Lord fallen so low? Look at those fools behind you. Is that all your power? Is it? Voldemort raised his wand again, pointing it frivolously at Harry. Is that what you believe? So you think I have nothing to offer you? No, Harry shook his head. I merely believe you possess nothing. Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill you? Harry Potter? Voldemort finally snapped, anger surging through him as a red beam shot from his wand. Harry instinctively rolled aside to evade the curse, the spell exploding nearby and sending sparks flying. Harry sprang to his feet, snatching up his wand. A slicing curse shot from a Death Eater's wand, embedding itself in his thigh, causing Harry to gasp sharply and stumble to his knees, blood gushing from the widening wound. In an instant, Harry cast a series of simple protective spells, deflecting the curses that ricocheted into the distance. He attempted to use a healing charm to staunch the bleeding, but his efforts yielded little success. His magical strength was insufficient to continue the battle. Harry Potter, Voldemort shouted once more. Harry unleashed a chilling green light, causing Voldemort and the Death Eaters to instinctively evade it. Yet that green radiance merely struck the ground, transforming into a mere spot of light. It was not the killing curse at all. Voldemort felt himself mocked. With a swift roll, Harry pressed himself tightly against the stone sculpture. The moment he had been bound there, he sensed a warmth in his chest. Someone was using a whistle to probe his whereabouts. However, these adversaries were exceedingly vigilant, and his would-be rescuers struggled to pinpoint his exact location. Harry's mind was a tumult of thoughts. He had to survive, for there were still numerous tasks left undone. He gripped the jewel at his chest, which continued to glow and radiate heat. He could sense that the one wielding the whistle was nearby. Yet both his perception and that of his pursuer were clouded by some unseen force, rendering them unable to ascertain their targets. Hurry up, Harry prayed, as he could not endure much longer. Harry Potter, Voldemort's voice grew ever closer. You have surprised me. I shall grant you one final opportunity to choose between life and death. Blood trickled down from his forehead, obscuring his left eye. Harry attempted to lift his hand to wipe it away, only to find his arm trembling as if devoid of sensation. He was uncertain if any part of him remained unscathed. All he knew was that the myriad wounds and his weary body were relentlessly draining his vitality. His vision blurred and sharpened intermittently, while the cacophony of his own ragged breaths and heartbeat filled his ears. Will you obey me? Or shall you descend into hell with that surplus fragment of your soul? This was an opportunity, Voldemort's final chance for him, and he truly wished to see him dead. He had begun to regard himself as a threat. How amusing it was, In his previous life, he had scarcely valued himself, yet now, he found himself courting his own existence, to obey or to die. But he was on the brink of death. Even if Voldemort did not strike him down, he sensed his time was nearly up. To obey, to submit first, and seek an opportunity to rebel later? Ah, what a splendid notion. Obey, obey, obey. Have you truly been cowardly for an entire lifetime, only to repeat the same folly? Harry bit down hard on his tongue, the pain jolting his mind back to clarity. Before him flashed scenes he feared, images that had haunted his dreams countless times, tormenting and whipping him like vengeful spirits. A series of ashen-hued visions swirled in his mind, and the scent of gunpowder mingled with blood surged at his nostrils. Who do you despise the most, Draco? It was as if a distant lighthouse flickered to life, and Harry struggled against the black tide. The only sound in his ears was the whisper of the wind. He remembered that Voldemort had once asked someone this very question. What had that person answered? How had they chosen? Harry felt tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. You're still too weak, Harry Potter. Because of your weakness, you are left with but these two choices. Yet your life was bartered with the lives of others. Well, why do you have to submit? It would be easier to return his life to them. Ah, I have no right to sully this life. The answer lay within, even if that answer led him towards death. Then go ahead and kill me. Harry lowered his arms and spoke, allowing the crimson to streak down his cheeks. I do not wish to live in such disgrace. Avada Kedavra! Boom! Then came the explosion spell, and Harry felt himself and the stone sculpture behind him hurled away, limbs feeling as if they were disassembled and utterly numb. He closed his eyes and fell into a fuzzy embrace just as his consciousness faded. Hermione had been clinging tightly to Ron's arm, feeling as though despair and anxiety were about to engulf her. Dumbledore and Moody were the first to venture forth. The remaining Ministry members and the arriving Aurors made up the second wave. The younger students had already been ushered back to the castle, leaving only a handful of professors and older students unwilling to depart. A few students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang remained as well. Mrs. Weasley and Madame Pomfrey forcibly brought Cedric into the infirmary, while the disheveled blonde boy stubbornly stood by, guarded by several upperclassmen with wands drawn. If it weren't for Professor McGonagall being here, Ron had said countless times, I would have knocked him so hard he wouldn't recognize his own mother. Yet no one had any extra words to offer. Their warriors faced peril, and they stood powerless. Someone took the daisies I left in the common room, Luna murmured. Why not just pick some yourself? I still Haven T, returned Harry's wizard chess set. Neville squatted down, covering his face. I hate waiting. No one cared about your flowers, nor would they care about a Christmas gift. Fleur held Gabrielle tightly. Crumb turned back as Karkaroff led him away. His beloved girl clung to another's hand. A heavy humidity brewed in the air, enveloping everyone in a thick shroud, allowing sorrow to wander freely within. Crack! Dumbledore returned to the grass, cradling someone in his arms, blood staining his beard. The crowd surged forward, yet their footsteps abruptly halted. Ah! A girl screamed. Harry! Hermione, having just exhaled in relief, felt her heart leap again upon seeing the blood-soaked, lifeless boy. No, she finally could not hold back her tears. Ron wrapped one arm around Harry's shoulder, his face turning ashen. Oh, Merlin! Madame Pomfrey rushed over, trembling, as she began to tend to the boy's wounds in a flurry of helplessness. He was covered in injuries, and Madame Pomfrey could not help but choke back her sobs. What kind of deranged person would do such a thing to a boy? The second wave had yet to return, and Dumbledore had brought Harry back first. Dean dared not approach too closely, fearing it would interfere with the treatment. I hope they catch those bastards. Those damned bastards. Step aside, someone shoved him aside, and Dean stumbled as he pushed through. The light-haired boy unconsciously took his place. Now no one cared about him. As everyone turned their attention to the boy Dumbledore had brought back, Draco stood there, dumbfounded, immobile, striving to blend into the background. Yet he still saw it. A face peering through a gap, a visage reminiscent of death, blood trickling down one side into the neck. Take him to St. Mungo S. He must be transferred. Someone lifted Harry. Others wiped the blood from his face. Was that boy in their hands, Harry? Draco stepped back. What have I done? What have I done? No one will tell me. Malfoy. Ron Weasley swung a punch, and no one would care for them either. Draco felt himself tumble to the ground. It did not hurt in the slightest. Luna walked past him, staring blankly at the stalk she held, stripped bare from gripping too tightly, looking as if they had been trampled. I just forgot to bring them back to the common room. Sorry, Harry. Her voice floated softly. Not far away. A flock of gray sparrows took flight, the sound of insects rising and falling like the patter of rain. Chapter 76, My Boyfriend. He awoke once more a week later, having been transferred back from Street Mungo S to the Hogwarts Infirmary. The first person he saw upon opening his eyes was Sirius, who appeared quite haggard as he slumped to one side, while the other side was piled high with various gifts and flowers. Godfather? Harry knew he was not dead. He had awakened several times in St. Mungo's. Each time he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Sirius. But now he was at Hogwarts. Had his godfather remained by his side through this transition, Harry discovered that his vision had somewhat improved. He could clearly see the stubble growing on Sirius's chin even without his glasses. He attempted to move his body, but it remained weak and unresponsive. A swift examination of his physical condition revealed bandages still wrapped around his forehead and thigh, likely due to the depth of his wounds that hindered rapid healing. In truth, the gravest injury was not his physical wounds. Harry recalled the separation of his soul, which inflicted a deeper harm than he had anticipated. When Tom's soul forcefully awakened, he endured immense pain and suffering, as one body could not withstand two conscious souls. Fortunately, he had not sustained any irreparable damage. Harry? Sirius lifted his face, staring vacantly into those clear green eyes. It was still morning. A faint green light filtered through the white curtains outside. The boy in bed offered him a youthful smile. "You're awake," Sirius exclaimed, struggling to prop up his numb body. "How do you feel?" "No, I must call Madame Pomfrey. She is far more reliable than you." "Don't treat me like a mere child, Godfather," Harry replied resignedly, his voice slightly hoarse. "Oh, I need to drink some water." "You are nothing more than an immature minor." Sirius shot him a skeptical glance, yet he walked over to pour him a glass of warm water, sweetened with sugar. "Immature? Me?" Harry replied with a mysterious smile as he accepted the cup without retorting. After enduring another lengthy examination and the incessant comfort and chatter from Madame Pomfrey, he was finally confirmed to be out of danger. Thank Merlin, it's finally over. By the time Madame Pomfrey allowed the group waiting at the door to enter, the day had brightened considerably. Dumbledore cautiously glanced at Madame Pomfrey before leading a throng into the infirmary. Indeed, it was a sizable entourage. His professors and friends nearly filled the area at the foot of his bed. "Harry!" Ron shouted in delight, and Harry immediately flashed him a grin. Ron seemed eager to shout something more, but was swiftly silenced by a look from Hermione. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione could not help but inquire. "You scared us terribly that day." "Look at me. I'm perfectly fine." Harry sat up as Madame Pomfrey adjusted the pillow behind him. "Mind your head, Harry," she gently advised. "If these people disturb you, just call for me." Dumbledore cleared his throat twice, and once Madame Pomfrey had departed, he turned back to Harry, peering at him with his blue eyes. "I think, Harry, we must intrude upon your rest." Through their accounts, Harry gleaned the events that had transpired during his absence. Dumbledore had chosen to bring him back after he and Voldemort had merely exchanged glances. Moody and Mr. Weasley had engaged in a brief scuffle, and the second wave of Ministry rescue personnel had arrived. In truth, they had captured nothing, for Voldemort was far too cunning. No one could ascertain his whereabouts. Naturally, Harry had anticipated all of this. What was unexpected, however, was that even at this juncture, Minister Fudge still refused to acknowledge Voldemort's resurrection. "You merely encountered a few remaining fugitives, yet you wish to escalate the situation and incite public panic," he insisted. Well, those who engage in self-deception cannot be reasoned with. Yet, the number of individuals who had actually seen Voldemort that day was scant. Few could genuinely assert that the Dark Lord had truly returned. Thus, Fudge endeavored to suppress the matter. He would wait for Voldemort to gradually regain strength, expanding his ranks until the situation became uncontrollable, Harry lamented. It was time for him to find an opportunity to intervene, for with Voldemort's return, his previous plans and efforts had largely become futile. "Harry," Cedric spoke up, moving closer and gazing intently at him. "I'm sorry, I promised to bring you back." "You have done admirably," Harry quickly replied. No, you are the remarkable one, Harry." I just couldn't be of much help," Cedric stated. "Regardless, you saved me. My life was spared by you, and whatever challenges may lie ahead, I will assist you at any cost." "Cedric, you should form a queue," George quipped. "Before you get the chance to repay Harry, his legion of fans will tear you apart." Following a unanimous decision from the judges, "You emerged as the champion of the Triwizard Tournament," Fred chimed in. "Are you happy, Harry? Gryffindor's golden boy has now ascended to Hogwarts' golden darling." Everyone began to tease Harry, and unbeknownst to him, his spirits lifted even further. Just then, Professor Snape entered with a furrowed brow, his black robes billowing like a walking storm cloud. He regarded Harry's goofy grin with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth before striding impassively toward Dumbledore. "Lucius has lodged a complaint with the Ministry," Snape stated solemnly. "He claims we have taken his son hostage to incite trouble." "Let him complain. The situation has already escalated," Dumbledore replied, casting a profound glance at Harry. The ministry feared facing calamity and the ire of the populace, haunted by events from decades past. What about Draco? Harry inquired succinctly. A sudden silence enveloped the room as laughter faded, leaving only the distant sounds of Madame Pomfrey preparing potions. Everyone raised their faces. Concern etched in their expressions, mingled with a pity Harry detested. I must tell you something, Harry. Hermione bit her lip, glancing at Dumbledore. Someone replaced your trophy with a door key. I know. I'm aware it was Draco, Harry replied candidly. Snape cast him a peculiar glance, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Did you administer Veritaserum to him? Harry clenched the bedspread tightly. Dumbledore shook his head with a smile. I do not endorse administering such substances to my students, which are typically reserved for criminals. The Aurors also consented to respect your wishes before making any decisions upon your awakening. But you still imprison him like a criminal. Pansy entered the infirmary, her complexion pale and her unadorned lips devoid of color. The individuals beside the bed parted to allow her passage, and she approached Harry. I apologize on behalf of Draco. Harry, she stammered, looking at the frail, pallid boy by the head of the bed. I do not expect you to forgive him, but he is still a student. I know him. He can be grandiose and has done many detestable things, but I wager he never intended to harm you. Defending a Death Eater, are you Parkinson? Ron retorted, incredulity in his tone. You do realize he almost killed Harry. He had no intention of harming anyone, Pansy insisted, her voice trembling, tears welling in her eyes. You locked him up? Harry finally grasped the crux of the matter, frowning. Why did you imprison him? Everyone stared at him in shock, as if he were a stranger. Was he not supposed to be heartbroken and distraught upon discovering that someone he cared for had betrayed him? Fred and George had devised 100 ways to console a heartbroken boy and 100 pranks to exact revenge on a former lover. What then was the thought process of a savior? Harry appeared slightly angered, confused. Where is he detained? Harry inhaled deeply, turning to Pansy. If it's Azkaban, he might go berserk. I assure you. In the cellar, Pansy quickly regained her composure, sniffing as she spoke. Guarded in turns by ministry personnel, no one is allowed to see him. Dumbledore shrugged childishly. Moody insisted on taking him to the Auror's office, which I firmly opposed. Take me to him. Harry turned over in bed, the injury in his leg causing an involuntary surge of pain. Harry, Sirius approached, holding a small vial of pain relief potion. Where do you think you're going? I warn you, it would be wise not to get out of bed, he said, surveying the bewildered crowd around him, all wondering what had transpired with his godson. Wait. What exactly do you intend to do? Noticing Harry's disregard for his words, Sirius stretched out his arm to block his path. I'm going to see my boyfriend, Harry declared, unhesitatingly grasping his wand, while Pansy handed him his robe. Oh, Sirius replied, momentarily taken aback. Regardless, you must drink a potion first. Harry donned his robe, tucked his wand inside, and then, with a swift motion, gulped down the entire contents of the vial. He coughed a few times, then shot a grim look at his godfather. You forgot to add sugar. He then glanced at his friends and the professor, whose expression was one of innocent bewilderment. Apologies, but I must take my leave, Harry said apologetically, before limping away with Pansy as support, who couldn't help but glance back. Did you all understand whom he's going to see? Sirius turned back to the group, incredulous. Everyone nodded in understanding. Chapter 77. Helplessness. Candles quietly flickered, ensconced on a gray-white pedestal, their light casting a yellowish hue upon the walls. A crimson chair, a bed draped with gray curtains, and a small wooden table against the wall characterized this humble Slytherin chamber, devoid of windows. Draco sat silently on the edge of the bed, the top button of his white shirt undone, with a silver-green tie and robe neatly folded beside him. He averted his gaze, staring at the floor, his eyes tracing the dark patterns that extended into the abyss. He had lost track of how many days he had been confined, unaware of the events unfolding outside, save for the daily visits from an interrogator who fulfilled his duties by questioning him anew. Clearly, this was imprisonment, and it was his due. He had never fathomed that he would find himself in such a predicament. As a Malfoy, he was accustomed to wealth and power. Life could be constraining at times, yet he had never imagined he would feel this helpless. Seated in this chamber, submerged beneath the lake, a cold and damp place akin to a corpse buried in mud. He lifted his eyes to see his breakfast disappearing from the table once it had cooled, leaving only faint circular marks behind. It was only when the food had vanished entirely that Draco realized he had missed his morning meal. His breakfast had mirrored the berry tarts and hot milk prepared at school each morning, yet he always found it tasteless, perhaps due to the excessive humidity here causing the bread to ferment. I could use something sweet, He mused, and suddenly, an assortment of confections and honey tea appeared on the table. Draco regarded them coldly before rising and sweeping everything to the floor with a crash, the glass shattering instantly. Scalding tea steaming on the ground. Gasping, Draco watched as the pale, golden tea soaked the biscuits, a wave of nausea rolling through him. But fortunately, those items quickly disappeared from the floor. Footsteps echoed from outside, a familiar sound that made Draco's heart tighten. He glanced at the barren floor before returning to the bed, lowering his head to regain his previous demeanor. "I heard Harry Potter returned to school," came a familiar voice from outside. "Is that so? Are you still on duty here?" Another man replied. "This job is dreadfully dull," the first voice continued, the sound of heels scraping against the stairs. "But once that boy awakens, and he clarifies what transpired. Do you believe?" The voice trailed off. "Has Voldemort truly returned?" The sound of heels striking the ground echoed sharply. "I certainly don't believe it. Gale, no one would accept the word of a boy. No, it's not just that boy. There's Dumbledore, and even Moody. Quite a few have rallied behind him. In fact, I suspect Sterling leans more towards Dumbledore than Fudge. Well, let's not speculate further. This is becoming quite a scandal. The Ministry might undergo a significant overhaul." Draco's heart raced. Harry had returned to Hogwarts? That meant he was alive. Joy surged through him, cascading through his veins and infusing his skin, like a spring flowing over parched earth. He was so close at Hogwarts, breathing on a hospital bed. Yet, with this elation came an overwhelming tide of fear, memories haunting him from the depths of his nightmares. "Are you afraid he might die?" The icy red eyes, an unfamiliar smile, flashed in his mind. Then, the image of Harry's bloodied face emerged from his recollections, tearing open an unhealable wound. It was impossible to articulate which fear gripped him more. Each was chilling in its own right. The former evoked terror, while the latter brought forth unbearable anguish. He could not bear to envision Harry dying at his hands, nor could he fathom the moment they would meet again once Harry awoke. The loneliness and unease within him stirred, threatening to engulf all rational thought. What would he do? What action could he take to ease his own turmoil? His gaze traversed the damp air, settling on the candelabra, watching as the flickering flame cast an unsightly brown shadow on the pedestal. What is the situation with that fellow inside? The men outside continued their conversation, now shifting to him, a teenager incited by an escaped convict. The sound of rustling fabric echoed from outside. His father sued Dumbledore. Quite comical, really, considering it was the Aurors who locked him up. Of course, it's impossible to send him to Azkaban. Laughter erupted from outside. In truth, a minor who has truly committed a crime merely requires careful monitoring. Sending him to Azkaban would be absurd. Their voices faded into hushed tones. That fellow inside must be listening. He ought to breathe a sigh of relief. Poor lad, hasn't he eaten properly for days? He is terrified. Another wave of low laughter ensued. Draco's body trembled with discomfort. He bit his lip, raising his head to begin tying his tie, then putting on his robe. Outside, a cacophony of footsteps approached. Draco couldn't help but strain his ears to listen. "I must say, Potter, you looked quite dashing when you rolled out of bed just now." Pansy's voice grew louder as she approached. "In fact, I'm grateful this is Slytherin territory." The familiar voice that instilled fear in him rang out. Draco's eyes widened as he attempted to reach for his wand, only to remember it had been confiscated, effectively barring Sirius and Ron from entering. "I'm rather relieved that I informed you of this only after your transfer, Harry. You're more impulsive than I imagined." "My apologies, Professor," the voice continued. "However, some matters cannot be delayed." The voices reached the door, and Draco clenched his jaw tightly. They quickly engaged with the two figures at the entrance. Draco anxiously glanced at the wooden table, hoping for no unpleasant food to appear. Straightening his back and fixating on the dark lock of the door, the lock turned with a series of nonsensical complaints, akin to a waiting sentence. Draco's jaw clenched tightly. The day had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. What awaited him? How should he explain? Should he recount it, as he would to the Aurors? Incited by an escaped convict, did Harry know what lay within him? No, he mustn't reveal that thing. For the Ministry would utterly destroy Harry. Yet that very object could also lead to his downfall. At this moment, the door began to take on a menacing presence, akin to a black hole capable of unleashing terror, and a wave of nausea surged within him as a clammy atmosphere quivered in the air. As the inky fissure widened, his heartbeat quickened, synchronizing with his ragged breaths. Light from outside spilled in, merging with the flickering candlelight. Draco's pupils constricted as Harry Potter's bandaged face melded into the pale, golden glow. As those suddenly glistening green eyes locked onto him, Draco's fingers twitched. The stillness shattered as Harry, limping and stumbling, leaped forward, wrapping his arms around Draco's neck in a tight embrace. "I'm back, Draco." The warmth of his breath flowed into Draco's neck, rendering all fears utterly impotent. "You're back." Draco shoved him away, a torrent of emotions flooding his heart, leaving him flustered. "You nearly died." Yet, he could not push him away. This fellow clung to him like a stubborn leech. Astonished, Draco looked up to see Dumbledore smiling at him, his white beard shimmering in the candlelight. "Let go of me," Draco stammered. "Let go of me, Potter." He reached behind to grasp Harry's hair. "I'll count to 3. 1. Pansy had already turned away, laughing. 2. Draco began to nudge him with his knee. 3. "Damn it. I swear I'll kill you." Draco grasped his waist. Finally, Harry released him, though his arms still encircled Draco's neck, his gaze fixed intently upon him. The dark strands of hair cascading over the bandages, accentuating the depth of its hue. Draco suddenly found himself at a loss, as something flickered within those familiar green eyes. A glimmer of suppressed feelings or emotions. Draco fell silent, neither uttering a word, nor did Harry. Until Dumbledore spoke with a smile. "It's time to resolve matters, Harry." "I know," Harry replied, lowering his head, releasing Draco and sitting beside him. "The war is about to begin, Draco." "What did you say?" Draco looked up in shock. Dumbledore raised his eyes, gazing deeply at Harry. "I will initiate it. I will commence this war." A smile broke upon Harry's face. "I possess the key that ignites the war." The smile radiated with a gentle vibrancy in the candlelight. "Here," he pointed to his bandaged head. "My memories. I will divulge everything to you, to all who need to know, to all who have paid a heavy price, to anyone who can assist me." He lifted his gaze toward Dumbledore, his voice hoarse. "I can no longer bear this alone." The tone became suddenly devoid of fluctuation. "I will share everything with you." He reiterated. Chapter 78, Absolute Trust. "If you have made this decision," Dumbledore said with a smile, "I look forward to it." Harry shrugged. "In truth, I am not looking forward to it at all. These matters have long been my nightmares, and I have no desire to unearth them unless absolutely necessary. But there is no other choice, is there?" Harry continued, endeavoring to make himself significant. For every day, every night, every moment, he must render himself important. Only by becoming powerful could he gain the right to more choices. He craved those surplus choices. "No, you're already very brave, my child," Dumbledore remarked. "I trust your decision is the correct one." As Dumbledore took his leave, he added, "I imagine you would not wish for me to remain here." Pansy followed suit, leaving swiftly. The atmosphere grew quiet once more, the candlelight flickering restlessly in the candelabrum, casting disarrayed shadows. "I'm sorry, Draco," Harry said. His gaze lowered as he spoke again. Draco's body stiffened momentarily, and he slowly stood, distancing himself from the boy seated there, akin to withdrawing from a loaf of dough that had begun to ferment. "I'm sorry," again with the apologies, each time he had caused him pain. "Are you mocking me, Potter?" Draco retorted. "No," Harry shook his head. "I have hurt you. If it weren't for my presence, if it weren't for my interference, your life would have been much simpler and more joyful." He recalled the Draco of the previous life, a carefree little rascal, at least during his 4th year, when he had little genuine concern. Yet now, he yearned to protect everyone, all those he held dear, but still ended up hurting him. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be forced into doing things you despise. You wouldn't be harmed, wouldn't feel helpless and in pain, nor would you be confined here." Harry thought, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't encounter danger. Just like in the previous life, if he hadn't been so weak, Draco wouldn't have had the opportunity to seize those things and engage in foolishness." "You're quite amusing, Potter. You live forever in your own delusions," Draco scoffed, his face rigid with derision. He privately speculated about others' thoughts, then arrogantly imposed his own understanding. Harry was taken aback, lifting his gaze to the boy backlit by the candles, whose faint shadow was stretched before him. "I have never been coerced." He shook his head, the redness gathering in his eyes. "I have always willingly engaged in this matter." Finally, he spoke of the incident that nearly cost Harry his life. Draco's hands trembled at his sides, having foolishly believed in the Dark Lord, thinking that as a Malfoy, he would hold a special position in the Dark Lord's heart, believing he wouldn't be deceived, believing that Harry could truly escape unscathed. He believed, all his assumptions akin to Harry's own arrogance. He too selfishly held onto his beliefs, thus rendering himself a foolish victim. "Ha!" Harry chuckled, his eyes flickering. "Who would believe you genuinely wished to kill me?" He shook his head and then looked up at him. "Do you not want to admit that you were deceived, Draco? Can you not do your job without being so inept?" Draco's lips twitched, but he said nothing, a wave of frustration surging within him. He truly despised Harry's self-righteousness. Harry attempted to rise, realizing sitting was more comfortable, and plopped back down. He waved his wand, casting a silencing charm at the door. Then he looked up at Draco. I'm truly grateful you didn't disclose anything regarding Voldemort. Harry's expression grew serious again as he instinctively pushed up his glasses, only to realize he was no longer wearing them. About the fragment of his soul within me, you know? Draco asked, only to feel it was a foolish question. Of course. In fact, it has been within me since the day my parents died, Harry replied. It's hard to fathom, Draco said in astonishment. I wish to tell you everything, Draco. Harry reached out toward him, his eyes brimming with expectation. So, can you come sit over here? No. Let it be, Draco shook his head. I don't want to know anything. You can speak if you wish. Even though Harry appeared to bear him no ill will, it did not absolve him of his own guilt. It was a disgrace, a recurring nightmare. It had indeed transpired, right before his eyes, yet what had he done? Foolishly persevered, cowardly evaded. He truly did not understand, did not comprehend what Harry Potter persisted in with him. He felt as if he had received a tremendous boon, just as Harry's inexplicable trust in him. Why did he treat him this way? Was it that the Savior was habitually inclined to trust his lover? No, that was indeed peculiar. His joy was accompanied by profound emotion, yet it also stirred unease and fear within him. Harry seemed to possess an intricate understanding of himself, as if he were engulfed by this very sensation. He appeared to harbor an unreserved trust in himself, a trust that bordered on reckless abandon. What are you afraid of? Harry finally broke the silence. I was merely pondering why you choose to forgive me, Draco replied, an unusual calmness residing in his gray-blue eyes. Because of love, Harry replied with a smile. Draco's expression remained unchanged. Ah, I knew this matter was inescapable, Harry continued, his tousled black hair falling over his pallid face as he tilted his head, offering Draco a smile, the candlelight flickering between his teeth. So, what would you like me to tell you, Draco? Yet Draco remained silent. Well, Harry said, finally ceasing his idle chatter, his smile fading as he gently touched the bandaged area on his forehead. I truly am unaccustomed to seeing you like this, Draco, he said, lowering his gaze. This silence, so unbecoming of your age, evokes a sense of guilt within me. I wish you didn't have to bear any burdens or ponder anything at all, but simply lived well, just like that for the rest of your life. He lifted his gaze, his green eyes shimmering with a faint light. I also wish you would never grow up, forever remain a scoundrel, and fulfill the role of the Malfoy heir, awakening each day with a clear conscience. But I know, Harry thought, I have no right to demand such of you. The world is changing, and so are you. I do not wish to forcibly alter you, but I yearn to change this world, to transform myself, and then protect those I wish to safeguard. You see, you really need not ponder so deeply. I am simply a person of such boundless affection, Harry continued with unabashed audacity. As for my forgiveness, the truth is, I would forgive you regardless of what you did, especially since you have always been an innocent victim in this conspiracy. You would forgive me? Draco murmured, his tone laden with a noble righteousness that seemed almost genuine. He smirked sarcastically. Even for hurting you? Even for hurting me, Harry affirmed, his gaze fixed on Draco, each word articulated with unwavering certainty. You know I am not referring to this instance. You understand I speak of truly malicious harm. Draco shook his head. Not like this. I know, Harry interrupted him. But you will never harm me. In that instant, Draco became utterly still, rooted to the spot, as if something within him had been reawakened. It began to grow anew, rapidly flourishing like a sapling that had miraculously survived a storm, unfurling its branches in the sunlight. Is it real, to be fully trusted? Why? Draco inquired, tugging at his collar, his heart racing like pebbles bouncing from a rock. I truly wish I had the strength to protect you. I genuinely long to do whatever it takes to be close to you. Draco thought chaotically, feeling the rush of blood in his veins threatening to consume him. For no reason, Harry shook his head, his eyes suddenly glistening. Because I'm fleeing from the past, which has never truly released me. Because this is what I owe you. If I must provide a reason, he continued, then the reason is you. Because it is you, everything can be forgiven, and thus, I can trust without reservation. The candlelight danced upon his face, and Harry gazed at him, his eyes soft like ripples across a tranquil lake. Simply because it is you. Chapter 79, Reassembling. It was a rainy day, an utterly dreary weather. George rubbed his red hair and gazed out the window at the end of the corridor. They were currently walking down the hall, the left side adorned with portraits, while the right featured a row of intricately carved windows. Rain pattering against the glass like a cacophony of exploding beads, which, much like the clouds that delivered this rain, were somber and gray, devoid of any charm. Both he and Fred had simultaneously been summoned to meet with the headmaster, This was not unusual, as they always engaged in activities together. However, this particular matter was rather peculiar, was it not? They had not been involved in anything noteworthy lately. Well, at least nothing morally reprehensible. To be frank, as the semester drew to a close, he truly hoped nothing would occur to provoke their mother's wrath. George nudged Fred, who appeared lost in thought beside him. The other red-haired boy lifted his head. Like a mirror, George mused, though he always managed to find subtle differences, be it a tuft of hair sticking up, a crease at the corner of his eye, or perhaps a bad habit, such as Fred's tendency to fidget with zippers. Yet they could clearly distinguish each other, never resorting to referring to him as that other boy. Fred glanced at George, confusion flickering briefly across his face, and playfully nudged him back. George chuckled and playfully pushed him once more. I sincerely hope it's nothing that would provoke Mother's anger, Fred remarked. See, we're on the same wavelength. George shrugged, extending his hand to pinch the soft flesh at the back of Fred's neck. Today, they wore lighter, knitted sweaters that their mother had crafted for them. George's was a pale yellow emblazoned with a large red G, while Fred's was brick red adorned with a prominent F. However, in truth, George wore the red one, and Fred donned the pale yellow. Perhaps due to their habit of swapping clothes, no one could reliably tell them apart. George's hand was swatted away, and with a light laugh, he shook his arm, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, subsequently yawning broadly. He envisioned himself as a bright red sausage sizzling in a pan. Just then, a hand reached out and tousled his hair into a disarray reminiscent of Harry Potter's. Naturally, they began to frolic, instantly enlivening the previously tranquil atmosphere of the corridor. Open sesame, as they exchanged peculiar glances at the entrance of the room of requirement. The exquisite metal door swung open as if by an unseen hand. How extraordinary, George began. Terrifying, Fred echoed. The atmosphere inside and outside differed drastically. The room of requirement was a place they were relatively familiar with, yet at this moment, it emanated a sense of intimidation that made them want to retreat. Why had Dumbledore summoned them here? At the nearing end of the semester, amidst the turmoil of the magical world, shortly after Harry's incident, it was too dim inside, and there were too many people. A circular conference table occupied the center of the solemn room, featuring a round indentation wherein a basin-sized vessel shimmered with silvery liquid, its halo pulsating and swirling. Surrounding the table were numerous individuals, some standing, others seated, yet all remained silent, their collective gaze fixed upon them like specters in a haunting procession. No, it was akin to interrupting a somber memorial service. I believe we've come to the wrong place, George stated dryly. Fred stepped back, clearly sharing the same sentiment. You're late. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out clearly from within. I don't wish to deduct points today, so take your seats at once. Oh, they entered the room, and the door behind them closed slowly. Professor McGonagall promptly stepped forward to cast various protective spells. Once their eyes adjusted to the dim light, they were astonished to discover that most of the individuals at the table were familiar faces. Dad? Fred called out quietly in a certain direction, and Mr. Weasley immediately placed a finger to his lips. It was truly unbelievable. George and Fred settled beside Neville, who appeared pale and tense. I bet this was initiated by Harry. Fred whispered to George. Look at that. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Cedric and his father, Sirius, Professor Lupin do not read one by one. I have eyes. Fred continued, his voice echoing through the air. The room is filled with Aurors, Kingsley, Moody, dear Lord. Was it Minister of Aurors Stinger who was arguing with Dumbledore? I had only seen him in the newspapers. Bang, bang, bang. Professor McGonagall rapped her knuckles on the table, casting a stern glance at them. You have overlooked something significant, thus rendering you somewhat oblivious to the current situation. However, I do not wish for this to become an excuse for your indiscipline. It was as serious as a classroom setting. George and Fred exchanged glances, shrugged, and fell silent, as McGonagall's attention was drawn to a nearby discussion. George signaled their younger brother, Neville, over. Ron looked as though he had been punched, his eyes wide with disbelief, his complexion pale as he mirrored Neville's expression. This is terrifying, he whispered, leaning back to confide in George. Harry claims to be someone who has returned from the future. Didn't that come from that little witch? I'm not sure. Ron seemed on the verge of tears. He said he would show us something. So everyone believed him? I don't know. Dumbledore certainly does. Ron shook his head. You know that aside from Dumbledore, no one could gather all these people. The headmaster may be getting old, Fred remarked, shaking his head. It feels like a secret gathering, opposing the Ministry of Magic or something. Neville quivered as he spoke. I trust you have all seen the newspapers. Professor Dumbledore is indeed orchestrating something, and we have been compelled to join. My grandmother will kill me. George and Fred exchanged glances. noting that their late arrival had made no difference. Every student present appeared to be in a fog of confusion, save for the few individuals at the far end of the table who were embroiled in heated debate. Why were we indirectly invited? Fred chuckled. Is it because they fancy our new fireworks research? Or perhaps the improved bubble eggs? George jested. No one could provide them with an explanation. This is thrilling. George lazily leaned back in his chair, captivated by the white container at the center of the table, where silvery lights swirled within, illuminating the extinguished crystal chandelier above. Time passed, and when Fred inquired for the third time about going out for sandwiches, the individuals by the window began to return to their seats. George noticed that Stinger looked unwell. As he sat down, he tugged at his collar in frustration. He must have been tricked by Dumbledore, just like Fred and himself. No one would easily believe a 14 or 15-year-old boy and his claims about the future. Like most, George leaned forward to catch a glimpse and finally spotted the dark-haired boy, who stood alone by the lone window after everyone else had departed. Light intertwined behind him, casting a faint shadow. Raindrops seeped through the glass crevices, soaking the deep blue curtains, and the air was heavy with the scent of decay. Harry pressed his hands on the table, hastily sorting through the tumult of thoughts within. This was inciting conflict. His actions were forcibly and extensively altering history. But what alternative did he have? He had previously approached the currents of history with utmost caution, only to be easily corrected by time. His efforts felt futile, as if pouring water into a basket. If he did not make a choice, he would once again helplessly witness calamity befall the ones he cherished. Therefore, he could wait no longer. He would formally confront time, wagering his very existence. The sound of relentless rain filled the air as Harry resolutely lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of every old friend gathered around the table. Each person looked up at him, some with anxiety, others with impatience. For the first time, Harry felt the weight of his own significance. Beyond the label of the boy who lived, he truly stepped outside the realm of mere mascot importance. Order the Phoenix Aurors Department, Harry began. As his voice flowed from his throat, he sensed something fearful and anxious slipping away from the shadows, courage surging like a school of fish awakening in the sea, tails flicking and sending ripples surging forth. I'm sorry I couldn't gather everyone. Harry lowered his gaze to his tightly clenched one hand, knuckles whitening under the glow of the pensieve. He recalled what Kingsley had told him in a past life. No matter how formidable the enemy you face, Harry, grip your wand tightly, grip it. He tightened his grasp, but now he had to confront the past. He was about to lay bare his naked memories before everyone, those who mattered to him, for whom he had paid dearly, and those who could aid him. All the despair, all the nightmares, all the weakness and tears, and all the wars and deaths. He would wield them as a reminder for everyone. A profound awakening bought at the expense of his blood. Harry lifted his gaze once more. To his left stood his dearest ones. To his right, those intertwined with his fate. His family, friends, professors, and comrades surrounded him. They were all alive. So, what obstacles could he not overcome? What inner barriers or memories could harm him? Harry raised his wand, magic surging as the liquid in the pensieve began to bubble and surge like pearls. Oh! He heard George's gasp, while Fred glanced over at the boy casting the spell, the fragmented light dancing across his pale face. A strange look appearing in his green eyes, so unfamiliar that it rendered him disinterested in George's hair. Chapter 80. The Tragedy Behind. A crystalline liquid was drawn from Harry's temple, swiftly merging into the glowing essence of the pensieve. In every pair of eyes, reflections of the rising translucent droplets danced, swirling through the air until Dumbledore waved his wand, and the droplets reformed the scene, instantaneously transforming the entire space. Welcome, everyone, Harry's voice resonated from behind. All instinctively turned, the night wild and desolate, candlelight flickering in the distance. They remained seated, yet the conference table had vanished from sight. Not only the table, but the very room, even Hogwarts, as if they had been transported far from the castle, with the distant mountains surrounding it entirely obscured. I know this place, Cedric exclaimed, while Moody stiffened, his magical eye whirling in its socket. The place where Voldemort was resurrected during the Triwizard Tournament. Harry's voice echoed. Neville let out a terrified whimper. This is merely a projection. You are still seated at the table, silly child. McGonagall's tone was surprisingly gentle. They were indeed still safely in the room of requirement, the sound of rain filling their ears, even as the window had been replaced by a barren landscape and an angelic stone sculpture. Here they come. Everyone's gaze was quickly drawn to the scene, where Harry and Cedric, clad in their champion robes, stumbled beside a poplar tree, tumbling to the ground, the trophy rolling away. Is this what they experienced that night? Draco clenched his fists, noticing the blue trophy lacked the whistle. The wind swept through the graveyard, rustling leaves and dust as they watched the two boys standing there, bewildered, surveying their surroundings, with yellowing leaves still clinging to the back of Harry's head. Run. Each individual harbored a tacit understanding of the inevitable. They were all acutely aware of the conclusion that awaited them. This was merely a wretched replay of events long past. Yet, despite this foreknowledge, they found themselves gripped by an unshakable tension, as if the warmth of their enclosed sanctuary could do little to shield them from the chilling gust that carried the sense of dust and the grave, suffocating their senses. Powerless, yet unwilling to await the unfolding of fate, they clung to the solace that the children had survived, perhaps the sole comfort amidst the turmoil. As they turned toward the pensieve, Harry's voice trembled. "We go to the pensieve, Cedric." It was the Harry Potter of memory, not the one who stood at the tables and like a statue. Every soul present could distinctly discern the voices of memory from those of reality. Yet the precise nature of that distinction eluded them all. As Harry's panic-stricken gaze fell into the shadows, figures emerged, hazily traversing from beneath the trees. Then a voice, cold as a serpent's hiss, echoed from afar, causing everyone to tense involuntarily. "Eliminate the obstacle, Wormtail." Something was amiss. Cedric's eyes widened in horror. This was not how events had transpired that day. He had never encountered the Dark Lord. In the next moment, he witnessed his memory self drawing his wand. A flash of green light surged forth, and a chilling breath enveloped him. Like that tree, the one that had been struck. Cedric felt his father's breath hitch as he gripped his arm tightly. Hermione gasped, unable to contain herself, and nearly everyone drew in a sharp breath. Cedric was dead. The boy collapsed to the ground, rolling a few times, akin to a leaf caught in the wind. His complexion had turned ashen, devoid of life. "What was happening?" "I explained," Harry said, looking at Sturgis. "I come from another timeline. I have returned to the past. These are the memories of my previous life." "What have you changed?" Mr. Diggory grasped Cedric's hand tightly, shaking his head. "You saved him. I will explain everything after this is over. And there are others." Harry replied dryly. "There is still much time, is there not? As long as you believe me, nothing is a secret." No further inquiries were made. They were all stunned by Voldemort's appearance. "Merlin," George marveled. "Has the Dark Lord truly returned?" The scene shifted to the resurrected Voldemort, who had begun to unleash the Dark Mark. "I will selectively show you the progression of history," Harry stated, silently observing Voldemort and his Death Eaters mocking the bound figure of himself in stone. The scene transitioned, revealing Harry bringing Cedric back to the school. Silence enveloped the room as everyone gazed at the injured boy writhing and weeping on the steps, clutching a lifeless body. Was this not how a child ought to behave? Meanwhile, the boy standing not far off, Harry Potter, coldly regarded his former self, his wand spinning, a halo of magic radiating through the air. "Barty Crouch Jr." Harry uttered. The scene reverted to Moody's office, where Snape administered the truth serum to the transformed Barty Crouch Jr. in the ensuing silence. Harry refrained from speaking or asking questions. Every gaze remained fixated, fearful of missing a single detail. Yet, in truth, Harry withheld many personal revelations, some concerning fate, others about pain, and still others about love. He endeavored to present his memories as a documentary, a reenactment of history. They witnessed Dumbledore gradually being undermined by the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts losing its autonomy, Umbridge transforming the school into a foreign prison, the Order of the Phoenix meeting in haste, and the formation of Dumbledore's army, along with their repeated training sessions. "I do not wish for my students to become like this," Professor McGonagall lamented, her eyes glistening. In her vision, Umbridge was tugging at Cho's hair, breaking down the door to the room of requirement. "I stood there, and I saw myself, standing there, unable to do anything." Ron glanced at Professor McGonagall, observing her dab at her eyes with her sleeve. "But you said this, Professor. So, does that mean the points I lost for talking with Harry in class were merely ghost deductions? My brothers are all watching you. You know their character. They will be laughing beneath the surface." Ron turned to his brothers, who sat in solemn silence, never having appeared so serious before, as if they were earnestly attending a lecture. How could this be possible? Surely they were secretly delighted. He was certain of it. Ron felt the urge to laugh at himself, yet he stifled it. No one around was laughing. Every pair of eyes was watching, feeling as if they were witnessing it all firsthand. This was absurd. Ron's hand rested on an invisible table, which was rapidly transforming, at times morphing into a long table laden with steaming food and pastries from a meeting of the Order, at others becoming the ashes of a fireplace, still smoldering. Yet these were his friends' memories, their deepest secrets, which he had longed to uncover. But at that moment, he wished to know nothing of it. For reasons unknown, it felt foreign and terrifying, too burdensome to bear. As he witnessed Sirius struck down by the killing curse, disappearing into the veil, Harry suddenly seized Draco's hand resting on the table, gripping it tightly as if he could hold onto that vanishing hand. Every gaze turned to Sirius, filled with pity and confusion, just as they had looked upon Cedric initially. It was as if he too would vanish, receiving those deathly stares. For the first time, Sirius felt utterly helpless. He looked up and met Harry's gaze, only to find the same helplessness reflected back at him. This was dreadful. He loathed this feeling. He was alive and well. No one relished receiving such inexplicable pity. In the scene, the dark-haired boy continued to wail in Lupin's arms, like a fool bereft of reason. Harry's finger trembled, and the harrowing scene finally began to shift. Draco felt the grip on his hand loosen, and he quietly withdrew the painfully clenched hand. He sat silently at the side, voiceless. Few could accept his presence here, sharing in the Savior's secrets. But so what? He remained seated, occupying a significant position. Even as a Slytherin, even as his father stood among those summoned by Voldemort, even as his existence was questioned more than once, he was still here, tightly gripped by Harry Potter, occupying an important place. Draco clenched his jaw, his spine rigid, not covering his mouth like Hermione, nor glancing around like Ron. He remained motionless, like a statue, wholly absorbed in witnessing Harry's memories from a previous life. Even if those memories did not include him, at least he could assure himself of extending a hand that had not been dampened by cold sweat. It proved that tranquility was ultimately fleeting. "Please," Dumbledore wearily addressed Snape, his back against a star-studded sea, turbulent and surging like waves. Bella chuckled as she pressed down on Draco's shoulder. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse shot forth from Snape's wand, striking Dumbledore, who was propelled from the tower by the force of the curse. No. Someone finally lost their composure. "Harry, this needs to be clarified." Sirius stood up. "Is Dumbledore dead?" They sat there, Harry Potter and Draco. Someone had drawn a wand, pointing it menacingly at Draco. "I have warned you," Harry exclaimed, pressing a hand firmly on Draco's rigid shoulder. "I will explain everything. All of you sit down. I do not wish to repeat myself. Sirius, please calm down. This is merely a projection." Hermione cried out. "Everyone, please refrain from arguing." Dumbledore retrieved his wand, and the incessant projection abruptly froze. The scene pausing on Harry collapsing beside the elderly man with the white beard. The students gathered around, the light from their wands shining brighter than the stars. Dumbledore gazed sorrowfully at another version of himself, suspended in the air, merging almost seamlessly with the crystalline liquid and speckles of light. What is there to quarrel about? Dear friends? He turned to address the group, the shimmering reflections dancing on each face. He then looked back at his fallen self. It is merely the death of an old man. Yes, just an old man, just an old man. Why has everyone begun to care? Like his former self, struggling in the throes of war, akin to a dying fish, lacking armor and left with only vulnerabilities. So many lives were sacrificed in this war. Known and unknown to him, countless. What could possibly extinguish the courage to continue? What could instill despair and helplessness? Harry observed the increasingly agitated crowd, a wave of discomfort washing over him, quickly replaced by a self-protective irritation. If you believe you cannot control your actions or emotions. Harry raised his gaze to the version of himself kneeling nearby, remembering how impulsively he had hated Snape, how fearful he had felt. He slightly parted his lips, his tone taking on a sardonic edge. Then please, do not mask your weakness with hostility toward others, for you can no longer contribute to this war. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air, the average age of those present being several times his own. No one relished hearing such things. Snape looked up, surprised, peering through the ephemeral figures at the boy with green eyes. He had changed significantly, both in comparison to the Harry Potter of his memories and the one from a year prior. He appeared more like a Slytherin than the Gryffindor he once was. Yet, he was still a Gryffindor, Snape mused, for his heart would forever belong to that house, mirroring his father's character, selfish, obstinate, impulsive. Beneath the veneer of hypocrisy, Snape observed those vaguely familiar eyes and smirked, feeling the tumultuous tide of a fiery heart surging within. You need not invite hatred upon yourself, Harry Potter, nor must you shield anyone, for ultimately, no one truly cares. The narrative resumed amidst a brief tension, the scene morphing into something resembling an illustrated tale rather than a flowing plot. You need not take this to heart, Harry, Sirius wearily remarked. What everyone requires are merely the facts. No one can maintain composure amidst a web of complex riddles. This is merely the beginning, is it not, Harry? Kingsley interjected. I trust you have your own grasp of the situation, It truly is a remarkable affair, is it not? Be strong, boy. Allow us to share your burdens. You harbor no intent to harm anyone, and no one blames you. You need not deliberately show favoritism toward anyone, be they living or dead. Simply recall what you have witnessed, what you remember, the useful truths that resonate with the veiled threats lurking in the darkness, and review them as if they were uncomplicated matters. Uncomplicated matters? But how can one face such simplicity? Will you resist? Harry trembled, a quiver in his voice. Will you exert yourselves to the utmost, knowing everything? Why not? Sirius grinned, baring his teeth. I've already died once. So can you still trust me, Godfather? Harry's voice quavered. Do you believe what you see? Are you afraid of it? Do not be anxious, child. Moody cleared his throat. We have no intention of consuming you. I have no reason to fear. Sirius raised his chin defiantly. For I am still here to protect you. Even, he continued, his pace quickening, causing Harry to feel a surge of anxiety. Even if you appear to be stronger than I at present, know that it does not change a thing. Regardless of my seniority, you must still heed my words. May I interrupt and ask for a spoiler? Harry, am I dead? Lupin leaned in, smiling gently at Harry and waving his hand, while Sirius elbowed him sharply in the chest. Harry shrugged, his gaze dropping, his expression darkening once more. Ah! The atmosphere seems to have plummeted to freezing. McGonagall shot an annoyed glance at the side. So, is this a death club then? George raised an eyebrow at Harry. I finally understand why I am here, Neville remarked, looking as if he had swallowed a bowl of dung, his fingers entwined, brow furrowed. Because I could easily perish in this war. Merlin's beard, Ron sighed, watching his brothers bicker over various ways to die. I truly cannot imagine how I would meet my end. Harry gazed at the individuals around him, who had begun to chatter once more. Their gentle attempts to overcome their fears, creating a comforting atmosphere after he had spoken such words. They seemed to revert to familiarity, their voices, expressions, and gestures slowly intertwining, as if memories and reality were gradually converging. The cheerful headmaster propping up his chin, the scowling Snape, and Draco, muttering to himself about why he was sharing a room with such a group. No one rejected his identity. No one cared about his past transgressions or foolishness, nor did anyone mind his cowardice. Harry observed his memory, seemingly reliving it. The black hair, green eyes, pale skin, and light lips, as if they were gazing at one another across the chasm of time. History flowed behind them, radiant as the starry river. Harry Potter, you have always been here. I've always been here, Harry. Hermione grasped his hand tightly, the overlapping images enveloping him in warmth. I am deeply moved that Ron and I have remained by your side. I am so glad you trust us to this day, she continued. Let's begin, Harry, Dumbledore urged, winking at Fred. I sense someone here is eager to have dinner. Call me a starving ghost, Fred feigned agony, collapsing dramatically onto his chair. Harry sighed, reflecting that not everyone needed to wear a theatrical expression to comfort him. Yet, he had to admit, the effect was indeed quite beneficial. He raised his wand once more, and the images began to shift. As Professor Snape took on the role of a spy, Harry found his speech flowing more naturally. The Hogwarts depicted in the projection bore little resemblance to its familiar form. Everyone observed intently, astonished by Harry's revelations. Dumbledore's death had been orchestrated by himself. Harry began to recount the events in meticulous detail, striving to ensure that everyone could grasp the unfolding story more clearly, rather than relying solely on a series of disjointed images. Horcruxes, the twisting of Harry's wand. A ring. In the scene, Dumbledore placed the broken ring beside a black diary at dusk. Tom's diary. A madman. Harry scoffed softly. Voldemort had exhausted all his luck to create these objects, transforming himself into a ludicrous Horcrux. Next came the treasure hunt. The images began to leap between various locations. The trio from Gryffindor appearing time and again atop icy peaks or beside endless seas, riding dragons as they pilfered Horcruxes from Gringotts, while Ron severed the locket from its box beside a frozen river. Oh, Ron proudly nudged Hermione with his elbow. Harry judiciously omitted many of Ron and Hermione's memories, recognizing that sometimes the future must unfold naturally, just as he would judiciously obscure certain faces and blur some details, striving to weave the narrative together without revealing personal secrets or future entanglements. It was indeed complex, a true test of his abilities. The war had begun. Harry quickly turned the narrative. Had I not been born in the last life, Potter? Draco could no longer contain himself, whispering in Harry's ear, revealing his handsome face only at the moment of Dumbledore's demise. I'm sorry, dear, Harry replied, feeling guilty, subconsciously recalling the image of himself standing over Draco in the girls' lavatory, bloodied and bruised. He had indeed sealed Draco's memories within his mind, wishing to share none of it. You were merely too well protected by your parents. As the scene shifted to Snape's death, there was a brief moment of silence, and everyone remained quiet. When the vision returned, Harry tightened the glass vial filled with memories, his hands stained with crimson blood. "I'm sorry," Harry said. Snape was uncertain what Harry was apologizing for, his death or those memories, but he felt a strange relief in having perished, lost in the war. For reasons unknown, he sensed that his mission had concluded, and thus, the end of his life seemed not so tragic. However, as before, everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the fallen, their eyes filled with pity and regret. Snape furrowed his brow as the image of Harry returned to Hogwarts. "Potter," he suddenly spoke. Harry looked up in astonishment at his professor. "I know you wish to prove something next." He shook his head. "I do not wish for you to make this decision." "I'm sorry," Harry repeated, merely desiring to apologize. In an instant, he comprehended Snape's intent. He indeed wished to use Snape's memories to further absolve himself, striving to validate the matter. Yet Snape was unwilling, indifferent to others' opinions, instinctively guarding his possessions, much like his selfish edits of memories. Reluctant to share what was significant to him, Snape silently regarded him, his dark hair cascading to obscure his profile. They ceased their conversation. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. Captivated by the turmoil of battle, they watched as spells rained down upon Hogwarts' protective barrier, witnessing the harrowing spectacle of war, where death seemed akin to a reaper, mercilessly harvesting lives, those of Aurors, students, professors. A blood-soaked battlefield. "Merlin," Professor McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth. "Did you truly seek him out alone, Harry?" Harry nodded. The scene shifted, and Voldemort raised his wand, aimed directly at the boy standing there. The green light pierced his chest, and the image faded to black. "Was this where it ends?" Someone murmured. "You have returned to the past." "No, Harry Solfidi. This is merely the beginning." Draco sat there silently, his heart plummeting with each revelation. This fiend had nearly obliterated all memories of him, both on the battlefield and in school, as if he had vanished into thin air. Why conceal it? There were but two possibilities. Either he had committed unspeakable acts, or he subconsciously rejected his past self. Given his previous attitudes, the former seemed implausible, while the latter was beyond Draco's comprehension. "This is unfair. It is unfair to myself." Yet here he sat, powerless to act. Draco clenched his fists, realizing that, at the end of the day, he was simply too weak. Did a lack of ability equate to a lack of choice? "This is merely the beginning," Harry's voice echoed. "I was not struck," Harry lied, concealing the pieces of his soul within. "Narcissa had hidden my death. I was rescued back to school." The scene shifted in a suffocating haze. Voldemort lay in wait, while Hogwarts activated the protective barrier of the four founders. The most arduous times lay ahead. As they faced the specter of death, they watched in anguish as Madame Pomfrey tirelessly moved among the wounded, yet more bloodied patients were brought forth, the cries of children mingling with the gasps of the dying. When the Weasley family surrounded that boy, weeping uncontrollably, all eyes turned to George. But it was Fred. George could tell at a glance that the lifeless boy on the ground was Fred. Something within him seemed to be wrenched away, a stark realization that they could indeed be separated. Even mere moments ago, they had discussed death. But why did everyone gaze at him with that same expression he had just used, those instinctual looks? "That is Fred, it is Fred." Did you see the F on his clothes? Did you see the blood and dirt upon him? The F obscured by filth, yet undeniably clear. George turned to look at Fred, finding him merely staring blankly at the surrounded version of himself. "The one who is dead is me," he whispered to George. "I know." George remained silent, finally grasping why he had become the focal point, because he wore Fred's clothing. The large F on his abdomen stood out starkly against the brick-red background. "Look, we are still not separated." Chapter 82, The Beginning. The war had indeed just commenced. They observed the clash through Harry's eyes, the sky enveloped in a golden shield. While the Death Eaters lay in wait not far from the castle, the Order of the Phoenix trapped within, tending to students and the injured, engaged in endless discussions. Those who left did not return, and those who remained could find no escape. Harry's gaze flickered. The Death Eaters attacked repeatedly, whether in the clarity of day or the fog of night. Each counteroffensive felt like a desperate struggle. "Voldemort is wearing everyone down," Harry remarked. "Hogwarts has become a shell. Why hide behind this shield instead of seizing the chance for victory?" Mr. Diggory murmured. "Because Hogwarts is a school," Professor McGonagall observed, her gaze piercing through the intertwining figures to the castle, that grand edifice harboring the vulnerabilities that could inspire warriors to act recklessly. "It is a sacred place, worthy of protection." "This is a disheartening situation," Sturgis finally spoke. "It should not have happened." The war has claimed too many lives, Harry stated. It has already happened. Therefore, I refuse to allow it to happen again. Sturgis rose, his figure taut and upright like a soldier in battle. I apologize for my previous actions, Albus. I should have placed my trust in you. He then turned to Harry. This is something one cannot help but believe. Finally, as Harry raised his hand, the thunderous sound of the rain instantly engulfed the entire world. Outside, the downpour echoed the tempest within his memories, golden droplets cascading from the oppressive dark clouds, scattering the pale azure wind into disarray. A chaotic battle unfolded, with every beleaguered soul consumed by fury. Luna softly spoke for the first time, yet few took notice of her as she remained quietly ensconced in the corner. There lingered a sense of sorrow, a haunting reminder of events that had already transpired. The scene began amidst the turmoil of war, culminating in countless intertwining beams of green light. You acted impulsively in your quest to slay him, Moody remarked. But you did indeed kill him, Harry. Silently, Harry retracted his wand, feeling a burden lift from his heart as if those fragmented images in the air dissipated into the room. The silvery liquid gradually coalesced, returning to its alabaster vessel. The room of requirement restored to its former state, and the long table before them slowly re-emerged. Sterling rose swiftly, patting his stiffened legs. Today has truly astonished me. Though I must depart at once, I owe you an apology for my doubts. He stepped forward to embrace Harry. I believe Merlin has ordained your victorious return, valiant warrior. There is much to address. Kingsley added, the ministry is now struggling to cope with the war. Regardless of when this conflict ignites, we shall seize the initiative. After a flurry of discussion, they agreed to reconvene at Grimmauld Place, where Harry would further elucidate the situation. We need you, Harry, Moody said, resting a hand on his shoulder, a smile curving his lips. Until we meet again. It was only when the Aurors hurriedly departed that they realized the night had enveloped the world outside. The rain had ceased, leaving only the eaves to drip with water, while the candles within the room flickered to life, casting a dim glow upon the liquid in the pensieve. I suppose I should take my leave as well, Sirius said, his gaze piercing as he regarded Harry. After a moment, he continued, You make me proud, Harry. I trust your parents feel the same. No, I merely did what was necessary. It holds no significance, Harry replied, shaking his head. Let us not rush into sentiment, Snape interjected quietly, turning his harsh gaze upon Harry. Indeed, it is of little importance. What have you concealed? Harry met Snape's eyes nervously. The final battle occurred so abruptly. Voldemort was simply weary of the game. Harry explained. I understand the Dark Lord, Harry Potter. Snape raised his chin, his gaze heavy upon him. And you have slain the Dark Lord. Even if it was in another timeline, the perception of you will undergo a seismic shift. You are a true hero who has vanquished Voldemort. No, Harry clenched his fists. I did not permit anyone to think that. Then why did the Dark Lord perish? After all this time spent plotting, Snape pressed, revealing his teeth. Does he not possess another Horcrux? Nagini, Hermione gasped, causing the others to draw in sharp breaths, having forgotten. I don't know at that moment. I only wished to kill him, Harry confessed. That creature may have been executed by the Aurors at the Ministry. Sirius furrowed his brow. This is easily explained. You are merely stirring the pot. Snivelus, if that serpent survived, then you are engaging in self-immolation. Your actions are irresponsible, Snape retorted, dismissing Sirius's words with a sneer. You treat the war as a jest, Harry Potter. Harry, Hermione ventured, her voice firm as she pinched her arm and lifted her chin. I was crying. I witnessed the despair of many. No, something has transpired. You are indeed concealing the truth. The gaps in your memory began when the golden shield rose. There exists something, or someone, you have hidden away. Harry shook his head and stepped back. Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, he began, turning to the Weasley brothers. And of course, all of you. You are all exemplary members of DA, contributing immensely to our cause. We have all sacrificed so much for this war. It is our collective efforts that have forged these indelible memories. So where are the gaps? Harry smiled. Aren't you all here? Does it concern me? Draco's voice cut through from behind, accompanied by the rhythmic dripping. Harry stiffened. You possess not a single memory of me, yet I stand here. Harry, Professor Lupin spoke up. I regret putting you in this position, but what we need are the facts. Sometimes the truth is of little consequence. Harry gritted through clenched teeth. Every eye was upon him, silent. At that moment, trust became paramount, and Harry understood. Should he choose to conceal the truth, a chasm would forever divide him from these individuals. They would never truly entrust him with their faith. Are you all forcing my hand? Harry shook his head. It truly does not matter. It is but a nightmare. No one wishes to confront a nightmare. When you awaken, you can simply forget it entirely. So, have you truly forgotten? Dumbledore finally interjected, and Harry stared at him in bewilderment. Whether friend or foe, whether good or evil, events will follow a certain trajectory. We must define a complete outcome. Dumbledore continued, his blue eyes resembling an endless ocean, as if they could drown him in their depths. Concealment will not yield favorable results. Harry, if you insist on knowing everything that transpired, Harry, resigned, turned to Draco, locking his gaze with his intently. Then please step outside, Draco. What? Ron and the others stared in astonishment. I am done with you, Potter, Draco seethed, gripping Harry's collar. You arrogant fool. I knew you were hiding something about me. Release me, Malfoy. It felt as if a string had snapped within him, and sorrow's tide overwhelmed his rationality. I was protecting you, you fool. I have a right to know everything, Harry Potter, Draco hissed, pressing him against the table. Take your protection and die with it. Enough, both of you, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, hastily casting several disarming spells to separate them. Regardless of whether I reveal this memory, it is inherently unfair to you. Harry managed to quell his sorrow for a few seconds. Once it is uttered, you are irrevocably bound to the Order of the Phoenix. You lose your agency, Draco. It is unjust to you. It will compel you to relive a past you wish to escape. Then why can't you allow me to choose? Draco retorted. I want to know everything about myself. It is merely a tragic memory. Harry's voice faltered, his emotions overwhelming him. I do not wish to recall it, nor don't want to witness it with you. Draco regarded Harry silently, his green eyes resembling a frightened cat. Harry was indeed terrified. He was lying, merely shielding himself. What he truly feared was his own vulnerability. Draco made a decision, one that would haunt him for a lifetime. He leaned in and kissed Harry Potter, cradling his face, gazing into his eyes before capturing his lips. It was a gentle kiss, devoid of excessive movement, yet he felt the blood rush through him, as if soaring on a broomstick in a Quidditch match, his heart racing to the point of suffocation, his ears ablaze, while Harry's breathing gradually steadied. Then, that audacious fool wrapped his arms around Draco's neck, deepening the kiss. Merlin's suspenders. The air was filled with the sounds of gasping breaths. He could hear the sharp tap of Professor McGonagall's wand striking the table, the thud of Sirius, Harry's godfather, collapsing into a chair, and the hushed chuckles of the Weasley twins. This was it. The affair was now indisputably confirmed. You are nothing but a complete scoundrel, Potter. Cough, cough. Dumbledore feigned a cough. Gradually, they pulled away from each other. Draco turned back with a stony expression, deceiving himself into believing nothing had transpired. The youth's excessive fervor was, of course, understandable. Dumbledore nodded. Do what you must, Potter. Severus Snape twitched the corner of his mouth. I can hardly wait to distance myself from you. Harry glanced at the others. The atmosphere had begun to thicken with tension. Sirius and Ron appeared somewhat pallid, while Hermione, Neville, and Professor McGonagall turned their heads to avoid his gaze. Luna, however, smiled dreamily at him, while the Weasley twins exhibited the least reaction, merely observing the others with keen interest. Well, Harry raised his wand again, the white light intensifying as he drew forth a glimmering strand from his temple, watching it swirl around the tip of his wand. If this is your choice, Draco, I cannot refuse, he murmured softly. He placed the memory into the pen sieve, and the silvery substance began to swirl, as the liquid suddenly surged, transforming the room. They were back on the battlefield. Outside, the night was shrouded in mist, and they were gathered in a chamber dominated by hues of red. Were it not for the clear view of the distant golden shield and the enemy forces clustered like mushrooms in the distance, they might have believed the memory had yet to unfold. I am Dumbledore's man, Harry Potter. The blonde boy stood there, gazing at the trio from Gryffindor. Do you trust me, Harry Potter? Still, in this very room, Voldemort was attacking the Ministry of Magic. This is what I brought back from Malfoy Manor. At least I'm freer than you. Memories flickered like the ever-changing curtains on a windowsill, sometimes gathered to the side, sometimes fluttering in the dark air, sunlight, and rain. The chime of white birds. Time was ever in flux, yet they remained together. I was a spy in my last life, Draco murmured beside him. No, you were simply a rogue. The scene continued, starkly different from those previously displayed. The unknown enigmas and fragmented narratives were suddenly bound together. Tell me how to kill the Dark Lord. The blonde boy pressed his wand firmly against Harry's chin, his expression cold and terrifying. Voldemort killed my father, Potter, he trembled. Do not grieve, Draco. So much had happened. Draco gazed at the unfamiliar version of himself, confronted with experiences he had never encountered, terrifying enough to send chills down his spine. War was indeed brutal, cruel enough to render a person so alien, and Harry was no exception. He too felt estranged. His heart churned violently, yet Harry remained Harry. Thus he too remained himself. He felt the other, the blonde boy residing within Harry's memories. He sensed that deeply familiar feeling, as if merely reaching out to touch could unite them. For they were the same person. Because they were one, familiarity bred understanding. Because they were one, he could sense the disarray and anguish beneath that icy facade. He had lost everything, devoid of trust, merely disillusioned. He was ultimately driven to madness. Legilimens. The Harry within the memory glared in fury, eyes wide. Despicable. I hate Voldemort, Potter, the blonde boy declared. But I am self-aware. My aim is merely to inflict irreparable harm and pave the way for his demise. I know how to kill that snake. I have a way to force him to appear. So, can you help me deliver the final blow, Savior? This is the only way to defeat him. The blonde boy smiled near Harry's profile, tears cascading onto Harry's neck, cold as if seeping into every heart. Remember me, if you wish. No one spoke. The scene returned once more to the battlefield before the torrential rain, instantly altering the atmosphere. Draco killed that snake. Voldemort used him as an example, Harry stated flatly. No one could save him, not a soul. There, so near. He raised his hand. Harry Potter. Voldemort's disquieting voice echoed once more. Do you understand the notion of soul-splitting? If I were to employ soul-splitting and excruciating pain simultaneously on a person, what do you suppose would happen? No. Harry, Hermione wept, covering her face. Stop. I do not wish to know the outcome. They already knew. For just moments ago, they had witnessed the astonishment, fury, anguish, and sorrow etched across every face. Far more overwhelming than that nightmarish deluge. What heinous crime could yield such consequences? And this grievous burden was to be borne by a child. Professor McGonagall embraced Draco tightly, tears streaming down his neck. This is it. Harry raised his face, unable to suppress the downward curve of his lips, as he felt something within him being torn apart and reassembled over and over again. This is war. Yet now, it was about to commence once more. The images within the air began to fracture, piece by piece, like peeling wallpaper. Chapter 83. The Fleeting Moments. 18 months later, Harry gazed down from the tower of Hogwarts. Across the sprawling grass, the azure waters, and the doves, as pale pink clouds rolled in from the western horizon, casting a warm glow. A white owl alighted upon him for a brief moment before flapping its wings and soaring into the earthy breeze, until it was no larger than a leaf. At which point Harry withdrew his gaze back to the envelope in his hand. An ordinary brown envelope, inked with his customary script. It was an unsigned letter he had composed. Harry ran his fingers over the letter, a tightness in his chest, then lifted his gaze towards the distance. It was almost over. Everything was nearing its conclusion, just waiting for this crisis to pass. Barely a year had elapsed since he had laid everything bare. The war had officially ignited. In the year and a half that followed, a full year was spent in clandestine preparation and confrontation, with the Order of the Phoenix and the Aurors formally entwined. Following that encounter, they convened a second meeting at number 12, Grimmauld Place, where Harry outlined what had transpired since his rebirth and delved deeper into discussions regarding Voldemort. The wizards who had witnessed everything in the Room of Requirement naturally became the core representatives. What followed was an oath and various binding spells, formally establishing the anti-ministry and declaring war against Voldemort through the Order of the Phoenix. Of course, some minors were not fully permitted. Harry had exerted considerable effort to prevent the Aurors from wiping their memories completely. Yet, in truth, the ministry proved more obstinate than anticipated. Fudge and his cadre of ministry officials nearly monopolized the entire legal framework. Thus, after a grueling year of internal conflict, Voldemort could no longer restrain himself and attacked Azkaban, leading to a mass escape of Death Eaters, causing the public to lose all trust in the ministry. Fudge fell from grace, and Scrimgeour, without question, assumed the role of minister, promptly and decisively declaring war against Voldemort. The war erupted 6 months ago, at the moment of its onset. The city awakened like a beast from a dream, instantly shattering every wizard's faith in peace and security. It loomed overhead like a deluge, forcing every individual in society to choose their place, while the threat to neutral parties intensified dramatically. Apart from St. Mungo's and the nearby nation's wizarding factions that possessed the ability to adopt a stance of observation, the delineation between the forces of darkness and light has become strikingly clear. Yet, Hogwarts continues to operate, providing a perfect sanctuary for families and children. The school's reserve army, organized by the upper-year students of Dumbledore's army, stands vigilant, a collective born from the fervor and bravery of youth, established 18 months prior. The mere thought of it fills Harry with a rare sense of solace. At least he has accomplished much. At least Hogwarts remains steadfast and trusted, and at least he has indeed made significant changes. Thus, he harbors no regrets about revealing everything, even if it leaves many questions unanswered, even if it sets him apart from this world. He has come to understand clearly that he cannot single-handedly save this war. He is but a thread in the ocean of time, easily engulfed by the waves, and no matter how fiercely he struggles, it is far easier to illuminate a lighthouse. Footsteps approached from behind, and Harry turned sharply. A tall, lanky boy flashed him a smile, while a slender girl beside him carefully gathered her hair into a bun, attentively watching her steps. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances as they made their way towards him, the evening glow casting a warm hue on their faces. "The meeting on the DA side has concluded, Harry," Hermione said, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Today felt rather serious, didn't it? Has Professor Snape left?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Harry quietly inquired. Since the war began, Snape had consistently chosen to act as a spy within the ranks of the Dark Wizards. Despite Harry's fervent attempts to dissuade him, he had to concede that Snape's abilities could mitigate their losses. "This is my choice. Your interference is childish, Potter." Snape's voice echoed in Harry's mind. "This is perilous." Harry recalled his fervent arguments, striving to persuade everyone. The number of those who know about this far exceeds those from the previous life. This also means the danger of being discovered has increased exponentially. I trust the capabilities and sincerity of the adults here. Conversely, it is the students you retain that make me uneasy, Snape stated with an impassive expression. "I do not wish to explain further. Potter, you will not find a better person." Harry lowered his gaze. He could not change everything alone, just as he could not alter everyone's opinions. "War always demands sacrifices, Harry," Dumbledore remarked with a smile. "But you are still here, aren't you? One of the greatest wizards in history, Professor Dumbledore. You still possess your old wand. Why must everyone still make so many sacrifices? Trust me, Potter." Snape lifted his gaze to meet Harry's, his clear eyes revealing an unusual absence of hostility. "I know how to protect myself. Indeed, he is formidable, Severus Snape. Whether in this life or the last, he is resolutely dedicated to safeguarding everything he wishes to protect in his own way." Harry suppressed the turmoil of fear and disappointment within him, nodding while gazing at the familiar face before him, feeling a moment of disorientation. He could never truly understand him, just as he could never fully comprehend a Slytherin. "He's already departed." Hermione furrowed her brow habitually, yet her tone was surprisingly relaxed. "If the impending Battle of London concludes successfully, Professor Snape can end his mission and return to us. The Battle of London would be Voldemort's long-planned counteroffensive. If the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic could successfully withstand and retaliate, Voldemort would be left without the means to contend. Of course we will succeed," Harry thought, gritting his teeth. "If they fail even after becoming aware of those conspiracies and ambush plans, it would be a disservice to Snape's efforts. Indeed, when Voldemort crumbles, they need not remain there to repulse themselves." Ron shrugged, appearing somewhat relaxed. "Though I truly despise." Hermione shot him a warning glare, discreetly pinching his waist. "No need for that, Hermione," Harry laughed heartily. "I certainly know Ron dislikes the professor. I have no intention of forcing him to endure discomfort in my presence." "I really don't understand you boys," Hermione sighed with a smile, shaking her head as her fingers subconsciously clenched behind her back. "Have you clarified everything with the DA?" Harry could not resist asking again. "This Battle of London requires absolute precision. Do you still not trust Hermione?" Ron stretched lazily, grinning. "Besides, we still have many days to prepare, right?" Harry shook his head in resignation. "Today has been busy enough, and I still need to head down. So shall we meet in the common room tonight? Are you going to the Ollery?" Hermione's keen eyes caught sight of the envelope in Harry's hand, a stray lock of hair falling beside her face. "You're still persisting in writing to Draco, aren't you, Harry?" Harry turned back, awkwardly attempting to conceal the letter behind him, even though the action felt foolish. "Well, I haven't revealed any information in the letter," Harry blinked. "I certainly know that," Hermione replied, her brown eyes reflecting the soft hues of the sunset as she took a deep breath before speaking slowly. "But this matter, Harry, you should not have pushed him away." She shook her head, looking earnestly at Harry. A flock of white birds flew past, whisking away the last traces of the soft, red twilight, and the sky gradually dimmed. Harry lowered his eyes, concealing the ripples in his green irises. "I have always understood how you feel, Hermione," he said, meeting her gaze once more. "If given another chance, I would still make the same choice." Hermione fell silent for a moment, and then she began to look at him with that familiar gaze she always favored, one filled with sorrow, helplessness, and a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of a setting autumn sun, imbued with an infectious resonance. She then added, "You always have your own decisions, Harry. Those which I cannot change no matter how earnestly I try. She turned her gaze away from him. Decisions. But you must understand, Harry, there are some people and some things you can never change. Some decisions are simply like that. Harry looked once more at his friends, breaking into a radiant smile. Do not let your own mood affect you. We have more important matters to attend to, do we not? Indeed, more pressing matters regarding the war, regarding Voldemort. You are too eager to kill Voldemort, Harry. The time has come. Dumbledore is not here. We must hurry. So it is time to go, Hermione urged, Ron pulling her along as Harry vanished around the corner. Hermione turned back, unable to resist pushing him lightly. You almost let slip, you know. Observing his puzzled expression, Hermione slowly began to explain, each word reminiscent of the time she taught him the levitation charm. It is not. You must be mindful of your wording. Is that why you pinched me? Ron exclaimed, receiving a hostile glare in response. All right. It was my mistake. Thank goodness Harry is not that meticulous. You must realize he merely trusts you habitually. Then I am thankful for that trust. Ron glanced at the encroaching night, hurriedly following Hermione deeper into the tower. Chapter 84. Welcome back. Hello. Harry stepped into the Ollery, bathed in the last rays of sunlight. Attempting to tether the letter, he held to a gray owl with a red beak. The owl blinked uneasily, flapping its wings. Do not be afraid, Harry soothed, stroking its neck, his green eyes glimmering as he continued. Just deliver it. There is no need to wait for a reply. Of course, if he wishes to respond. Do not leave, he added casually. Suddenly, a white figure swooped in from the slate-blue air, hurtling towards his head like a missile. Harry tilted his head just in time, allowing Hedwig to glide past the tips of his hair before settling on a nearby branch. Oh, Hedwig, he murmured with a furrowed brow. Could you occasionally show a bit of understanding? He cradled the gray owl in his arms, approached the door, offered a few parting words, and then released her into the darkening sky. Behind him, a series of soft coos echoed. Harry stood there entranced, watching until the gray bird vanished behind a row of poplar trees, failing to turn back for the first time. Neglecting to offer comfort to the small girl who had always been there for him, he remained transfixed, gazing at the distant, blurred mountains and the gently rippling lake, his mind incessantly replaying Hermione's admonition. You shouldn't have pushed him away. In truth, more than one person had voiced similar sentiments. You shouldn't interfere with him. Dumbledore had imparted this lesson to him on the very night events unfolded. Having chosen to disrupt the status quo, he was now compelled to confront all ensuing changes. He must face them, for once everything was articulated, he relinquished control, leaving him with no option but to accept the transformations that followed. Yes, everyone echoed that sentiment. But what did it matter? He felt no remorse, never regretting the act of pushing Draco to the opposing side. For he was already afraid that time would not bend to his will, afraid that all his efforts would prove futile, afraid that nightmares would materialize into reality, and afraid that history would repeat itself. He couldn't help but recall the moment Draco had rolled up his sleeve, revealing the horrifying dark mark etched upon his forearm, the grotesque inky lines writhing beneath his almost transparent skin, winding around pale veins, and deeply engraved into his very bones. That mark would be his burden for life. Overcome with sorrow, Harry leaned against the wooden door of the Ollery, absently picking at a torn spider's web. Thus, he had driven him away. It had been at dusk 6 months prior. Spy, infiltrator, traitor? He remembered his own furious outburst in Dumbledore's office, disregarding all decorum. Who do you think you are? Why are you back? What do you bring this filth back for? Harry had advanced on him. Let me tell you, Draco Malfoy, the war has begun. We can no longer afford to be naive. We are adversaries. It's all clear. Your father is a Death Eater. Your mother is a Death Eater. Your entire family is comprised of Death Eaters. Therefore Harry had seized Draco by the collar, his eyes bloodshot with rage. What did it matter, anyway? Harry couldn't recall how many people had been present in the office at that time, nor whether it had followed a brief meeting or a farewell to Professor Snape. He only remembered that evening, when the sunset lingered and white birds had flitted frantically past the window. Draco had appeared, bathed in the glow of twilight, a frail, pale 16-year-old boy. I want to help you, he rasped, his eyes brimming with an overwhelming intensity. Look at you. Harry had taken a step back, observing the sickly pallor of his face, the dirted hem of his robes, the anguish and fear that tormented him as he endured trials no young person should ever face. Neither war nor choice should rest upon such young shoulders. He was neither capable nor deserving of such burdens. The sunset painted half the sky red as Draco resolutely extended his arm, rolling up his sleeve amidst Hermione's cries. I can help you, he asserted. The Dark Lord trusts me completely. That's because you assisted in his resurrection. Draco Malfoy. So that cannot be your reason for sacrifice. I am the one who transcends time, returning to the beginning. If I must watch you plunge into danger, then what am I? Return to your parents. Harry recalled the fury and fear surging through his veins like a tidal wave, blocking every inch of his blood vessels and dulling his perception of the world. In that moment, he had shouted those cruel, hurtful words. You shouldn't know everything. With a swift punch, Draco had sent him crashing to the ground. What do you amount to? The change in Draco's expression was not one of anger or embarrassment, but of an emotion Harry could not comprehend. He truly could not understand it as Draco gazed out the window, the orange light gilding his silhouette and trembling lashes. I'm not worthless. Harry rose from the ground. You are a bastard. Another punch from Draco came flying, but it was intercepted by Dumbledore's spell. Is there anything that cannot be resolved amicably? Dumbledore's rare anger filled the room. Indeed, Harry retorted, continuing to hurl insults. The game is over. You should exit the stage, Malfoy. Return to your parents. You are not needed here. I do not need you. He emphasized each word. It was cruel, and Harry felt a bitter ache in his mouth, as if his insides were about to rupture, as though he had swallowed acid, with his stomach twisting in pain. But what could be done? He had said it, and he was indeed that cruel, using the pain of others to mask his own selfishness. Harry, this is not your concern, Ron interjected. Draco simply regarded him quietly, observing him with a calmness akin to that of a stranger sipping tea in an office. Yet Harry knew that whenever Draco felt utterly alone, he became as distant as an unfamiliar face. Not, Harry painfully thought, when he was surrounded by others, but rather when he felt he had no one left to rely on. Only the portraits adorning the walls, the smoky warmth of the hearth, the remnants of cold coffee, and the vibrant crimson sky outside remained. He always found clarity when faced with his own reflection, when ensnared by the prophecies. He could remain calm because he was utterly alone, unable to seek help, incapable of showing weakness, with no one to stand before him, no one to save him. In that moment, Draco resembled the version of himself from a previous life. The boy whose soul was tightly bound by loneliness and fear. The boy who had lost everything and was left with nothing but himself. Harry's fingers trembled. He had conjured him once more. Outside, white birds fluttered past again, excitedly soaring towards the scarlet clouds, stretching their wings in the wind before disappearing into the twilight. Draco lifted his chin, soft shadows cast across his eyelids. I hate you, Harry Potter. Many hate me. All the dark wizards in the world despise me. But you say that hating me makes you feel this way. Hedwig had alighted on his shoulder, her white feathers brushing against his cheek. Harry, regaining his senses, realized that night had enveloped everything. The moonlight gently dispersed the darkness from behind the thin clouds. He touched his face, feeling the cold dampness upon it. This is dreadful, he mumbled, rubbing his face against Hedwig's feathers. But I dare not regret it. Love me or hate me, as long as you can live. Hermione cautiously opened the door, casting several spells at the threshold. You're always too vigilant, Ron shrugged. No one has the authority to enter or exit the headmaster's office at will, regardless of whom it is meant to protect. I can't help but think you should stay alert. It's serious. If Harry finds out, you want to send a letter. Ron swallowed his words. You are right, Hermione, he muttered, settling into a chair nearby, while Fawkes flapped his beautiful tail, feathers in welcome. But do you think that when Dumbledore is absent, he would trust us? Ron made a face. He might not say anything at all. We can't have Dumbledore dismiss Kingsley. Hermione anxiously glanced at the fireplace. He will emerge from there, from some secret corner. Actually, it's quite amusing to think about, Ron said, stretching. Tell Kingsley my apologies. Minister Magic, but ding ding ding, my dessert time has arrived. I must return to the office for a cup of coffee and some sweets before resuming our discussion on the troop deployments for the Battle of London. I believe the headmaster is capable of such actions. Enough with the nonsense. Hermione withdrew her wand, pointing it towards the fireplace, her gaze sharp upon the flicker of blue flames that ignited there. Time was of the essence. Ron sprang to his feet, drawing his wand and aiming it firmly at the hearth. No one could guarantee that the person who emerged would be the one they awaited. The flames slowly grew, the eerie blue fire dancing within the fireplace, while the clock ticked rhythmically behind them, and Fawkes let out an excited cry, releasing a few small sparks. At last, a tall figure stepped through the fireplace. Clad in black robes, a young man with pale blonde hair emerged, illuminated by the fading flames. Hermione's heart swelled with relief at the sight of his familiar pallid face, and she lowered her wand. Ron rolled his eyes and slumped back into his chair. Welcome back, Hermione said gently. Draco. The boy lifted his slate blue eyes, presenting a familiar, insincere smile. Chapter 85, Determination. You see, I knew he wouldn't say anything while Dumbledore is away. Ron scoffed, lazily leaning back in his chair with one leg crossed over the other. The room was so quiet that the sound of fox feathers rustling could be heard. A soft whisper as he meticulously preened his crimson tail feathers. The portraits of the elderly figures were entirely absorbed in their own pursuits, none paying them any heed. The three awkward individuals sat in the room, warmed by the gentle air, sipping on their honey-infused warm water. If you insist on waiting for the headmaster, Draco. Hermione finally broke the silence, exchanging a glance with Ron. There's no telling when he will finish what he's doing. Every second you linger here increases the risk of exposure. Draco remained unresponsive, taking a sip of warm water, savoring the comforting temperature as it slid down his throat. The Dark Lord is making new moves, he finally spoke. Just as Hermione's temper began to rise, he adjusted his posture, elongating his words as he spoke slowly. A counterattack of unprecedented magnitude. Hermione exhaled in relief. We are all aware that Professor Snape returned before you did. What are your plans for confrontation? Draco cast a complex glance at Hermione. This is truly a full-scale assault by the Dark Lord. In this tense stalemate of war, such a counterattack typically harbors the intent to obliterate. Since Voldemort can no longer wait, Hermione stood up, placing her porcelain cup aside. We shall employ a counter-strategy. It's quite manageable. Hogwarts possesses robust defensive magic, while the Ministry possesses formidable offensive capabilities. He intends to feign an attack on Hogwarts to weaken the Ministry, thereby launching a decisive strike. Hermione's eyes sparkled with realization. If his true target is the Ministry, then we must prepare for a trap. The school will activate the magic array, Ron remarked, glancing at Hermione. If Voldemort wishes to feign an attack, we shall feign defense. The real core of our forces will lie in ambush in London, ready to dismantle Voldemort's main army. He continued, excitement causing him to scratch at his red hair. Isn't it a turning point? This war will be etched into history. If we achieve victory in the Battle of London, Draco felt his heart race. Then Voldemort will struggle to regroup. Once this battle concludes, he shall find himself in a state of disadvantage. The protracted stalemate will finally end with this conflict. Hermione stated, Voldemort has indeed reached his limit. Yes, indeed. Voldemort would never expect that his plan has been dissected so thoroughly by the Order of the Phoenix. Draco raised his gaze. But what of Harry Potter? Will he remain at Hogwarts? A sudden crackle erupted from the fireplace, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances before speaking again. Hogwarts will be defended by a contingent of the Order and D.A. She bit her lip. Harry will join the others to support the Ministry. Engaging in battle? London. Well, he can continue with his delusions. Draco finally spoke, his practiced smile returning, his pale cheeks glowing softly in the candlelight. He will inevitably meet his end in some dark corner. Draco lowered his gaze. The Battle of London, a conflict that will prove decisive. The Savior is destined to perish within it. You needn't inquire about Harry, Malfoy, with that insincere tone of yours. Ron interjected, unable to contain himself. A grin spreading across his face, though his tone escalated. With his immense capability, how could he not fight? Unlike you, Malfoy, who dares only to act as a timid owl. He is a formidable figure who has lived 2 lives. You must realize that without him, our chances of victory diminish significantly. Hermione's anger flared as she glared at Ron, her brown eyes ablaze. You have no right to say that. Ron paused for a moment, then spoke again. My apologies, he shrugged. You also need not hypocritically curse him in our presence. Hermione turned back to the boy with slate blue eyes. Is that so? Draco smiled, hiding his hands within his robes, then raised his gaze to meet the girl standing before him. I haven't seen you express any genuine concern for him. With Potter's intellect, you repeatedly send him in a battle? Draco narrowed his eyes. Do not speak of exploitation as if it were so self-evident. No one is exploiting him. Ron shouted. Stop slandering him. Isn't that the case, Weasley? Draco stood, defiantly lifting his chin, scrutinizing Ron with an emotional gaze. Are you not merely exploiting him? Utilizing his memories, his abilities, his hatred to bolster your so-called odds of victory? What compels you to send a boy into battle to risk his life? It seems you've been a Death Eater for too long, Malfoy. What do you think we are fighting for? Ron stepped forward, his face flushed with anger. What do you think Harry stands for? Victory. Winning this war. Ron gritted his teeth. Everyone is striving. Everyone is risking. Have you taken any risks? Draco retorted. Squatting in the common room, wiping away the tears of children, or hiding in the castle pretending to practice basic spells. Whoosh. A golden offensive spell shot from Ron's wand tip. Draco dodged, the spell smashing into the leg of a chair, splintering wood and sending debris flying. Ron and Hermione grasped his arm. Calm down, Draco Malfoy. Hermione suppressed her fury, turning to face the boy who aimed his wand at her. If this is your way of venting your unease, then you truly are immature. The atmosphere grew tense, each person gripping their wands tightly, poised against one another. The standoff between Gryffindor and Slytherin intensified, while Fawkes rustled his feathers, a sound akin to fine sand falling upon metal. Good evening. At some point, the elderly man with a white beard stood at the door, entering unnoticed. Children, Dumbledore smiled at them, his white beard shimmering in the candlelight as he extended his hand from beneath his moon-embroidered robe, waving gently. The cooled water in their cups began to steam anew. Drink some warm water, children. Winter is approaching. Dumbledore blinked his blue eyes and raised his cup towards them. Professor. Draco's complexion shifted dramatically, almost unrecognizable. He sheathed his wand and walked around Hermione to Dumbledore's side. I know where the remaining Horcruxes are, he whispered, causing Hermione to gasp sharply behind him. When you first arrived, you did not speak to us. She shook her head and cast a bewildered glance at the blonde boy. So, you were planning to keep everything from us? Ron clenched his teeth in silence. Oh, do tell. Dumbledore retracted his smile, lifting his gaze earnestly to Draco. Draco lowered his head, his expression grim. It appears that the Dark Lord extracted those fragmented soul pieces from within himself and reformed them into his own magical power, thereby augmenting his strength. This is impossible. Hermione shook her head. It makes no sense. He paid the price to divide the soul pieces, and now he seeks to reclaim them, unless he is afraid of something. Dumbledore remarked. Miss Granger. However, Ron furrowed his brow. Are you lying, Malfoy? Draco's Adam's apple bobbed. He held Dumbledore's gaze for a long moment. I don't know. I don't understand why he would do such a thing. He finally spoke, his lowered eyelashes trembling. How would he not know? He certainly understands what the Dark Lord fears. What could possibly frighten him? He must be afraid of Harry, not Harry himself, but rather the entity within Harry. The Dark Lord may have never anticipated that the soul pieces could separate and grow independently. And this independent growth has begun to instill fear in him. Dumbledore turned his face toward them, the candlelight illuminating every wrinkle upon his visage. If that is the case, he would certainly eliminate that snake. It still exists, Draco replied. The Dark Lord has not moved against it. It is more significant to him than one might imagine. I believe this indeed warrants Voldemort taking a risk at all costs. After they pieced together the situation and strategy once more, they realized that the night had deepened, silence enveloping them. You did well, Draco. Dumbledore paused, then placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, speaking kindly. I am genuinely moved by the courage and conviction within you. Perhaps, Draco murmured softly, stepping back to the hearth. Our next meeting may be in times of war. He then lifted his gaze to Hermione, while Ron had discreetly returned to the common room. Farewell. A week later, indeed, Draco. Hermione could not help but continue. If you have the opportunity, you could write him back. You know he's been waiting. Draco silently regarded her, the azure flames behind him beginning to rise slowly. You will tell him about Voldemort destroying the Horcruxes? One to you? Of course, but you are indeed evading my question. No. Draco stepped into the flames, the soft blue light swirling within his eyes. There is nothing to evade. I simply do not wish to respond. I just do not want to. Chapter 86. A Turn of Events. Good evening, Mother. When Draco emerged from his room, Narcissa was still seated in the main hall of Malfoy Manor, the candles on the chandelier casting a warm golden glow upon her gentle profile. She let her long hair down, carelessly removing the jewelry from her wrist. Good evening, Draco. Draco clenched his fingers as he walked directly behind Narcissa, resting his hands on her shoulders and gently kneading them. Still awake? How could I sleep soundly when you do not return? Narcissa's voice drifted softly, causing Draco to stiffen, his hands pausing mid-motion. You have been to my room. Haven to you? Draco whispered, his heart pounding. Mother, how could that be? Narcissa laughed, her lips curling to reveal her white teeth as she stood. Draco's hands fell away. Do not be anxious, little dragon. Narcissa gazed at him tenderly, her hair cascading down her temples as she reached out to stroke Draco's forehead. You may fear everyone, but you must never fear me. Now, she said, go to bed. Draco shook his head, his complexion paling. Please, Mother. Narcissa cupped his face in her hands, her gaze losing its mirth as weariness began to rise from the depths of her eyes like a tide. In that fleeting moment, Draco felt a surge of fear. He sensed Narcissa aging, the candlelight casting a yellowish hue upon her skin, the vulnerability and pain reflected in her eyes, sending chills through him. Draco! Her voice held a hint of hoarseness as she pressed her forehead against his, whispering softly. Do what you wish to do, Draco. I cannot, Draco replied, almost as a whisper. Mother is here. Like a gentle caress for a child, Narcissa stroked the back of Draco's head, her touch light as a feather. Mother will always protect you. The twilight light filtered through the curtain's seams, bathing the entire Great Hall of Hogwarts in a warm yellow hue. The hall no longer resembled a gathering of teachers and students. It was filled with members of the Order of the Phoenix and older students, while younger children and several teachers crowded the stairs, unwilling to miss this farewell meeting. Time is drawing near. Dumbledore smiled as he spread his arms. The hall fell silent, every eye turning to the bearded elderly man, their gazes filled with unwavering fervor. The Hogwarts teachers gradually returned from outside, Professor McGonagall nodding to Dumbledore. The protective magic array is also prepared. She then turned to the DA members standing behind Harry. Listen well, should you encounter insurmountable danger, activate the magic array. Do not act recklessly. And you, Hagrid. Professor McGonagall glanced at the man sitting nearby, his complexion rather grim. I know you wish to go to London, but you must understand that Hogwarts needs experienced adults to guard it. Merely Madame Pomfrey and Professor Lupin will not suffice. Of course, Professor. Hagrid glanced at McGonagall and then at Dumbledore. I will remain to protect Hogwarts diligently. Professor McGonagall could not help but offer numerous reminders to others. Professor, why don't you stay and let someone else go? Fred said with a grin. George and I are already capable adults. We are Harry's best assistants, Al. Mother. George dodged Mrs. Weasley's hand and hid behind Ginny. Mrs. Weasley scolded her sons a few times with a stern face before turning back to gaze at Harry with concern. I don't know what your professors are thinking. She took a couple of steps forward and embraced Harry tightly. You cannot go, do you understand? Harry, you absolutely cannot go. You're going to suffocate him, Mother. Ron frowned. I have nothing more to say. Everyone is already quite clear, so it is time to set off. Brave ones. Dumbledore winked at Harry and then stepped down. Members of the Order and some professors rose together. I hope everyone is prepared. Sirius forcibly pulled Harry from Mrs. Weasley's embrace. Rest assured, Molly. We'll take good care of him. Lupin punched his chest with a laugh. Let us hope it's not Harry protecting you. Mr. Weasley hurried to console his wife. Leaving is far more complex than one might imagine, Harry thought as he bid farewell to the DA repeatedly. He glanced back at Hogwarts, at every worried face, every gesture filled with tenderness. This is Hogwarts, his home. Look, he has always protected it well. Emotion, tinged with bittersweetness, began to rise within him, causing a prickling sensation at the corners of his eyes. He had done it, had he not? He was now a true warrior, a soldier willing to venture forth to safeguard his homeland. For Hogwarts, for his friends, for his family, for his loved ones, for everything he wished to protect. He was finally no longer hiding in the shadows. The boy, who had been crouching in the dust-laden corner, finally found the strength to rise, tearing through the slate-gray sky, breaking free from the gilded cage, and roaring as he escaped into the world beyond. How splendid! Harry tightened his grip on the fire that Hermione had handed him, listening to Professor McGonagall as she continuously advised Tonks. The Thestrals cannot be ridden outside. Therefore, once you reach a certain distance, as long as it's within apparition range, you must send it back. Mississippi Lupin pulled Tonks aside, beginning to instruct her on how to sit properly to avoid falling off. Ron. Harry turned to glance at his good friend, the crimson sunset unfurling behind him, carrying a hint of the salty tang of magical creatures. Ron curled his lip, indicating he was listening. Protect Hermione. Harry cast a glance at the little witch with the red eyes. Protect everyone. Well, Ron lifted his chin. Of course I will. He blinked again, his golden lashes shimmering faintly in the dusky air. You have to take down a few more enemies, Harry. Don't listen to his nonsense, Harry. Hermione brusquely shoved the red-haired boy. You must be cautious. Once the war begins, put on the invisibility cloak, understand? Your father's cloak. No one will be able to find you. I sent the cloak to Draco. Harry's face flushed, and he looked down at his toes. What? Hermione couldn't help but exclaim, her voice urgent and hushed. Do you know how dangerous it is to send something like that? What if it gets intercepted? No. I've cast protective spells on it. You're really foolish, Harry. Ron exclaimed, his face scrunched up in agitation. He.S. not going to be in any danger. He.S. at Hogwarts. Sending it to him is no better than sending it to Snape. Is that so? How do you know that? Harry narrowed his green eyes, scrutinizing Ron suspiciously. The Dark Lord wouldn't allow minors to participate in the battle, Harry. Hermione lied with a straight face. It's easy to deduce. His parents wouldn't let him venture into danger. He.S. far safer than you. Yes. Harry shrugged, appearing considerably more relaxed. I'm just afraid he might do something reckless. He always likes to engage in mischief from the shadows. In any case, that decision of yours is truly dreadful. You'd better not tell anyone you don't have the invisibility cloak. Hermione shot him a glare. Harry smiled helplessly, as his godfather was already urging him to leave. Staying any longer would risk alerting the enemy. He extended his arm, tilting his head to look at his best friends. Farewell, friends. Stay safe. Ron smiled tightly, embracing Harry, while Hermione sniffed and joined in the hug. The afterglow of the setting sun enveloped them, tightly binding them together, even across the chasm of a lifetime. They could still embrace here. Goodbye. Goodbye. In the morning, at Malfoy Manor, in the main hall, Draco sat rigidly between his parents, looking up to see the long table filled with people, occupied by the most esteemed and trusted Death Eaters. Morning light streamed through the windows, illuminating the dark red table, the intricately adorned tapestries, and his own bloodless hands resting on the table. Tension and strangeness seeped into every vein, as Draco furtively glanced at Snape, whose back was turned to him, making it impossible to discern any emotion from his indifferent expression. They were waiting for the Dark Lord at the head of the table to speak. This is the final meeting in our plan. The Dark Lord sat in the high chair, his scarlet eyes gleaming with a smile as he surveyed those present. Do you all remember what you are to do? The false attack on Hogwarts. The raid on the Ministry of Magic in London, Ponce said. The false news of the attack on Hogwarts has already been disseminated. London must be in a state of panic by now. Is that so? Voldemort hissed, appearing somewhat distracted as the dark serpent coiled around his waist, slithering up his back. Are your warriors prepared? Of course, my lord. Bella grinned, clearly eager. Voldemort suddenly broke into a wide smile, his crimson eyes narrowing to slits. An air of unease began to permeate the room as he stood up, the snake's head emerging from beside his ear. After discussing critical and targeted remarks once more, he resumed speaking. The war has already begun, Voldemort declared, his voice like a wind that had been condensed, sweeping through the hall with a magical resonance. Each of you here are my most trusted and loyal followers. I trust you. His voice paused. However, I fear some of you may have exhausted all your patience in awaiting this final victory alongside me. How could that be? The Death Eaters responded in a chorus from below. I am more than eager to serve the Master. Voldemort raised his hand, and all fell silent. His gaze fell upon Snape, causing Draco's heart to lurch as he tightened his fists under the table. And you, Severus, the Dark Lord hissed. You betrayed Dumbledore for me to sit here. Do you regret it? No regret, Professor Snape said, his head bowed. I have always been your most loyal servant. In the past, present, and future. Is that so? Voldemort's eyes scrutinized him, the silence allowing the faint sound of Nagini's hissing tongue to be heard. Yet, there are always little people whispering in my ear about your mysterious actions. Of course, I trust you implicitly, Severus. He stepped down from the long table, his black robes trailing behind him. You have never disappointed me, but you still do not trust me enough. He stopped beside Snape, looking down at him. You have begun to doubt whether I can lead you to victory. You question whether everything you have done is right, so you begin to shy away from the spotlight. Remaining idle. I have not. No, I know what you were thinking. Voldemort said with a smile. I also know what you have done. I will give you one last opportunity to prove your loyalty to me, Severus. Voldemort walked back to the bench, his voice echoing behind him. On the battlefield, show me that you still hold value. Yes, my lord. Snape replied, head bowed. Draco's heart, which had been suspended, slowly relaxed. He restrained himself from glancing at the opposite side, fixing his gaze firmly on the table. Voldemort lifted his head once more to address everyone and then revealed a false smile. The war is about to begin, he declared joyfully. Are you ready? Another wave of enthusiastic responses erupted below. Then, we shall mobilize with full force. Voldemort's smile faded, his crimson pupils narrowing. Full force, he repeated. Attack Hogwarts. What? It felt as though a sharp dagger had been plunged into his heart, causing it to momentarily hang in the air. Draco's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Voldemort. What? Most of the Death Eaters shared his astonishment and confusion. Has the plan been altered? How could this be? Are you joking, my lord? Lucius could not help but interject. Your previous plan I know, Voldemort said soothingly, glancing over the astonished faces of everyone, finally resting on Snape's pale countenance. I am very rational. After providing a reassuring explanation of the subsequent battle strategy, do you say we will be victorious? He looked up at Snape once more, his fingers gliding over Nagini's form. Severus. The chilling voice struck the air, dissipating into silence. Chapter 87. A faint shadow. There is no time. Everything is too late. Draco, accompanied by the Death Eaters, apparat to Hogwarts. As the familiar scenery re-emerged before his eyes, he realized it was too late. The Dark Lord had made up his mind to proceed. He lifted his gaze through the dense foliage towards Hogwarts, the majestic castle standing solemnly not far away. This was the only place they could land, near the Black Lake. Narcissa clutched Draco's hand tightly, as if he might recklessly charge forward. But how could he? The Dark Lord loomed ahead. Snape was by his side. His comrades were here. And so were his enemies. His family was equally present, while the castle across from him offered nothing. At times, Draco selfishly pondered that if the Order of the Phoenix were to fail, if the Dark Lord ultimately triumphed, he would do everything in his power to survive. Even if it meant betraying his initial beliefs, betraying himself, and betraying those who had placed their trust in him. Yet he would still choose to live, as survival meant he could protect Harry, safeguard his parents, and preserve everything that belonged to him. It seemed that those who had glimpsed Harry's memories habitually forced the glories of a past life onto this one. They believed Harry Potter would once again vanquish the Dark Lord, that the DA must surely be established, that Snape would effectively shield his true identity, and that everyone perceived him as a selfless Malfoy. But how could that be? Draco mournfully thought he had not been driven to that point, nor could he sacrifice himself for others. Malfoys never lived for anyone but themselves. If, his eyes flickering, if the Dark Lord were to win this war, then the tides would turn completely, and he would unhesitatingly take Harry and flee far away, to a place where no one could find them. Voldemort would not trouble his parents for his sake, nor would he forsake delivering a crushing blow to the weakened Order of the Phoenix to seek them out. But was it truly at this juncture? Was there really no way to salvage the situation? Draco moved forward numbly with the crowd, trampling the grass and shattering the sunlight. He saw the Death Eaters ahead immediately commencing to set up magical formations, while those behind them systematically spread out, surrounding the castle entirely. The sounds of curses and the laughter of the Death Eaters permeated the air. The Order was not present. Some were gasping, others laughing. To them, Hogwarts appeared as a hollow fortress. The DA's resistance and the inexperienced crowd seemed as defenseless as children at play. The might of the Dark Lord could not be countered by the frail walls of Hogwarts. He witnessed upper-year students hurriedly exiting the castle, attempting to conjure golden magical formations. But it was far from sufficient. There was no time for them to prepare. The Death Eaters, like swarms of locusts, surged down the hillside at the Dark Lord's command, akin to a tempestuous cloud streaked with lightning descending upon the earth. Then came a brief standoff. The panicked students and professors clutched their wands tightly, resolute in their position before the castle, refusing to retreat. "We've been deceived," Hermione stammered. "Betrayed?" George asked beside her, his face pale as he observed the slowing advance of the Death Eaters. "Snape? No, it can't be." Hermione shook her head. "It cannot." "Listen, Hermione, Ron, everyone." Professor Lupin's voice resonated from behind. "We cannot leave this place, and neither can those within Hogwarts. The magical formation, children, they will force us to surrender. We must raise the formation." "No, we have no time," Ron exclaimed. "No chance. The Order and the Ministry will be here soon. News will spread rapidly." Lupin tore a strip from his robe to bind around his hand, preventing it from sweating and losing grip of his wand. "We must raise the formation to buy time. We must. It must be that a spy has been discovered." Professor Lupin, Hermione couldn't restrain herself from speaking. "Someone has been found out. What do we do? How do we save Hermione?" Hagrid called back. "Wait, I'll team up with Flitwick to charge out and buy us time. The magical formation. Raise the formation. We cannot give in, absolutely cannot give in. Indeed, we cannot give in." A bittersweet ache surged into his nostrils. Surrender would mean the end, utter ruin. If Hogwarts fell, it would be the end for them all. The tension surged through his veins like a parasite. Yet what of Snape and Draco? Surely at least one of them had been discovered, exploited. No one could assist them now. War was never a straightforward process. No one could fathom what the next moment would bring. Draco stood behind his father, watching as the cold sunlight illuminated the disheveled grass. As creatures in the Forbidden Forest stirred restlessly, as familiar classmates and professors appeared vulnerable and pitiful before the castle. "Listen to me," a senior Gryffindor boy addressed his classmates. "We must charge out with Hagrid to buy time. You know what this means, friends? Look back at that castle. Those people, those children, they're worth everything we can give." Yet they persisted, striving to resist. Severus, Bellatrix pressed her wand to her tongue, leaning closer to Snape, her gaze shifting to the crowd enveloped in the cold sunlight. "Sometimes I truly envy you. You see, the Dark Lord values you so highly." She seized Snape's arm, her fingers pressing against the slightly raised dark mark. The Dark Lord despised betrayal. Yet even so, he was willing to offer you a chance. "You've been following me, haven't you?" Snape pried her fingers away, his expression indifferent as he scrutinized her smile. No, how could I?" Bellatrix chuckled. "The Dark Lord has long suspected you, Severus. Spies play a crucial role in war. She elongated her neck to scrutinize him, articulating each word. He has known of the traitor for quite some time. Do you think the Dark Lord would risk attacking the more dangerous ministry? Do you think he would trust someone like you, who fled from Dumbledore's side? What can you do? Why would the Dark Lord trust you? Bellatrix continued. Dumbledore was truly a fool. Ah ha ha. She grinned, her crimson lips glistening in the sunlight. But I never expected the Dark Lord would still grant you a chance. It's quite disheartening. Are you finished? Snape raised his wand, discreetly aiming it at her abdomen. Bellatrix's body froze instantaneously. Do you dare to act? She turned to face him, her eyes gleaming with madness. Do you dare? I can't believe you would waste that last redemptive opportunity at this point. She leaned closer, her voice taking on an eerie tone. There's another half-blood emerging from Hogwarts besides you. Tell me, is he like you? Put down your wand. The Dark Lord's voice reverberated through the air, a harsh laughter echoing in his tone. You have already lost the right to resist. Bellatrix's words were interrupted as she scoffed at Snape and returned to the Dark Lord's side. What was he to do? Draco glanced at Snape, his heart sinking in despair. He could do nothing. Hogwarts was on the verge of falling, while London could not come to their aid. He had never envisioned such an outcome. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his neck. Snape grasped Draco's throat, thrusting him forward. A heavy blow struck his knee, causing Draco to fall to the ground. Dazed, he lifted his head, the cold tip of a wand aimed at his temple. Professor Snape! A piercing scream echoed in his ears. It was the voice of Narcissa. No, what are you doing? Voldemort's gaze turned icy as he regarded them. They stood before Voldemort and the Death Eaters, their backs to Hogwarts, Draco's heart racing in his chest, his face a ghastly pale. He was unaware of Snape's intentions, as the hand gripping his throat nearly suffocated him. Snape was kneeling behind him, constricting him, his wand aimed menacingly at Draco's head. What is happening? Ron exclaimed in terror, the DA's plans grinding to a halt in the face of this unexpected crisis. It must be that Professor Snape has been discovered, Hermione analyzed after a brief silence. Her fingers clenched tightly. He is protecting Draco. Hurry! Professor Lupin shouted. Raise the magical barrier. He is buying us time. Suddenly, the previously chaotic crowd began to move with newfound order. Nobody move! Snape bellowed, his robes trailing behind him as magic surged forth, tearing through the fabric. He forced Draco to lift his face. I will kill him. You truly have surprised me, Severus, Voldemort remarked, narrowing his crimson eyes as his cold gaze swept over Draco's face. Do you really believe I would hesitate to kill you? Master! Lucius lunged towards Voldemort, hastily clutching the latter's robes. Draco! Narcissa's wand was firmly directed at them, her brow furrowed as she roared. The Malfoys have treated you well, Snape. Stop them! Bellatrix screamed, pointing at the slowly rising golden veil. That ominous magical barrier. As the Death Eaters shifted slightly, Snape drew a knife across Draco's arm. Draco winced, his face contorted in pain. Snape was indeed harming him. Blood instantly soaked through his white shirt, cascading from the tear in his robe to the grass below. An unrelenting sensation of pain and a pervasive fear swelling within every cell of his being. Stop it! Narcissa shouted, her eyes brimming with tears. Nobody move! Lucius exclaimed, desperation in his tone as he stepped in front of the others. Draco is your most loyal servant. You cannot. Voldemort raised his gaze towards the distant golden barrier taking form, lifting a hand as the previously restless Death Eaters fell silent. Meeting Lucius's eager eyes, he spoke slowly, coldly, and mercilessly. It is time for the Malfoy family to make a contribution for me, Lucius. Lucius's pupils dilated sharply. No one can stop me. Voldemort pointed his hand at Draco, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then let us kill together. No. Someone forcibly restrained Narcissa as she attempted to rush forward. She struggled violently, tears streaming down her cheeks. Avada Kedavra! Green light shot forth from Voldemort's wand. Snape deftly pulled Draco down beside him, the curse splattering nearby in a burst of shimmering light. Releasing his collar for one final glance at the enraged Dark Lord, he vanished before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. He has the key. Curse it! Voldemort roared, fury crackling in the air around him. The Death Eaters surged towards the golden barrier. Draco! The strength drained from her, and Narcissa lunged to embrace the golden-haired boy on the ground, her body trembling with emotion. She cradled Draco's face, her blue eyes filled with tears. Mother will take you home, Draco replied numbly, his gaze falling upon the crimson blood staining her already tattered skirt. Pale sunlight filtered through the gossamer clouds, illuminating the chaotic battlefield. How ironic. Chapter 88. Good evening. As the last rays of the setting sun faded behind the distant mountains, the deepening blue-gray began to gradually suffuse the air, transforming from grayish blue to deep blue, before being enveloped in inky blackness. Another night was commencing. Harry extinguished the candle in the lantern and traversed the pitch-black corridor alone. This corridor was high, neither close to the dormitories nor the classrooms, and aside from Filch's cat, few would choose this unfamiliar path to the headmaster's office. Yes, the headmaster's office. Accessible through a passable corridor. Harry lightly tapped the small wooden door that appeared before him 3 times with his wand. A spider descended from the tattered web above, scuttling through the light spilling from the door before vanishing into the darkness. The door opened, and Harry stepped through the light, landing on the familiar floor. The portrait behind him swung shut, the yellow-brown hues swirling as they bled into the canvas. "Good evening, Harry." Dumbledore smiled from behind his desk, his white beard shimmering in the candlelight. "Good evening, Professor." Harry pulled out a chair and sat down, facing Snape directly. "Drink your potion, Potter," Snape said quietly, offering Harry a small vial of potion with his wand, adding, "The effect should have weakened by now." Harry swallowed the potion in one gulp, the bitter liquid sliding down his throat and settling in his stomach, provoking a spasm within. Once the side effects of the potion subsided, he deftly drew a small knife from his waist and made a cut on his fingertip. The familiar sting radiated from his fingertip, accompanied by a wave of piercing pain. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly as the pain began to intensify, the familiar mental agony growing stronger. His body visibly deteriorated. The potion had become entirely ineffective against him. A wave of weakness washed over Harry as he realized that the potion could only numb the pain, unable to prevent his soul from becoming fragile under the strain of injury or the toll of the rifts. The potion's efficacy waned with inertia. He dared not contemplate the consequences of continuing down this path, wishing only to bring the war to a close, perhaps affording him time to explore and remedy the aftermath. Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling within, Harry casually lifted his other hand. Magic brushed against his fingertips, and the wound swiftly healed, leaving only a faint scar. "Very well," Harry lied, exhaling lazily as he leaned back in his chair and laughed. "In truth, my healing charm would suffice to protect me without the potion. Refrain from your arrogance." "Potter." Snape's expression relaxed as he took a sip from the steaming honey water beside him. "The peak of war tolerates no errors." Harry shrugged, lowering his gaze to the myriad scars crisscrossing his fingers, momentarily lost in thought. The events of the past few days had been overwhelming. Merlin knew how shocked he was upon hearing of Hogwarts' assault. The tension at that moment was unimaginable. Hogwarts had always been the lifeblood of the Order of the Phoenix, and if it fell, the Order would become a rootless entity. Fortunately, the magical barrier held for a time. That ancient protective magic, steadfast from the previous life to this one, remained unyielding. The war did not last long. When the Order and a battalion of Aurors arrived, Voldemort realized his defeat was imminent. Following a brief skirmish, he retreated to Hogsmeade, taking several hostages with him. The Death Eaters had captured some members of the DEA and Professor Lupin while they were overwhelmed by the demands of maintaining the magical barrier. Harry could not help but clench his fists. The war had paused, and, after a brief period of preparation at Hogwarts, they convened for an important meeting, fiercely debating the issues of hostages and pursuit. The Minister of Magic and the Aurors insisted on launching a rescue mission to save the hostages and decisively defeat Voldemort, while Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix insisted on negotiating for the hostages' release first, deciding on further actions only when everyone was safe. There was no time left to squander. Stringer appeared exceedingly anxious at that moment. "This is an opportunity. The war is not taking place in London, so there is nothing to worry about. The Dark Wizard has seized Hogsmeade, and Hogwarts shall be next. We must take the initiative. Further avoidance will not guarantee when or how this war will conclude. Many lives will be lost." Stringer, Professor McGonagall's unwavering gaze bore into him. "Can you assure me that my students will remain unharmed? They have taken my students. Hostages. How will you rescue them? This is war. Can we abandon our humanity on the battlefield? What then distinguishes you from Voldemort?" Harry, feeling a slight fatigue, raised his eyes to regard the 2 elders before him, momentarily detaching from the complexities of today's memories. Stringer could not reach an agreement with the Order of the Phoenix, a dismal outcome indeed. After an afternoon of preparation, they restructured their plan. Lives must be saved, and battles must be fought. If all goes as expected this evening, we shall rescue the hostages and immediately follow with the confrontation. Wars in the Wizarding World always transpire with startling swiftness. Akin to spells launched from wands, swift bursts of potent magic and curses that can instantaneously commence or terminate a campaign. Yet the outcomes remain unchanged, Harry mused. The repercussions of war are invariably the same: suffering or death. If all goes as expected, Professor Dumbledore stated, we shall engage in battle before Voldemort can exploit the hostages as leverage. He has just integrated his soul fragment, and his power has yet to stabilize. Furthermore, he finds himself in Hogsmeade, a locale unfamiliar to him, yet familiar to us. This is the first instance wherein dark wizards expose themselves in plain sight. Is there enough time? Harry could not suppress his apprehensions. Can the Aurors you dispatched arrive in time to rescue the hostages before the battle begins? Harry was uncertain of Dumbledore's calculations. Once the war commenced, each individual instinctively assumed responsibility for their designated role. Harry had always been the vanguard warrior. Many details and vulnerabilities were calculated by Dumbledore. And although Harry was cognizant of much, having always been a central figure within the Order, he still found it difficult to fathom the mind of the Elder. There may not be time. Dumbledore raised his azure eyes behind his spectacles, his tone shifting. But we can preserve them. Harry averted his gaze to his feet, fully aware of those Aurors. They had fought alongside him, a clever bunch indeed, yet their mission was one of infiltration. Harry's eyes flickered in his understanding. If there were no internal support, the degree of difficulty would likely prove overwhelming. Do not worry, Harry, Dumbledore continued. Voldemort will not anticipate our proactive engagement. His release of information indicates a preference for negotiation. We need only to lay our ambush beneath the guise of diplomacy, as planned. You merely need to grip your wand tightly, Harry. The Elder winked, offering his counsel. Trust me, he added. Of course, I will trust you, Harry nodded, feeling warmth envelop his body as if heated by a furnace. I have something to discuss with. Harry glanced at Snape. Professor, Dumbledore said. Snape scoffed derisively, muttering something inaudible before rising, his black robes swirling with the wind. Until we meet again, Snape remarked, his gaze shifting from Harry to Dumbledore. I shall descend to rendezvous with Kingsley. He opened the door and glanced back at Harry, his eyes momentarily wavering. Farewell. His voice was swallowed by the thick warmth of the room. Hogsmeade. Leaves lay scattered, swept by the wind onto the peaks of tents, where Death Eaters were encamped, awaiting the outcome of tonight's negotiations. The flickering flames of candles danced upon the tent tops, the spires, and the banners emblazoned with the dark mark, casting a pale orange glow that illuminated the night in Hogsmeade, accompanied by a misty haze and shadowy figures cloaked in black robes. Narcissa tightened her robes, gathering her hair into a braid tucked beneath her scarf. Where are you going? Lucius, lantern in hand and ready to depart, regarded her. We must assemble. The Order of the Phoenix has sent reinforcements. If all goes as anticipated, I must check on Draco. Narcissa turned to him, meeting his familiar gaze as she leaned in to adjust his scarf, her fingers brushing against the creases around his eyes, stirring something within her. She whispered softly, if this war could turn the tide, if time could rewind, would you still make the same choice? Time cannot be reversed. Lucius lowered his eyes, resting his forehead against hers, his voice growing hoarse. We have no opportunity to choose anew. Thus, forget those matters that weigh on your heart, he continued. No, I cannot forget. No one can. Narcissa frowned, her expression contorted with discomfort. No one can forget the feeling of being cast aside by the Dark Lord in front of all. That sense of terror she never wished to relive. Go see him. Sissy, Lucius sighed. He is truly weary. Narcissa released her husband, casting a hurried glance at him before slipping into the night through the tent's opening. Leaves brushed against her ankles, stirring a dark wind. If only time could rewind. Hold on, Neville. Hermione hastily wrapped torn fabric from her robe around his waist, where a deep wound bled profusely, staining the pitch-black ground. His wound has reopened. Step aside, girl. Lupin wiped the dust from his face with his sleeve, placing his hand on Neville's abdomen, a faint surge of magic flowing from his fingertips into the wound. It is too dark. They have locked us in the basement. Luna peered through the rusted bars, gazing outside into the gloom, where only faint firelight flickered from the far end of the corridor. Perhaps it is a hidden passage from a room. But this is Hogsmeade, so it could be behind a shop's courtyard. Perhaps we have visited here before. Look, there are guards outside. Luna's tone brightened. Because we are significant. That is because Voldemort intends to use us as leverage for something valuable. Charlie gasped, leaning against the wall, his red hair clinging to his pale, ghastly face. To threaten the Order of the Phoenix. His wound is beginning to close. Hermione exclaimed in delight. Without a wand. You managed so well, Professor. I learned from Harry. Lupin managed a strained smile, pausing to catch his breath before placing his hand back. His research into healing spells is quite extraordinary. Neville opened his eyes and smiled at them, struggling to utter a few words. Don't cry, Hermione. What's the situation outside? Cedric moved beside Luna, peering into the darkness of the corridor, which was devoid of life, save for the elongated shadows illuminated by the distant firelight. I don't know, Luna murmured. Just moments ago, many figures darted past over there. Is no one coming to rescue us? Someone despaired from the shadows. Why is no one coming? It's impossible, mate, Cedric replied, shaking his head. Harry 1T abandoned us, but do you truly want company? Would you prefer a bone-deep wound or a brand on your backside? He chuckled to himself. You should have gotten so close to the Weasley brothers. Hermione approached, tucking her hair behind her ear and sniffing. I miss Ron a little. He is always by my side. A silence enveloped them, each lost in thought, perhaps recalling a familiar face or a memory tinged with sunlight and the scent of flowers. Ding! The left railing was nudged, emitting a metallic resonance. Who? Lupin sprang up, instinctively reaching for his side, his expression faltering as he realized he was unarmed. No one, Neville whispered. Cedric stood there. No, Cedric stepped back, shaking his head. I didn't touch anything. Hermione's complexion shifted, and she glanced around, her brown eyes widening in astonishment. A chime echoed once more. Those behind her hastily rose to their feet, collectively holding their breath in anticipation. Is it you? Hermione inquired amidst the murmurs of disbelief, approaching the railing and extending her hand to feel. Is it you? She repeated softly, her fingers brushing against a layer of smooth satin. The figure retreated a step and adjusted, causing the silken invisibility cloak to slip away. A tall boy with light golden hair stood there, draped in a robe. As the air filled with hushed gasps of terror from the chamber, silently, he draped the cloak over his arm, casting an irregular shadow against the pale gray wall. A flicker of flame darted through the darkness, illuminating a space where figures had been swaying but were now vanished. Draco lifted the corners of his mouth and raised his pale blue-gray eyes. Good evening, everyone, he said. Chapter 89, The Unexpected Shift. Draco, Hermione exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise. Who is he? A senior student emerged from the shadows. Everyone, remain calm, Cedric instructed, glancing back with narrowed eyes at the boy with golden hair. What is the situation outside, Draco? Professor Lupin inquired, his tone tinged with anxiety. Voldemort has made demands. The Dark Lord intends to use you to coerce the Order of the Phoenix into retreating and to force Dumbledore to surrender Professor Snape, Draco murmured, furrowing his brow as he cast a wary glance outside. Keep your voices down. No, that's impossible, Neville's weak voice interjected. We cannot simply surrender. What are we to do then? Everyone, please refrain from arguing, Professor Lupin urged, turning back to Draco, as those behind him pressed closer. This is perilous, your presence here. I am fully aware of the danger, Draco replied, rolling his eyes, appearing weary and drained of color. If you knew when to keep quiet. If all goes as planned, Draco retrieved several wands from his robes. Distribute these among yourselves. I could only bring so many. If all goes well, there will be someone waiting to assist you once you safely exit this path. Did Harry send you? Someone asked. No, this must certainly be Dumbledore's decision, Hermione interjected, unable to hold back. She quickly snatched a wand of you from Professor Lupin's hand and tucked it at her side. Where are you taking us? The guards here are exceedingly vigilant, Draco. Follow me, Draco commanded, using his wand to unlock a metal door. We're going to Shrieking Shack. The key guards had already been incapacitated by Draco's stunning spell upon his arrival, allowing them to pass through the defenses and exit through the back door. The most critical points of conflict had little impact on them, and they did their utmost to avoid raising any alarms. Hermione trailed closely behind Professor Lupin, casting a complex glance at the boy. With his invisibility cloak, he could confront several adult dark wizards simultaneously. It was likely that the wands he had produced were procured from this very location. He had come alone to rescue them, and he had been fighting on this side all along, an act that truly required immense courage. What fuels your unwavering resolve? Professor Lupin and Charlie led the charge, stunning several passing Death Eaters. They soon found refuge behind a makeshift shelter of bamboo poles. There are too many of us, and we have injured, Charlie panted, glancing at Neville. There's no way to circumvent directly to the Shrieking Shack from here. Apparition is impossible here. They've set up enchantments, Hermione stated. From behind, she suggested. We can circle around through the woods. The Death Eaters are concentrated at the confrontation site. We must not alert Voldemort, having just escaped from the chamber. Their position should now be along the mid to back stretch of Hogsmeade, where the guards were particularly tight due to the presence of captives. Hermione gazed upwards toward the area of greatest illumination, where the crowd was densely gathered, the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters locked in negotiation. Should the Order cease to worry about a direct assault, Voldemort would undoubtedly face defeat. Where are our reinforcements? Cedric could not help but ask. We are trapped here, and time is of the essence. I do not know. Draco clenched his jaw inwardly. This is not my responsibility. Blast it, Lupin exclaimed, pulling Hermione aside as several figures approached from behind the tent. Go check on those students, Goyle, a voice commanded. Bring them forward. Then came a flurry of hurried, chaotic silhouettes illuminated by flickering flames. This is dire. They will soon discover those unconscious individuals, Charlie said, hoisting Neville onto his back. We must leave this place at once. Draco, a familiar voice called from behind, a cold hand resting on his shoulder, causing Draco to freeze. Who? The others quickly noticed the figure in the dark cloak behind the boy, stepping back and raising their wands toward the mysterious individual. I am here to take you away from this place. A woman's voice emerged from beneath the black hood, withdrawing her pale hand to snatch the invisibility cloak from Draco, wrapping it around him carefully. Do not let yourself be seen, Draco. Narcissa, Draco's heart surged, feeling a firm grip on his hand. An infinite strength flooding back into his body. A frigid chill swept past him, the unseasonably cold winter carried with it dry winds, stripping warmth and gentle light from the surroundings. Harry lifted his gaze to the opposite side, where a dark mass of Death Eaters loomed like a thundercloud behind Voldemort. The peaks of the tents flickered with rising flames, transforming Hogsmeade into a battlefield of chaos. If all goes as expected, Harry thought, this would be the final confrontation. The Order and the Aurors had successfully encircled the battlefield, containing Voldemort and his followers within. With the enemy outnumbered, this was a rare opportunity. As soon as the moment was right, as long as Dumbledore's people could successfully rescue the hostages. How long must they wait? Dumbledore. Voldemort's voice echoed, and he stood a short distance away, his crimson eyes scrutinizing Dumbledore. Surrender, Snape, and then retreat. Harry urgently looked toward Dumbledore, feeling that time had already stretched too long. The elderly man merely offered him a reassuring glance before lapsing into silence. At that moment, some Death Eaters stumbled toward Voldemort. They've escaped the hostages, my lord. A trembling voice filled the air. We found them nowhere. Suddenly, the ranks of Death Eaters fell into disarray. Thank Merlin, Harry heard someone behind him expressing joy. They had successfully broken free from Voldemort's control. Before Harry could revel in the victory, his heart raced uncontrollably. He felt as if Voldemort had cast a glance in his direction. Neither surprise nor disappointment, merely a simple gaze filled with delight. What was happening? He sensed something amiss. An inexplicable, uncontrollable sensation. The Order's ambushers surged forth like lions rising from the flames, poised to strike in the terrified eyes of the Death Eaters. Voldemort's power was waning. The morale of the Order soared, yet Harry found himself unable to summon the resolve to confront the situation. That fleeting glance, that unintentional moment of eye contact with Voldemort, had unleashed a torrent of unsettling familiarity within him. Damn. He felt fear creeping in. He was truly afraid. Harry's heart raced wildly, blood surging through his veins. How long had it been since he had felt this long-lost familiarity, that sensation of being abruptly pulled back into memory? Harry lifted his gaze once more to Voldemort, unexpectedly locking eyes again, those crimson irises gleaming with joy. Ron. Harry withdrew his gaze, taking a step back as fear and unease began to swell within him. Gnawing at his heart, he grasped the arm of the anxious red-haired boy beside him. If I exhibit any signs of distress, you must restrain me. What do you mean? Ron looked at him, bewildered. You look dreadful. Harry desperately pinched his arm, his heartbeat pounding with nauseating intensity. Do you truly believe that saving those individuals will render us invincible? Voldemort's chilling laughter echoed from across the divide, a harsh sound that pierced the air. Ignorance, foolishness, Dumbledore. You fail to comprehend me. No one has ever understood you, nor have you allowed anyone to. Dumbledore frowned, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. The members of the Order of the Phoenix murmured anxiously. What is happening? Kingsley inquired. Prepare yourselves. We may be called to battle at any moment. Sturgis growled, instilling a sense of tension among them. What is going on? Ron shouted. Get ready for combat. Sirius exclaimed, his eyes brightening as more warriors gathered behind him. Do you understand, Dumbledore? Voldemort raised a hand, a sinister smile curving his lips as the Death Eaters ignited their wands, the air thickening with an impending sense of doom. Sometimes, those we trust the most are the most likely to betray us. Wouldn't you agree? Voldemort's gaze shifted to the tall, dark-haired boy standing nearby. Harry Potter. The sound of rain began to pour in his ears, a cacophony that drowned out his thoughts. Harry widened his eyes in futile disbelief. This was premeditated. Voldemort had long known that Harry's strength was waning, and he was prepared to exploit it. The nightmare of rain enveloped him, submerging his senses, leaving him feeling like a lifeless puppet. A voice hissed in his mind, and he felt himself topple backward as if struck by a curse. What lay behind him? Panicking, Harry turned to look. Raindrops fell, splashing into a pool of icy darkness. As Voldemort's words hung in the air, an unfamiliar smile crept onto Harry's lips. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, he suddenly appeared behind Dumbledore, his cold fingers gripping the old man's throat, his wand pressed firmly against the elder's back. Looking up, a clash of crimson and black danced in the air. Indeed, Chapter 90, Fatigue. Who is Harry Potter? The boy who lived, the heart of the Order of the Phoenix. The savior transcending time. It has been said that with Dumbledore and Harry Potter, the Order of the Phoenix is complete. With Sturgis and Kingsley, the ministry stands strong. But none can replace Harry Potter. He embodies boundless love and hope, faith and courage. In the chaos of war, anyone may harbor doubt, except for Harry Potter. After all, he is the savior. How could he betray us? But what if the savior were to abandon you? Would hope still remain? Draco traversed the desolate corridor with a lantern in hand, the candles behind him flickering to life one by one, casting wavering shadows. Upon ascending the stairs, his robe arched gracefully with his movement, and upon reaching a door, he paused. Before him stood a wooden door, shrouded in black lacquer, with an exquisitely crafted silver handle glimmering in his view. The candlelight flickered in the night breeze before gradually extinguishing in the lamp. Draco lowered his gaze in the darkness, still lacking the courage to open the door. This was Malfoy Manor, where, following the battle in Hogsmeade, the Dark Lord had led his core followers to recuperate. The conflict in Hogsmeade had been one of the most dramatic in history, with the order surrounding the Death Eaters, and he had successfully met with the responding Aurors. Despite the seemingly one-sided battle, the tide turned when the savior, Harry Potter, defected, bolstering the morale of the Dark Wizards. The Dark Lord emerged unscathed from the clutches of the Order. All thanks to Harry Potter. Draco raised his eyes once more, reaching out to grasp the silver handle. He was now in this very room, on the verge of meeting Harry Potter. This moment felt wrong, he thought, lost in the darkness. The timing was off. The place was wrong. How long had it been since they last met? He didn't know, nor had he kept track, only aware of how many letters from Hogwarts had burned in the cold grate of his room. But now, he would receive no more. With a gentle push, the door swung open, bathing him in a soft, warm yellow light. Once a grand guest room, it now served to provide rest for the most esteemed. The dark-haired youth sat in a chair, an empty teacup dangling from his fingers, the light casting a gentle glow upon his hair. Draco approached him, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. How familiar he was. That well-known profile, the jawline, the curve of his lips, it felt as though the boy from before was still there, ready to smile back at him for a rough embrace. Yet now, he damned well wanted to embrace him. The dark-haired boy lifted his head, his cold, unfamiliar gaze piercing through him, his crimson pupils narrowing into slits. Draco froze, lowering his head as he spoke softly. The Dark Lord wishes to see you. He hesitated. Master. The dark-haired youth placed the teacup down on the table with a clink. The people were wrong. He and T kept a single letter. Voldemort stood in the hall of Malfoy Manor, in his customary position. The Death Eaters lined the sides, and the candlelit chandeliers burned brightly above them. These past few days of warfare had been fraught with peril, yet they stood here unscathed, while the Order of the Phoenix had been severely suppressed. Dumbledore was injured, and the savior had turned against them. Even if they were to rise again, it would be a daunting task. Voldemort stood there in silence, everyone waiting in hushed anticipation for another, the Dark Lord. How marvelous it was, Voldemort mused, as he observed the two figures gradually approaching. Draco returned to his parents' side, while the dark-haired youth halted, locking eyes with him. He was gazing at himself, the self he had not seen in years. From those crimson pupils, he seemed to glimpse a radiant river spanning across time, surging fiercely where their gazes met. Voldemort narrowed his eyes, having long anticipated that one day they would meet. From a moment he realized that a piece of himself existed within Harry Potter. Thriving with life, he understood that this uncontrollable fragment of his soul would strive to survive. And indeed, it had done so, thriving until now. On the battlefield, Voldemort could sense that other self within Harry Potter growing stronger, lying in wait within him. And now it had matured to a point where it could contend with Harry Potter. Voldemort knew how to draw it out, ensuring that even in dire straits, he had a trump card to turn the tide. Harry averted his gaze, refusing to look at him, continuing his forward stride, his cold eyes sweeping over the Death Eaters. Dalahav, he stated, pausing momentarily to regard the long-faced wizard. Luke would, he continued on. Lestrange, he added, narrowing his eyes and smiling at Bella. Lucius. He took a few steps forward, the hall echoing with brief gasps and the sound of the dark-haired boy's footsteps. Draco. He placed a hand on Draco's shoulder, his tone lingering. Draco's body tensed instantly, but thankfully, that hand soon departed from him. And you, Ponce. He came to a halt beside the scarred-faced male witch. You have always performed admirably, and Draco's contributions are equally commendable. Thank you, Master, Ponce said, quickly bowing his head in surprise, a broad grin spreading across his face. Lucius placed a reassuring hand on Draco's shoulder. Draco's lips quivered slightly, yet he remained silent. Look, Harry's voice resonated, amplifying as he turned to face the Death Eaters. Newcomers. Veterans, loyal souls. You are all present, as am I. Suddenly, Harry's demeanor shifted, his expression transforming into one of fierce determination. But you're no longer formidable. Outside these walls, no one fears you. You are confined to this minuscule village, reduced to a pitiful and feeble band. The dark-haired boy pivoted to meet Voldemort's ashen gaze, now reflecting a storm of emotions. With a crack, he vanished and reappeared before Voldemort, a surge of dark magic swirling behind him, lingering in the air like an ominous shadow. Crimson hues intertwined within the atmosphere. You have truly disappointed me, the dark-haired boy articulated, each syllable drawn out with disdain. The Death Eaters, astonished, lifted their gazes toward the far end of the hall. You are not in a better position, Voldemort hissed through narrowed eyes. They had nothing to contest. They were in essence the same entity. When their bodies converged, their minds intertwined. Yet now, neither was superior, and neither wished to concede to the other. One was a fragment of a soul long dormant, the other a dark lord weathered by tribulations. They had once coexisted in a singular body. It was as though the timeline had severed them, creating two distinct consciousnesses. Now they collided once more, yearning to consume one another. They had not rescued Harry. Hermione silently wiped away tears from her cheeks and glanced at Ron. Neither could find solace. Sitting side by side upon the grass of Hogwarts, Stringer had lost faith in Dumbledore, genuinely believing Harry had always been Voldemort's pawn. But how could that be? Hermione cleared her throat, burying her face in her knees. How could that be? Ron remained mute, staring blankly at the golden barrier, the pale moon casting a halo upon the rippling surface of the Black Lake. He certainly did not believe Harry would betray them, yet he had no other explanations to offer to others. He recalled the time when he, alongside the DA, had ventured to Gringotts in search of the Horcruxes, only to be ensnared by ambushing Death Eaters in the cellar. He had thought he was doomed, berating Harry vehemently as he clutched George's arm. With tears and snot, he cursed, "Potter, you selfish git. You never tell me anything and dare to call us brothers. You've bravely joined the Aurors for high-stakes missions while leaving me to fend for myself in some obscure corner. You claim to care about our lives while the real danger is yours. You have all the high-end equipment in your hands, and everyone idolizes you. If anyone should die, it shouldn't be you. It's always us little people who are left to suffer in your shadow." Yet it was that same fellow who had saved him. Ron's gaze fell, a wave of despair washing over him. That scoundrel who had lived two lives. He had appeared, bloodied and battered, emerging from some dreadful battle, recklessly expending his magic to turn the tide. And then he smiled at him, as if he were a fool. Could you at least stop the bleeding before you grin? It's quite a ghastly sight. Yet how could such a person betray you and still be believed? He was far too powerful to be under Voldemort's control. Ron attempted to offer comfort, but felt his voice falter, hoarse and weak from too much shouting on the battlefield, utterly lacking in persuasiveness. Why did no one believe him? He had done so much, so very much. Hermione furiously wiped her face, gathering her disheveled hair behind her ears. What of those who had witnessed Harry's memories? Could they doubt even this? No spell could accomplish that, Ron bitterly remarked. Harry's performance on the battlefield was nothing short of extraordinary. He had managed to injure Dumbledore and several Aurors before retreating unscathed from the Order of the Phoenix. It was an inexplicable feat, so everyone merely accepted their own eyes. Had they begun to believe that those memories and actions were mere fabrications? They trusted only the outcomes wrought by war. Ron grasped her hand, his golden lashes drooping as he stared at the disorderly blades of grass below, fatigue settling heavily in his heart. The wind swept through the night, filling the air with a biting chill, and he occasionally tasted the saltiness of tears and felt pangs of pain in his throat. They were all weary, Hermione. Chapter 91. Home. Good evening, Draco. The dark-haired youth turned, and moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow upon his profile. The room remained unlit, but the moon's brilliance allowed Draco to quickly acclimate to the dimness within. "You summon me?" he inquired cautiously. Harry's crimson eyes sparkled with mirth as he gestured for Draco to approach. "Do not be afraid, Draco," he said. "We share a close bond. Always have, haven't we? More so than with others. Do you not remember? Draco, I awakened at Hogwarts. Back then, that moment." Draco instinctively brushed his fingers against the wand at his side, slowly stepping closer to the boy until he halted before him. 2 years ago, on Christmas, do you recall?" Harry murmured softly, as if whispering a cherished secret. Nostalgia washed over him. Draco appeared far less towering back then, as adolescent boys often undergo significant transformations. Harry lifted his gaze to meet Draco's, noticing the other boy's eyes dart downwards, revealing only the delicate lashes and prominent nose beneath his golden hair. "No words?" Harry leaned against the glass, feeling the cold seep through his hair and pierce his skin. Draco's fingers twitched at his sides. "How long have I been here?" Harry inquired. 2 weeks, Master." 2 weeks, and the order was still desperately holding on. Harry extended his fingers, observing the intricate patterns etched upon his knuckles. The moonlight streaming through the gaps, casting a chill upon the floorboards. "I know they're watching me, ceaselessly, Minnie. No, everyone is watching. Yet each person harbors different emotions. I can sense it. Some are perplexed, bewildered as if betrayed fools. Others are struggling, striving to earn my trust and regard, while some wait in anticipation." Harry chuckled softly, anticipating when I shall meet my end. The undertone of humor belied a weariness in his voice, and Draco discreetly scrutinized the familiar visage. "What have you? What do you anticipate, Draco?" His gaze locked onto Draco's, piercing through the facade. "Do you await my departure? Or do you yearn for that boy to awaken?" "I do not." Draco shook his head, attempting to offer a feeble explanation. "No need for explanations. I already know, Draco." Harry reclined against the glass once more, fingers gathering his robes. "I'm aware of what you have done, or rather, what you are doing." Draco's lashes fluttered slightly. "No one here comprehends Harry Potter. Only you do, for you care about this matter more than anyone else, just as you always have." He spoke slowly. "Look, everyone is secretly apprehensive, speculating, measuring their positions and the means they should employ. They are calculating and scrutinizing me, weighing their options, seeking either a choice or a resolution. For the sake of their selfishness and so-called escape routes." He closed his eyes, as if feigning slumber. "But only you understand that boy. He is incredibly powerful, astonishingly so. Is he not? I can fully acknowledge this, because I cannot control him. Thus, you have been observing me all along. You are aware that he has not vanished, that he is indeed present. You wait, like everyone else, fixing your gaze upon me, like an inescapable shadow trailing behind. But what can be done?" Harry opened his weary eyes and glanced at him, his voice faint, resembling the dying whisper of a candle-less flame. "There are far too many who surpass you in prowess. That boy awakens to a path of certain demise, and none shall spare him. You cannot save him. I can." Draco gritted his teeth, trembling as he looked at Harry. "I will do everything in my power." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Harry's eyes. "Look, Draco, you have always stood by my side, have you not? Not with that wretched Dark Lord, for the being over there is no longer me. That Voldemort has endured countless tragedies. He has been tormented by suffering and is now gripped by fear. He is burdened by a plethora of sins, his fortune long extinguished, reduced to a shattered lunatic. Naturally, you would not submit to a madman." He spoke with conviction, his smile rigid and hollow. "You know why I sought you out at this moment, do you not, Draco? Because he is returning, is he not?" Draco inquired, his heart constricted with dread. "Do you understand what you must do, Draco?" Harry continued. "You certainly do, so," he sighed, his gaze honing in on Draco's face. "Harry Potter must survive. You must ensure he lives, to the best of your ability." Harry's eyes glowed with a somber light. "Because you wish to live as well, do you not? You fear death, fear that the Dark Lord will consume you. You are but a cowardly madman yourself." "I will take him to safety," Draco replied hesitantly. "I have immense faith in you, Draco," Harry said, closing his eyes once more, his complexion pale under the moonlight's glow. "I look forward to our next meeting." Harry felt a flicker of light beneath his heavy eyelids, akin to a buried soul clawing toward a fleeting beam, hazy and faint, as if glimpsing through a veil of darkness. He pondered whether it was day or night, but did it truly matter? The distinction held no significance for him anymore. His body had crumbled entirely, under the impetus of his soul's separation. That fissure had been utterly ravaged, as if cleaved open by a spell, leaving an unhealable wound. Dark seeds sprouted from the unfathomable abyss, his spirit ravaged and riddled with afflictions. It was utterly revolting to share a body with another. Harry exerted every ounce of magic to seal the fragment of his soul that clung to him, pushing it into the abyss with all his might. Striving to mend the rift, as if this would grant him an additional day or two to exist, as if he could drown in other consciousness. Is there life left? Do you wish to usurp? Harry trembled, magic surging chaotically within him. Then, let us perish together. Together to die, as if I fear death. But what is death? I would gladly die for so many. I have no regrets. Harry? A voice echoed in his ear, frantic and restless. Draco knelt beside him, trembling as he restrained Harry's struggling body. Harry? Who? Harry gasped, yearning to lift his gaze. But his eyes had not opened in so long that he felt a twinge of fear. The magic within him was systematically funneled back into the rift of darkness, filling it like liquid mercury. His body, drained of magic, felt parched and wretched, akin to rancid butter, as if mold might sprout from it at any moment. Harry endeavored to calm himself, to feel his limbs, to endure the relentless fatigue and pain that surged through his awareness. Harry? That same voice, accompanied by warmth at the back of his head, evoking a comforting desire to sleep. But how could he sleep? The Order of the Phoenix depended on him. Hogwarts awaited his return. He had accomplished so much, so very much. Time had been recklessly defied. Could he be vanquished by frailty? I want to go back, he croaked. With great effort, he pried open his dry eyes, only to unexpectedly meet the familiar pale gaze of a face he recognized. A gentle light melted upon that familiar visage, sending ripples of longing through his heart. Draco? Yes, yes. Harry gazed with eyes wide, as though a parched soul had spotted an apple. It felt dreamlike. Yet he lacked the strength to exert himself. He looked utterly wretched. He longed to embrace him, as he had done before, regardless of whether it was dream or reality, past or future. They were meant to be together. Physiological tears blurred his vision, and he had no time to discern the expression on the other's face. Take me back, Harry struggled to articulate. Take me back to Hogwarts. I wish to sleep there. All right. Draco brushed his warm fingers against his face, then leaned down to hold him tightly. I will take you home. The golden protective shield rose once more, unyielding since the onset of the unforeseen war, as darkness gradually seeped into the faint golden light, enveloping the castle. Late into the night, the castle remained aglow. The injured lined the corridor from the infirmary to the far end, all classes suspended, save for the busy healing spells casting white motes in the stifling atmosphere. You have never truly taken action, Dumbledore. Kingsley, leading a contingent of Aurors, stood steadfastly guarding the crucial stronghold at Hogwarts. Yet now, the Minister of Magic posed a poignant question during the meeting. I cannot believe it. I have never doubted you. But where has your power gone? This should not be. We should not be cornered by dark wizards. Kingsley's eyes were bloodshot. How much strength has Voldemort gained from Harry Potter's betrayal? How many neutral forces have defected to his side? Why? You must know that Albus is injured, Kingsley. Professor McGonagall glared at him, surveying those present at the meeting. Now is not the time for us to question our own. Kingsley fell silent, resuming the polishing of his wand. This discussion must conclude. It is late. If anyone has further questions, Professor McGonagall interjected, her eyes heavy with fatigue. No one noticed the moonlight hindered beyond the castle walls, where a sudden gust of wind sliced through the darkness, disrupting the shadows of the trees. Chapter 92. Let us depart. Harry opened his eyes anew, fatigue ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving him utterly cleansed. How long had he slept? Was it day or night? Who could say? At least he no longer felt the anguish and restlessness that had gripped him upon waking. Where had he been? Malfoy Manor? He had seen Draco. He strained to recall. Yet something within him was cooling rapidly, the forced calm beginning to take effect. Yes, Draco. He had embodied Tom Riddle for many days now. What had he done? Assaulted the Order of the Phoenix, orchestrated various attacks. Yes, he had done much. No, Voldemort had done much. And then? He had returned. This was Hogwarts, indeed. The dungeons of Hogwarts. Harry remembered that part of Slytherin's dormitory had been repurposed to confine Death Eaters. He felt privileged to inhabit the finest chamber, complete with a bed draped in emerald green curtains. His gaze was fixed upon the grayish-white ceiling, where water stains had formed deep brown blotches, their distinct edges and breathable hue evoking memories of the coffee he had sipped in the headmaster's office, the rim of the cup always so dark. His vision was becoming increasingly clearer, Harry mused. It had been ages since he last donned his glasses, and no one knew where that particular item had wandered off to. Thus, he endeavored to recall the misdeeds of Tom Riddle, the memories flickering in and out of focus. Ah, that damned piece of soul. If it hadn't clung to him like a chewed piece of gum, his resurrected spirit wouldn't have been so hindered. The sole silver lining was that Voldemort was not myopic. Harry continued to ponder in a chaotic manner, as if this absolved him from contemplating his current predicament. Last night, Draco had impulsively brought him back. It was a reckless and insane act, and he could not recall why he had made such a request, nor why Draco had irrationally complied by escorting him back to Hogwarts. Setting aside Draco's identity as a Death Eater, what repercussions would his departure bring upon the Malfoy family? Harry fretted, well, Lucius and Narcissa were certainly not fools like Draco. Losing a young admirer was hardly a catastrophe for Voldemort. From a different perspective, Draco had forsaken his elevated status, willingly betraying his leader to escort him home. How fortunate! Harry inhaled deeply, catching the damp scent of decay, asphalt, and dust, truly unpleasant. Struggling to rise from the bed. The sheets were crumpled, as if countless worms had wriggled across them, undulating beneath him. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and blinked at the room illuminated by a solitary candle. The bed, a small wooden table, a candlestick, and a sealed metal door appeared to confine him within, leading him to doubt whether the oxygen here could sustain him for several days. It resembled the room where Draco had once been imprisoned, and he instinctively touched the spot where he usually kept his wand at his ear, only to awkwardly retract his empty hand and grasp the neatly folded robes beside him, draping them over his shoulders. He wrapped himself tightly. It was indeed frigid. He had never felt such cold. He wondered how Draco was faring. Was he also confined? The recollections of last night's events struck him as amusing. He could not forget the expressions on everyone's faces. Were they in a meeting? It seemed so, as Professor McGonagall had an affinity for meetings, believing they could resolve matters, whether in this life or the last. Draco had burst through the door, carrying him against the cold wind, and Harry recalled that he had not been asleep. Having glimpsed the warmly lit hall through heavy eyelids, his nostrils filled with the comforting scent of potions, while everyone's expressions were utterly captivating. Then came the terrified screams and arguments. Someone was calling his name, and Draco was shouting something back, yet no one approached to check on him. During the period he was conscious, the only thing he could feel was Draco's gaunt back and the warmth of his neck. He had forgotten that he too was a traitor, an undeniable betrayer. Traitors deserve to be bound and executed, not confined in a room with provisions. And what of Draco? Would he be next door? Harry attempted to raise his hand to knock on the wall behind him, but the pain throughout his body rendered him unable to lift it. Perhaps it was best to resign to the fact that he could not rescue him. He could not break through the door to embrace his boyfriend, who carried with him a sunlit aura and strength. The candlelight flickered, and the monotonous glow of the room fractured and reformed, yet it remained unchanged. A solitary environment often breeds excessive imagination. Harry closed his eyes and began to envision himself as a corpse, buried beneath soil adorned with sunflowers. Perhaps this would enable him to absorb more solar energy, or at least slow the decay of his body. A rustling sound emerged from the doorway, akin to a horde of mice burrowing a tunnel. Good heavens, let not be true. Perhaps it was a pangolin. Were there even pangolins here? Harry? Someone was calling him. He opened his eyes to see a freckled, red-haired boy cautiously peering at him from the doorway. His heart began to race once more, and Harry moved his head to confirm his wakefulness. Don't move, Harry. Ron carefully began to draw his wand, gesturing in the air. There's a magical array here. Damn it, this Kingsley's array differs from what we know. He clumsily stepped further into the room. Shut up, Ron. Hermione's voice cut through, her hushed tone emanating from the shadows outside. Raise your hand, don't tremble. Use your height to your advantage. Swing and shake. Yes, swing and shake. Harry could not help but smile, a faint grin illuminating his pale face. Watching them felt like a return to their first year, a memory from the past life. Ah, first year. The fluffy little witch and the red-nosed Ron. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry mused absently, swing and shake, as radiant sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, gilding the books on the tables and the pristine feathers scattered about. He watched as the tall boy furrowed his brow, straining to reach upward, his long arms nearly touching the ceiling. Ron had succeeded. He and Hermione stepped boldly into the room, bringing with them the aroma of sunlight and dew from memories long past. Harry, Hermione whispered urgently, her small chin pressing against Harry's shoulder, while Ron pulled Hermione aside. Gesturing towards the doorway, they created a gap, allowing Harry to see another figure standing at the entrance, clad in a loose black robe that hung from his shoulders to his toes. Half of his body shrouded in darkness, while the other half remained indistinct in the flickering candlelight. Draco. Harry felt warmth flooding back into his body, his vision sharpening to reveal Draco's familiar pale blonde hair and the well-known insincere smile beneath his nose. Listen to me, Harry. Hermione turned back, her voice trembling, her fingers tightly entwined with Harry's. We have no time. Drink this. Hermione produced a vial of potion from Ron's possession and handed it to Harry. The taste was somewhat bitter. Harry obediently opened it and drank as if it were mere water. The potion's effects quickly took hold, the pain in his body receding at a visible pace. We must leave this place, Harry. Hermione's palms were slick with cold sweat, and she shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. We cannot allow the magic to divide us. We cannot leave you behind. Understand, Harry whispered. Sorry, Harry. Ron stood beside them, biting his lip before continuing. We have sought everyone who could assist us. Snape, Dumbledore. There's nothing more to be done. They intend to take you to the Ministry of Magic. You know what that means. If you go there, the DA is on the verge of disbanding. They have enlisted capable upper-year students into the Auror ranks. Sirius has caused too much uproar and is confined to the hospital wing. It's all chaos, utter chaos. Everyone has lost their minds. We must leave this place. Hermione lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. Never return. Harry's eyes welled up once more, waves of agony crashing over him. Where was this pain originating? He began to feel cold again, as if he had been tossed into the Black Lake in January, which never froze, and where the giant squid lurked, unconcerned with his impending drowning. Yet he was on the verge of suffocating from the chill permeating the corners of the room and the suffocating darkness beneath the candlelight. Never return. You've made me promise not to come back. Why have you said that? He would take it seriously. Hogwarts. He could never return again. Draco will take you away from here, to any safe place, Harry, so you can recuperate properly. I have prepared many provisions for you. Draco is capable of safeguarding you. As is Professor Dumbledore. Hermione wiped her face and retrieved a small golden object from her pocket, stirring something deep within Harry's heart. He asked me to give this to you. Do you know why? Ron inquired, his brow furrowed as he shook his head. A golden snitch. Harry stared blankly as he accepted the small object, its silver wings fluttering a few times before languidly resting on his fingertip. How long had it been since it last flew? The sensation of spiraling against the gentle blue sky, weaving through layers of wispy clouds, soaring from a crystalline azure expanse into the embrace of soft, drizzling rain, from the rosy hues of twilight into the pitch-black clouds beneath a canopy of stars. Such vivacious fearlessness seemed to have vanished. Professor Dumbledore instructed you to open it when the time comes. Hermione observed Harry with an inquisitive gaze, yet her concern was starkly absent from her pale visage. Thank you, Harry murmured, having run out of words long ago. Hermione lowered her head in disappointment. There's no time left, Hermione, Ron urged, pulling her insistently. They needed to hasten their departure. Remember, Harry, the war is no longer your concern. You should not return. You should not return. Ron grinned at him with an unsettling smile, the candlelight flickering across his face, illuminating a glint of gold in his eyes. Survive. Just survive. Chapter 93. The first snow. Good morning, Mississippi. A man lifted the curtain and entered the tent, the warm, damp air enveloping him instantly, warmth seeping into his cold skin. In his hand, he clutched a bouquet of pale lavender cornflowers, their petals dusted with melting snowflakes. After placing the flowers into a glass vase on the table, he pulled out a chair and sat down, staring vacantly at the wisps of steam rising from the teapot. The girl sitting by the window slightly tilted her head, her ebony eyes fixating on the bouquet. Her platinum hair cascaded lazily down her back, blending seamlessly with her white robe. She resembled a snow creature, pale and ethereal. Is it snowing outside? She inquired, her voice muffled behind the gauze. Yes, the man blinked his cerulean eyes. It's coming down heavily. The snow here arrives quite late. The girl remarked, her gaze returning to the window, with a landscape of meadows stretched out, with tents and houses winding through it. A delicate layer of white draping the world like a gossamer veil. Is it still snowing, Celt? She asked again. The brown-haired man glanced outside. The heavy snowflakes danced gracefully in the air. Yes, it is, and quite abundantly. Don't you have anything to say to me? The girl accepted the hot water he offered. Celt looked at her, biting his lip, and placed his hand on the table. Happy birthday, Cecilia. Eek. Cecilia giggled, beginning to unwind the gauze wrapped around her face, layer after layer, until the white fabric was gently set aside. Thank you, she said sweetly. Without the barrier of the gauze, her voice rang clear, and she propped her chin on her hand, blinking her eyes. I'm 18 now. Celt felt an indescribable sensation, stealing glances at her face while pursing his lips. However, Cecilia laughed joyfully, sipping her warm water and leaning closer to Celt. I'm about to die, she whispered, as if a third person were eavesdropping. Celt knew there wouldn't be a third person. If so, she would revert to her mature facade, rather than freely express her delight in his presence. He found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He had long accustomed himself to employing extreme mental barriers in her presence, not out of fear that Cecilia would intentionally probe him, but rather from the concern that she could easily detect his emotional fluctuations. At that moment, he felt sorrowful, yet he concealed it well. "You can survive?" Celt could not help but voice, lifting his gaze to her familiar face, his eyes melting into her features, gentle as moonlight. "I promised the old man with the white beard that since he paid the price to keep me alive until now, I would fulfill the final prophecy. You know I would never stoop to despicable acts." Cecilia wrinkled her nose, finishing the water in her cup, then continued to hum her thoughts. "Life and death matters, Cecilia. You need not take them so seriously," Celt said. "We can find other ways, any means to prolong your life. I'm already useless. No one needs me anymore." Cecilia replied lightly. "I've lived past 18. I've accrued enough fortune. When I die, the next saint will soon emerge, and your master will change, Celt. The prophets will continue to exist indefinitely." "So, you see," Cecilia's expression abruptly shifted, her voice turning cold, tinged with an overpowering rasp. "The price of such things is not something you can easily disregard." Celt's expression grew impassive as he lowered his gaze, his fingers on the table suddenly tightening. "I apologize," Mississippi Cecilia laughed again, resuming her sweet tune of a lullaby she must have heard from somewhere, while the heavy snow outside swirled in the soft, pale morning light, yet her eyes remained dark, devoid of any light. "I'm going to die," she reiterated. Harry emerged from the tent, clad in fuzzy slippers. The biting wind and swirling snow enveloped him immediately. Squinting, he observed a young man casting spells between two white poplar trees, the pale golden magic matching his hair. As he waved his hand, arcs of light entwining around the tree trunks. The first snow, Harry tightened his robe around him and licked his lips, feeling the tip of his nose redden, a flurry of white resting on his eyelashes. He blinked, the cold seeping into his eyes. As Draco turned, he spotted the slender boy, barefoot and running towards him, exhaling a puff of white breath. One hand on his hip while extending the other towards Harry in a beckoning gesture. Harry smiled lazily, then approached Draco with uneven steps. As Harry advanced, his pace quickened, and Draco's smile widened. Just as Harry was about to leap at him, Draco's gray-blue eyes sparkled, and he hurled a snowball he had been holding directly at Harry's head. "Damn!" Harry exclaimed, snow cascading down his face as he kicked at Draco, losing his balance and tumbling into the snow. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Draco doubled over laughing. "You're utterly hopeless, Scarhead. Go to hell," Harry muttered, perplexed as to why Hermione would entrust herself to such a creature. When Draco seized him and tossed him into the warmth of the tent, Harry remained seated on the bench, sulking. "Who told you to come out?" Draco ruffled Harry's hair, his fingers lightly pinching the soft flesh of his neck. "It's windy outside. That's no excuse to mock me." Harry rolled his eyes, leaning petulantly against the chair. "I'm useless. I can't do anything. As fragile as Filch's cat. Filch's cat can leap from the second floor to the first without making a sound. Get lost. What should he do today?" Harry pondered while tossing and turning in bed. During this time, they had been wandering, and life had been significantly better than before. No pressing matters to concern them. No need for physical or mental exertion, merely eating and sleeping, then peeking out of the tent to behold different vistas. Just the day before, Draco had even taken him to a grand concert in London, had he not stopped Draco from casting expansion spells on the dazzling fireworks. A massive stampede might have ensued that night. This is not the first occurrence of such an event. Harry began to reminisce about the movie they had watched together in Brighton yesterday, a thrilling horror film, during which Draco had even exclaimed in surprise and toppled an entire bucket of popcorn. "Ha ha, what a fool. What are you giggling about, Scarhead?" Draco said leisurely, chewing on a piece of bread, while draping his mink cloak over the warm fireplace. "Shall we go watch a movie, Draco?" Harry grinned, peeking out from beneath the covers. "Perhaps a romance or a religious one." "No, those are hardly worthwhile." Draco approached the bed, glancing down at him with a hiss. "I have no desire to understand muggles." "So, no activities today?" Harry continued, unwilling to relent. "You need to take me out more often instead of confining me indoors. It's detrimental to my health." "Is it?" Draco perched on the edge of the bed, a smirk gracing his lips. "What would you like to do?" "I need to get some exercise, Draco." Harry kicked at him playfully with his feet emerging from covers. "How about we make love?" Draco gave Harry a gentle shove, rolling over to pin him down firmly. "Ha ha!" Harry erupted into a fit of giggles. "You're so damn heavy." Draco made no more movements. He simply held him and rested his head beneath Harry's chin. "I could crush you," Draco muttered, secretly hesitating at the thought of engaging with Harry in such a manner. It wasn't he fear of being discovered by a pursuer. After all, he was quite confident in his protective charms. What truly frightened him was the thought of Harry's vulnerability in bed with him. Draco felt increasingly fragile. He could perceive Harry's vitality ebbing away each day, as if a gaping hole had formed in his being, one that could never be stitched back together. Life slipped away like sand through fingers, day after day, until there was nothing left, leading to a complete and utter demise. "Are you afraid of death?" Draco longed to ask him, but he knew well what the answer would be. Harry was certainly not afraid. He was the savior. After all, what had he not faced? What he ever feared? He feared nothing, least of all death. Perhaps that is for the best, is it not? At least he would not suffer. "It feels as if we are on our honeymoon." Harry's dreamy voice floated down from above. "A honeymoon without intimacy is an incomplete honeymoon," Draco grumbled, buried beneath Harry with a hint of resentment. "You know this is quite difficult, Draco. Unless you wish for me to succumb this winter." Harry struggled to embrace him, but ultimately succumbed to the warmth of the covers once more. Draco gazed at Harry's pale visage, the vibrant green of his eyes swirling with a tumultuous storm, and felt as though a chasm had opened within him, swirling with the same snow that fell outside. "As if you could survive this winter," he replied. Chapter 94. Are you afraid? The waves gently caressed the rocky coastline, sweeping away the remnants of snow into the sea to melt away. Wrapped in a thick cloak, Draco stood there, watching the soft orange light scatter across the water. As a few egrets silently flapped their wings across the sky, disappearing into the shadows where the sunset could not reach, Draco remained, staring at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Beneath the gilded orange light, a gray owl screeched and flew towards him against the wind. "Draco?" Harry called, wrapping his scarf tightly around his neck, his dark hair tousled by the evening sea breeze, as he approached the golden-haired boy who had incinerated the letter with his magic. "From Narcissa?" Draco nodded, adjusting his cloak in silence. Harry hurried over, resting his head on Draco's shoulder, half embracing him, his entire weight leaning against him. Draco staggered back 2 steps, leaning against an unsightly gnarled tree, dislodging the remaining snow which cascaded to the ground. "Oh!" Draco uttered a single syllable, brushing the ice from his shoulder. "What did the letter say?" Harry inquired, his voice muffled. "She told me not to write to her anymore. It's unsafe," Draco replied, slightly turning his head to nuzzle against Harry's hair. "How was the situation?" Harry pressed on. "It's none of your concern, Potter," Draco retorted. "Mind your own business. Once I find an opportunity and prepare the necessary documents, I will take you abroad. Where do you wish to go? Ireland, Iceland, or perhaps further afield? America, Canada, or Russia? They have always had a poor relationship with us. It would be amusing to go there. Forget it. Just say that wherever I go, you will follow, as I am the one making the decisions." "Is the situation truly that grim?" Harry asked, sensing Draco's body tense up. "Tell me, please, I want to know. What good does it do you to know?" Draco hissed in reply. "You can do nothing." Harry fell silent again, merely shifting his head to find a more comfortable position, the soft fuzz of his hair tickling Draco. "What will you do if I refuse to tell you?" Draco felt the pressure of Harry's weight and cautiously pushed him, realizing he could not budge him at all. "You haven't tea eaten," Harry muttered. Draco's lips twitched in irritation. What on earth? Who could tell him what had happened to the once proud and imposing savior? "You're such a fool, Potter," Draco frowned, his mood growing bleak. "I feel as though I am raising a son. Would you molest your son?" "Pervert." Harry withdrew his hand, which had been groping beneath his robe, and seized it. He raised his head, fixing him with an unyielding gaze. "Speak, Draco, I need to understand." Draco lowered his gray eyes to meet his. A long silence, stretching before a forced smile, crept onto his pale face. "Hogwarts is besieged. The Ministry of Magic has been attacked." The last vestiges of the soft crimson light faded into the night, the deepening blue-gray darkness settling in. "Just like in a previous life?" Harry asked. Draco nodded. "Hogwarts is trapped. The Ministry is under siege. For the time being, we will be relatively safe. Narcissa has advised me to take you away from here soon, to a place much farther away." Harry recoiled slightly, his eyes reflecting the deep blue of the sea. "All right," he responded eagerly. "Take me away." Harry took a few steps towards the tent, but suddenly halted, turning back, panic-stricken, to gaze at Draco, his mouth opening as his expression hardened. "Damn!" Harry cried out, squatting down. Draco panicked as well. "Is it happening again?" He swiftly drew his wand and cast 2 binding spells at the figure in the snow. Watching as Harry lay there struggling, his chest heaving heavily. It was happening more frequently, Draco thought in pain. The last episode had been 3 days ago, and now it was beginning again. Each time it occurred, it took him a long while to recover. Could any one person truly endure such cyclical agony? Hiss! Harry suddenly lay still, taking a few shallow breaths before sitting up, the binding spell still tightly wrapped around him. Sand and ice debris piled on his emerald scarf, his robe, and his head. Harry lifted his gaze, his crimson pupils gleaming in the deepening air. "Good evening, Draco." A smile crept across Harry's face, his voice cold and hoarse. Draco ignored him, his body taut, his wand firmly gripped in hand. "Where's this place?" Harry whispered. "By the sea. Too bad I missed the sunset. Are we not returning, Draco?" He raised his head once more to question him, scrutinizing him with those unfamiliar eyes. Handing Harry Potter over to any party would yield substantial benefits. Why would you betray the entire Wizarding World? Draco remained silent, his wand pointed steadily at Harry's head. "Could you truly bring yourself to do it?" Harry laughed scornfully. "Hey, Vildi, Harry Potter Vildi. Well, I know you no longer care," he continued. The boy exerted every ounce of effort to obstruct me, attempting to cleave his own body in twain. As the chasm between his soul and corporeal form widened, growing unbridgeable, until they were irreparably severed, what might ensue? Draco's arm quivered for a moment, and Harry's smile deepened. The moonlight streamed from behind the pale golden boy, casting a faint, frigid beam. "He will perish," Harry articulated each word with a weighty gravity. "He is committing suicide." Draco clenched his jaw, feeling the cold wind prickling his skin like needles. It was unbearably frigid, nauseatingly so. "Why are you silent?" Harry tilted his head, shifting slightly on the ground. Draco regarded him warily, as he had on previous occasions. Voldemort was exceedingly cunning, and he dared not let his guard down. "Share your thoughts with me." Harry continued to coax. "I have never blamed you for your betrayal, Draco. I equally despise that Voldemort. He seeks to kill me. You see, we share the same enemy. We are united in this struggle. You are a Malfoy. You ought to possess the discernment your father had regarding right and wrong. I can grant you a chance to redeem your missteps. Surely, you won't allow Harry Potter to take his own life, will you?" he hissed, the moonlight reflecting in his deep crimson eyes. Draco lowered his wand in response to the vibrant gaze directed at him. "Are you finished?" He feigned a smile. "Do you still believe you are the Dark Lord?" The moment those words left his lips, Harry's smile froze. "I know Harry Potter is destined to die," he continued, his voice chillingly devoid of warmth. "You are also fated to perish. And so what? You all deserve it." Draco gazed at Harry's expression, filled with a perverse delight and laughter. "A presumptuous fool and a soul adrift. Do you ponder why I wish to avoid you?" Draco chuckled. "Because I detest conversing with idiots. Draco Malfoy, you will pay the price," Harry muttered, his eyes suddenly fierce. The concept of price. Draco raised his hand casually, the moonlight casting a faint blue hue upon his pallid visage. "I have already paid the price in my previous life. Moreover," Draco lowered his voice again, his head held high. "You know nothing of the Malfoys, nothing of me. You lack the right to comprehend me." Each word fell into the gray wind, entwined with moonlight. When Harry regained consciousness, it was deep into the night. Whether asleep or awake, the tempo of existence seemed to quicken. Upon seeing those familiar green eyes flickering open with fatigue, Draco nearly collapsed. In a flurry, he untangled his cloak in the icy wind, wrapping the larger boy tightly within it. Then, with trembling, cold hands, he cast warming charms. Harry groaned. The weariness and sharp pain within him surged like waves of shattered ice, crashing over him, cutting flesh and bone. "Let us go to the tent, Harry." Draco spoke softly, his voice trembling uncontrollably, attempting to move him. The slightest shift elicited a piercing scream from Harry. All right, we want to go anywhere, we want to go anywhere." Draco held him tightly, pressing Harry's head against his chest, his wand radiating a frantic white light, the healing and warming spells enveloping him tightly. Harry lay against Draco, breathing rapidly, the metallic taste of blood filling his throat and his vision blurred. The anguish of a soul being rent asunder conjured a haunting illusion that lingered, intertwining the sufferings of his past life with this one, mingling with the briny scent of the sea, wreaking havoc upon all that was once whole. "Merge with me, Harry Potter." Tom Riddle's voice echoed in his mind, the remnants of magic surging forth from the fissures, wholly consuming him. "Screw your fusion." When calmness enveloped him, dawn had arrived. The morning light, carried by the cold sea breeze, illuminated the remnants of snow on the ground. Draco remained rigidly clutching him, and as Harry stirred slightly, his body felt weak. The accursed pain and illusions gradually faded, and he finally began to feel the chill, instinctively leaning closer to Draco. "Harry?" Draco opened his eyes. Licking his frozen, dry lips, he adjusted Harry's body, and Harry naturally entwined his legs around Draco's waist, holding him tighter than before. Draco freed a hand to better secure Harry's cloak and to cast additional warming charms. "Good morning." Harry's voice emerged from the crook of Draco's neck, languid and weak, as if just awakened. "Good morning, Scarhead," Draco couldn't suppress a laugh. Did you enjoy last night? It was splendid, Harry replied with a dreamy smile, only to be interrupted by a violent cough, his body trembling in response. Draco lowered his gaze, frowning as he gently stroked Harry's frail spine, silently resolving to take him away soon. If the know-it-all girl saw what a state he had allowed Scarhead to become, he would surely be doomed. What did he say to you last night? Harry inquired curiously. He asked me what I would do if you died. I told him you deserved to die. Draco whispered softly in his ear, his warm breath teasing the skin. Harry chuckled silently, glancing toward the sea from this vantage point, where egrets cut through the pale, golden morning light, and the shimmering waves undulated. Are you afraid? Harry asked softly, his gaze resting on a distant island, where a pale mist obscured the crisscrossing rocks. Afraid of what? Are you afraid I might die? Harry continued, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Draco felt a sudden panic rise within him. Was he afraid? The bitterness surged from deep within, flooding his senses. Yes. Draco tightened his embrace, tears welling in his eyes. But I hope he dies soon, he added cruelly. It's better than living in such agony. Why? Harry feigned ignorance, but Draco remained silent. The whole world is waiting for me to die, Harry laughed. How tragic. The entire world? Are you jesting again? Draco forced a smile, wanting to ask him. What about you? Are you afraid? With a heart full of trepidation, he hesitated to voice his thoughts, fearing the answer would mirror his own fears. Not afraid. Harry Potter is not afraid. He would never fear. What has he ever feared? If even Harry Potter feared death, then what hope remains for this world? You may not fear, but I do. I'm terrified that you might simply perish. How dare you die like this? Why must I endure the anguish of your departure alone? Draco. Harry buried his face in a Draco's neck, the warmth of his tears seeping into Draco's skin, igniting every drop of his blood with a searing heat. Is he crying? Draco's eyes widened in shock, his heart constricted painfully. Why? The whole world wants me dead. Harry's voice quivered. But I'm so afraid, I fear I might die. Draco's body went rigid, his grip slackening to the point of numbness. Unable to articulate his feelings, merely aware of the biting cold and the exhaustion that weighed heavily upon him, as if his heart were shattering alongside something else. I don't want to die. The fragmented voice fell into Draco's being, crystallizing into icy shards. Draco blinked, tears cascading down his cheeks. He felt utterly lost. Are you not Harry Potter? Chapter 95, Eternal Damnation. Draco struggled to approach the boy who stood not far away. There he was, the dark-haired boy clad in loose robes. A dark green scarf draped around his neck, exposing the skin from his chin to collarbone. Before him blazed a fire. The orange-red flames carried the scent of kerosene, crackling as the wood split. Harry, he felt his breath quicken. The flames loomed so close, yet the distance felt insurmountable, the fearful flames flickering wildly in the darkness, radiating a blinding crimson light. Where's this place? He was unaware, yet he felt an overwhelming urge to tighten Harry's scarf. Winter was bitterly cold, and that fool seemed intent on freezing himself. Yet before him blazed a fire. Draco reconsidered. Fire was warm, and being so close, he likely wouldn't succumb to the cold. He strode forward, eager to approach him, the snow beneath his feet crunching audibly. At that moment, Harry turned, glancing back at him. His dark hair glowed with an ember-like hue, his skin flushed, and as he blinked, transparent tears cascaded down his cheeks. Panic surged within Draco, prompting him to halt and observe. Is that you, Harry? He hesitantly inquired, his arms clenched at his sides. The firelight reflected in Harry's eyes obscured his features, making it impossible to see clearly. Draco had no choice but to stand a short distance away, gripping his wand tightly. Harry shook his head, averting his gaze once more, turning to fixate on the flames, slowly advancing towards them. No, no, no. Draco's heart raced. That was Harry. He was about to be consumed by the flames. Winter may be cold, but it didn't mean one couldn't perish in fire. Resolute, he dashed towards the boy, striving to seize him. Draco! A hand grasped him from behind. A familiar voice, breathless yet steady, reached his ears. It was Harry's voice. That isn't me, don't go. Draco's heart thundered, his eyes widening. If Harry was behind him, then who was before him? He reached out into the darkness behind him, fingers brushing against his shoulder, real, tangible, with sensation. He gasped and stepped back, pressing against the person behind him, his gaze still locked on the figure inching closer to the flames. So who was that boy? The figure turned back, resembling Harry, his dark hair tousled, shadows deepening on his gaunt face. He merely glanced at Draco before suddenly sprinting towards him, his expression twisting into a mask of terror. his mouth moving in frantic shouts that were drowned out by the crackling flames. "Run, Draco!" The voice faintly echoed from the firelight. Draco's breath caught. The dark-haired boy was desperately rushing towards him. Yet it was too late. There was no time. The flames behind him surged forward like a torrent, as if demons from hell reached out in furious rage, fingers laden with the scent of death. In an instant, almost instantaneously, he was engulfed by the flames, disappearing entirely. Draco stumbled, clarity striking him as he beheld the last glimpse of despair in Harry's dark green eyes when the fire surged forth. The boy consumed by flames was undeniably Harry Potter. But then, who was behind him? Blood within him froze solid, and Draco turned rigidly. He gasped awake, eyes flinging open to the pale morning light, which gradually dispelled the darkness before him. He was in a tent, he thought, having just experienced a nightmare. It was merely a dream, he reassured himself. Though cold sweat drenched his back, he rubbed his painfully throbbing head, lying in bed as he replayed the haunting vision. It was terrifying, he thought, shutting his eyes once more, fatigue and drowsiness lingering in his mind. He had been overly anxious lately, perhaps due to their impending departure with Harry. The thought of their imminent escape eased his fears slightly. It would soon come to pass. He had prepared everything, all means to flee this place and the war. Once they reached true safety, he could solely focus on finding a way to heal Harry. As he contemplated this, the pain in his head lessened. He couldn't afford to be negative. He had already done enough. He was close to liberation, taking another step towards what he desired. Harry was all that remained. He must pull him from the clutches of death, just as he had in the dungeons of Hogwarts. Yet in the dream, he hadn't saved him. What a dreadful, unsettling nightmare. Draco felt his numb limbs gradually return to normal, reopening his eyes to reach out for the familiar boy, only to grasp at emptiness. There was no one on the bed, and panic surged anew within him. Suddenly, he recalled that Harry had been on watch last night, insisting he get a good night's sleep. They were supposed to switch halfway through the night, yet he had slept until now. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, quickly propping himself up, sitting on the edge of the bed, hoping that fool hadn't frozen to death in the snow. At that moment, Harry entered the tent, shaking off snow from his shoes, which thudded against the carpet. His head bowed, wand in hand, even with his scarf wrapped snugly. Draco could see his face was slightly reddened from the cold. "How'd you sleep?" Harry inquired, tossing a few incantations into the fireplace, which crackled to life. Draco's heart stirred, yet he couldn't help but frown. The sounds from the hearth were jarring, stirring an inexplicable discomfort within him. "Not well," Draco muttered, candidly confessing. "I had a nightmare, saw you die, while Tom Riddle lived." Draco's gaze blankly shifted as he pulled a nearby robe over himself, suddenly struck by a thought. His gray eyes gleamed as he scrutinized the boy, who was carelessly tossing his snow-covered cloak onto a nearby stool. "You seem to be recovering, Harry. A night in the cold hasn't seemed to affect you much." The boy surprisingly refrained from retorting, merely smiling faintly while playing with his phoenix feather wand. That wand, Draco's smile faltered momentarily. He had always carried two wands, and after their decision to flee, Harry had given him one. Yet, throughout these days, he had only used his own, never once retrieving the phoenix feather wand. "Didn't you say you wouldn't need it? Why did you take it back?" Harry lifted his head, backlit, his disheveled black hair accentuating his pale skin. The morning light cast icy rays from behind him, intertwining and darting towards Draco's eyes. The cold, blinding light, and the piercing scarlet. Draco's eyes widened in horror, his blood freezing instantly. What is despair? Harry wondered. Was it the grass buried beneath snow outside the tent, or the fish frozen in ice? The wind howled through a crack in his heart, carrying sharp, icy shards. Harry struggled, tossing aside the blinding wand, crawling towards the wardrobe. When he first discovered his soul was divided, he thought he would feel despair. He had crumbled, attempted to give up, yet never felt despair. When he realized another malevolent soul resided within him, he understood it would demand a heavy toll, perhaps even his life, yet he still did not despair. Watching Voldemort resurrect, witnessing himself uncontrollably harm Dumbledore and others, he still told himself hope would always remain, even if he could not provide it. Until he was abandoned by the Ministry, forsaken by the Order of the Phoenix. He gazed at the flicker of joy in Draco's gray eyes, thinking he would become a selfish person living an ordinary life. Even if it were brief, even if pain shadowed him. But now he felt it, what despair was. The sensation of despair, different from the struggles of a past life. Distinct from the pain of resistance in this life. It was a shade of grayish-white, ripping through his entire sky, forcibly filling every corner, even occupying every shadow. His world began to fade slowly, piece by piece, like peeling paint, and he stood there, nowhere to hide, his his shadow stretching far behind him, clawing and engulfing him. He returned to his former life, struggling through existence, yet ultimately facing such a fate. Harry cursed himself vehemently while desperately floundering towards Draco, soon finding himself beside the golden-haired boy, who lay motionless, gasping for breath like a fish buried in snow, his face seemingly coated with frost. Draco! He trembled as he pressed down on the boy's chest wound, dark crimson blood seeping from his robe, quickly staining Harry's hands. Magic surged desperately from his weakened body, akin to squeezing the last drops of juice from a dried peel. With reddened eyes, Harry watched tendrils of pale light surge into Draco's body. The wound visibly healing at an astonishing rate, blood reversing its flow, flesh reconstituting. The killing curse, Draco had been struck by the dark spell emitted from his own wand. A brief battle had just unfolded here, and Draco had provoked the Voldemort residing within him. Fortunately, Harry's forced awakening had averted catastrophe. He should feel grateful that Tom Riddle, parasitizing a hollow shell, possessed no more magic to wield the unforgivable curse. This revelation allowed him to understand that he still had the capacity to inflict harm, to hurt those he yearned to protect. This world simply did not permit his existence. He should have realized that long ago. He ought to have perished. "I'm sorry," Harry murmured, as Draco's most grievous wound was completely mended, yet he remained unconscious, perhaps days from hitting his head against the wardrobe. "I don't have time to accompany you on your departure. I will hurt you. I am unworthy of being with you." Harry nudged his head, devoid of the strength to grant him a swift revival. He raised his hand and slapped his face lightly. "Wake up, Draco." Harry coughed, his voice hoarse and feeble. "Open your eyes and look at me, you bastard." After enduring a skirmish, the tent bore a large tear, the meager furnishings strewn haphazardly. The howling snowstorm swept through the gap, extinguishing the embers in the charcoal stove. Harry felt a pang of anxiety as he gazed at the tier, sensing as if he too had been ripped apart, the jagged edges shivering in the wind. Hey. One hand braced against Draco, while the other struck his own face, attempting to rouse himself. "Look at me, Draco. I feel like I'm dying." Harry swallowed a mouthful of icy air, another wave of pain coursing through his body. His fingers tangled in Draco's pale, golden hair, moving to his tightly shut eyes, brushing against his pale lashes glistening in the morning light, poking at his pale lips, feeling the warm breath that fell upon his fingertips. "Stop pretending." Harry clutched himself in agony, the blood in his veins seemingly frozen by the biting cold. "You bastard. You will regret this, Draco. Open your eyes and see me. Please." Harry choked back a sob, a chill creeping along the nape of his neck. Perhaps snowflakes had drifted in, or perhaps death breathed upon him from behind. He turned to glance at the thick black cloak draped over a nearby chair, its fur collar appearing exceptionally warm. Harry recalled that Draco, always fearing the cold, wore it while keeping vigil. He contemplated the necessity of wrapping himself in that cloak. He could not afford to freeze to death. If he perished like this, Draco would undoubtedly believe he had failed to care for him. Draco feared the cold and was always wary of him freezing, so Harry tugged at the garment with great effort, pausing to sniffle for a moment. If he died, Hermione and Ron would surely resent him. He could not invite such unwarranted hatred upon himself, could he? He had tried so hard, sacrificed so much. Why should he allow himself to descend to this state? With a fierce determination, Harry yanked the cloak again, grimacing as he clutched himself tightly. Why is this so heavy? Why does it hurt so much? Why must it snow? A golden object tumbled out of the garment. Harry stared in a daze before recognizing it as the golden snitch Dumbledore had given him, something he had long forgotten. As he pondered aimlessly, he grasped it tightly, the small ball fluttering its tiny wings before lying motionless in his palm. The resurrection stone? Harry mused, unsure if Draco would utilize it. Surely he would, right? His green eyes, filled with exhaustion, sparkled with the hope that they might yet meet again. Perhaps he could leave a final message. "Dumbledore, the Elder Wand is safely in your possession, isn't it? I've kept your secret for so long. Why do you not act? Now I am dying, yet you remain. Do you not? You will lead everyone to ultimate victory, using your true power." Harry tremblingly pressed his lips against the golden snitch, and its exterior flickered momentarily before fading, allowing him to easily open it. The golden shell spun apart, revealing not the resurrection stone within. Harry's eyes widened in shock as a brilliant red gem lay quietly inside the snitch, emanating an eerie glow. "What is this?" Harry exclaimed, recognizing the familiar object. A tremor of memory stirring within him. The platinum-haired girl opened her eyes, her damp lashes clinging together, tears cascading down. "Remember who you are," she spoke, her voice echoing from the depths of memory. the darkness behind her thick and profound. Remember who you are if you choose to alter fate and change everything. Her abyss-like eyes shimmered with a glimmer of light. I must depart, she reiterated, but we shall meet again when you seek me, or when you are beyond redemption. The cloaked figure turned, casting one last look with his deep blue eyes before leaping from the tower. With a haunting cry, his shadow vanished into the air. Indeed, Harry gazed upon the gem, for it unmistakably belonged to the seer, Cecilia, and he remembered it well. It was the only colorful thing upon her. Beyond redemption, was it? Harry laughed softly, his grip slackening as the gem fell to the ground, shattering into fragments that vanished into the carpet. Indeed, it was. Harry lifted his gaze to the swirling snow outside, then turned back to fixate intently on Draco's face. You truly will regret this. With that, a shadow dashed fleetingly through the snowstorm. Chapter 96, Fusion. Where am I? Harry opened his eyes, seawater rolling in from afar, inundating his ankles. Cold and damp, he recoiled, realizing the discomfort within him had subsided. He had not perished. He understood what death was like. Thus he could assure himself he was alive. This was a place he had never visited before, surrounded by mist, the ocean ahead shimmering blue. Beneath him lay stones of various sizes, their damp crevices filled with moss. A prophecy? Harry thought rapidly, recalling the white figure he had glimpsed in the moment before his unconsciousness. She was walking through the snow, emanating a scent of caramel that seemed to drift from nowhere. Unmistakably that mysterious girl. He harbored no fondness for these figures. Whenever he believed he could seize his fate, they would arrive mysteriously, only to vanish, obliterating all that he held steadfast in his heart. Engaging with such beings left him feeling as though he were still trapped within that tiny cupboard, forced to hide the stories and courage of his heart amid the dust-covered old toys. And Dumbledore, he had feared him long ago, in both this life and the last, forever shrouded in mystery. But he was light, like mercury. Thick light cascaded through the small window, liberating him from the confines of the cupboard and ushering him into another abyss of darkness. The microcosm transformed into a macrocosm, yet remained shrouded in shadows. Perhaps it was merely his lack of understanding, for it was this ignorance that allowed him to recklessly venture forth, undeterred by the wounds and blood that accompanied his struggles. Because of his naivety, the realm within his heart would forever remain small. Thus, on that fateful day when he finally exhausted his strength and turned to reflect upon his world, he contemplated all that he had done, the sacrifices made to avoid regrets, and the faint traces he had left in the fabric of time. How wondrous it was that despite his myriad endeavors, it seemed as if nothing had truly changed. The vast world continued its relentless march forward, the river of time eternally winding in a singular direction. He simply did not comprehend, Harry mused, nor did he wish to. He harbored no regrets for his past actions. Good morning, a voice rang out, clear and bright. Harry turned to see a girl in a white dress bounding past him, cradling a bouquet of wildflowers, broad swathes of white interspersed with specks of yellow and purple. Her hair, bleached by the sun, cascaded untamed down her back, and she turned to him with a smile. Harry instinctively took a step back, concealing his momentary astonishment. The girl smiled at him as any normal girl would, her black eyes crescent-shaped and her white teeth glimmering in the soft morning light. Are you here for the funeral? The girl inquired, continuing her forward gait without looking back, compelling Harry to follow her unbidden. Who are you? Harry asked, though an inkling of the answer already lingered in his mind. The girl remained silent, darting about to gather flowers until she paused beneath a sturdy old tree, gazing at its roots, twisted like veins. Harry approached slowly, his feet caked in mud and leaves, and upon a mere glance, he was struck dumb. Beneath the girl lay a figure, a woman clad in a white dress, her platinum hair braided and resting upon her chest. She lay there, surrounded by dew-laden wildflowers and grasses. Harry was rendered speechless, retreating a couple of steps, his gaze drifting to the pale, yellow mist weaving through the leaves and the shimmering sea in the distance. In a moment of clarity, he realized that this place was not reality. What was the distinction? Harry pondered as he looked again at the figure before him. The living and the deceased, the same person. Yet the one he had previously encountered was lifeless, its skin pale and greenish, face wrapped in bandages, exuding an aura of chilling despair. Even in death, she appeared as a cursed husk of a wizard. The girl deftly wedged the flowers between the stiff fingers of the deceased, then began to unravel the bandages from her face. Harry stood silently watching, observing her kneeling on the ground, methodically unwinding the gauze until a parched visage was revealed. What a countenance it was, etched with an intricate tapestry of symbols and words, inscribed from eyelids to chin, causing him to involuntarily gasp. The girl neatly stowed the bandages, wrapping them around her wrist, and her familiar radiant smile returned to her face. At that moment, Harry felt a flicker of relief, grateful that the living face bore no markings, only a pure and clear smile. "Do not tell Sealt that you have seen me," she said, resuming her task of arranging the flowers around the corpse. "No one has seen me, nor will anyone ever see me again." "No," Harry interjected awkwardly, scratching his nose. "Many will see you, as long as you exist, as long as you step outside." The girl halted her movements, lifting her gaze to meet Harry's. Instinctively, he wished to avert his eyes, as he had previously recoiled from the penetrating chill of being scrutinized. Yet this time, he felt nothing. She was merely a normal girl, her gaze imbued with mockery and self-deprecation. "But I cannot go outside, Harry Potter. I am already dead." A stirring in Harry's heart arose. Someone with whom he had little in common was calling his name. "I am dead," she reiterated, sitting solemnly on the ground, gazing at him earnestly. "I have survived for 2 years on the vitality of others, yet I am still dead, finally dead." She laughed, glancing at the corpse beside her, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Cecilia." Harry stood quietly, watching her weep, feeling the warm, fragrant sea breeze swirling about him. "Is this your illusion within my body? Why? What was the final prophecy?" After an indeterminate period, Harry tentatively inquired, recalling that vividly etched night when they had even used Draco as leverage to compel him to emerge. "That night, you clearly made a prophecy, did you not? What did you foresee? What compelled you to leave so abruptly? Are you inquiring about the outcome or the process?" Cecilia replied languidly. "Naturally, the outcome," Harry said, leaning against a tree, shadows dancing across half of his face. "I am to die, am I not? Indeed, you shall die. A mysterious, errant force has transported you back through time, like a misaligned nail, distorting the timeline. No, you're merely a flaw, a disruption in time that has unsettled many significant events. But consider this. Time has long since cast you aside, relentlessly advancing forward, impeccably strong, devoid of any blemish. Yet you have emerged," Cecilia said, tilting her head as she sat on the ground, hugging her knees. "You are a cursed flaw, akin to a small stone embedded in velvet, disrupting the timeline, shattering its equilibrium. Those you saved, the deeds you performed, are all alterations of history made without permission. And you must bear the consequences." Cecilia spoke slowly, her fingers deftly beginning to braid her hair. "Pain, torment, and death. So, am I doomed to eternal damnation?" Harry chuckled bitterly, realizing that he had been enduring punishment since the very beginning. "Then why can I still see you here? Did you save me?" "I broke that prophecy," Cecilia murmured. "The price was to give my life for it." As her words settled, Harry felt a jolt, recalling how Hermione had often sought to discuss prophecies after learning about the seers, and he had gained some understanding of the subject. The abilities of seers were innate, akin to a wizard's magic. However, the chosen one was different. Her soul's power was unprecedented, her body unable to withstand it, leading to a separation of spirit and flesh, leaving her vitality diminished. Harry remembered Ron's derisive comments about seers being a group of individuals forsaken by the divine, suggesting that when God distributed abilities, it was done haphazardly. "Oh, I've got too much left. Let's just cram it all into one person." And after realizing this individual could alter the world in an instant, the powers that besought various means to impose restrictions, ultimately ensuring no one could thrive. "You have no reason to save me, do you?" Harry shook his head, questioning her. "Seers are so significant. Why sacrifice your life to break a prophecy for me?" "I merely fulfilled a promise," Cecilia replied. "Someone extended my life, replacing the last shattered prophecy. I was supposed to die 2 years ago. Sealt sought various ways for me to survive until the age of 18, Cecilia said, her eyes void of life. "I sensed a kindred spirit within you. Separation of souls? You have glimpsed time," Cecilia interrupted, a laugh escaping her lips. "You have glimpsed time. You are a bug in this world, and so am I. I once believed I was the only one suffering in this world, only to discover another. A person more foolish than I, unaware of their true enemy, struggling and resisting blindly." Her eyes held no trace of disdain, yet her tone grew heavy. "Yet you succeeded. You rebelled successfully. You saved so many lives. You transformed so much. I never imagined that someone could truly defy time. No, my adversary has never been an elusive concept. I have always had but one enemy." Harry gazed unwaveringly into her eyes. "I am merely steadfast in safeguarding those who hold significance to me, to prevent any lingering regrets. I do not ponder as deeply as you might think. I do not comprehend those intricacies, nor do I wish to." Her dark eyes flickered momentarily. "Is it Dumbledore?" Harry lowered his gaze and inquired. "He prolonged your life, allowing you to save me. Indeed, Cecilia replied nonchalantly. How splendid. My worth was thoroughly exploited. I apologize. Why apologize? This is a transaction. The old man with the white beard utilized the deathly hallows to transfer his vitality to me, merely to imbue my demise with greater significance. She began to laugh again. How remarkable. He surpasses you all. He has seen through it all, knowing that flaws can only be filled with flaws. And my rebellion is precisely what time fears most. I saved you, Harry Potter, yet you will still perish. Your soul is fragmented, irretrievable. And my vitality, too, shall ultimately dissipate in consumption. My presence alone is insufficient to shatter the prophecy. Prophecies are not so easily altered, she winked mysteriously. A chance occurrence or another prophecy building upon this one. A direction, and then divergent development shall ensue. What? Harry squinted. But the chilling roar of the waves behind him startled him. He turned in terror to witness the sea thrashing behind the fog, waves gradually engulfing the crimson mist. The air instantly grew restless, and the leaves began to tremble violently. That familiar sensation, it is Tom Riddle. He too has not perished. The prophecy has saved him. Whether that is good or ill, Harry's pallor deepened as he observed. Merge with him, Harry Potter. Are you jesting? Harry stepped back, the sea wind howling behind him. This statement is what shatters the prophecy, Cecilia murmured to herself, her body beginning to disintegrate into fragments. Merge with him? How could that be possible? Harry retreated further. How could he possibly merge with Tom Riddle to survive? You are not a spy sent by Voldemort, are you? Yet, it seemed he could no longer articulate a response. As the crimson sea surged madly ashore, consuming the rocks, swallowing the sky, he could not refuse. His soul had already been unwittingly devoured by the demon. He was meant to die alongside the piece of his soul. Remember who you are, Harry Potter. The flora surrounding the deceased overwhelmed him, layer upon layer. And all that remained was the sound of the waves crashing violently against the shore. When he reopened his eyes, Harry found himself merely lying in bed, breathing slowly as he acclimated to his surroundings and the sensations within his body. The damp warmth from the fireplace mingled with a faint floral fragrance in the air. The snow outside had ceased, and the gentle morning light melded seamlessly with the snow on the ground. This was not the familiar tent. Draco was not here. He had been taken elsewhere. Harry breathed steadily, feeling the orderly flow of blood within him. He had dreamt of Cecilia. He recalled everything from a dream. The prophecy, the seer, Dumbledore, and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. It truly was an elaborate effort to save one's self. A sudden joy surged within him. He was not dead. Not yet. He had merged with Harry Potter. No, he had merged with the piece of his soul. Harry pressed his head, his heartbeat racing. He attempted to sense the familiar, overwhelming magic within his body, and another wave of elation washed over him. He was far more powerful than he had imagined, feeling almost excessively invigorated. Harry sat up in bed. In the melting snow weather, he inexplicably felt a sense of restlessness. He took a few deep breaths, and the white bedding and pillows on the bed suddenly burst apart. The overflowing magic crackled in the air, emitting a sizzling sound. Wow, Harry laughed. His body had never felt so vibrant, a powerful soul perfectly harmonizing with an abundance of vitality, without a single flaw. Not a single flaw. No one could rival his strength. He felt as if he could obliterate the world at any moment. Harry's bare feet touched the cold floor, as white fluff fell like snowflakes upon his head, shoulders, and feet. He navigated past a small wooden table adorned with a bouquet of pale purple cornflowers, arriving at a full-length mirror. The morning light illuminated half of his face, his dark hair gently rising and falling atop his head. A manifestation of magic yet to be retracted. Harry smiled as he reached out to caress his reflection in the mirror, his fingertips brushing against the cool surface. Lingering on those red pupils, the hidden mirth within them deepening. How delightful, Harry mused, gazing at the slender boy in the mirror, clad in thin garments. Never would he feel cold again. Chapter 97. Hey, Scarhead, I hear you fancy me? In the history of magic class, Pansy piled several thick tomes onto the table before her left hand, then nestled into her little space to diligently apply a layer of translucent light red polish to her nails, the delicate, shimmering hue appearing particularly radiant under the afternoon sun. She sat on the aisle side, necessitating extra caution as Professor Binns circled back with his textbook. Even though Blaze beside her claimed that one could eat spaghetti right under his nose without him noticing, what did it matter? She had never worried about the professor. Her concern lay solely with the group of Gryffindors separated by an aisle. Pansy tilted her head, her gaze penetrating the sun-dappled air. Spotting Harry Potter sitting on the opposite side of the corridor, oh, and his friends, Pansy thought, even though they were nearly all asleep over their textbooks except that Granger. She did not wish to engage in anything personal in their presence. Why didn't she want to? Pansy subtly lifted her head to glance over at them, noting, for instance, Ron Weasley's drool dripping onto the table, disgusting, or Neville Longbottom intently playing with a triangular glass piece, reflecting arcs of light everywhere, annoying, or Harry Potter doodling on his parchment board. And all of this was crystal clear to her with just a slight turn of her head. Such was the consequence of not concealing her actions. What was Harry Potter doodling? A golden snitch, perhaps, with a broomstick beneath it? Or maybe he was adding a chaotic devil-esque snare to the golden snitch. No, that was something peculiar, resembling a mutated native or a hairy lollipop. Pansy chuckled inwardly at the Savior's artistic style, while continuing to admire her nails idly. When Professor Binns paused to sip his tea, Pansy noticed Harry Potter looking at his drawing and grinning foolishly, all alone, a rather eerie sight. Pansy straightened up with curiosity while maintaining her previous posture. Examining the chaotic piece on his desk, it was still that disordered thing, unchanged except for the addition of a few bizarre circles for effect. At that moment, Harry Potter moved, lifting his sleeve and raising an eyebrow as he scribbled, Draco Malfoy, followed by an arrow. Puffed. Pansy stifled an unrefined laugh within her little space, though the sudden movement startled Blaise, who had been dozing with his head resting on his arms. What's wrong? Blaise rubbed his eyes, weariness etched across his face, as Pansy continued to secretly smile at him, gesturing toward Draco beside him. The blond boy leaned on one arm, from her angle only revealing his pale, thin lips and the elegant curve of his neck peeking from beneath his shirt. Tell Draco that Harry Potter is secretly drawing him. Pansy winked quickly, her voice brimming with laughter. Oh, Blaise nodded absently, poking the blond boy, Draco, whose head nearly tumbled off his palm and onto the table. What's the matter? Draco murmured, lifting his drowsy, slate-blue eyes, a flush blooming on the left side of his face, an imprint left by Blaise's hand. Is Harry Potter secretly watching you? Blaise whispered conspiratorially, blinking his eyes. That's what Pansy just said, right? What did you say? Draco blinked in confusion, glancing at Blaise. He instinctively began to smooth his hair and adjust his collar, straightening his green tie, feigning impatience. Pansy said Harry Potter has been looking at you. Blaise reiterated in a hushed tone, just as Pansy tugged at his arm. Tell Draco it's been going on for quite some time, she said, suppressing a fit of laughter. She want me to tell you that Harry Potter has been staring for ages. Blaise remarked, pouting slightly. Wait, don't look at him now. Draco, it'll be awkward. You should act as if you're completely oblivious and then seize the opportunity. Why is he secretly watching me sleep? Draco furrowed his brow, suppressing the urge to look up, feeling an unsettling sense he couldn't quite articulate. What other reason could there be, Draco? Blaise nudged Draco's arm playfully. It's no different than me sneaking glances at pretty girls during class. You mean to say, Draco smirked, burying his head deeper into his arms. That Harry Potter finds me alluring? He reached up to adjust the collar of his white shirt, unbuttoning the second button to reveal a small patch of fair skin beneath his collarbone. Pansy pulled on Blaise's sleeve again, and Blaise gestured for Draco to wait, leaning into the girl's private space. As Blaise leaned down, Draco felt utterly exposed to the air, the sunlight and earthy scents sharpening around him, as if a beam of intense light was racing down the corridor towards him. It swept across his face, neck, and collarbone, igniting a mix of nervousness and confusion, as though a warm gust of wind brushed against his lips, earlobes, and Adam's apple, lingering on his skin until it kindled a flame, waiting for a blush to spread across his cheeks. Tell Draco, Pansy whispered. Harry Potter has been grinning at him for an entire class. If he doesn't take action soon, he might just reveal it to others. Reveal what to others? Blaise pondered, trying to untangle the situation while secretly peeking at the dark-haired boy from above Pansy's books. Harry Potter was leaning on his hand, grinning foolishly, his green eyes crescent-shaped, his pale skin glowing softly in the sunlight. TSK, 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 he clearly looks like someone in love, Pansy explained casually. Just look at Harry Potter's sly grin. He probably can't even believe he created something so ugly. Blaise leaned closer to Draco's ear and said seriously, Harry Potter seems to have been grinning at you for a whole class, Merlin. You should see that smile. It's like he's under a love potion. What? Draco propped his arm up, cupping his left cheek, his light-colored eyes awkwardly scrutinizing Blaise. Pansy said if you don't act soon, he might tell others about how he has head over heels for you. Blaise shrugged, shaking his head, then added about how he adores you. Why would he tell others? Draco frowned, fiddling with his earlobe. Perhaps one cannot bear the weight of such a truth. Blaze replied, pouting. See, he knows you loathe him. You've always been at odds. Poor Potter can only bottle up his feelings, afraid of being hurt. And what concern is that of mine? Draco flipped open his textbook. Picking up his quill, the long white feather inadvertently grazing his jawline, brushing against his perfectly curved lower lip. Yet, his mind couldn't help but wander to Harry Potter's face, anxiously raising those emerald green eyes to look at him through his glasses from across the corridor. A shaft of sunlight fell on his profile, highlighting his faint smile and glossy black hair. His heart began to race uncontrollably. It seemed Harry Potter had stolen glances at him more than once. Draco recalled those moments, sifting through memories of their exchanged glances, those fleeting touches and intersections. Whether in the aroma-filled Great Hall, the candle-lit corridors, the Quidditch pitch under the blush of sunset clouds, or the mint-scented honeydukes after snowfall. They had shared gazes in numerous places. He had always assumed they were merely the glares of rivals. In truth, they were quite alike, glaring and baring teeth. Yet, he had never considered that those green eyes might hold a deeper meaning. Perhaps Harry had been sneaking glances at him long before he even noticed. Draco's ears filtered out Blaze's incessant chatter as he rolled his eyes and glanced over. As his gaze swept past a beam of sunlight, it collided with those green irises. Malfoy actually looked over. Harry's eyes widened, feeling a bit guilty as he flipped over the paper he had been drawing on, merely having glanced that way. If Draco caught sight of his unfinished artwork, it might never reach the awakened Ron for admiration. Harry quickly regained his composure, calmly holding Draco's probing blue-gray gaze. He winked, grinned widely, and then, with a nonchalant roll of his eyes, lowered his head, placing a fresh sheet of parchment atop the one he had just flipped. Draco's heart fluttered. He had caught the dark-haired boy in the act of sneaking a peek, cautiously, twitchily, anxiously, and flustered. What was that awkward grimace meant to conceal? Was he embarrassed? His mind involuntarily recalled the way sunlight danced in those verdant eyes. Goodness, why did it seem just a bit adorable? I must be losing my mind. How dreadfully mundane this is, Pansy remarked to Blaze. Yet, Draco's reaction was commendable. At least he wasn't engaging in paper airplane wars with Potter during class like before. Nor was he plotting with Goyle and Crabbe on how to corner him after class. This was a sign of maturity. Anyone would be somewhat startled in such a situation, right? Blaze scratched his head, wearing an expression that suggested he thought too much. Draco was probably just a bit flustered. No. Pansy immediately countered, glancing at Draco, who was nervously fidgeting with his fingers. If this were in the past, he would have been sulking, bemoaning Harry Potter. He might just be a little scared, Blaze shrugged. Who would he feel a bit unsettled discovering that someone they despise is actually interested in them? It's undeniably strange and frightening. Scared? Draco leaned in, lowering his face, glaring fiercely at Blaze, clearly having seized upon a key phrase. Why would I be afraid of that scar-faced idiot? I'm merely contemplating a strategy that would serve my absolute benefit. Draco curled his lips into a victorious smirk. I shall not only trample upon his pride, but also make him utterly unable to resist me. Pansy shot a peculiar glance at Blaze and Draco, feeling an inexplicable thrill. When the class bell rang, Harry hurriedly began packing his belongings, books, quills, ink, while the red-haired boy beside him stretched widely. "Oh no, you spilled my ink," Hermione exclaimed, shoving her unruly hair behind her ears and giving Ron a hefty shove. Apologies. Ron's face bore several faint crimson marks, and he hurriedly adjusted the ink bottle, hastily gathering the parchment stained with ink and the books that had tumbled to the floor. The students in the classroom began to file out through the aisle, and Professor Binns vanished through the wall. Harry, clutching a few books he could not set down, stood in the corridor waiting for them, the soft, red hues of the sunset tinting the nape of his neck a delicate peach pink. "Hey, Potter." The blond boy adjusted his robe, narrowing his gray eyes into a mischievous grin, his pearly white canines glinting at the corners of his mouth. Harry grimaced and spun around only to find the Slytherin, now towering over him by half a head, blocking his path with a gang of followers. "What is up?" Harry began, but before he could finish, the boy lunged forward, shoving him forcefully against the table. With a dull thud, a wave of pain surged through Harry's waist, rendering his mind momentarily blank as his books clattered to the ground. Bloody hell, are we starting with violence right away? Anger ignited within him, but before he could retaliate with a well-aimed kick, his tie was yanked with such force that his breath hitched. Soft, warm pressure pressed against his lips, and time seemed to freeze. The rush of wind in his ears reminiscent of soaring atop Buckbeak, gliding across a sprawling valley. Draco's cheeks flushed as he pressed his lips against Harry's, his tongue teasingly brushing against Harry's teeth though he dared not delve deeper. He gently sucked on Harry's lower lip, playfully nibbling it. The classroom was filled with the sound of gasps. "I might still be dreaming," Ron mumbled, and Hermione's ink bottle clattered to the floor, the sharp sound echoing in the now silent room. Draco released Harry, casting a triumphant glance at a startled Pansy and the looming figures of Goyle and Crabbe, then turned back to Harry, ambiguously licking his lips. "Are you just overjoyed, Potter? What the hell?" Harry stood there, dazed, feeling as if something in his head had snapped. Get your hands off." Chapter 98, Nostalgia. Donning his robe and slipping into dry shoes, he pulled back the curtain and stepped into the morning light. Where is this? A place unknown to him. Resplendent in hues of beauty, the misty white snowfield and the translucent blue sky, with light dancing across the snow like steam rising from freshly baked bread. Harry lifted his gaze to see a tall man in black robes standing beside a tree not far off, but the heavy snow obscured his view of the tree's details. The branches laden with leaves and icicles appearing incredibly burdened. This resembled the countryside, with quaint estates dotting the distance, neat rows of poplars and pines standing in the snow. Farther away, a small hill rose, crowned by a structure that seemed taller, even boasting a small clock tower. As Harry looked toward it, his vision traversed through the estates with white and red fences, spotting boys and girls wrapped in scarves making their way along the snowy paths. Harry approached the man, following his gaze to the buildings atop the hill. This must be the northeastern border of England, Harry surmised, mentally calculating how far he was from London. How far from his previous refuge? "I buried her there," the man finally spoke. "She would have preferred the seaside." Harry's voice was soft as he murmured, staring down at the melting snow beneath his feet. "She liked nothing at all." The man turned his head to glance at Harry, his expression unfamiliar and guarded. "She was indifferent to everything, living and dying with the same casualness. She cared for nothing. I do not understand you seers, nor do I comprehend Cecilia, so I cannot presume to judge or understand," Harry replied. "But you saved me, and I should be grateful." Such a sensation was peculiar. Someone with whom he shared little connection sacrificing their life for him. Yet he felt no relief. Instead, guilt weighed heavier than gratitude. Even if everything was merely a predestined conclusion. Can only a flaw fill a flaw? Harry pondered, wondering if he could truly escape time and fate this way. "No one understands her," Sel continued. "But do you not understand?" Harry remained silent. "You were inseparable from her. You must understand." Yet he knew this was not the time to disturb him, so he stood quietly to the side, pretending to be that very tree. If Cecilia were merely an ordinary country girl, she would have adorned herself with a bracelet woven from irises, painted astrological symbols on her face with red ink, draped in a fluffy cloak, and run barefoot to the church to gather fresh flowers. Selt continued, his gaze drifting through the rows of brick-red fences in the snow, landing on the distant, solemn, and exquisite building atop the hill. Harry followed Selt's gaze once more, this time scrutinizing closely. It was a structure made of white and light gray stones, white birds fluttering down onto its modest clock tower, surrounded by snow-covered grass and a line of white poplars. Resembling a school, with silhouettes moving through the morning light. She would snatch the bride's veil before the newlyweds could exchange rings, hiding behind the boy she fancied, laughing like a madwoman who had narrowly escaped death. The sky would be a brilliant blue, the wind carrying the scent of caramel through her skirt. As the church bells rang in the distance, white doves soaring past the tower, Selt's pupils were vacant. Yet Harry noticed the glimmer of moisture at the corners of his eyes. Little girls should live like that. "I'm sorry," Harry said gently, "but you are right. She was just a little girl." He remembered the girl who had appeared in his vision, cradling flowers in her hands, her dress swirling like skirt. Harry's crimson eyes flickered. "She died to save me." "No." Selt lowered his gaze, the cerulean beneath his lashes flickering into view. "She was damned. The chosen one is the anomaly among seers, the most unstable factor in the world, and an inevitable flaw in the vast expanse of time. They know far too many causes but cannot bear all the consequences," Selt continued. "Each chosen one, in pursuit of more time, has remained indifferent to the world, seeking ways to survive in every corner of existence. Cecilia was different, wasn't she? She was special," Harry said cautiously, unsure of how much Selt cherished that little girl. But he knew she must hold a unique place in Selt's heart. At least she never cared for her own life. "You have always worried for her." "After all, she was just a little girl," Selt remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. "She was the most reckless seer I have ever known. Yet you still took the time to understand her. To an outsider, it seemed as if you had constructed an independent space together, one no one could trespass. Always remaining together. But she is dead, Selt, and you still speak ill of her. Is it because she can no longer see through you?" The tinkling of bells, seemingly from nowhere, shattered the brief promise, and Harry tightened his robe, glancing down at the melted snow, soaking his shoes, the dampness creeping further up. "I must go," Harry stated. "I have more pressing matters to attend to. Time is of the essence, and I fear I cannot hold on much longer." "And who are you now?" Celt asked, turning to look at him in the pale morning light. "Who is he?" Harry felt the surging magic within him, along with the vibrant life force flowing like a spring inside his being. Never before had he experienced such comfort and joy. Every inch of his skin, every drop of blood, and even every thought belonged entirely to him, completely his own. He was no one else, neither Voldemort nor Tom Riddle, nor Cecilia or Dumbledore. He was simply Harry Potter. "If only I could always remember," he murmured. The last words dissipated into the air. Celt lowered his gaze to the spot where the slender boy had just stood, and the flowing water began to freeze at a visible pace. It had not snowed today. Ron adjusted his robe, gazing out at the white expanse, and, after stuffing the last piece of bacon into his mouth, he wrapped his scarf around his neck. It was damn cold. "Ron," a familiar voice interrupted him, and he turned to see his younger sister. "Good afternoon, Ginny." Ron shrugged. "I thought you had gone out with everyone." Ginny shook her head, offering no explanation or smile. The third and fourth year students had departed last night. Finally she spoke, pulling her red hair from her scarf and tying it into a ponytail. A few boys had caused quite a ruckus, and Professor McGonagall had to restrain them. "I know." Ron exhaled a puff of white breath. "I heard about it. It was a chaotic night. Why am I telling you this?" Ginny said, inserting a dagger into her waist and placing her wand alongside it before tightening her belt. "Because it reminds me of the past before I came to Hogwarts. When my brothers and their friends waved to me on the train, sunlight bathing their faces, George, Fred, and you, Ron, so many brothers, all with the same red hair as mine. You were all sitting on that train I dreamed of, moving further away, laughing and waving at me, radiant like the sunflowers on the hillside that bloom at dawn." Ginny reminisced. "They would smile like that, which is why I felt you were walking away towards the sun. I looked forward to the day I too would leave with the sunlight. But the boys and girls I saw last night, they didn't want to leave. They had come here with the sun, but now they must depart, leaving Hogwarts for distant lands." Ginny's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Like those sunflowers forcibly cut off, perhaps they wished to remain and weather this winter. "You shouldn't have gone to see that." Ron shook his head. "Farewells were never easy." "Isn't that how it is for Harry?" Ginny continued, her gaze fixed on Ron's hands, frozen in midair. "Where are they supposed to go? They shouldn't be forced to leave. They have the right to stay." Ginny shook her head defiantly. "Helplessness, Ginny," Ron sighed, pulling his little sister into an embrace. The hall was nearly empty now. Most had left to bid farewell, having concluded their final lunch. During this besieged time, they had endured too much helplessness and pain. And now was all coming to an end. The Order of the Phoenix was officially declaring war on the Death Eaters, boasting exceptional leaders and warriors. If they did not break this cursed stalemate and fight desperately, if they did not dismantle the protective barrier to confront their enemies, they would ultimately be ensnared by their own web and suffer defeat without a fight. The Ministry of Magic had long been at its wit's end, and war had erupted at Hogwarts. Ron restrained himself from looking outside, fearing the pale, golden protective barrier would slowly dissipate, fearing the Aurors from the Ministry would be unable to join them in time, fearing that courage would vanish in the depths of Ginny's tears. "The final battle is about to begin, Ginny." Ron pressed her head down gently, holding her close. "Take care of yourself, just as Mum reminded you this morning." The remnants of the meal on the dining tables vanished in an instant, and the clock chimed 12, the echoes lingering in the chilly air. If those sunflowers could survive, perhaps they would catch the first rays of sunshine next year. Chapter 99, Good Night. At 9 o'clock, Frank adjusted his bow tie and changed the record. As soft music flowed like a gentle stream through the air, infused with the scents of chocolate and roses. He had been working as a barista in this cafe for quite some time, due to its proximity to the city center. The place was usually bustling with a diverse array of customers, but today the cold had kept many away. Frank's gaze shifted to a peculiar figure seated at a two-person table by the glass door, clad in an odd black robe that cascaded neatly from shoulders to ankles, with a fur-lined hood dusted with frost. The patron set his hat aside and began to stir his coffee with intense focus. Frank had never seen such a customer before. He was alone and did not seem to be there for leisure. He had chosen this spot upon entering, almost avoiding all other patrons, his demeanor urgent and awkward, as if the cafe were a classroom and he a tardy student. As Frank savored the melody, he felt a sense of delight watching those who truly knew how to enjoy life, conversing animatedly amidst the steam of coffee and milk, appreciating the roses he had personally cut, each adorned with delicate golden droplets. The glass windows rattled in the breeze, stirred by the vibrant city lights, drawing Frank's attention to the remnants of snow outside and the overlapping footprints. Suddenly, the street lamp not far from the window flickered and extinguished with a soft pop. "Oh, that's unfortunate," Frank muttered, turning back to find all the patrons gazing at the man in the black robe, who had startledly risen, possibly scalded by his coffee or perhaps recognizing a familiar face, standing there looking around before sheepishly staring at his toes. "Goodness, he is quite handsome," Claire remarked, returning with her now-cold coffee cup, leaning in to whisper in Frank's ear. "Those icy eyes and lovely light golden hair. He is so restless, like a spy." "I hope he is not on a mission in this cafe," Frank replied with a wry smile. "This isn't a film set." As soon as he spoke, the blond youth suddenly turned his gaze toward Frank, momentarily surprised before his expression became obscured by shadows. Frank felt a flutter in his chest and offered a polite smile. The young man approached him quickly, pulling out a high stool to sit at the counter. "Hello," Frank discreetly signaled to the giggling waitress nearby, who rolled her eyes before taking the coffee beans back to the small room. "May I assist you with something?" The young man was simply a tall, lanky boy with light golden hair and gray eyes tinged with blue, pale-faced with parched lips. He likely hadn't consumed a single drop of coffee. Heartbreak or unemployment? Frank pondered, recalling his younger days when he could hardly bear any setback. "I've lost something," the young man said, biting his already battered lip. His voice tinged with a hint of tears as he hung his head like a wayward student. "Lost things can reappear, as long as you haven't forgotten them, sir." Frank chose his words carefully, his gray-green eyes blinking behind his glasses as he met the boy's flickering gaze. He felt quite suited to offering comfort. "But I can't find him." Draco buried his head in his hands, tucking his sharp chin into his dark green scarf. "Him? A man?" The first thought that crossed his mind was the creditor. Surely, that individual owed the boy a substantial sum. Frank instinctively conjured a perfectly plausible narrative in his mind. "Life must go on, sir." Frank blinked again, kindly pouring him a cup of warm milk. "Forget the past and the lingering resentment. The wicked shall ultimately face justice." How to proceed? The boy hesitated for a long while before responding, lowering his hands from the table and gazing at him with a smile. Yet Frank could discern no trace of mirth in his eyes. His hand involuntarily trembled, as an unfamiliar sensation, wholly distinct from before, began to engulf him. The fragile boy had vanished in the chilling aftermath. "He is a savior," Draco murmured, his fingers digging fiercely into his palm, rising coldly to take a step back, hostility glimmering in his gaze. "He had already upended my entire world." Just then, Frank felt a stir in his heart, ready to speak, when with a sudden pop, a nearby street lamp extinguished. He glanced outside, witnessing pedestrians clamoring to avoid the shards of glass that fell from above. "What is happening?" Frank rubbed his head, a sense of unease settling in. Over the past 2 years, unsettling oddities have been occurring incessantly, leaving the nation in a state of dread, as if some terrifying force were stirring in unseen corners. Yet the boy suddenly tensed, drawing a slender stick from his clothing. "Sir?" Frank regarded him with a peculiar expression, wondering if this nervous individual might indeed be a criminal. Draco gripped his wand tightly, aiming it toward the outside, through the glass door, watching as the wind, laden with newspapers, surged in waves from the street's end. "Apologies," Draco said, his tone devoid of any sincerity. He stepped back, his body taut, and hurled a burst of golden light at a window, shattering the glass. Patrons screamed, and the chandelier flickered before plunging into darkness, chaos erupting within the cafe. Almost immediately, red beams shot in from outside, accompanied by the descent of several figures, as the street lamps extinguished one by one, enveloping the cafe in darkness. Draco ducked behind a table to evade the onslaught, rolling over to hide at the back of the cafe, as more curses, mingled with screams, struck his back. Damn it, these Death Eaters had been pursuing him for days. Once his whereabouts were discovered, escaping became nearly impossible. This time, there truly was nowhere to flee, Draco thought. Feeling the exhaustion of solitary flight weigh heavily upon him, he sprang up and cast a stunning spell at one of the Death Eaters, then swiftly deflected an incoming red beam into fragments. Shoving a muggle roughly aside, he crashed to the ground, the wall behind him exploding in a deafening roar. Draco lay on the ground, gasping for breath, but he could not surrender. He needed to find his boy, that black-haired, green-eyed savior. No one could stop him. No one at all, for no one would seek him out anymore. Only he. If even he gave up on that boy, he might truly perish. Perhaps he had already died, in a place forever unreachable, in the forest by the sea, in the valley below, buried beneath layers of ice and snow alone. No, Draco growled, rising with his wand raised against his enemies. Crucio! He roared, yearning for that red light to pierce some wretched soul. Desperate to hear a scream rather than the chilling hisses of mockery. Ah, the spell struck someone, who collapsed to the ground with a wail. Draco stepped back, crunching the glass shards beneath his feet. The shriek mingled with chaos, and he could not discern whom he had struck, nor could he determine the direction of his enemies. Everything happened too swiftly. He remained hyper-aware, retaliating fiercely. He had to escape. He must. But it was too late. He barely had time to apparate before a swift object barreled toward him amidst the chaotic flurry of curses. Ah! Draco screamed, feeling something viciously tug at his collar. Instinctively, he rolled onto its back. Just like before, Draco's heart raced uncontrollably, an impulse ingrained in him. During every free afternoon or starry night, he habitually clutched his legs tightly around the warm, soft feathers beneath him. Then, amidst a cry, they soared into the sky. Glass shattered behind them like icy snowflakes, severing all beams of curse-laden light. Draco shot several curses at the pursuing Death Eaters, then turned back to embrace the large white bird tightly. Like a dream, he found himself once more in Harry Potter's arms, evading all clamor, transcending all hardships. They seemed to return to the origin of time, to that sunlit azure lake. The chime of white birds, young lovers charging forth into the light. Draco held him tightly, feeling the chill of the wind intertwining with the city's shimmering lights. A dark undercurrent surging down his spine as the cold and weariness slowly began to rise within him. A bittersweet ache filled his nostrils, and 1,000 words coalesced into a singular thought. You are such an idiot. Guh, the great bird screeched, soaring higher. As Harry landed, his form shifted. They found themselves in a small grove near the outskirts, the distant houses barely visible under the moonlight. Harry stumbled a few steps, only to be pushed down into a snowbank by Draco. Draco pinned him to the snow, nipping at his lips, chin, and throat, one leg pressing between Harry's. His hands slipping beneath his robes, and their lips met once more. Urgent, fervent, he had never been so impulsive. Draco felt as though his entire being was disassembled and reassembled, aching and tingling as he focused on the taste and warmth of Harry's lips and tongue. His cold fingers desperately searching for warmth upon his body. Only when he sensed the warmth gradually returning did he release him, breathless. Harry! Draco sat up, holding him close, resting his head against his neck, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. He had pondered countless times where Harry would go, where he might die, why he had disappeared, why? He had imagined that if this fool were still alive, if he had a chance to find him, he would make him suffer, make him experience this pain and fear. But now, Draco felt his heart thundering in the darkness, the sound reverberating in his ears, echoing in the air. Yet he had no desire to inquire further, to ponder anything. What more was there to think about? He was right there in your embrace, pressed tightly together. Nothing could be more important than this, could it? A seed that had long since germinated within him had grown into a towering tree. Even if its leaves were stripped by the wind and snow, its branches charred by the fires of fate, it would remain steadfast, for it had already taken root and sprouted, permeating his entire existence. Its essence radiated a guiding light from the depths of his soul, and wherever that light shone, darkness would have no refuge. He had long known what he truly desired. Do you know how the Dark Lord threatened me in 4th year? Draco suddenly spoke. Harry had never asked. Even knowing that Draco's machinations had nearly cost him his life, he had never inquired. I don't know, Harry replied glumly. He promised me that when he returned, he would return you to me unharmed. At that time, we would be his most trusted subordinates, Draco continued. If I did not comply, you would die alongside him. I assured my master that I would deliver Harry Potter without him ever noticing. So you were looking forward to being his right-hand man alongside me? Harry chuckled. I would hope for nothing less. Draco scoffed slowly. Initially, I attempted to exchange the door key for the most essential object of the warrior at the bottom of the Black Lake, but I failed. Then, with the collaboration of Ponce, I managed to switch the trophy. Quite impressive, my dear. Harry chuckled, a flock of black birds soaring into the sky nearby. You squandered so many opportunities to date me just to deliver me into Voldemort's hands. Yet you nearly lost your life. Draco's voice grew somber, the final syllable pronounced with emphasis. He deceived me. Naturally, Harry replied. Why am I reminded of this? It's because I recall that feeling. Draco pinched him and continued. During those days locked in the cellar, much like this period now, I helplessly awaited. I wondered, where are you? Are you dead? If you're not dead, you must surely hate me. How can I explain? I'm doomed. We are undoubtedly doomed. Then I thought again, if we are doomed, then so be it. I wish to explain nothing. Whether you hate me or kill me, All I desire is for you to remain alive. As long as you do not die, I fear nothing. Thus, I truly was afraid, Harry Potter. This fear is something I never wish to experience again. Draco felt a burning sensation in his eyes. He cradled his head, the corners of his mouth twitching, yet he could not muster a smile. He was utterly exhausted, his body akin to that of a severely ill patient, every cell screaming fatigue. So he paused, tightened his fingers, then abruptly relaxed them. Please do not die. Once Harry cast a warming charm, Draco's breath became even beside him. Listening to the rustling sounds of insects around them, Harry blinked. His eyes, unable to discern colors in the darkness, removed Draco's scarf and wrapped it around both their necks. The gentle moonlight flowed through the dark leaves, and the chilling currents dissipated under the clash of magic. Good night. Chapter 100. The Circle. Life is a circle. The elderly man with a white beard cracked a faint smile, placing his wand to his chest and stroking it with his fingers. Ultimately, one always returns to the starting point. The members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Aurors stood behind him, stacked heavily, resembling a fortress against the looming dark mass of enemies. The war in the magical world is perpetually enigmatic and swift, with dark wizards and light wizards colliding like opposing magnets, inflicting harm, sacrificing, burning, and annihilating one another. The odds are quite low, Albus, Kingsley murmured beside him. Rumor has it you possess the Elder Wand. Not only that, Professor Snape smirked, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. They say that one of the most powerful wizards in history, Albus Dumbledore, has long since waned. Shall we test that on the battlefield? Kingsley shot a disapproving glance at Professor Snape before briefly eyeing the elderly man. Regardless, Albus. He turned to face the swelling ranks of Death Eaters. This is our final collaboration. We must give it our all. Everyone hopes for a single individual to turn the tide of battle. If it is possible, I hope it is you. After Kingsley departed, Snape finally approached Dumbledore. The odds are indeed quite slim. He produced a small vial of potion from his robes and handed it to the old professor. Watching as the elderly man grimaced while swallowing it, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Your vitality is truly lacking. Is it worth it? He inquired again. Is it worth the enormous cost for the agreement with the seer? After all this time, has your journey yielded such a result? Dumbledore gazed down at the wand in his hand, his blue eyes still bright. This is indeed the Elder Wand, he stated, lifting his gaze to meet the darkened expression of the man before him. You have not answered my question, Albus. But its master is not I, Dumbledore replied to himself. From the moment that boy returned to this world, the wand changed hands. Severus. He lifted his gaze to the momentarily stunned expression of the other. Do you understand? This is a circle. Time has buried various traps and snares within it. To escape this circle, we must find a way to complete it. Why complete it? Can we not simply escape? Indeed, can we not escape? Yet that boy has always sought change. He has never attempted to flee. Dumbledore smiled. Time has not left us without an exit. This circle called opportunity, like the divine magic bestowed upon us, belongs to time and to death. If you wish to alter that which cannot be changed, you must pay the price. Only when you have filled these gaps, referred to as costs, completely, and traversed this circle, much like reorganizing the land, will new results and futures come into being. If Harry Potter perishes within this unfinished circle, Dumbledore's gaze darkened. Should this boy, who fearlessly embarked on the quest, abandon it midway, then all change will revert. The damned shall not live, and that which is destined to happen shall inevitably occur. Everything remains unchanged, and none shall escape unscathed. Snape's eyes brimmed with lingering astonishment as he fixated on the Elder Wand. Could such absurdity truly be credible? What kind of gamble have you placed? Worth it, Dumbledore replied, leaning forward with a smile. You see, I have lived to this day. What did you say? To answer your earlier question, Severus, Dumbledore chuckled. It is afternoon now. Ron felt a faint peppery taste lingering in his mouth as he lowered his gaze to the girl beside him. The pale sunlight, dust-laden, illuminated a few stray strands of hair by her ear. Are you cold? Ron blinked and asked her. Not cold. Hermione shook her head, stamping her feet as the fragments of ice beneath her became soiled. Are you afraid? He inquired again. Hermione raised her gaze to him, her nose slightly reddening. Afraid? You should not be standing beside me, Hermione. Ron's calm facade crumbled swiftly upon her words. What if something happens? I cannot guarantee you won't be hurt. I'm not afraid of death, Ron, Hermione interrupted him. I fear losing. Ron was stirred by her response, unable to resist following her gaze across to the other side. The remnants of snow and exposed earth beneath their feet twisted and intertwined like fractured ice across a lake. Layers of white mist cascaded down from the colorless sky, cloaking the distant mountains and the forest rich with black and white hues. while the enemies clad in dark robes emerged like raindrops from the fog, converging toward Hogwarts. This is Hogwarts. Look, they are gathering across the Black Lake, pressing us further. The Death Eaters have driven us to this point. We can retreat no longer. Hermione grasped his hand, her mind racing. It resembles Harry's memories. We stand here, with no way to retreat, beneath a tree, though unlike before, its leaves have all fallen, and its branches are laden with ice and snow. Are you still dwelling on those wretched memories? Yes, I have always cared about those memories. A glimmer shone in her brown eyes, because they always resurface. When Voldemort appeared, the clock at Hogwarts chimed 3 times, the echoes lingering in the air. I thought you had all come up with a plan. Amplified, the sound became sharp and cold, reminiscent of countless grains of sand scraping against glass, as Voldemort's robes billowed into substance, accompanied by a throng of Death Eaters standing behind him, eager for confrontation. Our ranks are far outmatched by the enemy. Lupin gritted his teeth. Indeed, in this lifetime, the Order of the Phoenix is in a more precarious position. As the war drags on, Voldemort has unwittingly bolstered his power. But we still have Dumbledore. Neville's voice chimed in from the side. Professor McGonagall, and Kingsley, the Aurors here. They are all Aurors. Indeed, everyone is present here. There is nothing to fear. A voice responded to him. You have embarked upon a path of no return, Dumbledore murmured, gazing across the way. No one here will surrender. Voldemort, Moody bellowed, take your vile filth and perish. As his words resonated, the members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Aurors roared in unison, their courage weaving through the air like an intricately spun web, enveloping them all. Here, fear of death was absent. The war was on the brink of eruption. Voldemort's crimson eyes suddenly narrowed, and as the joy creeping across his face intensified, his hand dropped sharply. Behind him, the Death Eaters surged forward like a swarm of locusts. No lengthy negotiations or confrontations ensued, for Voldemort's patience had long been eroded by his swelling confidence and the protracted conflict. Yet, change often emerges at pivotal moments, just as history tends to repeat itself. Hermione choked back a sob from behind a tree. A piercing shriek echoed from the heavens, accompanied by the tremendous roar of magic colliding with the wind. The battlefield had already reached a fever pitch, warriors concentrating the brilliance of their wands at singular points, like stars on the verge of ignition, spreading relentlessly. He had never chosen to flee. Snape's mind echoed with Dumbledore's words as he gripped his wand tightly. It belonged to Lily's child, who had always possessed a unique kindness and bravery towards this world. That white eagle was extraordinarily distinct, its magic surging like a tempestuous sea. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a falling meteor. With a crack, it ignited a burst of flames and shattered ice. It resembled a welcoming ceremony, just as beasts were poised to rend one another apart. Every breath held for a fleeting moment, until the fiery magic extinguished amidst the cascading shards of ice. The boy who lived emerged, radiating an aura of ferocity, his wand firmly grasped, spine erect, robes billowing like waves behind him. In his red eyes burned an indelible fury and indifference. "Harry Potter!" Someone shouted, and chaos erupted among the ranks, whispers growing louder. "Harry Potter! Harry Potter!" Harry some were astonished, others panicked, and some wept. Harry could keenly perceive everything, just as he sensed the surging magic within him. The confluence of 2 lifetimes of power, the amplification of soul fragments, and the overwhelming vitality. "You have returned?" Voldemort spoke, his smile faltering before it could fully form. Nagini swiftly descended from him, racing towards the boy at the heart of the battlefield, drawn by an unseen force. Voldemort's expression shifted dramatically, hostility radiating as he scrutinized the boy. Acutely aware of his own presence within that body, it was unmistakably him, yet he could no longer see through it. "No, Nagini," he hissed in Parseltongue. But it was too late. Everyone beheld the loyal serpent slithering up the boy's slender ankle, traversing to his spine, then gliding across his chest. A smile crept onto Harry's lips, joy igniting from within his eyes. He seized the serpent's head, fingers pressing firmly against its jaws, then exerted tremendous force. Magic leapt like lightning between his fingers, and the serpent writhed desperately before the watchful eyes of the crowd. It was Nagini's silent struggle. With a pop, the serpent's head burst in his grasp, and amidst the collective gasps, the great black snake shattered like ice, its form dissolving into ashen dust. Harry gazed upon the disintegrating serpent with satisfaction. He had rushed here for vengeance, to eliminate Voldemort, to halt the final war, to burn fiercely while he was still Harry Potter, while Cecilia's residual powers could still aid him in controlling the consciousness of the soul fragments. While he had yet to confront his own demise, he would burn with his enemies, plummeting into hell. Who are you? Voldemort stumbled back. His expression twisted as he regarded the boy. An enemy or a friend? Steriage replied, shaking his head. Harry. Hermione covered her face. Who is that? Sirius looked at Dumbledore in terror. He is not Harry Potter. He is not Harry Potter, the dark-haired youth declared, his voice ringing clear without a hint of hesitation. He spoke. Harry Potter. He is Harry Potter. He raised his arm high before all, his wand tip spitting forth flames. A flicker of malice passed through Harry's eyes. Let us duel, Voldemort. Chapter 101. The End. Hiss. Draco opened his eyes, the white light mingling with the snow before him. He found himself in the forest, stretching his aching limbs in an attempt to rise from the stone behind him, but his legs faltered, and he clumsily sat back down. He was wrapped in at least 10 warming charms, yet felt an uncharacteristic warmth amidst the melting snow. Draco unwound his scarf, discarding it to the side. Leaning against the stone, he caught his breath, watching the white mist escape his lips and dissipate into the air. He had been attacked again yesterday, he recalled, in a Muggle pub. Perhaps it was merely a quiet bar. He remembered the proprietor's emerald green eyes, and as he pondered further, he realized he was in a forest, surrounded by tree trunks and entangled branches. What had he experienced last night? The memories from the previous night rushed back, accompanied by a sharp headache. Draco shut his eyes, inhaling the cold air deeply, feeling it flow warmly within him, hoping it would dispel his numbness and fatigue. Upon reopening his eyes, he began surveying his surroundings. The gnarled roots protruding through the snow made the path out of the forest winding and treacherous. He lifted his gaze, attempting to glimpse further through the illuminated gaps between the branches, searching for the silhouette of a slender boy, but found none, nowhere at all. Where had Harry Potter gone? The one who had saved him from the clutches of the Death Eaters? Draco ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, furrowing his brow as he rose to his feet, feeling around for his wand beside the stone. Perhaps he had gone hunting, Draco mused. Maybe he was begging for scraps from the village, for he could not possibly abandon me again. Hunting was implausible, given his frail physique. How could he possibly venture out to hunt? Draco took 2 steps forward, a wave of uncertainty crashing over him. Last night, he had been capable. Oh no. Well, had he regained his magic? Memories began to resurface. The capable Harry Potter had carried him over an entire city to arrive here. Yet the Harry Potter he remembered was beyond saving. Where had his magic come from? If he was not Harry Potter, then who was he? The Dark Lord? No. It was impossible, unless he had found a way to confront the soul fragments and succeeded. Draco's heart raced. If that were true, joy would soon engulf him like a flood. He inadvertently smiled, the pale light casting a soft glow upon his cheeks. Regaining his composure, he gripped his wand tightly, gazing towards the distant village and the mountains beyond the mist. Then he would not perish. He could leave with himself. But where had he gone? Draco ambled forward, his steps uneven and aimless. Where'd he go? In the distance, the chirping of snowbirds echoed. His footsteps scattered shards of morning light and remnants of snow behind him. Hogwarts. A crimson light surged forth from the tip of the black-haired boy's wand, colliding instantaneously with the power of Voldemort, unleashing a dazzling explosion of flames at their point of intersection. The duel had scarcely begun, yet the victor was already apparent. Voldemort's scarlet pupils constricted sharply as the red beam transformed before the eyes of the onlookers into a colossal dragon, its maw agape, revealing fangs that roared and engulfed his magic in an instant, hurtling toward him like a fiery comet. With a grunt, Voldemort tumbled to the ground, blood oozing from his side, his wand flying far from his grasp. Was this the ability befitting a young wizard? Harry! The members of the Order of the Phoenix erupted in cheers, their confidence and joy surging like a wild hormone within them. The Death Eaters shoved forward, but the Order raised their wands in defiance. Harry Potter is a traitor to the Order. You have long since forsaken him. Pont gnashed his teeth and shouted. Only now, do you remember him? Do you believe he has come to rescue you? Dream on, Dumbledore. His scarred face twisted in contempt. Your savior is now the Dark Lord. Indeed, everyone froze. Memories of Harry Potter's betrayal vivid, as if they had just occurred. That boy was powerful and cold-blooded. He had once severely injured Dumbledore and turned the tide against the Aurors. He was not merely a traitor. It was rumored he was yet another manifestation of the Dark Lord himself. Nonsense. Ron's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide with disbelief. That is but your ruse. You are the ones framing him. Harry! Harry! Ginny screamed as well. You must explain. You are one of the Order. Harry! There is no time, Dumbledore observed the boy, urgency filling his eyes, his fingers tightening at his side. The battlefield descended into chaos amidst the duel, yet amidst the turmoil, Neither side crossed a line to ignite war. In this tumultuous arena, they could only wait with courage, anticipating either miracle or misfortune. Look, he has effortlessly vanquished him, crushing him with the magic coursing through his veins. Harry raised his wand, locking eyes with Voldemort on the ground, his elation and madness crashing over him like waves, one after another. Akin to the crimson sea he had envisioned in a mirage, surging toward the shore, drowning the clouds, engulfing rocks and wintergreen trees, and ultimately covering the entire world. Look at you. Harry felt his voice tremble, excitement dancing on his tongue, a smile unfamiliar, yet tugging at his lips. Look at you, Voldemort. I'm about to kill you. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Kill him, kill him, kill him. A torrent of malice and hatred enveloped him in an instant. Yet drip, drop. The familiar downpour surged forth from the nightmare, and this time he did not resist, nor did he wish to. He opened himself fully, dismantling all defenses, embracing everything with open arms. Amidst the cacophony, he seemed to hear the rhythmic beating of his heart, each thump growing louder and faster, pounding against his eardrums. That sound so urgent and intense. It was as if he had returned to that memory, the torrential rain, the screams, and hatred that had never released him. And he had never forgotten. He had evaded for so long, yet he could not escape memory. Then let it be. Let it be lost. Harry raised his arm once more, aiming at the figure on the ground, the deep crimson nearly spilling from his cold, piercing gaze. You see, you still cannot hold on. Harry Potter, do you wish to devour me? Voldemort grinned, his mouth stretching wide. Just as I consumed my Horcruxes, the strong devour the weak. I shall become the sacrifice, to forge a more powerful you. No. Harry lifted his hollow gaze, his tone laced with ferocity. I am here solely for revenge. Is that so? Voldemort regarded him with amusement. Are you willing to risk everything? Can you guarantee the outcome you desire? The crowd gradually fell silent, as if ensnared by a spell, watching the two figures as if they were actors in an absurd stage play, having constructed a platform of magic and ice, where indistinguishable adversaries enacted a melodramatic tale of vengeance. Each awaited the curtain to fall. Some hoped it would transform into a grand rebirth ceremony, while others wished it to become a grave for the darkness. Have you heard of soul separation? The black-haired boy tilted his head, revealing a feigned smile. Crack. Hermione shattered the ice beneath her feet. Voldemort's scarlet eyes widened. What do you intend to do? You said, if I were to apply soul separation and excruciating torment to the same individual. Harry spoke nonchalantly, his voice growing hoarse and chilling. What would happen? That would be monstrous. Cedric shook his head, his eyes reddening as he spoke in hushed tones. He is certainly not Harry Potter. The wind whipped up icy shards, shattering the tension. And amidst gasps, the monster raised an arm. This boy intends to employ the most brutal means to slay the Dark Lord. Everyone understood that this boy aimed to destroy this monstrosity, this corrupted heart, by using the monster's own methods against it. A monster shall kill a monster. The performance of monsters rendered the audience speechless and motionless. Soul separation. As the cold words fell, a beam of icy light pierced Voldemort's body. The figure on the ground gasped, the smile at the corners of his mouth widening further. To be placed in a situation of death and rebirth, Voldemort murmured, fixing his longing gaze upon the boy. That is the true victor, is it not? The moment your obsession is relinquished is the moment I am realized. Stop it, Potter. Professor McGonagall shouted, her sudden outburst shocking everyone as she unleashed a deadly curse toward Voldemort. She intended to kill the defenseless Voldemort before Harry could act, before Harry executed his plan. The Death Eaters screamed in panic, raising their wands in disarray, for only the Dark Lord could slay the Dark Lord. Screams, footsteps, a cacophony of noise. In an instant, Harry dissipated the deadly curse in the air. Mind your own business. Harry traced a circle in the air with his wand, a pale golden light isolating the crowd from their adversaries. Look, shall I assist you in your revenge, Harry Potter? The sea of blood lapped at his ankles, whispers brushing against his ear. This world does not belong to you, Harry Potter. You are but a wisp of a lost soul. You should have returned to your own realm long ago. Kill him. Kill the one who caused the demise of your loved ones. Do what you wish. Fulfill your long-held aspirations. Then go where you must. Harry Potter. He sought to transform into a devil, having completely lost his sanity. Dumbledore clenched his wand, then relaxed. He could not intervene, just as the opposing forces remained inactive. They should not interfere in this drama. It was a performance that could sway the fate of the battle, and they could not force it to conclude prematurely. No one can stop me now. Harry listened to the calls for him, echoes resounding like voices from a deep well, fading amidst the rain. In his world, there was nothing he heard nothing. Hatred, torment, and death. This was all that remained. Harry's gaze and wand were fixated on those red eyes. Excruciating. Potter. A voice resonated through the tumultuous breaths, akin to an echo from the depths of memory, laden with a familiar tone of irony. Who? Harry's voice caught in his throat. Whose voice could it be? Immediately following was a heart-wrenching scream, emerging from the recesses of recollection like a vengeful specter seeking retribution. These two voices pierced through the torrential downpour, intertwining in a crescendo that overwhelmed heartbeats, drowned out the rain, and ultimately engulfed the entire world. Harry, Potter, Draco. Another voice cried out, swallowed by the cacophony of the crowd. What transpired? What was happening? Draco, in a state of disarray, rushed back to Hogwarts only to witness this horrific scene, desperately searching for that scoundrel. He knew, he had always known. He was certain that this rogue, upon gaining power, would return to assume the role of his savior. But at this moment, no one paid him heed. All eyes were fixated on the semicircular golden barrier. Harry Potter was imprisoned within, alongside the Dark Lord, as if in a grotesque ritual, surrounded by throngs of people. His boy entangled with perilous forces. They had confined Harry with the Dark Lord. They wished to slay him. They all desired his demise. Draco felt his heart constricted, hastening toward the battlefield like a famished soul spotting an apple. Harry's countenance suddenly contorted in agony. He bent over, clutching his abdomen, spasms coursing through him like electric currents. It seemed he had forgotten something vital. What was it? Harry Potter. A voice echoed in his mind. A girl's voice, crystalline and pure, cascading like a spring within his consciousness. You have failed to safeguard what is essential. Look. Abruptly, Harry found himself transported back to that beach. The crimson waves surging over the shore, tumultuous and relentless. Something had begun to erode. The voice intoned, devoid of emotion. I can no longer save you. The floodwaters lapped at his ankles, shattering the final notes of despair. Draco! A woman screamed, and before Harry could reach his side, Narcissa had spotted him. She rushed over and enveloped him in a fierce embrace. Draco, 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 she repeated incessantly. You are safe, you are safe. Narcissa kissed his forehead, her hand caressing his back. Who? Harry abruptly turned, unexpectedly locking eyes with those startled gray orbs. His heart felt as if it had been struck with force. This person, had he not perished? Had he not succumbed in that relentless downpour? Yet here he stood. If he was indeed alive, what was Harry doing here? Drip. A moment of clarity washed over his mind, akin to a shard of ice sliding down his throat, sending a tremor through his body as his vision gradually sharpened. Suddenly, he could hear all the sound around him. The heart-wrenching cries of Hermione, Sirius's furious invectives directed at Snape, the screams and chaos of the Death Eaters. Everyone was clamoring around him, a tumult akin to the rain, yet the sound of the downpour had ceased. The nightmare had ended. It was all over. The red hue in Harry's eyes began to fade swiftly as he stood there, inhaling deeply, the rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in his ears. Harry! Someone called out in terror. Harry lifted his gaze, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, Voldemort had regained possession of his wand. But what did that matter? Harry raised his wand, aiming it at the Dark Lord, who was prepared to fight to the death. The first spell dispelled the killing curse aimed at him. The second spell, a surge of green light, plunged into Voldemort's being. No matter who he was, the outcome would remain unchanged. Just as I have grown stronger, so too must you perish. Voldemort staggered backward, the red in his eyes fading like flaking paint, silence enveloping the scene. A profound stillness descended. As if in slow motion, his form began to disintegrate, the golden barrier shattering alongside him, reminiscent of a crystal orb shattered upon the ground, dissolving into wisps of smoke and debris. All occurred with astonishing rapidity, yet everyone bore witness. The Dark Lord was vanquished. Casually, effortlessly, he had perished. There were no cheers, no panic. Every individual gazed uneasily at the boy standing there, the one who had so easily slain the Dark Lord. Master, Bellatrix licked her lips, watching him with caution. The formidable Dark Lord had obliterated the weaker one. Substandard beings are invariably cast aside. Yet Harry turned to Dumbledore, his dark green pupils devoid of life. You promised me. Professor, Harry rasped, shaking his head, his voice tinged with a sob. I can no longer control it. Harry. Draco broke free from Narcissa's embrace, hastening toward Harry, enveloping him from behind. Harry, Draco murmured, an unsettling fear rising within him, his nose tinged with the sting of unshed tears. Shall we leave this place? Please. Do not run away. Ah, Harry exhaled, crouching down, clutching his torso in pain. Please. Harry looked once more at Dumbledore, his eyes brimming with desperation. A grand rebirth was at hand. Bellatrix gazed at the smoke dissipating in the wind, a smile gradually blossoming on her lips. We shall witness it together. The Death Eaters stirred with anticipation. The Dark Lord's demise had not fazed them in the slightest. Rather than mourn, they chose to anticipate. As for the death that heralded rebirth, the Dark Lord's resurrection. Dumbledore raised his arm, the tip of his wand aimed at the raven-haired youth upon the ground. No. Potter's face blanched. He intended to slay the Dark Lord. The Death Eaters surged forward like a flood, spells erupting from their wands in rapid succession. The war ignited at that moment. Avada Kedavra! The curse unleashed from the Elder's wand soared like an unassailable arrow, rushing forth, while the Death Eater spells clashed against it. But to no avail. They were shattered into motes of light before they could even approach. No! Bellatrix screeched, as the spell seemed tethered by an invisible thread. One end with the Elder, the other with the boy, and once the incantation was cast, its trajectory could not be altered. Stop! Someone cried out. Snape shook his head on the battlefield, drawing close to Dumbledore, shielding him from the errant curses. Was this the promise they had made that fateful night? Snape's gaze flickered. Was this the magical oath they had sworn? On that restless night, during an ordinary gathering, that boy had approached, lantern in hand, just as he had on countless nights before. The flickering candlelight, the cobwebs, the aroma of tea, and the crackling of charcoal in the fire. All set against the backdrop of a war-torn evening, a night when the Dark Lord had perceived his vulnerability, prompting a shift in his plans that nearly led to Hogwarts' downfall. He recalled so vividly because that day marked the last time Harry Potter had consumed his potion. Thereafter, he would never have the chance to partake again. That farewell had truly been a final adieu. A goodbye that merely signified the passage of time and the change of circumstances. In truth, at that moment, Harry must have realized that his body was beyond the salvation of any potion. Yet he had still seemed normal then. He began to uncontrollably reminisce about that night. I have something to say. The boy had glanced at him, his emerald eyes shimmering like stars in the candlelight, speaking to him with utmost care. Professor, Dumbledore said. See you later, Snape remarked, casting a glance at Harry before his gaze settled on Dumbledore. I shall descend first to rendezvous with Kingsley. He opened the door, then turned back to regard the boy, who was still watching him, his eyes shimmering. Farewell. The words were swallowed by the enveloping warmth of the heating. In truth, that night he did not depart immediately. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows, observing them. He listened to their fragmented conversations, revolving around Harry himself and those nebulous futures. He could not recall nor comprehend everything that transpired. He only remembered Dumbledore's eyes, unusually reddened, for he had never witnessed the Elder's sorrow until that day, when the old man appeared as frail as a dying soul behind the flickering candlelight. They even swore an ancient magical oath for this reason. If. He recalled a phrase from Harry Potter, so strikingly reminiscent of the current scene, imbued with the same quavering tone of despair and helplessness. Professor, if I implore you, you must do it. This is my sole request of you. There shall not be such a day, child. I know, but I'm frightened. I fear that day may indeed come. It seemed as though all the sorrow and fear dissipated gradually on that night, wrapped in warmth and candlelight, allowing them to conceal any hint of cowardice at a critical moment. Yet, that day ultimately arrived, Snape thought. What you dread the most has indeed come, Harry Potter. You have achieved it, have you not? Dumbledore. That beam of green light was a promise transcending time, extending along the threads of the vow towards its target. Impervious to alteration, the killing curse surged into Harry's body amidst the cacophony of piercing screams, infused with an all-encompassing might. No one could impede it, even as Draco howled, desperately attempting to wrench him from the curse's trajectory. At the moment the spell penetrated Harry's being, Draco felt an abrupt heaviness in his arms, as though struck by a formidable force. That force not only impacted his body, but inadvertently crushed his heart, which plummeted into the unfathomable abyss of darkness. What the hell? After a moment of stupor, he clutched the rogue tightly. What have they done to you? Why can't we escape? Snowflakes began to drift down from the pallid sky, swept chaotically by the wind. I told you not to return. Why did you not heed my warning? Draco felt the strands of hair brushing against his neck, the chilling touch mingling with the quickly fading warmth in his hands. And to his astonishment, he found no trace of sorrow or bitterness within him, only a boundless fear. People rushed past him, casting spells, while others shielded him from the incantations. He was overwhelmed with regret for having succumbed to unconsciousness in the tent that day. For it was there that he lost his boy. For once lost, he knew he could never retrieve him. He truly was filled with regret. The Death Eaters faltered. The Dark Lord had been vanquished. It was definitive. With a series of thuds, the dark figures began to scatter in flight. The war had scarcely begun before the dark wizards disbanded like a flock of birds. The Order of the Phoenix had mobilized almost entirely, bereft of Voldemort. The Death Eaters were no different from scattered sand, the battlefield swiftly transforming into a one-sided affair. The remnants of snow had yet to melt away when fresh flakes began to fall. Dumbledore collapsed to the ground, his hand gripping the wand, trembling incessantly. His circle had, at last, come to an end. Harry! Draco sensed others converging around him, akin to brigands wielding daggers, their faces contorted in malice as they attempted to grasp him. Get away! Draco hissed through clenched teeth, his lower eyelid tinged with a hue of anger or anguish. Leave, all of you perish. No one shall wrest him from me. Whoever dares to take him shall meet their end. Yet he still heard the incessant calls of Harry Potter, the cries, the tugging, the pushing against him. Release him. Malfoy. Yet another wave of irksome sobs. Draco withdrew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into the nearest arm, feeling the warm blood splatter onto his face. The nauseating metallic taste churning within him, prompting a shriek from the assailant as they recoiled. All of you begone. Draco cast aside the bloodied dagger, raising his wand against those malevolent spirits encroaching upon him. The tip of the wand glimmered with interwoven magical fire. No one was to approach him. No one could take him away. The frigid wind swirled with snowflakes through the air thick with spells, the scent of gunpowder, earth, and faint blood mingling with the rich essence of ice and snow. Hey, Scarhead, Draco murmured softly, uncertain of whom he was addressing. It seems to be snowing. Wake up. It felt as though they were still within the tent, the green-eyed boy witnessing the first snowfall of the year alongside him. On that day of the first snow, the charcoal stove within the tent crackled with sparks, while the teapot on the table still released wisps of steam alongside the sandwiches. The boy, wrapped in a hefty woolen cloak, parted the curtain from outside, the familiar scent of ice and snow seeping through, then melting in the warmth. He called out cheerfully, "Wake up, Scarhead." The boy on the bed frowned, squinting his emerald eyes as he peered out from under the covers. Look, it's snowing. What is death? As that beam of green light, replete with the essence of mortality, entered his body, Harry once again experienced it. Drowning darkness. His body felt as though it floated like dust amidst the void. No pain, no sensation, only an abyss of chaotic darkness, if indeed he still possessed sight. The tumult of war, the roars, the lamentations, the whispers of spells, and the sounds of magic colliding in the air, alongside the memories that tormented him, seemed to detach from him, drifting away into the distance. The first death occurred amidst the downpour, the second amidst the snow. He could almost hear the sound of his body breaking apart, accompanied by Tom Riddle's anguished scream, when his consciousness reigned supreme. The fragments of his soul were unable to invade his spirit. The torment of the soul was borne solely by him. But now, having merged with the soul fragments, his spirit began to be devoured. Yet at this moment, he felt no pain whatsoever. What did it matter? But he was still dead. What lies in the darkness? Harry sensed the unfathomable abyss, questioning whether he would still perceive time, that mysterious and perilous entity. He ultimately could not escape. He could not leap beyond it. He lingered there, feeling the darkness, the solitude, recalling memories that flickered before his eyes like a film reel. He truly did not wish to perish. There remained so many things he had yet to accomplish, so many promises unfulfilled. Time is approaching. After an indeterminate period, a voice whispered in his ear. How mysterious. That voice returned, accompanying him from one life to the next. Yet in the next moment, he was astonished. He beheld the golden river surging from the depths of darkness. Interwoven as before, dazzling and resplendent. It did not flow from above, nor below, nor from any place at all. Rather, it surged toward him. That river rushed toward him, whereupon the darkness would find no refuge. The Elder Wand never kills its true master, the voice proclaimed once more. Chapter 102, the final chapter. What does it feel like to fall in love with someone? Vera Ivanlove, dismissing the sudden question that had arisen in her mind, bent down to remove her white high heels and place them alongside the dress she intended to wear that evening. The graduation ball was merely hours away, and she had meticulously prepared for every detail. All that remained was to rest, enjoy a leisurely lunch, and then adorn herself for the evening's festivities. As a girl on the cusp of graduation and adulthood, Vera hung her school uniform jacket on a makeshift wardrobe and retrieved a hair tie from her wrist. She felt compelled to find a reason to conclude her 3-year-long unrequited love. Braid in hand, she could not resist the urge to approach the mirror and apply a touch of blush. Dressed in a white shirt and a short skirt, with a natural, understated makeup look, Vera stood before the mirror, gazing at her reflection. In a moment of impulsiveness, she roughly unraveled her neatly tied braid, allowing her golden locks to cascade down to her chest. As she knelt to tie her shoes, uncertainty crept in. What should she do? Should she attempt to hold on? Was it even possible to keep him? The memory of a week prior surfaced, that fateful divination foretelling parting and endings, a prophecy she had received during a numerological reading. It was an accurate prediction. As a scion of a prophetic lineage, she could not misinterpret such a minor omen. Departure meant departure, and endings meant endings. The prophecy foretold that today she would conclude a chapter of unrequited love. The morning light streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her desk. Her gaze lingered on a heavy art book resting atop it, and she reached out to retrieve it. Pulling a chair closer, she turned to the first page, revealing a sketch from 3 years prior. A dark-haired boy, his gaze absent, sitting despondently on a courtyard bench. It was their first encounter, not on a short winter's night amidst unmelting snow, but during a season ripe for skirts and sunshine. Vera vividly recalled the day Kelt had brought the boy back to Russia, the sun basking in a garden filled with vibrant blossoms. The boy sat silently on the bench, his raven hair gently swaying against his pale forehead. He did not appear to be a healthy boy, Vera mused. Amidst the garden's exuberance, he resembled a withering cornflower, strikingly hollow and glaring in the scene. His soul is profoundly wounded, Kel had explained to her. Yet he lives. Vera nodded in understanding. Squatting down to observe him with curiosity, her eyes drawn to the lightning-shaped scar adorning his forehead. Was this the one Cecilia had rescued? The man in the dark robe blinked and smiled, sunlight dancing in his deep blue eyes. That was the beginning of their acquaintance. And Vera meticulously captured his silhouette and that distinctive scar on the sketch paper, embellishing the scene with hand-drawn sunflowers surrounding his feet. From that moment onward, she found herself irresistibly drawn to watch over this enigmatic boy, who resided at the school under her mother's care. Turning the pages of the art book, she noted how the lines flowed seamlessly across the paper, rendering the boy's features increasingly vivid and defined. The flowers at his feet transitioned from sunflowers to bellflowers, while the backdrop of rain, interspersed with camphor leaves, faded with the appearance of a rainbow. He continued to come alive on the paper, and Vera eagerly anticipated the day this mysterious war hero would open his eyes. One rainy day, as fine droplets traced blurred lines on the glass window, Vera, holding a pot of green pot hose and shielding herself with an umbrella, passed by. The damp soil in the garden soiled her white shoes, and as she tucked her hair behind her ear, she set the new pot on the windowsill and bent to wipe the mess. When she inadvertently lifted her gaze, time seemed to freeze. Vera found herself caught in the gaze of a pair of green eyes, reminiscent of her rain-soaked pot hose, and her heart raced within that stillness, causing the towel in her hand to drop to the floor. What does it feel like to fall in love? She began to reminisce, noticing that the lines on the paper had long since faded, replaced by a single watercolor sheet. This particular page, enveloped in a transparent, magical protective film, was unique for its vibrant colors. Much like the experience of falling in love, the future began to shimmer with new hues. The rain continued to patter against the paper, mint green tones cascading from the sky down to the soles of her white shoes. Behind the glass window, the mysterious hero boy opened his eyes, revealing a murky, lake-like green. Vera smiled, gently prodding the drawing with her finger, feeling a rush of emotion before hastily flipping the page. The back of the art book was filled with more photographs than drawings. She had scarcely sketched anything since the boy had come to life. Capturing his essence on paper became increasingly challenging. She leafed through the photographs, where the boy could be seen turning to smile at her or quietly lost in thought, most often asleep, whether from the effects of potions or sheer exhaustion. The beauty of photographs lay in their ability to capture the entire journey of the boy's smile and the delight in his eyes. From shirts and robes in the sunlight to scarves and hats in the snow, they filled her art book. The boy continued to thrive, whether in body, magic, or the invaluable memories they shared. Yet, in Vera's eyes, as she accompanied him, he seemed to drift further away, becoming ever more enigmatic. For they were never truly from the same world. She was merely a fleeting presence in his timeline. She could not shake the memory of the prophecy from a few days prior, the one foretelling parting. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and the Savior was about to exit her life. For him, these 3 years were but a dream, a slumber lasting 3 years. He would return to his own world, taking with him everything that belonged to him. The tender moments they shared, along with the flutter of her heart, would be taken away as well. Some things were beyond her grasp. Much like the fleeting glance through the pothose leaves, the sound of rain diminished, and what traced the glass was not mere water, but the passage of time. In that moment, she beheld the future while he looked upon the past. Vera rose and exited the room, the morning breeze brushing through the curtains. The boy in the art book lifted his hand, a pale blue stag passing by him, leaving a trail of silver luminescence in its wake. Meanwhile, the situation in England had begun to ease. The man in the dark robe poured half a cup of warm water for the boy, raising his eyes to meet those of the young man across from him, who accepted the cup graciously. The Ministry of Magic's new policies had been implemented smoothly, and it would not be long before stability was fully restored. "Thank you," the dark-haired boy said, taking the teacup and instinctively rubbing his eyes. He was pleased to hear the news. "I assume your friends have already informed you." The man's fingers caressed a bouquet of pale, purple bellflowers. "I forgot to mention, the letter that was mistakenly sent to Moscow, due to being unclaimed, revealed your location to the security personnel, leading to some incidents caused by dark wizards there." "Apologies," Harry chuckled awkwardly. "You know, my red-haired friend has always been rather unreliable." "You've recovered much faster than I anticipated," Kelt mused, gazing at him with a momentary look of distraction in his deep blue eyes. "Thanks to your care and treatment." Harry expressed his gratitude. Since arriving in this enclave of seers, he had received meticulous attention, and within this relatively safe community, endowed with immense mystical power, his soul was visibly healing at an astonishing pace. The Elder Wand had obliterated the powers and consciousness of the fragments, along with the souls that had been tainted. In that moment, it felt as though a void had been pulled from his being, the space once occupied by darkness gradually healing with the restoration of its master's consciousness. Is it truly the victor who is resurrected only after being brought to the brink of death? Harry pondered with a dazed expression. Having somehow managed to leap through time and escape the cycle of rebirth after bearing all the consequential burdens. This was due to the life force coursing through your veins. A vitality inherited from Cecilia, who had been nurtured on rare soul-nurturing potions since childhood. Selt's face fell again, rolling his eyes at Harry before continuing. "That is why your recovery is so remarkably swift." "Indeed, I owe her a great deal," Harry replied nonchalantly, rubbing his eyes and offering a resigned smile as he hastily shifted the topic. "You've been gone for a month now, Selt. Any news regarding the next heir?" Selt shook his head, his gaze momentarily drifting into a haze. "This matter does not concern you, Harry Potter. It pertains solely to us prophets." Harry silently sipped his tea, his brow nearly buried in his hair. The small wind chime hanging by the door tinkled, and a golden-haired, blue-eyed girl peeked in, cradling a pot of green pot hose before stepping inside. "Good morning, Vela." Harry smiled at her, recalling her youthful self, once following him with sketchbook in hand. Now, he observed this young woman transformed from a little sister into someone exuding maturity in merely 3 years. Vela smiled back, her lips curving slightly, and walked over to place the pot hose on the sunlit windowsill. "What troubles you?" Selt inquired. "Haven't you chosen a dress for the ball?" Vela shook her head and turned, her eyes shimmering. "Are you leaving here, Harry? Perhaps someday," Harry responded, caught off guard by the question. "At least, not at present." The inquiry was abrupt. He had been undergoing treatment here for 3 years. Although his health had significantly improved, he had not yet fully recovered, and the lingering effects were minimal. The situation in the homeland had remained dire, with the Ministry of Magic in Hogwarts undergoing reconstruction, far more extensive involvement of dark wizards and dark magic than anticipated. Every wizard was busy and vigilant, managing their lives. Though conditions had improved considerably, his friends still advised Harry to remain until the situation was entirely stabilized, ensuring he could stand firmly upon his return, as the reappearance of the Savior would undoubtedly stir up another storm. Vela's eyes dimmed slightly as she glanced at Harry before lowering her gaze. "Do you enjoy it here?" she inquired, and before Harry could respond, she continued. "You've lived here for 3 years and have grown familiar with it. Prophets are not so different from ordinary wizards, are they? Although this magic academy may lack the grandeur of Hogwarts, everyone coexists harmoniously." "Wait, Vela," Harry interjected. "I don't think this place is lacking. On the contrary, I find it quite pleasant. It often reminds me of the Burrow, the home of my old friend that I told you about." Harry hesitated, realizing something was amiss. "What I mean is, this place is perhaps a bit more beautiful than the Burrow. Is that so?" she responded, appearing somewhat flustered. Vela bit her lip and continued, "Surely, there are things here that you cherish? For instance, winter. Our winters are always filled with heavy snowfall, the snow lingering for 3 or 4 months without melting. What about London? Surely, it cannot compare. Of course, the cold of winter isn't exactly pleasant, and, well, I don't like my contact lenses," Harry replied. Vela chuckled softly, her fair face slightly reddening. I will find you a better pair of glasses. I just can't fathom why you're nearsighted. The atmosphere seemed to lighten. Yet Vela couldn't shake off the thought of the prophecy, a wave of discomfort washing over her. Today was the day, a change that would bring her first love to an end. Will you remember me? Vela asked. What did you say? Will you attend the ball, Harry? Be my first dance partner, Vela asked cautiously, lifting her gaze once more. What? Harry furrowed his brow. I'm afraid I don't dance. I mean, I barely remember how to dance from my time at Hogwarts. You will want to accompany me? Vela interjected, taking a seat nearby, her eyes beginning to redden involuntarily. What's wrong, Vela? Salt frowned as well. Are you worried that no one will ask you to dance at the ball? You know that's impossible, Uncle. Vela wrinkled her nose. You will, right? You must. She turned to him, her gaze unwavering. If you merely need someone to accompany you, Harry observed, unable to resist shrugging in acquiescence. At least I've had you for 3 years, Vela murmured softly, so quietly that no one could hear. The school's graduation ball was not as formal as Harry had envisioned, which eased his nerves. He sat at a round table in the corner, indulging in sweet treats, such as a syrup-dipped cookie and a glass of fruit juice mixed with sparkling wine. He gazed around the hall at the boys and girls clustered together, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the ball. A warm beige light cascaded from the massive crystal chandelier, casting a soft glow on the Russian girls, making their skin appear exquisitely gentle. Vela, in her small heels, waved her skirt at Harry, beckoning him to join her friends, but he shook his head in refusal. To be honest, even after 3 years, he still struggled to comprehend Russian, so to avoid any awkwardness, he preferred to remain in the corner, enjoying the refreshments. The ball would commence shortly. Harry glanced at his formal jacket and the meticulously tied, dark green bow tie, frantically recalling the forgotten dance steps from his past. If Vela insisted on dancing with him, he at least hoped to avoid stepping on her beautiful lace gown. Before long, the host began addressing the audience, and the bells adorning the plants chimed harmoniously as soothing music flowed through the creamy scented air. Harry rested his chin on his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips, feeling tranquil and content. The students were filled with the same youthful innocence and nervousness he had once experienced, as if attending a blooming feast. He recalled the letter hastily sent to Moscow, the one Ron had somehow botched so foolishly. Harry pulled out the letter, battered and worn from its journey. Yet the handwriting remained legible. Opening the envelope, he extracted a simple note, unable to suppress a frown as he pressed it down with a glass before unfolding it. Harry, that lunatic Malfoy seems to be looking for you. Please respond, please respond. With a loud thud, Harry accidentally knocked over his glass, though fortunately, there was little left inside. His heart began to race, a rush of warmth flooding his cheeks. He trembled as he opened the envelope to check the date. It was from several days ago. Could Ron Weasley be any less reliable? As the young man entered the hall, many noticed him. Compared to the students, he appeared far more mature, yet still somewhat youthful compared to the hosting teachers. Vela quickly took note of him. As such, boys often easily capture the attention of girls. Tall and slender, his form was impeccably encased in a pristine robe, his straight posture and pale complexion giving him a soldier-like appearance. He entered, carrying the knight with him, his expression tinged with weariness and urgency. The girls surrounding them began to whisper among themselves, discussing his shoes and belt, or perhaps his lovely, light golden hair. A handsome lad, though clearly not here to attend the ball, someone remarked. Indeed, Vera mused as she sipped her juice. The moment he entered, he began to scan the room, his gray eyes never lingering on any one person for even a second. What was he searching for? A vibrant rose, or perhaps a girl with chestnut hair? Whatever it was that compelled the boy to rush into a ball in casual attire must be of significant importance. The person he asked looking for must owe him a considerable sum of money, a friend whispered in her ear. All right, Amy, I must return to my friends, Vera laughed, bidding her companion farewell. Eager to return to the dark-haired boy, Vera turned, navigating through the throngs of people to glimpse that familiar corner, where the boy who made her heart flutter raised his gaze toward her. Her heart skipped a beat. For some reason, she recalled the day he opened his eyes, through the rain and glass, that lake-like green shimmering before her once more. Now, separated by a sea of people, illuminated by the soft, warm glow of the chandelier. Their eyes met again. No, Vera tightened her grip on the glass, her heart momentarily halting. He was not looking at her. That was not the familiar gaze she knew. Those eyes seemed to have been ignited by something, as if sunlight had penetrated the lake's surface, casting a fiery glow upon the green depths. Those were eyes she had never seen before, filled with something burning within them, something unknown to her, something he had never shared. Vera took a step back, lost in thought. remembering the missing pieces of the story he had narrated to her, fragments concealed within her memories, not the scars he was reluctant to unveil, but the most precious secrets he hesitated to share. For some things can easily ignite the soul. Was it the prophecy? Vera turned, her eyes glistening as she looked at the young man with light golden hair, who was likewise gazing in that direction, through the throng of bodies and the warm-hued shadows. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Vera contemplated. It flowed through the light and music, as if the boy too had awakened at that instant. Suddenly, the glass slipped from her hand, shattering into sparkling fragments on the floor, reminiscent of that summer long ago, when mud stained her white canvas shoes and raindrops soaked the hem of her skirt. What does it feel like to fall in love? Harry dashed through the crowd toward that direction, the scene before him blurring instantaneously, filled with the sounds of wind and his racing heartbeat. The air shimmered with heat, as if countless crystalline threads intertwined to forge an invisible path, and he ran recklessly along that road. Everything froze, the boys and girls he collided with, the aromas of wine and cake wafting through the air, the bells on the pot hose, or the skirts that flared with movement. No one could thwart a heartfelt embrace. With a leap, Harry enveloped the other in a firm hug. Draco stumbled a few steps to catch him, their heartbeats and breaths intertwining in a symphony of emotion. "You're back." Harry could not contain the tremor in his voice. Draco cradled his head, a sudden ache in his heart, leaning down to fervently kiss his lips. "I returned." In that moment, they glimpsed a shared future within each other's eyes, a glance that spanned a millennium.